Dragon Academy. The wind on the rooftop was fierce. Li Yang sat at the edge of the rooftop, his clothes fluttering wildly in the gusts. Below, the playground was bustling with energy. The vitality of youth, mixed with excitement and joy, radiating like dazzling beams of light, so bright they made his eyes ache. Yet, none of this had anything to do with him. Today was the day when all 18-year-old students on Blue Star awakened their innate vocational abilities, a critical moment that would determine their future destinies. For them, high school life had come to an end. From this day forward, they were considered officially graduated. 18 years of diligent studying, countless days and nights of sweat and effort, all for the sake of awakening a powerful vocation today, beginning their climb to the peak of life, and creating their own legend. However, fate seemed to have played a cruel joke on him. Why is it an E-rank vocation? Li Yang closed his eyes, the cold, mechanical voice of the testing device still echoing in his mind. Vocation awakened, Archer, E-rank. That voice had thundered in his ears, shattering his dreams and crushing his future. On Blue Star, vocations were ranked from F to SSS. The extremes, F and SSS, were rare. Generally speaking, E and D ranks were the most common, with the highest probability of being awakened by high school students. But he was unwilling to accept this. This was because the strength of a vocation was closely related to one's mental fortitude. Since elementary school, Li Yang had been training his mental strength, day after day, without interruption. For 18 years, the effort he put in far exceeded that of ordinary people, and he had worked even harder than most geniuses. He had studied diligently, always ranking first in theoretical classes, while also persisting in various physical and mental training regimens. He had thought he could at least awaken an A-rank vocation, maybe even S-rank. But reality had dealt him a heavy blow. Beep, beep, beep. The sudden ringtone of his phone pulled Li Yang out of his despair. He reached for his phone, and the screen displayed the name Sonyahan, his girlfriend of 1 year. Li Yang, let's break up. I don't think we're suitable for each other. A simple sentence, without any explanation, yet it pierced his heart like a sharp blade. Li Yang let out a bitter laugh, filled with sorrow. This woman had once gone to great lengths to pursue him, seeing his potential and wanting to invest early, hoping to secure a future pillar of support. Now that she knew he had awakened an E-rank vocation and was of no use to her, she immediately proposed breaking up. Human nature, it was so brutally pragmatic it chilled him to the core. At that moment, an explosion of vibrant, colorful light erupted from the playground below, accompanied by waves of exclamations. Even from the rooftop, Li Yang could feel the overwhelming shock, as if mountains and seas were roaring together. Someone had awakened an SSS rank vocation. Li Yang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, as if a fire was ignited in his heart. Anger, unwillingness, and despair intertwined, nearly consuming him. He suddenly stood, hurling his phone off the rooftop with all his might, instinctively activating the Archer vocation's throw skill. Smash! The phone traced a perfect arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the concrete ground below, shattering into countless pieces. Ding! Detecting the host's first use of a vocational skill. Activating the entry system. A cold, synthetic voice suddenly echoed in Li Yang's mind, jolting him out of his anger and despair. A system? Li Yang froze, his mind racing with questions before a surge of excitement overwhelmed him. Could this be the legendary Golden Finger? Before he could celebrate, the system's voice sounded again. Current vocation, Archer. Filtering entries. 3 random entries have been selected for the host. In the next instant, 3 orbs of light appeared before Li Yang, glowing white, blue, and purple respectively. Under the white orb, the text read, Fixed damage, adds an additional 100 points of damage to every attack. Under the blue orb, it read, A hint of true damage, adds 1 point of true damage to every attack. Under the purple orb, it read, Endless power, every attack is guaranteed to critically strike, with critical damage multiplied tenfold. Each of the 3 entries had its merits. The white entry was simple and direct, offering a stable increase in damage with every attack, highly beneficial in the early stages. The blue entry seemed insignificant, adding just 1 point of true damage. However, true damage ignored enemy defenses, meaning even the strongest foes would take damage. In contrast, if an enemy's defense exceeded 100, the white entry would become ineffective. The purple entry was even more terrifying. Guaranteed critical hits with every attack, and critical damage multiplied tenfold. This was the dream talent of every vocation. Li Yang stared at the 3 alluring orbs, deep in thought. Was he supposed to choose one of the 3? By rarity, purple was the highest, followed by blue, and white was the lowest, right? But all 3 seemed incredibly useful. Can I have them all? A bold thought suddenly crossed Li Yang's mind. He tentatively extended 3 fingers, pointing at each orb. Buzz! A blinding red light flashed, and the system's voice rang out again. Error! Error! Illegal operation detected. Please choose an entry immediately. Li Yang quickly retracted his hand, his heart pounding with tension. Could he not choose any of them? Should he just pick one at random? His gaze lingered on the 3 orbs, finally settling on the purple one. After all, by rarity, purple had to be better than the other 2, right? Just as Li Yang was about to select the purple entry, an unexpected change occurred. The 3 previously stable orbs began to tremble violently, as if they were about to explode. Warning! Warning! System error detected. Entry selection failed. Warning! System error. Unable to select an entry. Li Yang stood frozen in shock. Ding! To compensate the host for the inability to select an entry, the system will automatically combine all 3 entries. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden entry. True damage is the truest damage in this game. Each attack deals an additional 101 points of true damage, guaranteed critical strikes, and critical damage multiplied tenfold. A blinding golden light shot into the sky, bathing the entire rooftop in its glow. Li Yang felt a wave of dizziness, and a new piece of information about the golden entry appeared in his mind. Holy crap! Li Yang couldn't help but exclaim, his face full of disbelief. The 3 entries had combined into an even more absurdly powerful golden entry. And its effects were ridiculously strong. Each attack deals an additional 101 points of true damage, guaranteed to critically hit, with critical damage multiplied by 10, truly invincible. Ding! Initial entry distributed. The next entry draw requires reaching level 10. Host, Li Yang. Class, Archer, not yet advanced. Level, LV1, 0/100. Skill, Throwing, not yet initiated, proficiency 1 out of 10. Entry, true damage is the truest form of damage in this game, gold. Hey, dummy, what are you spacing out for? A crisp and pleasant voice rang out from behind, melodious like wind chimes, pulling Li Yang back from his thoughts. He instinctively turned his head and saw a beautiful girl standing not far behind him. The golden glow of the setting sun bathed her, casting a radiant halo around her. The girl had cascading black hair, a delicate and fair oval face, and a pair of lively eyes that sparkled like stars. Her high nose bridge and slightly upturned, rosy lips formed a playful smile. Li Yang recognized her. She was his childhood friend, Su Mumu. They had grown up together, neighbors since childhood. Though they were often described as childhood sweethearts, their relationship was more like that of bickering companions, always quarreling yet understanding each other better than anyone else. Su Mumu came from a well-off family. Her father was a renowned entrepreneur on Blue Star, and her mother was a famous actress, a textbook example of a little rich girl. Seeing Li Yang lost in thought, Su Mumu stepped forward, gently poking his head with her slender finger. She teased with a smile, "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before?" Li Yang snapped out of it, rolling his eyes. "How did you know I was here?" Su Mumu huffed, placing her hands on her hips in a matter-of-fact manner. "Of course, I know where a dummy like you would be. Every time something happens, you always come to places like this. I know you too well." She paused for a moment, her gaze falling on Li Yang's face. Her smile gradually faded, and her tone turned teasing. "So, how does it feel? Awakening an E-class profession and getting dumped by your girlfriend?" Li Yang's chest tightened as he recalled the breakup message from Song Yihan, and a mix of emotions welled up inside him. Su Mumu had warned him long ago that Song Yihan was only with him because of his potential and that she would abandon him without hesitation if he failed to meet her expectations. But back then, Li Yang had been too confident to heed her advice. He sighed. Moments ago, he had felt disheartened, but now, with his golden finger awakened, he was at a loss. Conflicting emotions swirled within him, and if it weren't for Su Mumu's interruption, he might have fainted from the emotional turmoil. Su Mumu walked to the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the bustling playground below. A gentle breeze carried a faint fragrance to Li Yang. "Stop sighing, you dummy. Didn't I tell you not to push yourself too hard? Now you're paying the price, huh?" Su Mumu turned to him with a playful smile. "Well, no choice then. I guess I'll have to take care of you from now on, seeing as I'm a genius who awakened an SSS class profession." Li Yang was momentarily stunned and asked with a helpless expression, "Was that commotion on the playground earlier because of your awakening?" Su Mumu puffed her cheeks, pretending to be angry. "How dare you? I awakened, and you weren't even there to witness it. Do I even matter to you as your good buddy? I'm sorry, Don't bother explaining. I know you're in a bad mood, so I forgive you," Su Mumu interrupted with a wave of her hand before changing the subject. But next time, don't let it happen again. Li Yang looked at the lively and mischievous girl before him and couldn't help but smile wryly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked, Mumu, does your family have any guns? Guns? Yeah, we do. Why do you ask? Su Mumu looked at him in confusion. On Blue Star, even the weakest F-class professions far outmatched firearms in firepower. In this era, guns were more of a collector's item for the wealthy and were rarely used practically. Can you get me one? Li Yang asked, his eyes fixed on Su Mumu. Su Mumu was momentarily taken aback, a hint of hesitation flickering across her face. I can, but... She hesitated briefly before shaking her head. Forget it. Too lazy to ask why. If you want one, I'll get you one. Come on, let's head to my place. With that, she turned and headed downstairs. Li Yang quickly followed her. The two walked across the noisy playground, their classmates' excited chatter still filling the air. But Li Yang's heart had already calmed. The things he once envied now seemed as insignificant as clouds, unworthy of his attention. At the school gate, a black stretch limousine was already waiting. An elderly man in a butler's uniform stepped forward to open the car door when he saw Su Mumu. Miss, he greeted respectfully. Su Mumu smiled and pulled Li Yang into the back seat. After closing the door, the elderly man got into the driver's seat and started the car. The vehicle moved smoothly along the wide road, quickly leaving the school behind and heading toward the outskirts. About half an hour later, the car slowly entered a sprawling estate. Ivy climbed the high walls, and an ornate iron gate opened gradually, revealing a verdant garden and a fountain within. This was Su Mumu's home, or more accurately, one of her family's many properties. Li Yang had known Su Mumu since they were kids. Her family had purchased a house near the school for her convenience, and it just so happened to be next door to Li Yang's. Inside the house, numerous servants stood respectfully on either side, greeting Su Mumu. She, long accustomed to this, led Li Yang straight to the second floor. Soon, they arrived at a heavy metal door. Su Mumu entered a password to unlock it. As the door opened, Li Yang's eyes widened. The room was filled with weapons of all kinds, from small, exquisite daggers to gleaming greatswords, from powerful grenades to precision sniper rifles. The array was dazzling, every piece a sight to behold. The collection included not only outdated firearms but also the most advanced professional weapons, each worth a fortune. What do you think? These are all part of my dad's private collection. If you like something, just take it. I'll tell him I wanted to play with guns, and he won't mind, Su Mumu said as she walked, a hint of pride in her tone. This. Li Yang stared at the astonishing array of weapons, momentarily at a loss for words. Thanks, he finally said, taking a deep breath and expressing his gratitude. Do we really need to say thanks between the two of us? You'll probably need my help a lot in the future. If worst comes to worst, you can repay me with your body. Su Mumu joked with a laugh. Li Yang's face darkened. This girl really had no filter. Ignoring her teasing, he scanned the firearms in the room. Finally, his gaze settled on a sleek and elongated rifle. Is this an AK? Li Yang picked up the rifle, carefully inspecting it as a glimmer flashed through his eyes. Just as Su Mumu had mentioned, on Blue Star, even the weakest F-rank professions far surpassed the power of firearms. For instance, the most common F-rank warriors could easily lift objects weighing hundreds of kilograms, punch through 10-centimeter thick steel plates, and run at speeds faster than high-speed cars. In this era, the might of firearms was no longer significant. But Li Yang's golden finger could transform ordinary firearms into divine weapons. The golden attribute he had acquired ensured that every attack he made dealt 101 points of true damage, combined with guaranteed critical hits and a tenfold critical damage multiplier. In other words, every time he pulled the trigger, he could deal over 1,000 points of true damage. And the AK, being a high rate of fire rifle, was capable of firing more than 600 rounds per minute. In simpler terms, as long as he held down the trigger, he could theoretically deal over 600,000 points of true damage per minute. What kind of concept was this? Even a gold-grade beast wouldn't withstand a few seconds of his onslaught. Enough talk, just hand him an AK, and he'd slay gods. Li Yang grasped the AK, the cold metal surface invigorating his spirit. For him, the most crucial thing right now was to take the first step. The specific type of gun didn't matter as much. In reality, the professional weapons of high-level awakeners often included firearms with firing rates far exceeding ordinary guns, capable of firing tens of thousands of rounds per second. When the time came, Li Yang would naturally switch to a stronger weapon. I'll take this one, Li Yang said, his gaze casually sweeping around before landing on the AK that caught his eye. His tone was firm. Su Mumu nodded, but she asked hesitantly, Are you sure? Do you even know how to use it? Li Yang took the AK and smirked confidently. No, but I'm willing to give it a try. Hearing this, Sumumu sighed helplessly and said, alright, though I'm not sure if a shooter like you will perform better with this than with a professional crossbow. But, since you like it, do you want to find a place to test its damage? I have a VIP card for the Gale Marshall Hall that I've hardly used. How about I take you there to test it? Really? That's perfect. Li Yang's eyes lit up. He had been troubled about where to test the AK's power, and Sumumu's suggestion was incredibly timely. However, he hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed about constantly taking advantage of her kindness. Seemingly noticing his awkwardness, Sumumu laughed and put an arm around his neck. Come on, don't overthink it. Just consider it as keeping me company. Li Yang couldn't refuse. He smiled wryly and followed her out of the house. The Gale Marshall Hall was located in the heart of Qianlong City, a prestigious and historic training hall. On Blue Star, Marshall Halls served as the primary venues for awakeners to train and spar, making them an indispensable part of every city. According to official regulations, each city had dedicated institutions to manage awakeners, and Marshall Halls were an essential component of these structures. Among the many Marshall Halls in Qianlong City, the Gale Marshall Hall ranked firmly in the top 3, boasting experienced coaches and advanced equipment that attracted countless awakeners to train and learn there. Before long, the vehicle stopped at the entrance of the Gale Marshall Hall. Li Yang and Sumumu stepped out of the car and looked up to see an imposing building. The structure, with its green bricks, jade tiles, and upturned eaves, exuded a rich classical charm. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by a spacious and well-lit environment bustling with activity. People came and went, creating a lively atmosphere. Various training equipment was neatly arranged, including rooms for simulated combat, devices for measuring strength and speed, and medical rooms for recovery training. The facilities were comprehensive. Awakeners were either training vigorously, sparring in martial arts, or chatting in small groups. The atmosphere was harmonious and vibrant. Li Yang and Sumumu approached the front desk. Sumumu handed the VIP card to the receptionist and said boldly, "Set up a private training room for us." The receptionist took the card, about to ask what kind of training room they needed, when a playful voice suddenly chimed in, Well, isn't this Mumu? What brings you here?" Li Yang and Sumumu turned their heads. A flamboyantly dressed young man with slick back hair walked toward them, a fawning smile plastered across his face. Behind him trailed a group of similarly dressed thuggish lackeys, their appearances leaving no doubt about their unsavory nature. Sumumu frowned and instinctively grabbed Li Yang's hand, taking a step back. Her tone was laced with disgust as she said, "Who are you? Don't call me so intimately. Do I even know you?" The man was momentarily taken aback by Sumumu's cold response but quickly regained his composure. Flashing a smile, he said, "Mumu, don't you remember? I'm Chen Dongping. My uncle brought me to your dad's birthday banquet. We even sat at the same table. I also attend Qianlong Academy." "I have no impression of you and don't know you well," Sumumu replied coldly. She despised such presumptuous familiarity. Unfazed, Chen Dongping continued with a grin, "Come on, don't be like that, Mumu. You're here to rent a training room, right? Let me tell you, the Gale Marshall Hall belongs to my uncle. I just awakened and have some free time before the martial exams, so I'm helping him out here as the acting manager." He paused, his gaze shifting to Sumumu with a flattering expression. "I heard you awakened in SSS class profession. Are you here to test against a silver grade dummy?" Sumumu shook her head. "Not me. Him." She gestured toward Li Yang. Only then did Chen Dongping notice Li Yang. After sizing him up, a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Well, if it isn't Li, the top student, who awakened in E-rank trash profession." Li Yang had consistently been the top student in theoretical classes, but news of his E-rank awakening had spread quickly, turning him into a subject of ridicule for many. Li Yang, however, remained unbothered. He replied calmly, "Are you done talking? I'm still waiting to test." Chen Dongping burst into laughter as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke. "Ha ha ha. A shooter, one of those fragile, damage-stealing classes, wants to test? What are you going to do, hit a dummy to rack up damage? I bet you can't even break the defense of a bronze-grade dummy. You'd be lucky to score on a scrap metal grade 1. What's there to test?" He snapped his fingers, turning to the receptionist. "Set him up in a scrap metal grade dummy room. It's on me." Sumumu's expression turned icy in an instant. She sneered, "No need. We'll take the highest grade room." Chen Dongping froze, puzzled. "Mumu, why waste your VIP card on this trash?" "We're not close, so don't call me Mumu," Sumumu said coldly. This card is mine, and how I use it is none of your business. Now, get lost. Chen Dongping, thoroughly rebuffed, stood there awkwardly, his face alternating between shades of green and white, unsure whether to stay or leave. The receptionist quickly prepared the training room and smiled, gesturing to Li Yang and Su Mumu, "This way, please." Su Mumu pulled Li Yang along behind her as they headed toward the training room, completely ignoring Chen Dongping, who stood to the side with a dark expression on his face. "Brother Ping, should we follow them and take a look?" One of Chen Dongping's followers leaned in and asked in a low voice. "Take a look at what? What's so interesting about a useless nobody?" Chen Dongping glared at him impatiently, then suddenly smirked coldly. "Come, spar with me." "Humph, I awakened as an A-rank berserker. That kid, Li Yang, better watch out during the martial exam." The receptionist, her high heels clicking against the floor, led Su Mumu and Li Yang through the bustling hall. The place was alive with a cacophony of voices and the constant roar of weapon tests. Li Yang curiously glanced around. The weapons he saw here were ones he had only ever encountered in museums. Now, they were all being demonstrated in their full power. The three finally arrived at the shooting range registration desk. The receptionist expertly flipped open a form, her professional smile unwavering as she addressed Li Yang. "Sir, please register your profession and weapon." Li Yang nodded and replied calmly, "I am an E-rank archer, recently awakened." Now that he had a golden cheat ability, he no longer felt ashamed of his E-rank profession. The receptionist's slender fingers quickly jotted down his information on the form. She looked up with a sweet smile and asked, "What weapon are you using?" Li Yang removed the black long case from his back and gently placed it on the desk. Opening it, he revealed a powerful AK, its body exuding a cold metallic sheen. The receptionist's smile stiffened briefly but quickly recovered. Still, there was a faint trace of hesitation in her tone as she said, "Sir, are you certain? This weapon. What about it?" Li Yang noticed her hesitation and asked, "Is there something wrong with this gun? No one ever said an archer can't use an AK, right?" The receptionist was momentarily speechless. Indeed, the Profession Awakening Guide never prohibited archers from using AKs. It was just that, in this era of rapidly advancing weapon technology, who would still choose such an outdated firearm? Nonetheless, she wrote AK on the form and continued, "Sir, please follow me." She led the two of them to a private room, opened the door, and made a welcoming gesture. As a VIP card holder, this private room is available for unlimited use. I wish you a successful test. With that, she turned and left, the sound of her heels gradually fading down the hallway. Li Yang and Su Mumu entered the private room, discovering it was much more spacious than expected. The walls were lined with various precision instruments, and directly ahead was an open field with dummies of varying strengths spaced apart. These ranged from rusty scrap metal to shining black gold, the latter representing the highest strength level. The strongest black gold dummies required at least a level 60 heavenly tier professional to inflict damage. Su Mumu glanced at the AK in Li Yang's hands and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Are you seriously using this antique for testing? I'm actually kind of looking forward to it now." Ignoring her teasing, Li Yang took a deep breath, assumed a professional shooting stance, and aimed the AK-47 at the weakest scrap metal dummy. Time seemed to freeze. The only sound in the room was the faint hum of electronics. 10 seconds passed, and Li Yang was still staring intently at his target, his brows furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead. "What's wrong?" Su Mumu asked curiously. Li Yang coughed awkwardly and muttered, how do you even use this thing? Are there bullets in the magazine?" Su Mumu nearly doubled over with laughter, tears forming in her eyes. "Oh my god, did you seriously think it still uses bullets? That's so outdated. This AK might be an early model weapon, but it's been modified. You just need to channel your mental energy into it, like controlling a bow and arrow." Li Yang suddenly understood. Taking another deep breath, he raised the AK again, closed his eyes, and began channeling his mental energy into the gun. Bang! A deafening blast echoed through the room. The recoil nearly made him stumble backward, barely keeping the gun steady. He opened his eyes and looked at the target. The bullet had grazed the edge of the dummy, leaving a shallow mark. Su Mumu tried to stifle her laughter, her face flushed. After a while, she patted Li Yang's shoulder and said with a serious tone, "Don't lose heart. Archery professions gain precision skills at higher levels. It's just that shot didn't seem very powerful. Let me see if you even managed to break into double digits." She walked over to the damage record panel, grinning, but her smile froze in shock. On the screen, bright red numbers stood out, 10-15. Su Mumu's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. The silence in the room made her reaction even more pronounced. This. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, her brows knitting together. This training hall must be unreliable. The damage system is malfunctioning. Should we switch to another room? Li Yang rolled his eyes and pointed at the scrap metal dummy in the distance. What's the health of the scrap metal dummy? Su Mumu snapped out of her daze and muttered to herself, if I remember correctly, the scrap metal dummy has no armor and 2000 health, just enough to withstand a full set of Soaring Dragon Sword technique damage. Soaring Dragon Sword technique? Li Yang caught the term and asked, you awakened as a sword-based profession? Su Mumu grinned mischievously. Hee, guess for yourself. Li Yang shook his head in exasperation. This girl loved keeping people guessing. Letting go of the mystery, he raised the AK again and aimed at the scrap metal dummy. Though Su Mumu was filled with questions, she didn't want to interrupt, so she stood quietly to the side, watching. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed the dummy's edge again, leaving a faint mark on its metal casing. Su Mumu was about to speak when, boom! The previously intact scrap metal dummy suddenly exploded, shards flying everywhere, and a cloud of dust rose as metallic remnants scattered across the room. The damage record panel's numbers jumped wildly before finally stopping at 2030. Su Mumu was stunned. She rubbed her eyes, doubting what she had just seen. Li Yang, however, remained calm and said with a smile, so it really was 2000 health. With that, he confidently walked toward the dummies further down the range. He passed by the bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond dummies before finally stopping in front of the black gold dummy, which represented the highest strength level. It was only then that Su Mumu snapped back to reality, shaking her head vigorously. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Wait. She rushed to Li Yang's side, grabbing his arm anxiously. Just now, what just happened? Why is it like this? Her voice was hurried and disjointed, making her seem almost comical. Li Yang couldn't help but laugh at her panicked expression. I blew up the dummy. Is there a problem with that? A huge problem. Su Mumu frowned, staring at Li Yang so intently it made him uneasy. What are you doing? Li Yang asked awkwardly. Su Mumu took a deep breath and slowly said, you're so strong, does this mean I can't afford to support you anymore? Support me? Li Yang was speechless. This girl had such a peculiar train of thought. At a time like this, why was that her first reaction? She had no sense of seriousness whatsoever. But Su Mumu seemed lost in her own thoughts. She nodded, as if she'd figured something out, and a relaxed smile appeared on her face. You know, this isn't so bad. I originally just thought of you as a high school classmate, and our relationship didn't feel very close. Once we go to college, it'd be hard to find you across provinces and districts. Long-distance relationships are so lonely, but since you're so talented, let's just meet at Tianyu University. Tianyu University was the top academy in Xia country and one of the most prestigious institutions for professionals in the world. Only a handful of professionals were admitted each year. Getting into Tianyu meant exceptional talent and strength, with a bright future ahead. Li Yang casually nodded, all right, I'll wait for you during the martial exam. Idiot. Su Mumu smirked proudly. I awakened an SSS-level profession. Right after awakening, I was directly recruited on the spot by a teacher from Tianyu. You can take the martial exam yourself, I won't steal your spotlight. Li Yang paused for a moment, then chuckled. You think you can outshine me? Is SSS level really that impressive? Su Mumu snorted and turned her head away, ignoring him. Li Yang shook his head helplessly and deliberately said, since you've been specially recruited, I won't even bother replying to Tianyu. It feels like Tianyu would lose face. You wouldn't dare. Su Mumu blurted out, immediately regretting it. However, she stiffened her tone and added, do whatever you want. What does it have to do with me? After saying that, she huffed and stomped to the corner, sitting down with her back to Li Yang. But her voice still carried over clearly, hurry up and finish testing. I want to go home. Li Yang couldn't help but smile at her sulking behavior. Shaking his head, he ignored Su Mumu's little tantrum and raised the AK in his hands, aiming at the black gold dummy. The black gold dummy was made of a special alloy commonly found in high-level dungeons. It had extremely high defense and a health pool of 200,000, with a defense stat of 10,000. This meant that, without inflicting over 10,000 damage in one hit, even an S-rank professional would struggle to deal effective damage. It was the perfect tool for testing the strength of higher-level professionals. Li Yang took a deep breath, channeling all his mental energy into the AK. He wanted to see just how much power this old-era weapon could unleash under the blessing of his golden attribute passive. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta-ta. Bullets rained down on the black gold dummy. It turned out that the AK's recoil was indeed significant, and aiming wasn't easy. Most of Li Yang's bullets missed, with only a few hitting the target and leaving shallow marks on its sturdy metallic surface. From her corner, Su Mumu burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, is that all? Is that all? Li Yang ignored her mockery, as if he had entered another state of mind. He was completely shut off from the outside world, focusing solely on pulling the trigger. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta-ta. The bullets continued their relentless barrage, but his accuracy didn't improve. Most of the shots missed, and only a few left faint white marks on the black gold dummy. Are you even capable? Su Mumu shouted from afar. Why don't you start with the bronze-level dummy? Its armor has lower defense. I feel like you can't even break through the black gold dummy's defense. Li Yang paid her no mind, mechanically repeating his actions. As the minutes ticked by, sweat dripped down his forehead, and his breathing grew heavier, but he didn't stop. 3 minutes later, Li Yang's movements suddenly halted, and the AK in his hands drooped powerlessly. His mental energy was completely drained, and even standing became difficult. See? You're no good either. Su Mumu suddenly appeared beside him, her tone full of smugness. Li Yang rolled his eyes at her, ignoring her taunts. He still had one last move. Even though he didn't have the strength to shoot anymore, he could still use the archer profession's unique skill, throw. With a swift motion, Li Yang hurled the AK like a streak of black lightning straight at the black gold dummy. What's this? Getting desperate? Su Mumu covered her mouth, nearly bursting into laughter again. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted by her ear. Su Mumu's laughter came to an abrupt halt. She turned her head with difficulty toward the source of the blast, her face growing stiff with disbelief. The once indestructible black gold dummy was now reduced to scattered fragments, with shards of metal flying everywhere. What? How is this possible? Su Mumu murmured to herself, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Beside her, the damage log screen displayed a jaw-dropping number, 200,000. This was the real, effective damage inflicted after breaking through the dummy's armor. Of course, what Su Mumu didn't know was that Li Yang could only deal true damage. Looking at the scene before him, Li Yang's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This thing can't handle brute force, huh? Su Mumu was speechless, staring blankly at Li Yang for what felt like an eternity. Gulp. She almost drooled, her expression a tangle of emotions. She was worried about her friend facing hardships, yet also concerned that his overwhelming strength might disrupt her plans. If Li Yang was this powerful, what would happen to her plans? She wouldn't have given him the gun if she'd known it would lead to this. At this rate, they'd practically have kids already, or, wait, no, there weren't even any kids yet. Su Mumu took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the chaotic emotions in her heart. Finally, she could only sigh in exasperation. Just you wait. Tomorrow, I'm buying a plane ticket to Tianjin. I'll start training with my mentor ahead of time. When your martial exam is over, I'll crush you in Tianyua's freshman tournament. All right. I'll be waiting for you, Li Yang replied with a smile. Humph. Su Mumu snorted softly, wrapping her slender arms around Li Yang's neck. Let's go. Let's have one good meal together. How long has it been since we've properly eaten together since high school? Li Yang caught a faint whiff of her light fragrance and nodded with a smile. Indeed, how long had it been since they'd sat down for a proper meal together? Shoulder to shoulder, the two walked away, chatting and laughing. By the way, you still haven't told me what's your awakened profession? Li Yang asked casually. Su Mumu paused in her steps, a mysterious smile appearing on her face. She gently waved her right hand, as if gripping the hilt of an invisible sword, and whispered two words, sword, come. 9:30 p.m. The closing time for the Gale Martial Arts Hall had arrived. The once lively hall gradually quieted down. The professional trainees, left one after another, walking in groups of 2 or 3, discussing the day's training and the upcoming martial arts examination. The owner of the martial arts hall, Chen Xingpeng, returned from outside and went straight to the training area, where he found Chen Dongping venting his frustrations on a sandbag. Dongping, how was today? Chen Xingpeng asked. Chen Dongping stopped, clearly displeased, and replied with a hint of dissatisfaction, what else could it be? The same as always. Uncle, there are so many people at your martial arts hall every day. Why don't you show up more often? Chen Xingpeng smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him, don't be upset. Your uncle's been busy with social engagements lately. You wouldn't believe it, but there are a few experts in Long City about to reach the heaven tier, and they've been inviting me to meals every day recently. Chen Dongping responded with a muffled hum and said no more. Chen Xingpeng looked around and asked, by the way, have the private rooms been cleaned up today? A staff member quickly replied, the martial arts examination is approaching, and there are many visitors to the hall. We haven't had time to clean the private rooms yet. Chen Xingpeng nodded in understanding. Alright, I'll go check them myself. This was his long-standing habit over the years. Before closing, he would personally inspect everything. He walked to one of the shooting range private rooms, opened the door, and saw that the equipment inside was neatly arranged, and the floor was so clean that it looked unused. Did anyone use this room? Chen Xingpeng asked, puzzled. The staff member checked the records. This room was used by a VIP client, she said, handing Chen Xingpeng a file folder. Here's their registration information. Chen Xingpeng took it and examined it closely. Li Yang, E-class profession, archer. E-class profession? He frowned. Li Yang? I've never heard of this person. Do we even have any VIP members with the surname Li? The staff member was equally confused and shook her head. I'm not sure about the specifics. Chen Xingpeng continued reading, his gaze freezing on the weapon used section. His pupils suddenly contracted. AK? Wait, what? AK? Can this even be considered a weapon? Could it be the name of his crossbow? Unlikely, but I think I remember someone bringing firearms to the shooting range today. The staff member explained awkwardly. Many people had seen it at the time, but they were merely curious and didn't ask further questions. Chen Xingpeng remained silent, his brows furrowed deeply as he fell into thought. After a long while, he finally spoke softly. Since he didn't use the equipment, that means he was practicing on the dummies. Let's go take a look. With the staff member in tow, Chen Xingpeng began inspecting the shooting range. When they reached the area with scrap metal dummies, all that was left were shattered metallic fragments on the ground. The dummy itself had completely disappeared. This kid's got some skills, Chen Xingpeng remarked with a chuckle, looking at the scene before him. Typically, after awakening, novice archers would choose crossbows over bows because crossbows offered faster firing speeds and higher accuracy, albeit with lower power. Although archers were an E-class profession, a single shot from a standard bow could deal 80 points of damage, while a crossbow would only deal 20. This kid skipped the crossbow entirely and switched to modified firearms. Each shot only deals 5 points of damage, but the firing speed is astonishingly fast, Chen Xingpeng analyzed. However, the staff member added, the mental energy consumption is very high. Chen Xingpeng nodded. Exactly, that's the issue. It's counterproductive. With the same amount of mental energy, his total damage output is only a 20th of others, or even less. The higher the target's armor, the lower his damage will be. Ever since the Divine Profession Awakening system was perfected, many people have tried these unconventional methods, hoping to compensate for lackluster damage with speed. But none have succeeded, he said, shaking his head, clearly disapproving of Li Yang's approach. Chen Xingpeng's gaze shifted to the bronze dummy nearby, which was intact. The damage log showed a total of 0 damage. He left after smashing the scrap metal dummy? Then what's the point of using a VIP room? Chen Xingpeng grew more perplexed. The staff member also shook her head, unable to explain. Forget it. He's probably some rich second-generation kid who somehow got hold of a VIP card to mess around here, Chen Xingpeng concluded with a wave of his hand, deciding not to dig any deeper. As the two prepared to check other rooms, Chen Xingpeng caught something out of the corner of his eye and froze, as if struck by lightning, completely motionless. Manager, what's wrong? The staff member asked, following his gaze. She saw that where the black gold dummy used to stand, there was now only a pile of debris scattered on the ground. What's going on here? The staff member exclaimed in shock. Chen Xingpeng nearly sprinted over, his face dark as he stared at the damage record board. 200,000. 200,000. His throat was dry, and he trembled all over. If it were a Heaven-tier, no, a Heaven-tier professional would need to use Heaven-tier martial techniques to destroy this. There should have been traces of destruction left behind here. Could it be a Saint-tier professional? No. Chen Xingpeng suddenly looked up, urgently asking the staff member, besides that Li Yang, who else came here today? The staff member was startled by his demeanor and stammered, at the time. I think there was one other person, accompanying Li Yang. But she didn't use the equipment, so there's no record. Chen Xingpeng had no time for reprimands. He immediately turned and ran out, desperate to find this unregistered mystery person. A saint visiting Long City, and as the owner of the martial arts hall, he hadn't been present. How could he maintain his reputation in Long City or the Eastern Sea region after this? In the training area, Chen Dongping was still immersed in his own world, furiously pummeling the sandbag. Dongping. Chen Xingpeng grabbed him abruptly, asking anxiously, today, someone went into the VIP shooting room. Do you remember who it was? Chen Dongping was bewildered. What? What do you mean, uncle? I'm asking you, how did the black gold dummy get destroyed? Chen Xingping's voice trembled. Chen Dongping froze, utterly confused. With the college entrance exam approaching, the usually bustling Eastern Sea Rift was eerily quiet. Even students aiming to level up for the martial arts exam chose safer dungeons instead. After all, staying alive was the top priority. Li Yang strolled slowly along the seaside. The glow of the setting sun bathed him, casting a long shadow behind him. He carried a large black case on his back, his steps steady as he headed toward the Eastern Sea Rift entrance not far ahead. At the entrance to every dungeon, the Xia Kingdom had established service stations to sell supplies, buy back equipment, and offer assistance to challengers. Li Yang stepped into the service station, greeted by the sight of the receptionist chatting animatedly with a woman, her face alight with excitement as she flaunted her stories. Teacher Liang, you wouldn't believe it, but Huo Wu, who got into Tianyue University last year, is actually from our Qianlong city. When he first started running dungeons, he used to come here, the receptionist said with adoration. Oh, Huo Wu, that kid is truly a genius. He placed third in the national competition as a freshman, outperforming many of his seniors, the woman replied, pushing her glasses up calmly, her tone steady and unexcited. The woman appeared to be around 30 years old, with sharp eyes behind her gold-framed glasses. Dressed in a sleek black business suit, her figure was impeccable. Li Yang approached the counter and politely said, "Hello, I'd like to enter a dungeon." The receptionist, seemingly ignoring him, continued to boast, "Back then, Huo Wu was full of youthful energy. He cleared the abyss-level goblin dungeon all by himself." Li Yang patiently waited for a moment. When she still didn't acknowledge him, he repeated, "Hello, I'd like to enter a dungeon." Tisk. The receptionist clicked her tongue in irritation, finally glancing at him with a hint of annoyance in her tone. "Kids these days are so rude. Can't you see I'm talking? Are you in such a hurry to die?" She turned to Teacher Liang and said, "Apologies, Teacher Liang, let me handle this." Teacher Liang nodded slightly, indicating it was no trouble. The receptionist gave Li Yang a once-over and asked arrogantly, "Which dungeon do you want to enter?" "The Novice Trial Grounds," Li Yang replied. "The Novice Trial Grounds?" She raised an eyebrow. "Are you a new student this year?" Li Yang nodded. "Ha, hasn't anyone told you that newcomers shouldn't go to the Novice Trial Grounds? Early on, it's safer and more profitable to level up in the school's training room with simulated battles," she sneered. "That's too inefficient. I want to go to the Novice Trial Grounds," Li Yang said, shaking his head firmly. "Ugh, fine, if you're determined to throw your life away, I can't stop you," the receptionist said coldly, seeing his resolve. She didn't bother persuading him further and said curtly, "Register first, pay the fee, and then you can enter." She pulled out a form from the drawer as she spoke. Li Yang took the form, finding it similar to the one he'd seen at the Gale Martial Hall. He quickly filled out a few fields, then pulled a blue card from his pocket and handed it to her. After swiping the card, the receptionist frowned and asked, "Is this your card?" "It's a friend's," Li Yang replied indifferently. It was Su Mumu's card. Hearing this, the receptionist looked him up and down again, smirking coldly. "Who would have thought you're a playboy too?" Beep beep beep. The machine beeped, and she returned the card to him. Then, she retrieved a small pouch emblazoned with the Xia Kingdom's national emblem from the counter and handed it to him with an icy tone. "All right, off you go." The pouch contained basic supplies like water, food, and medicine, items the Xia Kingdom issued uniformly at every dungeon entrance. Li Yang took the pouch, turned, and walked toward the entrance of the East Sea Rift. As soon as he left, the receptionist resumed her chatter with Teacher Liang. "Teacher Liang, young people these days really have no sense. They're all so ambitious yet lack the skills to back it up, always dreaming of overnight success. They don't even know their own limits, daring to challenge the Novice Trial Grounds. It's like they don't understand the meaning of death. Talents like Huo Wu are truly rare." But Teacher Liang seemed a bit distracted, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the door, watching Li Yang's departing figure. Her mental acuity was extraordinary, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Because of this, the seemingly ordinary large black case Li Yang carried on his back was completely transparent to her perception. She could clearly sense that what lay inside wasn't ordinary equipment, it was a gun. Why would this young man bring a gun into a dungeon? What was he planning to do? "Teacher Liang?" Teacher Liang, the receptionist called out twice, pulling her back to reality. "Ah, what is it?" Teacher Liang snapped out of her thoughts, shaking her head lightly. "It's nothing. What were you saying?" "I was saying, Teacher Liang, since you teach at Tianyue University, you must have met plenty of geniuses, right? Could you share some of their stories with me?" The receptionist looked at her expectantly. Teacher Liang forced a smile and said, "The stories of geniuses are all the same: natural talent, relentless practice, overcoming countless obstacles, and eventually becoming strong." Her voice trailed off as her gaze once again shifted toward the door. Liang walked all the way to the entrance of the East Sea Rift. There, on the surface of the sea, a massive purple vortex swirled ominously. He took a deep breath, steadying his mind, and then reached out to tap gently at the void. In the next moment, a translucent panel appeared before him, listing all available dungeons. From the lowest level LV1 Novice Trial Grounds to the Dragon Valley, which required LV70 to enter, there were more than a dozen options. Scanning the list, Liang's gaze finally settled on the lowest entry, the Novice Trial Grounds. He clicked on it lightly, and a prompt immediately appeared. Enter Dungeon, Novice Trial Grounds? Dungeon difficulty, default. Since the Novice Trial Grounds was the lowest level dungeon, there was no difficulty selection, only the default option. Liang exhaled deeply, his eyes growing resolute. He extended his finger and firmly pressed, confirm entry. In the next second, his vision went dark as a powerful suction force pulled him into the massive purple vortex. When his eyes opened again, Liang found himself standing on an endless expanse of lush green grassland. The sky was clear, the sunlight warm and comforting. A gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and soil. "So this is the Novice Trial Grounds?" he murmured softly to himself. Looking around, he saw various low-level monsters scattered across the grassland. There were sluggish, semi-transparent slimes, monkey-like creatures wielding wooden sticks and hopping around, and spiny hedgehogs covered in sharp quills. These monsters all had roughly 100 health points and negligible armor. Even so, novices wouldn't dare enter lightly. The apparent weakness of these creatures was offset by their overwhelming numbers, surging endlessly like tides. Once surrounded, even the strongest would eventually be worn down. Of course, professions adept at fighting hordes could farm here with ease. But for newcomers, even mages would struggle to muster enough mana to clear the area. Liang took a deep breath and opened the black case on his back, carefully retrieving an AK. Inside the case was also a tin of dull gray pebbles he had casually picked up by the seaside. "If I run out of mental energy, these stones might still come in handy," he thought to himself. His golden trait only activated during attacks, meaning he had to perform an offensive action to trigger it. As an archer, the throwing skill he possessed didn't consume mental energy, it merely added a special effect to the thrown object. He slung the AK over his back, refraining from firing immediately. The gun's loud noise would undoubtedly alert a large number of monsters, leading to an overwhelming onslaught, definitely not worth the risk. "Let's try a pebble first." Liang reached into a jar, picked out a pebble, weighed it in his hand, and aimed at a slime leisurely grazing nearby. "It's you! Throw!" With a low shout, the pebble transformed into a streak of black lightning, striking the slime squarely on its head. -1011. The slime, devoid of any armor, took 1 point of damage from the pebble, but the golden attribute directly inflicted an additional 1010 points of true damage. The slime didn't even have time to react before it exploded into a pool of green slime, splattering all around. Killed a slime. Gained 10 experience points. That simple? Liang raised an eyebrow, a cold smile curling his lips as his gaze swept across the field densely populated with slimes. "Alright, time to start grinding levels." Bang! -1010. Another pebble struck a monkey monster in the head, instantly killing it. Killed a monkey monster. Gained 30 experience points. Bang! -1010. A pebble then took down a thunder hedgehog. Killed a thunder hedgehog. Gained 30 experience points. Liang's figure darted like a ghost across the grassland, the pebbles in his hand serving as a reaper's scythe, reaping the lives of low-level monsters one by one. He didn't use the AK, as the throwing skill alone was sufficient to handle these creatures. Moreover, using the skill boosted his throwing proficiency, while shooting the gun offered no such benefit. Time passed silently, and Liang's experience bar climbed rapidly. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV2. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Energy +1. All statuses restored. Finally leveled up. Liang felt a surge of power coursing through his body, a thrilled smile spreading across his face. In just 5 minutes, he had leveled up from LV1 to LV2, a feat almost unimaginable at this stage. In the school's simulation battle, leveling up this much would have likely taken an hour. The beginner's trial grounds are truly a leveling paradise. Liang licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Bang! -1010. Killed a monkey monster. Gained 30 experience points. As Li Yang continued his relentless hunt, the commotion around him grew increasingly pronounced. Finally, a particularly large monkey monster spotted him. With a shrill scream, it brandished a wooden club and charged at him, seeking death. Li Yang's eyes glinted coldly as the pebble in his hand shot out like a bullet, instantly killing the monkey monster. Bang! -1010. Killed a monkey monster. Gained 30 experience points. However, this roar was like a spark igniting a powder keg. The surrounding creatures went berserk, swarming toward Li Yang. Roar! Screech, screech, screech. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A cacophony of roars, screeches, and hisses filled the air, deafening and overwhelming, as though it would flip the entire grassland upside down. Li Yang was soon surrounded by a dense horde of monsters, slimes, monkey monsters, thunder hedgehogs, wild wolves, giant lizards, and an array of creatures surged at him from all directions, encircling him entirely. Damn, I overdid it. Li Yang's heart clenched, but he didn't panic. He knew that relying on the throwing skill alone was no longer an option. It was time to unleash his true firepower. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the black case on his back. Opening it, he retrieved his AK. Let me show you what real firepower suppression looks like. Li Yang gently stroked the AK in his hands, his eyes glowing with excitement. He racked the slide. Though there was no ammunition, he relished the sensation. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta-ta. The deafening gunfire reverberated across the grassland. The AK spat out scorching flames as bullets formed from condensed mental energy shot out. Against the overwhelming firepower, the low-level monsters were like paper, instantly shredded to pieces. -1010. -1010. -1010. A series of damage numbers floated above the monsters' heads, cascading like a waterfall, dazzling to behold. Even though many bullets failed to penetrate the monster's armor and Li Yang didn't aim meticulously, his attacks dealt 100% true damage. Even a mere graze was enough to annihilate a low-level monster. His experience bar surged visibly. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV3. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Energy +1. All statuses restored. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV4. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Energy +1. All statuses restored. Within just a few minutes, Li Yang had risen from LV2 to LV4, and his experience bar continued climbing, only a step away from LV5. By now, the ground beneath him was littered with monster carcasses. Blood stained the earth crimson, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Standing amidst the carnage, Li Yang held the AK, its barrel still smoking. His face bore no trace of fear, instead, it radiated exhilaration. Fighting feels so damn good. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. This was the kind of leveling he craved, free, thrilling, and full of challenges. Keep going. Li Yang took a deep breath, scanning the trembling monsters around him. A cold smile tugged at his lips. Kill! Screech, screech, screech. A sharp cry from a monkey monster pierced the air. Li Yang turned to see a massive group of monkey monsters wielding wooden clubs charging toward him. Bring it on! Excitement flickered in Li Yang's eyes as he aimed his AK at the horde of monkey monsters. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta-ta. Gunfire erupted once more. Flames spewed forth, and bullets whistled through the air, tearing into the monkey monsters. Despite their numbers, the monkey monsters were helpless against the AK's firepower, collapsing one after another. -1010. -1010. -1010. Killed 23 monkey monsters. Gained 690 experience points. Li Yang, like a god of death, continued to harvest the lives of low-level monsters. However, prolonged, intense combat took a toll on his stamina and mental energy. His breathing grew heavier, his body felt increasingly sluggish, and the AK in his hands seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Finally, after taking down a giant lizard, Li Yang felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. His grip on the AK faltered, and it clattered to the ground. Huff! Huff! He panted heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his mental energy completely drained. You have killed the giant lizard and gained 40 experience points. Congratulations! Level up! Current level, LV5. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Power +1. All statuses restored. As the system notification sounded, a surge of warmth swept through his body. Li Yang's previously exhausted body was instantly filled with vitality, and his spirit became uncommonly exhilarated. Awesome! Li Yang couldn't help but shout loudly. You have gained 10 free attribute points. You have acquired a new skill, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, active skill, focus your attention to increase reaction speed by 50% for 5 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Passive effect accuracy increases by 10%. This skill is incredible. Li Yang opened his attribute panel. Class, Archer, unpromoted. Level, LV5, 0/2000. Attributes, Strength 6, Agility 8, Constitution 10, Armor 6, Mental Power 20. Skills, Throwing, Beginner, 32 out of 100, Eagle Eye, Unlearned, 0/10. How should he distribute his attribute points? Li Yang fell into thought. His current damage output mainly relied on the critical true damage effect of his golden tier skill. Increasing his attack power wouldn't help much. In that case, all into mental power. Without hesitation, Li Yang allocated all 10 free attribute points to mental power. Instantly, he felt his mental power cap double, and his previously drained mental pool filled up rapidly, to the point where it even felt like it was overflowing. Let's test the new skill. His eyes locked onto a giant bat flying in the distant sky. Eagle Eye. Li Yang thought silently, and his senses instantly became extraordinarily sharp. Everything around him seemed to slow down. The rapidly flying giant bat appeared crystal clear to him. Bang! Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the bat squarely in the head, killing it instantly. You have killed a giant bat and gained 50 experience points. Incredible! Surprise flickered in Li Yang's eyes. Back when he trained at the Gale Martial Hall, he often missed stationary targets, let alone moving ones. But now, with the help of the Eagle Eye skill, he had easily hit a flying bat mid-air. Li Yang's face broke into a confident smile as he raised his AK and continued searching for prey on the grasslands. You have killed a giant bat and gained 50 experience points. Congratulations! Level up! Current level, LV6. Li Yang kept slaying monsters without a hint of fatigue. The AK's barrel began to heat up slightly. Even though the gun didn't require gunpowder or ammunition, it was still old equipment and struggled under prolonged intense use. He glanced at his watch. An hour had already passed. Only an hour, huh? Li Yang muttered to himself. The martial exam requires staying on the battlefield for 2 whole days. He took a deep breath, put away his AK, and decided to take a short break before looking for more targets. Sitting down, he gazed into the distance, pondering where to hunt next. Beneath him was soft grass. In the distance, rolling hills painted a picturesque scene. If not for the faint metallic scent of blood in the air, this place could have been mistaken for a vacation resort. However, Li Yang found it odd. Previously, monsters had been abundant, but now they seemed to have vanished entirely. No matter where he looked, he couldn't find any. Where are the monsters? He frowned. I've only been hunting for an hour, and they're all gone? He recalled the introduction to the beginner's trial ground. This dungeon was unique compared to others. It had no specific completion objective and was merely a place for newcomers to practice combat. In other words, even if he cleared out all the monsters, the system wouldn't notify him or reward him for completion. So, was he killing too quickly? Forget it. I'll exit and re-enter to refresh the monsters. Li Yang sighed, opened the system panel, and chose to leave the dungeon. Li Yang opened his eyes to find himself back at the familiar entrance to the East Sea Rift. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks reached his ears once more. He put the AK back into its case and turned toward the service desk. The receptionist was enthusiastically boasting to Teacher Liang about the genius candidates she had encountered. Teacher Liang listened attentively, nodding occasionally, and even asking questions from time to time, appearing genuinely interested. Suddenly, Teacher Liang seemed to notice something. She turned her head toward the entrance, her gaze instantly freezing. Teacher Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid went into the dungeon at LV1 and came out at LV6. As a professor at Tianyu University, though young and only an associate professor, she was well-versed in assessing students' combat abilities. When she saw Li Yang, a mere LV1, challenge the beginner's trial ground, she thought he was walking to his death. But now, he had managed to go from LV1 to LV6 in just 1 hour? How was that even possible? The beginner's trial ground didn't offer that much experience. Unless, he had wiped out every single monster in the trial ground? The mere thought gave Teacher Liang goosebumps. Who exactly was this kid? Li Yang didn't notice Teacher Liang's startled gaze. He walked straight to the counter and said to the receptionist, "Hello, I'd like to enter the dungeon again." Enter again? The receptionist heard this and smirked with a hint of disdain. To her, Li Yang had likely suffered a setback in the trial ground, which is why he came out so quickly. In the past, others had entered the beginner's trial ground, but most stayed for an entire day to experiment with skill combinations. "Kid, are you sure your friend's willing to pay for you to go in again?" the receptionist said in a barred tone. "The entry fees are the same for both the beginner's trial ground and other dungeons. The beginner's trial ground is such a low-level dungeon, nothing good ever drops there, not even a completion chest. Every entry is a waste of money." Li Yang, however, didn't get angry. He nodded thoughtfully and replied, "You're right. Then this time, I won't enter the beginner's trial ground. I want to try the class dungeon." "What?" The receptionist was stunned. She had intended to mock Li Yang and deliver a few jabs, but she hadn't expected the boy to take it in stride and set his sights even higher, aiming to challenge the class dungeon. She began to doubt her judgment. What was going on with this kid? Was he really just a clueless newbie, or did he actually have some real skills? That couldn't be right. Wasn't he just a beginner this year? The receptionist felt a bit uneasy and tentatively asked, "What level are you now?" "Level 6, Li Yang answered calmly. "Level 6? The receptionist felt slightly relieved. "No wonder you dare to enter the novice trial field, you do have some foundation." However, she still shook her head and earnestly advised, "Young man, I suggest you don't rush. Even the lowest level dungeon, the Goblin Underground, can't be casually challenged at level 6. It's extremely dangerous inside, hardly anyone makes it out alive. Don't think that just because you survived the novice trial field by luck, you can easily conquer higher level dungeons. I suggest you continue leveling up in the trial field, or at least find 3 or 4 teammates of similar level to go with you. That would be much safer." "What dungeon I want to enter is my own business," Li Yang interrupted impatiently. "You?" The receptionist was left speechless for a moment, unable to argue back. It was a real-life case of good intentions unappreciated. She rolled her eyes angrily, snatched Li Yang's card, and swiped it forcefully. Beep, beep, beep. "It's done. You can go in now," the receptionist said irritably. Li Yang took the card and left without hesitation, his movements crisp and efficient. "This guy." The receptionist gritted her teeth as she watched his retreating figure. She was about to find Teacher Liang to vent her frustration but noticed that Teacher Liang had already walked away. He was on the phone, speaking in a low voice with a serious expression. Seeing this, the receptionist dared not disturb him and could only stand in place, guessing to herself who Teacher Liang might be talking to and what he was saying. Just as Li Yang and the receptionist were arguing, Teacher Liang couldn't suppress his curiosity. He quietly slipped into a secluded corner and dialed a number. "Hello, mentor, it's me, Xiao Liang." A deep and authoritative voice answered on the other end. "Ah, Xiao Liang. How are you adjusting to life in Qianlong City? How's Miss Su doing over there?" "Miss Su is doing well. I'll be visiting the Su family tonight. They've arranged everything thoughtfully," Teacher Liang replied. "Good. Mr. Su has a special identity, and his daughter, even if she's not a top-tier SSS class profession, is certain to be specially recruited into our Tianyue Academy. You must take good care of her and report any issues to me promptly." "Mentor, I have something I don't quite understand and would like to consult you about." Teacher Liang hesitated for a moment before voicing his doubt. "It's about the novice trial field." "The novice trial field?" The mentor sounded puzzled. "I sent you to Qianlong City to oversee Miss Su's enrollment. What does this have to do with the novice trial field?" "Mentor, that's not what I meant." Teacher Liang explained awkwardly. "I was just..." "Xiao Liang, I understand that younger teachers like you have different teaching methods," the mentor suddenly said sternly. "But let me warn you, Miss Su has only just awakened. Do not let her enter the novice trial field alone." "Mentor, you misunderstand." "I didn't. Even though the novice trial field is the lowest level dungeon, it's filled with monsters and extremely aggressive ones at that. Even a team of novices can easily be wiped out if they're careless, let alone someone who's just awakened." "Mentor, I understand your concerns, but I really didn't." Teacher Liang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. She knew her mentor cared deeply for his students, but sometimes he was overly cautious. "Then why are you asking about the novice trial field?" "I just wanted to ask." Teacher Liang took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Mentor, with your extensive teaching experience and vast knowledge, do you know of any profession that can enter the novice trial field at level 1 and fight its way to level 6 all by itself?" There was a moment of silence on the other end before the mentor's voice returned, tinged with doubt. "The experience from the novice trial field is only enough to level up a novice from level 1 to level 6. Are you saying that someone with only a basic skill entered at level 1 and wiped out all the monsters solo?" Teacher Liang forced a laugh. "Yes, mentor." "Nonsense." The mentor's voice suddenly rose. "What kind of wild ideas are you coming up with? There's no such profession." Not even a top-tier SSS class profession could achieve that. But Mentor, I really saw it with my own eyes. You're just imagining things. Let me tell you, the monsters in the novice trial field may not be strong individually, but there are plenty of them, and their attack styles vary widely. Even I couldn't clear the entire field in an hour if I started over at level 1. After a stern reprimand, the mentor's tone softened. Are you sure you didn't miss that novice was really level 1? I'm certain. I saw him swipe his card to enter the dungeon with my own eyes, Teacher Liang said firmly. The mentor fell silent again, clearly struggling to believe it. Unless. After a long pause, the mentor finally spoke. Unless he had some special weapon or item. A special weapon or item? Teacher Liang repeated, pondering the mentor's words. A gun. Could it be possible? A flash of memory brought the image of the black case she had seen at the reception counter to the forefront of her mind. The other end of the call was silent for a long time before the mentor's voice returned, heavy with resignation. Xiao Liang, if you're letting your imagination run wild again, you'd better return to the capital soon. We'll find someone else to oversee Miss Su. In this era, firearms had long been obsolete, replaced by the more powerful and efficient martial arts techniques and professional weapons. Guns were almost entirely relegated to museums. Mentor, I'm sorry. I promise not to let it happen again. Teacher Liang hastily apologized before quickly hanging up. She pressed a hand to her forehead, feeling utterly defeated. A gun. Could it really be possible? The sun was high in the sky. Li Yang arrived once again at the entrance to the East Sea Rift dungeon. He took a deep breath and opened the dungeon selection interface. The same dozen or so dungeon options appeared. This time, he didn't choose the novice trial field. Instead, his selection was Goblin Underground. Please select dungeon difficulty, novice, easy, hard, hell, abyss. Let's start with the simplest one. Li Yang chose novice difficulty. Although it was called novice difficulty, it was essentially just the basic difficulty level. At this level, the monster's attributes and skills adhered to standard values. Other difficulties would progressively enhance the monster's stats. The highest difficulty, abyss, could even empower ordinary goblins to rival level 10 professionals, serving as a challenge designed for true elites. Difficulty selected, beginner. Enter the dungeon, Goblin Underground. Confirm entry. A wave of dizziness swept over Li Yang. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dark and damp dungeon. The walls were covered in slippery moss, the air reeked of mildew, and every so often, eerie cries echoed from the distance, sending chills down his spine. So this is the Goblin Underground? Li Yang surveyed his surroundings, remaining on high alert. Tap, tap, tap. The faint sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Li Yang immediately hid behind a stone pillar. Moments later, a short, gray-green goblin holding a torch strolled leisurely into view. In its other hand was a massive bone, drool dripping from the corner of its mouth, making it look anything but friendly. Goblin Level 5. HP 500. Defense 10. Skill, Bone Club Smash. Swing the Bone Club to deal 150% physical damage to targets in front. Li Yang held his breath, staying hidden in the shadows, and activated his Eagle Eye skill, locking his gaze on the goblin. Now's my chance. Li Yang seized the moment, dashed out from behind the pillar, and hurled a stone from his hand like a bullet. It struck the goblin squarely on the head. Bang! Minus 1010. Though it didn't break its defense, the goblin fell to the ground without a sound, its torch dropping and extinguishing on the floor. Goblin slain. You gained 100 experience points. Ha! Li Yang exhaled in relief. Thanks to this golden attribute bonus, otherwise, with his current strength and no proper weapon, taking on a level 5 goblin in a one-on-one fight would have been a real challenge. He approached the goblin's corpse, preparing to press onward, when he suddenly noticed a flicker of green light on the ground. What is this? Li Yang moved closer and saw that the glowing green light was emanating from beneath the goblin's corpse. Did it drop loot? His eyes lit up, his heart brimming with joy. Wow, my luck is off the charts. This is where regular dungeons outshine beginner trial zones. If you're lucky enough to get some top-tier equipment, your strength can skyrocket. Li Yang bent down to pick up the glowing green object. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a bone? Bone club of an unknown creature. Quality, common. Type, weapon. Attributes, attack +5. Description, a plain bone gnawed beyond recognition by goblins. It's impossible to tell which animal it came from. Beyond that, it's nothing special. Li Yang stared at the bone in his hand, rolling his eyes. The stats on this thing are garbage. Moreover, it looked like a weapon meant for warriors. As a marksman, this thing was utterly useless to him. Just as he was about to toss the bone aside, a sudden idea struck him. At that moment, he noticed another goblin staggering toward him in the distance. Let's give this a try. With a thought, Li Yang aimed the bone at the goblin and gave it a powerful throw. *** skill activated, throw, ***. Bang! -1010. The bone struck the goblin squarely on its head, killing it instantly. ***, goblin slain. You gained 100 experience points, ***. Even more astonishingly, after hitting the goblin, the bone flew back into Li Yang's hand. This thing actually works. A grin spread across Li Yang's face. He had just been wondering if this could function like a boomerang, and to his surprise, it did. Feeling reassured, he armed himself and began hunting down goblins, using the bone to take them out one by one. Bang! -1010. A goblin dropped dead before it even realized what hit it. ***, goblin slain. You gained 100 experience points, ***. Bang! -1010. Another sharp thud, and yet another goblin fell. ***, goblin slain. You gained 100 experience points, ***. However, Li Yang's good mood didn't last long. As he kept slaughtering goblins, the entire dungeon began to stir. Roar! 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 Loud, furious roars erupted from the depths of the dungeon, reverberating throughout and sending chills down Li Yang's spine. His heart tightened. This was bad news. The goblins he had been killing were mostly scattered sentries on the outskirts of the dungeon. But now, it seemed he might have alerted a far more formidable foe lurking deeper within. Looks like I need to clear out these grunts quickly. Without hesitation, Li Yang pulled out an AK from his inventory, taking aim at the path ahead. Rat-a-tat-tat-ta. Gunfire echoed through the dungeon as bursts of muzzle flash lit up the darkness. Bullets, like the sides of death, tore through the goblins one by one. -1010. -1010. -1010. A string of staggering damage numbers floated above the goblins' heads. Unable to even let out a scream, they crumpled into pools of blood. ***, goblin slain. You gained 100 experience points, ***. ***, goblin warrior slain. You gained 120 experience points, ***. Goblin spearman slain. You gained 120 experience points, ***. The system notifications kept ringing, and Li Yang's experience points skyrocketed. The slain goblins dropped various pieces of equipment and items. ***, acquired equipment, worn leather armor ***. Acquired weapon, rusty iron sword ***. Acquired item, low-quality healing potion ***. Li Yang picked up everything without discrimination. While the quality of these items was poor, they might come in handy later. If not, he could always sell them for some extra cash. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the dungeon. Li Yang's heart skipped a beat. The real danger had arrived. Thud! 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 Heavy footsteps rumbled from the dungeon's depths, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Li Yang immediately ceased his attacks and ducked behind a stone pillar, cautiously scanning his surroundings. A moment later, a group of goblins charged in aggressively, at least 20 to 30 of them. Their equipment and levels were noticeably superior to the grunts he had encountered earlier. At the forefront was a line of shield-bearing goblin warriors, burly and battle-scarred, their shields covered in knife marks and arrow holes, a testament to their experience. Behind them followed a group of goblin archers, their eyes fierce, bows drawn taut, ready to unleash deadly arrows at any moment. At the very center of this assembly was a simple sedan chair, carried by 4 hulking goblins. The sedan chair carried a goblin mage clad in a black robe, gripping a white bone staff. The goblin battle formation. Li Yang recognized this classic setup at a glance, his mind recalling the description from his textbooks. The goblin battle formation is a classic combination of goblin warriors, archers, and mages, capable of both offense and defense, with astonishing power. The warriors charge into the fray, drawing enemy fire, the archers provide long-range support, and the mage casts devastating spells to obliterate enemies. The textbook strategy was clear: take out the mage first, then the archers, and finally deal with the warriors. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Before Li Yang could devise a plan, a hail of arrows came whistling toward him, striking the stone pillar he hid behind with a loud clatter. Not daring to underestimate the threat, he immediately activated His eagle-eye skill, and the world around him seemed to slow down. Though designed for aiming, this skill was equally effective for dodging attacks. Like a ghost, he weaved through the rain of arrows, evading wave after wave of assaults. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Taking advantage of a brief opening, Li Yang raised his AK and unleashed a burst of gunfire on the goblin crowd. Bang! A crisp crack echoed as a goblin warrior's shield shattered in an instant, the bullet losing no momentum as it pierced straight through its chest. -1010. Li Yang's attacks dealt true damage, rendering these ordinary shields utterly useless. The goblin mage, noticing the situation, showed a flicker of panic in its eyes. It ceased chanting and emitted a sharp cry, commanding the warriors to charge. Attack! Kill him! Roar! The goblin warriors charged forward with thunderous roars, their weapons gleaming coldly. But Li Yang was faster. Like a phantom, he darted among the goblins, his AK spitting fire, delivering deadly bullets straight into the enemy ranks. -1010. -1010. -1010. One after another, goblins fell into pools of blood, unable to even touch Li Yang. The goblin mage's eyes gleamed with malice as it began chanting again, a massive fireball forming before it. Die, human! The fireball, trailing a fiery tail, hurtled toward Li Yang. His heart tightened as he hurriedly activated Eagle Eye, finding the best evasion route in the nick of time and narrowly dodging the fireball. Boom! The fireball struck the wall, the deafening explosion scattering debris and dust everywhere. Li Yang coughed twice, climbed to his feet, and brushed the dust off with a cold smirk on his face. Is that all you've got? He raised his AK again, aiming it at the goblin mage. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The gunfire echoed through the dungeon, the concentrated hail of bullets engulfing the mage's silhouette. As the smoke cleared, the mage and its guards lay lifeless, never to rise again. Goblin battle formation defeated, gained 4,200 experience points. Congratulations! Leveled up. Current level, LV7. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Spirit +1. Status fully restored. Whew! Li Yang let out a long breath, lowering the smoking barrel of his AK. That was awesome. He scanned the surroundings, noticing a pile of equipment and items scattered on the ground, among which was an accessory faintly glowing blue. A blue quality item? His eyes lit up as he quickly picked up the trinket. Goblin's Eye. Quality, blue. Type, accessory. Attribute, accuracy +5%. Description, the legendary Eye of the Goblin God, imbued with magical power. Holy crap, an artifact. Li Yang was ecstatic. This attribute was exactly what he needed right now. Although he doubted the legend of the so-called Goblin God, after all, why would it only be of blue quality? Or perhaps this Goblin God wasn't that powerful in the first place? Without overthinking it, he immediately equipped the Goblin's Eye. Feeling the boost of an additional 5% accuracy, his confidence surged, as if the entire world had become clearer. Press forward. Gathering his spoils, Li Yang delved deeper into the Goblin dungeon. With the combined power of the Goblin's Eye and Eagle Eye skills, his accuracy reached astonishing levels. He barely needed to aim, as his bullets naturally found their way into the Goblin's vital points, achieving terrifying headshot rates. -1010. -1010. -1010. A group of goblins fell under his gunfire, unable to put up any resistance. Defeated Goblin, gained 100 experience points. Defeated Goblin Knight, gained 150 experience points. Defeated Goblin Mage, gained 150 experience points. The system notifications kept ringing in Li Yang's ears as his experience bar grew rapidly. Congratulations! Leveled up. Current level, LV8. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Spirit +1. All status restored. Congratulations! Title acquired, Goblin Slayer. White, ***, Goblin Slayer, white requirement, kill over 1,000 goblins within an hour. Effect, naturally intimidates goblins, with a chance to instill fear and cause them to flee. Goblin Slayer? Li Yang looked at his newly acquired title, speechless. What's the point of this thing? He shrugged, since he didn't have another title, he might as well equip it for now. Title equipped, Goblin Slayer. A glowing white title appeared above his head, though it was invisible under normal circumstances and would only activate in specific scenarios. I wonder how effective this title really is. Li Yang thought to himself as he continued deeper into the dungeon. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. -1010. -1010. -1010. Defeated Goblin, gained 90 experience points. Defeated Goblin Archer, gained 120 experience points. Defeated Goblin Shaman, gained 150 experience points. Li Yang swept through the dungeon, the monsters falling before him like paper dolls, defeated with ease. The system notifications chimed endlessly, his experience steadily climbing, and the loot piling up beyond count. Bang! Minus 1010. A massive goblin wielding a spiked club fell under Li Yang's gunfire, dropping a piece of faintly glowing leather armor. Acquired, fine. Wolfhide armor, ***, quality, blue, type, armor, attribute, armor plus 30, description, crafted from forest wolf hides, offering decent defense. Not bad at all. Li Yang donned the wolfskin armor. Although its attributes weren't top-notch, it was better than being unequipped. At that moment, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the passageway. The ground trembled slightly, as if some colossal creature was approaching. Li Yang's heart tightened. He quickly hid behind a stone pillar, warily staring ahead. Suddenly, a massive goblin over 5 meters tall, with bulging muscles and wielding a giant wooden club, emerged from the depths of the passage. Giant Goblin, level 10. A level 10 monster? Li Yang's eyes lit up. Finally, a worthy opponent. To his surprise, the giant goblin, upon seeing him, didn't charge forward. Instead, it trembled all over, as if it had seen something terrifying. Its face was filled with fear. Roar! Roar! The giant goblin cowered, too afraid to approach or flee, letting out a feeble growl. Li Yang was taken aback. What was going on? Could it be that the Goblin Slayer title was finally having an effect? That must be it. Throughout his journey, the title hadn't shown any noticeable impact, but now it was proving useful. He raised his AK and fired a shot at the giant goblin's chest. Bang! 1010. The bullet hit its mark, but to Li Yang's surprise, the giant goblin wasn't killed in one shot. It roared in pain, its massive body swaying, but it didn't collapse. It's still alive? Li Yang raised an eyebrow. This was the first monster to withstand a shot from him. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger again. Bang! 1010. This time, the giant goblin couldn't hold on any longer and fell with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. You have slain a giant goblin and earned 500 experience points. Congratulations, you've leveled up. Current level, LV9. Loot acquired, worn trollhide armor. Quality, white. Type, armor. Attributes, defense plus 10. Description, a piece of worn leather armor with nothing remarkable about it. Pfft, garbage. Li Yang glanced at the dropped gear and casually tossed it into his spatial ring. This ring had been a gift from Su Mumu. She had said her family owned plenty of them. She must be loaded, Li Yang sighed. He planned to return the fees he had spent on her card after the martial arts exam and also wanted to check how much the ring cost so he could repay her for it. Regrettably, Su Mumu had probably already set off for the imperial capital by now. Who knew when they'd meet again? Forget it, no point overthinking. Leveling up is the priority. Li Yang shook his head, casting away unnecessary thoughts, and continued to venture deeper into the dungeon. Bang! 1010. Another goblin fell to Li Yang's gunfire. You have slain a goblin and earned 80 experience points. This much experience? Seriously? Li Yang couldn't help but marvel as he looked at his experience bar. I'm about to hit level 10. He knew that the experience required for each level doubled as he progressed. At the beginning, in the novice trial grounds, he had leveled up from level 1 to level 6 in one go, but grinding further wouldn't even guarantee reaching level 8. Yet now, after a short time in the goblin dungeon, he was on the verge of hitting level 10. And the dungeon wasn't even fully cleared yet. Looks like choosing the right dungeon to grind is absolutely crucial. He glanced at his experience bar. He was just 500 points away from level 10. Let's keep going. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he moved deeper into the dungeon. The air grew increasingly cold and damp, and strange symbols and patterns began to appear on the walls. Finally, after clearing a group of goblin priests, he stood before a massive bronze door. Torches on either side burned with an eerie green flame, casting flickering light onto the bronze door and creating a foreboding atmosphere. 2 goblin statues wielding massive axes flanked the door, as if guarding the area. This must be the final boss room, Li Yang muttered, taking a deep breath. He raised his AK and fired 2 shots at the statues, just in case they turned out to be monsters. Bang! Bang! The statues crumbled to the ground, scattering debris everywhere. Without hesitation, Li Yang pushed open the bronze door. Creak! Accompanied by a jarring screech, the bronze door slowly opened, releasing a burst of intense golden light that blinded Li Yang. He instinctively shielded his eyes, waiting until they adjusted to the brightness before opening them again. What he saw left him utterly stunned. It was a massive circular hall, its walls and ceiling encrusted with countless luminous pearls, illuminating the space as brightly as daytime. In the center was a mountain of gold coins, gemstones, and various rare treasures, sparkling so brilliantly they almost hurt to look at. Among the riches, Li Yang spotted a golden crown adorned with a massive ruby and an icy frost greatsword that emitted a chilling aura. Each item was worth a fortune. This is insane. Li Yang swallowed hard, his breathing quickening. But he quickly regained his composure. He knew these were just in-dungeon items, he couldn't take them out of the instance. His gaze fell to the center of the treasure pile, where a massive goblin lazily sprawled atop the gold. In its hand was a roasted chicken leg, which had gnawed on, its mouth glistening with grease. Goblin King, level 15. The final boss. Li Yang gripped his AK tightly. The Goblin King seemed to sense his presence. It nonchalantly tossed the chicken bone aside and stood up. Foolish human! How dare you trespass in my treasury? You court death! It roared, raising its golden scepter. The surrounding gold coins surged like waves, transforming into golden blades that hurtled toward Li Yang. Li Yang didn't dare let his guard down. He immediately activated his eagle eye skill, his figure turning into a blur as he deftly maneuvered through the golden onslaught. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Seizing an opening, he aimed his gun at the Goblin King and unleashed a barrage of bullets. -1010. -1010. -1010. The bullets hit their mark, but to Li Yang's shock, they had no effect. The next moment, he noticed golden particles drifting off the Goblin King's body, or rather, from the gold coins surrounding it. His attacks had only hit the coins, not the Goblin King itself. Damn it! Li Yang cursed inwardly. This boss was absurdly overpowered. What kind of mechanic was this? Ha ha ha! Foolish human, your attacks are as futile as a child throwing mud. The Goblin King laughed triumphantly, waving its scepter once more. Even more gold coins rose into the air, morphing into various weapons that rained down upon Li Yang. Li Yang dodged left and right, narrowly escaping danger, but he couldn't find an opportunity to counterattack. This won't do. Li Yang grew anxious, he had to break this stalemate. Suddenly, an idea struck him, a bold one. Screw it! He stopped dodging, charging straight toward the Goblin King amidst the flying gold coins. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The AK roared with fury as he fired wildly in the king's direction without aiming. Asterisk clink. Clank, asterisk countless coins rained down on Li Yang like a storm, striking him with a dense barrage of impacts. -10. -20. -10. The sheer number of coins was overwhelming, and there was no way for Li Yang to avoid getting hit. Within seconds, he was struck dozens of times, his health plummeting rapidly. His life bar was almost empty. But he gritted his teeth, a mad glint in his eyes, as he relentlessly closed in on the Goblin King step by step. Finally, he reached the king, the muzzle of the AK almost pressed against its face. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Li Yang pulled the trigger, this time not aiming for the head but unloading a barrage directly into the Goblin King's body. -1010. -1010. -1010. Although the Goblin King could use gold coins to block attacks, the number of coins it could control was limited, and it needed time to summon them. Faced with Li Yang's point-blank ferocious assault, it couldn't gather enough coins for defense in time. Bullets pierced through its massive body. Roar! The Goblin King let out an enraged howl before its colossal body collapsed to the ground, sending a rain of gold coins flying into the air. You have slain the Goblin King. Gained 5,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, LV10. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Power +1. All status restored. Li Yang's vision went dark, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Ugh, cough, cough. The pain forced a groan out of him. During his charge toward the Goblin King, he'd endured the onslaught of hundreds of gold coins. If not for his decent constitution, he would have been smashed to death. Although leveling up had healed all his injuries, the sensation of pain still lingered vividly. Huff, huff. Li Yang took deep breaths, taking a while to recover. He struggled to his feet, moving his stiff body. At least I'm still alive. Congratulations! You have gained 10 free attribute points. Congratulations! You have acquired a new skill, Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter, once per day, your next attack deals triple damage. The system interface popped up. Without hesitation, Li Yang allocated all his free attribute points to mental power. Class, Archer, Unadvanced. Level, LV10, 4500/15,000. Attributes: Strength 11, Agility 13, Constitution 15, Armor 11, Mental Power 45. Skills: Throwing, Mastery, 12/500, Eagle Eye, Beginner, 7/200, Sharpshooter, Untrained, 0 out of 10. After distributing the points, he looked around and found no loot near the Goblin King's body. TCH. Li Yang clicked his tongue. What rotten luck! Throughout his battles, his drop rate had already been higher than most players, but the majority had been junk equipment. Not a single truly valuable item had appeared. To think the strongest boss of this dungeon dropped absolutely nothing, it was a scam. Congratulations on clearing the Goblin Dungeon, beginner. Reward: Black Iron Chest ×1. A black glowing iron chest materialized before Li Yang. In beginner-level dungeons, only black iron chests could be obtained. Higher difficulty dungeons dropped better chests depending on the clearance rating, which might contain rare equipment, items, or skill books. Black iron chests were the most basic, typically yielding common equipment and items, occasionally dropping superior gear. Theoretically, there was an extremely slim chance of obtaining legendary-grade equipment, but Li Yang never believed in such odds. The probability was lower than running into a beautiful woman on the street who suddenly confessed to you. Who could be that lucky? He took a deep breath and opened the chest. Click, the chest opened, and a dazzling rainbow light burst forth. Holy crap, did I just hit the jackpot? Li Yang's eyes widened. Congratulations! You have obtained legendary-grade equipment, Phoenix Eye. Phoenix Eye. Quality: Legendary. Type: Weapon Attachment. Attributes: Equip on a weapon to increase hit rate by a percentage equal to the user's current level. Excess hit rate converts to bonus damage. Description: A legendary artifact said to be the Eye of a Phoenix, possessing the mystical power to perceive all things. A growth-type item? Li Yang became ecstatic as he studied the attributes. This equipment seemed tailor-made for him. At his current level, it already provided a 10% hit rate bonus. Even more impressive, the equipment would grow stronger as his level increased. This meant that as his level rose, the stats of this equipment would become insanely powerful. Additionally, even if the hit rate maxed out, the surplus would convert into damage bonuses, essentially offering an extra multiplier. But Li Yang glanced at his AK, hesitation flickering across his face. Should I really attach it to this thing? The equipment's stats were undeniably powerful, but his AK was just a standard firearm. Even with the attachment, it wouldn't unleash the full potential of the Phoenix Eye. Moreover, once the attachment was equipped, it would be difficult to remove. Forget it, no time to overthink. The martial exam is coming up, and I need every edge I can get right now. Li Yang gritted his teeth and made his decision. Equip! He pressed the Phoenix Eye onto the body of the AK. Buzz, the AK erupted with a brilliant fiery glow. Its once dark body turned a blazing red, with light flowing across its surface like molten lava, ready to erupt at any moment. The stock was etched with a lifelike phoenix, wings spread as if ready for flight, while the Phoenix Eye embedded in the scope emitted a faint crimson glow. Li Yang gripped the newly transformed AK, a warmth spreading through his palm as if he were holding a living being. This is awesome. He fondly caressed the gun, filled with anticipation. He couldn't wait to test the power of this upgraded AK. But it's time to head home. Li Yang glanced at the time. Since arriving at the East Sea Rift in the morning, most of the day had passed. Exit dungeon. The scene around him twisted and distorted. In moments, he was back on the seaside. Detected, host has leveled up to LV10. Initiating the next round of keyword extraction. The system's voice rang out at just the right moment. Holy crap, system, I almost forgot about you. Ding, a familiar interface appeared once more. 3 slots for entries, and 3 glowing blue entry spheres. All blue entries this time, huh? Li Yang sighed as he gazed at them. Not to mention gold, there wasn't even a purple one this time. Entry 1, Wealth opens all doors. Quality, blue effect, increases drop rate by 5% upon killing an enemy. This entry. If it had appeared earlier, I might have gotten some gear off that Goblin King just now. Entry 2, Reaper quality, blue effect, permanently increases attack power by 0.01 points with each kill. This entry, Li Yang frowned. It looked plain, but the effect was quite impressive, a permanent boost to attack power with no ceiling. Although each kill only added 0.01 points, the more enemies he slew, the scarier the power would become. Entry 3, Absorption quality, blue effect, recovers 0.01 points of mental energy with each kill. This one's not bad either. Li Yang hesitated. He leveled up quickly and could replenish mental energy through leveling, but as leveling slowed down in the Future, the heavy mental energy drain of his AK would become an issue. Running out of mental energy in battle would spell trouble. Which one should I pick? He couldn't decide. Each of the 3 entries had its own pros and cons. Wealth opens all doors could improve his drop rate, but the improvement wasn't significant at the moment, and his current priority was leveling quickly. Absorption could help with mental energy, but it wasn't urgent for now. Reaper had minimal immediate effect but excelled in stability and had the greatest long-term potential. Maybe I should try that trick from last time? Li Yang's eyes fell on the 3 entry spheres, and a bold idea popped into his mind. Last time, when he was drawing entries, he had touched all 3 entry spheres simultaneously, triggering a system bug. Maybe it'll work again this time. Taking a deep breath, he extended 3 fingers and quickly jabbed at the 3 entry spheres. Zzzzz, electric buzzing filled the air, but the anticipated miracle didn't occur. The entry spheres remained floating quietly, unresponsive. What the hell, did the system actually fix the bug? Li Yang was speechless. It seemed that last time had just been a stroke of luck, a coincidental glitch he couldn't replicate. Fine, I'll just pick one the normal way. He sighed and finally decided on Reaper. Growth potential was the strongest asset. Taking another deep breath, he reached out and lightly tapped on the glowing blue entry sphere. Buzz, the sphere quivered slightly, as if responding to his touch. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, a bold thought flashed through his mind. Last time, I managed to trigger all 3 entries. It shouldn't be impossible this time, right? Could the bug really be fixed? Let's try again. Determination flickered in Li Yang's eyes. Instead of withdrawing his finger, he extended another one and tapped on the absorption entry sphere. Buzz, buzz, 2 entry spheres began vibrating simultaneously, emitting even brighter light. It's working! Li Yang couldn't contain his excitement. Let's go for all 3. He couldn't wait to see if it was possible to activate all 3 entries simultaneously. However, his thumb couldn't reach the 3rd sphere no matter how hard he tried. After several failed attempts, he was getting frustrated. Damn it, just a little more. Anxiously watching the light from the spheres grow dimmer, Li Yang knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. Fine, let's do this. Resolutely, he raised his other hand and used his index finger to tap on the Wealth Opens All Doors entry sphere. Buzz, 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 all 3 entry spheres began vibrating violently. Warning! Abnormal operation detected. Warning! Unable to retrieve entry information. The system's cold, robotic voice echoed in Li Yang's mind, but he didn't care at all. If anything, he was even more thrilled. He knew he'd succeeded. System error. Entry selection failed. An unknown error has occurred. Unable to grant entries. The system's voice kept repeating as the 3 entry spheres twisted violently, as though they were on the verge of exploding. Li Yang's vision blurred until he couldn't see anything. All he could hear was the piercing buzz of static in his ears. Time seemed to stand still. He had no idea how much time had passed. Ding! An unknown error has been detected. Emergency repair in progress. To compensate the host for the inability to select entries normally, the system will forcibly combine all 3 entries. Forced combination? Li Yang's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden entry, Killer Arrow. Killer Arrow quality, gold effect, with each enemy killed, permanently increases attack power by 0.01 points, mental energy by 0.01 points, and drop rate by 5%. Li Yang stared at the golden orb of light before him, elated beyond words. He had done it. He'd exploited the system's loophole to merge 3 blue entries into a golden one. But his joy didn't last long before he noticed the entry's description, and he froze in shock. Wait, each kill permanently increases. 5% drop rate? System, are you sure this isn't a mistake? Li Yang's voice trembled. He didn't even have time to think about the implications of the permanent mental energy gain. If he understood correctly, this entry meant that with every enemy he killed, his drop rate would permanently increase by 5% and it could stack. In other words, as long as he killed enough monsters, his drop rate could reach 100% or even exceed it. Alright, exceeding 100% drop rate might be unrealistic, but just reaching 100% would already be broken. If he killed 20 monsters, every single piece of loot would be guaranteed to drop? Guaranteed? This is way too overpowered. Li Yang's breathing quickened, and his heart raced. This is it. I'm really taking off this time. Ding! Second entry distribution complete. Next entry draw available at level 20. The golden hues of the setting sun spilled over the sandy beach, painting half the sky red. A salty, moist breeze drifted in from the ocean. Li Yang crossed the beach and approached the service desk. The receptionist sat there bored, absent-mindedly scrolling through her phone. Her delicate makeup couldn't hide the exhaustion on her face. It's so strange today. Where is everyone? She muttered under her breath, her gaze sweeping over the empty beach. To Li Yang's surprise, Teacher Liang was still there. She was seated on a couch in the corner, quietly and elegantly flipping through a book in her hand. Sensing Li Yang's arrival, Teacher Liang looked up in surprise, a hint of confusion flashing behind her glasses. The next second, her pupils contracted, and the book in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. She stood frozen in place, as if struck still. This guy actually came back alive? And he's level 10? Did he really clear the beginner level of the Goblin Dungeon all by himself? How is that possible? It was common knowledge that while the Goblin Dungeon was the lowest level dungeon and its beginner difficulty wasn't considered too challenging, solo clearing it was incredibly difficult. Even seasoned professionals wouldn't dare attempt a solo clear at this level. Could it be that today's younger generation is this remarkable? Teacher Liang's mind was in turmoil, feeling as though her entire worldview had been overturned. The sound of the book hitting the ground startled the receptionist, who had been playing on her phone. She looked around and immediately spotted Li Yang standing at the entrance. She froze too. She had assumed that since Li Yang hadn't come out by the afternoon, he must have died in the dungeon. She never expected him to show up alive. Li Yang walked up to the front desk and asked calmly, "Excuse me, do you buy equipment dropped in dungeons here?" The receptionist snapped out of her daze, yawned, and said lazily, "Wow, kid, you're really lucky to get drops. Did you actually go into the Goblin Dungeon?" Li Yang ignored her and silently pulled out one piece of equipment after another from his storage bracelet. Clink, clank. The various pieces of equipment piled up on the desk like a small mountain. The receptionist stared in shock, her mouth wide open, large enough to fit an egg. Li Yang tilted his head slightly and asked, "Are you buying or not?" The receptionist still hadn't processed what she was seeing, standing as still as a statue. Li Yang waved a hand in exasperation. "Miss? Hello? Ah, ha." The receptionist snapped back to reality. "All this is what you want to sell? This much? All of it?" Li Yang nodded. The receptionist was thoroughly dumbfounded and stammered, "Didn't you say you'd never been in before? How do you have so much equipment?" Li Yang answered matter-of-factly, "Yeah, so? What's the problem?" The receptionist was struggling for words. "No, I mean, are you saying all this was dropped today?" Only then did she notice that Li Yang was wearing a blue-quality leather armor that shimmered faintly under the light. "Yeah," Li Yang replied flatly. The receptionist took a deep breath, trying hard to stay calm. Even if she were slow on the uptake, she was starting to realize that this was no ordinary person standing in front of her. "Ahem." A gentle voice sounded from behind them. Li Yang turned to see Teacher Liang standing there. Today, she was dressed in a black professional suit, her white blouse slightly unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a delicate collarbone. Below her black pencil skirt were long legs clad in black stockings and high heels, exuding both competence and charm. "The front desk offers standard prices for dungeon loot," she said kindly, adjusting her glasses. "Actually, with the martial arts exam coming up, if you don't need this equipment, selling it to students who are short on gear would fetch you a better price. It's too much trouble." "I don't need the money," Li Yang replied with a casual smile. "It's not troublesome at all. You just set up a stall and wait for buyers," Teacher Liang explained patiently. "That's still too troublesome," Li Yang said, shaking his head and sticking to his decision. Teacher Liang gave up, feeling exasperated. This kid is still too young. Today he was lucky and got a lot of drops from the dungeon, but what about when his luck runs out? Does he really think he can live off this forever? Or, does he genuinely not need money? Suddenly, Teacher Liang recalled how, when Li Yang first arrived, he had used a friend's card to pay the dungeon entry fee. The receptionist had even called him a kept man at the time. No wonder. Teacher Liang shook her head, ready to leave. But just as she turned, her inadvertently released spiritual sense caught something unusual. She looked at the black case behind Li Yang, sensing a surge of fiery energy emanating from it. "This is Phoenix energy? No, it's the aura of a legendary weapon." Teacher Liang took a deep breath, and suddenly everything made sense. No wonder, so he has a legendary weapon. In that case, solo clearing the beginner trial dungeon isn't surprising at all. Even at a low level, a legendary weapon's destructive power is astonishing, making it easy to take down low-level monsters. Damn, I got scolded by my mentor for nothing. She shook her head disdainfully, feeling like she had wasted her entire afternoon waiting here. If she had paid more attention in the morning, she might have noticed the legendary weapon right away. And it's even designed to look like a gun, quite unique. In that case, I won't disturb you any further, Teacher Liang said, turning and leaving. The crisp sound of her high heels echoed as she walked away, quickly disappearing from sight. By now, the receptionist had finished counting the equipment Li Yang had brought. 123 white quality items, 45 green, 12 blue, 8 accessories, 32 consumables, and 3 skill books. She reported the numbers, astonished beyond belief. So much equipment, it would take even professional teams several days of grinding to gather this much. Who exactly is this Li Yang? How could he be this lucky? How many monsters did he even kill? The total value is 32,350 credit points, the receptionist said, looking up with a professional smile. Her attitude had completely changed, and her gaze toward Li Yang was now one of admiration, as if she were staring at a mountain of gold. Amazing, truly amazing, she couldn't help but exclaim. Young man, you're really something. I saw it right from the start. Li Yang remained indifferent to her praise, silently pulling out a blue bank card and handing it over. Transfer it to this card, he said flatly. He had no choice, he still didn't have his own bank card and had to use Su Mumu's. Sure, no problem. The receptionist eagerly took the card, skillfully operating the transfer device while trying to make small talk with Li Yang. Your name is Li Yang, right? What a nice name. My name is. Beep, the transaction completed. Li Yang took back the card, turned around, and left without a moment's hesitation. Watching his retreating figure, the receptionist pouted and thought to herself, what a cold and aloof little heartthrob. Walking out of the service desk, Li Yang made a mental note to himself, after the martial arts exam, I really need to get my own card. Otherwise, won't I just end up working for Su Mumu? The moon rose above the treetops, and the street lights came on. Shenlong City gradually transitioned from the heat of the day to the liveliness of the night. With the martial arts exam approaching, the streets were bustling with people. The air was filled with the aroma of grilled meat and the excited chatter of passers-by. Li Yang strolled down the street, a faint smile playing on his lips. Today's harvest was incredibly fruitful. Not only did he level up, but he also acquired new equipment and even obtained a brand new golden attribute. Next, just a few more days of dungeon grinding, and winning the martial arts competition will be a sure thing. Li Yang clenched his fist, brimming with confidence. Suddenly, his stomach growled in protest, and only then did Li Yang realize he hadn't eaten all day. I'm really worn out, he muttered, shaking his head, deciding not to go home. His parents had long since passed away, and the house was empty, with only him there. Since I managed to earn some credit points today, might as well find a place to have a good meal, he thought. As he strolled along the street, he unknowingly found himself in front of a barbecue restaurant. He had eaten here yesterday with Su Mumu, who had left quite the impression on him. Thinking of Su Mumu, Li Yang couldn't help but smile. He pushed the door open and found a seat by the window. Just as he was about to order, a loud, arrogant voice sounded from the entrance, "Boss, give us a private room." Instinctively, Li Yang glanced toward the door and saw a man and a woman entering. The man was tall, sharply dressed, and wore a roguish smile. It was none other than Chen Dongping, whom Li Yang had encountered at the Gale Martial Arts Hall. The woman was tall and stunningly beautiful, dressed in a white dress that exuded both purity and allure. Song Yihan. Both of them froze for a moment upon spotting Li Yang. Well, if it isn't that loser who awakened an E-level profession. What a coincidence, Chen Dongping sneered, wrapping his arm around Song Yihan as they walked over to Li Yang. Yihan, I heard he's your ex-boyfriend? Chen Dongping asked in a suggestive tone, his voice low. Song Yihan pretended to act shy, lightly pounding Chen Dongping's chest as she coyly replied, Brother Ping, stop teasing. Even at my worst, I wouldn't look at someone like him. He kept pursuing me, but I never paid him any attention. Oh? Is that so? A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Dongping's eyes as his mocking smile grew wider. Li Yang smirked coldly. These two were clearly in cahoots. Ignoring them, he picked up the menu and began browsing. Ha, playing dumb now, huh? Chen Dongping grew more arrogant when Li Yang didn't respond. What's the matter? Did I hit a nerve? Angry now? Ha! Brother Ping, he's just a toad lusting after a swan. Now he's probably feeling all jealous and bitter. Song Yihan chimed in, her voice sharp and cutting. Li Yang raised his head, his gaze icy as he stared at Chen Dongping. Get lost, he said coldly. What did you just say? Chen Dongping's expression instantly darkened, his anger boiling over. As the eldest son of the Chun family, he had never been humiliated like this before. Brother Ping, don't stoop to his level, Song Yihan tugged at Chen Dongping's sleeve, speaking softly to calm him down. Though she looked down on Li Yang, it wouldn't benefit Chen Dongping to create a scene in public. By the way, Brother Ping, weren't you planning to take me to the beginner's trial grounds tomorrow to level up? Song Yihan said sweetly, not forgetting to flatter Chen Dongping. Chen Dongping's mood improved as he proudly patted her hand. Of course. I already reached level 3 during today's school simulation battle. Plus, with my berserker being an A-level profession, I'm more than capable of making a name for myself at the beginner's trial grounds. Don't worry, Yihan. Tomorrow, we'll level up together. Once the martial arts competition is over, losers like him will be nothing compared to us, Chen Dongping said, casting a disdainful glance at Li Yang. Song Yihan covered her mouth, giggling coyly. Thank you, Brother Ping. Li Yang glanced at them as if watching clowns, barely suppressing his laughter. Just as Chen Dongping was about to speak again, a crisp voice suddenly called out, Li Yang. The three of them turned their heads simultaneously, only to see a tall, confident girl striding toward them. She wore her hair in a high ponytail, her delicate features as perfect as a porcelain doll. Her bright eyes seemed to speak, her fair skin radiated softness, and her lips curled into a playful smile. It was Su Mumu. Chen Dongping was momentarily stunned, feeling inexplicably awkward. Even Song Yihan's expression turned uncomfortable. Li Yang was equally surprised. Wasn't Su Mumu supposed to be on her way to the capital? Why was she here? Su Mumu quickly walked over to Li Yang and sat down beside him without hesitation. Hey, scoot over, she said, nudging him lightly with her hip. Helpless, Li Yang shifted inward to make room for her. Mumu. Chen Dongping forced an awkward smile, attempting to greet her. Su Mumu frowned slightly, looking up at him coldly. Who are you? Do I know you? The smile froze on Chen Dongping's face as he stammered, I'm Chen Dongping. Don't you remember? A few days ago. Don't know you. Get lost. I don't want to see you. Su Mumu cut him off impatiently, her tone icy. Song Yihan's face immediately turned sour, her expression becoming downright unpleasant. Chen Dongping was equally embarrassed, but considering Su Mumu's background, he dared not retaliate. Gritting his teeth, he could only storm out of the barbecue restaurant. Brother Ping, aren't we eating? Song Yihan hesitated, quickly chasing after him. Eat your mother. Chen Dongping snapped furiously, storming off without looking back. Song Yihan glared venomously at Li Yang and Su Mumu before running after Chen Dongping. Humph. Su Mumu smirked triumphantly, turning to Li Yang. What are you doing here? Have you eaten yet? Not yet. I was just about to order, Li Yang replied with a smile, shaking his head. Weren't you supposed to head to the capital? Why didn't you leave? He had been certain that Su Mumu was scheduled to fly to the capital today. Su Mumu grinned mischievously, leaning close to his ear and whispering, well, isn't it because I couldn't bear to leave you? Li Yang was speechless. This girl never seemed capable of saying anything truthful. Seeing his reaction, Su Mumu laughed even harder. Sitting up straight, she said, all right, I'm just teasing you. Here's the truth, the teachers from Tianyue Academy said they could come to Qianlong City early to give me some pre-semester tutoring. So, I'll be staying here for now and heading to the capital when the semester starts. That's pretty nice. Li Yang raised an eyebrow before asking skeptically, why would they do that? Because of my talent, of course, Su Mumu replied matter-of-factly, smiling proudly. After all, not everyone can awaken an SSS-level profession. Li Yang stared at her smug face, momentarily speechless. Honestly, he felt an urge to punch her. Hey, I just helped you out, and this is the attitude I get? Su Mumu pouted, pretending to be upset. What else do you expect? Li Yang retorted. After knowing her for so many years, they were both well aware of each other's personalities. Humph. Su Mumu huffed, letting the matter drop as she pulled out her phone to scan the code and start ordering. For a moment, the two of them sat in silence. Su Mumu's eyes shifted as if she had just remembered something. She leaned closer to Li Yang and curiously asked, didn't you say you were going to level up today? How did it go? Li Yang met her expectant gaze and silently opened his attribute panel. A long string of numbers and data appeared before Su Mumu, dazzling her. LV10? Su Mumu was stunned. Did you cheat? Li Yang chuckled. Do I need to cheat with my skills? Su Mumu wanted to say something else, but then she remembered how Li Yang could smash the black gold training dummy at the martial arts hall. It wasn't as surprising anymore. She nodded in satisfaction, admiring Li Yang's profile. A few seconds later, as if recalling something, she smiled wryly and said, so, the monster teacher Liang mentioned earlier was you, huh? Li Yang looked utterly confused. How was he a monster? He was a proper gentleman. Wait, Teacher Liang? Li Yang suddenly thought of the young and beautiful teacher he had seen at the service desk earlier today. Su Mumu nodded. Yes, the teacher sent by Tianyue to tutor me. She said she saw a monster at the service desk today, someone who leveled up from LV1 to LV6 in the novice trial grounds and even soloed the Goblin Dungeon on beginner difficulty, earning a ton of loot. At the time, I was curious who it was. Turns out it was you. Hearing her explanation, Li Yang suddenly felt he might indeed be a little monstrous. Su Mumu sighed. I was planning to scare you, but it turns out you're even more impressive than I thought. She opened her own attribute panel. Name * Su Mumu. Class * Star Sword Immortal, SSS class, unique, unawakened. Level * LV8, 306/5000. Attributes *. Strength, 376. Agility, 451. Constitution, 289. Armor, 43. Spirit, 1780. Skills *. Soaring Dragon Sword Technique, proficient, 83/1000. Galactic Sword Dance, proficient, 198/1000. Heaven's Pivot Demon Suppression, beginner, 23 out of 100. Li Yang stared dumbfounded at Su Mumu's attribute panel, his eyes widening. It took him several seconds to snap back to reality. This is an SSS class profession? He couldn't help but gulp, his thoughts churning wildly. Level 8? Only level 8? What kind of ridiculous stats were these? Except for armor, every other attribute was dozens of times higher than his. And at level 8, she already had 3 skills, all of which sounded far superior to his throw and Hawkeye. Li Yang suddenly felt a little deflated. After grinding all day, he thought he had become a top player, but compared to Su Mumu, he was like a little sidekick. I didn't mean anything by it. Sorry. Su Mumu noticed his expression and quickly closed her game interface, looking a little flustered. She and Li Yang had been childhood friends, and she knew how hard he worked. But his awakening of an E-class profession had been a huge blow to him. Although she didn't know how he had managed to adjust himself on the rooftop, she had prepared many ways to comfort him. Occasionally, she would joke about it, but that was only because they had been teasing and bantering with each other since they were kids. If mentioning her SSS class profession hurt Li Yang, she would never bring it up in front of him. Li Yang shook his head and smiled nonchalantly. I wouldn't get discouraged over something like this. It's just an SSS class profession. Watch me, I'll catch up to you sooner or later. Alright, I'll be waiting for you. Su Mumu laughed, relieved that Li Yang wasn't genuinely upset. But seriously, how did you level up to LV8? Did you go out grinding today too? Li Yang asked curiously. A trace of awkwardness flickered across Su Mumu's face. I was going to invite you, but... She paused, her gaze evasive. Li Yang was about to press further when the waiter arrived with an assortment of grilled dishes, filling the table in an instant. Let's eat first. We'll talk afterward, Su Mumu said. Li Yang nodded and didn't push further, digging into the food with large bites. Here. Su Mumu, while gnawing on a drumstick, pulled a purple orb from her pocket and handed it to Li Yang. Li Yang took it, puzzled. What's this? A level 1 Abyss Dungeon key, Su Mumu mumbled around a mouthful of chicken wing. Ha ha. Li Yang's eyes widened, and he spewed out his drink, coughing violently. The spice irritated his throat, making him cough even harder, nearly hacking up a lung. Su Mumu burst into laughter at his disheveled state. She handed him a glass of milk. Slow down, no one's fighting you for it. Li Yang gulped down the milk, feeling much better. He looked at Su Mumu. Where did you get this? The Abyss Dungeon wasn't an ordinary dungeon, it was the hardest of all, bar none. Regular dungeons had 5 difficulty levels: Novice, Easy, Hard, Hell, and Abyss. Abyss was the highest. Unlike other dungeons, the Abyss Dungeon had no difficulty settings. It was simply Abyss. Of course, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The gear and items found in Abyss dungeons were unimaginably rare and valuable. Su Mumu grinned mysteriously. I've got another one. As she spoke, she pulled out another identical purple orb from her pocket. How about we check out the rookie leaderboard at the exam registration hall tomorrow? Want to go together? She blinked her big eyes, looking expectantly at Li Yang. Do you dare? Seeing the anticipation in Su Mumu's eyes, Li Yang felt a surge of determination. Let's do it. Why not? Afraid he might back out, Su Mumu gave a sly wink and chirped, it's settled, then. She grabbed the milk on the table and took a big gulp. The milk trickled down the corner of her mouth, leaving a suggestive trail on her fair skin. That was mine. Li Yang began, but Su Mumu's bold move interrupted him. She had already finished the milk, licked her lips contentedly, and cast a glance at Li Yang, half intentional. Li Yang looked helplessly at the empty glass, letting out a long sigh. There might be a few teammates joining us. They're rookies too, but they're decent, Sumumu said, casually wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. If you don't want to team up with them, we can go in together and split up once inside. Abyss dungeons are too challenging. Teaming up is safer, Li Yang shook his head, declining her suggestion. The more teammates, the better. Alright, Sumumu nodded, her eyes fixed on Li Yang with a fiery gaze and a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Being stared at intently, Li Yang couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking at?" Sumumu chuckled mischievously and said mysteriously, "I'll show you something fun. Follow me." With that, she got up and floated out of the shop as light as the wind. Li Yang hurried to keep up, the two weaving through the bustling main street. Neon lights overhead painted a kaleidoscope of colors, stretching and shortening their shadows. Turning into a dim, narrow alley, Sumumu stopped and looked around, as if confirming something. "This spot should do," she whispered. Li Yang glanced at the dark, cramped alleyway and curiously asked, "Why did you bring me here?" Sumumu didn't reply. Instead, she smiled mysteriously, then waved her right hand lightly. A cold gleam flashed, and a beautifully crafted longsword suddenly appeared in her hand. The blade was as clear as autumn water, with a hilt embedded with a radiant gem resembling a star, emitting a soft glow that illuminated her delicate face. "In a place like this." Sumumu paused, her tone carrying a hint of chill. "Of course, it's for silencing witnesses." Li Yang looked at her deliberately fierce expression and couldn't help but smile helplessly. This girl was teasing him again. "Why aren't you scared at all?" Sumumu pouted, feeling bored when she saw Li Yang showing no signs of fear. "Are you even fun?" Li Yang, amused by her childish demeanor, couldn't resist flicking her forehead. Alright, no more teasing. Show me what you've got." Sumumu held her forehead, quickly changing the topic as she gestured for Li Yang to watch closely. Taking a deep breath, she slowly closed her eyes. The long sword in her hand trembled slightly. The next second, her eyes snapped open, her starry pupils glimmering with light, resembling the brightest stars in the night sky. As she moved gracefully, the once dark alley seemed to come alive. A vast sea of stars slowly emerged around her, twinkling and shimmering, mesmerizingly beautiful. Sumumu's movements were light and elegant, as if she were strolling through the Milky Way. The sword in her hand danced freely, sometimes like a meteor streaking across the sky, sometimes like a nebula slowly flowing, and at other times as boundless as the galaxy itself. As Sumumu danced, the surrounding scenery transformed. The narrow, dark alley gradually gave way to an expansive cosmic panorama. Stars sparkled, nebulas swirled, and it felt as though they were standing in the deep void of space, breathtaking and entrancing. Her movements grew faster, the sword gleaming brightly, seemingly merging with the sky full of stars in a dazzling display. Li Yang stood quietly, captivated by the stunning spectacle before him. Sumumu's exquisite swordsmanship and graceful dance left him in awe. Her movements were light and beautiful, the sword's radiance flowing like the stars. She truly resembled a celestial being descending to earth. Finally, with a stunning spin, Sumumu returned before Li Yang, skillfully sheathing her sword. The starlight gradually faded, the cosmic scenery vanishing, leaving only the two of them standing there. "So, what do you think? My Starry River sword dance is pretty impressive, right?" Sumumu sheathed her sword, her face beaming with pride as she looked at Li Yang, her eyes full of anticipation. "And this skill of yours is just for performing this?" Li Yang took a deep breath, looking at the girl before him, shaking his head with a laugh. Immediately, Sumumu pouted in displeasure and punched him hard in the chest, making him wince in pain. "This is the first time I've shown it to someone, and you can't even say something nice," she grumbled, though a hint of shyness lingered in her tone. Li Yang rubbed his chest helplessly. This girl's punches were no joke. Seeing her puffed-up expression, he noticed how her eyes, under the moonlight, seemed to contain countless stars, sparkling and enchanting. Alright, I admit I was wrong." Li Yang raised his hands in surrender. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a near recitational tone. "Movements? As light as a swan, sword light flowing like stars. Such a sword dance rare and stunning. Natural beauty combined with talent pure and elegant. Overall, just gorgeous." Hearing his clumsy compliment, Sumumu's heart felt sweet. The corners of her mouth lifted uncontrollably, her smile radiating pure joy. "Humph, now that's more like it," she said, feigning arrogance, though the smile on her face betrayed her, glowing under the moonlight. The two walked slowly under the moonlight, the only sound being the echo of their footsteps. The moonlight poured down like water, outlining Sumumu's figure, making her appear even more beautiful. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, a few playful strands falling loose, contrasting with her jade-like skin. Her delicate Features appeared even more striking under the moonlight, especially her lively eyes, which seemed to hold the vastness of the starry sky, shimmering brightly. Sumumu stopped and turned, the moonlight draping over her like a veil. She looked at Li Yang, her eyes filled with a smile, and said softly, "This is my first time giving it to you, dummy. Don't disappoint me in this lifetime." "What first time? Don't." Li Yang hadn't finished his sentence when he was interrupted by Sumumu's sudden action. Her soft lips pressed against his, carrying a faint sweetness that instantly blanked out Li Yang's mind. Sumumu's lips were warm and tender, imbued with the unique freshness of a young girl. At that moment, Li Yang seemed to forget to breathe, to think, surrendering himself entirely to the gentleness of Sumumu. His heartbeat quickened, his blood raced, and an unprecedented sensation coursed through his body. After a long moment, their lips parted. Sumumu's bright, watery eyes carried a playful glint as she looked at the boy, who was rendered speechless by her sudden move. She whispered, "Now this counts as a first, doesn't it?" Li Yang swallowed hard, trying to steady his racing heart, and stammered, I'm heading home first. You should go back early too. See you at the martial arts exam registration hall tomorrow." With that, he turned and ran off without looking back. Sumumu watched his hurriedly retreating figure and couldn't help but laugh aloud. The moonlight illuminated her face, her smile as dazzling as the most brilliant fireworks in the night sky. "See you tomorrow, dummy." Sumumu waved lightly at him, her voice soft. The scorching summer sun blazed down on the earth, the air thick with heat. Despite the intense weather, the martial arts exam registration hall in the city center was packed with people, bustling with excitement. In fact, on the advanced Blue Star with its seamless internet network, martial arts exam registrations had long been handled online. Today, most of the crowd wasn't there to register but for an important occasion, the announcement of the newcomer rankings. It was the third day since martial arts exam candidates had awakened their abilities, leaving only 12 days until the exams. Every year at this time, the official authorities release the latest newcomer rankings, documenting the level rankings of newly awakened martial arts candidates across the nation. For young individuals about to take the martial arts exam, the newcomer rankings not only symbolize strength but also point the way forward for their future. The martial arts exam registration hall, beyond serving as a venue for registration and information announcements, also symbolizes the supreme temple of martial civilization on Blue Star. In the center of the hall, 3 massive electronic screens continuously display information about the strongest individuals on Blue Star, famously known as the Heaven, Earth, and Human rankings. The Heaven ranking, as the name suggests, records Blue Star's top-tier elite, requiring one to reach the maximum level of 500 to be listed. These individuals represent the pinnacle of the world's power, possessing abilities capable of shattering the heavens and earth, capable of single-handedly altering the entire world's balance. The elites on the Heaven ranking are incredibly rare, only a handful exist on Blue Star, most of whom have retreated into secluded training, leaving their rankings nearly unchanged, becoming legends. In comparison to the mysterious Heaven ranking, the Earth ranking garners the most attention in Blue Star's martial arts world. It includes those below level 500, the top 100 strongest individuals on Blue Star. These elites are active across various regions, serving as the backbone of major powers, and their actions significantly influence the world. Consequently, competition for the Earth ranking is fierce, with each update causing a sensation. The Human ranking, on the other hand, is specifically established for the younger generation of elites below level 100, recording rising stars within the past decade, primarily those in the phase from awakening to completing their doctoral studies. These individuals represent the future of Blue Star's martial civilization, and their growth reflects the continuity and development of martial culture. In addition to the national Heaven, Earth, and Human rankings, each major region establishes its own regional newcomer rankings and prodigy rankings, to record the levels and dungeon clearance achievements of newly awakened students in that area. Compared to the frequently changing newcomer rankings, the prodigy rankings are much more stable. Because dungeon challenges rely heavily on both difficulty and luck, and the best strategies have long been discovered, records on the prodigy rankings are often achieved by following those answers, making it extremely difficult to break existing records. Thus, in the month and a half leading up to the martial arts exam each year, the most captivating aspect is the changes in the newcomer rankings. Admissions teachers from major universities closely monitor every name on the list, seeking out potential stars and preparing for the martial arts exam. Of course, level and ranking do not fully represent one's strength, as factors like career differences, skill combinations, and combat experience all influence final combat power. But there's no doubt that anyone who stands out on the newcomer rankings is a rare genius with extraordinary talent. Today, the martial arts exam registration hall is bustling with not only students drawn by curiosity but also admissions teachers from major universities and high school principals. They've gathered here not only to gain first-hand insights into the newcomer rankings but also to witness the brilliance of these future stars in person and ensure they're fully prepared for the martial arts exam. Among them is teacher Liang from Tianhua University. She is dressed in a sharp professional suit, her short hair neat and tidy, exuding an air of intelligence and competence. Unlike the excited and chattering students and teachers around her, teacher Liang appears particularly calm, standing quietly at the edge of the crowd, her eyes occasionally scanning the massive electronic screen. I heard Tinglong Academy has produced another genius this year. Not only did they awaken an SSS class career, the Sage, but they also reached level 7 within 2 days, a slightly chubby male teacher whispered conspiratorially. What? Level 7? That's incredible. As expected of Tinglong Academy, one of the top institutions in Xia country, they produce geniuses every year. Other teachers gasped in astonishment, their faces full of surprise. Teacher Liang, what's your take on this? A fashionable female teacher turned to ask with a smile. Do you think this genius from Tinglong Academy can secure the top spot on the newcomer rankings? Teacher Liang smiled faintly, her tone ambiguous, hard to say, hard to say. She didn't reveal much, only thinking to herself, level 7 and they think. That's impressive? Mumu is already level 8. Moreover, compared to that maniac I encountered in the East Sea Rift yesterday, level 7 is nothing. What do you mean hard to say? The chubby male teacher adjusted his glasses, unconvinced. In previous years, the highest level on the first day of the newcomer rankings update was just level 5. Level 7 is unprecedented, could anyone possibly be stronger? The other teachers nodded in agreement, clearly dismissive of teacher Liang's words. In their eyes, teacher Liang was still a newcomer herself. Despite her prestigious academic background, she lacked experience. Teacher Liang couldn't be bothered to argue further. She simply smiled lightly and ignored them. Meanwhile, another lively scene was unfolding on the other side of the hall. A group of young students surrounded the large screen, excitedly discussing the rankings, showing off their weapons and equipment, boasting about their awakened careers, and even starting to form teams for the martial arts exam. Hey, bro, what career did you awaken? A tall boy loudly asked, patting the shoulder of a thin, frail boy beside him. Me? I awakened a B-class career, the magic swordsman. The thin boy puffed out his chest confidently, though his voice betrayed a hint of unease. Wow! B-class! Impressive! The tall boy exclaimed exaggeratedly, though his eyes showed a trace of disdain. And you? What career did you awaken? The thin boy asked curiously. Me? I awakened an A-class career, the Heavenly Master. Pretty awesome, right? The tall boy proudly brandished his novice Heavenly Master sword, showing off. Wow! A-class! That's amazing! Want to team up for the martial arts exam? The thin boy's eyes lit up with admiration. Sure, anytime, the tall boy replied with a smug grin. The martial arts exam registration hall buzzed with activity. Amid the crowd, 2 students in different school uniforms were chatting idly. Hey, what level are you now? A chubby boy nudged his companion with his elbow, asking in a low voice. Don't even talk about it. I spent all day in the school's simulated battle training ground yesterday, and I'm exhausted. I only leveled up once. The lanky boy looked frustrated. I'm not going back today. I'll just hang around here and enjoy the excitement. What do you think the top level on the rankings will be this year? The chubby boy asked curiously. Do we even need to guess? It's always level 5, isn't it? The lanky boy replied without hesitation. But I heard that this year, in the 7 cities of the East Sea region, each city has an SSS class career genius. The chubby boy lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. Impossible. There isn't even one SSS class genius every year. The lanky boy was skeptical. It's true. My cousin works at the Martial Arts Exam Center, and he said this year's newcomer rankings will definitely be exciting, maybe even record-breaking. Then tell me, who's the SSS class genius from our Qianlong city? The lanky boy couldn't help but ask, his curiosity piqued. You don't know? It's Su Mumu, the campus belle of Qianlong Academy. The chubby boy looked exasperated. Su Mumu? The tall, skinny boy was momentarily stunned before realizing, you mean that super beautiful and brilliant Su Mumu? Of course. Which guy at Qianlong Academy doesn't think she's gorgeous? The chubby boy said with a dreamy expression. Unfortunately, the goddess Su doesn't seem interested in dating. She's always by herself, what a pity. At that moment, the doors of the martial exam registration hall slowly opened, and Li Yang walked in. Look, isn't that Li Yang? Li Yang? Who's that? You don't even know Li Yang? He's a big deal at Qianlong Academy. Oh, I remember now. The genius theory class is undefeated, and the one whose mental strength was the best in the city before awakening, right? Exactly, that's him. He's so amazing. What career level did he awaken? It's got to be at least S level, right? Heh, E level. The chubby boy, who earlier revealed Su Mumu's SSS level awakening, dropped another bombshell. What? E level? The surrounding students instantly erupted, all staring at Li Yang with peculiar expressions. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. I thought he was something special, but E level? Such a waste of such high mental strength. Turns out just being book smart is useless. Mocking laughter and gossip filled the air, but Li Yang walked through the crowd with a calm expression as if he hadn't heard a thing, heading straight to the rookie ranking announcement board. Of course, he heard the ridicule but didn't care at all. These people were all talk, not worth his time. Just as he approached the announcement board and hadn't even had a chance to take a good look, a fragrant breeze wafted over from behind him, accompanied by an annoying voice. Well, isn't this Li Yang? What a coincidence, we meet again. Li Yang frowned. Without turning around, he already knew who it was. Slowly turning, he saw Chen Dongping standing smugly behind him, with his arm around Song Yihan. Chen Dongping had dressed up intentionally today, decked out in designer clothes, his hair slick and shiny, wearing what he thought was a charming smile, though his eyes were filled with contempt and hostility. These two were truly irritating. If he didn't take the chance to deal with them, it would be hard to find peace. A hint of killing intent flashed in Li Yang's mind, though his face remained calm. Chen Dongping, oblivious to the fact that he was already on Li Yang's radar, continued boasting self-importantly. Let me tell you guys, last night Yihan and I pulled an all-nighter in the rookie trial grounds. I've already hit level 5, and Yihan's at level 4. Pretty impressive, huh? As he spoke, he glanced provocatively at Li Yang, as if to say, look at you, an E-level career who doesn't even dare set foot in the rookie trial grounds. The surrounding students cast envious gazes, chattering excitedly. Wow! Brother Ping is seriously amazing. Level 5? That's insane. This year's top ranking is definitely going to Brother Ping. Yeah, someone like Brother Ping, who's not only capable but also takes care of his girlfriend, that's what a true male god looks like. Chen Dongping basked in the praise, grinning from ear to ear. His hands roamed boldly over Song Yihan. Brother Ping, did you and sister-in-law last night? A bold male student squeezed next to Chen Dongping, winking suggestively. The unspoken words were obvious to everyone. Haha, want to know? Let me tell you, last night Yihan and I had a fierce battle right on the grasslands of the rookie trial grounds. Chen Dongping laughed smugly. Song Yihan blushed deeply, covering her face shyly. Wow! Brother Ping is incredible. Truly worthy of being Brother Ping. The surrounding students grew even more excited, their voices a mix of envy and jealousy. Only Li Yang remained expressionless, standing there silently. Chen Dongping, annoyed at Li Yang's indifference, continued his mockery. Li Yang, let me give you some advice, give up on Mumu. Being with you will only hold her back. As the gap between you grows wider, she'll come to realize that only the strong deserve her. Li Yang still didn't respond, simply staring quietly at the rookie ranking announcement board, as if deep in thought. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Did I hit a nerve? Speechless now, huh? Chen Dongping taunted further. Tell me, what level are you at now? Don't tell me you're still stuck at level 1? Ha ha ha. Just then, the dark screen suddenly lit up, lines of golden text rolling across it as the rookie rankings began to appear. The hall instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the screen, afraid to miss any detail. Even Chen Dongping stopped his jeering, straightened his clothes, puffed out his chest, and wore a confident smile. He knew he was just one step away from the top spot. On the giant electronic screen, the golden text began to appear line by line. The rookie rankings were revealed from the lowest to the highest. Rank 100, Tenglong Academy, Huayan, A-level necromancer, level 4. The announcement immediately caused a stir. Huayan? That name sounds familiar. Wait, isn't he the younger brother of Huo Wu from last year? Which Huo Wu? The one who entered Tianyue University last year with the highest regional score, a super genius. Wow! I remember now. That's him. I heard he awakened an SSS-level career back then, insanely talented. He reached level 15 right after the martial exams. Exclamations of astonishment spread through the crowd. Many teachers cast envious glances toward the principal of Tenglong Academy, standing at the back of the group. Old Li, your school is full of talent. Another great student this year. Indeed, Old Li, you're really enviable, producing outstanding students year after year. The Tinglong Academy principal grinned from ear to ear at the compliments, modestly responding before turning to smile at Teacher Liang. Teacher Liang, I heard Huayan's older brother is now studying at your Tianyue University. How's he doing? Teacher Liang didn't have much of an impression of Huowu. Tianyue University admitted so many students each year that it was impossible to know them all. To avoid awkwardness, she vaguely replied, not bad. I think he placed third in the national university competition. In reality, for a top-tier institution like Tianyue University, placing third in the national competition wasn't particularly remarkable. In the 9 provinces of the Xia Kingdom, each province had 3 regions. The number of geniuses admitted to Tianyue University each year was countless. In a place where geniuses gathered, so-called geniuses were actually quite ordinary. To truly be considered a genius, merely getting into Tianyue University was just the starting line. But the students' focus was different from the teachers. They were more concerned about the overall strength of this year's rookie rankings. Did I hear that right? This year, level 4 only ranks at 100? How is this possible? In the past, the starting list of 100 was at least level 3, wasn't it? Yeah, there are too many level 4 contestants this year. The competition is too fierce. As the rankings were revealed one by one, the students' exclamations grew louder and louder. This year's rookie rankings were more brutal and intense than ever before. The list continued to display names, all level 4 contestants, until Rank 60, Shenlong Academy, Shendongping, A-Rank Berserker, Level 5. As soon as the ranking was announced, the hall fell silent. The kind of silence where you could hear a pin drop. The smile on Shendongping's face froze instantly. He stared in disbelief at the ranking on the big screen, waves of shock surging through his mind. How could this be? How could he only be ranked 60th? He had assumed he would comfortably take first place and had even begun imagining himself standing on the podium, basking in everyone's admiration. How is this possible? Back when I was level 5 before, I was ranked first. Chen Dongping muttered under his breath, his face ashen. The surrounding students exchanged awkward glances, none of them expecting Chen Dongping to get such an embarrassing ranking. Brother Ping, don't lose hope. Maybe the ones ranked higher are all monsters. Yeah, Brother Ping, you're still the strongest in Qianlong Academy. The group forced awkward smiles, none daring to provoke Chen Dongping at this moment. Chen Dongping's face turned red with anger. He glared fiercely at Li Yang, cursing inwardly, it's all because of this useless piece of trash that I lost so much face. Li Yang, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Furious, Chen Dongping decided to teach Li Yang a lesson. He took a deep breath and activated the power of his newly awakened A-Rank Berserker class, unleashing the level 5 skill he had just acquired *** intimidation, ***. An invisible wave of spiritual pressure, like a violent storm, surged towards Li Yang. Intimidation was a skill unlocked at level 5 for A-Rank Berserkers, capable of exerting a powerful mental suppressive force. It could induce fear and dizziness in the target for a short time, with the effect being more pronounced the greater the level gap, even potentially causing mental damage. Chen Dongping was brimming with confidence in this new skill. He reasoned that Li Yang, having only awakened an E-rank class, couldn't possibly have strong mental strength. A little pressure would be enough to make him submit. But what happened next was far beyond Chen Dongping's expectations. Li Yang, who was intently watching the rookie rankings, suddenly felt a powerful mental force approaching. He turned his head in confusion, looking at Chen Dongping. Boom! Chen Dongping's head felt like it had exploded. Intense pain instantly engulfed his entire body, and blood began to trickle from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Ah! Chen Dongping let out a miserable scream, his body swaying and almost collapsing, only to be caught in time by Song Yihan. Brother Ping, what's wrong? Song Yihan was frightened by the sudden incident, quickly pulling out tissues to wipe the blood off his face. Get away from me! Chen Dongping shoved her aside, his eyes fixed on Li Yang, filled with shock and fear. Impossible! How can your mental strength be stronger than mine? The skill intimidation was based on level suppression. If the target's mental strength was higher than the caster's, the skill would backfire. Obviously, Chen Dongping hadn't anticipated that Li Yang's mental strength would surpass his own by such a wide margin. His intimidation hadn't even taken effect before the backfire caused him to bleed from all orifices. Li Yang looked at Chen Dongping's pitiful state, his lips curling into a faint smile. He had allocated all 20 of his free attribute points to mental strength. He might not be able to compare to an SSS rank like Su Mumu, but could he really lose to a berserker who hadn't invested in mental strength? What are you smiling at? Chen Dongping roared in shame and anger, struggling to stand upright. Pointing at Li Yang, he shouted, "Do you think being ranked 60th is low? You useless trash! You don't even qualify for the rankings." Li Yang's smile slowly faded, and he looked at Chen Dongping with calm, cold eyes. He replied indifferently, "Oh? What if I am on the rankings, and my rank is higher than yours? Ha 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 ha." Chen Dongping burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. "You? A piece of trash who awakened an E-rank class? Can you even win a school simulation battle?" Pointing at Li Yang's nose arrogantly, he sneered, "Alright, loser, let's make a bet. If your name isn't on the rankings, you'll kneel in front of Gale Marshall Hall for an entire day, and you're forbidden from ever interacting with Mumu again." The surrounding students perked up at this, gathering around in excitement, even forgetting to look at the rankings. Wow! This is going to be fun. That's a cruel bet, kneeling for an entire day. But honestly, Li Yang is such a loser. Awakened E-rank and still dares to bet against Brother Ping? He's seeking death. Amidst the discussions, Li Yang remained calm and nodded, asking, "Alright, but what if my name is on the rankings?" "Ha, if your name is on the rankings, I'll agree to anything you ask." Chen Dongping agreed without hesitation. He didn't believe for a second that Li Yang could rank higher than him. He thought Li Yang was just bluffing. Li Yang stood up, his gaze steady as he looked at Chen Dongping. He spoke clearly, one word at a time. "Alright. If my name is on the rankings, you withdraw from this year's martial exam." "Withdraw from the martial exam? Fine. It's a deal." Chen Dongping agreed without hesitation. In his eyes, Li Yang was humiliating himself. He didn't believe Li Yang could surpass him, let alone be ranked. The surrounding students grew even more excited, eagerly anticipating Li Yang's humiliation. This guy is done for. Daring to bet against Brother Ping? He doesn't know how dangerous this is. Exactly. Brother Ping is a level 5 powerhouse. How could an E-rank class surpass him? I can't wait to see how he gets out of this one. Amidst the chatter, Li Yang simply smiled faintly, not saying another word. The rankings continued to be revealed. From the 60th to the 8th spot, all were level 5 experts. And starting from the 7th spot, everyone was level 6. My god, this year's rookie rankings are insane. Level 5 doesn't even make the top 7? Yeah, level 5 used to dominate the rankings. Looks like this year's martial exam is going to be fierce. The students stared at the rankings, stunned. They had never seen such a strong rookie list. Yet, amidst this list of elites, Li Yang's name was nowhere to be found. "Ha, I told you, this piece of trash can't possibly make the rankings." Exactly. And he wants to surpass Brother Ping? Dream on. There's going to be a good show soon. The crowd's mocking laughter grew louder, with almost no one believing Li Yang had any chance. After all, he was just an E-rank archer. Even if he'd been grinding levels desperately over the past few days, there was no way he could surpass level 5. However, Li Yang seemed completely oblivious to the ridicule around him. He quietly stared at the list on the screen, his gaze devoid of any trace of panic. Chen Dongping looked at Li Yang, his sense of superiority growing even stronger. With a cold sneer, he said, "What's the matter? Still unwilling to accept it? I suggest you face reality sooner rather than later. Don't come crying to beg me later." At that very moment, 3 dazzling golden characters suddenly appeared on the big screen. ***3rd place, ***. Third place, Tinglong Academy, Zhuobei, SSS level Sage, level 7. What the hell? Level 7? There's actually a level 7 this year? And it's even an SSS class profession. That's terrifying. Wait, isn't that the highest? There are 2 more level 7s ahead? The rankings were announced, and the entire venue erupted. Even the teachers who had been casually chatting stood up, their faces full of shock and disbelief. This guy is only 3rd? What kind of monsters are the top 2? Yeah, the rookie. Rankings this year are insane. A level 7 can only rank 3rd? Looks like this year's martial arts exam will definitely be an intense showdown among top experts. The teachers were abuzz with discussion, utterly stunned. The students were even more excited, craning their necks to see which 2 geniuses could surpass everyone else and claim the top spots. Without a doubt, this year the East Sea region had a total of 7 SSS class professions, 6 of which had already appeared on the rankings, leaving just 1 yet to be revealed. Who could it be? The curiosity was unbearable. The principal of Qianlong Academy couldn't stop smiling as he looked at the rankings on the big screen, his heart brimming with excitement. The golden text on the screen continued to scroll, and finally, the long-awaited 1st and 2nd places were revealed. Second place, Qianlong Academy, Su Mumu, SSS Class Starry Sword Immortal, Level 8. My god. Level 8? Am I seeing this right? SSS Class Starry Sword Immortal, Level 8. That's insanely strong. Su Mumu, the goddess, truly lives up to her name, her strength is off the charts. Seeing Su Mumu's ranking and level, the entire hall instantly erupted. The students were so excited their faces turned red. Quiet! Quiet! The teachers had to raise their voices, trying to maintain order, but the students' enthusiasm was impossible to suppress. Old Zhang, your Qianlong Academy is really going to soar this year. Indeed, Old Zhang, the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam is definitely going to be from your Qianlong Academy. Teachers from other schools cast envious and jealous glances. Oh, it's nothing, it's all thanks to the students' hard work. The principal of Qianlong Academy responded modestly on the surface, but his smile couldn't be hidden. By the way, Old Zhang, I heard that Su Mumu has already been specially recruited by Tianyue University. Is that true? One teacher suddenly asked. Well, the principal smiled mysteriously, not giving a direct answer, and turned to look at Teacher Liang in the crowd. Teacher Liang, why don't you explain this? All eyes turned to Teacher Liang, waiting for her response. Teacher Liang smiled and tacitly confirmed the news. So it's true. Just as everyone was immersed in Su Mumu's glory, a question arose. Wait, Su Mumu is already level 8 and only ranked second. Then who is first? Yeah, there are only 7 SSS class professions this year. From 2nd to 8th place, they've all appeared. Who's left? Could it be that the first place isn't an SSS class profession? How is that possible? Could there be something stronger than SSS class? Maybe it's an early stage, extremely powerful S-class profession. The students were full of speculation, their faces filled with confusion and curiosity. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the big screen, waiting for the final reveal of the first place. Finally, under everyone's watchful gaze, a name slowly appeared on the big screen. First place, Qianlong Academy, Li Yang, E-Class Archer, Level 10. The entire venue fell so silent that you could hear a pin drop. The martial arts exam registration hall was plunged into dead silence, with only the glowing name on the big screen silently declaring an unbelievable fact. Li Yang, an E-Class Archer, had reached level 10 and claimed the top spot on the rookie rankings. After a brief silence, an even louder uproar erupted. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. An E-Class Archer, how could they reach level 10? There must be a system error. It has to be. The students shook their heads wildly, refusing to accept the reality before them. How is this possible? An E-Class Archer? Level 10? The students stared at the big screen in disbelief, each one dumbfounded. This was too outrageous. Not only were the students shocked, but even the experienced teachers were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the scene before them. How is this possible? How can the growth rate of an E-Class profession be faster than an SSS class? And what's more, the Archer profession is weak in the early stages and particularly hard to level up. How on earth did he manage it? Could it be that Li Yang has some hidden talent we don't know about? The teachers speculated, one after another, but no one could provide a reasonable explanation. The gap between E-Class and SSS class was like a chasm, utterly insurmountable. Not to mention that the Archer profession heavily relies on equipment and skills in the early stages, with no close-range self-defense capabilities, making it easy to be harmed by monsters and naturally much slower to level up. To reach level 10 in such a short time was simply a fantasy. Yet the facts were right there, and they had no choice but to believe it. Li Yang, the ordinary boy who had been mocked by many at the academy as useless, now stood like a miracle above everyone else, becoming the center of attention. Old Zhang, who exactly is this Li Yang from your school? How come we've never heard of him before? Yeah, Old Zhang, is he some kind of secret weapon of your Qianlong Academy? An E-Class Archer, level 10. This is unbelievable. How on earth did your school train him? Seeing Li Yang at the top of the rookie leaderboard, the recruitment teachers from various schools surrounded the Qianlong Academy principal, bombarding him with questions about Li Yang. However, the principal was just as confused. Although he was the principal of Qianlong Academy, he had no impression of this ordinary student who had awakened an E-Class profession. Qianlong Academy had many students awakening E-Class professions every year. It was impossible for him to know each one in detail. Well, Li Yang, huh? The principal racked his brain but came up empty, so he had to force a response. Li Yang is usually a good student, diligent in his studies, respectful to teachers, and gets along well with his classmates. Enough! A teacher couldn't help but interrupt him. Principal Zhang, we're not here to hear irrelevant details. Just tell us clearly, who is this Li Yang? How is he leveling up so fast? Well, the principal smiled awkwardly. He couldn't possibly admit that he knew nothing about this student. He had no choice but to say, maybe. Li Yang used all the time others spend playing to focus entirely on leveling up. The teachers clearly didn't believe him but chose not to press further. The atmosphere at the scene grew increasingly lively. The students were in high spirits, their discussions, doubts, and exclamations intertwining, almost lifting the roof of the hall. Students, please quiet down. The staff in charge of the martial exam registration hall had to pick up a loudspeaker to maintain order. I know everyone is very excited, but please calm down. His voice echoed through the hall via the loudspeaker. There are still 12 days left in the martial exam. The rookie leaderboard data updated. On the first day doesn't mean much, there will be major changes every day going forward. Instead of making a fuss here, why not go back and focus on leveling up, aiming to get on the rookie leaderboard as soon as possible. The rookie leaderboard is just a reference. It's not the genius leaderboard, nor the heaven, earth, and human leaderboards. There's no need to take it too seriously. Nothing is set in stone. Yet, the future is full of possibilities. The staff's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly calming down the students who were either overly excited or disheartened. Indeed, it was only the first day of the martial exam, and there were still endless possibilities ahead. A rookie leaderboard was nothing. It couldn't determine the final outcome. With this thought, the students' enthusiasm was reignited. Amid the crowd, Li Yang paid no attention to the surrounding commotion. He slowly stood up, stretched lazily, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Looks like all the effort leveling up yesterday was worth it. He glanced around. The students who had previously pointed fingers at him and mocked him were now staring at him in stunned silence, as if they had turned into fools. Li Yang's gaze swept across the crowd, and finally stopped at the spot where Chen Dongping had originally been standing. That place was now empty. It seemed Chen had seen the results on the newcomer leaderboard and fled in embarrassment. That guy sure ran fast. A meaningful smile appeared on Li Yang's lips. Has anyone seen Chen Dongping? But no one at the scene answered. Li Yang chuckled softly, shook his head, and didn't take it to heart. Just as Chen Dongping himself had said, clowns like him wouldn't even be on the same level after the martial arts exam. By then, if he encountered him again, one shot would settle it. Oh my, you really know how to put on a show. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind, tinged with teasing. Li Yang turned around and saw Su Mumu standing behind him, her smile faintly visible, her eyes sparkling with a special light. When did you get here? Li Yang was a bit surprised. He hadn't noticed when she appeared. I just came in and happened to see you showing off. So, how does it feel to be so impressive now? Su Mumu covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her tone full of teasing. Not much, just average. Li Yang shrugged, pretending to be relaxed. By the way, I think I heard you made a bet with Chen Dongping earlier. What exactly did you bet on? Su Mumu asked curiously. Nothing, just some boring little things. Li Yang didn't want to talk about it and changed the subject. Let's go, there's nothing more to see. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the hall's exit. Su Mumu looked at his back, chuckled softly, and quickly followed him. Just as the two were about to leave the martial arts exam registration hall, the crowd suddenly erupted in exclamations. Wait! Look! The Genius Leaderboard has been updated too? What? The Genius Leaderboard has been updated? Upon hearing the news, the students who were about to leave stopped in their tracks, surprised, and looked toward another electronic screen in the center of the hall. The Genius Leaderboard has been updated too? Su Mumu stopped curiously and turned to look at the screen. The Genius Leaderboard records the fastest completion times for major dungeons, and only true prodigies can have their names engraved on this board that represents glory and strength. Unlike the real-time updated newcomer leaderboard, the Genius Leaderboard is updated very rarely. This is because the records on the Genius Leaderboard are evaluated based on the level and speed of the dungeon completion. To refresh the Genius Leaderboard, either the player's level must surpass the minimum standard, or their completion speed must be so fast that it's nearly unbeatable. Both scenarios are extremely rare. Especially during the period before the martial arts exam, the records on the Genius Leaderboard are almost unshakable, like an iron fortress. This is because those who make it onto the Genius Leaderboard are often prodigies, who have already passed the martial arts exam and successfully entered top universities. They used their summer vacation to repeatedly challenge various dungeons, striving to refresh records to prove their strength and prepare for university league competitions. Meanwhile, current year students who haven't yet taken the martial arts exam neither have the time nor energy to study dungeon strategies nor the ability to refresh the Genius Leaderboard. So, at this time, almost no one dares to challenge the records on the Genius Leaderboard. Let's go take a look too. Who could be so amazing to refresh the Genius Leaderboard? At this time? Maybe it's some senior from a university coming back to break records. Even the teachers who were about to leave stopped upon hearing the news, curiously looking over. After all, the Genius Leaderboard's prestige far surpasses that of the newcomer leaderboard. Even if the record breaker turns out to be a university student, it would still prove their extraordinary strength. Soon, the crowd gathered around the electronic screen, everyone craning their necks to see which master had created a miracle. At this moment, the golden text on the screen slowly scrolled, and finally, a familiar name appeared before everyone. Beginner difficulty, Goblin Dungeon record breaker, Li Yang, E-level archer, level 10. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence once again. The students were completely dumbfounded, unable to believe that Li Yang, who had just created a miracle on the rookie leaderboard, had once again shattered their understanding by engraving his name on the Genius Leaderboard. What on earth was going on? This? Impossible. Am I seeing things? How could his name be on the Genius Leaderboard? He's just an E-level archer. How could he break the Goblin Dungeon record? Report him. This has to be cheating. There's no way an E-level archer has this kind of strength. Ridiculous. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd erupted into a wave of doubt and anger. The students were emotionally charged to the extreme, unable to accept that an E-level archer had consecutively broken records on both the rookie leaderboard and the Genius Leaderboard within just a few days. This was simply challenging their limits and overturning their understanding. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be some mistake. Staff, come out and explain this. Who exactly is this? Li Yang? Why have I never heard of him before? Amid the doubts and curses, different voices began to emerge from the crowd. Li Yang, the Great. Can I apprentice under you? I can be your assistant. Li Yang, the boss. Take me with you. Please team up with me during the martial exam. Me too. Me too. Some people started to change their minds, wanting to hitch a ride on Li Yang's golden opportunity. After all, regardless of how Li Yang achieved it, he was now undoubtedly the rookie king, the brightest star among all the new graduates. If they could receive his guidance or team up with him during the martial exam, it would undoubtedly be a huge advantage. Compared to the students' excitement, the teachers appeared much calmer, though their inner shock was no less intense. This Li Yang. Is he the same person who topped the rookie leaderboard earlier? Could it be that he leveled up to 10 so quickly because he solo cleared the Goblin Dungeon? Wait. If he really solo cleared it at level 10, then what level was he when he entered the dungeon? Level 6? Or level 7? The more I think about it, the less plausible it seems. The experienced teachers quickly grasped the key point. To break the Genius Leaderboard record, one must ensure a fast clearance time while maintaining a low level. Since Li Yang was now level 10, it meant he might have entered the Goblin Dungeon at an even lower level. But how is this possible? From what I know, the previous fastest record for clearing the beginner difficulty Goblin Dungeon in the East Sea region's Genius Leaderboard was set by Hua Wu from Tianyue University. He used the SSS level profession True Dragon to forcefully clear it at level 15. And Li Yang is just an E-level archer. How could he achieve this? The archer profession heavily relies on equipment and skills in the early stages, with low attack power and poor survivability. How did he solo clear the Goblin Dungeon at a low level? The gap between E-level and SSS level is like heaven and earth. This is completely unscientific. The teachers were utterly baffled, feeling as though their years of understanding were about to collapse. While it was unprecedented, a student topping the rookie leaderboard with an E-level profession on the first day wasn't entirely impossible. After all, this world always had geniuses who, despite starting from a low point, could create miracles through talent and effort. But how could an E-level archer solo clear a beginner difficulty dungeon? It was simply unreasonable. Where was your output? Your survivability? Your endurance? Most people were still immersed in shock and disbelief, but Teacher Liang appeared particularly composed. She had already learned about Li Yang yesterday, and she wasn't surprised by his topping the rookie leaderboard and breaking the genius leaderboard record. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told Su Mumu yesterday that she had encountered a pervert. But now, what truly puzzled her was, how could Su Mumu be so close to Li Yang? She looked at Li Yang and Su Mumu standing at the door, their interactions carrying a subtle intimacy that outsiders would struggle to notice, like a couple with a very good relationship. What exactly is the relationship between these two? Teacher Liang had some understanding of Su Mumu's family background. With the Su family's status and power, how could Su Mumu be so close to an unknown young man? She suddenly remembered that when Li Yang went to the East Sea Rift yesterday, he used a friend's card to pay the entrance fee. That friend, could it be Su Mumu? Thinking of this, Teacher Liang couldn't help but laugh. Yesterday, she had even complained to Su Mumu about Li Yang. Besides Teacher Liang, there was another person in the crowd with a complicated expression, Song Yihan. She stood dazed among the crowd, listening to the students around her discussing and praising Li Yang, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She had originally thought that Li Yang was just a useless person who had awakened an E-level profession, destined to have no future, while Chen Dongping was the promising A-level expert. Only by following Chen Dongping could she live the life she wanted. However, reality had slapped her hard in the face. Now, Li Yang had become a young genius admired by everyone, while Chen Dongping had disappeared somewhere, even leaving her alone here. Song Yihan's heart was full of regret and resentment. She regretted her past choices and even felt jealous of Su Mumu. No, I can't just give up like this. Song Yihan gritted her teeth and secretly made up her mind. She didn't believe that, with her looks and methods, she couldn't win over Li Yang, this little brat. Thinking of this, Song Yihan took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, squeezed through the crowd, and walked toward Li Yang. Li Yang, congratulations, you finally turned things around today. Song Yihan walked up to Li Yang, forcing a reluctant smile, her tone both flattering and tinged with jealousy. It's you. Li Yang glanced at her indifferently, his expression unchanged, his tone calm. Song Yihan bit her lip, her eyes slightly red, pretending to look pitiful, as if she was about to cry. But Li Yang didn't buy into her act at all, simply watching her performance quietly, his face showing no trace of sympathy. Su Mumu stood beside Li Yang, watching Song Yihan's act with great interest, not interrupting, as if curious to see what tricks this woman who had once abandoned Li Yang would play this time. Li Yang, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry for what I did to you. Seeing Li Yang unmoved, Song Yihan felt increasingly aggrieved, and tears finally couldn't help but fall. I've been regretting it all these days, regretting breaking up with you back then. Can you forgive me this once for the sake of the love we once shared? As she spoke, she reached out to grab Li Yang's arm, trying to gain his sympathy. In truth, Song Yihan understood that as long as she could stick with Li Yang, she could gain experience and level up faster than with Chen Dongping. Moreover, Li Yang's strength was now astonishing, and his future was undoubtedly promising. If she could repair their relationship before the martial arts exam, she might even have a chance to enter a top-tier university with his help. Just as she was full of anticipation, Su Mumu suddenly spoke up. Sorry, Song Yihan. My Li Yang has been very busy lately and can't help you. You should go find your boyfriend, Yang Ji. Song Yihan's tears fell even harder, completely ignoring Su Mumu, and looked at Li Yang pitifully. After all, I was your first love. Can you help me just this once? She bit her lip and continued, Yang Ji, I promise, after the martial arts exam, I won't bother you anymore. Just during this period, accompany me one last time, okay? In Song Yihan's view, Li Yang was only being a bit awkward because she had decisively left him back. Then, as long as she sincerely apologized and played the first love card as her final move, Li Yang couldn't possibly remain unmoved. However, she had clearly underestimated Li Yang's disgust for her. You dare mention first love? Just thinking about you makes me sick. You disgusting B***tch, get lost. Li Yang coldly threw out a sentence and walked away, without looking back, not even glancing at her. Song Yihan stood frozen in place, never expecting Li Yang to say such heartless words in front of so many people. Li Yang, you, she stammered, overwhelmed with shame and anger. Oh, you're Li Yang's first love, huh? Su Mumu walked up to Song Yihan with a mocking smile, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I never thought you'd be so lucky. She paused and then continued, It's a bit regrettable, but even though it's not me, I am Li Yang's first love. You know, she deliberately emphasized the words first love, exuding an air of dominance. Song-Yihan, you have no taste. Such a great person, and you didn't cherish him, letting him go for nothing. Now it's too late to regret. Su Mumu watched Song-Yihan's pale face, feeling delighted inside. She lightly patted her shoulder and said gently, I'm different. I'll hold on to Li Yang forever. And never let go. After finishing, Su Mumu ignored Song-Yihan and turned to catch up with Li Yang. Li Yang, wait for me. Li Yang had already walked several steps ahead. Hearing her voice, he stopped and turned back, saying helplessly, why are you dawdling? Su Mumu quickly ran up to him, smiling brightly, I'm here, don't rush me. With that, the two walked out of the martial arts exam registration hall side by side, leaving Song-Yihan standing alone, her face ashen. Under the butler's guidance, Teacher Liang walked through a long corridor covered with a red carpet and entered a tastefully decorated study. Su Mumu's father, Su Wenjun, was already waiting there. He was dressed in a black shirt, his hair neatly combed. Time had left a few marks on his face, but they only added to his sense of authority. Su Wenjun was a renowned general in Xia country during his youth. After retiring, he ventured into the business world, founding a pharmaceutical company that is now one of Xia country's largest medical supply providers. Teacher Liang sat on the sofa opposite Su Wenjun. After the butler served fragrant tea, he quietly withdrew. Su Wenjun picked up the teacup, took a gentle sip, and asked slowly, Teacher Liang, how has Mumu been performing lately? Mr. Su, you truly know how to raise a daughter. Teacher Liang couldn't stop smiling as he praised, Mumu is an extraordinary talent. Her learning speed is astonishing, she almost grasps things at first glance, and her comprehension ability is exceptional. Many complex sword techniques only require a simple pointer from me, and she can fully master them. The Starry Sword Immortal technique, which is both offensive and defensive with endless variations, demands a high level of skill from awakened individuals. Yet, Mumu has managed to proficiently wield the power of the stars in such a short time. It's truly impressive. She's ranked second on the rookie leaderboard, surpassing many geniuses. Her future is limitless. When mentioning second, Teacher Liang's expression became somewhat complicated, and he hesitated to continue. Although Su Wenjun hadn't personally gone to the martial arts exam registration hall to check the rankings today, he was already aware of the rookie and genius leaderboard standings. He naturally understood the meaning behind Teacher Liang's hesitation. That boy named Li Yang was simply unbelievable. Teacher Liang, you're talking about Li Yang, aren't you? Su Wenjun's tone was calm. Yes, Mr. Su. Teacher Liang nodded, her voice tinged with confusion. To be honest, I still don't understand how Li Yang managed to claim the top spot on the rookie leaderboard with an E-class profession archer and even make it onto the genius leaderboard. It's just too bizarre. What surprised her even more was that she had been present at the scene. Even so, she still couldn't figure it out. Li Yang has been exceptionally hardworking since he was young, Su Wenjun said with a faint smile, seemingly unsurprised by Li Yang's performance. His talent cannot be judged by conventional standards. But archer is an E-class profession with limited potential. It's a specialized class, strong in long-range attacks but highly vulnerable in close combat. No matter how hard he works, this gap is difficult to bridge. Teacher Liang remained puzzled. That day, I was at the East Sea Rift site and saw Li Yang enter the goblin dungeon with my own eyes. She paused for a moment, as if recalling something. I remember, he seems to have a legendary weapon. Legendary weapon? Su Wenjun frowned slightly. What type of weapon? It seems to be a gun. Teacher Liang recalled the scene at the time. A gun? Su Wenjun's expression suddenly became serious. That's right. A peculiar firearm exuding a phoenix aura, Teacher Liang confirmed. Although the specific type is unclear, it is definitely legendary. Only a legendary weapon could give Li Yang such strong combat power. Su Wenjun remained silent for a while. Mr. Su, I think Li Yang has a high starting point, but his potential might be limited, Teacher Liang voiced her concern when Su Wenjun didn't respond. The limitations of an E-level profession are evident, and archers rely too much on long-range attacks. Once engaged in close combat, they are in great danger. Moreover, while legendary weapons are powerful, they are external tools. Without solid strength, he will eventually hit a bottleneck. Su Wenjun nodded in agreement with Teacher Liang's analysis, but his expression seemed to miss the underlying meaning in her words. Mr. Su, may I ask something presumptuous? Teacher Liang hesitated. Before asking, what is the relationship between Li Yang and Mumu? Earlier today at the Marshall Exam Registration Hall, she noticed them walking closely together, with a subtle atmosphere between them. Those two. Su Wenjun's lips curled into a meaningful smile. They've known each other since childhood. Mumu relies on him a lot, and I don't interfere too much. Though he didn't explicitly say it, his words conveyed his tacit approval of their relationship. Teacher Liang understood Su Wenjun's implication and didn't press further. Changing the topic instead, by the way, Mr. Su, I wanted to ask, why did you give Mumu a key to the Abyss Dungeon? The Abyss Dungeon key? Su Wenjun frowned. Mumu has a dungeon key? I wasn't aware of that. Teacher Liang was momentarily stunned, surprised. You didn't know? Her mental strength was stronger than most, and while tutoring Mumu in swordsmanship, earlier, she sensed a faint spatial fluctuation from a key to the Abyss Dungeon hidden on Mumu. Su Wenjun's expression darkened, and he thought to himself, how could Mumu have a key to the Abyss Dungeon? He immediately summoned the butler and asked sternly, who has Mumu been close to recently? The butler replied respectfully, Sir, the young lady has been spending a lot of time with Li Yang lately. Li Yang. Su Wenjun felt a bit helpless. He was well aware of the close relationship between Mumu and Li Yang. Besides Li Yang, who else? He knew Li Yang's background, parents deceased, compensated with a sum of money. While not impoverished, he was far from wealthy. Based on what Su Wenjun knew of Li Yang, the boy couldn't possibly possess something as precious as a key to the Abyss Dungeon. The butler thought carefully for a moment and shook his head. Apart from Li Yang, the young lady rarely interacts with others. She has always been solitary and seldom communicates with people. That's strange. Su Wenjun muttered to himself, frowning. This child. His expression suddenly changed, as if realizing something, and he stood up abruptly, commanding in a deep voice, Where is Mumu? Bring her back immediately. The Abyss Dungeon is too dangerous, she can't take such risks. Sir, the young lady. The butler hesitated and cautiously said, The young lady just left the Marshall Exam Registration Hall and went to the East Sea Rift with Li Yang. What? She went to the East Sea Rift with Li Yang? Su Wenjun was momentarily stunned. Yes, sir, the butler confirmed. Su Wenjun paced back and forth in the room, his expression shifting unpredictably. He was well aware of the dangers of the Abyss Dungeon, it was no joke. A single mistake could cost one's life. But Mumu had already gone to the East Sea Rift with Li Yang. He remained silent for a while before finally shaking his head and sighing, Let her go. I trust Li Yang to protect her. Teacher. Liang pushed open the carved wooden door and entered the room arranged for her at the Su residence. The room was elegantly decorated, exuding a faint scent of sandalwood. She gently closed the door, walked to the bedside, and sat down, letting out a long sigh. Originally, she was supposed to train Su Mumu in martial arts and combat today, but since Su Mumu had gone to the East Sea Rift, she had nothing to do. Thinking of this, Teacher Liang shook her head with a bitter smile, reflecting on how this young lady truly acted on her whims. Heading to the Abyss Dungeon without any regard for her status. Beep beep beep. The phone on the table suddenly rang, interrupting Teacher Liang's thoughts. She picked up the phone and saw the caller ID displayed mentor, quickly answering the call. Hello, Xiao Liang, are you still in the East Sea District? The mentor's voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, mentor, Teacher Liang replied respectfully. I heard the East Sea District updated the Tianjiao ranking today, and a student who hasn't even taken the martial arts exam made it onto the list? Do you know about this? Yes, I know, Teacher Liang replied with a bitter smile, thinking to herself how the news had spread so widely that even the mentor in the imperial capital had heard about it. Do you remember the newcomer I mentioned a few days ago? The one who entered the newcomer trial at level 1 and came out at level 6. You mean that E-rank archer? It's him? The mentor immediately understood and asked in a serious tone. Teacher Liang sighed, Yes, mentor. I've investigated. The weapon he used, which seems to be a firearm, should be a legendary grade weapon. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line before the mentor muttered, Strange. While it's possible for legendary items to appear in dungeon treasure chests, I've never heard of one shaped like a firearm. Could it be some gadget crafted by a master from a mechanism workshop? After a while, the mentor added, I see. So, you're saying that the child made it onto the ranking because of the legendary weapon? Yes, mentor, Teacher Liang nodded. After all, the East Sea District is just one region of Lijiao, and the Tianjiao ranking here doesn't carry much weight. Are you calling to ask if we should give him a special recruitment offer because of this? You're quite sharp, the mentor chuckled. Alright, you focus on guiding Miss Sue. She doesn't need to take the martial arts exam and already has a head start over others. I have high hopes for her. She has the potential to stand on a much larger stage in the future. Rest assured, mentor, I will do my best. Teacher Liang replied, though inwardly she felt that the young lady hardly needed her concern. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to inform the mentor. Yesterday, Miss Sue somehow got her hands on a key to an abyss dungeon and has already entered it with Li Yang. What? The mentor exclaimed in shock. An abyss dungeon? That's insane. That's not a place to mess around with. You need to stop them immediately. No, give me the location, and I'll go there myself. Hearing the mentor's anxious tone, Teacher Liang smiled bitterly and could only respond helplessly, Mentor, it's too late. They've probably already gone in. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, clearly showing how stunned the mentor was by Su Mumu's audacity. After a while, the mentor took a deep breath and said heavily, I'll head to the East Sea District with Director Li from the Ministry of Education. Immediately. If Li Yang comes out of the Abyss Dungeon alive, Tianyue will offer him a special recruitment spot. A special recruitment spot? Teacher Liang was taken aback and said with a wry smile, Mentor, isn't that a bit too? Also, make sure Miss Sue doesn't act recklessly again. The Abyss Dungeon is not a place to enter lightly. The mentor's tone carried both helplessness and reproach. How could I possibly control Miss Sue? Teacher Liang muttered under her breath, then asked, but mentor, are you really going to give Li Yang a special recruitment spot? Even if he comes out alive, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Do you know how many people, since the professional system was perfected, thousands of years ago, have risen from the lowest E rank, D rank, or even F rank professions to the pinnacle, shaking the entire star domain? The mentor didn't directly answer Teacher Liang's question but instead posed one of his own. Teacher Liang adjusted her glasses and thought carefully before replying. As far as I know, not many, probably just one or two, and most of them are legendary figures, with their stories being hard to verify. Exactly. The mentor's voice became steady. Then do you know, in all these years, has there ever been an E-level or D-level professional who could top the rookie rankings on the first day of its release, break the record of the genius rankings just 2 days after awakening, and still come out alive from an abyss dungeon? Teacher Liang fell silent. She had been navigating this field for years and had truly never heard of such a thing. If she hadn't met Li Yang, she might even think that anyone saying such things was joking. Yet, even so, Teacher Liang still felt a bit hesitant. After all, the strength Li Yang was currently displaying largely depended on that weapon suspected to be of legendary grade. Without that weapon, it was uncertain whether he could maintain such an astonishing performance. I know what you're thinking. Even over the phone, the mentor seemed to see through Teacher Liang's thoughts, his tone gentle yet firm. You're worried that Li Yang's excellence is just a flash in the pan, right? Teacher Liang didn't answer, but her expression said it all. Since Li Yang has had the fortune to become the first in history, Tianyue Academy won't hesitate to offer him a special admission slot. Who knows, he might bring us even more surprises in the future. The mentor's tone was resolute. Think about it from another perspective. With his current state, how many students could surpass him in the martial arts exam in a dozen days? If he becomes the top scorer and applies to Tianyue, could we even refuse him? The mentor's words were like a wake-up call, instantly clearing Teacher Liang's mind. Indeed, even if Li Yang ultimately doesn't become a world-shaking powerhouse, with his current strength, shining in the martial arts exam is almost inevitable. After all, clearing the Goblin Dungeon on solo mode at beginner difficulty already speaks volumes about his capabilities. Even if he stagnates in the next 12 days, his martial arts exam results are bound to be impressive. I understand, mentor. Teacher Liang took a deep breath. Then let's see if he can come back alive from the abyss. The sun was at its zenith, scorching the earth, and the air seemed ready to ignite. But at the East Sea Rift, the sea breeze brought a rare touch of coolness. Li Yang and Su Mumu stood side by side at the dungeon entrance, feeling the sea breeze brush against their cheeks, yet their hearts felt no coolness, only a strange tension rising within. Su Mumu's slender fingers held a small orb emitting a faint purple glow. The surface of the orb flickered with intertwined black and white lightning, as if containing a violent force ready to erupt at any moment. She looked up, her face resolute, her clear eyes fixed on Li Yang. Are you ready? If you're ready, we'll go in. Li Yang paused slightly, instinctively asking, Didn't you say there would be teammates? Su Mumu smiled gently, like a spring breeze. They might not be in the East Sea region, but we agreed on this time to enter the dungeon together. We should meet them once inside. Not in the same place, but we can enter the same dungeon? Li Yang was even more puzzled. Aha! Su Mumu blinked mischievously. That's how Abyss dungeons work. As long as you have the same key, you can enter the same dungeon. But the total number of participants is limited, up to 5 people. Li Yang suddenly understood. The two simultaneously raised the small orbs in their hands. The orbs slowly floated up and flew into the eerie purple-black vortex, emitting an ominous aura. The next moment, a semi-transparent panel with a faint glow suddenly appeared before them, inscribed with ancient characters. Abyss, Mirror Shadow Maze. Enter? The two exchanged a glance, their eyes full of determination, and without hesitation, they both clicked confirm. The surrounding scenery shattered like a broken mirror, collapsing into countless fragments that swallowed them whole. When Li Yang opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. The air was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant, mixed with a faint scent of blood, making one nauseous. The flickering fluorescent lights above emitted unstable electrical sounds, and the dim lighting cast everything around in shadows. The walls were mottled and peeling, exposing rust-covered steel bars. Various medical instruments and shattered glass bottles were scattered across the floor, giving the place a dilapidated appearance, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. Is this the Abyss dungeon? Li Yang muttered to himself. Why does it look like an abandoned hospital? Are you the teammates for this run? A deep male voice came from not far away. Li Yang followed the sound and saw a man and a woman standing at the end of the corridor. The man was tall, dressed in a black leather jacket, and wore a black mask that only revealed a pair of sharp eyes, exuding an aura that made people hesitant to approach. The woman was petite, wearing a white dress, with long black hair draped over her shoulders. Her face was pale, carrying a delicate, yet sickly appearance. The man noticed Li Yang and Su Mumu looking in their direction and introduced himself. I'm Zhong Meng, level 23. She's Su Yuan, level 21. Li Yang glanced at Su Mumu, who nodded at him, signaling that these two could be trusted. Only then did Li Yang speak. I'm Li Yang, level 10. She's Su Mumu, level 8. Upon hearing their levels, Zhong Meng couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Level 10 and 8, attempting the Abyss dungeon, it was practically a death wish. But as a seasoned player, he quickly adjusted his emotions and returned to a professional smile. Alright then, Zhong Meng nodded, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. I'm the highest level here, so I'll temporarily act as the team leader and arrange the strategy. Any objections? Li Yang and Su Mumu exchanged a glance and both shook their heads. After all, it was their first time entering the Abyss dungeon, and being cautious was the right approach. Having an experienced leader was certainly better than two rookies blindly charging ahead. Good. Zhong Meng smiled in satisfaction. Although I don't know how you managed to get the dungeon key with such low levels, we're all in the same boat now, sharing both glory and hardship. This Abyss is a dungeon that hasn't been heard of before. Some secret organizations might have some intel, but it hasn't been made public. Let's treat it as an undiscovered place and explore it slowly. You should have decent theoretical knowledge. Su Yuan, take the girl beside you and head down the path on the right. He pointed to the right side of the corridor. I'll go left with you. We'll meet back here in half an hour. If you encounter danger, your first priority is survival. We need to prepare for a long battle. We might have to stay in the dungeon for more than 3 days, so let's start exploring slowly. Li Yang opened his mouth, feeling that Zhong Meng's arrangement was a bit rushed. But on second thought, he realized he had no dungeon experience, and Zhong Meng seemed experienced, so this approach made sense. He didn't say much, but suddenly remembered that using his real name earlier was indeed unwise. When teaming up with strangers, he should have used a fake name. Before he could think it through, Su Yuan had already started walking silently, leading Su Mumu down the other side of the corridor. Let's go too. Zhong Meng's voice interrupted Li Yang's thoughts as he stepped toward the left side of the corridor. Li Yang quickly followed. The doors to the patient rooms on both sides of the corridor were half open, and through the gaps, he could vaguely see messy beds and scattered medical instruments inside. The air was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant, mixed with a faint hint of blood. As they passed one of the rooms, Li Yang suddenly felt a cold breeze and couldn't help but shiver. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the room, only to see a faint shadow flash through the gap of the half-open door. What's wrong? Zhong Meng noticed something unusual and turned back to ask. Nothing, I think I saw something. Li Yang hesitated for a moment but decided to speak up. Zhong Meng's expression turned serious as he signaled Li Yang to step back, then cautiously pushed the door open. Squeak! The door creaked loudly as it slowly opened, and a wave of decay hit them. The room was empty except for a broken hospital bed with a few yellowed sheets messily thrown on top. Nothing here? Li Yang asked in confusion. Be careful. This place might have some issues, Zhong Meng whispered, drawing the dagger from his waist and cautiously scanning the surroundings. At that moment, Li Yang suddenly felt a chill behind him. He turned sharply, but there was nothing there. Am I overthinking? Li Yang muttered, turning back, only to see a figure in a hospital gown, pale-faced with sunken eye sockets, standing before him. Its hollow gaze locked onto him, a sinister smile hanging at the corner of its mouth. A ghost. Although Li Yang had previously visited the novice trial grounds and the goblin dungeon, which had monsters, none were as terrifying as this. This realistic horror dungeon, Mirror Shadow Maze, was his first encounter. The sudden appearance of this entity left him momentarily stunned, goosebumps rising all over his body. Fortunately, Zhong Meng was experienced. Almost simultaneously as Li Yang shouted, he swiftly waved his hand, the dagger turning into a cold gleam and shooting toward the ghostly figure. The ghost let out a sinister laugh, and just as the dagger was about to hit, its figure suddenly vanished. Zhong Meng frowned deeply, reversing the dagger back into his hand with precision. He cautiously scanned the room but saw no trace of the ghostly figure. Thanks. Li Yang snapped out of it, patting his chest in lingering fear and casting a grateful glance. We're teammates, it's what we should do, Zhong Meng said calmly, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. What exactly was that thing? No idea. Li Yang shook his head, confusion filling his eyes. Are there really ghosts in the dungeon? Of course there are, Zhong Meng said firmly. Actually, I've encountered a dungeon with ghosts before. Those ghosts are usually immune to physical attacks, but mental attacks can harm them. They're also afraid of certain special items or skills, like talismans and holy light. The two carefully searched the room, hoping to find useful clues, but found nothing. Let's go, there's nothing here, Zhong Meng said, taking the lead to leave the room. Li Yang followed closely behind. Just as they were about to leave, Li Yang suddenly felt a cold sensation creeping up from behind. Instinctively, he turned to look, and in the reflection of the window glass, he saw the ghostly figure again. It was standing right behind Li Yang, its eyes bleeding, face twisted, and hatred gleaming in its eyes as it lunged at him with clawed hands. Watch out! Zhong Meng also sensed the anomaly, quickly turning and shouting a warning. Although startled, Li Yang reacted swiftly. As Zhong Meng shouted, Li Yang had already picked up a piece of broken stone from the ground and hurled it fiercely. Throw! The ghost paid no attention to the stone, still lunging forward with a sinister smile, confident that Li Yang couldn't harm it. After all, it was a ghost, immune to physical attacks. Seeing this, Zhong Meng's heart tightened, realizing it was too late to help. It's over. He prepared himself for the scenario of facing the dungeon alone after Li Yang's death. But what happened next left him utterly stunned. The seemingly ordinary stone didn't pass through the ghost but instead struck it heavily. Bang! -1010. A massive damage number floated above the ghost's head. Ah! The ghost let out a horrific scream, twisting and dissipating as if burned by flames, eventually turning into a wisp of smoke and vanishing completely. Defeated Rusted. Curse, gain 2000 experience points. Defeat reward, attack power plus 0.01, mental power plus 0.01, drop rate plus 5%. The system notification sounded. The attack power here wasn't the value displayed on the panel but was calculated based on a combination of attributes like strength, agility, and constitution. Li Yang's golden trait directly provided an additional attack power bonus, bypassing the panel. This meant that no matter how his attributes improved in the future, the attack power bonus from the trait would remain unchanged. Zhong Meng was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. His understanding of ghosts had been entirely overturned. Why would a ghost be killed by a stone? What was with that 4-digit damage just now? Li Yang let out a sigh of relief, dusting off his hands. My damage is true damage. What does your immunity to physical attacks have to do with my true damage? Didn't expect it, did you? My true damage not only works on physical monsters but can also hit ghosts. Zhong Meng was stunned for several seconds before coming back to his senses. He looked Li Yang up and down, full of confusion and curiosity, as if seeing him for the first time. "Little brother, how did you do that?" Li Yang's eyes darted, and he gave a mysterious smile, casually making something up. "Oh, I'm an A-rank exorcist, naturally restraining ghosts, so I can take them out in one hit." "Exorcist?" Zhong Meng frowned, clearly unfamiliar with the profession, but he still asked skeptically, "Are you really an exorcist?" Earlier, when Li Yang saw the ghost, he was obviously scared and reacted slowly. What kind of exorcist would be frightened like that by a ghost? Ahem. Li Yang coughed awkwardly twice and tried to stay calm as he said, "That was me pretending to be scared on purpose to confuse the enemy, you understand?" Zhong Meng still had doubts in his heart but decided not to press further. After all, Li Yang had indeed eliminated a ghost, and because they were in a team, he had also gained 20% of the experience, which was a real benefit. He shook his head with a wry smile. "It seems that in this dungeon, even though I'm level 23, I might not be better than you at level 10. Not at all, brother Zhong, you're too kind. You're experienced and skilled, I still have a lot to learn from you," Li Yang said humbly. "Ha, well said, well said." Zhong Meng laughed heartily, his wariness easing considerably. He took a deep breath and said seriously, "I'm an A-rank shadow assassin, capable of blending into shadows, specializing in assassination and reconnaissance. If you need anything, just let me know." "Understood." Li Yang nodded, his impression of Zhong Meng improving slightly. The two continued forward. The corridor was eerily silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. The doors to the hospital rooms on either side were half open, and through the gaps, they could vaguely see the mess inside. Li Yang gripped his weapon tightly, scanning his surroundings warily, afraid that something might suddenly appear. Woo, woo. As they walked, Li Yang suddenly heard intermittent sobbing, the sound fluctuating as if it were echoing right beside his ears. "Did you hear that?" Li Yang stopped in his tracks and asked in a low voice. Zhong Meng also stopped, tilting his head to listen. After a moment, he nodded, his expression turning serious. "I heard it. It sounds like a woman crying. We need to be careful." The two lightened their steps and moved cautiously toward the direction of the crying. At the end of the corridor was a tightly closed iron door, and the sobbing was coming from behind it. Zhong Meng signaled for Li Yang to step back, then gently grasped the door handle and cautiously turned it. Click, the door wasn't locked. Zhong Meng took a deep breath and pushed the iron door open forcefully. Screech, the door creaked open slowly, and the crying became clearer. In front of them was a clean hospital room with a bed in the center, covered with white sheets. A woman in a hospital gown sat on the bed, her face buried in her hands, sobbing softly. Her frail shoulders trembled slightly, evoking a sense of pity. "Who are you?" Li Yang and Zhong Meng exchanged a wary glance. The woman, hearing their voices, slowly raised her head, revealing a face that stirred compassion. She looked very young, in her early 20s, with delicate features. Even though she was tormented by illness, she still appeared fragile and beautiful. However, her face was pale, devoid of any color. Tears blurred her eyes, and large drops rolled down her cheeks, like raindrops on a pear blossom. "Please, help me save my child," the woman pleaded weakly but urgently. "Your child? What happened?" Zhong Meng asked cautiously, his guard still up. The woman gave a bitter smile, her voice filled with sorrow and despair. I was a new mother, but the hospital said my child died at birth. They even locked me in here and won't let me leave." As she spoke, her emotions grew agitated, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. She choked out, "Please, I believe my child is still alive. Help me find him. Save him." Li Yang and Zhong Meng exchanged a look, their eyes filled with doubt. "How can we help you?" Li Yang asked. "We are just strangers who accidentally entered here, completely unaware of this place." The woman seemed not to hear him, struggling to sit up, her trembling hand pointing to the bedside table. "You, come over, I'll show you something." Zhong Meng hesitated for a moment but still slowly approached the bedside, with Li Yang following behind. Just as Zhong Meng was only a step away from the woman, she suddenly revealed a strange smile, and a flash of red light appeared in her once clear eyes. Before she could act, a stone suddenly flew from behind Zhong Meng, hitting her heavily. Bang! 1010. Ah! The woman let out a miserable scream, her once beautiful face instantly twisted and grotesque, her body rapidly withering and dissipating as if burned by intense flames, eventually turning into green smoke and disappearing without a trace. Killed Twisted Reflection, gain 3000 experience points. Kill reward, attack power. Plus 0.01, mental power plus 0.01, drop rate plus 5%. The system notification sounded in Li Yan's ear. Zhong Meng was dumbfounded, his mind blank. He had never expected to be deceived by a woman who appeared weak and harmless. He turned around abruptly, only to see Li Yang standing not far away, still holding a stone in his hand, with a look of lingering fear and relief on his face. Fortunately, the damage was high enough. Although these ghost creatures had high levels and rich experience, their physical immunity meant they had low health, and one hit was sufficient. How did you know she was a ghost creature? Zhong Meng pointed to the spot where the woman had disappeared, asking incredulously. Li Yang paused for a moment and countered, Brother Zhong, weren't you deliberately talking to her to make her lower her guard so I could strike? He scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. I thought we had a tacit understanding, and you were intentionally cooperating with me by pretending to approach her, giving me the chance to act. Zhong Meng, he coughed awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. I definitely noticed. I just wanted to know how someone as young and inexperienced as you figured out she was suspicious. Li Yan looked even more puzzled, scratching his head as he asked, but aren't all the entities in the dungeon enemies except for us challengers? Are there any allies? Zhong Meng was speechless. Li Yan was right, in most dungeons, apart from the challengers, all other entities were enemies, with no allied NPCs. After a moment of silence, Zhong Meng slowly began to explain, actually, in many high-difficulty dungeons, there are NPCs who set up hidden quests. Completing these hidden quests not only grants extra rewards but also improves the clearance rating, and sometimes even affects the final outcome. Li Yang immediately understood, so that's how it worked. He had only played low-level dungeons before and had never encountered these high-difficulty mechanics, which was why he was so confused. Just then, a faint blue light suddenly emerged from the hospital bed where the woman had been lying, emitting a chilling aura. Did something drop? Li Yang's eyes lit up. The drop rate had just increased by 10% after defeating the two ghosts. Watching the drop rate rise rapidly, it seemed like something good was about to appear. Young brother, you really have good luck. This kind of luck is truly enviable. Zhong Meng also noticed the blue light and couldn't help but sigh. The two of them had only defeated two ghosts so far, and something had already dropped. Such a drop rate was something he had never encountered in his own dungeon runs. Li Yang quickly walked to the bedside, bent down, and picked up the blue light. It turned out to be a white cloth strip, stained with a few drops of bright red blood, looking somewhat eerie. Li Yang frowned, preparing to examine it closely, when the system notification suddenly sounded in his ear, unknown cloth strip, blue quality, equipment. Description: this white cloth strip appears ordinary and was once a personal item of the female ghost. When torn off, it was stained with blood, making it particularly sorrowful. The cloth strip faintly features embroidered dark floral patterns, seemingly from a distant place. Equipment attributes: mental power plus 10, armor plus 1, passive effect, can partially resist ghost creature damage. Whoa, what a find! Li Yang felt a surge of excitement. It barely took up any space in his backpack yet could enhance mental strength. But when he saw the item's description and appearance, he immediately felt a bit disdainful. Something worn close to the body, where exactly? He turned to Zhong Meng and tentatively asked, Brother Zhong, do you want it? I'll give it to you cheap. Zhong Meng glanced at the cloth strip, then at Li Yang, and finally shook his head with a bitter smile. No, I still prefer more normal equipment. Li Yang sighed helplessly and had no choice but to store the cloth strip in his storage bracelet, thinking to himself, worst case, I'll just sell it. At the service desk later, the two continued searching the hospital room and eventually found a medical record in the bedside drawer. The record detailed the tragic fate of a woman who was abused by a heartless nurse, ultimately leading to her and her child's death. The woman's name had been crossed out in red ink, but it was faintly visible that her daughter's name was Xiao Hui. It seems this woman is Xiao Hui's mother. Li Yang closed the medical record and speculated. Apart from this record, there was nothing else of value in the room. The two left the hospital room and continued exploring elsewhere. After leaving the room, Li Yang and Zhong Meng walked along the eerie corridor. The air was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant, mixed with an unshakable stench of decay. Large patches of white paint had peeled off the walls, exposing moldy surfaces, and strange graffiti remained on the walls, resembling either a child's scribbles or some kind of sinister symbols. They passed through one empty hospital room after another, each devoid of people, but filled with an unsettling, deathly silence. Broken hospital beds, rusted medical equipment, and scattered medicine bottles littered the rooms. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, 25 minutes had passed. It's about time to head back. Let's explore a bit more and then regroup with the others. Zhong Meng glanced at the time and said in a low voice. Li Yang nodded, agreeing it was time to return. Woo, woo. Woo! Suddenly, faint sobbing broke the suffocating silence, coming from the depths of the corridor. Li Yang and Zhong Meng immediately felt their hair stand on end as a sense of foreboding washed over them. Again? Li Yang whispered, full of vigilance. Could this trick still work? Be careful. Let's go check it out. Zhong Meng said, gripping his dagger tightly and preparing for combat. The two cautiously moved toward the source of the crying. At the end of the corridor was a dimly lit room with the door slightly ajar, and the sobbing was coming from inside. Li Yang and Zhong Meng exchanged glances and carefully pushed the door open. The room was unlit, with only a faint beam of light from the window illuminating a small area in the center. A little girl in a tattered white dress sat on the floor with her back to them, crying softly. Her frail shoulders trembled, making her look particularly pitiful. What was eerie, however, was the clusters of ghostly blue flames floating around the girl, radiating a chilling aura. Be careful, those are low-level vengeful spirits. They're not strong, but they're highly aggressive. Don't let them get close. Zhong Meng warned in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from where he stood. In the next moment, Zhong Meng appeared behind one of the vengeful spirits, his dagger wrapped in shadows, transforming into a streak of black lightning that instantly split the spirit in two. Poof! The blue ghostly flame extinguished instantly, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. In the air. Teammate killed a vengeful spirit, gained 160 experience points. The system notification sounded in Li Yang's ear. So he can attack ghostly entities too. Li Yang thought to himself in surprise. Could it be that his dagger is enchanted? Before he could figure it out, the remaining vengeful spirits had already noticed Zhong Meng and were shrieking as they clawed and lunged at him. Whoosh! One spirit attempted a sneak attack from behind Zhong Meng, its claws aiming straight for his back. Zhong Meng seemed to have eyes on his back, dodging the attack with a nimble twist of his body and countering with a slash that severed half of the spirit's body. Blue blood splattered, yet it left no trace on his clothes. Teammate killed a vengeful spirit, gained 160 experience points. Ah! Another wraith let out a piercing scream and lunged forward, its foul-smelling mouth wide open, sharp fangs glinting as it aimed to sink them into Zhong Meng's throat. Zhong Meng remained calm, his body sinking slightly to evade the attack. With a swift horizontal slash of his dagger, he carved a deep wound across the wraith's chest. The wraith let out a harrowing scream before its body transformed into blue flames and violently exploded. Teammate killed the wraith. Gained 160 experience points. Zhong Meng had anticipated this. Just before the explosion, he transformed into a shadow and evaded the impact. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind another wraith, his dagger striking like a venomous serpent, stabbing lightning fast into the back of the wraith's heart. Minus 210. Blood spattered as a damage number floated above the wraith's head. The wraith let out a guttural roar before dissipating into green smoke. Teammate killed the wraith. Gained 160 experience points. In an instant, only the last wraith remained. It clearly sensed the danger and dared not attack recklessly. Instead, it circled Zhong Meng cautiously, looking for an opening. Zhong Meng waited patiently, like a seasoned hunter awaiting his prey to expose a weakness. At last, the wraith could no longer contain its fear, shrieking as it lunged at Zhong Meng. Die! A cold gleam flashed in Zhong Meng's eyes as his dagger transformed into a black streak of lightning, slicing the wraith cleanly in two. Teammate killed the wraith. Gained 160 experience points. The blue ghostly flames were extinguished entirely, and the room fell silent once more. Zhong Meng let out a breath of relief, sheathed his dagger, and turned toward the little girl. She was still sitting on the floor, arms hugging her knees, her head buried in her arms as she softly sobbed, seemingly unaware of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Hey, little girl, are you okay? Zhong Meng tested cautiously. The little girl slowly raised her head, revealing a tear-streaked face. Her red, puffy eyes and long lashes glistened with tears, evoking a pang of sympathy. However, Zhong Meng's gaze held no trace of pity, only vigilance. He hadn't forgotten how a ghost disguised as a pitiful woman had fooled him before, nearly costing him his life. Die! With a cold snort, Zhong Meng showed no hesitation as he flung his dagger straight at the little girl. Whoosh! The dagger turned into a streak of icy light, brimming with murderous intent, aimed directly at the girl's forehead. Wait! At that moment, Li Yang intervened. He suddenly activated his eagle eye skill, and to him, the rapidly spinning dagger appeared to slow down. Timing it perfectly, he threw a stone, striking the dagger's hilt with precision. Clang! A sharp metallic collision rang out as the dagger was deflected, embedding itself into the wall behind the little girl. What are you doing? Zhong Meng's face turned livid with rage as he roared. The little girl flinched in fear, slowly raising her head and extending her pale, delicate hand to point at Zhong Meng. You! A bone-chilling cold coursed through Zhong Meng from his feet to the top of his head. Without hesitation, he activated his skill, transforming into a shadow and vanishing. In the next instant, he stood beside Li Yang, his face pale as a sheet. The little girl slowly stood up, timidly gazing at the two strangers. In an innocent and tender voice, she asked, "Big brothers, are you here to save me?" Zhong Meng, still shaken by what had just happened, gasped for breath, his forehead drenched with cold sweat. He turned to Li Yang, lowering his voice to question him fiercely. "What were you thinking just now?" Li Yang spread his hands innocently and replied, "Brother Zhong, didn't you say that NPCs in dungeons might issue hidden quests? I just thought she looked pitiful and wanted to ask if she needed help." Zhong Meng was left speechless, pointing at the little girl in disbelief. Isn't she the same as that ghostly woman from before? How can you be sure she's not lying to us?" Li Yang smiled, pretending to have a sudden realization. "Oh, really?" Zhong Meng was utterly dumbfounded. He finally understood, Li Yang was nothing more than an impulsive fool. Internally, he cursed, young. People these days, why are they so reckless and unreliable? He couldn't fathom how someone like Li Yang had managed to survive until now. But in reality, Li Yang wasn't a fool and would never trust a stranger so easily based on such flimsy reasoning. In fact, just now, when facing that female ghost, the Eye of Exorcism in the box behind him suddenly reacted strongly, emitting a blazing warning signal. But now, facing this little girl, that Eye of Exorcism showed no reaction at all, indicating that she was not an evil entity. Of course, Li Yang had no intention of telling Zhong Meng about this. There was no need to expose his secret to others, even if they were teammates. The little girl watched as Li Yang slowly approached her, a barely noticeable trace of fear flashing in her eyes. "What's your name? Why are you here?" Li Yang squatted down, a gentle smile on his face, and asked softly. I'm Shelwy." The little girl's voice was as faint as leaves drifting in the wind. "Shelwy?" Li Yang raised his eyebrows. Slightly, he seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Right. It was on that medical record. Could this little girl be the baby who was killed by the evil nurse? But that doesn't make sense. If it were her, the age wouldn't match. Shelwy didn't notice Li Yang's confusion. She bit her lip and continued, "I was caught by a monster. It won't let me leave." "What monster?" Li Yang asked further. "I don't know. It turned into me and killed everyone." Shelwy's voice trembled, her eyes filled with fear. "It also sent many monsters to watch me, not letting me leave." Li Yang's heart stirred. It seemed this little girl indeed knew something. He gently patted Shelwy's shoulder and comforted her, "Don't be afraid. The monsters guarding you have already been eliminated by us. Now we can take you away." "Really?" A glimmer of hope appeared in Shelwy's eyes. "Of course it's true," Li Yang affirmed. But before Shelwy could relax, her face suddenly turned pale. She pointed behind Li Yang in terror and shouted, "No, they're still here. They're still here." Li Yang's heart tightened as he quickly turned around, only to see a massive mirror hanging on the wall. In the mirror, his reflection was still as handsome and upright as ever. But what made his skin crawl was that the world inside the mirror was completely different from reality. Inside the mirror, the hospital was brightly lit. Bustling with people, doctors, nurses, and patients were lively and active, forming a stark contrast to the eerie environment outside. "What's going on?" Before Li Yang could react, everyone in the mirror suddenly turned their heads in unison, their eyes fixed on him outside the mirror. "This is bad." Boom! Before Li Yang could finish speaking, all the mirrors around him shattered simultaneously, emitting deafening explosions. Black shadows surged out like a tide from the broken mirrors, instantly engulfing the entire room. Zhong Meng's face turned pale. Without hesitation, he activated his skill, transforming into a shadow and fleeing to the other side of the room. He didn't even think about taking Li Yang with him. There were far too many ghosts for him to handle. At This moment, the only thing he could do was abandon Li Yang and save himself. He knew he didn't need to outrun the ghosts, just Li Yang. Li Yang felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Without hesitation, he opened the box behind him and pulled out the AK. Ever since obtaining the Eye of Exorcism, Li Yang had given this AK a new name, Eye of Exorcism Modified. Seeing this weapon, even the ferocious black shadows froze. They could sense the terrifying aura emanating from it. But Li Yang didn't give them any time to react and decisively pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-ta. The deafening gunfire echoed in the confined room. Countless tongues of flame spewed from the muzzle, transforming into beams of red light that shot toward the black shadows. -1010. -1010. -1010. The shocking damage numbers rained down from the heads of the black shadows like a storm. Although the Eye of Exorcism Modified fired spiritual bullets, the damage it caused was still physical, which had limited effects on ghosts immune to physical attacks. However, Li Yang's true damage effect remained constant. Under the astonishing firing speed of Phoenix Eye Modified, the approaching shadows were almost instantly annihilated, turning into wisps of blue smoke that dissipated into the air. Ah! The shadows that failed to evade let out piercing screams, echoing throughout the room. Killed Mirror. Shadows, gained 1000 experience points. Killed Mirror Shadows, gained 1000 experience points. Killed Mirror Shadows, gained 1000 experience points. The system notification kept ringing in Li Yang's ears. His experience points were rapidly climbing, visibly increasing. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV11. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Power +1. All stats restored. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV12. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Power +1. All stats restored. In just a few minutes, Li Yang had leveled up twice. Xiao Wei hid behind him, trembling. After an unknown amount of time, the gunfire finally ceased. The room returned to calm, leaving only shattered glass scattered across the floor and the lingering smell of gunpowder in the air. The terrifying shadows had completely disappeared. Kill successful, attack power +0.77, mental power +0.77, drop rate +80%, drop rate has reached the limit, no further increase. This wave directly maxed out his drop rate. Li Yang took a deep breath and placed the Phoenix Eye Modified back into the box. He turned around, looked at the trembling Xiao Wei behind him, and showed a warm smile, saying, "Little sister, don't be afraid. It's safe now. I'll take you out of here." Ah, ha! Before Xiao Wei could react, the place where the shadows had appeared suddenly sparkled with colorful lights, like stars twinkling in the night sky, mesmerizingly beautiful. This is... Li Yang quickly understood, feeling extremely excited. The drop rate was fully activated. This was the full 100% drop rate. Wow, it was simply exhilarating. Li Yang gasped in amazement. Although most of the drops were ordinary white items, the sheer quantity was astonishing. Selling them would fetch a considerable amount of credit points. I'll never have to worry about credit points again. Li Yang was overjoyed. From now on, running dungeons would be as easy as stocking up on goods. He glanced at his storage bracelet, thankful for Su Mumu's generosity in giving him a 50 cubic meter space, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to store so many items. Li Yang roughly scanned the drops on the ground. Various weapons, equipment, consumables, and materials were all there. The most eye-catching were two pieces of equipment glowing with purple light. Purple gear? Li Yang was delighted and quickly picked them up. The first was a black armguard engraved with mysterious runes, emitting a cold, eerie glow. Name, Nether Armguard, purple quality, type, bracer attributes, strength +15, agility +10, constitution +10 special effect, shadow resistance +20%, when attacked by shadow damage, has a 10% chance to trigger shadow shield, absorbing damage equal to 15% of max HP. 4-5 seconds. Description: this bracer is condensed from powerful wraith energy, offering strong defense and shadow resistance. The second was a pair of black boots adorned with several blood-red gemstones, emitting a strange glow. Name, Blood Shadow Boots, purple quality, type, shoes attributes, agility +20, movement speed +10% special effect, when attacking, has a 5% chance to trigger the Blood Shadow effect, entering stealth mode for 2 seconds. While in Stealth, the next attack is guaranteed to critically hit, dealing 150% damage. Description, these boots are stained with blood, offering strong speed boosts and stealth combat capabilities. Great items. Li Yang didn't hesitate to equip the two pieces of gear. Their attributes were highly practical for him, especially the stealth effect of the blood shadow boots, which gave him an extra life in combat. Aside from these two purple items, the other drops were fairly ordinary. Several blue items had decent attributes, but they weren't suitable for his class, so he decided to keep them for now and deal with them later. As for the white and green skill books, he didn't even glance at them, tossing them directly into the corner of his storage bracelet. These low-level skill books were useless to him. Saving skill slots for high-level skills was far more valuable. What a pity, just trash mobs. If only they had dropped some gold items. Although Li Yang felt a bit regretful, the overall haul was already quite substantial. He gathered everything on the ground into his storage bracelet, then turned to Xiao Hui and said, "Little sister, let's go." Xiao Hui nodded obediently and followed behind Li Yang. The two retraced their steps, with Xiao Hui clutching tightly to the corner of Li Yang's clothes, not daring to let go. The hospital rooms on either side of the corridor remained empty and desolate. But at this moment, Li Yang felt no fear in his heart, only an indescribable excitement and thrill. Zhong Meng darted through the shadows like a ghost, desperately fleeing in the direction he had come from. He didn't dare stop for even a moment, terrified that those horrifying black shadows would catch up to him. After sprinting all the way, he finally returned to the spot where the group had first entered the dungeon. Huff, huff. Leaning against the wall, Zhong Meng gasped for air, his face pale and his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, what the hell were those things? He was still trembling. Inside, glancing back over his shoulder, feeling as though those black shadows could burst out from the other end of the corridor at any moment. Zhong Meng, why are you back alone? Where's Li Yang? A crisp voice suddenly rang in his ear. Zhong Meng jumped in fright and spun around, only to see Su Mumu and Su Yuan standing not far away, looking at him with puzzled expressions. Su Mumu? Su Yuan? What are you doing here? Zhong Meng asked in surprise. We came back here to regroup at the agreed time. Now tell us, why are you alone? Where's Li Yang? Su Mumu frowned slightly, repeating her question. Zhong Meng's face turned even more ashen. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. Should he tell them that he abandoned his teammate and ran for his life? Zhong Meng stammered for a long time before forcing himself to say, he should be dead. Dead? Su Mumu's face changed dramatically, her eyes filled with disbelief. How is that possible? At that moment, a childish voice came from the other end of the corridor. Big sister, wait for me. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a little girl running toward them. She was wearing a white dress, her hair tied into two cute pigtails. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her big eyes were full of innocence. She looked exactly like the little girl Xiao Hui that Zhong Meng and Li Yang had encountered earlier. Zhong Meng was completely stunned, his face turning deathly pale as he pointed at Xiao Hui, too terrified to utter a single word. Xiao Hui, we have something to do right now. Can you play by yourself for a little while? Su Yuan gently patted the little girl's head. Oh. Xiao Hui nodded obediently, standing still and curiously watching the three adults in front of her. Su Mumu also noticed Zhong Meng's strange behavior and was about to ask when a familiar voice came from the far end of the corridor. What a coincidence, you're all here. Everyone turned to see Li Yang holding Xiao Hui's hand as they appeared at the end of the corridor, his face wearing the same sunny smile as always. However, the Xiao Hui that Li Yang was holding screamed upon seeing the Xiao Hui standing in front of them. She pointed at her and shouted, she's the monster. Before anyone could react, the lights at the end of the corridor began to flicker. The dim incandescent bulbs took on an eerie green hue, casting mottled shadows on the walls. A bone-chilling cold, like countless icy needles, shot up from their feet to the tops of their heads, instantly enveloping the entire corridor. The air was filled with the stench of rotting corpses, making everyone nauseous. Su Yuan's face turned pale as she felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, like a mountain pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. She instinctively wanted to run, but her body felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. Run! Su Yuan squeezed out the word through clenched teeth, her voice trembling with fear. At the next moment, she felt countless invisible hands grabbing her, tearing at her, and the intense pain spread throughout her body, causing her to scream miserably. She twisted and struggled in the air, but it was futile. Blood splattered, staining the snow-white walls red, and her body was torn into pieces by the invisible force. Su Yuan! Su Mumu screamed in shock. Xiao Hui let out a sinister laugh, her once innocent face now twisted and terrifying, like a demon from hell. Su Mumu was so frightened that she quickly retreated, trying to distance herself from Xiao Hui. Zhong Meng was already scared out of his wits, but seeing Su Yuan's tragic death before his eyes, an inexplicable courage surged within him. He roared furiously, and a black shadow emerged from under his feet, transforming into a giant claw that lunged fiercely at Xiao Hui. Such a petty trick! Xiao Hui sneered coldly, neither dodging nor avoiding, and lightly pointed her finger at the black shadow. Pop! A soft sound echoed, and the moment the giant claw touched her, it shattered like foam, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Zhong Meng's face changed drastically, and he thought, this is bad. He quickly retreated using his movement technique. But Xiao Hui was even faster. Her figure moved like a ghost, instantly appearing behind Zhong Meng, her small, pale hand turning into a blur as it fiercely grabbed at his back. Shadow step. Zhong Meng muttered under his breath, and his body instantly transformed into a blurry shadow, flickering and jumping continuously in place, evading Xiao Hui's attacks. This was the signature skill of the Shadow Assassin class, greatly enhancing speed and evasion, making it impossible for enemies to catch his movements. Shadow Strike. Zhong Meng seized the opportunity and counterattacked. His figure vanished in an instant, suddenly appearing behind Xiao Hui, his dagger like a black lightning bolt, stabbing straight at Xiao Hui's back. -99. A bright red damage number floated above Xiao Hui's head. But this number left Zhong Meng utterly hopeless. How is this possible? Only this little damage? He was a level 23 Shadow Assassin, a top-tier expert in the assassin class, with exceptional burst power. Yet, his full-force attack only caused less than 100 points of damage. Just how terrifying was Xiao Hui's strength? Shadow Cage. Zhong Meng dared not hold back and unleashed his strongest skill. Countless black chains surged from the shadow beneath Xiao Hui, tightly binding her body. Die! Zhong Meng roared, his dagger turning into a streak of black light, stabbing fiercely at Xiao Hui's chest. Thud! The dagger pierced her chest effortlessly, blood splattering everywhere. But there was no trace of joy on Zhong Meng's face. Instead, it was filled with fear and despair. He saw that Xiao Hui showed no sign of pain, but rather a strange smile. You fell for it. Xiao Hui's voice was icy and bone-chilling, as if it came from the depths of hell. The next moment, Zhong Meng's entire body trembled violently, his face showing an expression of pain and despair. He let out a piercing scream, his body rapidly shriveling, as if his life force was being drained in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Meng turned into a dried-up skeleton, collapsing to the ground, completely lifeless. Xiao Hui slowly pulled out the dagger from her chest, blood dripping along the blade, making a crisp drip-drop sound. She raised her head, her icy gaze fixed on Li Yang and Su Mumu, a cruel smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Next, it's your turn. Su Mumu's entire body trembled, her hair standing on end. But she did not run away. Taking a deep breath, she slowly drew the long sword from her waist. Clang! The sword rang out crisply. The next second, she launched her attack. Su Mumu's figure was as light as smoke, drifting toward Xiao Hui. The long sword in her hand transformed into a silver dragon, drawing a graceful arc in the air, aiming directly at Xiao Hui's vital points. Azure Dragon emerges. She whispered softly, the sword tip trembling and creating multiple sword shadows, so agile that they were impossible to track. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Hui's eyes. She hadn't expected this seemingly delicate girl to unleash such a fierce attack. She snorted coldly, her figure flickering, and she disappeared instantly. Su Mumu's heart tightened, but she remained vigilant, her long sword dancing tightly to guard herself. Clang! The sword clashed with the invisible blade, sparks flying everywhere. Xiao Hui reappeared, standing behind Su Mumu, her pale hand transforming into sharp claws, fiercely grabbing at her back. Su Mumu was prepared. Instead of retreating, she advanced, leaning her body forward sharply to narrowly avoid the attack. Dragon Slash! She swung her sword backward, the blade tracing a crescent arc, aiming directly at Xiao Hui's waist. Xiao Hui snorted coldly, her figure disappearing again to evade the strike. Die! Xiao Hui's voice echoed in Su Mumu's ear, sending a shiver down her spine. She quickly turned and swung her sword to block. Clang! The sound of impact rang out again, forcing Su Mumu to retreat several steps, her arm numb. Xiao Wei reappeared. In front of her, a mocking smile on her face. With such limited skills, you think you can kill me? Su Mumu didn't respond, taking a deep breath and channeling her spiritual energy into her sword. The starlight in the sky shimmered, and moonlight poured through the window, enveloping her in a silver glow. Stellar sword dance, she called out softly, her sword transforming into dazzling starlight, as radiant as the Milky Way. Stepping into the moonlight, she thrust her sword straight at Xiao Hui. The smile on Xiao Hui's face gradually faded as she felt the power of the strike, finally realizing she couldn't underestimate it. Boom! Clang! Su Mumu's sword collided fiercely with Xiao Hui's claws, erupting in a deafening explosion. A powerful shockwave spread rapidly outward from the two of them. Su Mumu was forced to retreat repeatedly, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Xiao Hui was also pushed back several steps, looking down at the shallow sword mark on her chest, her eyes filled with disbelief. A cold sensation emanated from the wound, a pain she had never experienced before. Though minor, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples. Impossible. You? Xiao Hui stared at Su Mumu in disbelief. Clearly, Su Mumu's strength was far inferior to Zhong Meng and Su Yuan, which was why she had chosen to ambush Su Yuan first and then kill Zhong Meng. With those two gone, the remaining pair posed no threat to her. But why was Su Mumu's attack able to injure her? Nothing is impossible. Su Mumu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said coldly, "Today is your end. You deserve to die." Xiao Hui roared, her once fair skin quickly covered by a layer of eerie black mist, her eyes turning blood red, and her sweet childlike voice transforming into the roar of a demon. Her aura surged violently, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. "I'll tear you to pieces." Xiao Hui's body suddenly expanded, transforming into a terrifying 3-meter-tall monster, exuding an oppressive force that made it hard to breathe. She swung her scythe-like claws with incredible power, sweeping toward Su Mumu. If this strike landed, Su Mumu would likely be sliced in half. Su Mumu didn't dare be careless, swiftly using her movement technique to evade. Her figure left trails of afterimages in the air, narrowly dodging Xiao Hui's attacks. "Damn it! Stop dodging!" Xiao Hui roared, continuously swinging her claws but unable to even graze Su Mumu's clothes. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mumu's figure flashed, suddenly appearing behind Xiao Hui. Her sword struck like a serpent, aiming directly at Xiao Hui's back. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out as Su Mumu's sword was blocked by the black scales that had suddenly appeared on Xiao Hui's body. "A mere mortal dares to wield a sword before me? Today, I'll show you true power." Xiao Hui laughed maniacally, spinning around abruptly and slamming a claw towards Su Mumu. Su Mumu was forced back several steps by the impact, her chest churning, and another trace of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Mumu!" Li Yang called out anxiously from afar. Su Mumu wiped away the blood, her gaze fixed firmly on Xiao Hui, showing no sign of retreat. "Ha ha ha! With your insignificant strength, you think you can kill me? Foolish delusion!" Xiao Hui laughed wildly, stepping closer to Su Mumu. At that moment, Li Yang, who had been silent, took action. He pulled out a fiery red AK from his pocket, aiming the barrel directly at Xiao Hui. "What does this mean?" Xiao Hui stared at the gun barrel, her face full of confusion. She had no intention of dodging because, in her eyes, these mortal weapons couldn't harm her at all, let alone such simple firearms. Li Yang said nothing, his expression grim as he pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The deafening gunfire erupted, flames spewing from the muzzle, and countless bullets shot toward Xiao Hui like meteors. "What a joke! Mortal toys trying to hurt me?" Xiao Hui laughed disdainfully, letting the bullets strike her body. However, the next moment, her smile froze. -1010. -1010. -1010. A string of bright red damage numbers floated above her head, and Xiao Hui looked on in disbelief as her health points continued to drop. "How is this possible?" she screamed, shocked that these few shots had caused more damage than Su Mumu's earlier attacks. Su Mumu, panting heavily, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and revealed a meaningful smile. "Good brother, well done." Xiao Hui had no time to pay attention to Su Mumu. Her mind was consumed with thoughts about the weapon in that mortal's hands. What was it, and why could it inflict such terrifying damage on her? With a furious roar, she charged madly at Li Yang, intent on tearing him to pieces. "Don't come any closer, your opponent is me." Su Mumu leaped forward, blocking Xiao Hui's path. "Get out of my way." Xiaohui roared, slashing fiercely at Su Mumu with her claw. Su Mumu neither dodged nor flinched, a determined glint flashing in her eyes as the long sword in her hand erupted with dazzling light. Take this! Celestial Pivot Demon! Suppression! With a delicate shout, the long sword seemed to transform into a radiant star, carrying destructive power as it slashed down towards Xiaohui's claw. Boom! The sword and claw collided, unleashing a deafening explosion. A powerful energy wave swept through like a hurricane, causing the corridor walls to collapse instantly, and the ceiling lights swayed violently as if they might fall at any moment. Xiaohui let out a piercing scream. Her steel-like claw had been severed by Su Mumu's sword. The broken claw fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Ah! I'll kill you! Xiaohui clutched her bleeding, severed arm, crying out in pain, her eyes filled with hatred and fury. But before she could react, Li Yang's second round of gunfire had already begun. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Sparks flew as bullets rained down on Xiaohui, each hit displaying a -1010 damage number that felt like a dagger stabbing into her teammate. Killed the Phantom Shadow, gaining 200 experience points. A series of system notifications rang in Li Yang's ears, and he was pleasantly surprised to see his experience bar rapidly increasing. Congratulations, you leveled up. Current level, LV 13. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Power +1. All statuses restored. Level 13? Li Yang's eyes widened in excitement, and the mental energy he had consumed was instantly restored by more than half. He excitedly raised his AK, aimed at the frenzied Xiaohui in the distance, and pulled the trigger once again. Rat-a-tat-tat-ta. Bullets whizzed out, catching Xiaohui off guard with the sudden attack, as a series of -1010 damage numbers appeared on her body. Ah! I'll kill you! Kill you! Xiaohui went completely berserk, charging at Li Yang with all her might, intent on tearing him to pieces. Don't even think about getting through! Su Mumu shouted sternly, her figure flashing as she blocked in front of Li Yang. Her long sword turned into a silver lightning bolt, forcing Xiaohui back a few steps. You damn woman! Get out of my way! Xiaohui roared angrily but couldn't break through Su Mumu's defense. While fending off Xiaohui's attacks, Su Mumu called out to Li Yang without turning her head, Li Yang, just shoot from behind me, keep going. Shoot from behind you? Li Yang was momentarily stunned, then nodded, raised his gun, aimed at the distant Xiaohui, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat-ta. The sound of gunfire echoed through the corridor as bullets, filled with fury, shot fiercely toward Xiaohui. -1010. -1010. -1010. Damage numbers continuously popped up on Xiaohui's body. She roared in anger but couldn't get a step closer to Li Yang. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Xiaohui screamed, you coward, hiding behind a woman? Li Yang couldn't help but laugh, pulling the trigger while teasing, Su Mumu doesn't mind, so why are you so worked up? You? Xiaohui was momentarily speechless, not expecting this human to be so shameless. Enough talk, prepare to die. Su Mumu shouted, her long sword glowing brightly as it transformed into a silver rainbow, aiming straight for Xiaohui's heart. Heavenly Pivot Demon Suppression, Big Dipper Chain Strike. Xiaohui didn't dare to be careless, quickly using her other claw to block. Clang! A crisp metallic collision rang out, and Xiaohui was forced back several steps, her chest throbbing with pain. Now, Li Yang! Su Mumu called out, launching another attack. Li Yang understood and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat-ta. Bullets whizzed out, several hitting Xiaohui's chest precisely, pushing her back a few steps. -1010. -1010. -1010. Ah! Xiaohui screamed in pain, clutching her chest, her eyes filled with hatred and fury. Damn ants, I'll tear you to pieces! She roared, her body suddenly swelling, transforming into a massive shadow that lunged straight at Su Mumu. Su Mumu didn't dare to be careless, quickly dodging with her movement technique while her longsword sparkled with starlight, stabbing toward the shadow. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions erupted, scattering the shadow, but Xiaohui's figure had already disappeared. Watch out! She's above! Li Yang suddenly shouted. Su Mumu looked up to see Xiaohui had somehow climbed onto the ceiling, baring her claws as she pounced toward her. Die! Xiaohui roared, her claws slicing through the air with a sharp wind, aiming straight for Su Mumu's head. Su Mumu's eyes narrowed, and at the critical moment, her long sword flicked, its blade glowing brightly with starlight as a sharp sword aura shot upward. When two forces meet, the braver one wins. Clang! The claws and sword aura collided fiercely, producing a deafening sound. Xiao Hui was knocked back but cunningly used the momentum to flip mid-air, diving straight toward Li Yang. Not good. Su Mumu cursed inwardly, unable to provide support in time. Xiao Hui sneered, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. I'll deal with you first. Facing the ferocious Xiao Hui, Li Yang showed no fear. Instead, a surge of excitement rose within him. He took a deep breath, and the skill description he had obtained upon reaching level 10 flashed in his mind. Sharpshooter, once per day, the next shot deals triple damage. Let's do this. Li Yang's eyes were resolute as he activated the skill without hesitation. Buzz, the AK's body vibrated violently. Mental energy surged into the gun like a flood, and the originally fiery red gun began to emit a faint golden glow. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out as a golden bullet, trailing a long fiery tail, shot rapidly toward the center of Xiao Hui's forehead. Minus 3030. Crimson numbers popped up above Xiao Hui's head. Ah! Xiao Hui let out a miserable scream as the powerful impact pinned her to the wall. Crack, crack. A piercing sound echoed as the hospital's glass windows shattered, shards flying everywhere. Li Yang and Su Mumu covered their ears, and it took a while for the chaos to subside. Congratulations on killing the Mirror Ghost, earning 100,000 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV 14. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1. Mental Power +1. All statuses restored. System notifications kept popping up as Li Yang collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. That last shot had nearly drained all his strength. Su Mumu limped over, concern evident in her voice. Dummy, are you okay? Li Yang shook his head to indicate he was fine. Su Mumu helped him up, and the two exchanged a smile, seeing the relief of surviving in each other's eyes. This battle had been incredibly perilous. At the start, Su Yuan was ambushed and killed instantly, putting the three of them at a disadvantage. Later, Zhong Meng's reckless attack led to his death at Xiao Hui's hands, sealing their defeat. Reflecting on everything, from Su Mumu's initial clash with Xiao Hui, to Li Yang pulling out the AK to take over, and finally Li Yang's desperate use of sharpshooter to end the fight, every step had been fraught with danger. Any mistake could have led to unimaginable consequences. The smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. The once pristine white walls were now charred black, and the flickering ceiling lights illuminated the scattered medical equipment and shattered glass in the corridor. Phew, we finally made it out alive. Su Mumu exhaled deeply, her face full of exhaustion. She gently moved her numb arm, but a sudden sharp pain shot through her foot. Ah, she cried out, her legs giving way as she lost control and fell to the ground. Careful! Li Yang reacted quickly, reaching out to catch her, but he was too exhausted and ended up falling with her. With a dull thud, Su Mumu hit the ground hard, and Li Yang almost landed on top of her. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself with his hands, avoiding an even more awkward situation. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Su Mumu's face flushed slightly as she hurried to get up, only to accidentally twist her ankle, hissing in pain. Hiss. She rubbed her ankle and looked up at Li Yang's helpless expression, unable to suppress a silly smile. I think I sprained my ankle. Seeing her forced smile, Li Yang felt a pang in his heart. His tone softened. Where does it hurt? Right here, Su Mumu pointed to her ankle. Li Yang followed her gaze and saw her fair ankle, slightly red and clearly injured. He took a deep breath, glanced at Su Mumu on the ground, then looked toward the path leading to the exit, and finally sighed in resignation. Alright, I can't leave you like this. Li Yang crouched down, gently removing Su Mumu's white sneakers, revealing her foot clad in white knee-high socks. Her ankle was even more swollen and red, the contrast against the white socks making it particularly noticeable. Li Yang's gaze softened as he carefully held her ankle and asked tentatively, Is this pressure okay? Su Mumu nodded lightly, her face flushing with embarrassment. Li Yang rolled his eyes. This girl, how could she still be shy at a time like this? But seeing her adorable expression, his frustration melted away instantly. He focused on massaging Su Mumu's ankle, his peripheral vision unintentionally drifting toward the spot where Xiao Hui had fallen moments ago. There was originally nothing there, but now a faint circle of purple light was glowing. Hey, there's something. Su Mumu also noticed. the light and immediately perked up. Her foot, which had been obediently resting in Li Yang's hand, began to fidget restlessly. "Don't move," Li Yang said, half laughing and half crying. This girl, she had already forgotten about her injury before it even healed. I know. Su Mumu excitedly pointed at the purple glow, her eyes sparkling. "Hurry up and see what it is." Li Yang shook his head helplessly. Ever since the golden entry boosted his drop rate to the max, almost every monster he defeated dropped something, and he no longer felt the same thrill as before. Having too high a drop rate wasn't necessarily a good thing. He stood up, walked over to the source of the purple light, and bent down to pick up the item on the ground. It was a broken mirror, its surface full of cracks, yet it still emitted a faint purple glow. Name: Broken Ghost Reflecting Mirror Type, Special Item Quality, Epic Effect, reveals the true form of ghostly entities and immobilizes them for 3 seconds. Description: although most of its power has been lost, this broken mirror can still exert some influence on ghostly entities. It only works on ghosts. Su Mumu looked at the mirror in her hand, her tone full of disappointment. It doesn't seem very useful. Well, it's still an epic item. It might come in handy someday, Li Yang said with a smile. For now, let's hold on to it. When we get out, we can sell it at the service desk. It should fetch a good amount of points. As he spoke, he reached out to help Su Mumu put on her shoes. Perhaps the earlier battle had drained him too much, as his movements were clumsier than usual. Ah! Su Mumu suddenly cried out in pain, her foot wriggling in Li Yang's hand. What happened? Li Yang was startled and quickly let go. Be gentler, it really hurts. Su Mumu rubbed her ankle and shot Li Yang a glare. Only then did Li Yang realize he had been too rough earlier. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his nose. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I think you did it on purpose. Su Mumu pouted and glared at him playfully, though her tone carried little real blame. Seeing her like this, Li Yang couldn't help but laugh. Alright, my bad. I'll be gentler next time. How about you go fight some monsters later to level up and recover fully? Hearing this, Su Mumu's face immediately fell, and she muttered under her breath, this idiot really doesn't know how to take care of people. Li Yang didn't catch what she said, but judging by her expression, it probably wasn't anything nice, so he didn't press further. He helped Su Mumu put on her shoes and supported her as she stood up. At that moment, a faint sound came from the corner of the room. The two immediately became alert and turned their heads in unison. A small, thin figure peeked out from the corner, its large, dark eyes timidly watching them. It was Xiaowei. It really was Xiaowei. Li Yang and Su Mumu were both stunned. During the intense battle earlier, they had thought Xiaowei was done for. They hadn't expected her to still be alive. Li Yang was surprised because the Phoenix I modified in the box on his back hadn't reacted at all, indicating that the Xiaowei in front of them wasn't a ghost. Su Mumu, on the other hand, reacted differently. When she saw Xiaowei, she instinctively gripped her longsword tightly, her eyes filled with caution. Don't move! Li Yang immediately reached out to stop her. Su Mumu gave Li Yang a surprised look but ultimately chose to trust him, slowly lowering her sword. Xiaowei timidly stepped out from the corner, walked up to Li Yang and Su Mumu, and looked up with a sweet smile. Thank you, big brother, big sister. Are you okay? Li Yang asked with concern. I'm fine. Xiaowei shook her head. The monster has been defeated. I can go find my mom now. Just then, the broken ghost reflecting mirror in Li Yang's pocket suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light. Ha! Su Mumu curiously reached into Li Yang's pocket and took out the mirror. In its surface, Xiaowei's reflection appeared. The next second, a shocking scene unfolded. Xiaowei's body began to dissolve into specks of starlight, slowly merging into the mirror, the originally shattered ghost. Mirror miraculously restored itself to pristine condition after absorbing Xiaowei's soul fragments, becoming even more exquisite and magnificent than before. The purple glow transformed into dazzling gold, and a powerful spiritual energy emanated from the mirror. Name: Spirit Mirror Type, Special Item Quality. Legendary Gold Soul Vision reveals the true nature of the reflected object, rendering all illusions and disguises ineffective. Heart's Voice discloses the true thoughts within the reflected object's heart. Soul Imprisonment locks the target for 10 seconds, preventing movement or skill usage. Item description: a treasure mirror imbued with immense spiritual power, capable of perceiving all things in the world and even imprisoning souls. Wow, this thing is so powerful. Su Mumu's eyes lit up as she looked at the spirit mirror in her hand. She happily played with the mirror, its golden radiance shimmering, and its luxurious design clearly indicating its extraordinary value. However, she had no intention of keeping the treasure for herself. Instead, she generously handed it to Li Yang with a smile, saying, "It's yours." Li Yang was momentarily stunned. "Why don't you keep it? This is a legendary item." Legendary items are something most people never encounter in their lifetime. On Blue Star, only a handful of people possess them, either due to exceptional strength or powerful backing. Not everyone is as lucky as Li Yang, who managed to obtain a legendary item from a black iron chest in a beginner-level dungeon. To be honest, owning a legendary item is akin to holding a ticket to the top-tier ranks. Su Mumu was well aware of the rarity of legendary items, but she waved her hand dismissively. "You were the one who discovered the real Shelwy, so this reward naturally belongs to you. Besides, we're so close, if I ever need to use it, I can just borrow it from you, right? You better not refuse." Li Yang accepted the spirit mirror, looking at Su Mumu's clear and bright eyes, feeling a warmth in his heart. He nodded but then smirked mischievously. "I won't lend it. You scoundrel." Su Mumu was so angry she couldn't speak. This guy was getting more and more cheeky. At that moment, a majestic voice echoed in their ears, "Congratulations on clearing Abyss, Mirror Shadow Maze. Reward, golden chest ×1. As the voice faded, 2 golden chests suddenly appeared before them, glowing brilliantly. "Wow, 2 golden chests." Su Mumu jumped up in excitement. Golden chests are rare treasures that only appear with a very low probability in high-difficulty dungeons, and the items inside are undoubtedly valuable. Although Su Mumu came from a wealthy family and had never lacked money, she was only level 8 and had only cleared a beginner-level dungeon once, so she had no experience with opening treasure chests. She rubbed her hands eagerly, impatient to open the chest. But she restrained herself and turned to Li Yang with a smile. "You open yours first. I want to see what treasure you get." Li Yang looked at Su Mumu's expectant expression and couldn't help but laugh. "You little rascal." He walked up to one of the chests, took a deep breath, and was about to open it. "Wait, don't rush." Su Mumu suddenly stopped him. "I remember. The chance of getting an epic item from a golden chest is 10%, and a legendary item is only 1%. You're an archer class if you get a legendary bow." Su Mumu rambled on, talking about chest drop rates, the best equipment for various classes, and how Li Yang should optimize his setup if he got a legendary item. She was even more excited than Li Yang himself. Li Yang, feeling a headache, interrupted her. "Enough talking, I'll just open it." Without hesitation, he opened the chest. In the next moment, a dazzling rainbow light shot into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire room. Su Mumu was dumbfounded. It dropped. As the light faded, a drop of golden liquid the size of a dragon's eye floated in mid-air, emitting a faint golden glow. Name, Breath of Swiftness type, one-time item quality, legendary. Effect, increases the firing speed of a weapon by 100 times. Item description, a magical liquid containing fragments of the law of time, capable of accelerating weapon time and unleashing devastating power. Staring at the drop of golden liquid, Li Yang fell silent. He glanced at the breath of speed in his hand, then at the black box behind him, his face full of hesitation. "Should I use it?" Li Yang murmured to himself. Although the breath of speed was incredibly powerful, it was a one-time use item. Once used, it was gone. Why is it disposable? Li Yang couldn't help but shout, "Am I supposed to turn this AK into a divine weapon?" He had plans to switch weapons in the future. If this investment went to waste, the loss would be huge. He let out a deep sigh. At this point, he could only take a gamble. There was no turning back. Li Yang took off the box from his back, opened it, and carefully retrieved the phoenix eye modified inside. The gun was entirely crimson, with a lifelike phoenix pattern engraved on its body, and the muzzle emitted a faint red glow. Su Mumu stood quietly to the side, her eyes fixed on the gun in Li Yang's hand, full of curiosity. Li Yang took a deep breath and dripped the golden breath of speed onto the phoenix eye modified. In the next second, the golden liquid quickly merged into the gun's body, causing the entire gun to shine with dazzling golden light. The phoenix pattern seemed to come alive, emitting a crisp phoenix cry. The gun vibrated violently twice before calming down, as if nothing had happened. "That's it?" Li Yang scratched his head, a bit incredulous. He tried picking up the phoenix eye modified and pulled the trigger toward the nearby wall. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Deafening gunfire erupted, and the gun in his hand seemed to transform into a heavy machine gun, bullets pouring out like a torrential storm. Li Yang felt a strong force from the gun's body, almost breaking his arm. Damn! This firing rate is insane! Li Yang exclaimed in shock, quickly releasing the trigger. The wall he had shot at instantly turned into rubble, reduced to ruins. Whoa! Su Mumu was also startled by the scene before her. Li Yang took a deep breath, placed the Phoenix Eye modified back into the box, and couldn't calm his mind for a long time. Hey, Li Yang! Do you have some special ability that adds 1010 true damage to your attacks? Su Mumu suddenly asked. Ha? Li Yang froze, turning to look at her. Su Mumu met his gaze calmly and explained, normally, firearms can't harm ghosts, right? But when I saw you attacking Xiao Wei, the damage was always 1010 points. I guess you must have some skill or something similar. Li Yang fell silent. He hadn't expected his secret to be discovered so quickly. This girl was really sharp. Fortunately, true damage was only part of his cheat ability, not the whole thing. He nodded. Looks like I need to quickly increase my attack power, Li Yang thought to himself. I can't let others figure out my abilities just by looking at the damage numbers. In the future. Su Mumu noticed the complex expression on Li Yang's face, her lips curling into a slight smile as she said, "Dummy, I'll keep your secret." Hearing this, Li Yang felt relieved. But Su Mumu's tone suddenly changed, and she said playfully, "There'll be a fee. You want to charge me? What for?" Li Yang hadn't finished speaking when his mouth was suddenly blocked. Soft lips gently pressed against his, and Li Yang's eyes widened, his whole body stiffening. A faint sweet fragrance entered his nose, and Li Yang's mind went blank, his heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. He felt the girl's soft lips and warm breath. Everything was both unreal and vividly clear. Time seemed to stand still, and the world was reduced to the sound of their heartbeats. After what felt like an eternity, Su Mumu reluctantly pulled away. She licked her lips and smiled, saying, "That's the first payment." Li Yang remained frozen in place, his mind blank, his heart pounding as if it would leap out of his throat. "You?" He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Su Mumu looked at his dazed expression and chuckled softly. What a dummy. She walked over to the golden treasure chest, took a deep breath, and prepared to embrace the surprise. Just as her hand was about to touch the treasure chest, Li Yang suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Su Mumu turned her head curiously. "How about I open it for you?" Li Yang suggested. He now had a 100% treasure drop rate. Although he wasn't sure if this drop rate affected the quality of items from chests. Ever since he started opening chests, all the items he got were legendary grade. Maybe this time he could help Su Mumu get something good too. Su Mumu hesitated for a moment before finally nodding, "All right." She clasped her hands behind her back, took 2 steps back with a bright smile, and said, "Go ahead, my lucky charm, let me see just how fortunate you are." Li Yang walked up to the glittering treasure chest. Seeing her expectant expression, he couldn't help but joke, "Make a wish, maybe it'll come true?" Su Mumu pretended to pace back and forth, thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up with a mischievous smile and said, "How about a love potion? I could use it to subdue you before leaving the dungeon." "Aha!" Li Yang almost choked. Su Mumu ignored his awkwardness and continued talking to herself. If not, a master servant contract or a forced command item would work too. Li Yang's face darkened. This girl really had some wild ideas. "Ah, I'm just kidding." Su Mumu quickly waved her hands when she saw his displeased expression. "I don't even know what I need. A sword? Or just something to save my life would be fine." Li Yang shook his head helplessly, ignoring her antics. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the treasure chest. As soon as the chest opened a crack, a wave of intense heat rushed out, as if a ball of fire was hidden inside. "Wow!" Su Mumu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide open. "Is there really something inside?" Li Yang didn't say anything. Instead, he closed the chest again, turned to Su Mumu, and smiled teasingly, "How about we don't open it?" "No way!" Su Mumu panicked, grabbing Li Yang's arm and shaking it playfully. "Come on, big brother, open it for me. Please?" All right, I'll open it, okay?" Li Yang laughed helplessly at her antics. Seeing her eager expression, he opened the chest again. The next second, a dazzling rainbow light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire room as bright as day. At the center of the rainbow light lay a delicate and exquisite statue. The statue was about palm-sized, crystal clear, as if carved from top-quality jade. It was shaped like a 9-tailed celestial fox, lifelike, with every strand of fur clearly visible. Name, 9 Life Celestial Fox Type, Consumable Item Quality, Legendary 9 Life Substitute, can block 9 fatal injuries. Celestial Foxes. Wrath, actively triggers the 9 Life Substitute effect, entering the Ultimate Ascension state for 60 seconds. Ultimate Ascension, all attributes increase by 100%. Attack speed increases by 100%. Movement speed increases by 100%. Immune to all negative statuses. All skills temporarily have no consumption. Item description: the legendary 9-tailed celestial fox has 9 lives, each containing immense power. This treasure is crafted from the 9 tails of the celestial fox, possessing incredible magical power. Holy crap! Sumumu exclaimed, unable to hold back her shock as she stared at the statue. There's actually something this powerful. Hee hee, amazing. She held the statue tightly in her hands, her face full of excitement. This legendary treasure was incredibly strong. With it, it was like having 9 extra lives in the dungeon, plus the ability to unleash extreme power at critical moments. Li Yang looked at her smug expression and shook his head with a smile. So, letting me open the chest wasn't a bad deal, right? Sumumu carefully stored the 9-life celestial fox statue, then turned to Li Yang, throwing him a flirtatious look and sweetly saying, "Thank you, brother Li Yang." Li Yang shivered, goosebumps rising all over his body. "Can you talk normally?" Seeing his awkwardness, Sumumu laughed even harder. Alright, I won't tease you anymore." She put away her smile and said seriously, "Honestly, I wouldn't have gotten such a great item if you hadn't helped me open the chest this time." Li Yang waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, don't worry about it." I'm being serious." Sumumu leaned closer, her big, bright eyes staring at him, her lips slightly parted, her breath fragrant. "You helped me so much, how should I repay you? How about I offer myself to you?" Pooh! Li Yang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I'll be going now." He quickly fled, opening the dungeon interface and choosing to leave. "Wait for me." Seeing this, Sumumu hurriedly opened her dungeon interface as well. The next moment, 2 flashes of white light appeared, and the figures of Li Yang and Sumumu vanished from the hospital. As soon as they left, the hospital began to shake violently. Cracks spread across the walls, and dust fell from the ceiling. Boom! With a loud crash, the entire hospital collapsed into ruins. Amidst the rubble, a small mirror slowly floated up. From within the mirror came a puzzled voice, "The aura of Bai Yujing?" The next moment, the mirror suddenly shattered into countless fragments. Outside the rift in the East Sea, the sea breeze was fierce, and waves crashed against the rocks, producing a constant roar. Teacher Liang tightened her coat, her gaze fixed on the distant waves, her heart restless and uneasy. Beside her stood a young man in a well-tailored black suit. His eyes, sharp and profound behind his glasses, exuded an air of authority with every gesture. This young man was named Li Changfeng, the director of the Ministry of Education of Xia Kingdom. Despite his youth, he held a high position, commanding respect even from Ding Mingxian, the dean of the Swordsmanship Academy at Tianyue University. At this moment, Ding Mingxian was pacing anxiously, his graying beard trembling slightly. In the sea breeze as he muttered, "Why aren't they out yet? They've been in there for so long." "Mentor, please stop pacing, you're making me dizzy," Teacher Liang said with a wry smile. "The Abyss Dungeon is extremely difficult. Mumu is only level 8, at most, she's just there to assist. She herself said she doesn't know when she'll be out." "Exactly, Dean Ding, don't worry. Sumumu is very smart, and heaven helps those who help themselves." Li Changfeng adjusted his glasses, his tone calm. For a dungeon of this difficulty, it would take at least half a day, or even 3 to 4 days. As for that Li Yang, he paused, a subtle, meaningful smile appearing on his lips. He might already have fallen inside. Ding Mingxuan's eyes widened in anger as he pointed at Teacher Liang. "Xiao Liang, this is all your fault. I sent you to the East Sea to be Miss Su's teacher. And you can't even keep an eye on her? If anything happens to Miss Su, can you take responsibility?" Teacher Liang was left speechless, lowering her head in helpless silence. How was she supposed to control Sumumu? If she had known this tutoring job would be so difficult, she would never have volunteered for it in the first place. Forget it, for the sake of a promotion, she would endure. Ding Mingxian paced a few more steps before suddenly remembering something. He turned to Li Changfeng with a smile. "Director Li, I apologize for taking up your time. My student must have made a fool of herself in front of you." Li Changfeng smiled faintly and waved his hand. "It's no trouble. I had planned to visit the East Sea before this year's martial arts exams anyway, so it worked out to come with you this time. Oh? Ding Mingxian was puzzled. The East Sea region hadn't drawn much attention from the higher-ups in recent years. Why had Director Li come in person this year? Is it because there are 7 SSS-class professionals in the East Sea cities this year? He probed. That's only part of the reason, Li Changfeng sighed, his tone heavy. More importantly, some of the aristocrats in the imperial capital have become too arrogant. Under the emperor's watch, they can't act recklessly, but here in the East Sea, they've been violating rules and causing chaos for years. Such disorder needs to be addressed. Ding Mingxian nodded half-understandingly, but his heart was in turmoil. It seemed that this year, the East Sea was destined to be anything but peaceful. Li Changfeng smiled as he walked toward the shore. Strangely, with each step he took, the surging waves receded, as if the vast East Sea itself was showing him reverence. The sea breeze stirred his clothes as he gazed at the shimmering sea in the distance and said softly, "The East Sea is lively this year. I wonder if this Li Yang is just a fleeting moment or if he will bring us a true surprise." His gaze was profound, as if he could already see the future through the layers of waves. Suddenly, the space distorted violently, and the calm sea surface seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand. The purple-black vortex leading to the abyss dungeon began to tremble intensely, as if something was about to break out. Li Changfeng was the first to sense the anomaly. He adjusted his glasses, a glint flashing across the lenses, and said in a low voice, "They're coming out." What? Teacher Liang hadn't reacted yet when he saw 2 figures stumbling out of the shrinking black hole. So soon? Teacher Liang covered his mouth in surprise. The speed of clearing this dungeon was too fast. How long had it been? Half an hour? Or an hour? The first to appear was Li Yang. He looked a bit exhausted, but his eyes remained sharp. His clothes were tattered, with a few bloodstains, clearly showing he had just been through a fierce battle. Right after, Sumumu also rushed out of the black hole, tidying her messy hair while shouting, "Wait for me." The 2 finally steadied themselves and looked up, only to see Teacher Liang, Ding Mingxian, and Li Changfeng staring at them in shock. You. Both sides were momentarily stunned, and the atmosphere turned a bit awkward. Teacher Liang was the first to react. He quickly walked over to Su Mumu, looking her up and down with disbelief in his eyes. "Mumu, you're already level 13? Su Mumu had been level 8 before entering the dungeon. How did she jump to level 13 as soon as she came out? This leveling speed was outrageous. Even if teammates shared 20% of the experience from killing monsters, it shouldn't be this fast. Li Yang had been level 10 before entering and came out as level 14, which was also a significant increase, but not as shocking in comparison. Su Mumu felt a bit embarrassed under Teacher Liang's gaze. She stuck out her tongue and obediently greeted, "Hello, Teacher Liang." Teacher Liang snapped out of it and quickly introduced, "Mumu, Li Yang, this is Dean Ding of the Swordsmanship Academy at Tianyue University, and this is Director Li from the Ministry of Education." Su Mumu immediately dropped her playful demeanor, bowed respectfully, and said sweetly, "Hello, Dean Ding." "Hello, Director Li." Li Yang was just about to speak when Li Changfeng interrupted, "You're Li Yang, right?" Li Yang was momentarily stunned and instinctively nodded. Li Changfeng looked him up and down, his eyes full of admiration. Not bad. So young and already so strong, and you can protect your teammates in the Abyss Dungeon. That's no small feat." Li Yang felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and scratched his head, asking, may I ask, you are? Don't be nervous. Young people should be full of energy." Li Changfeng laughed heartily, waving his hand. "With the approval of the Ministry of Education of Daxia, you are being specially admitted to Tianyue University ahead of schedule, skipping the martial arts exam. Are you willing?" Both Li Yang and Su Mumu were stunned. They hadn't expected that clearing a dungeon would earn them such an honor. Li Yang's hesitation caused the smile on Li Changfeng's face to fade slightly. He said seriously, "Li Yang, you know that Daxia has relied on martial strength to establish itself since ancient times. The martial arts exam is not only a test for every citizen but also a crucial gateway that determines one's future destiny. Only by passing the martial arts exam can you qualify to enter a top university for further studies and have greater development opportunities in the future. However, your strength has already far surpassed your peers, making it unnecessary for you to go through this process again. As for education, you don't need to worry." Li Changfeng paused and continued, "Tianyue University, as the highest institution in Dacia, not only accommodates all kinds of talents but also tailors exclusive training programs based on each individual's characteristics. Even if you're an E-rank archer, you don't have to worry about the teachers lacking experience. They will design the most suitable teaching plan for you. Li Changfeng's words were highly persuasive. For any ordinary person, they would have been overjoyed to agree immediately. However, a trace of hesitation still lingered on Li Yang's face, as if he was still contemplating something. Ahem. Ding Mingxian, who had remained silent until now, cleared his throat and said firmly, "Young man, I know what you're thinking. You don't want to be separated from Su Mumu, right? Rest assured, our swordsmanship academy can also make an exception to admit you. With your talent, even if you don't practice swordsmanship, you are bound to achieve extraordinary success in other fields." Ding Mingxuan's words gave Li Yang a lot of face. After all, every academy at Tianyue University was of the highest caliber, and being able to study there was a dream for many. However, Li Yang shook his head and responded with a smile, Ding, you've misunderstood. My hesitation isn't because of that." He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, and said, "I refuse the special admission. I want to take the martial arts exam myself." The moment he said this, the entire room was stunned. Teacher Liang was momentarily dumbfounded, and Ding Mingxian was left standing in shock. Neither of them had expected Li Yang to actually reject Tianyue University's special admission. This kid, is he crazy? Teacher Liang exclaimed inwardly. On what grounds? Tianyue University was an institution no one in Dacia could refuse. Every year, countless people fought tooth and nail to get in, with even the noble children of the imperial capital traveling to remote areas to take the exam just for a chance to enter Tianyue University. Li Yang was just an E-rank marksman, what right did he have to refuse? Li Changfeng was also surprised, but instead of being angry, he became even more intrigued by Li Yang. He scrutinized him from head to toe. Previously, he admired Li Yang's strength, now, he wanted to understand the young man's inner world. Li Yang glanced at everyone, scratched his head with a smile, and said, "I feel that the martial arts exam is a part of life. Missing out on it would be a pity. In the future, when bragging to others, I'd feel like I lacked confidence. So, I still want to take the exam myself. No matter the result, at least I tried and gave it my all, that's enough for me." Interesting, truly interesting. Ding Mingxian snapped out of his daze, let out a cold snort, and said, with a hint of displeasure, "If you don't want to come, then don't. In all my years, this is the first time I've been rejected by a student." Teacher Liang still couldn't understand Li Yang's decision and stared at him in confusion. "Alright, since you've made up your mind, I won't force you." Li Changfeng smiled and patted Li Yang on the shoulder. "It's good for young people to have their own ideas. I hope you remember your words today and achieve great results in the upcoming martial arts exam." "Thank you, Director Li. I definitely will." Li Yang replied with a confident smile. Li Changfeng's gaze inadvertently swept over the black rectangular case on Li Yang's back, and a flicker of curiosity flashed in his eyes. "Li Yang," he asked with a smile, "may I take a look at your gun?" Li Yang froze for a moment, instinctively touching the case on his back, feeling a bit hesitant. This was his treasure, how could he casually show it to others? However, considering the other party's position, he figured they wouldn't tamper with his weapon. With that thought, he reluctantly agreed. "All right." He carefully removed the case from his back, gently placed it on the ground, and slowly opened it. As the case opened, a wave of scorching heat surged out. Inside lay a peculiar rifle, entirely crimson, with lifelike flame patterns etched onto its body. It resembled a blazing fire, exuding wildness and dominance. Teacher Liang squinted slightly, his pupils reflecting the crimson rifle as he secretly marveled. As expected, it's a legendary weapon. Its aura is even stronger than when I saw it through the case last time. Ding Mingxian also curiously leaned in, scrutinizing the rifle with a furrowed brow. "Kid, what's the meaning of combining two legendary items with an old-fashioned weapon like this? 2 legendary items?" Teacher Liang was stunned and turned to ask Ding Mingxian, "What 2 legendary items?" Before Ding Mingxian could explain, Li Changfeng had already nodded in agreement. "That's right, the Phoenix Remnant and the weapon upgrade liquid. Even if used on a beginner's crossbow, they would bring tremendous enhancement. Yet this kid used them on this antique rifle." He shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. "What a waste of good resources." Li Yang awkwardly touched his nose and explained, I didn't have a suitable weapon at the time, so I just..." He couldn't admit that the beginner's crossbow was completely inferior to this faster weapon for him. After all, he was an archer. Sigh. Li Changfeng sighed helplessly and said, since you've already taken the first step, you must now decide for yourself whether to stop in time and turn back early, or grit your teeth and charge forward to fight for survival. Li Yang was completely confused, unable to understand what Li Changfeng was talking about. However, he still politely nodded and said, thank you for your advice. After speaking, he closed the box and carried it on his back again. Li Yan, Teacher Liang stepped forward, I have some things to discuss with Mumu. You can head back first. Alright, Teacher Liang. Li Yang nodded, turned around, and said to Su Mumu, I'll head off then. See you at school tomorrow. Su Mumu quickly walked to Li Yang's side, whispered a few words in his ear, leaving Li Yang looking helpless, then smiled and watched him leave. I really don't understand young people these days. Dean Ding sighed as he watched them. Dean Ding. Director Li chuckled, actually, I'm still young, and so is Teacher Liang. The wind from the East Sea carried a salty taste, fiercely crashing against the rocks, stirring up waves of white foam. The sunset, like a spilled paint can, dyed half the sky a shade of orange-red. In the center of the East Sea beach stood a massive rock, looking completely out of place with its surroundings. Behind the rock, Chen Dongping paced back and forth irritably. Behind him, 5 tall and sturdy men wearing black masks were either sitting or standing. Brother Ping, will that guy really take this path? One of them couldn't help but ask, his tone tinged with impatience. Of course he will. Chen Dongping stopped in his tracks, his voice firm. I've investigated. This is the only route he has to take to get home. If he wants to leave the East Sea Rift, he has to take this path. But, another man scratched his head, what if he stays in the dungeon for a few more days and doesn't come out today? Chen Dongping sneered, him? Don't be ridiculous. He's only level 10, he can't handle high difficulty dungeons. If he lasts a day, I'd be overestimating him. That may be true. The man who spoke earlier hesitated, Brother Ping, he's still the top of the rookie rankings and even made it onto the Tianjiao rankings. Are we really going to teach him a lesson? Isn't it a bit? A bit what? Chen Dongping's face darkened. Didn't we already agree on this? Now you're backing out? Let me tell you, if this goes wrong, don't expect to get off easy. The man quickly waved his hands. No, Brother Ping, you misunderstood. I meant, isn't this a bit challenging? Shouldn't the reward? He deliberately dragged out his words, rubbing his fingers together. Be increased. Chen Dongping gritted his teeth in anger but had no choice. He could only say, fine, an extra 100,000 credit points each. That's all the money I can spare. But you better do a good job. That kid made it onto the Tianjiao rankings, he's not someone to mess with. Don't worry, Brother Ping. The group immediately perked up, thumping their chests in assurance. We're all level 20 and above, C-class professions. He wouldn't stand a chance against any one of us in a one-on-one fight, let alone all of us together. That guy dared to mess with you, Brother Ping, he deserves it. Just wait and see how he begs for mercy. Only then did Chen Dongping feel slightly relieved. He nodded and said, don't go overboard. It's best not to kill him, or I won't be able to protect you. Understood. Chen Dongping let out a long sigh, looking up at the gradually darkening sky. His unease grew, and he muttered under his breath, why is Li Yang staying in the dungeon for so long? What's going on? Suddenly, he remembered something and turned sharply to the group, adding, by the way, if he shows up later with a woman, don't provoke her. A woman? The group exchanged puzzled looks and asked, who? A man smirked slyly, how about we grab her together, Ping Ji, and you can enjoy yourself. Cut it out. Chen Dongping cursed angrily, that's Su Wenjun's daughter. Do you want to live? I still want to live a few more years. At the mention of Su Wenjun's name, everyone's faces turned pale instantly, and no one dared to utter a word. The atmosphere became silent. The awkwardness didn't last long. One of them heavily patted the giant rock, changing the subject. Seriously, how could there be such a rock on the East Sea coast? Could it be that a monkey might suddenly jump out of it one day? Everyone burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere dissipated immediately. To be honest, another person stroked his chin, also finding it strange. This rock does look odd. Sitting here, all alone, as if it just appeared out of nowhere. I heard this rock has been here for a long time, a small, thin man said mysteriously. Some say there's treasure hidden inside. Treasure? Everyone's interest was piqued immediately. They surrounded the giant rock, examining it, but found nothing. Why don't we break it open and take a look? A burly man, eager to try, suggested. He was a C-rank fist fighter, naturally. Strong and fond of solving problems with his fists. Let's give it a shot, another person shouted. He was a B-rank flame swordsman with a fiery temper. You guys? Chen Dongping was about to stop them but held back. Waving his hand helplessly, do whatever you want. He moved to the bushes nearby, hiding himself again and keeping a close watch on the distant path. Seeing that Chen Dongping didn't object, the 5 of them immediately perked up, rubbing their hands together, ready to go all out. The fist fighter took the lead. He took a deep breath, his arm muscles bulging, and punched the giant rock with all his might. Boom! A loud crash echoed, but the giant rock remained completely unmoved. The fist fighter, however, was forced back several steps by the recoil, his fist faintly aching. My turn! The flame swordsman stepped forward, swinging his flaming sword and slamming it against the rock. Boom! Another loud crash, sparks flying everywhere, but the giant rock remained intact, not even a scorch mark left behind. The group exchanged glances, staring at the rock in disbelief. Let me try. The assassin, agile and nimble, slashed at the rock with his twin daggers, leaving only shallow scratches that caused no real damage. My turn. The priest, though not skilled in attack, wanted to give it a shot. His hands emitted a soft white glow as he pressed them against the rock, but there was no reaction. The rock remained cold and unyielding. My turn. The last person, a short earth mage, placed his hands on the ground, chanting a spell softly. The ground around the rock began to tremble violently, and thick stone spikes burst from the earth, striking the rock fiercely. Boom! 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 A series of crashes rang out, but the giant rock still stood firm. The 5 of them were left panting, exhausted, yet unable to leave a single mark on the rock. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. What kind of rock is this? The fist fighter asked, breathing heavily. After all their attacks, the rock remained unscathed, clearly not ordinary. Could it really be like the legend says, with treasure hidden inside? The flame swordsman muttered. Even if there is treasure, we can't open it, the assassin said with a bitter smile. What now? The priest looked at Chen Dongping, only to find his face dark and his eyes fixed on the distance. He's here. Get ready. The golden glow of the setting sun reflected on the sea, the waves shimmering, and the sea breeze carried a hint of coolness. Li Yang hummed a tune as he strolled along the beach, his steps light and his mood cheerful. He had just come from the service counter, where he sold the items he had collected in the dungeon for a good price, earning over 200,000 credit points in one go. From now on, every dungeon run would be a big payday. As he walked, he noticed a solitary giant rock not far ahead, standing out conspicuously. He had seen this rock several times before. Recently, he had been frequenting the East Sea Rift, and every time, this rock was there. At first, he found it strange, but eventually, he got used to it. Could this thing really have something hidden inside? Li Yang muttered to himself but didn't pay much attention. He glanced casually and prepared to move forward. Just as he was about to pass the boulder, a strong sense of danger suddenly surged. Almost instinctively, Li Yang dodged to the side, and a cold gleam brushed past the tip of his nose, embedding itself in the sand behind him. It was a dagger. Li Yang's pupils contracted sharply, his heartbeat suddenly accelerating, and a chill shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He quickly steadied himself, reached back to open the metal case, and pulled out an AK. As soon as he drew the weapon, 5 dark figures emerged from behind the boulder, surrounding him. All 5 wore black masks, their faces obscured, but the cold, murderous aura they exuded told Li Yang they were far from friendly. Who are you? Li Yang coldly scanned the 5, his voice steady. The 5 didn't respond. The leader sneered, Kid, you should be glad your reflexes are sharp, or you'd already be a corpse. Speak. Who sent you? Li Yang gripped the AK tightly, his tone icy. You don't need to know that much, another man sneered. All you need to know is that you've messed with the wrong people. As soon as the words fell, the leading brawler suddenly charged forward. Brawlers are top tier in sea-level close combat, known for their strength and defense, almost invincible in melee fights. Moreover, this brawler was clearly of a higher level than Li Yang, emitting a faint blue glow and clad in a full set of high-quality gear. This kid is done for. The other 4 revealed cruel smiles. However, just when everyone thought Li Yang was doomed, he moved. His gaze sharpened, his mental energy surged, and he instantly activated his skill Eagle Eye. Everything around him seemed to slow down. The brawler's movements appeared sluggish in his eyes, even the ferocious expression on his face was crystal clear. Li Yang's lips curled into a faint smirk. He calmly raised the AK, aiming it at the charging brawler. What is this kid doing? Does he really think that Broken Gun can take on a brawler? Has this kid lost his mind from fear? Seeing Li Yan's actions, the remaining four were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Idiot, do you even know how strong a brawler's defense is? The leader mocked. With that broken gun of yours, you can't even scratch his armor. Brawlers, after leveling up, gain extremely high armor bonuses. Coupled with the blue gear he was wearing, his armor value was a whopping 380 points. Exactly, forget firearms, even a beginner's bow wouldn't leave a mark on him, another man jeered. How did this kid even make it onto the prodigy list? Pure luck? Bang! A gunshot rang out, piercing the quiet beach. The bullet, trailing fire and white smoke, drew a beautiful arc in the air and struck the brawler square in the chest. Useless. This kid must be an idiot. The remaining four, seeing this, weren't surprised at all. Instead, they sneered at Li Yang with disdain, as if watching a fool. In their eyes, Li Yang's actions were suicidal, completely overestimating himself. But in the next second, their smiles froze. The brawler, who had been charging at Li Yan with overwhelming momentum, shuddered violently the moment the bullet hit him. He dropped to his knees on the spot. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, his face twisted. In pain, and a glaring number appeared on his forehead, -1012. That's it? Li Yan chuckled lightly. What's going on? What just happened? What kind of trick did this kid use? The remaining four were dumbfounded. As if they had seen a ghost, their eyes filled with disbelief. They couldn't comprehend how an ordinary-looking rifle could one-shot a well-equipped brawler. This was completely beyond their understanding. There's something off about this guy. The assassin in the group was the first to react, a serious look flashing in his eyes as he sensed something was wrong. He realized they had encountered a tough opponent today. Without hesitation, the assassin turned into a shadow, darting toward Li Yang at a speed almost impossible to track with the naked eye. Before Li Yang could fire again, he decided to strike first. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two flashes of cold light streaked through the air, aiming directly at Li Yang's throat and heart. Li Yang was already prepared. With a cold sneer, he activated his eagle eye with a thought. Time around him instantly slowed down. Though the assassin was fast, in Li Yang's eyes, he moved like a crawling snail, full of flaws. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, Li Yang fired 3 shots, the bullets precisely targeting the assassin's head, heart, and groin. Oomph, bullets? I can block bullets too. The assassin's face showed no fear, instead, he sneered coldly. Wielding his daggers, he created an impenetrable web of blade light to intercept the incoming bullets. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the first bullet was precisely split in half by the dagger. See that? This is my strength. The assassin boasted smugly, ready to taunt, but noticed that Li Yang's face showed no panic, only a playful smile. Not good. A wave of intense unease surged in the assassin's heart. The second bullet rapidly approached. Clang! Another crisp sound echoed as the other dagger struck the bullet. But this time, it was clearly more strenuous. Hiss! The dagger vibrated violently, numbing the assassin's hands, splitting his tiger's mouth, and emitting a sharp cracking sound as the dagger broke. What? The assassin's pupils shrank sharply. He couldn't comprehend how a seemingly ordinary rifle could. The earth mage shouted loudly, slamming his hands onto the ground. A thick earthen wall suddenly rose, blocking in front of the priest. Bang! A bullet struck the wall, producing a dull sound and shattering it. Watch out for his bullets, they're unusual. The priest, hiding behind the wall, warned with a pale face. The flame blade warrior charged at Li Yang again. Since you want to die. A cold glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes as he pulled the trigger fiercely, this time not aiming, but directly spraying bullets at the flame blade warrior. Rat-a-tat-tat-ta. The rapid gunfire echoed across the beach, as spiritual bullets turned into streaks of deadly light, whistling toward the flame blade warrior. What? The flame blade warrior's expression changed drastically, not expecting Li Yang to abandon precision and resort to a full-on spray. Blazing flame. At the critical moment, the flame blade warrior roared, unleashing energy from within. Crimson flames instantly enveloped his entire body. Screech! 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 The spiritual bullets hit the flames, producing a piercing friction sound before being incinerated by the intense heat. Phew, that was close. The flame blade warrior exhaled in relief, his heart filled with vigilance, his eyes full of dread. Not bad, kid, you've got some skills, he gritted his teeth, not expecting to be pushed so hard by someone who looked so young. Boulder strike. Seeing the flame blade warrior being suppressed, the earth mage panicked. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his hands onto the ground again, chanting an incantation. A surge of powerful earth energy spread out. In the next moment, a massive boulder, over 3 meters wide, appeared out of thin air, crashing down toward Li Yang like a mountain. Oomph, break for me. Li Yang's gaze was resolute. Facing the threat, he didn't retreat an inch, instead, determination flashed in his eyes. He decisively pulled the trigger, and a spiritual bullet, accompanied by the sound of tearing through the air, shot toward the boulder. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the boulder shattered mid-air, fragments scattering in all directions. What? The earth mage was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. How was this possible? This was an advanced spell he had only learned at level 20. Even a C-rank professional couldn't destroy it so easily. Could it be, this young man was truly a hidden powerhouse? The earth mage's mind was in turmoil. He had initially thought that with the strength of their trio, taking down this young man would be no problem. But now, it was clear they had completely underestimated his power. He had jumped 10 levels, taking on 3 opponents, and it was as effortless as drinking water. Damn it! Who the hell is this guy? The earth mage cursed inwardly, suppressing his fear as he gathered earth energy again, preparing to cast another spell. However, at that moment, Li Yang moved. Here's my chance. In the instant the earth mage was distracted, a cold glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes as he locked onto his target. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A spiritual bullet, carrying the aura of death, shot straight toward the earth mage's head. Bang! -1102. The bullet struck the earth mage's forehead with precision, splattering a crimson bloom of blood. The earth mage's body fell straight to the ground, his eyes still filled with terror and disbelief. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend how he had been killed. Third brother. Seeing the earth mage instantly killed by Li Yang, the flame blade warrior roared in fury, letting out an earth-shaking howl. He brandished his flame-covered blade, charging at Li Yang like a madman, courting death. A cold glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes, showing no fear as the AK-47 in his hands spewed fire once again. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta-ta. The dense bullets rained down on the flame blade warrior, sealing off all his escape routes. Damn it! The flame blade warrior's face darkened as he faced the barrage of bullets. He knew there was no way to dodge such an intense attack. Blazing flame. With no other choice, he activated the energy within him, forming a layer of crimson flames around him to block Li Yang's bullets. This won't work. While fending off the bullets, he frantically searched for a solution. He knew he couldn't stay on the defensive. He had to break through Li Yang's firepower suppression, or he'd be worn down eventually. Second brother, I'll help you. At that moment, the priest in their team shouted, "Guardian!" The priest raised his staff with both hands, chanting mysterious incantations. A golden beam of light shot out from the staff, enveloping the flame blade warrior. Buzz! The golden light flickered, and a golden shield appeared around the flame blade warrior, wrapping him entirely. This is... The flame blade warrior was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with joy. This was the priest's new level 20 skill, Holy Protection. The priest released divine energy, applying a shield to a target teammate that lasted for 8 seconds. The shield could absorb damage equivalent to 30% of the target's maximum health plus 150% of the priest's spell power. During the shield's duration, the target also took 10% less damage. It was practically like upgrading his blue gear to purple gear. No matter how powerful the AK in your hands was, it couldn't penetrate the defense of purple gear, right? Good. Kid, you're dead. The flame blade warrior's confidence soared. He no longer dodged bullets, brandishing his burning longsword as he charged at Li Yang, intending to kill him, directly while the shield was still active. Overestimating yourself. Li Yang saw the flame blade warrior charging at him, but his face showed no fear. Instead, it displayed a contemptuous smile. His AK continued to spit fire, each bullet infused with mental energy transforming into beams of death, roaring toward the flame blade warrior. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire echoed across the beach, bullets pouring down like a torrential rain, completely surrounding the flame blade warrior. Clang! 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 The bullets struck the golden shield, producing crisp collision sounds, but the shield remained unshaken. It's useless, kid. Your attacks can't break through my defense. The flame blade warrior laughed triumphantly. He seemed to already envision Li Yang being split in half by his sword. However, the laughter lasted less than a second before abruptly stopping, because he suddenly felt an overwhelming, terrifying aura of death enveloping his entire body. What's going on? The Flame Blade Warrior's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with disbelief. To his horror, he realized that the bullets he had thought were useless had actually penetrated his body. -1010. -1010. -1010. Countless glaring damage numbers appeared above his head. His health plummeted at a visible rate. No! Impossible! The Flame Blade Warrior roared in fury, but it was too late. Countless bullets pierced through his body, and he dissolved into a mist of blood, vanishing into the air. Second brother! The priest witnessed this, his eyes filled with despair, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, before he could react, Li Yang's gun barrel was already aimed at him. No, don't shoot, I beg you. Bang! A bullet infused with mental energy, carrying the aura of death, roared out and struck the priest squarely in the forehead. -1211. The priest's body stiffened instantly, collapsing heavily to the ground, lifeless. The sea breeze blew across the beach, leaving only 5 cold corpses and blood scattered everywhere. Behind a nearby bush, Chen Dongping had witnessed everything, trembling uncontrollably, with an unpleasant smell emanating from his pants. He could never have imagined that the 5 experts he had spent a fortune hiring would be effortlessly annihilated by Li Yang. And in less than a minute. What kind of monster was this Li Yang? Was he really just a level 10 novice? How could he possess such terrifying power? Chen Dongping's mind was filled with endless fear and regret. He regretted provoking this god of death. Was it because of the humiliation he suffered in the martial exam registration hall today? Or because of his repeated attempts to approach Su Mumu, which Li Yang had thwarted? All he knew was that today, his fate seemed grim. Come out, I already see you. Just as Chen Dongping was trembling in fear, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Chen Dongping's entire body shuddered. He slowly raised his head, looking in the direction of the voice. He saw Li Yang standing not far away, holding that ferocious-looking AK aimed at his head. Li Yang specialized in mental energy, his perception far surpassing that of other professionals of the same level. After killing the last enemy, he keenly noticed that someone seemed to be hiding behind the nearby bushes. Without hesitation, he raised his gun and aimed at the bushes, coldly saying, "Come out, or I'll shoot." Don't shoot." The bushes shook violently, and Chen Dongping crawled out, pale-faced and trembling all over, raising his hands above his head. With a tearful and stammering voice, he pleaded, I surrender. Please don't kill me." Li Yang looked at the crawling figure and saw it was Chen Dongping. A playful smile appeared on his face. "Oh, isn't this young Master Chen?" Li Yang teased. "What, you came to the beach for a stroll too?" Hearing this, Chen Dongping's face turned even paler. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying and stammered, Li Yang, what a coincidence, you're here too, huh?" "Don't play dumb." Li Yang's smile faded, his gaze turning icy as he stared at him. "These 5 people, you called them, didn't you?" "No, not me." Chen Dongping shuddered in fear, shaking his head frantically to deny it. "I don't know what you're talking about. I was just passing by, really just passing by." "Passing by?" Li Yang sneered, slowly approaching him. "Do you think I'll believe that?" Chen Dongping felt his skin crawl under Li Yang's gaze, cold sweat streaming down his face. He wanted to refute but couldn't utter a single word. "Not telling the truth?" Li Yang stood in front of him, looking down with a cold tone. "It seems you don't want to confess willingly. Don't kill me." Feeling the chilling aura emanating from Li Yang, Chen Dongping completely broke down, collapsing to the ground and crying bitterly as he begged for mercy. I'll talk. I called them. I was momentarily foolish and made a mistake. Please spare me, I won't dare again." "Spare you?" Li Yang sneered. "If I couldn't defeat them, would you have spared me?" I. Chen Dongping was speechless, opening his mouth to say something but unable to respond. He hadn't intended to kill Li Yang, just wanted to teach him a lesson. But could he admit that? I'm sorry. Chen Dongping kowtowed repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. "It's my fault, I deserve to die. Please, I beg you." "Deserve to die?" Li Yang chuckled. "Then I'll grant your wish." No. Chen Dongping's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Bang! Li Yang pulled the trigger without hesitation. -1134. The bullet formed by mental energy could there be something hidden inside? Li Yang speculated in his heart. Since I'm already here, might as well take a look. Without hesitation, he strode toward the massive boulder. As he got closer, he realized the rock was even larger than he had imagined, towering as high as a 3- or 4-story building. Its surface was rugged and pitted, marked by the passage of time. What on earth is this thing? Li Yang reached out to touch the rough stone, his curiosity piqued. Bang! On a whim, he fired a shot at the boulder. -1010. A bright red damage number popped up from the stone. Ha! I didn't even break through its defense? Li Yang was stunned. His attack power had increased significantly in the abyss, and even without using true damage, he could break through the defenses of opponents of the same level or even higher level professionals. But 1010 was his most basic true damage, which meant his attack hadn't penetrated the stone's defense at all. Moreover, the boulder had withstood 1000 points of true damage without leaving a single mark. How was that possible? Could it be? A glimmer of light flashed in Li Yang's eyes as a bold hypothesis surfaced in his mind. Is there really something hidden inside this boulder? To test his theory, he raised his AK and began firing wildly. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. -1010. -1010. -1010. -1010. -1010. A cascade of damage numbers erupted from the stone like a waterfall, dazzling to behold. However, the boulder only cracked open a small gap. Li Yang was utterly shocked. He had never encountered something so tough. This boulder is definitely not ordinary. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure. Come on, let me see how many bullets you can take. Taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with fighting spirit, he resolved to deplete the boulder's health today no matter what. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The AK spewed flames once more, each spirit-infused bullet carrying a deadly aura. As it rained down on the boulder. -1010. -1010. -1010. The numbers continued to cascade like a waterfall. With the blessing of the breath of speed, the AK's firing rate increased tenfold. This meant Li Yang could now fire 6,000 rounds per minute. 6,000 bullets equaled 6 million true damage. Such terrifying firepower would be hard for even a high-level dungeon boss to withstand. Crack! Finally, fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the boulder. It's working! Li Yang grew excited and pulled the trigger even more frantically, the bullets pouring down like a torrential storm. Rumble! The boulder trembled violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. -1010. -1010. -1010. Li Yang didn't stop, his AK still spitting flames. By now, the boulder's health was on the brink of depletion. Break for me! Li Yang roared, channeling the last of his spirit energy into the gun and pulling the trigger without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. -1010. -1010. -1010. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the boulder finally succumbed to Li Yang's relentless storm of attacks, and shattered into pieces. Fragments of stone erupted like a volcanic explosion, scattering in all directions. Cough, cough. Choking on the dust, Li Yang quickly stepped back a few paces, covering his mouth and nose with his hand as he coughed violently. When the dust settled, the spot where the boulder had stood was now a pile of rubble, with fragments of various sizes scattered everywhere. Ha! Where's the stuff? Li Yang looked around, frowning. He had assumed that such a hard boulder must be hiding some treasure inside. But after searching through all the fragments, he found nothing. Nothing? Was I tricked? Li Yang's expression darkened. Rumble! Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The previously calm sea began to churn violently, surging with towering waves. What's going on? Li Yang's face changed dramatically as he looked up at the sky. The once clear sky was now shrouded in dark clouds. The sea boiled like boiling water, with towering waves dozens of meters high fiercely crashing against the reefs, producing deafening roars. Spray flew, mist spread, obscuring the sky. Thick layers of dark clouds blocked the sunlight. Bolts of lightning as thick as water barrels danced wildly like silver snakes within the clouds, tearing through the pitch-black sky. Thunder roared, deafening, like thousands of galloping horses echoing between heaven and earth. The fierce wind howled, sand and stones flew, and the world turned dark, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Boom! Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire sea. Did I cause trouble? Li Yang stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene before him, muttering to himself. Western outskirts of Qianlong City. In a luxurious hotel room, psychedelic music played. A short and plump middle-aged man was surrounded by two women, indulging in a life of debauchery. Brother Long, here, have a grape, one scantily clad woman said coquettishly, offering a peeled grape to the man's mouth. Brother Long, I just learned a new dance. Want to see it? The other woman twisted her body seductively, trying to catch the man's attention. The middle-aged man, addressed as Brother Long, looked utterly pleased, casually wrapping his arm around one of the women, his large hand roaming over her body as he laughed heartily. Suddenly, the room shook violently, the crystal chandelier swayed precariously, as if it might fall at any moment. Ah! An earthquake! Brother Long, save us! The women turned pale, screaming in panic. Don't panic! Brother Long, startled, sat up abruptly and shouted angrily, Shut up, all of you! The women, frightened, fell silent, trembling. Realizing something was wrong, Brother Long hurried to the window and yanked open the heavy curtains. Outside, the once clear sky was now shrouded in dark clouds, with lightning and thunder, fierce winds howling, as if the end of the world had arrived. This is... Brother Long's face changed dramatically, his eyes filled with fear. The East Sea's guardian stone, destroyed? A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be, a powerful figure has arrived in Qianlong City? At this thought, Brother Long was scared out of his wits. He knew how terrifying a figure at the sovereign level could be. No, I must go and check immediately. Without delay, he grabbed a piece of clothing, barely putting it on, opened the window, and leapt out. Brother Long, your pants! The women in the room cried out in alarm. But Brother Long paid no attention, turning into a shadow and disappearing into the night. East Sea Region, Shiyun Pavilion. In an antique-style study, a scholarly middle-aged man wearing glasses sat at a desk, holding a wolf hair brush, focused on writing on Xian paper. His handwriting was bold and powerful, his strokes vigorous, carrying a sharp sword-like aura. Boom! Suddenly, the study shook violently, and the ink, paper, and inkstone on the desk jumped from the tremor. Yet the middle-aged man's hand holding the brush remained steady, without the slightest tremor, as if the earth's shaking had no effect on him. Ah! He exhaled deeply, slowly placing the brush down, the final stroke landing firmly. Looking at the characters he had written, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Secretary Wu, the middle-aged man called softly. Governor! A tall, striking young woman in professional attire pushed the door open and entered. Has any sovereign visited Qianlong City recently? The middle-aged man set down the brush, looked up at her, and asked with a smile. Sovereign? The young woman paused, thought carefully, then shook her head. Governor, I haven't heard of any sovereign visiting Qianlong City. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Prepare yourself. I'll be heading to the East Sea Rift shortly. Yes, Governor. The young woman responded respectfully and left the study. A black sedan drove steadily along the highway, the scenery outside retreating rapidly, and the sunset's glow edged the sky with a golden eye. In the driver's seat, Teacher Liang looked straight ahead, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Mumu, you gained a lot from the Abyss Dungeon this time. Do you want to arrange some special training tonight? Thank you, Teacher Liang, but no need. I have some other matters to attend to. Su Mumu forced a smile and politely declined. Her mind was a mess, she had no mood for training. Returning home this time, she was sure her father would scold her harshly again. Thinking of this, Su Mumu couldn't help but sigh. Sitting in the back seat, Dean Ding heard her and also advised, Miss Su, it's good for young people to have drive. Like a sharp sword, without training, it will never be useful. But, Dean Ding's tone deepened, you can't be too reckless either. The Abyss Dungeon is not a place you can just enter casually, it's a life or death situation. I understand, Dean Ding. I'll be more careful in the future, Su Mumu replied softly, lowering her head. Luckily, this time you entered a level 1 Abyss Dungeon. Even so, 2 teammates over level 20 were injured before you barely cleared it. Who knows what might happen next time? Dean Ding spoke earnestly. Su Mumu opened her mouth to retort but ultimately said nothing. Mumu, Dean Ding is looking out for you, Teacher Liang chimed in. Why not stick to normal dungeons like Goblin Underground? They're safe, stable, and help you accumulate experience. Why take such risks? Exactly, Miss Su, listen to us. Don't do such dangerous things anymore, Dean Ding said sincerely. Why not let Li Yang accompany you for some shopping instead? To be honest, Teacher Liang and Dean Ding didn't support Li Yang getting too close to Su Mumu. They felt Su Mumu was a prodigy with limitless potential, while Li Yang was just a young man with good luck but limited prospects. The two were simply not on the same level. Although they didn't understand why Su Wenjun allowed it, they would never support the two being together. Of course, they weren't Su Mumu's parents and had no authority to decide anything. But Su Mumu challenging the Abyss Dungeon on her own made them very worried. They thought it would be better for her to date Li Yang than risk her life adventuring. At least dating wouldn't endanger her life. Thinking of this, Teacher Liang and Dean Ding both sighed helplessly. Anyway, Miss Su, until you have a life-saving artifact, you absolutely must not enter the Abyss Dungeon again, Dean Ding reminded her. Rest assured, once you officially enroll, the Academy will provide you with an epic level life-saving artifact. Your sword will never rust. An epic level life-saving artifact? Su Mumu's eyes lit up. She pulled out a palm-sized nine-tailed fox statue from her pocket and curiously asked, Dean Ding, is this the kind of life-saving artifact you're talking about? What is that? Dean Ding looked at it in confusion and was instantly stunned. What did he see? Golden. Sitting in the back row, Director Lee heard the commotion and glanced over with interest. Adjusting his glasses, he carefully examined the nine-tailed fox statue in Su Mumu's hand, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. A nine-tailed substitute. Director Lee spoke slowly, his tone a mix of surprise and intrigue. An interesting little item. Miss Su, you're truly fortunate. This thing is extremely rare. This is a legendary artifact? Dean Ding's expression changed as he looked at the statue. Again. It turned out to be a legendary artifact. Moreover, an exceptionally rare and precious life-saving artifact within the legendary category. Owning it was like having 9 lives. Miss Su, where did you get this artifact? Dean Ding couldn't help but ask. Li Yang got it for me, Su Mumu replied with a proud smile. Li Yan? Director Li raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name. His face remained calm, but his mind was in turmoil. 3 legendary artifacts. On this trip to the East Sea, in just one day, he had already seen 3 legendary artifacts. No, wait. He recalled the moment he parted ways with Li Yang earlier and distinctly felt a top-tier aura emanating from him. In other words, there were 4 top-tier legendary artifacts, all connected to this young man. And Li Yang himself possessed 3 of them? This young man was level 10, still an E-rank archer? Even among those wealthy and powerful heirs in the imperial capital, how many can claim to have 3 legendary items on them at level 10? Why? Boom! At that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. The smoothly driving car suddenly jolted violently. What's going on? Teacher Liang's expression changed as he tightly gripped the steering wheel, struggling to control the car. What happened? Dean Ding also noticed something unusual and asked in confusion. But before Teacher Liang could answer, Director Li, sitting in the back seat, suddenly turned pale. His figure instantly became a blur and shot out of the car. A sovereign? Impossible. You. Take Miss Su back first. I'll go check it out. Director Li's voice echoed from afar, and in the next moment, he was gone. Director Li? Director Li? Teacher Liang and Dean Ding were startled by Director Li's sudden action. They turned to look back but saw nothing. What on earth is going on? Teacher Liang's face turned pale. Not sure. Dean Ding shook his head, his expression also grim. But judging by Director Li's reaction, something major must have happened. What should we do now? Teacher Liang asked. First, safely take Miss Su back. We'll deal with the rest later, Dean Ding said solemnly. All right. Teacher Liang nodded. Over the east. See, fierce winds howled, massive waves surged, dark clouds gathered, and lightning streaked across the sky like thick threads. Director Li's figure flashed through the air, crossing tens of thousands of meters with each breath. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck directly toward Li Yang's head. Damn! Li Yang's face changed drastically. Just as he was about to dodge, he noticed someone appear beside him. Director Li had somehow appeared at his side. He slightly raised his head, and the once mighty lightning bolt seemed to come alive, forcibly changing direction midair and striking the distant sea, sending a towering column of water skyward. Whoosh! With a gentle wave of Director Li's hand, the once violent sea instantly calmed, the dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight poured down again as if nothing had happened. Before he arrived, several corpses on the ground had already been reduced to ashes by the lightning, dissipating into the world. Otherwise, even if he had been distracted, he would have noticed immediately. Li Yang was dumbfounded, his mind in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. What level of power was this? Controlling the forces of nature with a mere wave of the hand, summoning storms and dispersing clouds, almost omnipotent. Was it a saint level above level 100? Or a god level above level 300? Or perhaps a sovereign above level 400? Just as Li Yang was lost in thought, a disheveled figure suddenly appeared on the horizon, flying toward them like a kite with a broken string. Director Li frowned slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on the figure. Who is that? Li Yang curiously looked over. As the figure drew closer, it became clearer. It was a short, chubby middle-aged man with disheveled clothes, messy hair, and a face full of terror. Which sovereign has graced Qianlong City with their presence? I am Fan Long, the city lord of Qianlong City. I apologize for not welcoming you earlier. Please forgive me. The short, chubby man quickly tidied his clothes and bowed respectfully upon seeing Director Li. Director Li was about to speak when the space beside them suddenly distorted. A scholarly-looking middle-aged man stepped out of the rift. Ho, Governor! Upon seeing the newcomer, Fan Long was so terrified that his soul seemed to leave his body. His legs gave out, and he knelt on the ground. This man was none other than the highest governor of the East Sea region, Huayun. Director Li, long time no see. Huayun ignored the kneeling Fan Long and greeted Director Li with a smile. Long time no see, Director Li replied with a smile. I heard Director Li destroyed the East Sea's sea stabilizing stone. What was your intention? After the pleasantries, Huayun's gaze shifted to the distant sea, his tone calm. It wasn't me, Director Li shook his head. I just arrived. Here. Not you? Huayun frowned deeply. Then who? He scanned everyone present, his gaze finally landing on Li Yang. A regular student? A hint of doubt flashed in Huayun's eyes. Li Yang, did you see who destroyed that giant stone just now? Director Li turned to Li Yang and asked. Li Yang hesitated for a moment, then shook his head in denial. Director Li and Huayun exchanged glances, a trace of understanding flashing in their eyes. They clearly noticed that Li Yang was hiding something. However, they did not press further. After all, in their eyes, Li Yang was just an ordinary child. Even if he had a secret, it couldn't be anything significant. Could it really have been him who shattered the Xinhai stone? This Xinhai stone has been guarding the East Sea for 400 years, and it was nearing the end of its effectiveness, Huayun said, looking at the shattered pieces on the ground with a calm tone. Even if no one had destroyed it, it probably wouldn't have lasted much longer. That's true, Director Li nodded. I came to the East Sea this time intending to address this matter. Oh? Director Li, why did you leave the imperial capital to come to the East Sea? Huayun asked curiously. Director Li opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he shook his head. I'll explain later. It's nothing particularly important. Standing to the side, Fan Long, the lord of Qianlong City, hadn't said a word from beginning to end and could only stand there awkwardly. Moreover, his disheveled appearance in front of the two leaders was utterly embarrassing. This young venerable seemed to command even Huayun's respect. Could he be someone sent from the imperial capital? Fan Long couldn't help but take 2 steps back, trying to minimize his presence. Director Li bent down, picked up a piece of the shattered stone, and examined it closely. Coming and going without a trace, so mysterious it's baffling. Ordinary venerables wouldn't be this bored. He muttered to himself. Could it be them? At the mention of them, Huayun's expression immediately turned serious. You mean the Heavenly White Jade Capital, Director Li said gravely. The Heavenly White Jade Capital? Upon hearing this term, Li Yang's ears perked up, his heart filled with curiosity. What exactly was that? However, Director Li and Huayun said no more, both falling into deep thought with grim expressions. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Why had the conversation stopped? Why was no one speaking? Li Yang felt a bit frustrated. Ahem. Fan Long, seeing the two of them silent, cleared his throat to ease the tension, and took the initiative to speak. I remember that the Xinhai stone was left behind by people from the Heavenly White Jade Capital back then, wasn't it? Yes, Director Li nodded. According to the records of the Night Watchers, 400 years ago, there was a problem with the East Sea Rift. A massive number of demonic creatures poured out, causing a bloodbath. Qianlong City was on the brink of destruction, and countless civilians were displaced. Just when everyone thought Qianlong City was doomed, a mysterious venerable, who had never been heard of before, suddenly appeared. With his own strength, he turned the tide, eliminated all the invading demonic creatures, and saved millions of civilians in Qianlong City. Afterward, that venerable set up the Xinhai stone on the East Seacoast to suppress the rift and prevent further invasions by demonic creatures. Then, he disappeared mysteriously, as if he had never existed. As for his identity, even the Night Watchers have no detailed records. All they know is that he claimed to be from. Director Li paused, his tone heavy, the heavenly white jade capital. The heavenly white jade capital. Fan Long repeated softly, his eyes full of confusion. What exactly is that? The sea breeze, carrying a salty and damp scent, blew across the East Sea. Director Li shook his head. The so-called heavenly white jade capital, an organization? A force? A place? A code name? Or a person's name? He sighed deeply. I don't know either. The Night Watchers have been searching for answers for hundreds of years, but they've made no progress. In recent years, haven't there been frequent rumors about the heavenly white jade capital? Huayun, hands behind his back, looked at the shimmering sea with a puzzled expression. There have, Director Li said with a bitter smile, but it's hard to tell what's true. Whether it's genuinely related to the heavenly white jade capital or someone using the name to cover up the truth, no one can say for sure. He paused. Those who claim to be from the heavenly white jade capital are diverse in every way, their professions, skills, and equipment vary greatly, as do their methods and moral standards. There's no sign that they belong to the same organization. The Night Watchers are said to have more intelligence, but they've never disclosed it publicly. Director Li glanced at Li Yang, who was listening attentively, and said with a smile, Li Yang, if you're interested, you can consider applying to join the Night Watchers in the future. They are the Emperor's personal guards, directly under imperial authority. A position of no small significance. Ah, Li Yang, being called out, blushed and smiled awkwardly. He had been engrossed in listening but wasn't particularly interested in the Night Watchers. Although they did sound pretty cool. Seeing his reaction, Director Li shook his head. This kid seemed clueless about everything and probably had nothing to do with the Celestial Jade Capital. In that case, he likely hadn't seen the person who shattered the sea-stabilizing stone. Otherwise, given the style of those from the Celestial Jade Capital, he wouldn't still be alive. Director Li, do you think it might have something to do with that venerable figure? From 400 years ago? Governor Hua suddenly broke the silence. Are you saying he's returned? Director Li raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. It's just speculation, Governor Hua shook his head. The sea-stabilizing stone has existed for 400 years without any issues, and now, of all times, it's been destroyed. Moreover, the perpetrator clearly doesn't want us to know their identity. There might be secrets here that we are unaware of. Director Li was silent for a moment, acknowledging the logic in Governor Hua's words. I'll report this matter truthfully, Director Li said after a moment of contemplation. As for how to handle it, that's beyond our decision-making authority. By the way, City Lord Fan, are you alright? Director Li suddenly turned to Fan Long, who looked a bit awkward, and asked with a smile. No, I'm fine. Fan Long quickly waved his hands. Ahem, if there's nothing else, may I go back and change my clothes first? He asked cautiously. Go ahead, Director Li said with a laugh, waving him off. Fan Long, relieved, quickly turned and walked away. Fan Long is still the same, timid and averse to trouble, Governor Hua said, shaking his head with a smile as he watched Fan Long's retreating figure. Everyone has their own path. Guarding Qianlong City, he's done his duty, Director Li said calmly. Li Yang felt a bit awkward staying any longer. He stood up and brushed the sand off his clothes. Director Li, I'll take my leave as well. You two continue your discussion. With that, he turned to leave. Li Yang, wait a moment, Director Li called out to him. Li Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could he have figured out that I broke the stone? He slowly turned around, forcing a smile and pretending to be nonchalant. Director Li smiled warmly, showing no sign of suspicion. He gently tapped the fragments of stone on the ground. The fragments began to slowly rotate and fuse in his hand, emitting a faint purple glow. Eventually, they formed a palm-sized stone tablet engraved with strange runes, its light growing even stronger. An epic grade item. This guy can actually create an epic grade item? Li Yang's pupils contracted, and his heart surged with emotion. Director Li handed the stone tablet to Li Yang and said, "This sea-stabilizing stone is made of extraordinary material. Ordinary attacks can't damage it, making it perfect as a life-saving artifact. I see you're an archer high in offense but lacking in defense. Take this as a token of goodwill between us. Goodwill? With me? Why? Li Yang was momentarily stunned. He accepted the tablet and instinctively opened his interface. See Stabilizing Talisman, Purple, Type, Accessory Effect. When equipped, it can block one fatal attack and create a shield around the user for 5 seconds, absorbing damage equal to 5 times the user's maximum health. If the substitute death effect is not triggered, it can also be used as armor. Description: forged from fragments of the East Sea's Sea Stabilizing Stone, it possesses extremely high defensive power and can protect the wearer. Thank you. Li Yang suppressed his surprise and sincerely thanked Director Li before turning to leave. Governor Huo watched Li Yang's departing figure with curiosity in his eyes. He turned to Director Li and asked, "Why are you so concerned about a mere student who's only around level 10 and has awakened an E-rank class?" Director Li smiled and asked in return, "Governor Hua, your eldest son, Huo Wu, how many legendary items did he have around this time last year?" Governor Huo was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Director Li, are you joking? A mere beginner. At just over level 10, where would he get legendary items? Even though I don't lack such things, I wouldn't give them to him so early." Director Li shook his head inside. "This Li Yang has 3. The smile on Governor Hua's face froze instantly. He asked in disbelief, "Whose son is he in the capital? Some big shot?" Then he shook his head. "No, that's not right, his surname is Li." Suddenly, as if realizing something, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "He got them himself from dungeons and treasure chests?" Director Li nodded slightly and said with a smile, "He even helped someone else get one." Governor Hua was speechless, waves of shock surging in his heart. A teenager barely over 10 years old, with an awakened E-level profession, and yet such heaven-defying luck? This was simply unprecedented. This Li Yang is no ordinary person. Governor Hua muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with an indescribable light. Director Li said nothing, only smiling as he gazed in the direction where Li Yang had left, his expression deep. Luck was good, but it wasn't everything. If one relied solely on luck without effort, it would ultimately be nothing more than a castle in the air, leaving endless regret. Qianlong City, Qianlong Academy. The glaring sunlight filtered through the branches of camphor trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The cicadas chirped tirelessly, and after a few quiet days, Qianlong Academy was once again bustling with activity, accompanied by the sound of cicadas. Today was the day for senior students to return to school. According to the customs of the Xia Kingdom, senior students would return to school 11 days before the martial arts exam. During the final 10 days of preparation, students could arrange their time freely, filling in gaps in their knowledge or relaxing to prepare for the upcoming exam. For senior students, today felt more like a special graduation day. Boarding students dragged their suitcases, waving goodbye to their familiar dormitories. Close friends gathered in small groups, exchanging contact information and making plans for post-exam reunions. Their faces were full of youthful energy, but they couldn't hide the sadness of impending farewells. The Xia Kingdom's education system emphasized efficiency, so there was no formal graduation ceremony for students. On one hand, there was too much to do after the martial arts exam. Students, teachers, and schools were all incredibly busy. More importantly, the martial arts exam was highly risky. Every year, many students, due to inadequate preparation, were injured or even lost their lives in the exam dungeons. Holding a graduation ceremony under such circumstances would be too cruel. Thus, this routine return to school day became the seniors' last chance for a wild gathering. The campus was crowded with people. Many first and second year students surrounded the seniors, curiously asking all sorts of questions, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future. "Senior, what profession did you awaken?" "Senior, is clearing dungeons hard? What should we watch out for?" For these questions, still rooted in textbooks, the seniors patiently answered they had been through it themselves. Of course, most seniors gathered together to discuss their own topics. The hottest topic was undoubtedly the daily updates to the rookie rankings. "Hey, Fatty, did you see the rookie rankings update this morning?" A tall, skinny boy nudged his companion, who was packing his bag, with his elbow, asking excitedly. Without looking up, Fatty replied, "No, what's there to see on the second day? It's not like it's the first day of the rankings. It's probably still that Li Yang in first place, level 10, such a freak." The tall, skinny boy smiled mysteriously. "You don't get it. Today's rookie rankings are truly exciting. Guess what level Li Yang is now?" Fatty finally looked up, puzzled. "How much could It'd be level 11? After level 10, the experience required to level up doubles. It was rare for students to reach level 11 before the martial arts exam, let alone level 12. The tall, skinny boy lowered his voice and said, enunciating each word, level 14. 14. Can you believe it? Fatty's eyes widened in shock, his backpack falling to the ground as he stood there speechless for a long time. He was stunned for half a minute before taking a breath and saying in disbelief, level 14? How is that possible? Even if you grind dungeons every day, you can't level up that fast. The tall, skinny boy looked certain. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, check your phone yourself. The chubby boy quickly pulled out his phone, opened the newcomer leaderboard on the Donghai District Martial Exam homepage, and sure enough, saw the name Li Yang in first place with level 14 written next to it. This is too outrageous. The chubby boy muttered under his breath, waves of shock surging in his heart. The juicier part is still to come. The tall, skinny boy leaned closer to the chubby boy, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, Sumumu, Su the school beauty, is at level 13. What? The chubby boy exclaimed loudly again. And their experience points are almost identical. The tall, skinny boy continued to drop bombshells. Do you know what that means? The chubby boy's face turned pale, then dejected, as he mumbled, it means, they were grinding dungeons together yesterday. Although grinding dungeons together wasn't anything special, proximity breeds opportunity, and the chances were higher. The tall, skinny boy patted the chubby boy's shoulder, sighing with envy. Sigh, they're already on the prodigy leaderboard. At such a young age. If I had Li Yang's skills, I would. So, this year's top scorer is definitely going to be from our Qianlong Academy, the chubby boy interrupted, asking. The tall, skinny boy thought for a moment. Of course, but it will definitely be Goddess Su, not that Li Yang kid. Both of them agreed, not just because Su Mumu was beautiful, but more importantly, because she had awakened the top-tier SSS class profession, while Li Yang had only awakened a common E-class profession, archer. The gap was enormous. At this moment, a girl with a ponytail overheard their conversation and sneered, you guys don't get it. I have insider information. After Su Mumu awakened, the principal personally took her to meet the admissions officer from Tianyue Academy. She's already been pre-admitted. What? The chubby boy and the tall, skinny boy exclaimed in unison. So, our Qianlong's only hope is actually Li Yang? The chubby boy was incredulous. The tall, skinny boy froze, then said in a low voice, Li Yang has to compete with SSS class geniuses from other schools. Can he, really, do it? No way. I'm a C-class and wouldn't dare go up against an SSS class god. If he can do it, then I could too. The ponytailed girl shook her head. TSK, the principal really knows how to pick. An E-class loser? Can he really be relied on? The three of them chatted as they walked toward the teaching building. When they reached the front, they saw a large crowd gathered ahead, as if something had happened. What's going on? Let's go take a look, the tall, skinny boy said curiously. The three squeezed into the crowd, only to see a girl sitting on the ground in the center. Her makeup was smeared by tears, and she was holding up a sign that read, Li Yang, can you really bear to abandon me and our unborn child? Please don't leave me. I beg everyone to help me get an explanation from Li Yang. This girl seems to have dated Li Yan? Her name is Song Yihan, right? I've heard of her, the chubby boy said, staring at the girl. Yeah, I remember. I think I've seen them together, the ponytailed girl agreed. So Li Yang got this girl pregnant and now ran off? TSK, I didn't expect Li Yang to be this kind of person. The tall, skinny boy shook his head. The onlooking students read the words on the sign and started whispering, pointing fingers. Is this for real? Li Yang seems so honest. Did he really do something like this? You really can't judge a book by its cover. I never thought Li Yang was such a scumbag. I always thought there was something off about the way he looked at people. This poor girl, getting tricked by a scumbag. Some people were also enjoying the drama, fanning the flames. Do you think Li Yang will get expelled? Probably not. The martial exam is coming up, and the school wouldn't want to make a big deal out of it. Who knows? The school will definitely have to handle this seriously. Just as everyone was noisily discussing, a loud shout came from outside the crowd. What are you all doing here? Disperse. Immediately. The crowd automatically made way, and the dean of students entered with a sullen expression, accompanied by two teachers. What's going on here? Why is there such a crowd? The dean asked with a frown. Director. Look. A teacher beside him pointed at the sign in Song Yihan's hand. The dean followed the direction of the finger and his face darkened further. Explain the situation, the dean said sternly as he walked up to Song Yihan. Song Yihan looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, and sobbed, Director, Li Yang and I were high school classmates. We've been in a relationship for 3 years. She cried as she haltingly recounted their story. She said their relationship had always been good, but Li Yang, disheartened by only awakening an E-level profession, became despondent. She wanted to comfort him and, in a moment of impulse, gave him her first time. However, Li Yang turned his back on her and abandoned her. Hearing this, the surrounding students were outraged and began condemning Li Yang. That's too much. What a shameless scumbag. How could he treat a girl like this? The school must punish him severely. But some expressed doubt. Wait, I heard Song Yihan got together with Chen Dongping from class 1? Really? That can't be true. I heard it too, it seems to be recent. Few girls, hearing these rumors, immediately refuted them. What do you mean by spreading rumors? Are you saying Song Yihan would joke about her own reputation to frame Li Yang? Exactly. What girl would joke about her own honor? The dean listened to the arguments, his expression growing colder. He glared at everyone before turning to Song Yihan. Song Yihan, don't worry. The school will ensure justice for you. We will not tolerate students like Li Yang. A young female teacher beside him tugged on his sleeve and whispered, Director, this matter hasn't been fully investigated yet. We can't rush to conclusions. Besides, cases like this are difficult for the school to handle. Perhaps it's better to contact both families first? The dean paused, realizing the teacher made sense. Resolving this through the families might indeed be more appropriate. You're right, Xiao Lu, the dean nodded. Call Li Yang's parents first. Understood, Director. The female teacher took out her phone and began searching for contacts. However, after a while, she looked embarrassed. Director, she said. Hesitantly, it seems Li Yang is an orphan. The school doesn't have any contact information for his family. What? The dean grew even angrier. No wonder he has no manners. Well, that's fine, no need to contact his family. The female teacher walked over to Song Yihan, helped her up, and gently asked, Song Yihan, do you have any evidence for what you've said? It's not that the school doesn't believe you, but we need evidence for the process. Song Yihan nodded, trembling, and pulled a folded piece of paper from her pocket. She handed it to the teacher, choking back tears. This is a certificate from the hospital. The teacher took it and froze upon seeing it. A medical report? Hearing those words, the surrounding students erupted into an even louder commotion. What? It's true? No way. The awakening ceremony was just a few days ago, how could this be found out so quickly? A bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses and smugly explained, amateurs wouldn't understand. With today's advanced technology, how hard is it to check something like this? Let me tell you, the vocational system has been perfected, and all industries have upgraded accordingly. Many who awaken medical professions work in hospitals now. They can revive the dead, repair bones, and identifying something like this is a piece of cake. Oh, I see. The surrounding students suddenly understood. I didn't expect Song Yihan to really be telling the truth. That Li Yang is simply a scumbag. I've always said, that guy looks shady, like a bad egg. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought Li Yang would be like this? Looks like Li Yang's E-level profession awakening is just karma. Heaven saw through him long ago. In the crowd, voices of discussion, condemnation, and exclamation rose one after another. The dean of students looked at the diagnosis report in his hand, his face dark with anger. Gritting his teeth, he said, this is outrageous. It's a disgrace to our Qianlong Academy. He suddenly turned to the female teacher who had been speaking on behalf of Li Yang and asked furiously, Xiao Lu, do you have anything else to say? The female teacher was startled by his imposing demeanor and stammered, Director. I just think. Think what? Stop stammering, the dean interrupted impatiently. I just think this matter, shouldn't we investigate it further? The female teacher mustered her courage to say. After all, it's just one side of the story. One side of the story? The diagnosis report is right here. What else is there to investigate? The dean roared. Are you saying we've wronged him? The female teacher, intimidated by his anger, dared not speak further and could only lower her head with a sigh. Student Song Yihan, don't worry. The dean turned to Song Yihan, his tone softening. The school will definitely seek justice for you and will not let any students suffer injustice. Song Yihan looked at him gratefully and cried, "Thank you, director, thank you." A glint of coldness flashed in the dean's eyes, as he turned to the female teacher and said, "Xiaolu, notify Li Yang immediately and tell him to come to my office." Director. The female teacher hesitated. The martial arts exam is coming up soon. Isn't it a bit harsh to trouble Li Yang at this time? How about we just give him a punishment and let this matter rest? Punishment? The dean's anger flared even more. After what he's done, you still want to let it slide? Forget it, I'll expel him directly. I'll expel him from the school right now. Expel? The female teacher was stunned. Director, isn't this a bit inappropriate? He's about to take the martial arts exam. If you expel him now, then inappropriate? The dean fumed. I'll write a report to the principal. He'll be expelled today. Martial arts exam? What does it matter? After committing such a disgraceful act, what right does he have to take any exam? At the gate of Qianlong Academy, Li Yang hummed a tune as he leisurely walked into the school. He had spent 3 years at this high school and was about to leave, feeling a bit reluctant. Although he didn't have many friends, he got along well with the teachers, except for the dean of students. He still remembered an incident in his first year when he was caught sleeping in class by the dean. The dean was furious and wanted to punish him severely, but Li Yang retorted with one sentence, "I've already learned everything the teacher is teaching, so it doesn't matter whether I listen in class or not." Since then, the dean had held a grudge against him and often caused him trouble. However, Li Yang always ranked first in the grade during exams, leaving the dean with no choice but to tolerate him. But today, Li Yang felt something was off. Not only the third-year students, but even the first and second-year underclassmen gave him strange looks as they passed by, curious, disdainful, and even disgusted. Groups of students whispered among themselves, occasionally casting odd glances his way. "What's going on? Do I have something on my face?" Li Yang touched his face, puzzled. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. After all, after today, he wouldn't have much interaction with these classmates anymore. He continued walking into the school. Earlier this morning, Sumumu had called him specifically, saying she had something important to discuss and urging him to arrive at school early. She had even secretly told him that Director Li from the Ministry of Education would be visiting Qianlong Academy today. That girl, what could she possibly have to say that she couldn't say over the phone? Li Yang sighed helplessly, already accustomed to the quirks of his childhood friend, the little rich girl. As he walked, he noticed a large crowd gathered ahead, as if something had happened. "Let's go see what's going on." Li Yang, who loved to join in on the excitement, walked over with a grin, tiptoeing to look into the crowd. "What's going on? What's going on? Ha? Song Yihan? The dean? What's this about?" Li Yang immediately recognized the two people in the crowd. "Isn't that Li Yang?" Someone suddenly shouted, causing a commotion. "It's really Li Yang. Why is he here? This is going to be interesting." Instantly, all eyes were on Li Yang. Li Yang, confused by everyone's stares, had no idea what was happening. The dean and Song Yihan also looked over, and the moment they saw Li Yang, their expressions turned awkward. At that moment, Li Yang noticed the sign on the ground and the shocking content written on it. "Li Yang, how dare you show your face at school?" The dean, with a dark expression, pointed at Li Yang's nose and shouted angrily. "Oh, what's this supposed to mean?" Li Yang asked curiously, glancing at Song Yihan, who was so startled that she quickly hid behind the dean. The dean became even angrier, pointing at Li Yang and shouting furiously, "Song Yihan, you don't need to be afraid. This is the academy, the best school in Qianlong City. Li Yang wouldn't dare act recklessly here. Li Yang, let me tell you, from today onwards, you are no longer a student of our academy. You are expelled." The surrounding students erupted in an uproar upon hearing this, cheering and looking gleeful. "Expelled? Why?" Li Yang couldn't help but laugh and asked, "What did I do to deserve being expelled from school?" "You still have the nerve to ask?" The dean pointed at Li Yang's nose and roared, "After doing such a disgraceful thing, you dare ask why?" Li Yang was even more puzzled and asked, "What exactly did I do that was so disgraceful?" "Still playing dumb?" The dean was so furious he was about to explode. You know very well what you did." Li Yang glanced at the dean, then at Song Yihan hiding behind him, and suddenly seemed to understand something. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, I see. What kind of farce is this? You're utterly shameless." The dean was trembling with anger, pointing at Li Yang but unable to speak. "Enough. Li Yang interrupted the dean. Impatiently, turning his gaze to Song Yihan, who was hiding behind the dean, and asked, Song Yihan, did you say all this? Song Yihan looked up at Li Yang, then quickly lowered her head, her shoulders shaking as she cried, looking pitiful. How can you talk to Song Yihan like that? The dean immediately shielded Song Yihan, glaring at Li Yang angrily. Do you have no conscience at all? The surrounding students also began criticizing. Li Yang. Exactly. How can you treat a girl like that? So rude. What a jerk. Li Yang looked at the crowd in front of him, his head buzzing as if 1,000 flies were swarming around his ears. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and was about to explain when he suddenly realized something was off. Wait, why should I explain? Li Yang suddenly understood that he didn't need to explain anything to these people. Why explain? Something he hadn't done? With this thought, a faint cold smile appeared on his lips. He opened the wooden box behind him and pulled out an AK, pointing the muzzle at the sky. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. Everyone was startled, and the crowd instantly fell silent. The students finally realized that the person they had been calling a scumbag was holding an AK, a weapon used by an E-rank professional to easily clear the beginner level of the Goblin Dungeon. He was the top of the rookie rankings, a top-tier figure on the Genius leaderboard. The dean was also startled but quickly regained his composure, sneering at Li Yang. Li Yang, what are you doing? This is a school. Are you trying to cause trouble? Li Yang ignored the dean's provocation, sighed, and looked at the panicked students, saying helplessly, I didn't bring a loudspeaker. With so many of you, it's hard for me to make myself heard over your noise. After speaking, he put the AK back into the wooden box, looked up at Song Yihan, and asked word by word. Song Yihan trembled slightly upon hearing this, but still took out a pregnancy diagnosis report from her pocket and handed it to Li Yang. Li Yang glanced at it and couldn't help but laugh. This only proves you're pregnant. What does it have to do with me? Are all the children of pregnant women in the hospital mine? You're just making excuses. The dean of students was furious. She's your girlfriend. If the child isn't yours, whose could it be? Li Yang sneered, I broke up with her a long time ago. We have nothing to do with each other now. Broke up? The dean laughed coldly. Do you think you can shirk responsibility with just a few words? Do you think we'll believe you? Li Yang initially wanted to take out his phone to show the dean the breakup text Song Yihan had sent him, but as soon as he reached into his pocket, he froze. Hiss. Damn it. He suddenly remembered that he had thrown the phone in a fit of anger back in the first chapter, and who knows what state it was in now. Seeing Li Yang in a daze, the dean assumed he was guilty and smirked triumphantly. What? Cat got your tongue? Let me tell you, Li Yang, today I will make sure you are expelled and pay the price for what you've done. Li Yang glanced at the dean as if looking at a fool, then turned his gaze to Song Yihan and slowly said, Song Yihan, do you dare swear that the child in your belly is mine? Song Yihan was startled by Li Yang's gaze, her heart flustered. But then she thought, the child wouldn't be born for another 10 months. Even if a paternity test was done, it wouldn't matter if it wasn't Li Yang's. For now, as long as she insisted it was his child, she could ruin his reputation. Thinking of this, Song Yihan took a deep breath, stared into Li Yang's eyes, and said firmly, I dare bet my life on it. The child is yours. Hearing this, the corners of Li Yang's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He looked around at the murmuring students and said loudly, everyone heard that, right? Song Yihan said, the child in her belly is mine, and she's even willing to bet her life on it. The students began whispering among themselves. This is strange. Why is Li Yang so confident? What does he mean by making her swear? Could it be that Li Yang really has some evidence? The child isn't born yet. As long as Song Yihan insists it's his, no one can prove otherwise. I think Li Yang is just bluffing, pretending to be confident to scare Song Yihan. Exactly. He's just a scumbag. I saw through him long ago. Li Yang ignored the murmurs, took a deep breath, and looked at the dean, asking, Dean, do you want to bet your life with her too? The dean was so angry he laughed, pointing at Li Yang's nose and scolding, Li Yang, you really don't know your place. Before he could finish, Li Yang interrupted him. Enough nonsense. Since Song Yihan dares to bet her life, I'll accompany her to the end. Li Yang looked at Song Yihan and said word by word, but I hope you won't regret it. Song Yihan's heart tightened, sensing something was wrong, but she forced herself to stay calm and glared at Li Yang fiercely, I won't regret it. Li Yang nodded in satisfaction, first glancing at the furious dean with a mocking smile. Then, he pulled out an ancient, ornate mirror from his chest. This was the legendary treasure he had obtained in the abyss, the spirit mirror. As soon as the mirror appeared, the surrounding students gasped. What is that? What a beautiful mirror. Wait, is the mirror glowing? That looks like a legendary artifact. Seriously? How does Li Yang have something like that? What's he doing with it? Trying to scare people? The dean was also startled by the radiant mirror, his face instantly darkening. He rushed in front of Song Yihan, shielding her, and glared at Li Yang, shouting, Li Yang, what are you trying to do? This is a school, don't forget that. Li Yang ignored him, raised the spirit mirror high, and spun it in the air, allowing everyone to clearly see the mirror's panel and functions. Name, Spirit Mirror Type, Special Item Quality, Legendary Gold Soul Vision, can see through all disguises and illusions, revealing the true appearance. Heart Sound, can display the true thoughts of the person being reflected. Soul Imprisonment, can lock the person being reflected for 10 seconds, preventing movement or skill usage. Item Description, a powerful spiritual mirror capable of seeing through everything in the world, even imprisoning souls. After confirming that the spirit mirror was non-aggressive and wouldn't harm anyone, the dean snorted coldly, stepped aside, and asked icily, so, what do you want to do? Li Yang didn't answer the dean but instead looked at the shocked students and said loudly, everyone can see clearly, right? This spirit mirror can reveal the most genuine thoughts in someone's heart. As he spoke, his gaze locked onto Song Yihan, and he said word by word, since you insist that the child in your belly is mine, do you dare to let everyone see what you truly think in your heart? Song Yihan's face turned pale instantly. She instinctively took a step back, trying to avoid Li Yang's gaze. Afraid? Li Yang stared at Song Yihan, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You're talking nonsense. Song Yihan forced herself to stay calm, her voice trembling. I'm not afraid of you. Yet her tone betrayed her inner fear. Several girls around, seeing Song Yihan being cornered, couldn't help but speak up for her. Li Yang, don't go too far. Why should a girl have to prove her innocence herself? Even if she proves it, the one embarrassed will still be Song Yihan, while you, Li Yang, won't lose anything. Li Yang coldly swept his gaze over them and raised his voice. Song Yihan just said in front of all the teachers and students that the child in her belly is mine, and she even dared to swear on her life. He stared at those girls word by word. If she can prove the child is mine, I'll end my life here at school today. What about you? Do you dare to bet your lives with her? The girls who spoke up for Song Yihan fell silent upon hearing this, lowering their heads and not daring to speak further. Li Yang ignored them and coldly stared at Song Yihan. Come on. Song Yihan couldn't hold back her tears anymore, and they started to flow. I don't. She shook her. The man faced numerous monsters without fear, swinging his battle axe like the wind. Amazing. Is this an A-class profession, Berserker? Can one person handle so many monsters? Wait, this guy seems to be Chen Dongping. From Class 1? What? Chen Dongping? Someone shouted the name, immediately causing a commotion. Chen Dongping? How could it be him? Why does Song Yihan's memory include him? What is going on here? The crowds. Discussions grew increasingly intense, and the atmosphere became chaotic. Song Yihan's face turned darker and darker as she tried to stop the mirror from continuing to play, but to no avail. No, don't show it anymore. She pleaded weakly, her voice full of fear and despair. However, the image in the spirit mirror did not stop. Instead, it became even clearer. After Chen Dongping eliminated all the monsters, he laughed heartily, casually, tossed the battle axe to the ground, walked to a large tree, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, a woman's figure appeared in the image. It was Song Yihan. Her face was flushed as she held a white handkerchief, walked to Chen Dongping's side, squatted down, and gently wiped the sweat from his body. The two's actions became increasingly intimate, and the atmosphere gradually turned ambiguous. Wow! Are they really planning to, in the dungeon? No way! This is too thrilling. Seeing this scene, the students were all stunned, their eyes wide open, mouths agape. The dean's face was darker than the bottom of a pot, his expression so grim it was terrifying to behold. He had never expected that Song Yihan would do such a thing with Chen Dongping in the novice trial field. Moreover, it seemed that Song Yihan and Chen Dongping's relationship was not simple. But how could this be possible? Hadn't Song Yihan always claimed that the child in her belly belonged to Li Yang? The dean dared not think further, his head buzzing. After a brief moment of shock, the surrounding students exploded into chaos, the noise resembling a bustling market. Holy crap! Did I see that right? Song Yihan is actually with Chen Dongping. I told you, Song Yihan always looked guilty. Turns out she had been involved with Qin Dongping all along. What a hypocrite! Who would have thought such a seemingly innocent girl could be so wanton? This scene is too stimulating. Can we really watch this for free? This is a school, for crying out loud. The students blushed and their ears burned, some covered their eyes, others turned away, not daring to look, but their ears were perked up, afraid to miss any detail. The image in the spirit mirror continued. That useless Li Yang. He only awakened an E-class profession, yet he dares to dream of climbing up to Mumu. What a joke! He should take a good look at himself in the mirror and see what he's made of. To think he wanted to eat swan meat, he deserves to be mocked. Song Yihan joined Qin Dongping in mocking Li Yang. Brother Ping, actually. I dated Li Yang for 3 years, but I never truly liked him. I never even let him touch me. He's just a poor loser. If it weren't for his decent grades, I wouldn't have dated him at all. Hearing this, the surrounding students were all stunned. So this was the truth? Li Yang had been wronged? Li Yang looked at the image in the spirit mirror, a cold smile on his lips. He slowly raised the AK in his hand, pointing the muzzle at Song Yihan, and said coldly, Song Yihan, you said you wanted to bet your life. Now, I'll take your life. Seeing the gun pointed at her, Song Yihan was scared out of her wits, shaking her head and crying desperately, no, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Please, spare me. I won't dare anymore. Li Yang looked at her crying like a child, but there was no trace of pity in his eyes. He sneered coldly, you're not sorry, you're just finally scared. You know you're about to die. As Li Yang raised the gun to aim, the surrounding students were all terrified. Holy crap! Li Yang is serious. He's actually pointy, who knows? But the dean won't let him succeed. That's right. The dean is a level 240 Saint tier powerhouse. No matter how strong Li Yang is, he can't kill someone right in front of him. But, don't they have a wager? Li Yang said that if Song Yihan can't prove the child is his, she has to give up her life. TCH. That wager is just talk. Playing around. There's no way they'd actually bet their lives. Li Yang wouldn't dare. I think Song Yihan looks scared stiff. Honestly, she's probably hoping Li Yang makes a move, so the dean can step in with justification. Heh, you're right. As Li Yang prepared to pull the trigger, the dean panicked, suddenly standing up and pointing at Li Yang's nose, shouting angrily, Li Yang! How dare you? Do you know what you're doing? This is a crime. Murder. You. Shut up. Li Yang coldly interrupted the dean, staring at him. When Song Yihan wagered her life with me, why didn't you step in to stop it? Now you want to backtrack? Too late. The dean trembled with rage, pointing at Li Yang but unable to speak. What? You want to cover for her? Li Yang mocked the dean. The entire school saw the life wager, they can testify. You saw it too. Dean, are you biased? Or do you want to pay with your life for her? You're outrageous. The dean's face turned black with anger, pointing at Li Yang and shouting, I'm a teacher. Is this how you talk to a teacher? No respect for elders. Lawless. You, put the gun down. Li Yang coldly stared at the furious dean, sneering disdainfully, completely ignoring his words, and directly aimed the gun at Song Yihan. You, how dare you? The dean shouted in terror. Seeing that Li Yang was determined to pull the trigger, he panicked, unable to think clearly, and immediately made a move. Ice spike. The dean waved his hands fiercely, and a powerful icy force surged from his body, quickly condensing into a sharp ice spike that shot toward Li Yang. Holy crap! The dean actually made a move. He dared to attack a student in school? He's a level 240 powerhouse. How could Li Yang possibly block that? The surrounding students screamed in shock, their eyes wide and faces full of disbelief. No one expected the dean to make a move in school, and it seemed he truly intended to kill. Everyone thought Li Yang was done for. However, the next moment left everyone speechless with shock. Bang! Li Yang completely ignored the dean's attack, pulling the trigger. The bullet whistled out, heading straight for Song Yihan's forehead. At the same time, the ice spike reached Li Yang. At that moment, a purple light suddenly flashed across Li Yang's body, and an ordinary stone shield appeared out of thin air, blocking the ice spike's attack. Boom! The ice spike collided with the stone shield, instantly shattering into countless ice shards that scattered everywhere. After blocking the attack, the stone shield automatically returned to Li Yang's side. This was the life-saving artifact, the Sea Calming Talisman, that the dean had previously given to Li Yang. This time, the talisman only performed a simple defense without activating its life-saving effect. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Meanwhile, the bullet Li Yang fired had already hit its target. Thud! A bloody hole appeared in Song Yihan's forehead, blood gushing out and staining her face. Her eyes widened in fear and disbelief. As her body slowly fell to the ground, he never expected that as a level 240 Saint-Tier powerhouse, he couldn't save a defenseless weak girl. Li Yang! Your heinous crimes are unforgivable. The Dean roared. Furiously, suddenly swinging his sleeve. A powerful aura erupted, forcing the surrounding students back several steps. From today onwards, you're expelled. Qianlong Academy expels you. He gritted his teeth and pointed at Li Yang. Expel me? Li Yang sneered coldly, his gaze sharp. It seems, you don't have that authority, do you? You. The dean's face turned ashen with rage, unable to contain his fury, and he struck directly. Snow Burial. He raised his hands high, chanting an incantation. A terrifying icy force instantly swept across the campus. Fierce winds howled, sand and stones flew, dark clouds gathered, and snowflakes fluttered. Down. The temperature plummeted, as if winter had suddenly descended. Holy crap! A Saint-Tier powerhouse is actually making a move in school. Even students not present at the scene could feel the terrifying aura and quickly hid away. The actions of a Saint-Tier powerhouse could affect the heavens and earth. In a fit of rage, they could cause mountains to collapse, the earth to crack, and rivers to reverse. Run! The students watching were terrified, screaming as they scattered to escape. They knew that if ordinary students like them got caught in this, not even a trace would remain. Bro, what's going on? A passing student looked at the chaos in the academy, scared and confused. Don't ask, the dean is angry and wants to punish Li Yang. Who's Li Yang? The dean's power is terrifying. It feels like the whole school has gotten several degrees colder. This time, Li Yang is done for. Exactly, the dean is level 240 Saint-Tier. How could Li Yang possibly stand a chance? The dean's earlier attack was blocked by some life-saving item on Li Yang, but that was just a casual strike. This time, the dean is truly furious. Yeah. Look at his stance, it seems like he wants to kill Li Yang. Li Yang won't survive this even if he had 10 lives. Ice Spike Storm. The dean roared, swinging his hands down fiercely. Countless ice spikes poured down like a storm, rushing straight at Li Yang. Facing the dean's frenzied assault, Li Yang showed no fear on his face, only a faint smile. Then, he suddenly pulled the trigger. This time, Li Yang didn't fire single shots but directly switched to full auto mode. 100 bullets at that moment, a thunderous voice exploded over the campus like a clap of lightning. Stop! Li Yang heard the voice, his movement pausing slightly as he slowly lowered the barrel of his gun. The Dean of Discipline also heard it, but he did not stop. Roaring with rage, he unleashed all his icy power, transforming it into a massive ice dragon that charged straight toward Li Yang. Courting death, the voice roared again, laced with an icy killing intent. The next second, an invisible force descended upon the Dean. Ugh! The Dean's face turned deathly pale in an instant. It felt as though an invisible hand was choking his throat, making it hard to breathe. His entire body trembled violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and plummeted helplessly from the air, crashing heavily to the ground, his life or death uncertain. Director Li, not far away, Principal Zhang called out with a trembling voice, his face ashen. He wasn't addressing the Dean of Discipline but Director Li from the Ministry of Education, who had come to inspect the school today. Director Li walked steadily toward Li Yang, his brows furrowed as he glanced at the fallen Dean. With a cold snort, he said, "I told you to stop. Did you not hear me?" The Dean lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood incessantly. He struggled to lift his head to look at Director Li, but no words came out of his mouth. Director Li ignored him entirely. Turning to Li Yang, his tone softened. "Li Yang, today is the return to school day. Don't you have something to take care of? You should go now." Li Yang nodded and replied, "All right, Director Li." Without hesitation, he turned and left, his movements crisp and decisive, wasting no time. He needed to find Su Mumu as soon as possible and ask her about the important matter she wanted to discuss. Director Li watched Li Yang's departing figure, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. What had just transpired had not escaped his perception. The series of responses Li Yang displayed upon entering the scene had left him quite satisfied. This student's rise to the genius rankings was no coincidence, and his position as the top newcomer wasn't due to luck or a few legendary items. This kid is extraordinary. Retracting his gaze, Director Li turned to Principal Zhang, who stood nervously by, and said coldly, "Principal Zhang, this is the kind of teacher you have at Qianlong Academy?" "Director Li, Principal Zhang stammered, cold sweat pouring down his face. He quickly bowed and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Director Li. It's all my fault. I failed to properly educate the staff, which led to this mess." "Enough, no need for excuses." Director Li interrupted impatiently, his gaze icy as it settled on the struggling dean on the ground. "Keeping such a teacher around is a disgrace to the education system of Daxia. The decision is yours." "Yes. Principal Zhang, relieved, hurried forward and berated the dean furiously. Even from the Xingji building, Director Li, and I could hear your racket. And you dared to expel Li Yang. Well, I'll expel you first." "What?" The dean's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with shock. He could never have imagined that he would be expelled, and all because of a student. He wanted to speak, but Director Li didn't even spare him a glance. "Let's go." Director Li turned and walked away, with Principal Zhang quickly following behind. Li Yang walked through the empty corridors of the teaching building. Sunlight streamed through the windows, spreading golden rays across the floor. It was return to school day, yet the corridor was eerily quiet, with only his footsteps echoing. Most students were probably still in their dormitories or out on the sports field. He wasn't a boarding student, nor did he have many friends. Return to school day held no particular significance for him. Having sold the mountain of textbooks from the school to a scrap collector earlier, he now headed straight for the gymnasium, the large building connected to the teaching block. Of course, Su Mumu hadn't specifically mentioned meeting there, but he just knew. The little rich girl didn't like noisy places, finding them too loud. Yet, being lively and unable to sit still, the gymnasium was the most likely spot she'd choose. Such was the tacit understanding built from years of growing up as childhood friends. Passing by one private training room after another, he finally stopped in front of door number 49. He knew Su Mumu would have chosen this spot after all, today was her birthday. The door was slightly ajar. Li Yang carefully pushed it open just a crack, peeking inside. Suddenly, a cold flash streaked by. He instinctively took a step back, and immediately saw a flash of sword light. So it really is this room. Li Yang smiled and pushed the door open. Inside the spacious training room, Su Mumu was dressed in a simple white gymnastics outfit, her jet black hair tied up high, revealing her fair neck. She held a gleaming silver longsword, her movements swift as the wind, darting through the training room and stirring up gusts of air. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light flickered, like a silver snake dancing wildly, dazzling to the eyes. Meteor chasing the moon. With a crisp shout, Su Mumu's long sword turned into a silver lightning bolt, thrusting forward rapidly. The tip of the sword sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Huff, huff. The move ended, and Su Mumu stood still with her sword, her chest heaving violently. A few strands of hair had fallen loose from her exertion, adding to her heroic charm. A faint blush adorned her delicate face, like a budding peach blossom, fresh and slightly alluring. Li Yang was entranced, swallowing involuntarily. They had grown up together, and in his usual impression, Su Mumu was just a childhood friend. He had never seen this dashing side of her before. "What are you staring at?" Su Mumu noticed Li Yang at the door, playfully scolding him with a smile on her lips. "Want a taste?" "Ha!" Li Yang was momentarily stunned, instinctively nodding before quickly shaking his head upon realizing what she meant. Su Mumu chuckled lightly, her laughter crisp like silver bells. With a casual flick of her hand, the long sword returned to its sheath on the wall like a bird returning to its nest. Then, she walked briskly toward Li Yang, her youthful fragrance wafting through the air. Li Yang instinctively took 2 steps back, only to be grabbed by Su Mumu. "You're already here, and you still want to run?" Su Mumu smiled as she stared at him, her bright eyes sparkling mischievously. Li Yang sighed helplessly. "What do you want, Missy?" "What do I want?" Su Mumu's smile grew sweeter. Li Sheng was quite the star. "Today, not only did you publicly prove your innocence, humiliating those who slandered you, but you also held your ground against a level 240 saint with just level 14 strength. The whole school is buzzing with your legend now." She deliberately stretched her tone, teasing him. Li Yang looked at her suspiciously and asked, "You're practicing swordsmanship here, and you know all this?" Su Mumu pointed to the window with a grin, teasing, "You were live-streamed across the entire school." Then, with a shift in tone, she provocatively asked, "Hey, want to try the novice trial grounds? I'll go with you." Li Yang rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "I don't like wild battles. If it were me, I'd rather..." Wait, how did you lead me into this conversation?" Back to the point, didn't you say you had something to talk to me about today? Su Mumu chuckled mischievously, kicking the training room door shut and locking it behind her. Then, she walked to the corner, took a towel from her sports bag, and began wiping her sweat. As she did so, she casually said, "My dad said he wants to meet you." Uncle Su? Li Yang's mind conjured up the image of the kind and friendly neighbor, Su Wenjun. If he hadn't learned otherwise. Later, Li Yang would never have guessed that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was once a great general of Xia, who had guarded an entire province and achieved remarkable military feats. Now, he was also a business tycoon worth billions. Why does he want to see me? Li Yang asked, puzzled. Su Mumu was silent for a moment before shaking her head. I'm not entirely sure, but he might want you to stay at our house. Li Yang? Before he could react, Su Mumu had already started taking off her clothes, more precisely, her outer sportswear. Li Yang's vision blurred as he caught a glimpse of white, his head spinning. Hey, what are you doing? His nose tingled, his heart raced, and his words came out stammering. Su Mumu, unfazed, continued undressing and replied matter-of-factly, changing clothes, of course. This outfit is all sweaty, I need to change into something clean before going out. But I'm still here. Li Yang's voice grew quieter, feeling as though his heart was about to leap out of his chest. Su Mumu removed her sportswear, leaving only a white sports bra and shorts. Her tall and slender figure, accentuated by the fitted clothing, highlighted her graceful curves even more. Fair skin glistened under the light, like a piece of fine jade. She casually adjusted her clothes and smiled, saying, I don't care, why do you? So what if they saw? It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh. If it bothers you, you can look again tonight. Li Yang? Look at what? Su Mumu finished changing her clothes, walked up to the slightly dazed Li Yang, and gently blew a breath at him, teasing, snap out of it. What are you thinking about? Li Yang shook his head, his mind still buzzing. His arm was badly swollen today, making it hard to control the gun. He needed to practice more when he got back. Shaking his head again, he latched onto the key point in Su Mumu's words. Explain yourself, what do you mean by staying at your place? Su Mumu's smile faded, and she frowned slightly. I'm not sure either, but yesterday my dad asked the butler to prepare a bedroom and told me to let you know he wants to meet you. I guess it's for you. Qianlong City, East District. The luxurious commercial street was bustling with traffic, the air filled with an aura of opulence. Tall billboards on the roadside gleamed, repeatedly playing various advertisements. Martial exam crash course, expert guidance, guaranteed pass. Latest professional skill books, limited time sale, miss it and wait a year. Professional teams for level grinding, high efficiency, guaranteed safety. Dungeon clearing strategies, easy wins, no longer a dream. Various martial exam related ads bombarded passers-by like a relentless drumbeat. This year's martial exam was destined to be fiercely competitive. Two brothers who looked very much alike walked down the street, standing out against the hurried crowd around them. Leading the way was a tall, handsome young man exuding innate confidence and pride, Huo Wu, last year's top scorer in the East Sea District. Following behind him was a younger, more innocent-looking boy, his younger brother, Huoyan. Brother, it's been so long since we last met. Huoyan quickened his pace, speaking excitedly. Huo Wu turned his head slightly, smiling at him. You're already in the top 100 of the rookie rankings. Keep working hard, and you might get into Tianyue University in the future. Hua Yan scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Every year, nearly 1 million candidates in the East Sea District took the martial exam, making the competition extremely fierce. Over the years, only a handful managed to get into Tianyue University, just a few dozen annually. Besides Tianyue, there were other top martial arts universities like Kunlun Martial Academy and Panglai University, which admitted a few hundred outstanding students each year. Most candidates opted for regular first-tier or second-tier universities or vocational schools to learn a trade. Of course, some gave up martial arts altogether and chose to pursue higher education at ordinary universities. Brother, I don't have your level of talent. I'll be satisfied if I can get into a regular first-tier university. Huoyan sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. Don't underestimate yourself. You have good talent, you're just lacking practical experience, Huo Wu encouraged. I'll train you well during this time so you can achieve great results in the martial exam. Huoyan nodded, his eyes full of gratitude and anticipation. By the way, brother, why are we in Qianlong City? Huoyan suddenly remembered and asked curiously. Didn't I say I'd treat you to a good meal first? Huo Wu laughed. Although I went to Tinglong City for high school, I attended middle school here in Shinlong City. Back then, every time I wanted to come to this restaurant, I had to beg Dad for ages. Really? Hua Yan's eyes lit up. Then I have to try it properly. Hey, don't you think Dad's something else? As the governor of District 1, his own son doesn't even get any perks. You don't understand. Father, Hua Wu trailed off, shaking his head as if harboring an unspeakable secret. The two stopped walking and looked up at the quaint restaurant before them. Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Intricately carved beams and painted rafters, upturned eaves, green bricks, and tiles exuded a strong traditional charm. Two massive bronze wine vessels stood on either side of the entrance, their openings emitting a faint wine aroma that made one feel intoxicated just by smelling it. Come on, let's go in. Hua Wu patted Hua Yan's shoulder and stepped into the restaurant first. As soon as they entered the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a rich aroma of wine enveloped them, as if they had stepped into a wine cellar. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement. The rosewood tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and diners raised their glasses in celebration, laughter and chatter filling the air. Two people walked to the front desk, and Hua Wu habitually spoke up. Hello, could we get a private room? Sorry, the private rooms are all full, the receptionist replied with an apologetic smile. No seats left? Hua Yan immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Do you know who we are? Let me tell you. Enough, Yan, Hua Wu quickly interrupted him, turning to the receptionist. Never mind, just find us a table by the window. He pulled the reluctant Hua Yan to an empty table and sat down. Brother, what are you doing? Hua Yan asked, puzzled. Why do we have to sit in the hall? This is so beneath us. Hua Wu glanced at him helplessly and said earnestly, you have only 10 days left until the martial exam. Why are you still causing trouble? How have I taught you all this time? I know, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Hua Yan muttered under his breath. All right, brother, I get it. Get what? Hua Wu said irritably. You need to tone down your arrogance lately. There are still dozens of people stronger than you on the rookie rankings. These days, the entire Donghai region is unstable. Brother, what's going on? Why so tense? Hua Yan asked, even more confused. Hua Wu sighed and lowered his voice. Over in the imperial capital, many children of high-ranking officials are preparing to take the Tianyue exam. But the slots in the capital are limited, so they've spread out across the country, especially to less developed and weaker regions, to borrow exam spots. Our Lizhou, with its lack of talent, has naturally become a popular choice. You mean? Hua Yan seemed to understand. Exactly, Hua Wu nodded. There might even be some big shot's child in Shinlong City right now. These people are arrogant and used to oppressing others. If you provoke them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Is it really that serious? Hua Yan dismissed it. Brother, you've only been at Tianyue for a year and already made it onto the rankings. Your future is no less bright than any genius. Why fear them? I'm not afraid. Hua Wu shot him a look. I'm telling you to restrain yourself. If something really happens, even father won't be able to protect you. Is it that bad? Hua Yan chuckled, clearly still skeptical. At that moment, a man and a woman walked past their table. The man, in his early 20s, was tall and slender, dressed in a black shirt, with neat short hair and well-defined features. His brows carried a heroic air, though his face showed a hint of helplessness. The girl beside him was charming and lovely, wearing a pale yellow long dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure and fair, flawless skin. Her delicate features seemed sculpted, her large eyes lively and mischievous, and her lips curved in a faint smile. Miss, why are we here? The man stopped, looking helpless. Where else? Do you want to meet my dad at the school cafeteria? The girl teased with a laugh. The two were none other than Li Yang and Su Mumu. The aroma of wine wafted around them as Li Yang sighed helplessly. Why not go to the barbecue place we usually visit? It's small, but we're familiar with it. Su Mumu immediately wrapped her arms around Li Yang's neck and whispered in his ear, don't mention that when you meet my dad later. He doesn't allow me to eat barbecue. I've been sneaking there behind his back. Feeling the cool softness of her neck, Li Yang smiled and nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. Satisfied, Su Mumu let go of him, stood on tiptoe, and patted his head like she was coaxing a child. Actually, it's not up to me. My dad chose this place. The two chatted and laughed as they walked toward the front desk, leaving the Hua brothers staring in shock. That guy's so lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Hua Yan gritted his teeth, his eyes full of envy. Hua Wu also sighed. I can't believe there's such a perfect girl in this world. Truly enviable. What a pity, what a pity. He took a sip of the plain water on the table, feeling deeply moved. Brother, do you think girls nowadays are blind? How could she choose such a lousy boyfriend? Why? Is that guy some kind of super powerful professional? Huayan grew increasingly frustrated, feeling his worldview was being challenged, while marveling, Liang and Su Mumu had already walked to the front desk. Hello, are there any private rooms available? Liang asked politely. The receptionist smiled apologetically, sorry, all the private rooms are full. Upon hearing this, Huayan sneered inwardly, thinking, taking a girl out for dinner and not even securing a private room, how embarrassing. However, his smirk disappeared in the next second. Su Mumu smiled and pulled out a gold card from her bag, handing it to the receptionist. The receptionist took the gold card, froze for a moment, then seemed to understand something. He immediately stood up, bowed deeply, and said apologetically, "My apologies, esteemed guests. A special room upstairs has always been reserved for you. Please follow me." With that, he respectfully led the two upstairs. Huayan was stunned on the spot, staring in disbelief at the scene, muttering, "Why? Didn't they say there were no rooms?" He slammed the table in anger and was about to stand up when Huawu quickly pulled him back down into his seat. "Brother, why are you stopping me?" Huayan asked, his face full of anger. Huawu glanced at him indifferently and asked, "Do you know those two people?" Huayan shook his head. "Then have you forgotten what I just told you?" Huawu continued. Huayan paused, recalling the earlier conversation, and suddenly realized something, exclaiming in surprise, "Brother, are you saying, no way?" Huawu nodded. "Think about it. Originally, there were no rooms. Why would the receptionist suddenly say a room was reserved for them?" Huayan suddenly understood and found it reasonable. But, no matter how high their status is, how powerful can they be? After all, father is the leader of District 1, and Qianlong City is his territory. Even if they are big shots from the capital, it shouldn't be. Huawu interrupted him with a shake of his head, speaking seriously, "In the future, when you're outside, mention father as little as possible." "Why?" Huayan asked, puzzled. "Because." Huawu hesitated, as if there was something he couldn't say, and finally just sighed without continuing. At that moment, several black sedans slowly drove into the parking lot next to Zuaitian Tower. The car doors opened, and a group of bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses, with sturdy builds, got out. They quickly dispersed, tightly sealing off all entrances and exits of Zuaitian Tower. A few bodyguards walked to the middle of the extended sedan, respectfully opened the car door. The customers on the first floor were startled by the sudden commotion. The previously lively restaurant instantly fell silent, with everyone looking at each other, unsure of what was happening. "What's going on? Did some big shot come to Zuaitian Tower today? This is too much of a scene. Is it the city lord? Don't talk nonsense, be careful not to cause trouble." The crowd whispered among themselves, speculating about the identity of the visitor. Huayan frowned and asked in a low voice, "Brother, what's going on? Such a grand display, who is it? Even when father goes out, I've never seen this kind of scene." "Shoo!" Huawu quickly covered his mouth, signaling him to stay quiet, his expression turning serious. At the entrance, a middle-aged man walked in. He was tall, dressed in a neatly tailored black suit, his hair combed meticulously, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. His powerful aura made people dare not look directly at him. He stood at the staircase, glanced at the surrounding bodyguards, and said calmly, "You can leave now. Don't disturb everyone's meal." "Yes." The bodyguards responded in unison, retreating in a disciplined manner. The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and slowly walked upstairs. "Brother, who is that? So impressive?" Huayan asked curiously and reverently. Huawu's expression softened slightly, and he replied in a low voice, "Su Wenjun." "Su Wenjun? Who is that?" Huayan looked confused. Huawu explained helplessly, "Su Wenjun, haven't you heard of him? He was once the great general of Lizhou, now the chairman of Junyao Group and Junyao Heavy Industries, and the founder of Shinong Pharmaceuticals." Huayan was dumbfounded. Although he didn't understand business, he knew these companies were major enterprises in Lizhou and even the entire Xia nation. He hadn't expected that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was so formidable. How could such a powerful person come to Qianlong City? Huayan asked in shock. Huawu shook his head, not sure. "I remember when I was a child, I went to a banquet with my father. Once, at the Su family, I saw my father being extremely respectful to this Mr. Su. with a very deferential attitude. That was the first time I saw my father act like that. Huayan nodded thoughtfully, suddenly realizing something. He looked up at Huowu in surprise and said, "Brother, does this mean he's here for those two people just now?" "Very likely," Huowu nodded. But, Huayan's eyes widened as if he had remembered something, stammering, "What did that beauty say just now?" "She said, Dad, could she be Su Mumu?" The two said the name in unison. The camera zoomed out, passing through the bustling crowd, through the antique-style windows, and finally focused on the second floor of Drunken Immortal Restaurant by the window. Through a high-powered telescope, Su Mumu and Li Yang could be seen happily chatting, with a few exquisite dishes on the table, untouched, as if they were waiting for someone. "Humph, this kid sure knows how to enjoy himself." A cold voice came from the rooftop of an abandoned building. The man speaking put down the telescope, turned to look at the four men in black behind him, and revealed a cold smile. "We've been tracking them all the way and finally stopped near here. I've confirmed that there won't be any saint-level figures appearing near Drunken Immortal Restaurant," the man said in a low voice, his tone filled with killing intent. "You four are all heaven tier. My only request is to kill Li Yang. But don't touch Su Mumu, or if Su Wenjun loses control, we're all doomed." "Don't worry, boss, we know what to do," the four men in black replied in unison, full of confidence. One of them hesitated and asked, "Boss, this kid is so young and made it onto the Heaven's Pride list. He must have a legendary great item, right?" The man chuckled, "Don't worry. If you fail to kill him in one strike, I have a backup plan. At that time, it'll be up to you, Director Wen," he said, turning his gaze to the balding middle-aged man standing in the center of the rooftop. That man was none other than Wen Liang, the former director of education at Qianlong Academy. However, he had been dismissed by the academy for misconduct, and even his official position had been revoked. When Liang sneered, a trace of venom flashing in his eyes, and gritted his teeth, "Killing Li Yang is something I couldn't wish for more. But, what grudge do you have with Li Yang that you want to kill him too?" He looked at the man in the shadows with curiosity. "He killed my nephew." The man stepped out of the shadows, gritting his teeth. It was none other than Chen Xingpeng, the master of Gale Martial Hall. "Chen Dongping is dead?" Wen Liang asked in surprise. Chen Xingpeng shook his head, his face dark. "No body was found, but Dongping disappeared after seeking out Li Yang. I'm absolutely certain about this." He walked to Wen Liang's side, patted his shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Director Wen, I know you hate Li Yang too, so I'm putting all my hopes on you." "What?" Liang sneered, full of confidence, "Don't worry, that kid is definitely doomed. But be careful," Chen Xingpeng reminded, "I heard Li Yang might have an item capable of unleashing saint-level attacks." He had initially thought it was someone beside Li Yang who shattered the black gold dummy at Gale Martial Hall's shooting range. But after checking the surveillance footage, he found out it was Su Mumu. Su Mumu was still a novice and couldn't possibly be saint tier. Clearly, Li Yang had a legendary great item that allowed him to unleash power comparable to a saint. When Liang was stunned at first, then understood. No wonder that kid could match him before. It turned out he was relying on an item to hold his ground. He sneered and said disdainfully, "Even if he can unleash saint-level power, so what? The gap between a true saint and someone pretending to be strong with an item is enormous. Even so, we still need to be cautious," Chen Xingpeng said uneasily. "By the way, will Su Wenjun show up?" "Don't worry, Su Wenjun is always reclusive and rarely goes out," Wen Liang said confidently. "Today is the day Li Yang dies. Then I'll leave it to you, let's go." On the second floor of Drunken Immortal Pavilion, in an elegant private room, Li Yang idly scooped at the delicate dessert in front of him with a spoon. It was a complimentary pre-meal treat from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, said to be made with rare snow lotus fruit and various precious medicinal ingredients. Not only was it sweet and delicious, but it was also nourishing and beautifying. Beside him, Su Mumu was ordering dishes with the waiter. Steamed dragon beard fish, 1 portion. Phoenix crystal shrimp dumplings, 2 baskets. Buddha jumps over the wall, 1 portion. Su Mumu ordered over a dozen signature dishes from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in one go, each price secretly shocking Li Yang. When the waiter walked away with the menu, Li Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, the food here is so expensive. Any random dish costs tens of thousands of credit points. This meal is going to cost you a month's allowance." Su Mumu covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Is the dessert good?" "It's good." Li Yang nodded. The snow lotus soup was indeed excellent, melting in the mouth with an endless aftertaste. "That's good." Su Mumu said calmly, the only downside to expensive things is that they're expensive. Besides, I'm paying, so what? Are you worried about? Li Yang rolled his eyes and said no more, continuing to enjoy the dessert. By the way, the card I gave you earlier had 200,000 credit points. How much is left now? Su Mumu suddenly asked. That. Li Yang stammered, avoiding her gaze. Su Mumu looked at him, revealing an I knew it smile, teasing, let me guess, 100,000 left? Li Yang shook his head. 50,000? Su Mumu continued, her tone playful. Li Yang shook his head again. No way? 10,000? Su Mumu's mouth dropped open in shock. This spendthrift man was burning through money way too fast. There's 450,000 left, Li Yang said helplessly. Su Mumu froze, wondering if she had misheard. She asked in disbelief, What did you say? 450,000 left? You can make money? I got a lot of loot in the dungeon earlier and sold some of it, Li Yang explained. Su Mumu nodded in realization, then curiously asked, You sold stuff on a second-hand website? Li Yang shook his head. No, I just had the service desk recycle it. Recycle? Su Mumu's eyes widened in surprise. Recycling got you that much money? All that junk you had was worth 250,000? Li Yang nodded. Su Mumu was about to say something when she suddenly seemed to sense something. She abruptly turned her head toward the staircase. Li Yang followed her gaze. A tall, imposing middle-aged man with a powerful aura was steadily walking up the stairs. It was none other than Su Wenjun. Before Su Mumu could greet him, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A loud explosion shattered the floor-to-ceiling window beside the private room, sending glass shards flying everywhere. Immediately after, 4 black shadows darted out of the thick smoke, heading straight for Li Yang. Li Yang, today is the day you die. Holy crap, Su Wenjun? Su Wenjun? The 4 men in black turned pale with fear, their eyes filled with terror. They had never expected Su Wenjun to be here. 20 years ago, Su Wenjun guarded the Lijiao border, known for his immense strength and ruthless decisiveness. He had killed countless SSS-level beasts and criminals, becoming a figure truly feared by the forces of darkness. It was rumored that, during the Blue Star Defense War, he single-handedly killed a Star Lord from the universe. Gulp! The 4 men in black simultaneously swallowed hard, their hands gripping their weapons trembling slightly. A chill ran from their feet to the tops of their heads. They were convinced that if Su Wenjun wanted, he could turn them into dust with a mere thought. But just as they were paralyzed by Su Wenjun's overwhelming presence, Li Yang and Su Mumu reacted swiftly. Bang! A gunshot rang out, piercing the silence of the private room. At some point, Li Yang had pulled an AK from his spatial ring, the barrel still smoking. With the support of the sharpshooter and eagle eye skills, the shot instantly hit the target. -3085. A bright red number floated above the head of a man in black. At the same time, Su Mumu also sprang into action. Her figure flickered, transforming into a shadow, and in an instant, she appeared in front of another man in black. Her long sword in hand struck out like a venomous snake. -2391. A scream echoed as the second man in black, unable to react, was pierced through the heart by Su Mumu's sword and died on the spot. If it had been a head-on confrontation, even with their exceptional skills and experience at the heavenly tier, Li Yang and Su Mumu would not have been able to achieve such an effortless double kill. However, the appearance of Su Wenjun had a tremendous intimidating effect on their enemies. The remaining 2 men in black were so terrified that they didn't dare to think twice and turned to flee. Yet, before they could take a step, they felt an invisible pressure descend from above, binding them tightly and rendering them immobile. Ah! 2 shrill screams rang out as the bodies of the 2 men in black exploded mid-air, turning into a mist of blood. Su Wenjun merely cast them a faint glance, and that was all it took. The majesty of a sovereign was utterly terrifying. Su Mumu landed lightly, elegantly, twirled her long sword to shake off the blood, then sheathed it. Smiling, she looked at Li Yang and asked, So, does this count as a hero saving the beauty? Li Yang shrugged helplessly and said, You were too fast. I was just about to shoot. Hearing the commotion, the owner of Drunken Immortal Tower hurriedly ran upstairs. Seeing the mess and the 2 corpses of the men in black, his face turned pale, and he almost lost his footing. Mr. Su. Miss Su, I deeply apologize. I have no idea what happened. I'm so sorry for the trouble. The owner, drenched in cold sweat, stammered nervously. It's fine. Just focus on running your business. I'll explain this to City Lord Fan, Su Wenjun said calmly, his tone steady and emotionless. Yes, thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you. The owner, relieved, nodded repeatedly and retreated. Standing beside Li Yang, Su Mumu smiled brightly at him, clearly unbothered by what had just happened. However, at that moment, the corner of her eye caught a faint icy blue light flashing past the window. That is... Su Mumu's expression changed drastically. Li Yang, die. A furious roar came from afar, exploding like a thunderclap above the drunken immortal tower. In the next instant, a figure streaked through the air at an astonishing speed, appearing outside the second-floor window of the drunken immortal tower in the blink of an eye. The newcomer was none other than Wen Liang. At this moment, Wen Liang was nothing like the cowardly man he had been before. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted with madness and hatred, and his entire body was encased in thick ice crystals, resembling a demon god emerging from an icy hell. Ice Soul Frost Light. Wen Liang roared, thrusting his hands forward. Dozens of sharp ice spikes shot out like a torrential rain, aiming straight for Li Yang. Ice Soul Frost Light. Gold consumes 80% of mental energy to conjure dozens of extremely cold ice spikes, dealing massive ice attribute damage with added slowing and freezing effects. This was Wen Liang's innate skill, comprehended upon reaching the third stage of the same tier, or level 200. It was his most powerful attack. When Wen Liang saw the four men in black storm into the drunken immortal tower, he froze, immediately realizing something was wrong. He hid at a distance to observe, only to spot Su Wenjun. At that moment, Wen Liang's heart completely collapsed. Though arrogant, Wen Liang was no fool. Now in his 50s, he remembered Su Wenjun's peak fame from when he had just entered society. He knew all too well how terrifying Su Wenjun was. In such a situation, it didn't matter that he was a mere saint-tier. Even if there were 10 of him, they wouldn't be enough to withstand a single finger of Su Wenjun's. So, he retreated. He didn't dare show himself, only wanting to stay far away and figure things out after Su Wenjun left. However, just as he was about to slip away, his gaze fell on Li Yang. In that instant, overwhelming hatred and fury consumed him. He was unwilling to accept this. Over the years, he had been detached from society for far too long. He had grown accustomed to bullying students and suppressing teachers. Within the confines of the school, indulging in his small amount of power and vanity, unable to extricate himself. And Li Yang was the only person who had ever made him truly furious, gnashing his teeth in hatred, yet utterly helpless. Today, I've got nothing left, no job, no future. I'll fight you to the death, Li Yang. When Liang roared, his eyes blazing with a manic fire. He had been waiting for this chance, the chance to kill Li Yang. And now, the opportunity had finally arrived. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The crisis had just been resolved, and the three of them had let down their guard. Su Wenjun was too far away. Even if he killed himself, he wouldn't be able to save Li Yang in time. Die, Li Yang. When Liang screamed madly, pouring all his mental energy into his frost shard radiance, dozens of ice spikes transformed into streaks of light, whistling through the air toward Li Yang. At the critical moment, a figure streaked with starlight flew out from behind Li Yang, positioning itself in front of him. Boom! 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 The dozens of ice spikes slammed into the girl's body, exploding with deafening force. Scree! A heart-wrenching fox's cry echoed through the heavens. Everything happened so fast. From the moment when Liang appeared to the instant Su Wenjun killed him, only a few seconds had passed. By the time Su Wenjun reacted, his fist had already pierced through Wen Liang's heart. When Liang stared in disbelief, his eyes fixed on the bloody hole in his chest, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Even in death, he couldn't understand why. Why had Su Mumu taken that fatal blow for Li Yang? He had planned it all, killing Li Yang swiftly while Su Wenjun was off guard, then fleeing to disappear forever, never returning to Lizhou. But why had it ended this way? Cough, cough, blood spurted from Wen Liang's mouth as he struggled to lift his head, his gaze full of venom and despair as he looked at the figure shielding Li Yang. Li Yang, you won't have a good ending. When Liang used the last of his strength to shout these words, before his voice faded, the ice crystals on his body shattered, dissolving into frost and vanishing into the air. Moo! Li Yang cried out in alarm, rushing forward to catch Su Mumu before she could collapse. Her face was deathly pale, devoid of any color, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Her body trembled slightly, clearly racked with intense pain. Mumu, are you all right? Are you hurt? Li Yang asked anxiously, holding her hand, only to find it ice-cold, devoid of any warmth. Seeing her so frail, his heart felt like it was being torn apart, the pain nearly suffocating him. Idiot, I'm fine. Su Mumu forced a faint smile, her voice so soft it was barely audible. She struggled to stand but lacked the strength, eventually leaning weakly against Li Yang's chest. You're like this, and you still say you're fine? Li Yang scolded her, pained. Do you know how dangerous that was just now? Why did you shield me? Su Mumu shook her head gently, a tender smile gracing her face as she whispered, Didn't I tell you? Heroes are supposed to protect beauties. She raised her hand with effort, lightly touching Li Yang's face. Alright, you're the hero, but I have my own means to protect myself. Why did you step in for me? What if that nine-tailed statue didn't work? Li Yang said, half laughing, half crying, his eyes slightly red. Su Mumu gazed at him with a gentle smile, her voice soft and calm. Even so, I'd still do it, you fool. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Mumu's body suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light. A warm aura radiated from her, and her previously icy body gradually regained its warmth. It was the full activation of the nine-tailed statue's power, effectively shielding Su Mumu from Wen Liang's fatal attack. In her pocket, the small nine-tailed fox statue silently lost one of its tails. Feeling the warmth of Li Yang's embrace, Su Mumu's lips curved into a faint, blissful smile. Fortunately, the legendary artifact hadn't failed. On the other side, Su Wenjun's face was as dark as storm clouds. He looked at Wen Liang's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood, a deep sense of regret flashing in his eyes. Seeing Su Mumu injured had driven him into a momentary rage, causing him to lose his composure and kill Wen Liang on the spot, abandoning any thought of keeping him alive for interrogation. It seems he has been enjoying life for too long and has become a bit careless. Li Yang struggled to stand up, but Su Mumu clung to his neck like a koala, refusing to let go. Hey, I say, miss, that's enough, your dad is still watching. Li Yang gently patted her back and whispered. Let him watch, I don't mind, Su Mumu said with a cheeky smile, not only refusing to loosen her grip but hugging him even tighter. Li Yang shook his head helplessly. This girl had been spoiled by Su Wenjun since she was young and was a bit unruly. He took a deep breath, turned to Su Wenjun, and said, Uncle Su, this is all my fault. I didn't expect someone to suddenly attack. This isn't your fault, Su Wenjun interrupted him, his voice steady. Someone wanted to kill you, you're the victim. The responsibility lies with them, not you. Mumu chose to shield you from that blow, it was her own decision. You didn't make her act as a shield, I saw it clearly. Besides, Mumu said that life-saving tool was given to her by you. I haven't properly thanked you yet. He paused, his gaze turning serious. However, as Mumu's father, I hope that after this incident, you won't let her down. Do you understand what I mean? Li Yang took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the girl in his arms and looking at her pale yet happy face. A surge of warmth filled his heart. I will, Uncle Su, he promised solemnly. Good. Su Wenjun nodded in satisfaction and then changed the subject. Today, go back and pack up. Tomorrow, move into the Su family residence. I've already asked the housekeeper to prepare a room for you. Ha? This? Li Yang was stunned. Move into the Su family residence? Isn't this a bit too fast? What? You don't want to? Su Mumu raised her head and glared at Li Yang discontentedly. No, of course I want to, Li Yang quickly replied. He wouldn't dare say no. Humph, that's more like it. Su Mumu nodded in satisfaction and buried her head back into Li Yang's embrace, looking content. Teacher Liang from Tianyue has been staying at the Su family residence recently. You can take the opportunity to consult her about cultivation matters, Su Wenjun continued. Young people should be grounded and progress step by step. Don't rely too much on external forces, understand? External forces? What external forces? Li Yang looked puzzled, not understanding what Su Wenjun meant. However, despite his confusion, he obediently nodded. I understand, Uncle Su. At times like this, nodding was the safest option. Su Wenjun took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said in a deep voice, All right, enough of this. Let's head to the city lord's mansion. How is Fan Longjun even managing as the city lord? In broad daylight, such an incident happened in Qianlong City, it's utterly absurd. Let's go. With that, Su Wenjun led Li Yang and Su Mumu downstairs with an imposing aura. In a nearby high-rise building, Chen Xingpeng sat on the floor, his face pale. From the moment Su Wenjun appeared, he didn't even dare to use binoculars to observe the situation over there. Why was Su Wenjun here? What was his relationship with Li Yang? This assassination attempt had undoubtedly failed. But what should he do now? Run. He had to run. But where could he escape to? Qianlong City, Administrative Center. Su Wenjun's face was dark, like the sky before a storm, as he strode ahead. Behind him, Su Mumu and Li Yang exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. The three of them passed through the quiet hall and arrived at the first-floor reception desk. The receptionist, wearing headphones, was engrossed in the sweet novel plot on her phone, her fingers swiftly sliding across the screen, completely unaware that someone had approached. "I want to see Fan Long." Su Wenjun's voice was low and powerful, filled with authority, leaving no room for refusal. The receptionist was startled but didn't look up, instead muttering impatiently, "The city lord is busy with affairs. If you have business, you need to make an appointment in advance. Or register first." She gave a perfunctory professional smile and looked up at Su Wenjun. As soon as she saw him, her smile froze instantly, her face turned pale, her lips trembled, and she struggled to utter a few words. Mr. Su. Her smile was uglier than crying. Su Wenjun looked at her coldly, his eyes devoid of any emotion, and simply shook his head lightly. "I don't want to make things difficult for you. Where is Fan Long?" The receptionist, as if grasping at a lifeline, hurriedly said, "The city lord is currently on the second floor, in Secretary Wang's office." Su Wenjun ignored her and turned to go upstairs directly, with Su Mumu and Li Yang following closely behind. The second-floor corridor was covered with soft wool carpets, each step feeling like walking on clouds, but the three of them had no mind to notice such details. They arrived at the door of an office at the end of the hallway, where faint ambiguous sounds could be heard from inside. "Brother Long, you're so bad. Baby, you look so beautiful today. This outfit suits you perfectly. Come closer, let me take a good look." "Stop it, you're making me shy. We still have a meeting later, don't leave any marks." "What are you afraid of? It's just the two of us here." The man spoke as he roughly tore something, accompanied by the sound of clothes rustling. Bang! Su Wenjun kicked the door open, the loud noise echoing through the silent hallway. The two people inside jumped up from the sofa in fright. The woman's clothes slipped off, revealing large areas of fair skin. "Who dares so bold to interrupt me?" Fan Long shouted angrily while hurriedly fixing his clothes. But when he saw who had come, his words got stuck in his throat. His legs trembled, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, his face pale, stammering, Mr. Su. I was just talking nonsense earlier. Please don't take it to heart." Behind Su Wenjun, Li Yang's gaze swept across the room, noticing Secretary Wang, who was disheveled and panicked. Their eyes briefly met before Secretary Wang quickly avoided his gaze, her face flushing red. "Enjoying the view?" A soft, teasing voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Li Yang instinctively nodded, then realized something. He turned to look at Su Mumu, only to see her smiling at him, her eyes carrying a dangerous glint. "It's fine, go ahead and look." "I don't mind," Su Mumu said generously, wrapping her arm around Li Yang's neck and leaning her head against him. Li Yang sighed helplessly and quickly shifted his gaze, no longer looking at her. Su Wenjun scanned the messy room and said coldly, "Fan Long, your life as city lord seems quite leisurely." Fan Long was drenched in cold sweat, kneeling and not daring to get up, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Mr. Su, I was wrong. Please give me another chance." Su Wenjun sighed, his tone carrying fatigue and disappointment. "Enough, stand up. I haven't managed Li Zhou's affairs for 20 years. What you've done disgraces Hui Yun and Old Chen, not me." Fan Long trembled as he stood up, fixing his clothes, his face plastered with a flattering smile. "Mr. Su, is there anything you need from me today?" Su Wenjun ignored his flattery, walked to the center of the room, hands behind his back, and paced silently. The heavy footsteps seemed to tread on Fan Long's heart, making his heartbeat accelerate and cold sweat pour down. He carefully observed Su Wenjun's expression, holding his breath. It was then that he noticed the two people behind Su Wenjun. One was Su Wenjun's daughter, Su Mumu, who in Qianlong City didn't know this young lady. The other. Fan Long's gaze fell on Li Yang, his brows furrowing. Why did this young man look so familiar? He racked his brain, but couldn't recall where he'd seen him before. His recent indulgence had affected his memory. Fan Long cursed himself inwardly, secretly sizing up Li Yang. Today, Su Wenjun cleared his throat, breaking the silence. In the East District, Mumu and Li Yang were attacked while having lunch. Su Wenjun's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap in Fan Long's ears. His face turned pale instantly, sweat beads rolling down his forehead. An attack? And in broad daylight, within his jurisdiction? If something happened, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as city lord. Damn it! Which audacious fool dared to target Su Wenjun's daughter in Qianlong? City? Were they courting death? Fan Long's thoughts raced, and he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. If this matter isn't resolved, it will cause big trouble for him. He must find the murderer as soon as possible and give Su Wenjun an explanation, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Mr. Su, rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Within 3 days, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Fan Long promised without hesitation, his tone firm and resolute. Su Wenjun stopped in his tracks, staring sharply at Fan Long. Fine, I'll give you 3 days. With that, he turned and left without any hesitation. Farewell, Mr. Su. Fan Long respectfully escorted him to the door, only exhaling deeply after their figures disappeared at the end of the corridor, feeling the cold sweat soaking his back. Brother Long, what should we do? Secretary Wang hurried over after Su Wenjun and his group left, her voice low and tinged with panic. Fan Long glared at her irritably and lowered his voice. Seal the city first. The martial exam is approaching, so strengthen the city gate. Defenses. No one must be allowed to escape. He furrowed his brows, pacing back and forth in the room, muttering to himself, who could be so reckless to provoke Su Wenjun? Truly courting death? Secretary Wang cautiously asked, could it be someone from the imperial capital trying to eliminate a rival before the martial exam? Don't make wild guesses. Fan Long interrupted sharply, his face dark. The people from the imperial capital wouldn't do something like this, especially not at such a critical time. He sighed deeply, his face full of worry, and murmured, 3 days. What should I do? Brother Long, how about finding a scapegoat to appease Su Wenjun for now? Secretary Wang tentatively suggested. Do you even know who Su Wenjun is? Fan Long slammed the table, roaring in anger. When he was guarding Lai Zhou, you weren't even born yet. Do you think such petty tricks can fool him? He paced back and forth anxiously, rubbing his hands. Suddenly, he stopped and said in a low voice, forget it. Push aside all current tasks and form a special task force for city defense. I'll personally oversee this matter. Understood, Brother Long. By the way, Fan Long suddenly remembered, aren't people from the imperial capital supposed to arrive in Qianlong City soon? Secretary Wang was momentarily stunned, but quickly responded with a nod. Yes, Brother Long. According to the schedule, they'll arrive by noon tomorrow. Fan Long sneered, walking to the window and slamming it shut before locking it tightly. In a low voice, he said, far from the imperial capital, even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. That brat from the imperial capital can be left for Governor Hua to deal with. As for me, he turned around, his gaze falling on Secretary Wang's curvaceous figure. Licking his lips, he smirked wickedly. Come, let Brother Long relieve some stress. You're so annoying. Secretary Wang playfully protested, obediently falling into his arms. Scene. Transition. Outside the suburbs of Qianlong City, in front of a luxurious hotel, a black hover car slowly came to a stop. The car door opened, and a 17 or 18-year-old boy in a well-fitted white uniform stepped out. His jet-black hair gleamed, his features were as finely chiseled as a sculpture, and his bright, dark eyes carried a confidence and arrogance beyond his years. He glanced around, looking at the small city before him, which was far inferior to the imperial capital. A clear disdain flashed in his eyes. Uncle Zhou, is this really the best hotel in Donghai? Yes, young master, replied an elderly man in a black suit with graying hair, bowing respectfully. Donghai is remote and can't compare to the imperial capital. Please bear with it. Once the martial exam is over, we'll return. The boy pursed his lips in dissatisfaction, muttering under his breath. Grandfather is so unreasonable. Why leave the perfectly fine imperial capital to come here for the exam? In the imperial capital, how could I possibly lose to anyone? Why make me come here? Young master, you are exceptionally talented. You could easily be the top scorer in the imperial capital as well, the old man patiently explained, accustomed to the boy's complaints. However, your elder brother. All right, I get it. The boy interrupted impatiently, fully aware that the reason he was here was all because of that annoying older brother. He slammed the car door shut, his tone filled with obvious resentment. Enough talking. I'm going inside. Young master, what's the plan next? The old man hurriedly followed, carrying a pile of luggage, and asked in a low voice. The young man's lips curved into a confident smile as he casually said, insignificant East Sea, I don't need to make any preparations. He paused, seemingly recalling something amusing. Uncle Zhou, I heard there are 7 SSS-level professions in the East Sea this year? Yes, young master. The elder nodded. News from the imperial capital says that 7 SSS-level awakeners have appeared in the 7 cities of the East Sea this year, something unprecedented in the history of the East Sea. 7 SSS level. The young man murmured, his eyes igniting with battle intent. Interesting, this trip to the East Sea won't be boring. He suddenly stopped, turning to look at the elder. Uncle Zhou. Write a letter to the lords of the 7 cities in the East Sea, telling them that I, Xiao Chufan, will challenge these 7 SSS-level professions. Let them prepare to face me. This. The elder's expression changed slightly, showing a look of disapproval. Young master, isn't this a bit too conspicuous? Though the elder didn't say it outright, his meaning was clear. Xiao Chufan's actions were practically a public slap in the face to Huiyun, challenging the authority of the East Sea region. Conspicuous? Xiao Chufan burst into laughter. I came to the East Sea precisely to attract attention. My grandfather sent me here to intimidate the entire East Sea, to make those narrow-minded people understand what a true genius looks like. To show them that if they weren't born in this remote place, they wouldn't even qualify to compete with the prodigies of the imperial capital. But the elder tried to persuade him further, but Xiao Chufan waved him off. Uncle Zhou, don't worry. If Huiyun dares to oppose me, just call my uncle. He'll handle it for me. Xiao Chufan's eyes sparkled with confidence. The East Sea only has 1 or 2 venerables. Even if I stir up trouble here, no one would dare touch me. Even if the governor of Lizhou comes, he wouldn't dare speak disrespectfully to me. In Xiao Chufan's eyes, the East Sea was nothing more than an insignificant place, not worth mentioning. His purpose for this trip was to use the martial exam as an opportunity to draw up the East Sea's talents, prove his own strength, and demonstrate to the people of the imperial capital that he, Xiao Chufan, was the true future heir of the Xiao family. All right. The elder saw Xiao Chufan's firm attitude and knew further persuasion was futile, so he reluctantly agreed. That's more like it. Xiao Chufan patted the elder's shoulder with satisfaction and said with a smile, Uncle Zhou, don't worry. I'll make sure the entire East Sea remembers my name. East Sea Rift, Service Desk. All right, here are your supplies. Keep them safe. It's your first time entering a dungeon, so be mentally prepared. If you want to escape, you can teleport out at any time, but you'll have to pay the fee again to re-enter. The receptionist, still with a somewhat perfunctory attitude, handed a small backpack to the girl with twin ponytails. The girl timidly took the backpack and found it very light. Unable to resist, she opened it to take a look. Inside were only some simple water, food, and medicine, looking both shabby and pitiful. Just this little? The girl's voice was small and trembling, clearly frightened by the meager equipment. The receptionist rolled her eyes at her and said dismissively, everyone gets the same. What more do you want? Mythical level equipment? Stop wasting time and hurry up. The girl bit her lip, wanting to ask more, but the receptionist impatiently interrupted her. All right, move along, move along. Next. The girl looked confused but had no choice. She reluctantly hugged the backpack and walked toward the dungeon entrance. Her frail figure looked as if a gust of wind could blow her over. At that moment, a tall figure dressed in black appeared at the entrance. He wore a black hoodie, the hood covering most of his face, leaving only a sharply defined jawline and a pair of deep black eyes visible. He carried a black metal case on his back and walked steadily to the counter. The receptionist, initially impatient, brightened up upon seeing him, her face breaking into a flattering smile. Li Yang, you're here. Long time no see. She greeted him enthusiastically, reaching out as if to shake his hand. Li Yang sidestepped her, his tone cold. How do you know my name? He remembered that he hadn't told her his name when he left last time, not even writing it on the registration form. The receptionist's smile froze for a moment before quickly returning to normal. She covered her mouth and chuckled, explaining, I'm at the service desk. How could I not know about the updates to the Tianjiao rankings? Li Yang, I already thought you were extraordinary when you came last time. You clearly stand out as a dragon among men. Sure enough, it hasn't been long, and you've already. She wanted to continue praising him, but Li Yang impatiently interrupted, enough, I want to enter the dungeon. He hadn't forgotten her attitude last time, the drastic change was off-putting. All right, the receptionist quickly responded, taking out a brand new supply pack from the counter and handing it to him. She also grabbed a few small tools from the drawer and stuffed them inside. Li Yang raised an eyebrow, what's this? From now on, whenever you come to the East Sea Rift, the handling fee will be waived. Consider these my gifts to you. The receptionist smiled ingratiatingly, leaning closer to him and whispering, "Li Yang, could you sign something for me? I want to print a few copies of your signature to sell as merchandise. For every one sold, I'll give you 20 credit points as a share." As she spoke, she took out her phone, looking at Li Yang expectantly. "Also, can we take a photo together? I'll hang your picture here in the future." Li Yang felt a headache coming on and simply said, "Thanks," before turning to leave. "Hey, wait." The receptionist wanted to say more, but Li Yang had already walked away. Watching his retreating figure, she couldn't help but sigh, TSK. Last year, Huowu was the same. Young geniuses, all of them are so arrogant. No wonder. How can you be a genius without a bit of attitude? Li Yang stepped onto the soft beach, the sea breeze lifting his short black hair as he walked toward the purple black hole at the end of the coast. From a distance, he saw the timid twin-tailed girl who had been at the service desk earlier, now standing in front of the black hole. Her figure was eventually swallowed by the purple light, disappearing without a trace. He approached the black hole, and a semi-transparent panel automatically popped up in front of him. On the screen, the large characters East Sea Rift were still prominent, with a list of over a dozen dungeon entrances below, unchanged for decades. To enter the Abyss dungeon, a special key was required, so he obviously couldn't enter now. Let's pick a level 10 dungeon. Li Yang glanced at the screen idly, finally stopping his gaze on Goblin Dungeon. The beginner difficulty of Goblin Dungeon only required level 5, but the easy difficulty jumped straight to level 10. For him, rather than challenging other unknown level 10 dungeons, it was more cost-effective to run through the easy difficulty of Goblin Dungeon a few times. More importantly, he glanced at his watch. It was now 9 a.m. By 5 p.m., he still had to go to Su Mumu's house and attend a class with her taught by the teacher from Tianyue. This was arranged by Su Wenjun yesterday. To finish quickly, Goblin Dungeon was undoubtedly the best choice. He reached out and tapped the Goblin Dungeon icon, selected Easy Difficulty, and pressed Confirm Entry without hesitation. In the next instant, the scene before him changed dramatically. The clear sky disappeared, replaced by pitch-black darkness where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. By the flickering light of the torches on the walls, Li Yang could make out his surroundings. A damp, dark underground passage, rough and simple stone walls, and the air filled with the stench of decay and mildew, no different from the beginner difficulty. Efficiency first, Li Yang muttered, taking out the black metal case from his back and opening it. Inside lay an AK, silent and ready. This time, he wouldn't need to use throwing weapons to clear the small fry like last time. He planned to fight his way through, finish the dungeon early, and head to Su Mumu's house. He skillfully checked his weapon and walked deeper into the dungeon. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence. The goblin ahead hadn't even reacted before its head exploded, green blood splattering on the wall, glaringly bright. -1501. Goblin killed, gained 500 experience points, attack power plus 0.01, mental power plus 0.01. Only 500 experience? Li Yang frowned. The experience points were even less than those from the minions in the level 1 Abyss dungeon before. It was understandable, though, since it was an Abyss dungeon, despite being level 1, it had its own difficulty and value. He shook his head, casually picked up the white equipment dropped by the goblin, and without looking at it, tossed it into his bracelet. He continued deeper into the dungeon, leaving cold corpses behind him. Li Yang moved through the dimly lit dungeon, the sound of gunfire becoming the only rhythm. Bang! 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 Each gunshot claimed the life of a goblin. These low-level monsters were as fragile as paper under Li Yang's gun barrel, completely incapable of fighting back. -1501. -1498. -1505. Bright red damage numbers kept popping up, and his experience points steadily increased, but Li Yang's face remained expressionless. His AK spewed fire, precisely harvesting lives one by one. Bullets pierced through the narrow passageways, leaving scorched bullet holes on the walls, while the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Roar! Occasionally, a few larger goblin elites roared and charged forward, swinging their wolf-tooth clubs, trying to stop Li Yang's advance. But all that awaited them was even fiercer firepower. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Li Yang switched to full auto mode, and the dense bullets formed a metallic storm, instantly shredding the goblin elites. Killed Goblin Mage, gained 600 experience points. Killed Goblin Knight, gained 780 experience points. Killed Goblin Archer, gained 520 experience points. He was like a cold, ruthless killing machine, slaughtering wantonly in the goblin lair, leaving behind a trail of corpses and the stench of blood wherever he went. Congratulations, title upgraded, Goblin Slayer, white, Goblin Slayer, green, Goblin Slayer, green. Stronger intimidation against goblins, enemies are more likely to flee in fear. After an unknown amount of time, a crisp notification sound rang out. Li Yang stopped his slaughter, glanced at his upgraded title, and showed a puzzled expression. It turned green. He muttered, "What's the point of this?" To be honest, he was killing goblins so quickly that he hadn't even noticed the titles. Bonus effect. Forget it. If others can see the title, that would be too embarrassing. I'll remove it. Li Yang shook his head, opened the panel, and unequipped the title from the equipment slot. Keep killing. He closed the panel and continued deeper into the dungeon. Unknowingly, he had reached the 3rd floor. Here, the number of goblins had noticeably decreased, replaced by larger, stronger elite monsters. Roar! A goblin berserker wielding a giant axe spotted Li Yang and let out a deafening roar, charging at him. Li Yang remained calm, raised his AK-47, aimed at the berserker's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit its mark, but this time, the expected headshot effect did not occur. The goblin berserker merely staggered, and a damage number appeared above its head, -1378. Li Yang frowned. After killing so many monsters, this was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. Roar! The goblin berserker roared again, raising its giant axe and swinging it directly at Li Yang. Clang! At the critical moment, Li Yang used his AK to block the strike. So strong. His heart tightened. The goblin berserker's strength far exceeded that of the minions he'd encountered before. He stepped back, creating some distance, and fired again. Bang! 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 Bullets continuously hit the berserker, but still failed to kill. This guy's health is way too high. Li Yang realized that the goblin berserker's HP was far beyond that of ordinary goblins. Let's try this. Sharpshooter. Damage increased threefold. Li Yang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! This time, instead of a deafening sound, there was a faint, almost imperceptible gunshot. Yet, this single shot brought about earth-shattering change. The movements of the goblin berserker suddenly froze, the ferocity in its scarlet eyes quickly vanished, replaced by deep fear and disbelief. In the next moment, a small blood hole appeared right in the center of its forehead, shocking to behold. -4134. Bright red damage numbers emerged above its head, almost bursting the screen. Boom! Its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous sound, completely motionless. Phew! Li Yang exhaled lightly, put away his gun, and without even glancing at the corpse, continued deeper into the dungeon. Goblin berserker killed, gained 900 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level: LV 15. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Power +1. All stats restored. Gain 20 free attribute points. Acquired. New skill, Precision Kill. Precision Kill, a charged attack that combines the damage of multiple attacks into one strike, equivalent to multiple attacks hitting simultaneously. When charged to a critical hit, a skull icon will appear above the enemy's head. Finally, leveled up. Li Yang looked at the notification on the panel, his mood calm. He had already accumulated a lot of experience after leaving the Abyss dungeon earlier, so leveling up quickly was expected. This new skill, Precision Kill, seemed powerful but was actually quite impractical. Ordinary shooters couldn't break armor with single attacks, meaning they couldn't effectively damage high defense enemies. Although Precision Kill could stack damage, it couldn't break armor, ultimately wasting time and effort. But Li Yang was different. His attacks carry true damage, ignoring all defenses. For him, Precision Kill was a skill that combined the damage of multiple attacks into one, instantly killing enemies. Not bad, it's a good skill. Li Yang's lips curved slightly into a smile. He looked at the 20 free attribute points and fell into thought. Where should I allocate them? Mental power? He shook his head. Mental power is sufficient for now, and I've picked up plenty of mental power potions along the way. Adding more would be pointless. Then let's add to Constitution. Having more health is the real deal. The Goblin Berserker earlier had a long health bar. Although its defense wasn't strong, it slowed down his instant kill pace. My true damage is powerful, but that's because I haven't encountered a real tank monster yet. Li Yang sighed. Hopefully next time, I can get a percentage-based damage attribute that would be even stronger. With that thought, he allocated all 20 free attribute points to Constitution. Boom! A surge of powerful energy erupted from within, and Li Yang felt his body becoming tougher and stronger. Constitution has almost doubled. He clenched his fists, feeling the change. This feels great. He suddenly thought of Sumumu's freakish attributes and couldn't help but click his tongue. TSK, just how strong must that girl's body be? Forget it, no point thinking about it. Time to keep grinding. Li Yang shook his head, clearing away distracting thoughts, raised his AK, and headed deeper into the dungeon. The 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor of the dungeon. Li Yang advanced like an unstoppable force, sweeping through everything in his path. The sound of the AK echoed through the dungeon like the tolling of the Grim Reaper's bell, harvesting one life after another. Goblins, goblin archers, goblin shamans, goblin berserkers. These monsters, which had once terrified many novice awakeners into not daring to approach, were like lambs to the slaughter before Li Yang, completely powerless to resist. -1501. -1498. -1505. Bright red damage numbers continuously popped up above the goblins' heads, and the experience points steadily increased. Li Yang was like an unceasing killing machine, repeating the actions of raising his gun, shooting, and advancing without a moment's pause. The equipment and items dropped along the way were ignored, directly stored in his backpack. To him, these were merely miscellaneous items picked up while grinding, holding no special value. Obtained item, Goblin's treasure. White, obtained item, worn leather armor. Green, obtained item, venomous fawn. Blue. Suddenly, a piece of equipment emitting a purple glow caught Li Yang's attention. He bent down to pick it up and examined it carefully. Name, King's Gauntlet, purple. Type, Gauntlet equipment effect, strength +10, agility +5, constitution +5 skill, teleportation, consumes mental energy to move quickly within a 500-meter range. Description: this is a gauntlet personally crafted by the Goblin King, possessing immense power. Not bad. Li Yang nodded. The gauntlet's attributes were quite good, and the teleportation skill would definitely be useful against enemies with high attack power. He put on the King's Gauntlet and immediately felt a surge of powerful energy flow into his body. Let's move forward. Without hesitation, Li Yang headed deeper into the dungeon. Finally, he reached the last level, the Goblin King's lair. 2 massive iron doors stood before him, engraved with ferocious goblin faces, as if warning any intruders. 2 giant goblin guards stood at the entrance, wielding huge axes and glaring fiercely at Li Yang. Roar! The guards let out deafening roars and charged at Li Yang, swinging their axes. Foolish! Li Yang sneered, raised his AK, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 A storm of bullets instantly shredded the 2 goblin guards into pieces. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV16. Strength +1, agility +1, constitution +1, armor +1, mental energy +1. All stats restored. A. Supply before the big battle, not bad. Li Yang smiled and pushed open the boss room door. The room was lavishly decorated, filled with treasures, exactly the same as the last time he was here. A chubby goblin wearing a crown and golden armor sat atop the treasure pile, holding a large drumstick and devouring it ravenously. He was the Goblin King. Li Yang stood at the doorway without attacking immediately. He noticed that the Goblin King seemed unaware of his presence, still focused on eating the drumstick. What's going on? Li Yang frowned, a question forming in his mind. He didn't act rashly but quietly observed the room's situation. The Goblin King continued gnawing on the drumstick, completely oblivious to his existence. Could it be? A bold idea struck Li Yang. As long as I don't enter the room or attack, the battle won't be triggered? To test his theory, he fired a few shots at the ground to create noise. The Goblin King remained unresponsive, as if Li Yang didn't exist. Is there really a hidden mechanism? Li Yang was astonished. Congratulations on discovering the dungeon's hidden mechanism, titled Goblin Slayer upgraded. Goblin Slayer, blue exerts strong intimidation on goblins, ordinary goblins will be directly frightened. Congratulations on obtaining a new title, dungeon expert, white, dungeon expert, more likely to trigger hidden events and gain extra rewards in dungeons. I didn't expect this. Li Yang couldn't help but laugh. These two titles came at just the right time. Without hesitation, he equipped the dungeon expert title and looked at the Goblin King again, his eyes gleaming sharply. Since that's the case, let's test the skill I just acquired. Li Yang raised his AK, took a deep breath, and aimed the gun at the Goblin King's head. Precision kill. Sharpshooter. He silently activated the skill, and mental energy surged into the gun like a flood. His consciousness merged with the weapon, and everything around him slowed down, leaving only the Goblin King's figure crystal clear. Time ticked by, and mental energy was rapidly consumed. The sensation was like continuously pulling the trigger without firing a bullet, frustrating. But Li Yang didn't give up, remaining fully focused, eyes locked on the gun barrel, ready for the final battle. Finally, a bright red skull symbol appeared above the Goblin King's head, persisting for nearly 10 seconds. Now's the time. Li Yang pulled the trigger. Without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot was deafening. The bullet, trailing flames, instantly crossed the distance and precisely hit the Goblin King right between the eyebrows. Minus 397,500. A massive damage number emerged above the Goblin King's head. Boom! The Goblin King's enormous body fell heavily to the ground like a toppled boulder. Congratulations on killing the Goblin King, you have gained 4,200 experience points. What a pity, no level up. Li Yang shook his head and sighed. After level 10, the experience required for leveling up doubles, making it increasingly difficult to advance. This is why most students spend their summer vacation before college grinding levels. Students with advanced professions can clear dungeons on their own, leveling up quickly. Those with lower-level professions often exhaust themselves trying to clear dungeons. At the same level, the gap between different professions is significant. Forget it, no point. Overthinking. Li Yang shook his head, set aside his distractions, and walked over to the Goblin King's corpse. Sure enough, golden light emerged from beneath the body. Here it comes. Li Yang's eyes lit up, his face showing excitement. Last time he cleared this dungeon, the final boss dropped nothing, leaving him disappointed for a while. This time, he had a guaranteed drop. Li Yang bent down and picked up a golden, glowing longsword from beneath the Goblin King's massive body. The blade was crafted from a mysterious metal, slender and gleaming with a cold light. The hilt was engraved with intricate dragon-shaped patterns, the dragon's mouth wide open as if ready to devour everything. This design, so cool. Li Yang marveled, it was his first time seeing such a finely crafted weapon. He eagerly opened his inventory to check the sword's attributes. Name, Blade of the Golden Dragon's Greed category, weapon, longsword, special effects. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to trigger Golden Dragon's Breath, dealing massive damage, upon killing a target, automatically. Plunders part of the target's wealth and converts it into energy for the wielder, permanent plus 10 charisma for the holder. Skills, Dragons. Treasure, consumes energy to summon gold coins to attack enemies. The number and power of coins are proportional to the energy consumed. Transmute to gold, after a brief chant, converts the target's negative status into an equivalent amount of gold coins. When used on allies, converts into an equivalent amount of health. Golden Rule, passive skill, grants the holder better trade deals and makes it easier to earn others' trust. Description: this is a legendary magic sword forged by the Golden Dragon, sharp and durable, with an insatiable desire for wealth. Only those with noble character and great strength can wield it, otherwise, they will be controlled by the sword and become slaves to wealth. Li Yang took a sharp breath. The sword's attributes were far more powerful than he had imagined. So this is a complete legendary weapon? He had seen many legendary items before, but most were special tools or incomplete pieces. This was his first time encountering a complete weapon like this. No wonder legendary weapons are the most expensive. These skills are simply game-breaking. Li Yang exclaimed, but soon he showed a bitter smile. What a pity, it's a sword. He was an archer, skilled only with guns, completely unfamiliar with swordsmanship. No matter how powerful the sword was, it was useless to him. He couldn't possibly use it as a throwing weapon, could he? Sigh, all that excitement for nothing. Li Yang sighed, preparing to store the sword, when his eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, I can give it to the little rich girl. Su Mumu was a natural swordsmanship genius with an SSS-level profession, Starry Sword Immortal, and came from a wealthy family. This sword was practically tailor-made for her. The little rich girl will definitely make good use of it, and I owe her a lot of favors anyway. It's time to repay some. With this thought, Li Yang decisively stored the blade of the golden dragon's greed into his bracelet. Congratulations on clearing the Goblin Dungeon, easy mode. You have obtained a bronze treasure chest. Based on your performance, you have received an additional reward, silver treasure chest. The system notification sounded, and 2 treasure chests appeared in front of Li Yang, one large and one small, their lights intertwining. He stared at the 2 chests, stunned. The performance reward chest is actually better than the dungeon reward chest? The 2 chests floated mid-air, emitting an enticing glow. Li Yang rubbed his hands together, a smile of anticipation appearing on his face. Open. Without hesitation, he opened both chests simultaneously. Boom! 2 dazzling flames shot into the sky, illuminating the entire boss room. Within the flames, 2 items emitting a faint golden glow slowly emerged. Li Yang stared at them, his face immediately showing an expression of just as I thought. Haha, I knew it. Ever since he first opened a treasure chest, every single one had contained legendary treasures. Could it be that I have a hidden skill that guarantees top-tier items from treasure chests? Li Yang stroked his chin, pondering seriously. Why? Don't I have any memory of this? Could I have awakened some skill in the past and then forgotten about it? He tried hard to recall the past but couldn't remember anything. Forget it, no need to overthink. Getting good stuff from chests is a blessing. Li Yang shook his head, dismissing those unrealistic thoughts. Treasures won't harm me. He looked down at the 2 legendary items in his hands. The first was an ancient-looking book with 4 large characters on the cover, immovable as a mountain. Name, immovable as a mountain, gold, category. Skill book effect, enter a defensive state for 10 seconds, during which all control effects are immune, and 50% of received damage is reflected. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Description, a defensive secret technique created by an ancient dragon. When mastered, it can make the body as steady as a mountain. This is a skill book for warriors. Li Yang looked at the skill book, helplessly saying, but I'm an archer, this skill is useless to me. His profession was archer, so he couldn't use such a defensive skill. He turned his attention to the other legendary item. It was a crystal-clear blue orb, as if it sealed a vast starry sky within. Name, Astral Mage's Legacy category. Job change book effect, used to change to the hidden profession Astral Mage. Prerequisite profession, any magic-based profession. Level 100. Post-change profession, Astral Mage, S-Class. Description, a legacy from an Astral Mage. Only those with extraordinary talent and unwavering will can harness the power of the stars and become a stronghold. An S-Class hidden profession. Li Yang looked at the crystal orb, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. While S-Class professions weren't the strongest, they were already at the pinnacle of the profession system. For most people, having an S-Class profession meant never having to worry about life again. Not to mention, this was a hidden profession, rare enough to drive people mad. If he were to sell this job change book, it would undoubtedly attract countless buyers, its value immeasurable. What a pity. Li Yang sighed, a hint of regret in his eyes. I'm an archer. This job change book requires a magic-based profession and level 100. With his current level and profession, he couldn't use it at all. These 2 legendary items are both useless to me. Li Yang stared at the skill book and crystal orb, lost in thought. Could he really only sell them? Does the service desk accept legendary items? Li Yang didn't think much further. Since there was still time, he figured he might as well ask at the service desk. He tapped on the panel and teleported out of the dungeon. Familiar scenery greeted his eyes. The blue sky, golden beach, warm sea breeze, and towering skyscrapers in the distance. I didn't expect speed-running dungeons to be this tiring. Li Yang stretched lazily, taking a deep breath. The salty sea breeze carried a faint floral fragrance, relaxing him. He glanced at his watch, 4:30 p.m. Good, I can still make it. Li Yang quickly walked toward the service desk. Oh, Li Yang. You're back. The sharp-eyed receptionist immediately greeted him warmly as soon as she saw him, her face full of a flattering smile. It's hard to imagine that the person who was so indifferent a few days ago is the same one now. It seems the power of money is truly invincible. Li Yang ignored her enthusiasm, merely nodding slightly as a greeting. He had more important matters today and no time for idle chatter. he poured out all the items from his wristband in one go. Clatter, various equipment, materials, potions, piled up like a mountain, almost burying the entire counter, just like the first time he came. The receptionist's eyes lit up, and her mouth almost stretched to her ears. According to the rules, she could earn half the commission from recycling and selling items. The items Li Yang brought out this time were worth at least tens of thousands of credit points, meaning she could earn thousands. I'm rich, I'm rich. The receptionist excitedly counted the items, beaming with joy. Xiaoli, these items are really high quality. She picked up a piece of equipment glowing blue and exclaimed, "This Wrath of the Deep-Sea necklace has such great attributes, it will definitely fetch a good price. This pile of dragon blood grass is rare material for crafting high-level potions, with a market price of at least 5,000 credit points per bundle. And these..." The receptionist counted meticulously, her face full of excitement and anticipation. Watching her greedy expression, Li Yang secretly chuckled. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, "I have 2 more items to recycle. I wonder if your credit points are sufficient." The receptionist was busy counting the items and didn't look up, calmly replying, "Don't worry, Xiaoli. This is the official service desk of the Great Xia. It's a public place, how could we run out of credit points?" Li Yang nodded and said, "Then I can rest assured." As he spoke, he took out 2 legendary items from his wristband, the skill book Immovable as a Mountain and the job transfer book Legacy of the Astral Mage. "Do you accept legendary items here?" Accept, we accept everything." The receptionist's words suddenly stopped. She looked up abruptly, her gaze fixed on the 2 treasures in Li Yang's hands, her face pale as if she'd seen a ghost. Her mouth hung open, and her eyes were about to pop out. Legendary?" she stammered, her voice trembling as if she were shivering. Legendary items. These were treasures possessed only by a handful of top-tier experts, each carrying earth-shattering power. Just one of them could cause an uproar in the entire Qianlong city. And now, these 2 legendary treasures were quietly lying in Li Yang's palm, emitting a faint golden glow. Am I dreaming? The receptionist rubbed her eyes, doubting her vision. She pinched herself hard. Hiss. The sharp pain made her realize this wasn't an illusion. Nervously swallowing, her throat felt as dry as if it were on fire. She took step after step toward Li Yang, her eyes fixed on the 2 legendary items, afraid they might suddenly vanish. The item information panel automatically popped up, hovering in the air. The golden text, like a fiery brand, was deeply imprinted in her mind. The receptionist was completely dumbfounded, her brain blank. It was the first time in her life she had seen legendary items, and now she was seeing 2 at once. As for recycling legendary items, it was unheard of. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was the rules of the service desk. Since the establishment of the Great Xia Service Desk, there had never been a case of someone obtaining legendary items in a dungeon and bringing them for recycling. The service desk had always been a place for recycling unwanted junk, essentially a scrap collection point. But legendary items, those were treasures coveted by countless awakened ones, with no need to find buyers. Once listed, they'd be snapped up instantly. "You're not accepting them?" Li Yang asked, seeing her dazed expression. Accept? No, it's not that we don't accept." The receptionist finally snapped out of it and quickly agreed. But she soon hesitated again. She cautiously glanced at Li Yang and tentatively said, "Xiaoli, these 2 items are too valuable. You don't necessarily have to recycle them here, you can sell them quickly elsewhere, unlike those low-level tools." She said this not out of conscience but because her intuition told her something was off. Even the most extravagant rich kids wouldn't bring legendary items to a place like this to sell. Unless, could it be that Li Yang is testing me? The receptionist started overthinking. If I get greedy with this deal, Li Yang might never come to me for recycling again. She clearly understood that this was a moment to tread carefully. She didn't want to offend Li Yang, who might become the top talent in Donghai, just to earn a middleman fee for a legendary item. Not to mention, if Li Yang came here to recycle items, after clearing dungeons, his name alone could attract plenty of high school seniors. "Are you going to recycle them or not?" Li Yang was getting impatient. He glanced at his watch. 15 minutes had already passed. "If I don't head to Su Mengwu's house now, it'll be too late," he muttered to himself. You really want to recycle them?" The receptionist widened her eyes, staring at Li Yang in disbelief. What was this guy after? Credit points? Do you think I'm joking with you? Li Yang raised an eyebrow, looking at her as if she were an idiot. The receptionist felt a pang of nervousness under his gaze. She opened her mouth to speak but found herself unable to utter a single convincing word. Right, he was Li Yang. The top of the newcomer rankings, already on the Tianzhou list, a future superpower, a top-tier talent. How could he possibly be doing something so trivial? She was clearly overthinking. The receptionist stammered for a long time but still couldn't form a complete sentence. Hurry up and calculate the value, I'm in a rush, Li Yang urged impatiently. Oh, okay, got it. The receptionist finally snapped out of it and hurriedly began calculating. The Immovable Mountain skill book had a market price of about 5 million credit points. The Astral Mage's Legacy job transfer book, being a hidden profession and S-grade, was harder to price but would fetch at least tens of millions of credit points. As she calculated, she secretly observed Li Yang's reaction and, seeing that he showed no signs of dissatisfaction, let out a sigh of relief. Both items together come to 15 million credit points. How does that sound? Li Yang nodded in agreement and handed over Su Mumu's bank card. The receptionist took the card and quickly completed the transfer. Done, the transfer is successful. She returned the card to Li Yang with a flattering smile. Xiao, Li, let's be friends. I won't ask for a signed photo anymore. In the future, for the items you recycle here, the official side will take half of the profit, and we can split the remaining half. How about that? Oh, Li Yang raised an eyebrow, looking at her with some surprise. Such a good deal? Sure. He agreed readily, after all, it was extra income. With that, he turned and left decisively. The receptionist watched his departing figure, her face still filled with excitement and joy. I'm rich, really rich, she muttered under her breath, her eyes sparkling. After leaving the service desk, Li Yang headed straight to Su Mumu's house. He glanced at his watch, 20 minutes had already passed, leaving only 10 minutes until the agreed time. Time's a bit tight. He reached the crossroads by the East Sea and frowned slightly as he looked at the bustling traffic. It was rush hour, and the roads were completely jammed. Taking a taxi to the Su family would take at least half an hour. Being late on the first day of class would be so embarrassing. Li Yang sighed helplessly. To be honest, if he hadn't promised Su Mumu, he wouldn't have wanted to attend Tianyue teacher's class at all. He'd rather spend the time clearing another dungeon. Forget it, I already promised her. Li Yang shook his head, dismissing those unrealistic thoughts. At that moment, his gaze unintentionally fell on the king's gauntlet on his right wrist. Teleportation. He squinted his eyes, recalling the equipment description in his mind. Maybe a bold idea flashed through his mind. Using teleportation to travel seems like a good idea. He no longer hesitated, channeling the limited spiritual energy within him into the king's gauntlet. Buzz, the gauntlet emitted a faint blue glow. In the next moment, Li Yang's figure suddenly disappeared. Whoosh! 500 meters away, atop a tall building, his figure suddenly reappeared. Wow, this speed! He looked down at his feet, both shocked and delighted. This teleportation speed was even faster than he had imagined. In the Su family's backyard, Teacher Liang sat on a stone bench, fiddling with a black metal cube in his hand, carefully observing it. The cube was icy cold, its surface smooth as a mirror, with no seams or discernible material. Can this thing really be opened? Teacher Liang was full of doubt. At that moment, light footsteps sounded, and Su Mumu appeared at the backyard entrance. Teacher Liang, I'm here for class. Today, Su Mumu was wearing a light blue tracksuit, her long hair tied in a ponytail, exuding youthful vitality. Ah, you're here. Teacher Liang nodded with a smile, his gaze falling on her, his face showing surprise. You've already reached level 15? How long had it been? Su Mumu had actually leveled up to 15? This leveling speed was astonishing. Must know, even for a genius student, reaching level 15 in just a few days was extremely difficult. I ran a dungeon this afternoon, got lucky, and the monsters gave a lot of experience, so I leveled up quickly, Su Mumu explained with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Looks like you haven't been slacking off lately. Teacher Liang nodded in satisfaction, his evaluation of her rising even higher. A child like Su Mumu, with a good family background, high talent, and such diligence, was truly rare. By the way, Teacher Liang, what's that cube in your hand? Su Mumu asked curiously. This? Teacher Liang smiled mysteriously. Why don't you try attacking it? Attack it? Su Mumu was even more puzzled. Why should I attack it? Just give it a try, Teacher Liang said, placing the black cube on the ground. Although still confused, Su Mumu drew the sword at her waist. Swish! A cold gleam flashed as the sword was unsheathed. Dragon sword technique. Su Mumu whispered, her figure moving like a nimble dragon, tracing graceful arcs in the air. The sword in her hand seemed to transform into countless shadows, striking the black cube on the ground repeatedly. Clang, 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 a series of crisp metallic collision sounds rang out. Su Mumu felt a numbness in her palm, and her sword vibrated with a buzzing sound. But to her shock, the black cube on the ground remained completely unscathed, not even a scratch. How is this possible? Su Mumu's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of material was this black cube made of, to withstand her entire set of dragon sword technique attacks unscathed? Again, unwilling to admit defeat, Su Mumu launched another attack. This time, she used a different move of stellar sword dance. Buzz, brilliant starlight shimmered around her, merging into her sword techniques like scattered sparks. Swish, 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 the sword light was dreamlike, as if the entire bamboo forest had transformed into a vast starry sky. However, even as Su Mumu gave it her all, the black cube remained completely motionless. Huff, huff. She panted heavily, her body drenched in sweat, her face full of shock and frustration. What on earth is this thing? Don't waste your energy, Teacher Liang said with a chuckle, shaking his head. This isn't ordinary metal, it's a fragment of a treasure left behind by the legendary immortals. Immortals? Su Mumu froze. Immortals are immortals. A trace of nostalgia flickered in Teacher Liang's eyes. They are legendary beings with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, their strength far beyond our imagination, reaching realms we cannot comprehend. Immortal is just a title. Different places have different names for them, but one thing is certain, they all reached level 500. Level 500. A storm surged in Su Mumu's heart. That was the highest level. Teacher Liang, I still want to try. She gritted her teeth, her eyes shining with determination. It's useless, Teacher Liang shook her head. This immortal relic is indestructible. The Dean has already tried using external force to open it. Then let me try the new level 15 skill I just learned, Su Mumu said. Alright, Teacher Liang nodded in agreement. After all, she knew Su Mumu couldn't possibly open this black cube, so there was no harm in trying. Su Mumu took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn by some force, rushing into her body. Buzz, golden light flowed across her body. Roar, a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the skies. The clear sky instantly turned dark with dense clouds, lightning, and thunder. Crack! A lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descended from the sky, striking Su Mumu precisely. This is... Teacher Liang suddenly stood up, her face full of shock. This aura, this pressure, could it really be emitted by a level 15 child? Su Mumu slowly opened her eyes, as if two golden flames were burning within them. Her sword intent surged fiercely into the sky. 3000 spring, she shouted, her long sword transforming into a golden lightning bolt, slashing fiercely at the black cube. The golden sword light seemed to split the heavens and earth. Su Mumu's figure merged with the sword, resembling a brilliant sun radiating dazzling light. Boom! Amid the deafening roar, the golden sword light struck the black metal cube with force. Time seemed to freeze. In the next moment, a terrifying energy wave spread outward from Su Mumu's center in all directions. Rumble, the ground shook violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. The grass and trees in the villa's garden all fell, the artificial mountain collapsed, and the pond's water surged like a tsunami, sweeping everywhere. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the villa's walls, threatening to collapse at any moment. Second floor of the Su family villa, the family head's study. Su Wenjun stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fixed on the dazzling golden sword light in the backyard, a satisfied smile on his face. Mumu's talent is even stronger than I imagined. His eyes were filled with love and pride. As the head of the Su family, his insight was far beyond that of ordinary people. With one glance, he could tell that Su Mumu's sword just now had far surpassed the level of a 15th level SSS Awakener, even comparable to some top-tier SSS professionals at level 20 or even level 30. Guest room of the Su family villa. Dean Ding was sitting in front of his computer, browsing the registration information of awakeners from across the country this year. As the dean of Tianyue University's Swordsmanship Academy, he traveled nationwide every year, at this time to recruit the most outstanding talents for the academy. This year's overall student quality is decent, but awakeners with SSS-level professions are still extremely rare. Dean Ding sighed, feeling deeply emotional. At that moment, a strong energy wave suddenly emanated from the villa's backyard. Ha! Dean Ding abruptly stood up, his expression changing drastically, his eyes filled with disbelief. This aura, this pressure. Although he couldn't see the backyard through the walls, as a swordsmanship master, he could clearly sense the terrifying power. Dean Ding's mind was in turmoil. Could it be Miss Su? Boom! Another loud explosion followed. This time, he even felt the entire villa shaking violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Backyard. Teacher Liang was dumbfounded. She had seen many students with SSS-level professions, but most of them only began to show their true strength at level 20 or even level 30. Seeing someone like Su Mumu, who could unleash such astonishing power at level 15, was a first for her. An unbelievable thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that even within SSS-level professions, there are significant differences? Huff, huff. Su Mumu stood with her sword, her face pale, clearly showing signs of excessive mental energy consumption. She staggered and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Mumu, are you okay? Teacher Liang quickly stepped forward to support Su Mumu, her face full of concern. Su Mumu shook her head, saying she was fine, just a bit tired. A little rest will do. Teacher Liang looked at her, her heart filled with shock and admiration. This 16-year-old girl was not only extraordinarily talented but also hardworking and diligent. Her future was bound to be remarkable. She glanced at the intact black metal cube on the ground and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. She patted her chest and smiled, saying, Mumu, young people shouldn't rush to go too far. First, solidify today's basic sword moves. Li Yang excitedly experienced his novel way of traveling, repeatedly activating his teleportation skill. His figure flickering across various corners of Qianlong City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each flash allowed him to traverse hundreds of meters, shortening what was once a distant journey significantly. However, this high-speed movement placed a heavy burden on his body and mind. In an instant, Li Yang almost lost control, staggering and nearly falling. Huff, huff. He leaned against a wall, gasping for breath, his head spinning. Mental energy, almost depleted. He took out a bottle of mental energy recovery potion from his wristband and tilted his head back to drink it. The wristband stored various flavors of low-level mental energy recovery potions. Gulp, gulp. Glutinous lemon flavor. As a refreshing energy surged into his mind, Li Yang's mental energy instantly returned to its peak. Comfortable. He stretched his stiff body and continued teleporting, heading toward the Su family villa. Whoosh! After the final flash, Li Yang appeared in front of a sprawling, luxurious villa. This is the Su family? He looked at the castle-like villa before him, deeply shocked. Towering walls, intricately crafted iron gates, lush gardens, and the majestic main building in the distance all showcased the extraordinary status and wealth of its owner. The last time he came here with Su Mumu, he had been too excited, completely immersed in his newly acquired golden finger, and hadn't noticed how vast this place was. He tidied his clothes, walked to the door, and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and the villa's gate automatically opened. Li Yang stepped inside. On both sides of the wide bluestone path were neatly trimmed lawns, with various exotic flowers and plants competing in beauty, their faint fragrance filling the air. This garden could rival a park, Li Yang thought as he walked, admiring the scenery around him. Passing through the garden, he reached a spacious open area, where various training facilities were set up. Not far away was a massive swimming pool. The life of the wealthy really makes one envious. Li Yang shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside, and continued toward the villa's backyard. The backyard was a bamboo forest. Amid the verdant bamboo, a figure was practicing swordsmanship. Swish, swish, swish. Sword. Light flickered, bamboo leaves danced, and sharp sword energy carved deep marks into the bamboo. Su Mumu was practicing her swordsmanship. while a young woman sat nearby. She was Teacher Liang from Tianyue University. Teacher Liang watched Su Mumu intently, her face showing a faint expression of admiration. This girl is truly a swordsmanship genius, she thought. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that an 18-year-old girl could have such mastery of sword techniques. At that moment, she suddenly noticed Li Yang standing at the edge of the bamboo forest. Teacher Liang frowned slightly and glanced at her watch. 5:05. You're late, she said flatly. Sorry, there was some traffic on the way. Li Yang smiled awkwardly, explaining. He had already tried his best to use teleportation to hurry. If he had taken a car, it would have taken another half hour. Teacher Liang's expression didn't change because of his explanation. Last night, Dean Ding had specifically instructed her that although this student named Li Yang had decent strength, he was a bit arrogant and needed to be properly disciplined. Young people tend to be a bit arrogant, it's normal, she thought to herself. But he needs to understand that there are stronger people out there. She smiled and looked at Li Yang, saying, Good. Grades are a good thing, but you can't be proud and complacent. You must stay humble to keep improving, understand? You're right, teacher. Liang. I'll definitely pay attention in the future, Li Yang replied, though his attitude seemed somewhat perfunctory. You don't seem convinced? Teacher Liang said, taking out a black metal cube from her pocket and placing it on the stone platform. Try attacking this cube, she said, staring at Li Yang. If you can cause even a little damage to it, I'll let your tardiness slide today. If not, you can skip today's class and reflect on your attitude. Attack the cube? Li Yang froze for a moment, sizing up the black metal cube. It was about the size of an apple, its surface smooth like a mirror, without any scratches, and its material was indiscernible. Su Mumu, who was practicing her swordsmanship nearby, overheard their conversation and curiously looked over after sheathing her sword. When she saw Teacher Liang take out the cube, her expression turned serious, her cherry lips slightly parted as if she wanted to say something. Then, she glanced at Li Yang, her lips curling into a subtle smile, secretly amused. She remembered that Li Yang seemed to have the ability to inflict real damage. If that was the case, Su Mumu covered her mouth and walked over to sit on a stone bench, ready to watch the show. Li Yang noticed Su Mumu's meaningful smile and looked at her in confusion, silently asking what she meant. Su Mumu simply rolled her eyes and ignored him, her expression one of anticipation. Li Yang felt helpless. Why was this girl so mysterious? Teacher Liang crossed her arms, slightly raised her chin, and stared sharply at Li Yang through her glasses, her tone provocative. Well, dare to try, or are you giving up? Li Yang chuckled lightly and shrugged. Since Teacher Liang insists, of course I can't refuse. But, he deliberately dragged out his words, his gaze sweeping over the cube with a hint of amusement. If I break this thing, I won't be held responsible, right? Go ahead and hit it, Teacher Liang said disdainfully, confident that Li Yang couldn't damage it. If you can break it, I'll call you Teacher. She then casually placed the cube on the ground, stepped back, crossed her arms, and watched Li Yang with a cold smile. She had witnessed Su Mumu's talent firsthand. The 3000 spring sword technique still left a deep impression on her. But Li Yang was only 18 years old. Even if he was a genius, he was just an E-level marksman. Even with legendary or even mythical weapons, he couldn't possibly damage this metal cube. Thinking of this, Teacher Liang's gaze grew even more contemptuous, her smile deepening. Without the cube given to her by the dean, she wouldn't have been so confident today. But now, dealing with a young man like Li Yang was a piece of cake. Kid, let me show you what it means to face someone stronger out there. Li Yang had no idea what Teacher Liang was thinking, nor did he know what the cube was, but he didn't care. He opened the weapon case on his back and took out his familiar AK. Eagle Eye, Sharpshooter. Precision Kill. 3 skills activated simultaneously, and a golden Eagle Eye phantom appeared behind Li Yang as his mental energy began to deplete rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. His mental energy drained quickly, yet he hadn't fired. This thing is a bit strange. Li Yang had been charging Precision Kill for 10 seconds, theoretically capable of inflicting 400,000 points of real damage, but the cube remained completely unscathed. 20 seconds passed, then 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Li Yang's mental energy was already more than half depleted. Feeling a bit dizzy now. He still held the gun, sweat dripping from his forehead. But he hadn't fired. He was waiting for the perfect moment. Meanwhile, Teacher Liang's confidence grew with her smile, thinking to herself, "This young man is still immature. Does he really think a bit of talent allows him to do whatever he wants? The world is far more complex than he imagines." Su Mumu watched Li Yang curiously, wondering why he still hadn't fired. If the goal was just to harm that cube, wouldn't a random shot dealing 1000 points of true damage be enough? Could it be that Li Yang's true damage has special activation conditions? Her mind instantly returned to that dungeon, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. 3 minutes passed, Li Yang's body swayed, and his face turned slightly pale. He quickly pulled out a bottle of blue mental recovery potion from his spatial ring and drank it in one gulp. The pinpoint kill effect was still uninterrupted, and he continued aiming with his gun. "Teacher." Liang looked at him in confusion, recognizing the blue-quality mental potion but not understanding why Liang drank it. This potion only restores mental energy and doesn't increase damage. Could he be planning to wear down the cube over time? 4 minutes, 5 minutes, Li Yang gritted his teeth, his face pale, but his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Finally, under Li Yang's watchful eyes, the surface of the black cube trembled slightly. Then, a red skull symbol slowly emerged. Now! A murderous intent flashed in Li Yang's eyes as he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A regular mental bullet shot out from the AK's barrel, hitting the black cube directly, seemingly without any visible effect. "That's it?" Teacher Liang breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. "After all that fuss, this is all you've got? How much damage can you even do, huh?" Before she could finish her sentence, the moment the bullet hit the cube, an astonishing number floated above it, -30,300,000. Clang! A crisp collision sound rang out, followed by the sound of shattering. Teacher Liang's eyes widened, her mouth agape, staring blankly at the cube in front of her. What was that number just now? 30 million? She felt like she was dreaming. The string of zeros left her mind blank, completely unable to comprehend. Su Mumu, however, burst into laughter. She had already guessed this outcome and wasn't surprised at all. She quietly walked over to Li Yang and asked in a low voice, "Did you get a skill at level 15 that accumulates damage?" Li Yang nodded, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "How did you know?" Su Mumu grinned without answering, simply pointing at the cube. The once indestructible black cube was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks, which were spreading and growing larger. Crack! Crack, crack, crack. The black cube shook violently, the cracks widening and multiplying. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the black cube shattered into countless fragments. These fragments didn't scatter but instead gathered and spun in the air, eventually transforming into a black streak of light that shot into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Li Yang and Su Mumu were knocked back by the powerful shockwave, landing heavily on the ground. What just happened? Li Yang stared in shock, completely bewildered. The previously clear sky suddenly turned dark, clouds gathered, and lightning flashed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Boom! Deafening thunder roared above the villa, making everyone's ears ache. Li Yang's mouth twitched, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Did I cause trouble again? Again? Su Mumu asked curiously. Besides breaking that cube, did you do anything else? Li Yang shook his head. The matter of the Jinhai stone was not something he could tell her yet. This. Teacher Liang stared blankly at the sky, her mind completely frozen. At that moment, a lightning bolt as thick as a water pipe, carrying destructive power, struck toward Li Yang. Damn! Li Yang's face changed drastically, instinctively wanting to dodge, but with Su Mumu beside him, there was nowhere to escape. At the critical moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Li Yang. It was Su Mumu's father, Su Wenjun. Boom! The lightning struck Su Wenjun's hand precisely, but it was as if it hit air, not causing the slightest ripple. Su Wenjun stood tall and unmoving, as if the earth-shattering power was nothing more than a gentle breeze to him. "Dad!" Su Mumu exclaimed in surprise. Su Wenjun smiled at her, lightly shook his hand, and the violent lightning instantly dissipated. The next moment, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky returned to its clear state, as if nothing had happened. A small dot emitting a purple glow suddenly appeared in the sky, darting around restlessly like an unruly child. Su Wenjun looked up, fixing his gaze on the purple dot, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Slowly, he extended his hand, and an invisible force instantly enveloped the entire sky. The purple dot seemed to be drawn by Some power, flying towards Su Wenjun and eventually hovering in front of him, pulsating as if it were alive. Teacher Liang, witnessing this scene, grew even more frightened and stammered nervously, "Mr. Su. I didn't expect this to happen. Su Wenjun shook his head, signaling her not to worry. He stared at the purple lit, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, and murmured, "A fragment of the Moon Soul Dragon Spirit. I never thought I'd see it again today." As soon as he finished speaking, he slightly clenched his fingers, and the purple dot was instantly subdued by an invisible force. Its glow dimmed rapidly, eventually transforming into an ordinary stone. Su Wenjun casually tossed the stone to Li Yang behind him and said indifferently, "This is your opportunity. Take good care of it." "Ha? Oh. Li Yang instinctively caught the stone, his mind filled with confusion. "Teacher Liang, you don't mind, do you?" Su Wenjun turned to ask her, his tone calm. No, I don't mind." Teacher Liang shook her head blankly, as if she had any right to mind. With such a commotion, she was lucky not to be scolded by Su Wenjun. "Mumu, were you scared?" Su Wenjun gently patted Su Mumu's shoulder. Su Mumu obediently nodded, indicating she was fine. Su Wenjun smiled in satisfaction, turned, and walked into the bamboo forest, disappearing quickly. A warm breeze swept through, and Li Yang couldn't help but close his eyes. The wind carried the scent of grass and soil, along with the fragrance of unknown flowers in the distance, making him feel at ease. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him made him step back in surprise, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The backyard, which had been in complete disarray, was now fully restored. The lush green lawn was as soft and smooth as velvet, with a few dandelions swaying in the breeze. The flowers in the flower beds bloomed vibrantly, and bees busily collected nectar. Grapevines climbed over the white fence, laden with heavy, fragrant fruit. Even the trees that had been charred black by lightning were now full of life, their branches and leaves flourishing as if they had never been damaged. Everything was so natural and harmonious, as if time had reversed and erased the previous disaster. Li Yang even wondered if he was dreaming. Was this the power of a venerable? To control time, change everything, and turn the bad into good. A storm surged in Li Yang's heart. He hadn't noticed any trace of Su Wenjun's actions, yet the surroundings had quietly transformed. Venerable. Li Yang opened his mouth to say something but found himself at a loss for words. At his level, he couldn't begin to comprehend the methods of a venerable. It was as absurd as an ant trying to understand human technology. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, setting his questions aside. Teacher Liang also snapped out of her daze, looking at the stone in Li Yang's hand with a complex expression and a whirlwind of thoughts. She had always believed that the black cube was indestructible, that even if Li Yang had a legendary weapon, it couldn't harm it. Yet, Li Yang had actually shattered it, and it had triggered such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. If Su Wenjun hadn't appeared in time, the entire Su family and everything within hundreds of meters would have been destroyed. Who exactly is this kid? Teacher Liang's mind was full of questions, but she knew some things were not for her to ask or know. "Teacher Liang, what exactly is this thing?" Li Yang couldn't help but ask again when he saw her staring at the stone. He then looked at Su Mumu, hoping she could provide some clues. Su Mumu pouted and shook her head, indicating she didn't know either. "This is a fragment of the Moon Soul Dragon Spirit." Teacher Liang took a deep breath and slowly said, "The Moon Soul Dragon Clan is one of the most powerful races in the universe. Legend has it that they are born with the ability to control spatial forces, making them incredibly strong." Races in the universe? Li Yang and Su Mumu exchanged glances. They had never heard of this term before. Seeing their confusion, Teacher Liang patiently explained, "The universe is vast and boundless, with countless life planets. Our blue star is just one of them. Apart from Blue Star, there are many powerful races. Some are similar to humans, while others are strange creatures we've never seen before. Over 1,000 years ago, these races from the depths of the universe suddenly launched an attack on Blue Star for reasons unknown. That war was extremely brutal, with the skies darkened, the sun and moon losing their light, and countless strong individuals falling. Even sages and immortals personally joined the battle, fighting the invaders to the death. Eventually, humanity signed a peace agreement with the cosmic races. They retreated to the depths of the starry sky, while we were restricted to Blue Star, unable to freely enter the cosmos. So that's how it is." Li Yang and Su Mumu listened in stunned silence, their hearts filled with shock. They had always believed that Blue Star was the only home and humans the only intelligent race. They never imagined that beyond Blue Star lay such a vast world with many powerful races. Then, what use does this fragment of the Moon Soul Dragon's soul have? Li Yang looked at the stone in his hand and asked curiously. Teacher Liang shook her head and said, I don't know its specific use. I only know that the Moon Soul Dragon is one of the top races in the universe, and anything of theirs is extremely precious. Perhaps you can try refining it, you might gain unexpected benefits. By the way, about your gun. Teacher Liang's gaze fell on the AK in Li Yang's hand, her curiosity rising again. Last time, their meeting was too brief for her to examine it closely. She had only sensed the energy fluctuations of the gun and concluded it was a legendary weapon. But now, upon closer thought, something seemed off. She hadn't fully understood what Ding Ding and Director Li had said either. Let me take a look? Teacher Liang reached out for the gun. Oh, okay. Although Li Yang didn't quite understand what Teacher Liang intended to do, he obediently handed over the AK. Teacher Liang took the gun and examined it carefully. Sure enough, she discovered some clues. The gun contained Phoenix Bloodline and a type of weapon modification liquid. Last time, she hadn't noticed the gun had been modified because Li Yang hadn't used it. However, even so, it shouldn't have been able to shatter that black cube. How could a legendary weapon possess such immense power? She couldn't believe it. She had seen legendary weapons before. Tianhua University's collection contained countless legendary weapons. Could it be that this gun, having been modified, was stronger than ordinary legendary weapons? Swish! Teacher Liang casually waved her hand, and a shield glowing with purple light appeared. This was a true epic-level piece of armor. Bang! She threw the shield to the ground and raised the AK, firing a shot at the shield. Mental energy infused the gun, transforming into a bullet that shot toward the shield. But this time, nothing unexpected happened. The bullet hit the shield, producing only a faint sound without even a spark. The shield remained intact. Teacher Liang froze, her face showing embarrassment. How was this possible? The same gun, yet when Li Yang shot the black cube, it caused terrifying damage, while her shot at the shield left no trace? Teacher Liang felt her understanding of the world was on the verge of collapse. She remained silent for a while, finally sighing helplessly, putting away the shield, and returning the AK to Li Yang. Teacher Liang, should we continue the lesson? Su Mumu asked tentatively. Lesson? Teacher Liang's mouth twitched. She had previously said that if Li Yang could shatter that cube, she would become his apprentice. How could she have the face to teach Li Yang? Now. Today, let's not have class today. Teacher Liang said dejectedly, you practice on your own. After speaking, she turned and left, her steps unsteady, as if she had aged several years in an instant. Watching Teacher Liang's desolate figure, Li Yang and Su Mumu exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. They could both sense that Teacher Liang was in a very bad mood at the moment. Today, Teacher Liang's confidence had been almost completely shattered. At night, the moonlight spilled onto the balcony like water, coating the carved railings with a silvery glow. Li Yang lay on the soft, large bed, feeling his entire body relax. The Su family was absurdly wealthy, compared to the guest room in the Su household. The hotels he had stayed in before seemed like rundown roadside inns. The life of the rich is truly unimaginable, Li Yang silently complained to himself, turning over contentedly. There were only 9 days left until the martial arts exam. With his current rapid leveling speed, reaching level 20 by then would be effortless and stress-free. I wonder what the next attribute will be? Hopefully. Li Yang began to fantasize, his eyelids growing heavy, his consciousness fading. Suddenly, a click sound echoed as the doorknob was gently turned, the noise exploding like thunder in Li Yang's ears. He jolted awake, his drowsiness vanishing instantly, and entered a state of high alert. Who's there? Li Yang instinctively sprang up from the bed, assuming a defensive posture. But he shook his head, forcing himself to suppress his vigilance. What am I afraid of? This is the Su household, with Uncle Su here. Who would dare cause trouble? I'm just scaring myself. With that thought, he relaxed, lay back down, and pretended to still be asleep. A petite figure tiptoed into the room from outside, the moonlight outlining her delicate silhouette. The girl walked barefoot on the floor like a cat, making no sound. She quietly approached the bed, and under the moonlight, Li Yang finally saw her face clearly. A delicate Oval face, eyebrows like distant mountains, large, sparkling eyes full of life and mischief, as if they could speak. Below her small nose were lips as red and luscious as cherries. The girl wore a thin white nightgown, faintly revealing her graceful figure. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating her fair, smooth skin, as fine as snow. Su Mumu. What is this girl doing sneaking into my room in the middle of the night? Li Yang wondered, pretending to be asleep to see what she was up to. Su Mumu stood by the bed, tilted her head to look at him carefully, and murmured softly, sleeping so soundly, looks like he's exhausted. After speaking, she slowly began to take off her nightgown. Li Yang instantly felt a rush of heat to his head, his heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. What is this girl trying to do? No way, no way. Could she be? Various images flashed through his mind, and Li Yang felt like he was about to suffocate. Su Mumu's nightgown gently fell to the floor, revealing her flawless, youthful figure. Her skin was even fairer than snow, her curves exquisite. Li Yang felt his nose heat up, a strange excitement surging within him. He quickly took a deep breath, desperately trying to control himself and not lose composure. Su Mumu gently sat on the edge of the bed, stealthily lifted the corner of the blanket, and slipped in like a nimble little cat. A faint, sweet scent of a young girl mixed with the freshness of a post-bath aroma instantly enveloped Li Yang. He felt a cool sensation as Su Mumu's smooth, delicate skin pressed against him, like a warm flame igniting his body. Li Yang abruptly opened his eyes, threw off the blanket, and pretended to be surprised as he asked, Su Mumu, what are you doing? His mind went blank, and he started stammering. He wanted to get up, but Su Mumu's strength was far greater, pinning him down firmly, leaving him unable to move. It was no wonder, Su Mumu's abilities had long surpassed his. Even with his recent improvements, he was still far behind. Don't move. Su Mumu smirked mischievously, like a little cat that had stolen something good, proudly hugging Li Yang and burying her head in his chest. The two were pressed tightly together, without even a sliver of space between them. Li Yang could clearly feel her soft body and the faint scent of a young girl, mixed with the freshness of a post-bath aroma, lingering at the tip of his nose, making his heart race and his breathing quicken. He didn't dare make a sound, lying stiffly on the bed. Wait, Li Yang suddenly remembered something and asked softly, how did you get in? I clearly locked the door. Su Mumu giggled, her laughter like silver bells ringing in his ears. Silly, this is my house. I can go to any room I want. Why would I need to pick a lock? Li Yang was instantly speechless. Seeing his defeated expression, Su Mumu laughed even more joyfully. She leaned closer to Li Yang, her breath soft, carrying a hint of playfulness and allure. What's wrong? You came into my house, got caught by me, and now you want to run away? What? What exactly do you want? Li Yang's voice trembled slightly, carrying a nervousness and anticipation he hadn't even noticed himself. I need a hug pillow. I can't sleep. Su Mumu's voice was soft, tinged with a coquettish tone. Hug pillow? Li Yang was torn between laughter and tears. You're using me as a hug pillow? Or something else? Su Mumu raised her head, her big eyes sparkling under the moonlight, staring straight at Li Yang. As their gazes met, Li Yang felt his throat dry up and swallowed hard. Suddenly, Su Mumu stretched out her legs, wrapping them around Li Yang like a snake, locking him tightly. Then she whispered softly in his ear, sleep. Sleep? How could he possibly sleep? Li Yang felt his head about to explode, with all sorts of thoughts running wild in his mind. Beside him, Su Mumu's even breathing indicated she had already fallen asleep. But he, on the other hand, couldn't sleep at all. Suddenly, Li Yang's eyes widened, a chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head. This isn't good. The two were tightly embraced, skin touching skin. He couldn't control his body's natural reaction. At this rate, seemingly sensing Li Yang's discomfort, Su Mumu chuckled softly, releasing her legs from around him. She turned to the bedside table, fumbling for a moment, then handed something to Li Yang. What's this? Under the moonlight, Li Yang saw it was a smooth jade pendant in his hand, engraved with strange patterns he had never seen before. He looked at Su Mumu in confusion, not understanding the meaning behind her gift. Just a keepsake for you. Su Mumu murmured, clearly sleepy, you'll understand what it's for later. Li Yang shook his head helplessly, looking at the beautiful girl beside him who had already fallen asleep, his heart filled with questions. Who? Su Mumu slept soundly, her breathing steady and long, with a satisfied smile on her lips, as if she were dreaming of something wonderful. Watching her peaceful sleeping face, Li Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. When he woke up, Li Yang found himself lying on a soft and comfortable large bed. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled shadows on the floor. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, and the memories of last night surged back like a tide, making his cheeks flush red. Suddenly, he felt parched and instinctively reached for the teacup on the bedside table, only to realize his hand was being tightly held. He turned his head to see Su Mumu smiling at him, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. "Good morning," Su Mumu said softly, her voice crisp and pleasant, like a bird's song. "Morning," Li Yang replied awkwardly, quickly withdrawing his hand and sitting up. Su Mumu had changed into a light blue sports outfit, looking youthful and vibrant. Li Yang, still wearing last night's clothes, glanced down at himself and then at Su Mumu, momentarily at a loss for words. "You? Last night? What about last night?" Su Mumu tilted her head, looking at him innocently. "Nothing. Nothing." Li Yang hurriedly waved his hand, not daring to continue the topic. He got out of bed and started getting dressed. Su Mumu walked past him, smiling as she said, after breakfast, "Come shopping with me today." "Shopping?" Li Yang froze, a bit caught off guard. "Yes, it's the weekend." "Don't tell me you've been so focused on leveling up that your brain's all muddled?" Su Mumu said, gently patting Li Yang's head before smiling and walking out of the room. Li Yang stood in place, watching her departing figure, his brows slightly furrowed. "What is this? A date?" He shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought from his mind. He had indeed been obsessed with leveling up lately, and it was time to take a day off. Li Yang took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. Ever since participating in the awakening ceremony that day, his life had completely changed, becoming fulfilling and exciting. Every day, bad things turning into good ones, who knows? He walked out of the room and into the living room. In the spacious and bright living room, a group of maids was busy cleaning and tidying up, everything orderly. Su Mumu was already seated at the dining table, which was covered with a variety of exquisite dishes, dazzling and overwhelming. "Here, try this. It's made with golden-grade snow fox meat, tender and melts in your mouth. And this one, made with silver-grade deep-sea fish fins from the southern seas, delicious and nutritious." Su Mumu enthusiastically introduced each dish, all meticulously prepared with precious ingredients, worth a fortune. Just like dungeon rewards, the mutated beasts on Blue Star were also ranked, ranging from black iron to diamond grade. Hundreds of years ago, when the vocation system was still incomplete, humans had fought fierce battles against the beasts on Blue Star. Nowadays, beasts hardly posed a threat to humans, with the main challenges coming from dungeons. Even so, beast meat remained extremely valuable and versatile. Looking at the delicacies in front of him, which he had never even seen before, Li Yan was dumbfounded. You grew up eating these?" he couldn't help but ask. "Yes, why?" Su Mumu blinked. Nothing. Li Yang shook his head, but waves surged in his heart. This was the life of the wealthy. The afternoon sunlight was warm, spilling over the bustling commercial street and casting a golden glow on the crowds coming and going. On both sides of the street, various shops lined up, offering a wide range of goods that dazzled the eyes. "Martial exams are near, break through your bottleneck now. Advanced weapons and equipment, 20% off. Rare profession skill books, limited time sale, miss it and wait till next year. Martial exam top scorers personally written guide, helping you achieve top marks." Various advertisements echoed throughout the street, constantly reminding people that the annual martial exams were approaching. Li Yang rarely visited places like this before. The first reason was his poor family background, unable to afford the things here. The second was his focus on studying, leaving no time or interest for shopping. Su Mumu, despite being a wealthy heiress, also seldom came here. Su Wenjun was usually busy with work and had no time to accompany her shopping, so she used to have the butler buy her daily necessities. This was her first time actively bringing someone along to shop. "Come on, let's check out that clothing store," Su Mumu said excitedly, pointing to a luxurious clothing store ahead. Li Yang nodded and followed her into the store. "Welcome." Two tall and beautiful shop assistants greeted them warmly. "What would you like to see?" "We'll just browse for now," Su Mumu said, her gaze sweeping across the store before heading straight to a rack filled with beautiful dresses. "How about this one?" She picked up a light pink dress, held it against herself, and turned to ask Li Yang. "Ah, it's nice," Li Yang nodded. To be honest, he didn't understand women's clothing at all. "What do you mean nice?" Be more specific. Su Mumu said, a bit dissatisfied, giving Li Yang a sideways glance. Well, this dress is very pretty and suits you well, Li Yang quickly corrected himself. Now that's more like it. Su Mumu smiled contentedly. I'll go try it on. As she spoke, she took the clothes and, under the guidance of the shop assistant, walked into the fitting room. Not long after, Su Mumu changed and came out. The light pink dress made her fair skin look even more delicate, and the hem of the dress was adorned with small diamonds that sparkled under the light, as dazzling as stars in the night sky. How is it? Su Mumu twirled around and asked Li Yang with a smile. Very beautiful, Li Yang sincerely praised. Wearing this dress, Su Mumu looked like a princess from a fairy tale, noble and elegant, yet full of youthful vitality. What about this one? She picked up a red off-shoulder short dress and walked into the fitting room again. The red dress perfectly showcased her curves, and her exposed shoulders and collarbones were incredibly alluring. Li Yang glanced at her, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Su Mumu clearly enjoyed Li Yang's reaction, giggling as she picked up a black evening gown and walked into the fitting room. The black evening gown made her appear even more noble and glamorous, like a spirit of the night, mysterious and enchanting. How is it? Does it look good? Su Mumu walked up to Li Yang, bent slightly, and stared at him with her big, expectant eyes. It looks good, Li Yang said, feeling his breath quicken. Su Mumu giggled, handed the clothes she had tried on to the shop assistant, and said, please wrap all of these up for me. Of course, miss, the shop assistant replied with a beaming smile. Let's go check over there, Su Mumu said, pulling Li Yang's hand and walking to another section. Wait for me. Li Yang hadn't even reacted. Before being dragged along, the two arrived in front of a row of men's clothing. Su Mumu carefully selected a white shirt and a pair of black jeans and handed them to Li Yang. Try these on. Ha? Me? Li Yang was momentarily stunned, pointing at himself. Who else would it be? Su Mumu said with a smile. Go on, try them. I think these will suit you. All right. Li Yang reluctantly took the clothes and, under the guidance of the shop assistant, walked into the fitting room. Before he could even start changing, Su Mumu pushed the door open and came in. Before he could finish speaking, Su Mumu pushed him onto the chair. Didn't I say before? You saw me try on clothes, so now you have to let me see too. Su Mumu said with a mischievous smile, staring at Li Yang. This girl really remembered that. The conversation from the return-to-school day resurfaced in Li Yang's mind. He shook his head helplessly, unable to argue, and quickly changed his clothes, pretending no one was there. TSK, changing into these clothes, you really look the part. How is it? Handsome, right? Su Mumu asked proudly. Handsome, you have the best taste, Li Yang said with a smile. Now that's more like it, Su Mumu said with satisfaction, nodding as she pulled Li Yang out of the fitting room. Boss, check out. Su Mumu said boldly. Certainly, miss. That will be 58,888 credit points in total, the shop assistant said with a smile. Su Mumu took out her bank card. Swipe it. Li Yang. He finally understood what it meant when people said, poverty limits imagination. This level of spending in one afternoon was almost equivalent to his annual expenses. Let's go, let's check out other places, Su Mumu said, pulling Li Yang out of the clothing store. Seeing her happy expression, Li Yang couldn't help but smile as well. Taking a break like this felt really nice. Exiting the store, the two continued strolling down the bustling street. Passing by a dessert shop, Su Mumu bought 2 ice creams, handed one to Li Yang, and the two walked and ate, enjoying the rare moment of relaxation. It looks like there's a prop shop up ahead. Shall we take a look? Su Mumu said curiously, pointing to a quaint-looking shop. In the distance, Li Yang followed her gaze and saw the shop entrance crowded with people, its business booming. The two walked into the shop, and the sight before them left them stunned. The shop was filled with various props, ranging from the most basic white ones to top-tier purple ones, dazzling and overwhelming. The shop was packed with people, many gathered around the counters, inquiring about the attributes and prices of the props. With exams coming up, having a useful prop is essential to stand out in the exam hall. Our shop has a complete range of props, guaranteed quality, and absolutely fair transactions. Several shop assistants moved through the crowd, enthusiastically greeting customers. Li Yang and Su Mumu curiously looked around. This wristband is nice, it can increase strength and defense, but the price is a bit high. This dagger is so cool, it's said to be Poisonous. Even a small scratch can be fatal instantly. This ring is pretty good too. It can release a protective shield to block one fatal attack. But the cooldown time is too long. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Yang couldn't help but sigh. The martial exam is truly a place full of opportunities and challenges, but also full of scheming and fierce competition. Many candidates who lack strength will try every possible shortcut to stand out in the martial exam, buying powerful props to achieve unexpected effects at critical moments. To be honest, Li Yan wasn't interested in these props. Ever since his drop rate increased to 100%, he no longer had to worry about equipment and props. White, green, blue. He had seen too many of these low-level items, and he had even obtained several purple epic-level items. The collection in this shop might not even surpass what he had recycled at the service counter. Li Yang, come and look at this. Su Mumu's voice suddenly rang in his ear, interrupting his thoughts. What is it? Li Yang curiously walked over, only to see Su Mumu standing in front of the counter, her eyes fixed on a pair of rings inside the display case. The rings emitted a faint purple glow, clearly not ordinary items. What is this? Li Yang asked curiously. See for yourself. Su Mumu pointed at the rings, signaling him to take a look. Li Yang reached out and picked up one of the rings, opening the attribute panel. Name, Stardust. Moonlight type, accessory quality, epic attributes, none effect, after equipping, allows telepathic communication with someone wearing the same ring, regardless of distance. Note, legend has it that this pair of rings was used by lovers as tokens of affection. As long as their hearts are connected, they can feel each other's longing even if separated by thousands of miles. A pair of rings named Stardust and Moonlight. What use is this? Li Yang looked at the attributes and was puzzled. This epic item actually had no combat attributes? What was its purpose? Shop assistant, I want this pair of rings. How much is it? Su Mumu asked the shop assistant without hesitation. Miss, you have a great eye. This pair of telepathic rings is the treasure of our shop, crafted with exquisite workmanship and profound meaning, perfect for couples to wear. The shop assistant enthusiastically introduced, but Su Mumu impatiently waved her hand to interrupt. Enough, just tell me the price. Yes, miss, you're so straightforward. This pair of rings is priced at 990,000 credit points. If you truly want them, I'll take them. Su Mumu's tone was bold, as if 990,000 was nothing to her. Li Yang listened from the side, frowning. He wasn't distressed about the money but felt Su Mumu was being impulsive. Although this pair of rings was epic, it had no other function besides telepathy, and the price of 990,000 was clearly too high. Boss, I'll pay 1 million, give me those rings. A voice filled with arrogance interrupted. Li Yang and Su Mumu turned their heads simultaneously, only to see a young man dressed in luxurious clothing glaring at them unhappily, followed by a hunched, deeply imposing old man. Revered one? Li Yang's heart tightened. Recently, he had encountered several figures of the revered level: Governor Hua, Director Li, Su Wenjun. Although he couldn't fully discern it, he vaguely sensed an extraordinary aura. From the old man, he once again felt that familiar sensation. Miss, I saw these rings first, the young man said to them with arrogance and provocation. Humph, I asked about them first. How does that make them yours? Su Mumu retorted sharply, her gaze cold. Ha! Whoever bids higher gets them. I bid 1.1 million. The young man sneered and directly raised the price by 100,000. You? Su Mumu was so angry she couldn't speak, not expecting the other party to be so domineering. Isn't it just 1.1 million? Do you think I can't afford it? I'll pay 2 million. The young man frowned, not expecting Su Mumu to be so stubborn. He had been well-fed and well-clothed since childhood, coming from a prominent family, and was always treated with respect wherever he went. He had never encountered someone like Su Mumu who showed no regard for him. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he said coldly, My name is Xiao Chufan. May I know your name, miss? Su Mumu was momentarily stunned upon hearing him introduce himself, feeling a bit puzzled. Why introduce himself now? Was he trying to use his status to pressure her? She had met many heirs of wealthy families, but it was the first time she encountered someone like Xiao Chufan who directly used his identity as a threat. Xiao Chufan, the surname. Xiao, never heard of him. Xiao Chufan noticed Su Mumu ignoring him and felt increasingly displeased. Could it be that this woman didn't know who he was? He carefully examined Su Mumu. Although she was dressed simply, her noble aura was unmistakable. Xiao Chufan took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to Li Yang, who was standing beside Su Mumu. This guy. Seeing Li Yang, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Dressed in cheap clothes, he was clearly someone without money. Could he be this woman's kept man? Xiao Chufan sneered inwardly, calculating his next move. He decided to target Li Yan to teach Su Mumu a lesson. Brother, this pair of rings is a couple set. I wonder how strong your relationship with your girlfriend really is? Xiao Chufan stared at Li Yang, a mocking smile on his lips. Before Li Yang could respond, Su Mumu grabbed his arm firmly and said with determination, "Of course it's real. We're a perfect match." "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Chufan sneered, his gaze sweeping over Li Yang as he mocked. "I wonder if you can afford this pair of rings." Su Mumu's face darkened upon hearing this. She was about to take out her bank card from her wallet, when Xiao Chufan stopped her. "What? Miss, are you trying to stand up for your little lover?" "I was asking him, not you." Xiao Chufan stared at Su Mumu mockingly. "I advise you to save your effort. Someone like him, looking so poor, can't even afford a fraction of the price of these rings." "Who are you calling poor? You?" Su Mumu was furious and about to retort when Li Yang stopped her. She looked at Li Yang in confusion, not understanding why he was holding her back. Li Yang gave her a reassuring look, signaling her not to act impulsively. Although Su Mumu had a fiery temper, she trusted Li Yang completely. Seeing his confidence, her anger gradually subsided, and she smiled lightly, stepping aside. "Waiter, I'll take these 2 rings," Li Yang said calmly to the waiter. "Oh my, sir, you really?" The waiter hadn't finished speaking when Xiao Chufan impatiently interrupted. "I'll pay 2.1 million. Xiao Chufan sneered as he raised the price. He couldn't believe that, as the eldest son of the Xiao family, he would lose to this poor guy. Li Yang ignored Xiao Chufan's provocation and directly said to the waiter, "I'll pay 5 million. Process the payment now." "What?" Xiao Chufan froze, staring at Li Yang in disbelief. Just as he was about to raise the price again, an elderly man behind him tugged at his sleeve. He turned to look, and the old man shook his head in disapproval. Xiao Chufan calmed down. 5 million credits was no small amount. In this place, it was enough to buy a nice house. Although epic-level items were valuable, their worth depended on their use. If it were a combat weapon or armor paired with good skills, the price might be reasonable. But these rings, apart from being aesthetically pleasing, had no combat value and could only serve as decorative items. He had originally intended to buy them as a gift for a small celebrity in the imperial capital and to show off. 5 million? Are you crazy? Xiao Chufan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and glared coldly at Li Yang, gritting his teeth. "I want to see how you're going to pay 5 million credits. Waiter, swipe the card." Li Yang ignored Xiao Chufan's mockery, took out his bank card, and handed it to the waiter. The waiter skillfully swiped the card. Beep. Payment successful. The POS machine emitted a crisp notification sound, signaling the completion of the transaction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chufan's face instantly turned extremely grim. He couldn't believe that this seemingly poor-looking guy could casually take out 5 million credit points. Su Mumu curiously looked at Li Yang. Although she had confidence in him, she also wanted to know where he got so much money. Li Yang ignored the surprised gazes around him, took the ring, pulled Su Mumu aside, and handed one of the rings to her. "For you." This. Su Mumu stared at the ring emitting a purple glow, momentarily at a loss for words. "Put it on. I want to test its effect," Li Yang said with a smile. Su Mumu nodded and slipped the ring onto her finger. Buzz. As soon as the ring was worn, a strange energy immediately spread out, enveloping the two of them. The next moment, Su Mumu felt a voice appear in her mind. Is this telepathy?" she exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, and asked in her mind, "Li Yang, where did you get so much money?" "I recycled 2 legendary items at the service desk." Li Yang's voice sounded in her mind, calm and natural. Legendary items? Su Mumu's eyes widened instantly. Xiao Chufan watched Li Yang and Su Mumu openly communicating with each other, growing increasingly angry. But he had more important matters to attend to today and didn't want to waste time on such trivialities. He snorted coldly, pretending to be relaxed as he flicked his wrist, revealing a bracelet with a simple design that emitted a faint golden glow. A legendary bracelet. Humph, just a pretty boy living off a woman. I have more important things to do, no time to bother with you. Li Yang glanced at Xiao Chufan's showy demeanor, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. A legendary item? Is that all? Suddenly remembering something, he turned to Su Mumu and said, "By the way, Mumu, I forgot to give you something." "What is it?" Su Mumu asked curiously. Li Yang didn't reply, instead waving his hand lightly. In an instant, a dazzling golden longsword appeared in his hand. The sword was entirely made of gold, with lifelike dragon patterns engraved on the blade. The hilt was embedded with a large ruby that emitted a brilliant glow, clearly not an ordinary item. This is... Su Mumu stared at the imposing golden longsword, involuntarily gasping. Even Xiao Chufan, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at Li Yang in disbelief. A legendary weapon? Su Mumu took the longsword and eagerly opened the attribute panel. Name, Blade of the Golden Dragon's Greed category, weapon, longsword, special effects, 10% chance to trigger golden dragons. Breath during attacks, dealing massive damage to enemies, automatically plunders part of the target's wealth upon killing, converting it into energy. For the wielder, permanent +10 charisma for the holder. Skills, Dragon's Treasure, consumes energy to summon gold coins to attack enemies. The number and power of coins are proportional to the energy consumed. Transmute to gold after a brief chant, converts negative statuses on the target into an equivalent amount of gold coins. When used on allies, converts into health points. Golden Rule passive skill, ensures the holder always gets better deals in transactions and makes it easier to gain trust. Description: this magical sword was forged by the legendary Golden Dragon, possessing unparalleled sharpness and durability, as well as an intense desire for wealth. Only those of noble quality and great strength can wield it, otherwise, the sword will consume their mind, turning them into slaves of wealth. Wow! This is amazing! Su Mumu exclaimed in excitement as she looked at the sword's attributes, her eyes sparkling. These attributes, these skills, they really suit me. But, won't carrying this golden sword during battles be too flashy, she said, examining the sword made entirely of gold. You yourself are already eye-catching enough, and you're worried about a sword? Li Yang teased with a smile. Get lost. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? Su Mumu pouted and glared at Li Yang, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She slung the long sword behind her and said to Li Yang, "Thank you. I will definitely cherish this sword. As long as you like it." Li Yang smiled and patted her head. Nearby, Xiao Chufan witnessed this scene, his face instantly turning livid. He shot a fierce glare at Li Yang and stormed out of the shop without looking back. "Young master, wait for me." The elderly man behind him hurriedly followed. Xiao Chufan stormed out of the equipment shop, angrily kicking a stone by the roadside, his heart full of resentment. That damned guy, acting all high and mighty. It's just a few lousy pieces of equipment. What does he think he is? Having been pampered since childhood as a prodigy, Xiao Chufan had never been subjected to such humiliation. "Uncle Zhou, tell me, if I kill those two now, will there be any trouble?" Xiao Chufan turned to the elderly man. Behind him, his gaze fierce. The elderly man smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Young master, that young lady's identity is not simple. She is Su Wenjun's daughter, Su Mumu." "Su Wenjun?" Xiao Chufan paused for a moment, then sneered disdainfully. "That old guy hiding in Laizhou? What's there to fear? Does he dare to go against my Xiao family?" "That's true, but Su Wenjun is an experienced powerhouse with unfathomable strength. It's best not to provoke him lightly," Uncle Zhou advised. Su Mumu. "I recall that among the 7 SSS-level professionals that emerged in the East Sea region this year, she was one of them, right?" Xiao Chufan suddenly thought of something and asked. "Yes, young master," Uncle Zhou nodded. Interesting. Very interesting indeed," Xiao Chufan chuckled. "This works out well. After I deal with the trash from the other 6 cities, I'll take care of her. Last. If Su Wenjun dares to interfere, I'll leave him to you, Uncle Zhou." "All right, young master," Uncle Zhou nodded helplessly, sighing inwardly. This young master was excellent in many ways, but he was overly competitive, aiming too high while lacking the necessary skills. At this rate, he was bound to suffer losses eventually. "By the way, Uncle Zhou, who is that man? Can you figure him out?" Xiao Chufan suddenly asked, his voice tinged with doubt. "I can't tell," Uncle Zhou shook his head. He doesn't seem to have grown up in high society, his demeanor lacks that kind of aura. That's strange. How could he be so close to Su Mumu? And he casually gave her a legendary weapon. Ordinary people can't do that. Xiao Chufan frowned. Indeed, someone who can casually produce a legendary weapon cannot be ordinary. Uncle Zhou also fell into thought. The two walked in silence for a while, neither speaking. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I can't be bothered with him. Xiao Chufan shook his head, dismissing the questions in his mind. If that guy knows what's good for him, he'd better not appear in front of me again, or he can't blame me for being ruthless. Uncle Zhou, let's go to Tinglong City to complete today's challenge. I heard that guy named Huowu has returned from the imperial capital. I might as well meet him and also pay a visit to Governor Hua. Xiao Chufan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, his tone icy. On the other side, Su Mumu, like a happy child, held onto Li Yang's arm as they continued strolling through the commercial street. They visited the arcade and played various thrilling games. They went to the food street and sampled all kinds of specialty snacks. They even watched a popular movie. The entire afternoon, the two were like an ordinary couple, enjoying themselves in the bustling commercial street, relishing the rare moments of relaxation and joy. As the sun gradually set and the sky darkened, Su Mumu checked the time and said reluctantly, Li Yang, it's getting late. Teacher Liang's tutoring session is about to start. We should head back, right? Alright, let's go back, Li Yang nodded. On the way back, Su Mumu was still immersed in the wonderful moments of the afternoon, her face radiating happiness. Li Yang, today was so much fun. She turned to Li Yang and said sincerely. Me, too. Li Yang looked at Su Mumu, his eyes full of affection. If we have time in the future, I'll often take you out to play, he said with a smile. Really? That's great. Su Mumu jumped up happily and hugged Li Yang's arm tightly. On the third floor of the Gale Martial Arts Hall, under a dome, simulating natural light, lay a vast digital training ground. This place could simulate various terrains, from dense jungles to desolate deserts, from realistic urban streets to complex underground facilities, with the environment constantly changing. Above the shooting range, countless miniature drones flew silently, capturing every movement of the trainees in real time and feeding the data back to the holographic screen nearby. Recently, for some unknown reason, the owner of the Gale Martial Arts Hall had disappeared and hadn't shown up for a long time. Even his nephew had vanished along with him. However, the martial arts hall continued to operate normally. After all, it was not uncommon for the owner to be absent. Perhaps only when it was time to pay salaries would the employees realize the owner was truly missing. Dressed in a sleek black tracksuit, Instructor Leon elegantly walked to the holographic screen, tapping a few times on the virtual keyboard to bring up a career introduction. Archer, an E-level profession. Seemingly ordinary but with immense potential. She glanced at the data on the screen, a slight smile appearing on her lips. Many times, the output of an archer is no less than that of D-level or even C-level professions. Li Yang stood to the side, fiddling with his AK. He showed no reaction. Outwardly, but inwardly he muttered, E-level is still E-level, and they say it has potential, meaning it's weak now and might not be much stronger in the future, right? If it weren't for Su Wenjun insisting on arranging special archer training with Instructor Liang for him, he wouldn't have come at all. He would rather go downstairs to the sword training room to watch Su Mumu practice swordsmanship. Don't underestimate yourself, Instructor. Liang's voice interrupted his complaints. Archers are a long-range attack profession, with attack range and safety unmatched by other professions. As long as you master the correct methods, you can play a significant role on the battlefield. She paused for a moment before continuing, the key to being an archer is accuracy and reaction speed. Accuracy determines whether you can hit the target, and reaction speed determines whether you can survive unexpected situations. I know you might have special skills that enhance damage. Instructor Liang's sharp gaze locked onto Li Yang, but the basics are just as important. Without a solid foundation, even the most powerful skills can't unleash their full potential. Li Yang nodded, indicating he understood. He certainly wouldn't think he was invincible just because he had an impressive golden sheet. He believed he was invincible because his golden sheet was simply too powerful. Today, we'll start with the most basic shooting training. Instructor Liang pointed to a humanoid target at the far end of the shooting range. Don't use any skills, let's first test your accuracy. Li Yang sighed helplessly, took a deep breath, raised his AK, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Without using any skills, he fired 3 consecutive shots, but only one hit the target, and it was just a graze. Seeing this result, Instructor Liang actually breathed a sigh of relief. This finally aligned with her traditional impression of archers. Even though Li Yang was using a legendary modified AK with aiming assistance, he still missed. Thankfully, things were back in her familiar territory. Previously, Li Yang's displayed strength was so abnormal that it almost made her question her life. It even made her somewhat reluctant to come and teach him today. She walked over to Li Yang, pointing at the data on the holographic screen. Your shooting, posture and breathing rhythm are all wrong. The reticle is shaking too much, affecting your accuracy. She extended her slender hand, gently holding Li Yang's hand to adjust his grip on the gun while softly explaining techniques to improve accuracy. Breathing, gripping, aiming, you need to align all 3 points in a straight line. A faint fragrance wafted into the air, and Li Yang involuntarily held his breath. Feel it with your heart. Instructor Liang's voice seemed almost magical. Imagine you and the weapon becoming one, your will guiding the bullet's trajectory. Li Yang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his gaze was more focused than ever before. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit the target squarely in the center of the forehead. It actually works. Li Yang suppressed the joy in his heart. The gun barrel was still warm, but he felt a chill, a feeling of controlling everything. A thought flashed through his mind, the damage bonus of the Phoenix Eye, could it finally be useful? The Phoenix Eye enhances accuracy, and once accuracy is maxed out, the excess accuracy converts into a damage bonus. Now that he had learned basic shooting techniques and improved his accuracy, did this mean his accuracy was already maxed out? Thinking it over, Li Yang shook his head. No. Accuracy should be a fixed value to show clear improvement. How to aim and shoot is more about technique, improving precision as much as possible based on fixed accuracy. What Teacher Liang had just taught was precisely this technique. Its greatest significance was enabling him to hit every shot without relying on skills. Previously, he could only hit 1 out of 10 shots, and the 9 missed ones had frustrated him greatly. But if technique alone could directly boost accuracy to 100%, then the Phoenix Eye would be practically useless. So it seemed it still wouldn't work. Li Yang shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside. Now was not the time to dwell on them. Teacher Liang observed Li Yang's accurate shot, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes before quickly returning to calm. Not bad, I can see you have talent. This is just the first step, she continued. Next, we'll move on to more challenging training. Teacher Liang lightly tapped, and the shooting range environment instantly changed. Let's start with moving target training. In the virtual shooting range, dozens of humanoid targets of varying sizes moved rapidly, their actions unpredictable. Li Yang frowned, the difficulty had increased significantly. Moving target training tests a shooter's ability to judge the trajectory of moving targets and capture them dynamically, several times harder than stationary targets. Predict the target's trajectory, calculate lead time, and maintain stability. Teacher Liang instructed from the side. Remember, every movement, every breath you take will affect the result. Li Yang took a deep breath, clearing his mind and focusing entirely on the moving targets. The AK in his hands seemed to become an extension of his body, the muzzle constantly adjusting angles as it tracked the targets. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out, bullets whizzing through the air, and one moving target after another was hit with precision. Very good. Teacher Liang nodded in satisfaction. Your dynamic tracking ability is strong. The scene changed. Again, this time to a complex urban street combat simulation training. Teacher Liang's tone turned serious. In real combat, you won't just face stationary targets but also complex, ever-changing environments and sudden situations. As soon as she finished speaking, several enemies appeared on the virtual street, armed and attacking Li Yang from various corners. Li Yang's heart tightened as he quickly sought cover while observing the positions and movements of the enemies. Bang! Bang! He fired decisively, taking down 2 enemies. However, his position was exposed, and he came under heavy fire from the remaining enemies. Li Yang skillfully dodged the attacks, looking for opportunities to counter. He knew that in such an environment, any hesitation could be fatal. Finally, he seized the moment, darting out and unleashing a burst of fire from his AK, eliminating the remaining enemies. Phew! Li Yang exhaled deeply. This combat simulation was more intense and dangerous than he had imagined. Teacher Liang approached him, a pleased smile on her face. You did well, Li Yang. Your reaction speed and adaptability are impressive. However, she shifted her tone, you still have much to learn. In combat, you need to be more cautious and flexible to ensure your safety while maximizing your abilities. Shooters may be powerful, but they also have weaknesses. These weaknesses are challenges you must overcome. Li Yang composed himself and listened attentively. He understood that every profession has its strengths and weaknesses, and the key is to leverage strengths while mitigating weaknesses. Previous training had already proven that Teacher Liang was indeed highly skilled. The reputation of Tianyu University's teachers was well-deserved. Li Yang had never undergone professional marksman training before, but just 1 hour of practice had benefited him greatly. First, although the range is long, it is still limited. Once the enemy gets close, the weaknesses of a marksman will be fully exposed. Teacher Liang pointed to a corner of the virtual training ground. Therefore, you must master some close combat techniques for emergencies. As soon as she finished speaking, the training ground screen switched to a narrow indoor space. Several enemies wielding short knives emerged from various corners, closing in on Li Yang. His heart tightened. He definitely didn't want to face them head-on with just an AK and a short knife. He moved nimbly, dodging attacks while looking for opportunities to counter. Using the surrounding environment as cover, he maneuvered around the enemies, waiting for the right moment to act. Bang! Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Li Yang decisively fired, accurately taking down 2 enemies. However, the remaining enemies quickly closed in, brandishing their short knives with dangerous precision. Li Yang put down the AK, sidestepped to avoid a strike, and then swept his leg to trip an enemy to the ground. Without pausing, he quickly created distance, picked up the AK from the ground, and eliminated the remaining enemies one by one. Not bad, your reactions are quick, Teacher Liang nodded in approval. But your combat skills are still quite raw and need more practice. Li Yang took a deep breath, understanding that Teacher Liang was right. In life and death situations, even the slightest mistake could be fatal. Fortunately, he had life-saving tools. Second, although a marksman's attack power is strong, it heavily relies on mental energy, Teacher Liang continued. Once your mental energy is depleted, you'll be at a disadvantage. So, she paused, you need to learn how to allocate your mental energy wisely and use other methods to resolve battles at critical moments. I have mental energy recovery potions, Li Yang responded somewhat relieved. Potions are indeed useful, she said, her tone shifting, but what if your opponent has even stronger recovery abilities? Li Yang's heart tightened. He understood what Teacher Liang meant. Lastly, and most importantly, Teacher Liang's expression turned serious. A marksman must remain calm and not be swayed by emotions. Because, she looked at Li Yang with a determined gaze, every bullet you fire could decide life or death. Li Yang fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. A marksman is like a dancer on the edge of a cliff. Teacher Liang's voice softened. You need both immense power and precise control. Most importantly, you must have a fearless and composed heart. Li Yang looked up, meeting Teacher Liang's gaze, and nodded solemnly. I understand, teacher. Good, Teacher Liang finally showed a satisfied smile. You've already grasped the basic qualities of being a marksman. She glanced at her watch, it was already 6:30. It was about time. Sumumu still had something to discuss today. That's all for today. But I have one last gift for you, Teacher Liang said as she took out a purple-covered skill book from her briefcase and handed it to Li Yang. What is this? Li Yang looked at it in surprise. Purple representing epic level. A low-level profession like marksman actually had an epic-level skill book? Consider it an early investment from Tianyu University, as well as an apology for yesterday's incident. Teacher Liang smiled. Open it, you might like it. Li Yang nodded and accepted the skill book. On the cover, silver letters read, Scattershot. He took a deep breath and opened the skill book. In the next moment, the skill book transformed into a purple light and merged into his body. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in Li Yang's mind. Scattershot, epic active skill, consumes mental energy, allows bullets to split into multiple projectiles. The number of projectiles depends on the strength of mental energy and can split infinitely. Li Yang's eyes lit up. Scattershot. The perfect method for group attacks. Moreover, every attack he makes carries true damage. Doesn't that mean his true damage can affect groups? Simply invincible. So, are you satisfied? Teacher Liang asked with a smile. Li Yang suppressed his inner excitement and pretended to nod calmly. Not bad. That's good. Teacher. Liang breathed a sigh of relief. It's getting late, let's stop here for today. All right. Li Yan agreed, turned around, and left. He couldn't wait to find a place to test his new skill. An epic skill, combined with true damage. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Goblins, wait for me. As the sun set, the sea and sky met in a golden red hue. The golden afterglow spilled over the sea, shimmering like scattered gold. The salty sea breeze gently brushed against Li Yang's face. He stood at the entrance of the East Sea Rift dungeon, gazing at the vast ocean before him, and took a deep breath. Another day had passed, leaving only 8 days until the martial arts exam. Time flew by. He opened the dungeon interface and selected Goblin Underground. Last time was on easy difficulty, this time, it was time to challenge the hard difficulty. Confirm entry into dungeon, Goblin Underground, hard. With the system prompt, Li Yang's vision went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in the dimly lit underground dungeon. The air was filled with a pungent stench that made one want to vomit. Li Yang frowned and continued forward. Not far ahead, a green-skinned goblin appeared before him. The goblin held a rusty machete and, upon seeing Li Yang, let out an angry roar and charged at him with the blade. Li Yang was about to draw his gun when he suddenly saw the goblin's expression change dramatically, as if it had seen a ghost. It turned pale and fled. Li Yang was stunned, staring at the fleeing goblin, full of confusion. What was going on? He continued forward, and every goblin he encountered would panic and run away upon seeing him. Li Yang shook his head helplessly. How is this supposed to work? He decided not to dodge anymore and directly aimed at a fleeing goblin, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit its mark, and the goblin fell to the ground. The special training this afternoon had indeed paid off. His shooting skills had improved significantly. But why were the goblins running away when they saw him? Could it be? Li Yang suddenly thought of something and opened his attribute panel. Title, Goblin Slayer, blue, extremely intimidating to goblins. Ordinary goblins will be frightened upon seeing you. So that's it. Li Yang suddenly understood. Before the last dungeon ended, his title had upgraded, and it seemed to be quite effective. Without hesitation, he began chasing down the fleeing goblins. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out continuously, and goblins fell, one after another under his gunfire. Killed Goblin Guard, gained 1300 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV 17. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Power +1. All statuses restored. The system prompt sounded, and Li Yang leveled up. This leveling speed. He shook his head, it's getting slower and slower. If the monsters remained the same as before, this dungeon might not get him to LV 18. It seemed that to reach level 20 and unlock the next skill, he would need to grind more. Before the martial arts exam, he had to spend more time. Li Yang picked up the equipment on the ground and casually stored it in his space ring. They were all white-tier equipment, not great, but better than nothing. As he ventured deeper into the dungeon, the passage gradually widened, and the stench in the air grew stronger. Suddenly, Li Yang stopped in his tracks, feeling a powerful sense of oppression coming straight at him. What appeared before him was a massive goblin army. Countless goblins filled the entire passage, stretching as far as the eye could see. These goblins were not only numerous but also diverse in type. There were warriors with shields and battle axes, hunters in leather armor wielding bows, and even shamans riding direwolves and holding staffs. This was practically a goblin legion. Holy crap! Li Yang couldn't help but curse, is this still the goblin dungeon? With this number of goblins, they could form an army. No wonder it's the hard difficulty, the number of monsters is truly exaggerated. In the novice and easy difficulty levels, goblins only had stronger stats, but their numbers didn't change. Unexpectedly, the hard difficulty directly multiplied the number of monsters several times. Not to mention the hell and abyss difficulties later, will there be stronger goblins or even more of them? Li Yang shook his head, deciding not to think too much for now and focus on solving the immediate trouble. Whoosh! 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 The goblin hunters launched their attack first, with thousands of arrows raining down on Li Yang. Buzz! The sea calming talisman flew out from Li Yang's chest, emitting a dazzling purple light. Ding ding dang dang! Countless arrows struck the light screen, producing crisp collision sounds but failing to penetrate. It had to be said, ever since acquiring the sea calming talisman, this item had been a true artifact. It's especially handy for blocking minor damage. Feeling reassured, Li Yang raised his AK, aimed at the goblin army, and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The AK spewed fire, and bullets rained down like a storm. Scattershot! Li Yang commanded softly, activating the newly learned skill. Buzz! The bullets traced strange arcs in the air, splitting into countless projectiles that rained down on the goblin army like a torrential downpour. -1010. -1010. -1010. Damage numbers continuously floated above the goblins' heads. Awah! 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 The goblin army instantly descended into chaos, with screams echoing everywhere. Under Li Yang's firepower, the goblins fell one after another like wheat being harvested. The once imposing goblin army's morale collapsed instantly, and they began to scatter and flee. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The sound of the AK echoed through the vast dungeon like a death knell. Countless goblins desperately charged forward, trying to overwhelm Li Yang with sheer numbers. But against Li Yang's overwhelming firepower, all their efforts proved futile. Killed Goblin Spearman, gained 1,500 experience points. Killed Goblin Scout, gained 1,200 experience points. Killed Goblin Warlord, gained 1880 experience points. The power of the scattershot skill was simply astonishing. Each bullet split into dozens or even hundreds of projectiles, covering large areas of goblins. Against such strength, any tactics seemed powerless. A small portion of goblins were so terrified they abandoned their weapons and fled in panic. The rest became Li Yang's experience points, transforming into streams of white light that merged into his body. Although the experience points were increasing rapidly, there was still some way to go before leveling up. Li Yang wasn't in a hurry and continued to harvest goblin lives. Soon, the passage was cleared, leaving only a ground littered with corpses and various equipment and items. He stuffed everything into his spatial ring and moved forward. Before long, he arrived at the entrance to the boss room. Phew! Li Yang took a deep breath, it was finally almost over. Glancing at the time, he felt relieved he could still make it back in time for a hot dinner. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 elite goblins at the door fell to the ground. Li Yang pushed open the boss room door and stepped inside. In the center of the room, a particularly tall goblin sat on a throne, holding a glittering golden broadsword. It was the Goblin King. As it stood up, seemingly about to say something threatening, Li Yang gave it no chance. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The AK's gunfire rang out again, and bullets poured down on the king like a storm. Scattershot! The bullets split in midair, transforming into countless beams of light that completely engulfed the Goblin King. Awah! 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 The king let out a piercing scream, desperately using gold coins to block the bullets. But against the scattershot skill, everything was futile. -1010. -1010. -1010. Damage numbers densely floated above its head. Soon, the Goblin King collapsed in a pool of blood, completely silent. Congratulations on killing the Goblin King, gaining 15,000 experience points. Congratulations on clearing the Goblin Dungeon, hard difficulty, and obtaining a silver chest. Based on your personal performance, additional reward, silver chest. The system notifications sounded consecutively. 2 more chests. Ha! Li Yang walked over. Beside the king's corpse, a black cloak dropped. It was completely dull, as if it absorbed all light, its depth evoking fear. An epic item. Li Yang shook his head. This time, nothing extraordinary dropped. Name, Abyssal Gaze, purple, type, cloak attributes, strength +20, agility +30, constitution +15, shadow resistance +30% skills, abyssal stealth, enter stealth mode for 5 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Movement speed increases by 20% during stealth, and the first attack is guaranteed to critically hit, dealing 150% damage. Embrace of Darkness, passive skill. When attacked, there is a 10% chance to trigger, absorbing 10% of the damage and converting it into health. Description: a terrifying cloak formed from the soul fragments of the Abyssal Gazer, a fallen shadow mage. It craves blood and slaughter, and only the strongest warriors can wield it. Abyssal Gazer. Fallen Shadow Mage. Just the name sounds intimidating. Li Yang's mouth twitched. The attributes were tempting, but the appearance and backstory made him a bit uneasy. Even so, he couldn't resist picking up the cloak. To his surprise, it felt incredibly soft, like touching a lover's skin, completely unlike the rough or sticky texture he had imagined. The cloak emitted a faint fragrance, a mix of floral and spice, overpowering the previous stench. Li Yang took a deep breath and draped the cloak over his shoulders. A chilling sensation instantly spread throughout his body, as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart. The next moment, the coldness vanished, replaced by a surge of immense power coursing through his entire being, as if it had always been a part of him. Clenching his fists, Li Yang felt the strength within his body and couldn't help but smile. Though it looks a bit scary, the effects are really impressive. After putting on the cloak, the only non-epic items in Li Yang's gear were his armor and helmet. And the awakening ceremony was only half a month away from the martial arts exam. For an average martial arts examinee, owning one or two ordinary pieces of equipment was already considered lucky. Most people could only compete wearing the beginner's cloth armor provided at the exam venue. Those from slightly better-off families might manage to gather a full set of ordinary equipment, with a few green items mixed in. As for blue gear, that was essentially a dream for most people. A single blue item could provide a significant advantage in the martial arts exam. But Li Yang? The worst piece of equipment on him now was blue-grade armor. If this news got out, it would shake the entire martial arts community of the Great Xia Kingdom. Not to mention, he already had 3 legendary items on him. Next, let's see what good stuff these 2 silver chests have in store. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, Li Yang eagerly opened the 2 chests. Boom! 2 brilliant crimson beams shot out from the silver chests, instantly illuminating the dim room. Indeed, it's a double legendary. Li Yang was slightly stunned, then smiled with relief. I knew it, opening a chest would definitely yield legendary equipment. But the next second, Li Yang's smile froze. But, what about future golden chests? Golden chests have a chance to drop mythic-level items. Forget it, no need to overthink. When the time comes, there will be a way. Let's see what I got this time. Li Yang took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the 2 pieces of equipment in front of him. Name, Destiny Compass, Gold, Category, Accessory Attributes, Luck plus 50 Skill, Destiny Guidance, consumes 100 points of mental energy to randomly gain a special buff effect for 10 seconds, cooldown time 1 day. Description: the toy of the goddess of destiny, said to glimpse the trajectory of fate and bring unexpected good fortune. This thing looks like a gambler's essential artifact no matter how you see it. Li Yang's mouth twitched. This random buff, who knows what strange effects it might produce. However, the 50-point luck bonus was indeed quite tempting. After hesitating for a moment, Li Yang still stuffed the destiny compass into his pocket. Forget it, let's buy some hope. Maybe one day my luck will explode, triggering a heaven-defying effect. Next, Li Yang looked at the second piece of equipment. Name, Guardian Angel's Tier, Gold, Category, Accessory Attributes, Mental Energy plus 30, Constitution plus 30 Skill, Guardian Angel, Passive. When health drops below 10%, instantly restore full health, cooldown time 1 day. Description: the Guardian Angel defied fate to protect their beloved, ultimately transforming into a crystalline tear that eternally safeguards their love. Whoa, this is way too powerful, Li Yang exclaimed. Instant full health recovery. At critical moments, this thing could absolutely save lives. Moreover, the 30-point bonuses to mental energy and constitution were also quite impressive. This time, I really hit the jackpot. Li Yang excitedly equipped the Guardian Angel's Tier 2 support items, though not offensive, are perfect for me. Li Yang thought to himself. After all, his damage output was already explosive, and he didn't need to further enhance his attack power. On the contrary, survival had always been his weakness. With these 2 pieces of equipment, his survivability would greatly improve. Alright, time to head back. Li Yang glanced at the empty room and turned to leave the goblin dungeon. By the East Sea, the setting sun dyed half the sky blood red. Li Yang's figure appeared on the coastline. Phew, finally out. Li Yang stretched lazily and took a deep breath. He glanced at the sky and headed towards Su Mumu's house. Tomorrow, that hell-level dungeon isn't entirely out of reach, is it? A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Yang's eyes. Hell difficulty, known as the Threshold of Challenge, was the gatekeeper of the abyss. Not to mention newcomers, even those who had entered university or made it onto the genius rankings rarely chose to challenge it before reaching the celestial tier. Martial Exam Registration Hall. The place was bustling, like a pot of boiling spicy soup, steaming hot, yet tinged with tension and anxiety. As the martial exam approached, those with real strength and aspirations to excel rarely showed up. Starting the next day, as training became more important. Similarly, college professors and high school principals were busy preparing, with few coming here. The rankings for the newcomer list were updated on the Marshall exam registration website. Coming to the site on the first day was more for the ceremonial feel, but the hall was growing increasingly crowded. As the Marshall exam drew near, the number of people increased day by day. Why were they here? The answer was simple: to give up. That's right, to give up. As the Marshall exam approached, more and more students felt they had no hope, unable to make breakthroughs in the limited time left. So they simply gave up, joining the slacker army. After all, working hard didn't guarantee admission to their dream school, so why not start enjoying life early? Some had been pretending to work hard from the beginning, and now they no longer needed to pretend, openly joining the slacker ranks. Do you think Li Yang will still be number one on the newcomer list today? Of course. Isn't that obvious? That guy, Li Yang, is simply inhuman. He awakened as an E-level archer, totally abnormal. I really don't know what kind of luck he has to be so close to Su Mumu. It's like a treasure stuck in the mud. Every year around this time, the changes in the rankings of the newcomer list and the prodigy list become hot topics of discussion. This year is no exception, but the focus this time is solely on one person, Li Yang. This name seems to have a magical power, as soon as it appears, it instantly ignites everyone's gossip enthusiasm. Li Yang, originally an unnoticed nobody, awakened the most inconspicuous E-level archer talent during the awakening ceremony. Yet, in just a few days, he swept through the newcomer list like a war god, surpassing all geniuses and firmly securing the top spot. What's even more enviable is that he has a close relationship with the widely recognized goddess and school beauty of Qianlong Academy, Su Mumu. For the countless single people, this is like a heavy blow. What do you know? I heard that Li Yang is actually Su Wenjun's illegitimate son. Really? That's so explosive. I'm not lying. This came from my cousin's classmate's neighbor's sister's relative, absolutely reliable. Various gossip and rumors are flying everywhere. While people sourly complain, they can't help but keep their eyes on Li Yang. However, today's topic has an additional new element. Look, that young master Xiao from the imperial capital is just too powerful. The SSS class awakened professionals from the 7 cities of the East Sea region were all defeated by him one by one. Exactly. The 5 he defeated earlier, weren't they all top experts of the East Sea? I was hoping that the young man from the Zhou family could hold his ground, but what happened? Don't even mention it. My cousin works at the martial arts hall in Tenglong City, and I heard Zhuobei's match was brutal. He lost in less than 10 rounds. If young Master Xiao hadn't shown mercy, he might have ended up lying on the ground. Wow, that's incredible. Zhuobei awakened the sage profession, known as the strongest defense, yet he couldn't last 10 rounds? That's right. The hope of the East Sea now rests solely on the Su family. Look, the newcomer list and prodigy list are about to be announced. The crowd suddenly became restless, and everyone surged toward the giant light screen in the center of the hall. The latest rankings were about to be revealed, and Li Yang's name would undoubtedly shine at the top once again. Come on, betting starts now. Guess the changes from 1st to 100th place, and win prizes if you're right. A sharp-looking boy with glasses had somehow set up a table, covered with various odds, shouting enthusiastically and pushing the already lively hall to a climax. I bet on Li Yang first, Su Mumu second, 100 credit points. TCH, I bet on the same combo, but only 100 credit points? You're too stingy. I'm betting 10,000. 10,000? That's nothing. I'm betting 100,000. I believe in Li Yang. The betting frenzy erupted like a volcano, instantly igniting the entire hall. Although many people verbally dismissed Li Yang, thinking he was just lucky, when it came to putting money on the line, they still chose to believe in him. After all, the miracles Li Yang created this week were too dazzling, too shocking, to not believe. The odds are here. Li Yang first, 1 to 1.0000001, Su Mumu second, 1 to 1.0001. Bet quickly. The boy with glasses shouted excitedly, his hands constantly updating the odds on the table. Wow, these odds are ridiculously low. It's practically free money. No choice, Li Yang is just too solid. Betting on him losing is like throwing money away. Solid? I don't see it that way. Su Mumu is only one level behind. She's a genius who awakened an SSS class profession. She might overtake him this time. Right, I also believe in Su Mumu. Betting on her to take first place, taking a chance success is just around the corner. Many people, unwilling to accept the status quo, believed Su Mumu had a chance to turn the tables and place their bets on her. The betting for the prodigy list, however, was much quieter. After all, Li Yang had just broken the record for the Goblin Dungeon's easy difficulty 2 days ago, an achievement that was almost impossible, and the difficulty, especially the Hell mode, is even more challenging, so much so that even renowned level 30 and 40 newcomers from previous years dare not attempt it lightly. Sigh, the prodigy rankings have been a total loss these past few days, no fun at all. Exactly, who doesn't want to earn more credits? But wasting them for nothing is just not worth it. Forget it, I'll go check out the newcomer rankings instead. Maybe I can make a little money there. As everyone was discussing, the massive light screen lit up, and the latest rankings slowly appeared. Look, it's out. Wow, Li Yang is already level 18. That's insane. Su Mumu is level 17, second place. Looks like she's giving it her all, staying right on his heels. Third place is only level 14. I'm also an E-rank profession, how is the gap this big? The newcomer rankings didn't surprise anyone. Li Yang and Su Mumu firmly held the top 2 spots. But in the next moment, everyone was drawn to the changes on the prodigy rankings. Wait, look. The prodigy rankings have updated too. The prodigy rankings? No way. Everyone widened their eyes, faces full of disbelief. On the prodigy rankings, a name glowing with golden light appeared: Li Yang. Goblin Dungeon, difficulty, hard, cleared at level 18. This time, no one exclaimed in shock, nor did anyone doubt it. The hall fell into an eerie silence, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared at that name, their hearts filled with nothing but shock and helplessness. They had once mocked him, underestimated him, and even envied him. But now, they finally understood this was an insurmountable wall, no matter how hard they tried. In everyone's mind, there was only one thought: at least tomorrow, he won't break the record for Hell mode, right? Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, LV 19. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Spirit +1. All stats restored. Li Yang stretched lazily, his joints making crisp popping sounds. He moved his stiff shoulders from the prolonged battle, his face showing no signs of fatigue but rather a satisfied smile. As expected, the Hell mode dungeon is different. Just killing a few low-level goblins got me to level 19. He glanced at the experience bar. At this rate, level 20 was just around the corner. At level 20, I can learn new skills and unlock new traits. I should be able to reach it after finishing this dungeon. The corners of Li Yang's mouth lifted slightly, full of anticipation. He casually picked up the discarded equipment on the ground, barely giving it a glance before tossing it into the corner of his spatial ring. Ding! The dungeon suddenly shook violently, stalactites falling from above, dust filling the air. Li Yang frowned, sharply sensing the anomaly. The relaxed expression on his face vanished instantly, replaced by vigilance. He raised the AK in his hand, the black muzzle pointing straight at the dark cave ahead, his finger lightly resting on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. Thud! 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 Heavy footsteps echoed through the vast dungeon, and he instinctively held his breath. A massive figure slowly emerged from the darkness, each step causing the ground to tremble. It was a giant monster over 3 meters tall, clad in heavy iron armor, with only a pair of crimson eyes exposed, gleaming with ferocity. It wielded a massive spiked club, stained with dried blood and emitting a foul stench. "Lowly adventurer, how dare you trespass into my domain?" the monster roared, its deafening voice filled with murderous intent. Li Yang stared at the colossal creature before him, not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What is this thing? Quite a unique look. He opened the system panel to check the monster's information. Name, Iron Titan, Elite. Level, 25 HP, 150,000/150,000 Armor, 800 Description, an elite monster guarding the dungeon entrance, boasting formidable defense and ferocious attacks, a formidable foe for adventurers. An elite monster, huh? Li Yang looked at the stats, a cold smile appearing on his lips. I knew the monsters in Hell mode would be different from before, and sure enough, they are. He sized up the steel iron troll and exclaimed, high health, strong defense, definitely not easy to deal with. However, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke, defense is useless against me. Bang! Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A bullet, carrying the aura of death, struck the steel iron troll's head with precision. Minus 48,191. A massive red number floated above the troll's head. Then, a barrage of bullets followed. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Roar! The steel iron troll let out a piercing scream as its massive body collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Killed steel iron troll, elite, gain 9,300 experience points. Phew, done. Li Yang gently blew at the non-existent smoke from the barrel of his gun, his expression calm. He walked over to the troll's corpse and saw two pieces of equipment emitting a purple glow lying quietly. One was a bracer, the other a helmet. Li Yang picked up the bracer and checked its attributes. Name, Troll Armor, Purple, Attributes, Armor plus 500, Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10 Special Effect. Iron Body, Passive when attacked, there is a 10% chance to reduce damage by 30%. Description, made from the shell of the steel iron troll, offering extremely high defense. Not bad. Li Yang nodded in satisfaction. The armor's attributes were excellent, especially the special effect, which significantly enhanced survivability. He then picked up the helmet and checked its attributes. Name, Troll Head, Purple, Attributes, Armor plus 400, Spirit plus 10, Intelligence-10 Special Effect. Iron Will, Passive when subjected to mental attacks, there is a 10% chance to be immune. Description, made from the skull of the steel iron troll, capable of enhancing mental strength. This is good too. Li Yang put on the helmet and immediately felt a noticeable boost in his mental strength. Intelligence? What use was that? Li Yang glanced at his character panel, now fully equipped with purple quality gear. A full set of purple gear. The corners of his mouth lifted. Slightly, his mood brightened. Hell difficulty dungeon? It's nothing. Keep going. Li Yang reloaded a new magazine, a confident smile on his face. He charged forward, heading straight for the boss room. Along the way, the goblins he encountered, regardless of their level, were like paper in front of him, easily defeated. Killed Goblin Elite Warrior, gained 4,800 experience points. Killed Goblin Shaman, gained 6,100 experience points. Killed, the system notifications kept ringing as Li Yang's experience bar steadily climbed, getting closer and closer to level 20. His Goblin Slayer title had upgraded to purple along the way, further enhancing his suppression of goblins. Although the Hell difficulty dungeon had become more challenging with an increased number of elite monsters, it was still the same goblin dungeon. Li Yang was thoroughly familiar with the place and already knew where each monster would appear. Coupled with his Goblin Slayer title, the goblins he encountered along the way were so terrified they fled for their lives, hardly daring to fight back. If this were a normal difficulty dungeon, it probably wouldn't have been this easy. However, Li Yang remained vigilant, maintaining a high level of alertness. The muzzle of his AK was always pointed forward, never letting his guard down. After all, this was Hell difficulty. Who knew when a powerful monster might suddenly appear? Fighting his way through, Li Yang finally reached the entrance to the boss room. Two goblin guards wielding large axes glared at him fiercely. Die! Li Yang didn't waste words and opened fire directly. Bang! Bang! Two shots rang out, and the two goblin guards fell to the ground, dissolving into starlight. Humph, not worth mentioning. Li Yang sneered, pushing open the boss room door and stepping inside. In the center of the room, a fat goblin king sat on a golden throne, wearing a golden crown and holding a scepter, glaring arrogantly at him. You lowly human, how dare you trespass on my territory? The goblin king roared. You court death. Prepare to die, human. He swung his scepter violently. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gold coins shot out from the ruby at the tip of the scepter, raining down on Li Yang like a storm. Humph. Such a petty trick. Li Yang snorted coldly, nimbly dodging the coin attack. Die. Li Yang raised his AK, ready to unleash a barrage on the Goblin King. At that moment, the Goblin King waved his scepter again, chanting under his breath. Come forth, my warriors. Roar. With a deafening roar, several massive goblin elite warriors emerged from the ground, quickly surrounding Li Yang. Li Yang was momentarily stunned, then smiled. The Hell difficulty boss's skills are enhanced too? Interesting. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire thundered. The AK in Li Yang's hands spewed flames, bullets pouring out like a storm, hitting the goblin elite warriors with precision. minus 39,638, minus 29,276, minus 10,086. Bright red numbers floated above the Goblin Elite Warriors' heads. These elite monsters, which gave professional players headaches in normal dungeons, were still as fragile as paper under the hell difficulty buff when faced with Li Yang, utterly unable to withstand his attacks. Roar! The Goblin Elite Warriors roared in fury, brandishing their weapons as they charged madly at Li Yang. Too slow. Li Yang sneered, his body weaving like a ghost among the monsters, his gun spitting deadly flames. In less than 10 seconds, all the Goblin Elite Warriors lay in pools of blood, dissolving into starlight. Your turn, Goblin King. Li Yang fixed his gaze on the king, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The Goblin King, seeing this, was terrified out of his wits and turned to flee. Trying to escape? Do you think you can? Li Yang sneered, opening fire immediately. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets rained down like a storm, striking the Goblin King's back with precision. Minus 65,031, minus 28,981, minus 28,833. A string of red numbers floated above the king's head. Roar! The Goblin King let out a miserable cry as his massive body collapsed to the ground, dissolving into starlight. You have slain the Goblin King and gained 20,000 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 20. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Spirit +1. All statuses fully restored. Congratulations! You have gained 10 free attribute points. Congratulations! You have acquired a new skill, Deadeye. Deadeye, passive skill, increases accuracy by 30%. Congratulations on clearing the Goblin Dungeon, Hell difficulty, and obtaining a golden chest. Based on your personal performance, additional reward. Golden chest. Hu Liyang exhaled deeply, a trace of fatigue appearing on his face. Although the battle hadn't lasted long, his nerves had been tightly wound, consuming a lot of energy. It's finally over. Li Yang walked over to the Goblin King's corpse and began looting the spoils. Lying quietly on the ground were a gem emitting a purple glow, a ring shimmering with purple light, and a scroll exuding an epic aura. Wow, such a haul? 3 epic items? Li Yang stared at the loot in surprise. He casually picked up the epic scroll and glanced at its attributes. It was a skill book that increased defense, and he instantly lost interest. Forget it, not worth looking at. I'll sell it later. Li Yang tossed the 3 items into his backpack and turned his attention to the 2 golden chests. I'm a little excited now. Li Yang rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and felt a surge of anticipation. He opened the first golden chest, and a dazzling golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire boss room. Here it comes. Li Yang's eyes lit up as he stared intently at the contents of the chest. It was a staff, glowing with golden light, its shaft engraved with intricate patterns, and a massive blue gem embedded at the top, radiating a gentle glow. As expected, it's legendary. Li Yang stared at the staff, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He originally thought that with his luck, he could at least get a mythic level. Equipment. Forget it, legendary level is fine too, just hope it doesn't keep being legendary level. Li Yang comforted himself as he picked up the staff to check its attributes. Name, Sea God's Healing, Gold, Category, Staff Equipment Requirement Level, 30 Attributes, Magic Attack plus 1000, Intelligence plus 50, Spirit plus 50 Skills, Healing Wave, Active consumes 100 Spirit Points, heals all teammates within a 10-meter range, equivalent to 150% of the user's magic attack as Health Points, cooldown 30 seconds. Sea God's Blessing, Active consumes 500 Spirit Points, grants the target 10 seconds of immunity to all negative statuses and increases healing effects by 50%, cooldown 60 seconds. Description: one of the legendary weapons of Poseidon, the sea god, possessing powerful healing abilities. This is a weapon for healers. Li Yang looked at the staff helplessly. What use is it to me? I'm not a healer. Should I find a healer teammate to fight together? In the future? The thought flashed through his mind but was quickly dismissed. He was an archer, not someone who charges into battle to draw fire. His style was one-shot kills or firepower suppression. That was his way. Forget it, I'll keep it for now, worst case I'll sell it. Li Yang stored the staff in his spatial ring and then turned to the second golden treasure chest. This is the last treasure chest, don't let me down. He took a deep breath and opened the chest. Boom! A pillar of white light mixed with 7-colored radiance shot into the sky, illuminating the entire dungeon. This is... Li Yang's eyes widened, filled with excitement. This 7-colored white light was the exclusive glow of mythic-level equipment. It's here! Mythic-level equipment. Li Yang trembled with excitement. His breathing quickened. It wasn't just legendary level. As the light gradually faded, it revealed a bottle of crystal-clear potion, emitting a 7-colored glow, seemingly alive as it gently pulsed within the treasure chest. A one-time use potion? Li Yang was slightly stunned, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Although mythic-level potions were extremely rare, they still couldn't compare to mythic-level equipment. Forget it, a potion is fine too, at least. It's better than legendary-level equipment. Li Yang consoled himself, picking up the potion to check its attributes. Name, Eternal Night Dew, Rainbow, Category. One-time use potion effect, upon consumption, grants a faint undead power, slows aging, and greatly enhances resistance to diseases and toxins. Description. Legend has it that at the dawn of the world, the goddess of eternal night created this potion to alleviate her endless loneliness. Using stardust as a guide, she gathered the world's most precious herbs and condensed them into a drop of ethereal blue liquid under the full moonlight. Eternal Night Dew. It is said that those who drink it cannot achieve true immortality but can significantly slow aging and gain a near-undying physique. Wounds heal rapidly, and diseases struggle to invade the body. This is a one-time use potion. Once used, it is gone. Despite its powerful effects, its single-use nature makes it somewhat less cost-effective. In a sense, this is the weakest mythic-level treasure. However, Li Yang's gaze locked onto the potion's effect, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Undying effect? Although it was only a faint undying effect, it was still an undying effect. Special status, Undying. When receiving fatal damage, you will not die immediately but enter a near-death state for 10 seconds. During this time, your health remains at 1 point, and you are immune to all damage. If you fail to escape the near-death state within 10 seconds, you will die for real. Cooldown, 24 hours. This undying effect wouldn't make him truly immortal, but it granted him a get-out-of-death-free card. As long as he could heal or escape the battlefield within those 10 seconds, he could save his life. Of course, if he couldn't recover within 10 seconds, he would still die in the end. But this is already enough. Li Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement. 10 seconds was enough time to do a lot. Moreover, the immortality effect has a cooldown of only 24 hours, meaning he has 1 death immunity chance every day. For a fragile marksman, this is practically a life-saving artifact. I won't have to fear being instantly killed by enemies anymore. This time, I really hit the jackpot. Li Yang excitedly rubbed his hands together and unhesitatingly drank the Evernight Dew in 1 gulp. A cool liquid flowed down his throat into his stomach, instantly transforming into a warm current that spread throughout his body. He felt as if his body had been infused with new vitality, brimming with strength, and even his 5 senses became much sharper. He opened the attribute panel to check the changes. Name, Li Yang. Class, Marksman, E-level, not yet advanced, level, 20 strength, 20 agility, 20 constitution, 40 mental power, 508 attack power, 4129.09 armor, 10921 critical rate, 100% accuracy, 75% special status, immortal strength and agility. Increased as expected. Constitution was from earlier points, and mental power comes from equipment. No major changes. Li Yang quickly glanced at the basic attributes and didn't pay much attention. What truly surprised him were the subsequent attributes. Attack power 4129.09? Li Yang was momentarily stunned. Before realizing, wait, why is my attack power so high? He examined it carefully and immediately understood. Attack power is determined by strength and agility. With both at 20 points, according to the system formula, his base attack power should be 436. In other words, the remaining 3693.09 attack power it's from that golden trait. Each enemy killed permanently increases attack power by 0.01. From the time he obtained the trait until now, he hadn't deliberately kept track of his kill count. He hadn't expected that in less than a week, his attack power had accumulated to such a high level. 3693.09, at 0.01 per layer, equals 369,309 layers. Li Yang did a quick calculation and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. So, I've already killed that many enemies? Looking at this astonishing kill count, he couldn't hide his shock. Bit by bit, it had accumulated into a terrifying number. Ah, this is amazing. Li Yang laughed uncontrollably. What a pleasant surprise, he marveled. I thought 0.01 attack power was too little, just a minor bonus. This means that even without relying on true damage, Li Yang's normal attacks now deal over 4,100 damage. Indeed, growth is the strongest power. Li Yang's eyes sparkled. This kill trait was practically tailor-made for him. As long as he kept killing enemies, his attack power would continue to rise, eventually reaching a terrifying level. Critical rate 100%, accuracy 75%. Li Yang glanced at his other attributes. Not bad. The critical rate came from the trait bonus, while the 75% accuracy was provided by the Phoenix Eye with 20%, 2 skills, adding 40%, equipment contributing 10%, and a base of 5%. If he could increase his accuracy by another 15 points, the Phoenix Eye's bonus could convert into a damage boost. At that point, Li Yang's damage would reach an even higher level. Wait, how much armor? Li Yang's gaze froze on the armor stat, stunned. 10,921? When did my armor get this high? He was utterly baffled. He opened the detail panel to investigate and discovered that most of the armor came from his purple grade equipment. Is this the power of epic grade equipment? Li Yang silently admired it. He had always thought that epic grade equipment wasn't much different from ordinary gear. Now, it was clear he had underestimated the power of epic grade equipment. Just like his attack power, which had accumulated bit by bit, the epic grade items he hadn't paid much attention to before had combined to create an astonishing number in terms of attributes and passive effects. Does this mean that anyone with less than 10,000 attack power basically can't hurt me? A bold thought suddenly popped into Li Yang's mind. Have I become a boss? He glanced at the fallen Goblin King on the ground and couldn't help but laugh. Maybe most bosses aren't as over the top as me. Li Yang thought of Su Mumu again. At the time, when he saw Su Mumu's stats, he thought they were outrageous. But now, it seemed he was the truly excessive one. Leaving the dungeon and returning to the familiar seaside, the cool sea breeze blew against him, instantly dispelling his fatigue. Ding! Host level detected at 20, granting 1 entry extraction opportunity. The system notifications sounded right on time. It's here. Li Yang took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. The long-awaited entry extraction had finally arrived. He eagerly opened the entry extraction interface. Countless entries glowing in various colors streaked past his eyes like a meteor shower. Stop! Li Yang silently chanted in his mind. The entry rain suddenly halted, and 3 entries emitting a purple glow slowly emerged, hovering before him. What, the 3 purple entries at once? Li Yang's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. You know, purple entries were extremely rare. And this time, he had drawn 3 in one go. The 2 golden entries he had previously crafted by combining white and blue entries were already game-breaking enough. What would happen this time? Li Yang couldn't wait to check the attributes of the 3 purple entries. Cold-blooded hunt, purple deals double damage to enemies with less than 50% health. Isolated and helpless, purple when there are no allied units within 30 meters, damage is doubled. Hunting moment, purple has a 100% chance to instantly kill enemies with less than 10% health. Wow, Li Yang gasped after reading the entries. This is way too strong. Each entry was absurdly powerful. And they were all directly effective. Cold-blooded hunt was a classic finishing tool, dealing massive damage to enemies with less than half health. Isolated and helpless was a dueling artifact. If no one was around to help, damage would double. And hunting moment was practically a one-hit kill move. If the enemy's health dropped below 10%, they would be instantly executed. Any one of these entries would significantly boost my combat power. Li Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He tried using the method from last time, pressing 1 entry without letting go, then using his other hand to press the remaining 2. No response? Li Yang froze. It seemed the system had already patched the loophole. Ugh, system, you're really not giving me any leeway, huh? Li Yang sighed helplessly as he stared at the entry panel. You patch every loophole after just 1 use, so unforgiving. He scratched his head, pondering if there was another way. There's no way I'm choosing properly. That's just not happening in this lifetime, Li Yang muttered to himself. I need to find a way to bypass the system's restrictions. He began recalling the Details of how the previous loophole had been triggered, trying to identify a pattern. The last loophole was triggered because the system detected me pressing multiple entries simultaneously. Li Yang stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seems the system's protection is designed based on a safeguard mechanism. If I can break through this layer of protection, I can trigger the loophole. A glint of determination flashed in Li Yang's eyes. His gaze unconsciously fell on the AK in his hand. In that case, a mischievous smile appeared on Li Yang's face. Let's see if true damage works on the system. He bowed deeply toward the air, sincerely saying, "System, I'm sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yang raised the AK without hesitation and fired at the entry panel. Bang! The silence of the seaside was shattered by the gunshot. The entry panel flickered violently, red light glaring, and the system's alarm blared in his mind. Warning! Warning! Illegal operation detected, please cease immediately. Warning! Warning! Illegal operation detected, please cease immediately. Warning! Warning! Illegal operation detected, please cease immediately. Ha! It worked. Li Yang looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even true injury works on the system. However, Li Yang's smile gradually faded, replaced by a trace of worry. I hope I didn't break the system? After all, he was still counting on the system to provide him with entries. No, I have to trust the system. I can't doubt it just because its own cheat malfunctioned. Li Yang comforted himself, and, taking advantage of the system's error, quickly clicked on 3 entries simultaneously. Warning! Warning! Illegal operation detected, data anomaly. The alarm grew increasingly urgent, and the entire entry panel began to distort violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. But Li Yang couldn't care less. His mind was filled with thoughts of entry combinations. The 3 entries flickered simultaneously, emitting a dazzling light. It's here! Li Yang trembled with excitement, his eyes full of anticipation. Warning! System error. Unable to select entries. Ding! To compensate for the host's inability to select entries, the system will automatically synthesize the 3 entries. Suddenly, a new entry glowing with golden brilliance appeared in the previously empty entry bar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden entry, execution line. Each attack deducts an additional 0.01% of the enemy's current health. When the enemy's health falls below 10%, there is a 100% chance of instant kill. What the? Li Yang was stunned as he looked at the entry's attributes. This is way too overpowered. This time, the entry fusion wasn't a simple overlay but created an entirely new, powerful effect. This new effect was far stronger than the sum of the original 2 entries. After Li Yang's gun was enhanced, its attack speed was already so fast that it could fire hundreds of bullets per second. In other words, no matter how much health the enemy had, he could deplete it within 2 minutes. Not to mention, this entry had an execution effect. As long as the enemy's health dropped below 10%, they would be instantly killed. Li Yang couldn't help but take a sharp breath, his mind in turmoil. Was this the power of fusing 3 purple entries? With execution line, he didn't even need to rely on his previous true damage, he just needed to boost his attack speed. Once he could deal 10,000 hits per second, he could instantly kill all enemies, completely depleting their health bars. Ignoring defense, ignoring health. With my current strength, I can easily crush dungeons even without true damage, right? Li Yang thought to himself. He suddenly remembered the block containing the Moon Soul Dragon fragment that teacher Liang had mentioned earlier. If I were to fight that block now, I probably wouldn't even need to use a mental energy replenishment potion. Li Yang's mouth twitched. Ding! Entry distribution complete. The next entry distribution will occur at level 30. If the host changes professions, the entry pool will be updated. Humming a tune, Li Yang walked through the Su family's exquisite courtyard, his mood as bright as the beautiful weather. As he pushed open the redwood door, a refreshing lemon scent wafted over. Several maids were carefully polishing the floor, their movements gentle. Strange, why is it so quiet today? Li Yang scratched his head. At this time, the Su family should be quite lively. Could it be that Mumu went out to play? He pondered as he walked further inside. Suddenly, the sound of a heated argument reached his ears. No way. Absolutely not. I won't agree to Mumu participating in any duel. Old Ding, I don't want this either. But we have no choice in the matter. This was the voice of Dean Ding and City Lord Fan? Why were they at the Su family? And from the sound of it, it seemed to involve Su Mumu? Li Yang's curiosity was piqued, and he quietly crept along the corridor. At the end of the hallway, the door to the reception room was half open. Peeking inside, he saw quite a few people. Su Wenjun sat solemnly in the main seat, while Su Mumu sat obediently beside him, her face full of helplessness. Opposite them sat 3 people. Director Li sat upright, his brows furrowed. Dean Ding and Teacher Liang were huddled together, whispering to each other and occasionally sneaking glances at the others. To Su Wenjun's left sat 3 more individuals. Governor Hua crossed his arms, his face serious, while City Lord Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Beside them sat a young stranger who bore some resemblance to Governor Hua, a hint of a mischievous smile on his face. What kind of big day is it today, with so many important figures gathered at the Su family? Li Yang wondered to himself. Just as he hesitated about whether to go in and greet them, the people in the reception room seemed to sense something and turned to look at him in unison. Apart from Su Mumu, everyone in the room held a higher status than him. Since he wasn't hiding, he was naturally noticed. Li Yang suddenly felt as if he were being stared down by a group of fierce beasts. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, various curious, scrutinizing, and probing gazes focused on him, creating immense pressure. Good afternoon, everyone. Li Yang greeted awkwardly with a smile. Seeing this, Su Mumu immediately stood up and lowered her head to speak to Su Wenjun. Dad, I'll go explain the situation to Li Yang. Su Wenjun nodded slightly, and Su Mumu breathed a sigh of relief, quickly pulling Li Yang out of the room. The two walked into the hallway, and Li Yang cautiously asked, Mumu, what's going on? Why are so many people here? Su Mumu's expression turned grim as she sighed and said, a lunatic from the imperial capital came, claiming he wants to challenge me, and issued a formal challenge. Challenge you? Li Yang was stunned. Why? Su Mumu shook her head. I'm not entirely sure. I heard he's a candidate for this year's martial exam, borrowing the exam venue in the East Sea District. Apart from Qianlong City, he's challenged all the SSS-level awakened individuals in the other 6 cities of the East Sea District, and she paused, her tone becoming serious. No one has lasted more than 10 rounds against him. That strong? Li Yang widened his eyes in surprise. SSS-level awakened individuals were the top elites among humans, yet they were defeated within 10 moves? Since he came to borrow the exam venue, it meant he was also 18 years old. Was there really someone so powerful among their peers? Li Yang felt a bit worried and tentatively asked, so, can you win? Su Mumu frowned slightly, seemingly pondering. After a while, she said, I'm not sure, but she suddenly looked up, her eyes shining with determination. I believe I won't lose. Seeing her so confident, Li Yang smiled too. Then go for it, there's nothing to be afraid of. Su Mumu rolled her eyes at him and said bluntly, you fool, it's easy for you to say. This isn't just about me. What do you mean? Li Yang was puzzled. Su Mumu sighed and explained, that guy deliberately defeated all the geniuses in the East Sea District before the martial exam to humiliate us. I'm not afraid of losing personally, but I can't just represent myself in this fight. You mean? Li Yang seemed to understand. Exactly, Su Mumu nodded. I carry the honor of the entire East Sea District. This battle isn't just about not losing, it's about not running away either. I see. Li Yang fell silent, finally, understanding the reason behind Su Mumu's immense pressure. This was no longer a personal grudge but a matter of the East Sea District's dignity. So what's your plan? He asked. What else can I do? Su Mumu smiled bitterly. If he comes, I'll face him. If he fights, I'll fight back. Do you need my help? Li Yang suddenly offered. I'm pretty strong now too. Su Mumu laughed and poked his head. Save it. I'm not even sure I can win, let alone you. Li Yang looked at her. Seriously. It's okay. I believe in you. Su Mumu was amused by his earnestness. Who needs your belief? Get lost. Though she said this, her face clearly showed happiness. Seriously, Li Yang said, putting away his smile. What's the challenger's name? How much do you know about him? Su Mumu shook her head. I only know he's from the imperial capital. Nothing else. I see. Li Yang frowned. The lack of information was troubling. I know. A clear voice came from behind them. Li Yang turned curiously and saw the young man who had been sitting next to Governor Hua earlier walking toward them with a smile. This person. Li Yang found him familiar but couldn't recall where he had seen him before. The young man approached, extending his hand to introduce himself. My name is Huo Wu, I'm Huo Yun's son. You must be Li Yang, right? I've heard about you for a long time. Huo Wu. Li Yang was still puzzled, feeling that the name sounded familiar but couldn't place. He shook hands politely and asked, you said you have information about that person in the imperial capital? Huo Wu smiled confidently, that's right, I know quite a bit about him. Let's hear it, Li Yang and Su Mumu said in unison. They exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. The Shao family in the imperial capital, have you heard of them? Huo Wu asked directly. The Shao family? Li Yang was confused, having never heard of them. Su Mumu frowned slightly and said in a low voice, it's an ancient family with a history of over 1,000 years. Their ancestors were founding contributors to the Great Xiao dynasty, and the family has held official positions for generations. They have deep roots and many talented members, with many holding high-ranking positions. They're one of the top elite families in the imperial capital. That's right, it's their family, Huo Wu nodded, his tone carrying a hint of reverence. The person coming to challenge you as the most outstanding genius of this generation in the Shao family, Shao Chufan. Shao Chufan. Li Yang murmured the name, feeling like he had heard it somewhere before but couldn't remember where. Shao Chufan, like you, is also a candidate for this year's martial exam. And Huo Wu paused, his tone becoming serious. He has awakened an SSS class profession called Divine Descender. Li Yang and Su Mumu nodded, not particularly surprised. After all, aside from Li Yang, who else could easily crush those SSS class awakeners without an SSS class profession? The more terrifying news is, Huo Wu's tone grew heavy. The Shao family utilized their family resources to help Shao Chufan awaken half a month ago. Now, his level has already reached. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled 2 words, level 20. Level 20? Li Yang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but curse, damn. So this guy is just bullying people with his high level. Among the other SSS class awakeners in the East Sea region, the highest level was only 10. Compared to level 10, level 20 had at least 2 more profession skills, not to mention the incredible attribute bonuses brought by an SSS class profession. How could anyone fight against that? No wonder no one could last more than 10 rounds. Huo Wu smiled without saying a word, clearly agreeing with Li Yang's assessment. Su Mumu, however, remained calm. She said lightly, a high level is, in itself, a reflection of strength. At the very least, he did participate in the same martial exam as us, as you. She had already been admitted to Tianyue University, so naturally, she wasn't in the same cohort as Shao Chufan. Li Yang snorted coldly, during the martial exam, just watch how I deal with him. Su Mumu laughed, you probably won't get the chance. I'll take him down first. Li Yang was at a loss for words, unable to find a reason to refute her. Su Mumu's talent and strength were undeniable, and he knew Shao Chufan wasn't her match. Wait a minute. Li Yang suddenly thought of something and turned to Huo Wu. You haven't said what exactly the Divine Descender profession is? I don't know much about the Divine Descender, Huo Wu explained when he saw Li Yang's curiosity. So far, Shao Chufan has demonstrated 3 skills. The first is called Divine Descent, which allows him to summon divine power to temporarily possess him, greatly enhancing his attributes and granting special effects based on the summoned deity. The second is Divine Punishment, which summons divine lightning to strike a target area, dealing area holy damage and briefly stunning enemies. The third is Divine Might, which significantly boosts the attribute enhancements of the Divine Descent state and extends its duration. As for the remaining 2 skills, I don't know. Huo Wu shrugged. How do you know so much about this? Li Yang asked curiously. Huo Wu smiled sheepishly, I was there in Tinglong City watching when he issued his challenges. You're such a coward. Li Yang looked at him disdainfully, you're the son of Governor Hua, and you're just going to watch this guy embarrass himself in the East Sea District in front of your dad? Huo Wu sighed helplessly, it's not that I'm timid, it's that I promised my dad I wouldn't interfere in this matter. Why? Li Yang was even more confused. Huo Wu shook his head with a bitter smile, it's not that I don't want to help, but I can't. The Shao family has immense power in the imperial capital. Even though my dad is the governor, he hesitated for a moment, then finally revealed the hidden truth. Moreover, Shao Chufan has someone by his side, a venerable. A venerable? Li Yang immediately thought of the venerable he encountered yesterday while shopping with Su Mumu. He quickly turned to Su Mumu. Mumu, have we seen this Shao Chufan somewhere before? Su Mumu gave him a "you just realized" look and said irritably, "I thought you'd recognize him as soon as you heard his name. Turns out you don't remember him at all?" Li Yang scratched his head awkwardly, indeed not remembering the name of someone who suddenly jumped out to provoke him. Beside them, Huo Wu's expression turned serious as he looked at Su Mumu and said solemnly, "Miss Su, the reputation of the East Sea District depends on you." He paused, then added with a hint of helplessness, "The Shao family has deep roots in the imperial capital, with a complex network of connections. Only Miss Su might be able to stand against them. My dad." He smiled bitterly and didn't continue, but the meaning was clear. Su Mumu smiled slightly, her confidence evident. "Don't worry. I'll win." "That's good." Huo Wu breathed a sigh of relief, though his brows remained furrowed. "By the way, what's the situation with the challenge? When does it start, and where?" Li Yang asked. "The agreed time is tomorrow morning at 10, Huo Wu replied, "at the Gale Martial Hall." "The Gale Martial Hall?" Li Yang nodded. He knew the place. It was the largest martial hall in Shenlong City, spacious and safe. At that time, only Xiao Chu-fan, the venerable, protecting him, Miss Su, Director Li, Mr. Su, and my dad will be present. 6 people in total, Huo Wu added. "Only 6 people? Li Yang frowned. "What about everyone else? Can't I go watch?" "I'm afraid not," Huo Wu said with difficulty. "This is a rule set by the Shao family. They don't want any trouble." "That's way too domineering," Li Yang muttered discontentedly. Su Mumu smiled and patted his hand to comfort him. "It's okay, I'll take you with me. If they say Li Yang can't come to watch, I won't participate," she added. Crack, the sound of a chip bag being torn open echoed crisply in the quiet stands. Li Yang stuffed a barbecue-flavored chip into his mouth, squinting as he savored the crispy texture. He swung his legs idly, his gaze casually sweeping over the arena below. At the top level of the Gale Martial Hall, the glazed tiles shimmered under the sunlight. The square arena was paved with bluestone, surrounded by intricately carved dragon patterns, exuding a tense atmosphere. The area around the arena was empty, offering a wide view. At the moment, only a few people were scattered around the edge of the platform. Su Wenjun, Hua Yun, Li Changfeng, and the always smiling, enigmatic Uncle Zhou sat side by side in the audience, their eyes fixed on the 2 people on the stage. To be honest, Li Yang no longer felt the same tension he had when he first encountered a venerable. Even with 4 venerables nearby, he remained calm, eating and drinking as if he were in his own living room. "This kid sure has guts." Hua Yun couldn't help but comment softly as he watched Li Yang's carefree demeanor. "He's young, fearless, like a newborn calf." "Having this kind of mindset is already rare," Su Wenjun said with a smile, clearly unconcerned about Li Yang's behavior. "After all, he's just here to watch the show today. There's no need to worry about him." On the stage, Su Mumu was dressed in white, her black hair tied neatly with a red ribbon. She held a gleaming long sword, its tip pointed directly at her opponent. Her calm gaze was filled with killing intent. The legendary weapon gifted to her by Li Yang was not brought along. Today's match relies solely on her own strength, with the use of external forces strictly prohibited. Unlike Su Mumu's valiant and spirited demeanor, Xiao Chu-fan appeared somewhat casual. He wore a simple green robe, holding a folding fan in his hand, gently swaying it, with a faintly contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth. "These 2 kids are truly rare geniuses," Li Changfeng was the first to speak. Although the youngest, he held the highest status among the 4. Su Mumu's talent in swordsmanship is exceptional. Over the years, I've seen many who claim to be geniuses across Dixia, but she remains among the very best. Dean Ding, representing Dixia's top swordsmanship academy, also praises her highly, saying her future is boundless. As for Xiao Chu-fan, Li Changfeng paused here, seemingly deliberating on how to phrase it. His profession is rare, but he uses it with extraordinary skill. During the previous competition, with 6 other newcomers from Donghai, it was evident that his strength is unfathomable. To be honest, the Shao family had no need to send him to the Donghai region for the exam. He cast a meaningful glance at the silent Uncle Zhou beside him. Uncle Zhou maintained a kind smile, politely glanced at Li Changfeng, but said nothing. Li Changfeng's expression shifted slightly but quickly returned to normal, saying no more. In fact, his trip from the imperial capital to Donghai this time was to address the frequent exam borrowing issues here. Many imperial capital elites used the guise of borrowing exams to essentially seize Donghai spots. Upon hearing of his arrival, many prominent families from the imperial capital cancelled their plans, even turning back midway. Only the Xiao family showed no regard for him. But he was helpless. The Xiao family had backing in the court. This girl Mumu, her sword energy is sharp yet continuous, somewhat reminiscent of you back in the day, Mr. Su. Huayin stroked his beard, looking at the valiant Su Mumu on stage, and remarked emotionally to Su Wenjun. Old Hua, stop it, Su. Wenjun refused verbally but couldn't help smiling. Mumu is still young, not even at the heavenly tier yet. It's too early to talk about this. Ha, the road is long, who knows what the future holds. Huayin laughed heartily, with a hint of blessing. Old Su, you have a successor. Perhaps not long from now, Mumu might take your place in Liezhou. Su Wenjun smiled faintly, saying no more, but his heart was filled with pride. Li Yang listened to Huayun's praise and couldn't help but chuckle, stuffing another chip into his mouth, crunching loudly. In the eyes of the other three esteemed figures and all the young people present, Su Mumu was a prodigy, a once-in-a-century swordsmanship genius, the hope of Dixia's future. Endless compliments poured in. Even Li Yang, who often accompanied her, was tired of hearing them. But in Li Yang's eyes, this little girl who had followed him since childhood was just a bit clever, occasionally a little scheming, liked to put on airs in front of him, but was always overshadowed by him, a little rich girl. Of course, maybe, occasionally, she was kind of cute? Li Yang thought, casually shifting his gaze to the arena. Xiao Chufan closed his folding fan, his eyes fixed on Su Mumu, and asked, "Are you ready?" "I've been ready for a long time." Su Mumu's expression was calm, her tone steady, but her grip on the sword tightened slightly. Clang! A crisp sword cry pierced the air as Su Mumu's long sword instantly unsheathed, a cold light like a silver dragon breaking through the sky, soaring straight into the clouds. "Ha, good." Xiao Chufan's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration, then he laughed heartily. "To prevent you from later making excuses that I suppressed you with high-level skills, I'll hold back this time. I won't use any level 20 professional skills, giving you a chance to lose convincingly." Su Mumu's gaze was resolute, coldly responding, "No need." In the next moment, the sword light flashed, and Su Mumu's figure instantly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Xiao Chufan. Such speed, so fast. Even though Xiao Chufan was prepared, he couldn't help but be surprised. He sneered, letting out a low shout, "Descend, God!" As soon as the words fell, lightning flickered around Xiao Chufan, his muscles suddenly swelled, and he seemed to transform into the god of thunder, exuding a wild and violent aura. Clang! Su Mumu's sword tip precisely struck Xiao Chufan's chest, but it emitted a sound of metal clashing and was deflected. Roar! Xiao Chufan let out a thunderous roar, his voice shaking the air. He suddenly reached out, accompanied by a burst of thunder, grabbing towards Su Mumu. Is this the god of thunder form? Li Yang speculated silently from the audience. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Su Mumu showed no fear. The long sword in her hand radiated golden light, and a golden dragon coiled around her, its roars echoing. Soaring dragon sword technique. Su Mumu shouted, choosing to meet the attack head-on. Boom! With a loud explosion, Su Mumu was forced back several meters, landing at the edge of the arena. But in the next second, like a dragon leaping out of the sea, she turned and launched a fierce sword attack. Clang! Another clash. Su Mumu was once again pushed back to the edge of the stage, her steps faltering, but her grip on the sword never wavered. She took a deep breath, her blood surging, and a powerful sword intent erupted from within her. Hidden dragon emerges. Su Mumu shouted, her body slightly crouched. Like a dragon ready to strike, her long sword held level, its tip aimed directly at Xiao Chufan. In the next moment, her figure shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, her longsword transforming into a streak of golden light, thrusting straight at Xiao Chufan's chest. Xiao Chufan's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected Su Mumu to launch such a ferocious attack after being repelled twice. He dared not be careless, crossing his arms to shield his chest and taking the strike head-on. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as a powerful force surged through, causing Xiao Chufan's arms to go numb, forcing him to take several steps back. Dragon soars across the seas. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mumu pressed her advantage, her figure spinning as her longsword turned into a blur, attacking from all directions. Xiao Chufan roared in anger, lightning flaring up around him, forming a shield of electricity that blocked all the attacks. Dragon battles in the wild. Su Mumu's figure rose high, her longsword lifted above her head as golden sword energy surged, resembling a golden dragon soaring in the sky. Slash! She shouted, her sword slashing down fiercely. The sword energy transformed into a massive dragon, carrying a destructive force as it descended upon Xiao Chufan. In the audience, everyone was awestruck, as if a real golden dragon had descended from the heavens, leaving them in shock. Such powerful sword intent. A crisp sound of a sword echoed through the air as Su Mumu's longsword unsheathed, a cold gleam like a silver dragon piercing the sky, shooting straight into the clouds. "Ah, good." Xiao Chufan's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration, and he laughed heartily, saying, "To ensure you don't accuse me of using higher level suppression, I'll hold back. I won't use my level 20 skills. I'll let you win convincingly." Su Mumu's gaze was firm as she coldly replied, "That's unnecessary." In the next second, a flash of swordlight, and Su Mumu's figure disappeared instantly, reappearing right in front of Xiao Chufan. She was too fast. Even though Xiao Chufan was prepared, he couldn't help but be surprised. He sneered and growled, "Descent of the god." As soon as the words fell, lightning burst forth, Xiao Chufan's muscles swelling as if the god of thunder had descended, exuding a wild and violent aura. Clang! Su Mumu's sword tip precisely struck Xiao Chufan's chest, but was deflected, emitting a metallic clash. Roar! Xiao Chufan roared thunderously, his voice shaking the air. He suddenly reached out, accompanied by a burst of thunder, grabbing towards Su Mumu. "Is this the descent of the god of thunder?" Li Yang speculated silently from the audience. Facing this thunderous strike, Su Mumu did not retreat. The long sword in her hand radiated golden light, and a golden dragon coiled around her, its roars echoing. Soaring dragon sword. Technique! Su Mumu shouted, meeting the attack head-on. Boom! With a loud explosion, Su Mumu was forced back several meters, landing at the edge of the arena. In the next moment, like a dragon leaping out of the sea, she turned and launched a fierce sword attack. Clang! Another clash. Su Mumu was pushed back again, her steps faltering, but her grip on the sword never wavered. She took a deep breath, her blood surging, and a powerful sword intent erupted from within her. Hidden dragon emerges. With a soft shout, Su Mumu crouched slightly, like a dragon ready to strike, her longsword held level, its tip aimed directly at Xiao Chufan. The next second, she sprang up like an arrow leaving the bowstring, her longsword transforming into a golden light that thrust straight at Xiao Chufan's chest. Xiao Chufan's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected her to launch such a swift attack after being forced back twice. He dared not be careless, crossing his arms to shield his chest and taking the blow head-on. Clang! The clash of metal resounded as the powerful force numbed Xiao Chufan's arms, forcing him to retreat. Several steps. Dragon soars across the seas. Su Mumu seized the momentum, spinning her body as her longsword turned into a blur, attacking Xiao Chufan from all directions. Xiao Chufan roared, lightning surging around him, forming a shield of electricity that blocked all the attacks. Dragon battles in the wild. Su Mumu leapt high into the air, raising her longsword above her head as golden sword energy surged, resembling a golden dragon soaring into the sky. Slash, she shouted, her longsword slashing down fiercely. The sword energy transformed into a dragon-shaped force, unstoppable as it descended upon Xiao Chufan. In the audience, a flash of golden light made it seem as though a real golden dragon had appeared, its imposing aura shaking everyone to their core. Such powerful sword intent. Even the usually composed Elder Zhou couldn't help but sit up slightly, his eyes fixed on the arena. Facing this overwhelming sword force, Xiao Chufan dared not underestimate it. With a low growl, he gathered lightning into his right hand, forming a massive thunderball. "Break for me," he roared, hurling the thunderball at the dragon-shaped sword energy in the air. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the golden dragon sword energy collided with the blue thunderball, releasing a dazzling light that engulfed the entire arena in powerful energy. Cough, cough. Su Mumu was thrown back by the shockwave, coughing up blood as it trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yet her eyes remained fixed on the center of the explosion. Is it over? The audience held their breath, their eyes glued to the arena. As the dust settled, Xiao Chufan's figure slowly emerged. He still maintained his punching stance, his clothes fluttering, completely unharmed. Impossible. Su Mumu's pupils shrank sharply, her heart in turmoil. She had poured all her strength into that strike, even touching a higher level of sword intent, yet it hadn't harmed Xiao Chufan at all? The Star Sword Immortal truly lives up to his name. Xiao Chufan lowered his fist, a cold smile playing on his lips. But you're still not strong enough. Su Mumu's heart sank as a fierce wind rose around her. However, it's about time to end this. Xiao Chufan's expression turned cold, his killing intent surging. He slowly raised his right hand, pointing a finger toward the sky. His deep voice rolled like thunder, echoing across the arena. Divine punishment. In an instant, the sky changed dramatically. The once clear sky was swallowed by dark clouds, lightning flashing and thunder roaring, as if the end of the world had arrived. Crack! A lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck down from the heavens, hitting the center of the arena with precision and creating a massive crater. The audience was stunned, their mouths agape. A power at level 20 could summon such a terrifying phenomenon, it was simply unprecedented. This was the majesty of a saint, capable of commanding the forces of nature. Crack! 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 Bolts of lightning rained down continuously, like a torrential storm, enveloping the entire arena. Not good. Sumumu's heart tightened as danger loomed. Dragon's tail sweep. Her long sword drew golden arcs in the air, desperately fending off the relentless lightning. Zzzzz. The clash of lightning and sword energy produced a piercing sound as the golden arcs were repeatedly torn apart. Sumumu staggered amidst the lightning, her situation perilous. Gritting her teeth, she shifted her sword technique, her movements like a fish swimming through the lightning, striving to find a way out. But Xiao Chufan's divine punishment was not so easily evaded. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck her squarely, sending her flying. Put! She spat out a mouthful of blood midair, her face pale, but her grip on her longsword remained firm, her eyes still burning with fighting spirit. It's over, Sumumu. Kneel! Xiao Chufan's voice thundered amidst the lightning. In a flash, he appeared behind Sumumu, his 5 fingers clawed, crackling with violent lightning, aiming straight for her heart. At the critical moment, Sumumu suddenly spun in mid-air, her longsword tracing a perfect arc. Flying dragon in the sky. A dazzling golden sword light descended from above. Clang! The crisp clash of metal echoed across the arena, lingering in the ears of the audience. Golden sword light collided with lightning claws, erupting in a dazzling brilliance as a powerful shockwave swept away the surrounding lightning. As the light faded, the crowd finally saw the 2 figures on the stage. Sumumu and Xiao Chufan stood facing each other, each retreating several steps. This strike had ended in a draw. Huff, huff, Sumumu's chest heaved violently, her hand gripping the sword trembling slightly, her face pale, she was clearly at her limit. In contrast, Xiao Chufan, aside from his slightly disheveled clothing, remained calm and unscathed. You actually blocked it. Xiao Chufan looked at her, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Not bad, Sumumu, he said indifferently. To push me this far, you're already impressive. But remember, even though we're both top-tier SSS class professionals, the gap between you and me is like heaven and earth. Sumumu didn't respond. She took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and suddenly, specks of starlight began to shimmer around her, like stars in the night sky, beautiful and mysterious. What's this? Xiao Chufan frowned, sensing that Sumumu's aura had become deeper and more elusive. Is she about to change her technique? In the audience, Li Changfeng's gaze sharpened as he spoke in a low voice. Why didn't Sumumu use a stronger move from the start? I remember that sword technique was a skill she acquired when she first awakened. This girl always likes to hold back, Su Wenjun said with a chuckle, stroking his beard. It's rare for her to encounter a strong opponent. She probably wanted to test her swordsmanship first, it's understandable. Is Sumumu testing the waters? Huayun frowned deeply, his tone tinged with concern. Xiao Chufan is incredibly powerful. Isn't it too risky to probe like this? Only Uncle Joe remained silent, quietly watching the stage. Go, Mumu! Li Yang, oblivious to the expressions of others, cheered excitedly while munching on chips, pumping his fist in support. On the stage, Sumumu slowly opened her eyes, her clear gaze reflecting a sky full of stars, as if she held the power of the entire universe within her. Stellar sword dance, she murmured softly, her voice ethereal, as if it came from beyond the heavens. In the next moment, her longsword transformed into a silver meteor, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sword lights shot out from the blade, imbued with the power of the stars, dazzling and radiant, illuminating the entire arena. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning, as if provoked, grew even more violent, surging toward her. But the lightning couldn't even get close, instantly torn apart by the starlight-infused sword energy. Sumumu moved gracefully, dancing amidst the lightning, the starlight swirling around her as if the entire universe revolved around her. Her beauty was breathtaking. What a stunning sword technique, even the usually composed Li Changfeng couldn't help but murmur in admiration. With a light step as delicate as a blooming lotus, Su Mumu's figure shifted unpredictably, and in the blink of an eye, she closed in on Xiao Chufan. She raised her longsword high, the tip aimed directly at Xiao Chufan's brow, and a sword light shimmering with starlight suddenly thrust forward. Shoo! The sharp sound of the blade slicing through the air pierced the silence. Su Mumu's sword was as fast as lightning, striking straight at Xiao Chufan's brow. Xiao Chufan's pupils contracted sharply, his heartbeat accelerating. He felt a deadly threat and didn't dare to be careless, retreating rapidly to evade the strike. But Su Mumu's sword was astonishingly fast, far beyond what the naked eye could follow. Put! A soft sound echoed as blood splattered. A thin, long wound appeared on Xiao Chufan's left shoulder, and blood instantly stained his clothes red. Impossible! Xiao Chufan clutched his wound, staring at Su Mumu in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and fury. He had been injured? And by a young girl of a lower rank than him? Anger made Xiao Chufan's entire body tremble, but he quickly calmed down. Having weathered many storms. Taking a deep breath, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he muttered coldly, "Divine might." Buzz! An invisible wave radiated from his body, causing the entire arena to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, converging on Xiao Chufan, making him appear like the god of thunder incarnate, exuding an overwhelming aura. Roar! Xiao Chufan roared furiously at the heavens, his voice thunderous, echoing through the clouds. His eyes turned blood-red, flickering with dangerous electric light, his muscles bulging, veins popping, as if containing infinite power. He slowly raised his right hand, lightning flickering in his palm, rapidly condensing into a ball of electricity that radiated a destructive aura. Boom! Xiao Chufan suddenly hurled the lightning ball at Su Mumu, like a thunderous strike, its power earth-shattering. Su Mumu's expression turned grave, not daring to take it head-on. Her figure flashed, transforming into a streak of light, narrowly dodging the attack. Boom! The lightning ball struck the arena, producing a deafening explosion. The entire platform shook violently, cracks spreading everywhere, as if it might collapse at any moment. That was close. Su Mumu steadied herself, feeling a wave of fear. If she hadn't dodged in time, she would have surely died. Humph, how many times do you think you can dodge? Xiao Chufan sneered coldly, his figure instantly disappearing, reappearing like a ghost in front of Su Mumu. His 5 fingers formed into claws, charged with violent lightning, aiming straight for her throat. Clang! Su Mumu reacted swiftly, raising her sword to block, but Xiao Chufan's strike was too powerful. Her long sword was almost knocked away, and her hand was shaken to the point of splitting. Die! Xiao Chufan's eyes erupted with killing intent, his fingers tightening, attempting to crush Su Mumu's throat. Tianchu demon suppression. At the critical moment, Su Mumu shouted, her inner energy surging wildly. Behind her, a massive star map phantom appeared, with 7 shining stars releasing an immense pressure. Boom! The star map phantom collided with Xiao Chufan's lightning claws, producing a thunderous explosion. The arena shook violently, as if it were about to be torn apart. What? Xiao Chufan's expression changed drastically, feeling an invisible force binding him, rendering him immobile. What kind of sorcery is this? He roared in anger, struggling, but unable to break free. Stellar sword dance. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mumu's longsword transformed into a silver meteor, tracing graceful arcs in the air, radiating brilliant starlight, sweeping toward Xiao Chufan. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light fell like rain, dense and unrelenting, enveloping Xiao Chufan completely. Clang! 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 Though momentarily suppressed by Tianchu demon suppression, Xiao Chufan's reactions were still astonishing. He swung his arms to block Su Mumu's sword energy. But Su Mumu's offensive was like a relentless storm, wave after wave, giving him no chance to breathe. Slash! 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 Several sword lights broke through his defense, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds on Xiao Chufan's body. Damn it! Xiao Chufan roared in fury, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness, but he was helpless. The profession of Stellar Sword Immortal truly lives up to its name. In the audience, Li Changfeng watched Su Mumu's display of power and couldn't help but praise. Balanced in offense and defense, endlessly versatile, truly admirable. Indeed, this girl is even stronger than I imagined. Su Wenjun sighed, his eyes full of pride and satisfaction. Can she win? Huo Yun's face was pale, his hands clenched tightly, his knuckles white. Although Su Mumu's offensive was fierce, he felt a faint sense of unease. Xiao Chufan's defense had been breached, but he seemed to be accumulating power for a counterattack. Only Uncle Zhou remained silent, simply watching the battle on the arena with an inscrutable expression. Speaking of which, it's been 10 rounds now, hasn't it? Li Changfeng said with a smile, trying to ease the tension. Previously, none of the 6 contestants from Donghai had lasted more than 10 rounds against Xiao Chufan. Su Mumu was the first. Yes, this girl has finally brought honor to Donghai. Huo Yun also smiled. As the leader of the Donghai region, he most hoped for Su Mumu's victory. The situation on the arena changed rapidly. The effect of Tianshu demon suppression was ultimately limited, and Xiao Chufan soon broke free from the restraint. However, he was now severely injured, his aura chaotic, and his combat power greatly diminished. Su Mumu, I want you dead. Xiao Chufan roared, charging madly at Su Mumu. Bring it on! A sharp glint flashed in Su Mumu's eyes as she flicked her longsword and charged forward. Swish! The sword, like a silver lightning bolt, thrust straight at Xiao Chufan's chest. Xiao Chufan roared in anger, swinging his fist to block. Clang! A loud crash erupted, sparks flying everywhere. He felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him, his body staggered back several steps, almost falling. What's going on? My strength. Xiao Chufan was shocked to find himself suppressed by a little girl of lower rank. The restrictions of Tianshu demon suppression should have long disappeared, so why was this happening? It seems the rumors aren't entirely true. The so-called prodigy of the imperial capital is nothing special. Su Mumu's lips curled into a mocking smile. You're courting death. Xiao Chufan burned with rage. A prodigy of the imperial capital, humiliated by a girl from a remote area, how disgraceful. He roared and charged at Su Mumu again. This time, his attacks were fiercer, faster, and stronger. But no matter how Xiao Chufan attacked, Su Mumu dodged with ease, even seizing opportunities to counterattack. Clang! 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 The two exchanged blows, evenly matched. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Chufan grew increasingly frantic, realizing he was completely suppressed. Interesting, truly interesting. I haven't felt this kind of pressure in a long time. Xiao Chufan suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his laughter tinged with madness and frustration. In that case, let me show you my true power. He roared, twin gods descend. Behind Xiao Chufan, a golden sun suddenly appeared, radiating dazzling light that illuminated the entire arena. The sun god? Gasps erupted from the audience. In addition to the lightning surrounding Xiao Chufan, raging flames ignited on his body, the two forces merging to unleash an even more terrifying aura. Boom! He punched out, a pillar of fire shooting skyward, as if to incinerate the entire arena. Not good. Su Mumu's face changed drastically, sensing an unprecedented danger. She quickly used her movement technique to retreat, but Xiao Chufan was too fast, she couldn't escape. Boom! The fire pillar grazed past her, scorching her clothes and nearly knocking her off the arena. Put! Su Mumu spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale, her breath chaotic. Mumu! The faces of those in the audience changed dramatically, filled with worry. This Xiao Chufan is hiding such terrifying power. Li Changfeng's expression was grave, his heart filled with unease. This is bad, Su Mumu is in danger. Huo Yun's face turned pale. Only Su Wenjun, though worried, had a glimmer of indescribable light in his eyes. He knew Su Mumu still had one final move left. That sword. Su Mumu groaned, staggering and nearly falling off the arena. She quickly steadied herself, her pale face showing stubborn determination. Ah, so that's all you have. Xiao Chufan, surrounded by lightning and fire like a descending god, arrogantly said, Su Mumu, surrender. For your father's sake. I might spare you. He thought Su Mumu had reached her limit and could no longer fight back. Su Mumu ignored his taunts, slowly closing her eyes, taking a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slightly. When she opened her eyes again, a golden light flickered within her clear gaze, like burning flames, dazzling and brilliant. Are you ready? Her lips curved into a confident smile, her voice calm and resolute. The next strike might kill you. What? Xiao Chufan's heart tightened at her words, an inexplicable unease surging within him. But he quickly shook off the feeling, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. You dare to kill me? His face was full of mockery, his eyes brimming with contempt. Then try it. Su Mumu said no more, her long sword slowly rising, its tip pointing to the sky. Thunderfire scorches the heavens. Xiao Chufan roared, the power of thunder and fire condensing into a massive ball in his hands, carrying a destructive aura as it smashed towards Su Mumu. 3000, Spring Radiance. Golden light burst forth in Su Mumu's eyes, her longsword radiating a dazzling brilliance at that moment. Buzz. The sound of a sword's cry echoed through the heavens and earth. A golden sword light, like a beam of dawn, shot out from her sword tip, slashing fiercely at the destructive Thunderfire ball. Boom! The deafening explosion resounded through the skies, as if the world itself had stopped spinning at that moment. The blinding light engulfed the entire arena, making it impossible to look directly. At the instant the golden sword light collided with the Thunderfire ball, time seemed to freeze. In the next moment, an invisible force swept out like a tsunami. This force was not a simple energy shockwave but an indescribable sense of transcendence, like the spring sun melting ice and snow, or spring rain nourishing all things, full of vitality yet incomparably sharp. Everyone in the audience, including Li Changfeng, Huayun, and even the always composed Uncle Zhou, was stunned by this sword intent, their mouths agape as if witnessing a miracle. Is this the sword intent of a level 15 professional? Huayun muttered softly, his eyes filled with disbelief. I'm almost convinced she's a saint. Li Changfeng also took a deep breath, nodding solemnly. Such pure sword intent, it's unheard of from a level 15 professional. Only Su Wenjun's eyes flashed with relief and pride, but they were soon replaced by doubt. As the golden light gradually faded, Xiao Chufan's figure emerged on the arena. His clothes were tattered, his hair disheveled, and he looked utterly battered, yet surprisingly, he was not seriously injured. Unharmed? Even Su Mumu was shocked. Her strike, though not at full power, contained her years of understanding of swordsmanship. How could Xiao Chufan remain unscathed? Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Xiao Chufan laughed. Maniacally, his laughter filled with anger and unwillingness. Su Mumu, you've angered me. His eyes turned blood red, and his once handsome face twisted with rage. The Thunderfire power within him surged wildly, exuding an oppressive aura that made people tremble. Now, let me show you what it feels like to face a true god. Divine wrath. Xiao Chufan roared, raising both hands high above his head. Thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky, converging into an even larger Thunderfire ball in his hands. He could no longer hold back and unleashed a level 20 skill. This Thunderfire ball was more powerful than any of his previous attacks, carrying an aura of world-destroying destruction, as if it would devour the entire world. Rumble. The Jithing Martial Hall shook violently, and the protective barrier around the arena trembled, emitting cracking sounds, almost on the verge of collapse. What terrifying power! Is this the true strength of a level 20? Dissension Master? Huayun's face turned pale as he whispered, the new generation always replaces the old. Li Changfeng took a deep breath, his expression grave. It seems Xiao Chufan is serious. With this strike, Su Mumu might. Ha, that Xiao brat from the Xiao family really can't take a loss. Huayun chuckled. He promised to hold back and use fewer skills, but now he's breaking the rules and going all out? If it were a fair fight, the outcome might not even be certain. Li Changfeng nodded in agreement. But Su Wenjun shook his head. No, Mumu hasn't lost yet. Hasn't lost yet? Huayun and Li Changfeng were stunned, looking at Su Wenjun in confusion. Uncle Zhou also glanced at Su Wenjun, seemingly understanding something, and stared at the arena in surprise. On the arena, facing Xiao Chufan's destructive attack, Su Mumu stood still as if she hadn't noticed it. She remained calm, her eyes closed, letting the wind howl around her, her clothes fluttering, completely unaffected by Xiao Chufan's overwhelming aura. The next moment, she opened her eyes. A flash of golden light appeared in Su Mumu's eyes as she swung her sword again. This time, there was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling brilliance, just a simple golden sword light. But this ordinary strike seemed to contain an unbelievable power, effortlessly piercing through the raging Thunderfire and heading straight for Xiao Chufan's heart. Impossible. Xiao Chufan's pupils contracted sharply, alarms blaring in his mind, but it was too late to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the golden sword light struck toward him. Boom! The golden sword light collided with Xiao Chufan's body, erupting in a deafening explosion. The arena shook violently, as if it were about to collapse. When the light dissipated, the crowd could finally see the scene on the stage. Su Mumu and Xiao Chufan stood facing each other, each retreating a few steps. Su Mumu still held her sword, its momentum undiminished. Her robes fluttered gracefully, her aura steady as a mountain, without a single scratch on. Horror. In contrast, Xiao Chufan's face was as pale as paper, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Pooh! Xiao Chufan could no longer suppress his internal injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, nearly collapsing. Impossible, how could this happen? He murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with an unwilling, stunned disbelief. He had actually lost? Even after exerting all his strength and doing everything he could. The audience was deathly silent. Everyone was frozen in place, staring blankly at the scene before them, as if turned to stone. Huo Yun was completely dumbfounded, his mouth wide open but unable to utter a word for a long time. Li Changfeng was equally shocked, but he quickly regained his composure and frowned, muttering under his breath, "Something's not right. That move of hers, it's not finished yet." "What?" Huo Yun snapped back to reality, looking at Li Changfeng in disbelief. "Not finished? How is that possible?" Indeed, Su Wenjun nodded solemnly, his tone heavy. "That technique consists of 3 strikes in total. And each strike is exponentially stronger than the previous one. See?" Huo Yun drew in a sharp breath, fear filling his eyes. "This girl, she's insane. The first strike was already so powerful, and the second strike had directly injured Xiao Chufan. If there was still a third strike..." Huo Yun didn't dare to imagine it any further. Elder Zhou's face darkened, a trace of cold light flickering in his gaze. On the stage, Xiao Chufan finally regained his senses. He glared at Su Mumu with gritted teeth, his voice filled with fury. "I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it." Su Mumu stared at him coldly and said indifferently, "I warned you. This sword might cost you your life. What? Are you thinking of surrendering now? You?" Xiao Chufan's rage flared at those words, but when he met Su Mumu's icy gaze, a sense of helplessness suddenly crept into his heart. He knew Su Mumu wasn't joking. If she truly wanted to kill him, he wouldn't stand a chance to resist. Surrender? Never. I am Xiao Chufan. I will bow to no one. Xiao Chufan roared inwardly, his overwhelming pride and dignity making it impossible for him to utter the word surrender. He was the Xiao family's once-in-a-century genius, destined to become a renowned powerhouse in the world. How could he lose to an ordinary girl from a nameless small town? Moreover, before stepping onto the stage, they had signed a life and death agreement. Life was up to fate, and death was by destiny. If he were to die here, it would simply mean his skills weren't enough. "Come on, Su Mumu." A gleam of madness flashed in Xiao Chufan's eyes. "Let me see just how powerful this sword of yours truly is." Su Mumu looked at the frenzied Xiao Chufan and sighed softly. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." She slowly raised her long sword, its tip pointing straight to the sky. A sharp surge of sword energy shot upward, piercing through the heavens. 3,000 spring blossoms, Su Mumu murmured softly. Her voice was clear and resonant, carrying an undeniable sense of authority. In the next moment, the world seemed to come to a halt. The clouds in the sky appeared to be torn apart by an invisible hand, and golden sunlight pierced through the rift, illuminating Su Mumu. She looked as if she were a goddess descended from the heavens. Buzz! A crisp sword hum echoed across the land. The long sword in Su Mumu's hand erupted with dazzling brilliance in an instant. The light was brighter than the sun and more radiant than the stars, illuminating the entire world. Too powerful. Huo Yun's eyes widened, his voice trembling with shock. "This strike is several times stronger than the ones before." Li Changfeng's expression turned grave. Although he remained silent, his heart was in turmoil. He had never witnessed such a fierce and overwhelming sword aura. It felt as though it could tear the heavens and earth apart. He took a deep breath, sensing the lingering sword energy in the air, and murmured softly, "This girl is simply unbelievable." Only Su Wenjun's face showed no joy, instead, it was filled with deep confusion. "Something's wrong, this aura." Crunch, crunch, crunch. The potato chips in Li Yang's hand were crushed into powder. He stared at Su Mumu on the stage, a strong sense of unease surging in his heart, though he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Boom! A golden sword light, carrying a world-destroying momentum, slashed fiercely toward Xiao Chufan. "Come on! Fight to the death!" Xiao Chufan roared madly, gathering all his strength into his fists and charging fearlessly at the golden sword light. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the heavens and earth. The Jifeng Martial Hall shook violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Blinding light engulfed the entire world, making it impossible to look directly. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the dazzling ball of light, desperate to know the final outcome. "Ha ha ha! I won!" Suddenly, Xiao Chufan's triumphant laughter came from within the light. "What? Huayun's face changed drastically, his eyes full of shock. Could it be that Su Mumu actually lost? The next second, his expression grew even darker, because he felt an even more powerful aura rapidly expanding within the light. This is bad. Li Changfeng's face also changed dramatically, and he cried out in alarm. On the stage, Su Mumu felt the power within her body draining away uncontrollably, her vision beginning to blur. What's happening? My power. Su Mumu was shocked, but she was powerless to stop it all. Ha ha ha. Su Mumu, you lost. Xiao Chufan slowly walked out of the light. Though his clothes were tattered and he was covered in blood, the pride and madness in his eyes were unmistakable. You're still too young. He slowly raised his right hand, and in his palm, a tool with a bagua pattern emitted a dazzling light. The light was neither purple nor gold but a radiant, sacred, and ancient seven-colored glow that inspired awe. A mythical artifact? Su Mumu felt dizzy and unsteady. She struggled to stand firm, staring at the bagua tool in Xiao Chufan's hand, her heart filled with bitterness and helplessness. Ha ha ha. Do you see the power of a mythical artifact? Su Mumu, you lost fair and square. Xiao Chufan laughed wildly, raising the bagua tool high in his hand. This is called the bagua mirror, a treasure passed down in my Xiao family. Legend has it that in ancient times, 10 suns appeared in the sky simultaneously, scorching the earth and causing widespread suffering. To save the people, the divine archer Hoi shot down 9 of the suns, leaving only 1. However, the resentment of the 9 suns did not dissipate and transformed into 9 three-legged golden crows, which roamed the world, absorbing the essence of living beings. To suppress this resentment, Emperor Fuxi personally crafted a divine mirror, the Bagua mirror. The mirror's surface was engraved with the Bagua pattern, containing the truths of heaven and earth, capable of absorbing all evil forces. Fuxi placed the Bagua mirror in the habitat of the golden crows, and the resentment of the crows was continuously absorbed into the mirror until it completely vanished, restoring peace to the world. As a mythical artifact, the Bagua mirror can absorb all attacks within a certain range and convert part of the energy into its own power. When the energy is full, it can release a powerful shockwave. Additionally, the Bagua mirror can deploy a golden light shield to block external attacks. Just now, Xiao Chufan had hidden under this light shield, evading Su Mumu's final strike of 3000 spring, while also absorbing her power. How despicable! In the audience, Su Wenjun roared angrily, standing up abruptly. Your Xiao family has gone too far. From the beginning, we agreed that no tools were allowed in this match. This is cheating. Li Changfeng and Huayun's faces were ashen. They never expected Xiao Chufan to stoop so low as to use a mythical artifact just to win. This wasn't even an official competition, just a private duel. Winning or losing shouldn't have mattered. Patriarch Su, don't get so worked up. Uncle Zhou still wore a smiling face, but his tone was icy. This match never explicitly stated that tools couldn't be used, did it? Su Wenjun was burning with rage and was about to retort when he suddenly felt an invisible pressure envelop him. Immediately, a black mist silently surrounded him, Li Changfeng, and Huayun. Uncle Zhou had made his move. He slowly stood up, his previously hunched figure now straightened, exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down their spines. Level 499? Su Wenjun and the others' faces changed drastically. They had never expected that this seemingly harmless old man possessed such immense power. Level 499. Just one step away from the highest realm. And yet, such a person was willing to serve as a protector for the young master of the Xiao family? Why? Gentlemen, please stay where you are. Uncle Zhou's tone was calm but carried an undeniable authority. Su Wenjun and the others burned with rage, wanting to join forces to break through the black mist, but it was impossible in such a short time. Ha ha ha. Su Mumu, take a good look. This is my trump card. On the stage, Xiao Chufan looked at the powerless Su Mumu, his eyes filled with madness and triumph. You're so strong, but what can you use to fight me now? You cheated. You're playing dirty. Su Mumu gritted her teeth, but her voice was weak and feeble. Ha ha ha. Yes, I cheated, I played dirty, so what can you do about it? Xiao Chufan laughed maniacally. Today, I'll cripple you so you can't participate in the martial exam this year. Then, I'll still be the #1 in the Donghai district. I'll still get into Tianyue Academy. As long as I don't kill you today and leave you with a breath, with my family's backing. Bang. Golden rays shot toward Xiao Chufan like raindrops. Xiao Chufan's face turned ashen, forced to dodge awkwardly. He couldn't understand how this seemingly crude firearm could pose a threat to him, a level 20 expert. But the reality was undeniable, it hurt. Li Yang's figure swiftly approached the arena like a ghost. He leapt up and landed steadily beside Su Mumu, carefully checking her injuries. Confirming that she was merely exhausted and unconscious, with no life-threatening danger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Today, I will kill you. Xiao Chufan roared in fury, unleashing his thunderfire power, transforming into a bolt of lightning, and charging fiercely at Li Yang. Boom! Stop! Below the stage, Li Changfeng and the other two's expressions changed drastically as they tried to intervene, only to be firmly blocked by Uncle Zhou. Both Su Mumu and Xiao Chufan were SSS-level professionals, with little difference in strength. So even if Su Mumu took a direct hit, she would at most suffer minor injuries. But Li Yang was different, he was merely an E-level shooter, with a significant disparity in basic strength. Even if he had special abilities to break through level restrictions, facing Xiao Chufan head-on would undoubtedly be a death sentence. You three, better not interfere. Uncle Zhou's face turned red, clearly exerting all his strength to block the trio. As the dust settled, Li Yang's figure slowly emerged, completely unscathed. Xiao Chufan's eyes widened, shouting in disbelief, impossible. He clearly felt his attack hit Li Yang, so why was he completely unharmed? Could it be he used some powerful defensive equipment? Xiao Chufan speculated, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. He secretly tore open an identification talisman, and Li Yang's strength information immediately appeared before him. E-level, shooter? Xiao Chufan was first stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, almost got fooled by you. An E-level trash dares to act arrogant in front of me? His eyes filled with murderous intent, showing no mercy, thinking that an E-level nobody couldn't possibly have any defensive measures. Xiao Chufan roared, unleashing his thunderfire power completely, transforming into an even more terrifying energy beam, charging fiercely at Li Yang. I want to see how long you can last. Li Yang. Below the stage, Su Wenjun and the others' faces changed drastically, exclaiming in shock. Boom! The thunderfire beam struck Li Yang's position, producing a deafening explosion. The entire arena was engulfed in blinding light, thick smoke billowing, obscuring the sky. It's over. In the audience, Su Wenjun and the other three felt their hearts tighten, their faces ashen. In their view, this strike meant certain death for Li Yang. The Xiao family, remember this. I, Su Wenjun, will demand an explanation for today's events. Su Wenjun gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. Uncle Zhou remained silent, his face even darker, already prepared to fight to the death. He knew today's situation likely couldn't end peacefully. The black mist churned violently, as if ready to dissipate at any moment. Clearly, he was nearing his limit. Ha ha ha. Trash, daring to provoke me, overestimating yourself. On the stage, Xiao Chufan stood amidst the thick smoke, looking at the devastated arena, laughing wildly. But his laughter quickly froze as he saw a completely unharmed figure in the smoke. Impossible. Xiao Chufan's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Li Yang still stood there, holding that old antique gun, his clothes untouched, completely uninjured. How is this possible? Not only Xiao Chufan, but Su Wenjun and the other three below the stage were also stunned. Uncle Zhou was equally frozen in place, his eyes full of shock and confusion. Who exactly was this kid? Boom! Xiao Chufan watched helplessly as the energy beam once again pierced through Li Yan's body, yet it caused no harm. The contempt on his face gradually turned into shock and disbelief. Cold sweat slowly dripped down his forehead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Chufan muttered to himself, retreating in panic. Boom! 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 He frantically channeled the thunder and fire energy within him, transforming it into furious energy blasts that bombarded Li Yang, relentlessly, attempting to overwhelm him with an unstoppable offensive. The deafening explosions filled the air, and smoke and fire engulfed the entire arena. But when the smoke cleared and the flames subsided, Li Yang was still standing firmly, his gun never lowered, the dark barrel pointed straight at Xiao Chufan. Who are you? Xiao Chufan stared at Li Yang, his voice filled with shock and fear. He couldn't comprehend how an E-rank shooter could withstand his full-force attack unscathed. Below the stage, Li Changfeng, who had been trapped in black mist, finally relaxed his furrowed brows, a faint smile of "just as I thought" appearing on his lips. He had long suspected that Li Yang was no ordinary person, hiding secrets that even the powerful figures of the imperial capital coveted. Now, it seemed he was right. Huo Yun, also a respected figure, could only stare blankly at the tall figure on the stage, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Su Mumu had been defeated by Xiao Chufan's deceitful tactics, and though he was furious, the outcome was already decided and couldn't be changed. Seeing Li Yang's performance, as the ruler of the East Sea region, he couldn't help but feel reassured. After all, Su Mumu had already been pre-admitted to Tianyue, and Li Yang was the true rising star of this year's East Sea region. The number one on the East Sea rookie rankings. Zhou Bo, who had trapped the three of them, now wore a completely dark expression. His murky old eyes were fixed on Li Yang. He couldn't see through Li Yang's depths at all, nor could he understand how an E-rank shooter could ignore Xiao Chufan's attacks. Su Wenjun, who had initially looked worried, was now equally shocked. Although he had known Li Yang was somewhat extraordinary, he hadn't expected him to be this powerful. Just how many secrets was this kid hiding? However, seeing Li Yang unharmed, Su Wenjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Kid, I didn't misjudge you, he thought to himself, nodding silently, his eyes full of admiration and relief. The black mist gradually dissipated, clearly indicating that Zhou Bo couldn't hold on much longer. On the stage, Li Yang remained silent, slowly taking aim. Bang! The gunshot rang out. A golden streak of light once again pierced through Xiao Chufan's body. How is this possible? Xiao Chufan looked down at the bullet hole in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. He was injured again? Bang! 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 Li Yang's expression remained cold as he pulled the trigger, one golden bullet after another, carrying the aura of death, whistling toward Xiao Chufan. Xiao Chufan was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't make sense of what was happening and could only rely on instinct to clumsily dodge the deadly bullets flying at him. But no matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape. Bang! Another gunshot. A golden bullet struck Xiao Chufan's shoulder with precision, and blood instantly gushed out. Ah! Xiao Chufan let out a scream, staggering backward, his eyes filled with terror and despair. The once proud genius of the Xiao family, how could he be forced into such a pitiful state by an E-rank shooter? What kind of monster was this guy? Who are you? Xiao Chufan stared at Li Yang, his gaze full of fear and helplessness. Li Yang slowly lowered the AK in his hand, coldly staring at the utterly bizarre Xiao Chufan felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart tightly, making it hard to breathe, his blood seemingly frozen. A chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to his head, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The fear of death overwhelmed him like a flood. He finally understood Li Yang wasn't lying. If this gun fired, he was truly doomed. No. I can't die. I can't die here. A crazed glint flashed in Xiao Chufan's eyes as he desperately activated the thunderfire power within him, launching a storm-like attack on Li Yang. But it was all in vain. The thunderfire power exploded around him, cracking the arena, yet it couldn't harm Li Yang in the slightest. Xiao Chufan was horrified to discover that his attacks had no effect on Li Yang. No. How is this possible? Panic consumed Xiao Chufan as he tried to escape, to evade the deadly lock-on, but no matter how he ran, he couldn't escape Li Yang's gaze. Why is this happening? Despair filled his eyes. Suddenly, he remembered the 8 trigrams mirror in his hand and hurriedly raised it, hoping to use this mythical great artifact to block Li Yang's attack. However, as soon as he lifted the mirror, he was horrified to see that the originally radiant, multicolored 8 trigrams mirror began to tremble violently. Crack! 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 Fine cracks rapidly spread across the mirror's surface. No! Impossible! This is impossible! The mythical Grade 8 trigrams mirror had a self-protection mechanism. When faced with an irresistible force, the artifact would first develop cracks, warning its owner that this was the destined end. At this moment, Xiao Chufan's death was sealed. The 8 trigrams mirror was a top-tier defensive artifact, capable of absorbing almost all damage. Even Su Mumu's astonishing 3000 spring attack had been completely absorbed by it. No! I don't want to die. I can't die here. Xiao Chufan's eyes were filled with terror as he let out an unwilling roar, but all that greeted him was Li Yang's cold, merciless gaze. Xiao Chufan's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, his former arrogance completely gone. He stared at Li Yang in fear, as if he were looking at the Grim Reaper. The 4 people in the audience watching this scene found it strange and incomprehensible. They weren't Xiao Chufan and couldn't feel the fear of death closing in. In their eyes, Li Yang was merely holding an AK, yet Xiao Chufan had scared himself into submission, completely giving up resistance. What was going on? The three people, surrounded by black mist, exchanged glances, momentarily forgetting to break free from its constraints. Uncle Joe furrowed his brows, his eyes full of confusion. Although he couldn't see through Li Yang's true strength, he could sense that something was amiss on the stage. A vague sense of crisis surged in his heart. Not good. The young master is in danger. Uncle Joe tensed up, knowing he couldn't delay any longer and had to act immediately to save Xiao Chufan. He quickly made up his mind, ignoring Su Wenjun and the other two, and his figure flashed as he rushed toward the stage. Just as he withdrew the black mist, Su Wenjun suddenly made his move. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Su Wenjun sneered coldly, his figure turning into a blur as he instantly blocked Uncle Joe's path. Su Wenjun, you dare stop me? Uncle Joe's face changed drastically, and he roared, if something happens to the young master in Donghai, do you think the family head will spare you? Humph, what wouldn't I dare? Su Wenjun retorted fearlessly, if your Xiao family dares to act, why shouldn't I? If Xiao Tianhong wants to come, let him come. You? Uncle Joe was so furious he couldn't speak, but he also knew that Su Wenjun's strength was on par with his own. Under these circumstances, rescuing Xiao Chufan right under his nose was almost impossible. Su Wenjun, I'm warning you, if something happens to the young master in Donghai, none of you will survive. Uncle Joe gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred. Oh? Then come and try. Su Wenjun sneered, showing no fear. Hui Yun and Li Changfeng exchanged glances, hesitation written on their faces. Although they disapproved of the Xiao family's actions, Uncle Joe wasn't wrong. Xiao Chufan could be punished, but he absolutely couldn't die in Donghai. Otherwise, the wrath of that person from the Xiao family was something neither of them could bear. I'm afraid only Su Wenjun, the former governor of Lizhou, could stand a chance against that guy. Kid, what exactly do you want to do? On the stage, Xiao Chufan looked at the approaching Li Yang and asked with a trembling voice. What do I want to do? Haven't I already told you? Li Yang said coldly, his tone calm yet carrying the weight of a death sentence, making Xiao Chufan feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. I am the Grim Reaper. Here to take your life. No, you can't kill me. I'm from the Xiao family. My father is Xiao Tianhong. If you dare to touch a single hair on me, my father will never let you go. Xiao Chufan screamed hysterically, using his family background to threaten Li Yang. Xiao Tianhong? Li Yang's lips curled into a sneer. So what? He didn't know who Xiao Tianhong was. As for whether the Xiao family would seek revenge, he couldn't care less. This match, which started with tension, had turned into a farce by the end, like an absurd play, with all the events flashing through his mind at lightning speed. The reputation of the East Sea region? Governor Hua's expectations? The imperial capital's exam? Ha! These were all fleeting clouds in his eyes, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. To him, these trivial matters were nothing compared to the joy of eating barbecue with Su Mu. He felt no sense of belonging to the East Sea region, nor did he care about Qianlong City. To put it bluntly, he was like a floating duckweed drifting with the current. But Li Yang's gaze involuntarily fell on Su Mumu, lying on the ground. Her face was pale, her eyes tightly shut. The girl who usually wore a bright smile now lay quietly like a butterfly with broken wings. Fortunately, her breathing was steady, indicating she was not seriously hurt. Li Yang's heart relaxed slightly, but it was immediately filled with rage. If he hadn't intervened in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just the threat to Su Mumu's life had already crossed his bottom line. Not to mention Xiao Chufan hadn't won through fair means, he had cheated. Just avenging Su Mumu was reason enough for him to act. Xiao Chufan's potential threat to Su Mumu's safety was his justification for killing. Having lost his parents at a young age, it was Su Mumu who had accompanied him, dispelling the darkness in his life and pulling him back from the abyss. She was his light, his only weakness. Those youthful feelings, Li Yang could sense them, but he kept them buried deep. His feelings for Su Mumu were no less than hers for him. Over the years, he hadn't harbored other thoughts about Su Mumu, not because he was unclear about his feelings, but because they had always felt familial. Li Yang coldly glanced at Xiao Chufan, who was collapsed on the ground. The man looked like a stray dog, desperately trying to escape. Li Yang, you can't kill me. I'm from the Xiao family in the imperial capital. If you kill me, you won't survive either. Xiao Chufan screamed, hoarsely, filled with fear. Oh, is that so? Li Yang's lips curled into a cold smile, his AK steady and unwavering. Do you think I would be Afraid? Feeling the suffocating aura of death, Xiao Chufan completely panicked. No, no, no. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll agree to anything you say. He begged incoherently, even offering wealth and power. As long as you spare me, I can give you everything. With the Xiao family's connections in the imperial capital, getting you a position would be effortless. Money. I can give you lots of money. Enough for a lifetime. Li Yang said. Nothing, only stared at him coldly, his gaze full of disdain. 90%. 91%. 92%. The kill percentage continued to climb rapidly, drawing closer to Xiao Chufan's death. Li Yang, I beg you, I truly know I was wrong. I never intended to kill Su Mumu, I just wanted to win the match and slightly suppress her momentum. Xiao Chufan was almost in tears. Using a mythical grade item in the match was my violation of the rules. The true winner of this match should be Su Mumu. I admit defeat. I'm willing to accept any punishment from the East Sea, even imprisonment, just please. Li Yang let out a cold laugh. 95%. 96%. 97%. Li Yang. I am willing to voluntarily withdraw from this martial exam. With your strength, you can absolutely claim the top spot and enter Tianyue. Once you graduate from Tianyue, our Xiao family will provide you with all the support you need. Xiao Chufan was completely broken, desperately trying to persuade Li Yang as if clutching at the last straw. But the only response he received was that cold, merciless gaze. 98%. 99%. Xiao Chufan was utterly hopeless, shouting hoarsely, Li Yang, you can't do this. We need to talk this out, don't we? Li Yang sneered, his eyes devoid of any pity, filled only with killing intent. Talk it out? I don't feel like talking to you. You're not even worthy of listening. His heart felt as if an invisible hand was gripping it tightly, each beat hammering at the depths of his soul, causing unbearable pain that nearly suffocated him. He had never felt such an intense threat of death. This man named Li Yang was like a demon from the abyss, and that seemingly ordinary AK in his hands had now become the sword of Damocles hanging over Xiao Chufan's head. The cold muzzle locked onto him, leaving him no escape. No! I can't die! Xiao Chufan screamed madly, struggling desperately to escape the shadow of death. He was the once-in-a-century genius of the Xiao family, his life had just begun, how could it end like this? Fight! A crazed glint flashed in his eyes as Xiao Chufan decided to risk everything for one last desperate attempt. Divine wrath. He clenched his fists tightly, the power of thunder and fire surging wildly within him. The sacred phantoms of the Thunder God and Fire God reappeared behind him. The Thunder God was mighty and robust, wielding a thunder hammer with electric sparks flashing. The Fire God was enchanting and alluring, holding a fire whip with flames surging. Two powerful divine forces poured into Xiao Chufan's body, and his aura surged dramatically. Die! Xiao Chufan roared, throwing both fists forward, aiming at Li Yang. The energy beam of intertwined thunder and fire tore through the air, emitting a deafening roar as it charged straight at Li Yang. Yet, facing this all-out attack, Li Yang remained expressionless, his gaze calm to the point of being terrifying. He stood still, his finger lightly resting on the trigger, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Xiao Chufan's forehead. Die! Xiao Chufan saw that Li Yang made no attempt to dodge, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. As long as this shot hit, Li Yang would be reduced to scrap metal by his attack. However, suddenly, an inexplicable fear surged from deep within. He was horrified to discover that the power of thunder and fire within him was beginning to lose control and drain away. The once mighty thunder god behind him became illusory, and the fire god dimmed and lost its brilliance. What's happening? Xiao Chufan was terrified to find that he could no longer harness the power of the thunder god and fire god. The two attacks dissipated into the air. No! This is impossible! His heart was filled with disbelief and despair. The strength of a divine summoner lies in their ability to borrow the power of the gods. Even when facing a master of the heavenly rank or an enemy who had just entered the Sate realm, he could still put up a fight. But once he lost the protection of the gods, he would become an ordinary person. No! I can't become an ordinary person. Xiao Chufan desperately tried to reconnect with the thunder god and fire god, but no matter how hard he tried, there was no response. It was as if the two gods had completely abandoned him. No! Please, no! Xiao Chufan screamed in despair, watching the lightning and flames on his body extinguish rapidly. His aura visibly weakened. How could this happen? How could this happen? He collapsed to his knees, his eyes filled with despair. He couldn't understand why the thunder god and fire god had suddenly forsaken him. Could it be that even gods feared something? Impossible, no. Xiao Chufan let out a desperate roar, but all that greeted him was an icy silence. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Zhou Bo, who had been blocked by Su Wenjun, saw the situation spiraling out of control. Transforming into a cloud of black mist, he rushed toward the arena. Don't even think about it. Su Wenjun's face changed drastically. He extended a finger, and a beam of golden light shot out again, attempting to block Zhou Bo. However, this time, Zhou Bo was prepared. He directly passed through the golden light, his speed increasing as he charged straight toward the arena. This is bad. Su Wenjun's expression changed dramatically, realizing that Zhou Bo was cornered and ready to make a desperate move. Xiao Chufan collapsed to the ground, the radiance of the thunder god and fire god completely disappearing from him. His face showed no anger, no unwillingness, only deep despair. He recalled his younger self, full of confidence and eager to become a top-tier powerhouse. Back then, he was so proud, believing he could control everything and inherit his father's position. But reality had ruthlessly shattered his dreams. His proud SSS class profession was utterly powerless against Li Yang. The family background he relied on became meaningless in front of Li Yang. He was like a helpless insect, unable to resist. 100%. The execution charge was complete, and death finally pronounced Xiao Chufan's demise. Li Yang's eyes held no trace of pity, only cold killing intent. A skull appeared above Xiao Chufan's head. This shot was certain death. Li Yang slowly pulled the trigger, the muzzle spewing flames of death. No! From afar, Zhou Bo let out a heart-wrenching roar. He never expected that despite his full effort, he was still a step too late. Clenching his teeth, Zhou Bo unleashed black mist from his entire body. The overwhelming black mist surged toward Xiao Chufan, attempting to block the fatal bullet. Sigh. Li Changfeng and Huiyun sighed helplessly upon seeing this. Although they both wanted to see Xiao Chufan die by Li Yang's gun, they also knew Zhou Bo couldn't just stand by and watch him die. After all, Xiao Chufan was the most outstanding genius of the Xiao family in this generation, and his death here would be an unbearable blow to the Xiao family. As the guardian, Zhou Bo couldn't bear this responsibility either. But they could only watch Zhou Bo intervene. If they got involved, the nature of the situation would change completely. But in this case, it seemed Xiao Chufan wouldn't die. After all, this was a sovereign skill. Who could take a life in front of a sovereign? However, in the next moment, something shocking happened to everyone. Bang! The golden bullet directly pierced through Zhou Bo's black mist, its speed undiminished, shooting straight toward Xiao Chufan's forehead. Impossible! Zhou Bo's eyes widened, completely unable to react. This was his life-bound skill, even a sovereign would struggle to break through it easily. Yet Li Yan's bullet passed through his black mist as if it were air. This kid, what on earth is his background? Su Wenjun was utterly shocked, never expecting his future son-in-law to possess such strength. This kid. Li Changfeng and Huiyun were dumbfounded. Li Yang defeating Xiao Chufan was already beyond their expectations. Now he could even penetrate a sovereign's defense? Who would believe it? Who would dare believe it? In the well-established professional system, a level 15 rookie penetrating a sovereign's defense was something no one would believe. But this event had truly unfolded before their eyes. Put! The golden bullet precisely struck Xiao Chufan's forehead, splattering a bloom of blood. Xiao Chufan collapsed limply, completely losing all signs of life. His eyes remained open, filled with unwillingness. Even in death, he never imagined he would die at the hands of an E-class profession from a remote area. And to die so cleanly and decisively, without any chance to fight back. Li Yang exhaled deeply, the execution state lifted, feeling somewhat mentally exhausted. This was his first time using the execution skill, and the result was satisfactory. He casually slung the AK back over his shoulder. Not good. Su Wenjun's face changed drastically, his figure flashing as he instantly appeared beside Li Yang, shielding him and the unconscious Su Mumu behind him. He stared warily at Zhou Bo in mid-air, his eyes full of vigilance. Li Changfeng and Huiyun also realized the gravity of the situation, releasing their sovereign aura and forming a protective circle with Su Wenjun, placing Li Yang at the center. If a level 499 sovereign lost control and went berserk, the consequences would be unimaginable. A sovereign's full-force strike could instantly destroy the entire Qianlong city. Even the surrounding cities wouldn't escape, and the entire Donghai region could be reduced to ashes. At that point, other regions in Lijiao wouldn't be spared either. This old guy, is he planning to vent his anger on the entire Donghai? Li Changfeng swallowed nervously, speaking tensely. Huo Yun furrowed his brows tightly and said in a deep voice, "It's hard to say. After all, Xiao Chufan was a direct descendant of the Xiao family, and dying in our Donghai means the Xiao family won't let this go easily. Then what should we do? Old Hua, do you dare to confront the Xiao family head-on?" Li Changfeng asked worriedly. "What are we afraid of? Our Lijiao isn't to be trifled with." Su Wenjun snorted coldly, his eyes resolute. "If it comes to it, we'll fight to the death. Mr. Su is right. We, Lijiao, we, Donghai, are not afraid of trouble." Huo Yun loudly echoed. Li Yang looked at the three old men in front of him, all tense and anxious, and couldn't help but laugh. Usually, each of them was shrewd and capable, but now they seemed like completely different people. However, he understood their feelings. After all, the Xiao family was no ordinary family, they were a top-tier power in the imperial capital, far beyond his imagination. If they truly angered the Xiao family, the entire Donghai might suffer. "Aren't you afraid?" Li Changfeng couldn't help but ask. He was the only one among the three who didn't belong to the Donghai faction, but now he was clearly standing on their side. "Afraid? Why should I be afraid?" Li Yan looked at Li Changfeng curiously. "If the sky falls, don't we have you big shots to hold it up?" "You?" Li Changfeng was momentarily speechless. Yes, Li Yang was right. He was just a level 15 rookie who had awakened his vocation barely over a week ago. Since when was it his turn to worry about Qianlong City or Donghai's safety? However, unexpectedly, Zhou Bo did not act against them as everyone had anticipated. Instead, he slowly floated to Xiao Chufan's corpse. He lowered his head, looking at the body, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. "Sigh, it has come to this after all." Zhou Bo sighed softly, full of helplessness. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. What did he mean? Just as everyone was puzzled, Zhou Bo suddenly placed his hand on Xiao Chufan's chest. A strange black mist surged from his palm, instantly enveloping Xiao Chufan's corpse. The next moment, something horrifying happened. Xiao Chufan's body began to wither rapidly, as if all its vitality was being drained by the black mist. Everyone was dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock. What on earth was this old man doing? Had. At this moment, Zhou Bo suddenly laughed, his laughter eerie and chilling. The black mist consumed Xiao Chufan's body and also enveloped Zhou Bo himself. When the black mist dissipated, Zhou Bo reappeared before everyone. But this time, his appearance had completely changed. His previously thin and aged body had become tall and robust. His wrinkled skin had turned smooth and delicate. His graying hair had become jet black and shiny, and his cloudy eyes now sparkled with vigor. His hunched back straightened, and his previously decrepit demeanor transformed into one of majesty and dominance. At this moment, Zhou Bo looked like a young man under 40, exuding an extraordinary aura. How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This old man had actually reversed his aging? Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone stood rooted in place, their minds blank, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Reverse aging? No, this was definitely not reverse aging. His previous appearance must have been fake. But why would he do this? He destroyed Xiao Chufan's corpse, leaving no way to determine how Xiao Chufan had died. There was no evidence to prove Xiao Chufan had died in Donghai. Was he helping Li Yang? Helping Donghai? But why? A series of questions swirled in everyone's minds, but no one could answer them. Zhou Bo's gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Li Changfeng. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. "Director Li, you did well on this mission. The Son of Heaven is very pleased." Li Changfeng froze for a moment, as if realizing something. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he exclaimed, "You are. Stars fall, rivers sink, the night is endless. The owl cries silently, its shadow boundless. The night watchman patrols, the night owl." The night owl smiled faintly, his tone filled with pride. Li Changfeng was struck as if by lightning, his entire body stiffening. The night watchman. He was actually a night watchman. No wonder before. Huo Yun also reacted at this moment, looking at the night owl in disbelief. His lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word. The night watchman, directly under the Son of Heaven of Daxia, was a mysterious organization with authority above all other powers. The person before them turned out to be a patroller of the night watch. Within the night watch, There were divisions: Dark Ravens, Walkers, Yakshas, Patrollers, and the First Seat. Patrollers were one of the highest ranks in the Night Watch, second only to the enigmatic First Seat. Even he, the ruler of the Eastern Sea, was nothing more than an insignificant figure in front of a patroller of the Night Watch. Mr. Su, this is. Huo Yun took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and was about to introduce the Night Watch to Su Wenjun, who had left the official system nearly 20 years ago. However, Su Wenjun's expression turned grave as he stared intently at Night Owl and slowly said, "Shenlingyun? Ha 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 ha." Night Owl burst into hearty laughter upon hearing the name, his laughter full of boldness and ease. How rare, the magistrate of Lizhou still remembers me after all these years. Su Wenjun frowned and said in a deep voice, "Impossible, you're not dead, right?" Night Owl interrupted with a light chuckle. "That's correct, Shenlingyun is indeed dead. The one alive now is the patroller of the Night Watch, named Night Owl." Hearing this, Su Wenjun immediately fell silent. The news of Shenlingyun's death had caused a stir back then, and he had even sent people to investigate, but they found nothing. It seemed Shenlingyun had faked his death to escape and later joined the Night Watch. Standing to the side, Li Yang heard everything clearly, and his heart was in turmoil. Although he didn't fully understand what the position of a patroller in the Night Watch entailed, judging from the reactions of Li Changfeng and Huo Yun, he knew this person was far from ordinary. Moreover, Night Owl seemed to be quite familiar with Su Wenjun. What was going on here? Li Changfeng was full of questions and couldn't help but speak first. "Lord Night Owl, what exactly is going on?" "Xiao Chu Fan, he." As soon as he spoke, Li Changfeng realized he had asked a foolish question. Matters of the Night Watch were not something a minor official from the Ministry of Education could meddle in. "Apologies. Lord Night Owl, I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me." Li Changfeng quickly bowed and apologized. Night Owl waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's fine. Xiao Chufan is already dead, so it doesn't matter if I tell you these things." He paused for a moment before continuing. "In recent years, the Xiao family's influence in the court has grown increasingly large, especially Xiao Tianhong, who commands a significant military force guarding the northern border. His achievements are so great that even the emperor has started to worry. To prevent the Xiao family from becoming too powerful and threatening the safety of Daxia, the emperor secretly ordered us, the Night Watch, to place people around each core member of the Xiao family to monitor their actions. I was ordered to assume the alias Zhou Chen and infiltrate Xiao Chufan's site to secretly monitor him." Hearing this, Li Changfeng and Huo Yun understood. So, all of this was arranged by the emperor. No wonder, it made sense now. There was no way a level 499 venerable like Zhou Bo would be assigned to guard Xiao Chufan. No matter how influential the Xiao family was, that wouldn't happen. But if the Xiao family only saw him as an ordinary venerable, then it was reasonable. Li Changfeng and Huo Yun exchanged glances, both seeing the awkwardness in each other's eyes. So, they had been worrying for nothing all this time. And because they didn't know the truth, they had accidentally blocked Night Owl's path when Li Yang killed Xiao Chufan. Clearly, Xiao Chufan's death here meant that Night Owl's mission had ended, or perhaps even failed. The two of them simultaneously looked at Li Yang, their gazes carrying a hint of grievance. "Who told you to be so capable, Li Yang?" Night Owl ignored their small gestures, simply shaking his head and saying indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Even if you hadn't acted, Xiao Chufan wouldn't have survived until the end of the martial exam." He smiled faintly and said no more. Clearly, he still had other tasks to attend to. Letting out a sigh of relief, Night Owl turned to look at Li Yang, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Kid, you're quite impressive. Are you interested in joining us, the Night Watch?" As soon as these words were spoken, Li Changfeng and Huo Yun's eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of their sockets. A personal invitation from a patroller of the Night Watch, what kind of concept was this? It was known that the Night Watch was a mysterious organization directly under the Emperor of Daxia, recruiting only the most exceptional talents. The selection process is strict, and countless people are desperate to get in. As the Night Owl, a patrolling night watchman with the highest authority, his words can determine the fate of countless individuals. His invitation is a dream opportunity for many. Li Changfeng had previously asked Li Yang if he wanted to join the Night Watchman, but it was just a casual question, not a formal invitation. After all, his status didn't qualify him to directly recommend anyone. Even if Li Yang agreed, he would still have to go through rigorous tests to truly become a night watchman. But Night Owl is different. As a patrolling night watchman with the highest authority, he can make Li Yang a night Watchman with just one word, bypassing all the tedious procedures. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that countless people dream of. Li Yang was slightly stunned upon hearing the invitation, hesitation flashing in his eyes. Join the Night Watchman? To be honest, he didn't know much about them or what challenges he might face after joining. Li Yang's silence made the atmosphere tense. Li Changfeng and Hui Yun were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, eagerly hoping Li Yan would agree quickly. This kid, does he not realize the rare opportunity in front of him? A personal invitation from the Night Watchman. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance that many dream of but never get. Yet he's still hesitating? Li Changfeng and Hui Yun exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness and disappointment in each other's eyes. At this moment, they couldn't say much and could only silently hope Li Yan would make a decision soon. The entire venue was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Yang, waiting for his response. Night Owl remained calm and composed, smiling faintly at Li Yang, as if he had already anticipated his hesitation. Kid, don't rush to answer. Take your time to think it through, Night Owl said casually. Becoming a night watchman comes with great responsibilities and challenges. This decision shouldn't be made lightly. Li Yang looked at Night Owl and suddenly asked, "Can I ask, what are the benefits of becoming a night watchman?" Night Owl was momentarily stunned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Li Yang to ask so directly. Kid, are you short on money? Night Owl asked with interest. Li Yang awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, "Not really, I just want to know what benefits I'll get after joining." Night Owl burst into laughter. "You're quite straightforward, I like that," he said with a smile. "Since you asked, I'll tell you. As a night watchman, you'll enjoy these privileges of first, as a direct subordinate of the Emperor, you can act first and report later, handling matters with great flexibility. Second, you'll have access to the Night Watchman's intelligence network at any time, obtaining any information you want. Third, you'll have unrestricted access to any forbidden areas within Daxia. Fourth, you'll enjoy various resources and benefits provided by the Night Watchman." Night Owl listed these privileges in one breath, and Li Yan's eyes lit up, his breathing quickening. Such favorable conditions? It's like a pie falling from the sky. "So, kid, have you decided?" Night Owl asked with a smile. "I agree." Li Yang nodded without hesitation. "Are you kidding? With such great conditions, only a fool wouldn't agree." Li Changfeng, Hui Yun, the two exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. So, all that hesitation earlier was just for this? Night Owl laughed heartily upon hearing Li Yang's response. Good, good, good. He said good 3 times in a row, clearly in a great mood. With a casual wave of his hand, a black token flew into Li Yang's hand. "Take this for now. Once I report to the Emperor, I'll give you the official token," Night Owl said. Li Yang took the token and examined it carefully. The token was pitch black and cold, with the word Night engraved on the front and a lifelike night owl on the back. "By the way, Lord Night Owl, about Xiao Chufan," Li Changfeng hesitantly began. Night Owl smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. I'll handle it." Zhou Chen, the guard of Xiao Chufan, harbored resentment due to the young master's harshness and ultimately took drastic action. Fearing capture, he fled. This matter has nothing to do with Donghai, the Su family, the Night Watchers, or Li Yang. Next, the Ministry of Justice will issue a nationwide warrant for his arrest in Daxia. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng and Hui Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that Night Owl had used a false identity to shield them from all trouble. "Thank you, Lord Night Owl." Li Changfeng and Hui Yun quickly bowed in gratitude. Night Owl waved his hand dismissively, said no more, and turned into a shadow, disappearing into the night sky. The sky grew darker, and the afterglow of the sunset painted the horizon red, like a dying flame. After leaving the Gale Martial Arts Hall, Night Owl avoided the bustling streets and moved like a nimble cat, darting across rooftops of tall buildings. The night breeze brought a hint of chill. Soon, he arrived at the top floor of the luxurious Cloud Peak Hotel. Without hesitation, he leapt down like an eagle diving through the night sky. After descending about 10 floors, he suddenly stopped. With one hand lightly pressing against a window, his entire body adhered to it effortlessly. Then, his figure began to blur, melting like a shadow, transforming into a cloud of blackness that slipped into the room. The room was pitch dark, with curtains tightly drawn, and only faint light from outside barely outlined the surroundings. A woman sat quietly on the edge of the bed, legs crossed, chin resting on her hand, idly playing with a small toy. In her hand, In the darkness, her face was indistinct, but her graceful silhouette was faintly visible, clearly a woman. The black mist that Night Owl had transformed into quickly dissipated. He exhaled deeply, walked to the table, picked up a glass of water, and drank it in one gulp, finally pausing to catch his breath. Xiao Chufan is dead. It was Li Yang who did it, he said succinctly, wiping his mouth. The woman, fiddling with the toy in her hand, suddenly stopped. She tilted her head, surprised, and asked, "Oh? Even the 8 trigrams mirror couldn't save him?" Night Owl chuckled. That kid was really tough. I saw them take all of Xiao Chufan's attacks head-on without a scratch. Then, with one shot, he broke through both the 8 trigrams mirror and the protection I gave Xiao Chufan. But I tried to recruit him into the Night Watchers, and he actually agreed. He agreed? The woman was slightly surprised but quickly regained her composure, a meaningful smile appearing on her lips. That's good. This way, our mission in Donghai is half complete. She resumed playing with the toy in her hand, casually asking, "What about Su Mumu?" Night Owl was silent for a moment, organizing his thoughts before saying, "That girl is extraordinary. Despite her young age, her strength and talent are outstanding. At this rate, she will definitely surpass Su Wenjun." The woman shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. "That's not what I asked. I meant, does she show any unusual signs?" Night Owl paused, frowning as he tried to recall the details of the battle, but found nothing unusual. "No. What could be wrong with her?" "Xin Lingyun, after all these years, you're still the same," the woman interrupted him, her tone tinged with disapproval. "I really wonder if it was wise for Big Brother to promote you to a patroller." Night Owl's face darkened, but he suppressed his emotions and said, "Third sister, you say I'm unfit, but you've been observing Su Mumu closely for so long. Have you noticed anything strange about her?" The woman didn't answer. She slowly stood up, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtains. The city's lights instantly flooded the room. "Some things can't be discovered just by looking at the surface." Her voice was chilling in the night air. "Xin Lingyun, you'd better pray that my intuition is wrong." Night Owl sneered, his tone carrying a hint of defiance. "Third sister, today during Su Mumu and Xiao Chufan's duel, the moves she used were all ones you mentioned in your previous reports. Except for that 3000 spring, which was actually split into 3 separate strikes, everything else remained unchanged. If there's a problem, why didn't you notice it earlier?" The woman sighed, her voice faint and melancholic. "The problem lies in that one sword strike." Night Owl grew even more puzzled, his brows furrowing as he looked at her in confusion. The woman turned to the window, overlooking the dazzling city lights, and said, "The profession of Star Sword Immortal can only exist as one in the world. We cannot find answers from other sword immortals. However, there was once another Star Sword Immortal in the history of the Great Xia, but unfortunately, he sacrificed himself in the battle against the myriad races." She paused for a moment, then turned to Night Owl and said, "I've gone through a lot of information. Guess what I discovered?" Night Owl remained silent, looking at her in confusion, waiting for an answer. The woman smiled faintly, but her tone was heavy. "The skill that Star Sword Immortal can learn at level 15 is not 3000 spring." Night Owl was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. Su Mumu's 3000 spring sword technique was astonishingly powerful, leaving everyone in awe. If this was an inherent skill of the SSS profession, no one would doubt its value. But what if it wasn't? What if it came from a skill book? Then what exactly was that skill book? He didn't need to think much. As a night watchman, he already had the answer. Trembling, he spoke, his voice dry. "Are you saying that Su Mumu is one of them?" The woman nodded, her gaze cold and profound. "This is precisely why we initially chose Su Mumu and Li Yang to come to the East Sea." Night Owl suddenly felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He tried to calm down and analyze the situation, but how could Su Mumu have joined them in the East Sea? What methods did they use to cover their tracks? How much does Su Wenjun know? Could he also be? Possibly, the woman said indifferently, or maybe they have other ways. In any case, these people have always been elusive. No matter what, we must be cautious and not alert them. Night Owl took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. What should we do next? Keep monitoring Su Mumu? No, the woman shook her head. Surveillance is useless now. We don't have much time left. Then what should we do? Night Owl was somewhat at a loss. The woman didn't answer. She took out a delicate silver box from her pocket and handed it to Night Owl. Inside is a communication talisman. In case of an emergency, I'll use it to contact you. Night Owl took the box and nodded solemnly. The woman walked to the window and spoke slowly. "Xin Lingyun, remember the original purpose of us night watchmen. We must find out who between Li Yang and Su Mumu is connected to Bai Yujing. Then, follow the clues to find Bai Zhe. Only he can tell us the whereabouts of Zhulong. Once Night Owl left, the tense atmosphere immediately dissipated. Huo Yun couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, his face full of unconcealed joy. Xiao Chufan was dead, and this farcical arena match had ended with Su Mumu as the undisputed winner. The East Sea had won, and won so thoroughly. Most importantly, Night Owl had taken all the responsibility, so no matter how angry the Xiao family was, they couldn't direct their wrath at the East Sea. This time, the East Sea had profited immensely. As the leader of the East Sea, Huo Yun was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, luck is truly on our side. Huo Yun couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling incredibly pleased. In contrast, Su Wenjun appeared much calmer. He merely smiled faintly, walked over to Su Mumu, and checked her injuries. Li Yang stared at Su Wenjun's back, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Uncle Su, did you already realize that Zhou Bo was a fake? Li Yang asked. Su Wenjun paused his movements, turned to look at Li Yang, and revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Why would you think that? Su Wenjun asked. Li Yang smiled and said, just a hunch. Of course, that was only part of the reason. More importantly, Li Yang knew Su Wenjun very well. He understood that if Su Wenjun had killed Xiao Chufan and was worried that Zhou Bo might retaliate, he would never choose to stand passively in front of Su Mumu and himself to defend. Su Wenjun would definitely strike first, directly targeting Zhou Bo and eliminating the threat at its root. He wasn't someone who would only defend passively. After hearing Li Yang's explanation, Su Wenjun didn't deny it. He simply nodded and said, "That's right, I did suspect him for a while. The first time he used the black mist, I felt something was off. That black mist, though mysterious and unpredictable, gave me a very familiar feeling, as if I had seen it somewhere before. Later, I noticed various anomalies in his identity and had a bold guess in my heart he might be in disguise. And in the entire Great Xia, the most famous and skilled in disguise are the Night Watchers. So, I didn't go all out immediately but instead wanted to test his reaction. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was you who forced his true identity to surface." As Su Wenjun said this, a faint smile appeared on his face. Listening to Su Wenjun's explanation, Huo Yun and Li Changfeng suddenly realized. So, Su Wenjun had seen through everything from the start. Su Wenjun just smiled lightly without saying more. "By the way, Mr. Su, do you know that Night Owl?" Huo Yun recalled their earlier conversation and asked. "Yes." Su Wenjun nodded but didn't elaborate. "Do you know his identity? Before he joined the Night Watchers?" Huo Yun continued to ask. "More than 20 years ago, Mr. Su, you were ranked 51 on the Earth rankings. At that time, the one ranked 50. Li Changfeng seemed to remember something and said, "I think his name was Shen Lingyun." Hearing this, Li Yang immediately became interested. Was there some drama to watch? Su Wenjun was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "That's right. 20 years ago, Shen Lingyun ranked 50 on the Earth rankings, and I was 51. At that time, I had just broken through to the Venerable Realm, full of ambition. In less than 2 years, I went from obscurity to breaking into the top 100 of the Earth rankings. Then, in another 3 years, I climbed to rank 51. But after that, I was stuck for a full 5 years. As he said this, a trace of helplessness flashed in Su Wenjun's eyes. Shen Lingyun came from the Shen family in Jiangnan, an ancient family with a history of over 1,000 years, rich in heritage and talent. Su Wenjun recalled everything about Shen Lingyun back then and said slowly, he was incredibly gifted, breaking through to the Venerable Realm at the age of 30. His profession was an SSS-level Shadow King. Shadow King? Upon hearing this, Li Yang immediately became interested. What's so powerful about this profession? Su Wenjun explained, the Shadow King is an extremely powerful control-type profession, capable of manipulating shadow forces, coming and going without a trace, and killing invisibly. The black mist he used earlier is his venerable talent skill, Shadow Domain. Once covered by the black mist, it's like falling into endless darkness, left at the mercy of others. At the same time, this Shadow Domain can strongly isolate everything, completely cutting off the inside from the outside. Back then, I fought him many times but never defeated him. In fact, I rarely even saw the full extent of this Shadow Domain skill. A trace of apprehension flashed in Su Wenjun's eyes. This guy was not only powerful but also extremely arrogant, offending many people in the imperial capital. Later, I retired due to some matters and became the governor of Lizhou. One day, I heard that Shen Lingyun was being hunted and had fled to Lizhou. I even thought of going to see if I could help him. But when I arrived, I only saw his corpse. At that time, everyone thought he was dead, and I thought so too. Now it seems he must have faked his death to escape and then joined the Night Watchers. After all, given his situation at the time, only by joining the Night Watchers could he have had a chance to survive. The people he offended were not easy to deal with. Even as a member of the Shen family from Jiangnan, they might not have been able to protect him. Not to mention, I heard he even provoked a few princes. Su Wenjun's tone carried a hint of emotion and size. The Night Watchers are that powerful? Li Yang was full of surprise after hearing this and couldn't help but ask, they even dare to protect someone the princes want dead? Ha! Su Wenjun chuckled and said, what do you think the Night Watchers are? They are personally dispatched by the Emperor. If the Emperor allowed the Night Watchers to be easily threatened, what would become of his authority? Hearing this, Li Yang immediately understood. Right, how could he have forgotten this point? The Night Watchers are the Emperor's personal guards. If even the Night Watchmen cannot protect people, it means the Emperor's authority is being challenged. Li Changfeng looked at Li Yang, who had an expression of sudden realization, and shook his head, sighing inwardly, this kid is still too naive. Completely unaware of the immense protection and benefits he has gained by joining the Night Watchmen. I never expected that Shen Lingyun, who was unmatched in his prime, would reappear in such a capacity. Huayun said with deep emotion, as if transported back to the era when Su Wenjun dominated Lizhou. At that time, he had just embarked on his official career and could only hear others recount tales of such legendary figures. Unfortunately, Shen Lingyun faked his death too early back then and never had the chance to face Mr. Su head-on, Li Changfeng said with a smile. Otherwise, people wouldn't say Mr. Su relied on luck to squeeze into the top 50 of the Earth rankings. In my opinion, with Mr. Su's strength, give him another 10 years, and he might have been able to defeat Shen Lingyun head-on. Su Wenjun listened and shook his head with a bitter smile. I know my own situation best. Shen Lingyun's talent and strength far exceeded my imagination. Even with another 10 years, I might not have been able to beat him. Not to mention, I was stuck at the 51st position on the Earth rankings for 5 years, my spirit worn down. Later, disheartened, I resigned from my position as the governor of Lizhou and started a business. As he spoke, his tone was filled with melancholy and helplessness. Back then, he was also a young genius full of ambition, hoping to make a name for himself in martial arts. But reality dealt him a harsh blow. At the 51st position on the Earth rankings, he encountered the insurmountable mountain that was Shen Lingyun. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't surpass him. Over time, his confidence and spirit were gradually eroded, and he eventually gave up martial arts, choosing another path. Li Yang listened, his heart filled with curiosity and anticipation. He hadn't expected such a story between Su Wenjun and Night Owl. Just as Li Yang was engrossed, the stardust ring on his hand suddenly trembled slightly. Ha! Li Yang was startled and looked down at the ring, which was glowing faintly. At the same time, he felt a weak mental wave emanating from the ring. This is... Li Yang's heart stirred, and he immediately realized. Stardust and moonlight were a pair of special artifacts that allowed the wearers to communicate and hear each other's inner thoughts. And now, the wearer of moonlight, Su Mumu, was transmitting information to him. He turned to look, only to see Su Mumu still lying on the ground, unconscious. The little rich girl hadn't woken up yet, so how could she consciously connect to the ring? What was she trying to say? Li Yang's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly calmed himself, focusing all his attention on the ring. The surrounding sounds seemed to fade away. The voices of Li Changfeng and Huayun, the noise from the audience, everything seemed isolated in another world. Li Yang's mind became tranquil, with only the faint yet clear mental wave from the ring. He felt as if he had entered a magical space, where everything around him became ethereal and illusory. Time seemed to stand still. After an unknown amount of time, a crisp and pleasant voice suddenly rang in his ears. Hey, dummy, can you hear me? Back then, those who made it onto the Earth rankings in Lizhou were all geniuses. Any one of them could dominate a region. Huayun's eyes were full of nostalgia, his tone filled with admiration and emotion. Unfortunately, in recent years, old friends have rarely appeared. I wonder how they're doing now, Li Changfeng sighed. Indeed, I wonder if they've made further progress, Huayun echoed with emotion. With their talent and strength, breaking through to higher levels is only a matter of time, Su Wenjun said calmly. Alright, let's not dwell on the past. Su Wenjun waved his hand, changing the subject. Now is the era of the young. We old folks shouldn't act old anymore. Speaking of which, this year's human rankings are particularly lively, especially the newcomers. Each one is exceptionally talented and incredibly strong. That's right, especially your son, Hua Wu, Governor Hua. He's truly a dragon among men. So young, yet already a rising star on the human rankings. It's only a matter of time before he makes it to the Earth rankings. Li Changfeng said with a smile, not forgetting to praise Hui Yun. Ha ha ha, brother Li, you're too kind. Xiao Wu still has a long way to go. Hui Yun spoke modestly, but the pride on his face was unmistakable. Hua Wu was indeed his pride and joy, showing extraordinary martial talent. From a young age. After just 1 year at Tianyue, he had already become a master on the human rankings. Even compared to Su Mumu today, he was not inferior at all. Thinking of this, Hui Yun smiled gradually. Stiffened. There was no helping it, Su Mumu's performance today was simply too stunning, unprecedented even. The 3 old men present, each a prodigy in their youth, had seen countless so-called geniuses over the years, but none could compare to Su Mumu. Forget her 3 strikes of 3,000 springs, just the fact that she fought evenly against a level 5 opponent, who was also an SSS class and an early game powerhouse dissension master, was enough to prove her talent. The 3 of them understood that Su Mumu had the potential to pursue a path they no longer dared to dream of. It's getting late. I think we should take Mumu back to rest, Li Changfeng suggested, glancing at the sky. Yes, that sounds good, Su Wenjun nodded in agreement. Wait a moment, Li Yang suddenly spoke up. What's wrong? The 3 of them looked at Li Yang in confusion. Don't take Mumu home, Uncle Su. Publicly, say that in today's match, Mumu won easily. Li Yang paused before continuing, but at the end of the match, Xiao Chufan's guard, Zhou Chen, suddenly went berserk and killed someone. Xiao Chufan died on the spot, and Mumu was caught in the chaos, gravely injured and rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. The 3 of them were completely baffled, unable to understand what Li Yang was trying to do. Kid, what are you playing at? Hui Yun couldn't help but ask. Why say that? Isn't this just causing trouble? Yeah. Li Yang, just say what you mean. We're listening, Li Changfeng added, his face full of confusion. Li Yang smiled and said, this is Mumu's idea. Mumu's idea? Su Wenjun was momentarily stunned before realizing that Li Yang must have communicated with Su Mumu using the ring. Such a small gadget, of course, couldn't escape his notice. This girl, what is she planning? Su Wenjun frowned slightly. Li Yang didn't answer directly but turned to look at the unconscious Su Mumu, a faint smile on his lips. Mumu said she wants to try luring the enemy out. The light of dawn spilled over the east sea like cheap paint. On the beach, Li Yang let out a long yawn. 6 days until the martial exam, time was pressing. Following the advice of the little rich girl, they had ultimately sent her to the hospital. Today, Li Yang had to continue clearing dungeons alone. But he couldn't shake the feeling that this dungeon wouldn't be simple. Was it because he was attempting abyss difficulty today? I wonder if I can reach level 30 in the next few days and unlock a new entry. Then again, even if I hit level 30, I still haven't sorted out the job change book. Li Yang sighed, his face full of worry. This is so stressful. Life is unbearable. If his peers heard this, they'd probably faint from anger. After all, most candidates hadn't even reached level 15 yet. Level 15 meant a significant advantage in the martial exam, with an extra skill over others. Forget it, no point overthinking. Let's just clear the dungeon. Li Yang opened the dungeon selection interface and locked onto Goblin Dungeon, Abyss difficulty. Taking a deep breath, he entered. Phew, that's the Goblin Dungeon completely cleared. Li Yang muttered to himself. Abyss difficulty, let's see if you can surprise me. The familiar scene unfolded, dark, damp underground tunnels filled with a foul stench, no different from the previous difficulties. If I remember correctly, a few more steps and I'll encounter patrolling low-level goblins. Li Yang smirked, ready to obliterate the monsters. He strolled leisurely forward when suddenly, a massive shadow appeared before him, and Li Yang's smile froze instantly. By the faint firelight, he saw the monster clearly, a giant goblin over 2 meters tall, clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive axe taller than himself. You call this a low-level goblin? Li Yang's eye twitched as he internally complained. Has the Abyss difficulty monster gene completely mutated? Roar! The giant goblin let out a furious roar, swinging its axe ferociously with overwhelming momentum. Li Yang stood motionless, not even blinking. Clang! A loud crash echoed as the giant axe struck Li Yang, producing the sound of metal colliding. The giant goblin staggered backward repeatedly, its arm holding the axe trembling uncontrollably. Li Yang dusted off his clothes and smiled at it. "Buddy, what's your attack power? You can't even break through my defense, yet you dare to show up?" Heh, he had just tanked Xiao Chufan's full-force strike with dual divine descent and various buffs without a scratch. A mere goblin couldn't even harm a single hair on him. Abyss difficulty? To the goblin, Li Yang was the real abyss. Not wanting to waste time, he raised the AK in his hand and unleashed a burst of bullets. Bang bang bang! The giant goblin let out a miserable cry as blood splattered from its body. "Oh? Still not dead?" Li Yang raised an eyebrow. It seemed abyss difficulty monsters were indeed no joke. "So, this is the power of abyss difficulty? I like it." The giant goblin, realizing close combat was futile, immediately pulled out a large horn from its back and puffed up its cheeks to blow. Trying to call for reinforcements? No way. Without hesitation, Li Yang pulled the trigger, and a barrage of bullets instantly engulfed it. Killed heavy armor goblin berserker, gained 34,892 experience points. Li Yang bent down to pick up the blue equipment on the ground and casually tossed it into his spatial ring. For most of his peers, this blue equipment would be a treasure, but for Li Yang, it was as common as trash. "Alright, let's keep moving." Li Yang hummed a tune as he ventured deeper into the dungeon. Before long, he sensed a powerful energy fluctuation ahead. "Looks like I've encountered a big one." Li Yang's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He lightened his steps and stealthily approached the corner, peeking around it. In a massive hollow space, a 3-meter-tall giant goblin stood with its back to him, guarding an altar. This goblin had bulging muscles, dark red skin, and 2 tusks protruding from the corners of its mouth, glinting coldly. It held a massive totem pole engraved with eerie runes, exuding a chilling dark aura. Abyss Priest Kaza, Elite. Wow, that design screams dangerous character. Li Yang grew cautious. The Abyss Priest seemed to sense the threat, suddenly turning around, its crimson eyes locking onto Li Yang as it let out a deafening roar. Roar! The next moment, it raised the totem pole and smashed it down toward Li Yang. Just what I wanted. Li Yang didn't retreat but advanced. Instead, kicking off the ground and turning into a blur, easily dodging the attack. Boom! The totem pole struck the ground, causing it to crack instantly, with debris flying everywhere. Li Yang didn't dare let his guard down. He raised his AK and unleashed a barrage of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets hit the Abyss Priest, as if striking steel plates, leaving only shallow marks. The actual damage was there, but its health was too thick, and the damage was minimal. Fortunately, percentage-based health reduction was effective, and the priest's life visibly decreased. The Abyss Priest roared furiously, swinging the totem pole for another attack. This time, Li Yang was prepared, dodging nimbly while searching for openings. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Killed Abyss Priest Kaza, Elite, gained 120,000 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV21. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Power +1. All stats restored. Phew, that was close. Li Yang let out a sigh of relief, and walked over to the priest's corpse to start looting. Ha! A purple weapon? His eyes lit up as he curiously picked it up. It was a beautifully crafted crossbow, jet black like ink, with strange patterns carved into its body, emitting a faint purple glow. To be honest, with Li Yang's current high-quality equipment, he wouldn't have given this purple crossbow a second glance if he weren't skilled as an archer. He casually opened the weapon's attribute panel. Name, Abyssal Wrath, purple, type, crossbow, additional attack power, 300 to 350 attributes, strength +15, agility +25 skills, Abyssal Whispers, 10% chance to inflict fear on enemies when attacking, lasting 3 seconds. Rapid Fire, active skill, consumes 50 mental energy, increases attack speed by 50% for 10 seconds. Description, a weapon from the Abyss, imbued with powerful dark energy. It can even speed up shooting? Li Yang was intrigued and tried channeling mental energy into the crossbow. Instantly, the crossbow became incredibly lightweight, and its firing speed was astonishing. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A burst of shots pierced through a wall. With the skill activated, it can fire about 110 rounds per second? Li Yang roughly calculated and immediately felt a bit overwhelmed. He regretted even looking at this crossbow. Its firing speed was only slightly faster than an AK. Phew, better put it away for now. Reluctantly, Li Yang stored the abyssal wrath in his spatial ring. It wasn't that the crossbow was bad. At this level, with skill bonuses, its firing speed even surpassed his AK enhanced with Breath of Swiftness. But the problem was, his AK had been upgraded with 2 legendary items. Sigh, if only I could dismantle Phoenix Eye and Breath of Swiftness. Li Yang sighed. If I could add Breath of Swiftness to this thing, my damage output would increase tenfold. With no other choice, Li Yang continued forward. Rat-tat-tat. Bang bang bang. You have killed a goblin spear thrower, gaining 48,500 experience points. You have killed a goblin shaman, gaining 29,200 experience points. You have killed a goblin wolf rider, gaining 50,500 experience points. Li Yang slashed through monsters along the way, his experience points skyrocketing. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, LV 22. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Energy +1. All stats restored. Leveled up so quickly? Li Yang was momentarily stunned, then shouted. Excitedly, as expected of Abyss difficulty, the experience points flow like water. Kill! Li Yang roared, his AK spitting flames, sending goblins back to their maker. You have killed a goblin warlord, gaining 75,000 experience points. Congratulations! The title, Goblin Slayer, has leveled up. Title, Goblin Slayer, Legendary, Effect, damage against goblin-type monsters is doubled, with a chance to instantly kill. Description, you are the nightmare of goblins, and your name has become their worst fear. The moment goblins hear your footsteps, their souls are already in despair. A golden light descended from the sky, enveloping Li Yang. What? Am I destined to specialize in killing goblins from now on? Li Yang looked at the glowing title above his head, feeling both amused and exasperated. However, the title's effect was undeniably impressive, and the golden glow looked cool, somewhat compensating for his emotional loss. Oh well, goblins it is. Li Yang shrugged and continued forward. As he progressed, the number of goblins increased. Upon seeing Li Yang, they all knelt down trembling, not even daring to run. Was this the power of the legendary Goblin Slayer? Ah, this is hilarious. Li Yang laughed heartily, pulling the trigger without hesitation and starting a frenzied massacre. Rat-tat-tat. Bang bang bang. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, LV 23. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Energy +1. All stats restored. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, LV 24. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Spirit +1. Full status restored. Awesome! Li Yang was like an tireless killing machine, unstoppable, with goblin corpses piling up like mountains. Few finally reached the boss room. Standing at the entrance of the boss room, Li Yang let out a long breath. Guarding the door were 2 massive goblins. One was an Abyss Guardian, wielding a giant tower shield, heavily armored with extremely high defense. The other was a Abyss Warlock, holding a bone staff capable of casting powerful dark magic. These 2 elite monsters were even stronger than the previous Abyss Priest Kaza, which would have been a tough battle in the past. But under the suppression of the Goblin Slayer title, they were like mice encountering a cat, trembling in fear, not daring to resist, and directly knelt down. Spare us, sir. We were wrong, we shouldn't have offended you. Li Yang chuckled lightly, completely ignoring the 2 goblins. Bang! 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 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 elite monsters turned into experience points, absorbed by Li Yang. Awesome! Li Yang clenched his fist and pushed the door open to enter the boss room. The room was still familiar, a spacious underground palace with blazing torches on all sides, and a high throne in the center. The difference was that the Goblin King sitting on the throne was also kneeling on the ground, trembling, not even daring to lift his head. Li Yang was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. All the monsters have changed, only this one hasn't. I should have known better than to focus on this crossbow. Its firing speed is only slightly faster than an AK. Phew, better put it away for now. Reluctantly, Li Yang stored the Wrath of the Abyss into his spatial ring. It wasn't that the crossbow was bad. With skill enhancements, its firing speed even surpassed his AK enhanced with the Breath of God speed. But the problem was, his AK had been upgraded with 2 legendary items. Sigh, if only I could dismantle Phoenix Eye in Breath of Godspeed. Li Yang sighed, if this crossbow could have the effect of Breath of Godspeed, my damage output would increase tenfold. Helplessly, he could only move forward. Bang! 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 Killed Goblin Spearman, gained 48,500 experience points. Killed Goblin Shaman, gained 29,200 experience points. Killed Goblin Wolf Rider, gained 50,500 experience points. Li Yang slaughtered his way through, his experience points skyrocketing rapidly. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV22. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Spirit +1. Full status restored. Leveled up. So quickly? Li Yang was stunned, then shouted excitedly, this abyss difficulty is no joke, experience points are flowing like water. Kill! Li Yang roared in excitement, his AK spitting fire, sending wave after wave of goblins back to their maker. Killed Goblin Warlord, gains 75,000 experience points. Congratulations, the title Goblin Slayer has leveled up. Goblin Slayer, Legendary, effect, damage to Goblin-type monsters is doubled, with a chance to instantly kill. Description, you are the nightmare of goblins, your name strikes fear into their hearts. When goblins hear your footsteps, their souls are already in despair. A golden light descended from the sky, illuminating Li Yang. What? Am I destined to hunt goblins from now on? Li Yang looked at the glittering title above his head, feeling both amused and helpless. However, the title's effect was indeed impressive, and the golden glow was quite cool, offering some consolation to his wounded heart. Oh well, goblins it is. Li Yang shrugged and continued forward. Along the way, more and more goblins appeared. Upon seeing him, they all knelt down, trembling all over, not even daring to run. Is this the power of the legendary Goblin Slayer? Ha ha ha, interesting. Li Yang laughed heartily, pulled the trigger in one go, and began his slaughter. Da da da. 2. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV23. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Power +1. All statuses restored. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV24. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Armor +1, Mental Power +1. All statuses restored. Awesome, Li Yang was like an unstoppable killing machine, tireless and relentless, with corpses piling up like mountains. Ha, finally reached the boss room. Li Yang stood at the entrance, took a deep breath. Two massive goblins guarded the door. One was an Abyss Guardian, wielding a giant tower shield and clad in heavy armor, with extremely high defense. The other was an Abyss Warlock, holding a bone staff capable of casting powerful dark magic. These two elites were even stronger than the previous Abyss Priest Kaza, and would have been a tough fight in the past. But under the suppression of the Goblin Slayer title, they were like mice seeing a cat, trembling and kneeling in fear, not daring to resist at all. Spare us, my lord. We were wrong. We shouldn't have offended you. Li Yang chuckled lightly, not even bothering to respond. Da da da. 2. Two gunshots, and the two elites turned into experience points, instantly taken down by him. Awesome. Li Yang clenched his fist, pushed open the boss room door, and walked in. The boss room was still the familiar underground palace, with torches burning around and a high throne in the center. The difference was that the Goblin King sitting on the throne was now kneeling on the ground, trembling, not even daring to lift his head. Li Yang was stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. The monsters have changed, but this guy hasn't. It seemed the Goblin Slayer title was effective even on the boss. Alright, get up and face your death. Li Yang didn't want to waste time. He raised his AK, aimed at the king's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a gunshot, the Goblin King didn't even have time to scream before turning into a pile of minced meat. At the same time, a crisp sound rang out, and a golden light flashed from the corpse. Something dropped. Li Yang's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly ran to the Goblin King's corpse to check the loot. But when he saw the item, the smile on his face froze instantly. It was a white mask, looking as ordinary as could be, with nothing special about it. What the hell is this? A golden quality mask? Li Yang was full of confusion. He picked up the mask and opened the attribute panel. Name, Gaze of the Faceless, Gold, Category, Mask Special. Effects: absolute concealment. When worn, completely hides all of your presence, including life force and energy fluctuations, with no time limit. Faceless One, active skill, consumes 100 mental power to replicate the appearance, voice, and presence of any creature, lasting 1 hour, with a 24-hour cooldown. Description: no one knows the origin of this mask, like a ghost emerging from the void, silently observing all things in the world. Holy crap! This thing! Seeing the attributes, Li Yang couldn't help but take a sharp breath, his mind instantly blown. At first, seeing it was a mask, he was a bit disappointed. If it had been a legendary crossbow, at least it could have made up for the regret of the previously dropped useless weapons. But the effects of this mask, that's just insane. Absolute concealment allowed him to completely vanish without a trace, becoming a true ghost. Whether for infiltration, assassination, or reconnaissance, this skill was simply game-breaking. And the Faceless One's skill was even more terrifying, allowing him to transform into anyone, mimicking their appearance, voice, and presence. It was the ultimate tool for the strongest spy or assassin. He had just agreed to join the Night Watchers, and immediately obtained such an overpowered item. This was simply destiny. Congratulations on clearing the Goblin Dungeon, Abyss difficulty, and obtaining a golden chest. Based on your personal performance, extra reward, golden treasure chest. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy thuds echoed as 2 glittering golden treasure chests landed in front of Li Yang. Ha! Why is it still golden? Li Yang rubbed his eyes and leaned closer to confirm he wasn't mistaken. The color was identical to the reward chest he had received last time when teaming up with the little rich lady to clear the Abyss dungeon. Li Yang pursed his lips, feeling a bit displeased. This time it was a level 5 Abyss difficulty. Couldn't they at least give a higher tier platinum chest for some dignity? He recalled the last time he teamed up with the little rich lady to clear the Abyss dungeon, sacrificing 2 teammates and barely managing to pass the level 1 difficulty. Back then, opening the golden chest had made them both ecstatic. The Breath of Swiftness and the Fox statue were obtained during that time. Thinking about it, it was only a week ago. In just 1 short week. Forget it, forget it. The difficulty has increased, so the items inside should definitely be better than those from Hell difficulty, Li Yang consoled himself. After all, Abyss difficulty chests were still better than those from lower-level dungeons. He didn't rush to open the chest, instead, his gaze fell on an inconspicuous stone on the ground, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Let's test the invisibility effect of this thing first, Li Yang muttered to himself, holding the gaze of the Faceless One. He carefully placed the mask on the stone, and the next second, a miracle happened. The stone disappeared. The mask disappeared too. What the? It really turned invisible? Just like that? Li Yang couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The effect was simply heaven-defying. Right before his eyes, the stone vanished completely without a trace. Even with his current mental strength, he couldn't sense its presence at all. If he hadn't known he had placed the mask there, he wouldn't have thought there had ever been a stone in that spot. To test the mask's invisibility effect more thoroughly, he unhesitatingly activated his only perception skill, Eagle Eye. Once Eagle Eye was activated, everything around him was laid bare. No movement could escape its detection. But after scanning the area, Eagle Eye found nothing. Amazing! Li Yang nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to retrieve the mask from memory and placing it back into his spatial bracelet. The invisibility effect was absolutely top-notch. As for the transformation skill, he'd have to wait until he left to test it. Turning back to the 2 glittering golden treasure chests, he rubbed his hands together and took a deep breath. Alright, let's open the chest. With a dazzling burst of white light, one of the treasure chests slowly opened. Here it comes. Mythical grade. Please let it be a mythical grade weapon. Li Yang stared at the chest with anticipation, but when he saw the contents, the smile on his face froze instantly. It was a bottle? Inside the bottle was a pale golden liquid emitting a faint fragrance, looking mysterious and enigmatic. What is this thing? Li Yang was dumbfounded. It was completely different from the mythical grade reward he had imagined. He quickly opened the system panel to check the item information. Name, longevity pill category, elixir effect, consuming it extends lifespan by 50 years. Description: a legendary elixir crafted from the heartblood of the divine beast Phoenix, capable of granting new life to the dying and extending life by 50 years. What the? Longevity pill? Li Yang froze upon reading the item description. The name sounded incredibly impressive. But, what use did this have for him? He was only 18 years old, far from needing to extend his lifespan. Can this thing even be considered a mythical grade item? Li Yang couldn't help but complain, can't they give me something practical? Like an artifact or a skill book. If not, even a usable job change book would do. At this moment, Li Yang's mood was like that of a useless bystander wandering through a lively place but unable to find a sense of belonging. No, don't think that way. It's a bit ominous. Wouldn't it be a waste to just recycle this thing? Li Yang stared at the longevity pill in his hand, falling into deep thought. Maybe I should give it to Uncle Su? Uncle Su had guarded Lai Zhou in his youth, long since reaching the venerable realm with formidable strength. Now, he was getting older and might just need this item. Li Yang stroked his chin and muttered to himself, TSK, 50 years of lifespan, this thing is practically priceless to some people. However, he quickly shook his head and dismissed the thought. Forget it, I'll put it away for now and deal with it later. Who knows? It might come in handy someday. With a sigh, Li Yang placed the longevity pill back into his spatial wristband. Although it was useless to him, the pill's life-extending effects were enough to drive countless seasoned professionals into a frenzy. Even the emperors of Great Xia throughout history, who among them didn't desperately seek such a treasure? Just as Li Yang was about to leave the dungeon and rethink his plans, the underground city suddenly began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Boom! 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 What the hell is going on? Li Yang staggered, nearly losing his balance. He quickly steadied himself against the wall, his face full of confusion as he looked around. Were there still monsters left to clear? But the dungeon was empty, aside from him. And 2 treasure chests, there were no other creatures. No, it wasn't monsters, it was. The next second, the space beside him was forcibly torn open by an invisible giant hand. A purple rift appeared out of thin air, exuding an eerie aura. It was almost identical to the entrance of the East Sea Rift dungeon, except smaller. What the hell is this? Li Yang's eyes widened as he gripped his AK tightly, swallowing nervously. He had cleared countless dungeons, but this was the first time he'd encountered something like this. In his 18 years of life, he'd never even heard of such a thing, not even in textbooks. Could it be someone had broken into the dungeon from the outside? That seemed like the only reasonable explanation. As Li Yang was still puzzling over the situation, a figure slowly emerged from the rift. The person was dressed in a pristine white robe, so clean it looked. Freshly washed, like a celestial being from a painting. Their face was obscured by a strange mask that resembled both a bird and a fish, intricately carved with patterns that emitted a faint golden glow, making it impossible to discern their true appearance. The moment they stepped out of the rift, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire dungeon. Li Yang felt his chest tighten. His breathing labored, as if a massive mountain was crushing him, leaving him gasping for air. A sovereign level? He struggled to lift his head, staring at the mysterious figure in shock. Were sovereign-level beings this casual nowadays? Were they being mass-produced? The person who emerged from the rift glanced around, their white robe fluttering despite the absence of wind. Like a floating cloud. They frowned slightly, their voice low and puzzled beneath the mask. Strange, isn't this the Goblin Dungeon? How could such a low-level dungeon produce a longevity pill? Bai Zhe wouldn't lie to me, would he? As soon as the words left their mouth, Li Yang's heart raced, a chill running straight to his head. This person was here for the longevity pill. They were here to steal it. What should he do? Should he use Point Kill now? Point Kill was his trump card skill, and when paired with Execution Line, it could even instantly kill a sovereign-level being. But Point Kill required 2 minutes of preparation time. And once activated, the opponent would immediately notice. A sovereign-level being's lightning-fast reflexes would undoubtedly interrupt it. What should he do? With his current strength, he could only bully rookies like Xiao Chufan. Going head-to-head with a sovereign was clearly out of the question. Even against a saint level, it would barely be worth trying. Damn it! Time seemed to freeze as Li Yang's mind raced, desperately trying to come up with a plan. At that moment, the mysterious figure seemed to sense something and suddenly turned their gaze toward Li Yang and the golden treasure chest behind him. There's still a chest. Unopened. They murmured, but it shouldn't be that. Bai Zhe told me the timing is now. With that, they began walking toward Li Yang, each step landing like a hammer on his heart. making him so tense he could barely breathe. Li Yang instinctively took a step back, gripping his AK tightly, his palms slick with sweat. "Young man, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person." The mysterious figure seemed to read his thoughts, chuckling softly with a warm tone. Li Yang's mouth twitched slightly. "Brother, your words don't sound reassuring at all." The mysterious man paused in his steps, glanced at the AK in Li Yang's hand, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Oh?" He froze for a moment, as if he had discovered something, then couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, who would have thought to meet someone like this here? When I get back, I must have a good chat with Zhongming." Li Yang couldn't understand a word of what he was saying and could only stare at him blankly. The mysterious man stopped laughing, his sharp gaze fixed on Li Yang, and said with a smile, "Young man, you should have a longevity pill in your possession, am I right?" Now, Li Yang knew there was no way out. He took a deep breath and pretended to stay calm as he nodded. "Yes, so what? Good, good." The mysterious man visibly relaxed and muttered to himself, Bai Zhe was right after all. "I didn't expect to actually get it here. Saved me a lot of trouble. Finally, I can report back to my sister." His tone was full of confidence, as if the longevity pill was already in his grasp. This made Li Yang feel very uncomfortable. But discomfort aside, the gap in their strength was clear. What should he do? This guy clearly intended to steal the treasure. Li Yang felt bitter. If the other party really decided to kill and rob him, he wouldn't stand a chance. Was he really going to have to hand over the longevity pill without a fight? He gritted his teeth, a wave of unwillingness surging in his heart. Although the longevity pill wasn't of much use to him, giving it up so easily felt like a waste. But at the moment, it seemed there was no other choice. Stall for time and see what he really wants. Li Yang decided to play it by ear. The mysterious man seemed to notice Li Yang's tension and smiled, taking the initiative to explain, "Young man, I must have scared you earlier. My apologies. A friend of mine told me that someone here would obtain a longevity pill. If I wanted it, I had to come here now. So, I temporarily opened a passage to the dungeon space and came here directly from the outside." Li Yang's mind was in turmoil as he listened. Never mind how Kunping's friend could almost predict the future, knowing down to the second that he would obtain the longevity pill. But that earlier statement, open a passage to the dungeon space? Enter from the outside? This thing could be opened? Everyone else was inside the dungeon, and yet someone could forcibly insert themselves? Impossible. Whether it was the official dungeon descriptions or the knowledge he had learned over the years, everything told Li Yang. Once inside a dungeon, unless you formed a team at the start, no one could join midway. Dungeon spaces were special spaces independent of Blue Star, and he had never heard of anyone being able to artificially open a passage. Could a sovereign-level powerhouse really do such a thing? Li Yang carefully recalled the powerful figures he knew. Even people like Li Changfeng and Hui Yun, who were sovereigns, didn't have this ability. Who on earth was this guy? The mysterious man saw Li Yang's silence and still wore a faint smile as he spoke. "You can call me Kunpeng. He paused, as if organizing his thoughts, and after a moment, slowly said, "I come from the Celestial White Jade Capital." Celestial White Jade Capital. These words exploded like thunder in Li Yang's mind, leaving him unable to calm down for a long time. Of course, he knew about the Celestial White Jade Capital. Last time, at the East Sea, when he accidentally shattered the sea-suppressing stone and nearly caused a catastrophe, Li Changfeng and Hui Yun had mentioned this mysterious organization. But, wasn't it said that the people of the Celestial White Jade Capital are all enigmatic and unfathomable? Li Yang was shocked. Wasn't this organization something no one could even confirm existed? How was someone from it now standing right in front of him? And what exactly was this Celestial White Jade Capital? A place? A building? Or an organization? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Thinking too much now wouldn't help. "Mr. Kunpeng?" Li Yang looked up at the mysterious man in white robes before him and slowly spoke, "You want the longevity pill in my hand, don't you?" As he spoke, he raised the small bottle containing the longevity pill. A glow of white light with 7 colored hues radiated from the bottle's opening. "So it really is this thing." A gleam of joy flashed in Kunpeng's eyes, and he involuntarily took 2 steps forward, excitedly saying, "Young man, would you be willing to trade with me?" Trade? Li Yang, who had already hit rock bottom, suddenly brightened up upon hearing this word. Wait a minute? Isn't this robbery? How could there be such a good deal? Li Yang had originally thought the other party would simply snatch the item away, and he was already prepared to give up the longevity pill to save his life. Unexpectedly, the other party was actually willing to trade with him. Calculating this, wouldn't he be making a huge profit? Besides, he didn't even need the longevity pill. If he could exchange it for something useful, anything would be a gain. May I ask, Mr. Kunpeng, what would you like to trade for? Li Yang asked tentatively, trying to sound as calm as possible, though his voice still carried a tremor, unable to hide his excitement. Kunpeng smiled, waved his hand, and generously said, young friend, I may not be a big shot, but I do have some good items on hand. As for mythical level equipment and items, I don't lack those. He paused, with a hint of helplessness. It's just that a family member of mine is gravely ill and urgently needs the longevity pill to extend their life. This kind of item gets snatched up as soon as it appears on the market, making it impossible to buy. I had no other choice but to ask a friend to divine a fortune, which led me to know that someone here would have a longevity pill today, so I rushed over. How about this, young friend? Whatever you want, just say it. As long as it's not something too excessive, I'm willing to trade for it. Anything? Li Yang lowered his head in thought, seriously considering what he truly needed. The longevity pill was useless to him. Trading it for mythical level items would definitely be a profit. Anything would be a profit. So, what did he need most right now? A protective artifact? He already had the Sea Calming Talisman, and his armor's defense was astonishing, making it difficult for anyone of the same level to break through. Equipment? If the other party could offer mythical level equipment for him to choose from, he might be able to pick something satisfactory. After all, mythical level equipment comes with powerful attributes that could make him stronger, not to mention those near cheat level skills. How about trading for a mythical level weapon? A thought struck him. For any profession, weapons are the most important. A powerful weapon could transform one's strength dramatically. But as soon as this idea emerged, Li Yang dismissed it. What he needed most right now wasn't a weapon with immense power, but one with the fastest attack speed. The weapon's level didn't matter, even an ordinary one would do, as long as it had high attack speed. Paired with execution line, it could unleash earth-shattering power in his hands. Besides, if I trade for a mythical level weapon, what about my AK? Li Yang felt conflicted. He had invested too much effort and paid a huge price for this AK. Giving it up would be too much of a pity. Wait. A brilliant idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He looked up at Kunpeng with a determined gaze. Mr. Kunpeng, do you happen to have something that can dismantle modification items from weapons? Dismantle modification items from weapons? Kunpeng was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood Li Yang's intention and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, young friend, you're quite interesting. Li Yang was completely puzzled, not understanding why the other party was laughing. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? He asked, confused. Kunpeng finally stopped laughing, looked at the AK in Li Yang's hand, and said meaningfully, young friend, are you regretting using the Phoenix Eye and Breath of Speed to modify this weapon? Li Yang's heart trembled, his pupils contracting sharply. This guy actually knew what items he had used to modify the AK? Li Changfeng and Hui Yun were both at the venerable level, and they could only tell that the AK had been modified, roughly guessing it involved some kind of legendary level items, but they couldn't pinpoint exactly what. This guy figured it out at a glance? His strength was definitely above Li Changfeng and Hui Yun. As for how he compared to Su Wenjun and Shen Lingyun, Li Yang immediately had a judgment in his heart. Young friend, don't be surprised. Kunpeng seemed to have anticipated Li Yang's reaction, smiling faintly with a touch of sentimentality. The item you're talking about, I do indeed have. However, he changed his tone, shaking his head, all things in heaven and earth have form and soul. Using a mythical grade item solely for dismantling and modification is too wasteful. Li Yang was momentarily stunned, knowing he had a point, but couldn't help asking, then, Mr. Kunpeng, are you saying? Kunpeng didn't answer directly, instead speaking slowly, in the northern abyss, there is a fish called Koan. Koan is unimaginably large, it transforms into a bird called Pang. Pang's back is also vast, spanning thousands of miles. When it spreads its wings, it resembles clouds that cover the sky. With each sentence he spoke, the Surrounding space trembled, and the underground city seemed on the verge of collapse. I have a unique skill called No Edge. Kunpeng's voice was deep and distant. No Edge is formless and shapeless, capable of transforming into all things, its form moving with the heart, its intent shifting with thought. It allows weapons to adapt freely and merge with all things. If you don't mind, I can directly help you modify your weapon. Li Yang was utterly confused, unable to grasp what the other was saying. Well. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Mr. Kunpeng, could you explain it more simply? I didn't understand. Kunpeng couldn't help but laugh, explaining, simply put, I can help you modify your weapon so that it can merge with any other weapon, absorb their strengths, eliminate their weaknesses, and ultimately create a unique weapon most suited to you. However, he shifted his tone, the fusion process requires consuming something. Consume what? Li Yang quickly asked. Kunpeng looked up, his gaze profound, as if piercing through the walls of the underground city to see the starry sky, fragments of the myriad races in the universe. Li Yang's heart stirred, suddenly recalling the Moon Soul Dragon fragment in his spatial ring. All this time, he hadn't figured out how to use it. Could it finally come in handy now? Young friend, what do you think? Kunpeng exhaled deeply. If you don't want me to modify your weapon, I can also help you dismantle a legendary grade item, or directly give you another set of Eye of the Phoenix and Breath of Speed materials. That's also an option. Tell me, which one do you choose? Li Yang was instantly caught in hesitation. Among the three options Kunpeng offered, having him modify the AK was clearly the most cost-effective. Moreover, with this choice, the Moon Soul Dragon fragment in Li Yang's possession could finally be put to use. But wouldn't that mean the other party wasn't directly giving him anything, just using a skill, while he was giving away the longevity pill for free? Wasn't it supposed to be mythical grade item for mythical grade item? It felt like the best choice, yet thinking about how he'd be losing out, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Kunpeng saw through Li Yang's concerns at a glance and smiled, saying, how about this? I'll throw in an extra legendary grade shooter weapon as a bonus. Deal. Li Yang didn't even wait for him to finish speaking before agreeing eagerly. What a joke! How could he still hesitate? This was practically a steal. In truth, he was just being fussy. Modifying the AK into a weapon capable of merging with others was exactly what he needed right now. Without further thought, he handed the AK to Kunpeng directly. Kunpeng took the AK, gently stroking its body, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Buzz, the entire gun seemed to sense something, trembling slightly and emitting a low hum, as if responding to Kunpeng. Moments later, the AK returned to calm, appearing unchanged. Kunpeng handed the AK back to Li Yang, smiling, try sensing it, change its form. Li Yang, half skeptical, closed his eyes and attempted to sense the weapon in his hand. Buzz, a peculiar energy emanated from the AK, flowing through his arm and into his body. He felt a special connection forming between himself and the AK. Try transforming it into a Gatling gun, he silently thought. The next moment, his hand suddenly felt heavier. The previously lightweight AK had become extraordinarily heavy, yet he opened his eyes and was shocked to see that the weapon in his hand had turned into a 6-barrel rotating Gatling gun. What the? Li Yang exclaimed, hardly believing his eyes. Can it turn into something else? Uzi? Just as he was about to try, the Gatling gun in his hand instantly transformed into a compact Uzi submachine gun. This is amazing. Li Yang felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Combat methods he had never considered before were now within his grasp. Kunpeng watched Li Yang, who was so excited he couldn't stop, and muttered to himself, is this kid really an archer? Why is he so fixated on firearms? Shouldn't archers use bows and crossbows? I wonder what Chongming would think if he knew. On the other side, Li Yang was having the time of his life, endlessly switching between various firearms in his hands, thoroughly enjoying himself. Ahem. Kunpeng cleared his throat, interrupting Li Yang's excitement. He took out a longbow glowing with golden light from his spatial ring and handed it to Li Yang. This is a legendary bow. Consider it an extra gift for this transaction. Li Yang took the longbow, feeling its cool and heavy texture. The bow was engraved with intricate patterns and emitted a faint black glow, clearly not an ordinary item. He eagerly opened the system panel to check the bow's attributes. Name, Shadow Soul Hunter Bow. Type, Longbow. Quality, Legendary Attributes, Attack plus 500, Agility plus 100, Critical Rate plus 20%. Skill, Shadow Arrow, fires an arrow imbued with shadow power, dealing massive damage to the target and applying armor penetration and slow effects. Additional effect, Soul Drain. Each attack absorbs a small amount of the target's soul power, increasing the user's attack power and attack speed. Description: this bow, crafted from the bones and soul essence of the ancient mythical beast Shadow Panther, possesses unparalleled power and speed. It is the dream weapon of all archers. A pure stats monster. Li Yang stared at the Shadow Soul Hunter bow in his hand, feeling a bit disappointed. He didn't rely on high stats for damage output. For him, no amount of stats could compare to an increase in attack speed. However, a legendary weapon was still a rare treasure. Even if he couldn't use it for now, it would fetch a good price in the future. I'll just keep it for now. Li Yang stored the Shadow Soul Hunter bow in his spatial bracelet, and reluctantly handed the small bottle containing the longevity pill to Kunpeng. Kunpeng took the bottle, carefully inspected it, and then cautiously stored it away. Thank you, my friend. You've really helped me a lot this time. He bowed deeply to Li Yang. Li Yang felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had profited greatly, while the other party seemed to owe him a huge favor. But on second thought, the longevity pill was useless to him, and trading it for so many good items was an unexpected windfall. Just as Kunpeng was about to leave, he suddenly seemed to sense something. He paused mid-step, turned sharply, and fixed his sharp gaze on Li Yang. What's wrong? Li Yang felt uneasy under his intense stare and asked in confusion. Kunpeng didn't respond immediately. He scrutinized Li Yang from head to toe, his brows furrowing slightly as if trying to confirm something. After a moment, Kunpeng hesitated before speaking. My friend, I sense a trace of the heavenly white jade capital aura on you. May I take a look? Heavenly white jade capital aura? Li Yang was even more puzzled. What could he possibly have on him that carried such an aura? He racked his brain, going through his memories one by one, but couldn't find anything that fit. Could it be the system? Li Yang's mouth twitched as he silently asked, System, are you related to the heavenly white jade capital? The system remained unresponsive, as it always did except for providing a prompt every 10 levels. Even so, the system was still his greatest source of power, but it didn't seem to be the culprit. Li Yang sighed, then suddenly remembered something. He reached into his spatial bracelet and pulled out a stone talisman. That was the protective talisman, Jinhai Talisman, crafted for him by Li Changfeng using fragments of Jinhai stone. Are you talking about this? Li Yang asked. This is a protective talisman given to me by an elder. The Jinhai stone is ancient, said to be a relic left in the East Sea by someone from the heavenly white jade capital. If there truly was something on him carrying the aura of the heavenly white jade capital, it would most likely be this Jinhai talisman. Kunpeng glanced at it, shook his head, and said, It's not this. The aura on the stone talisman is ancient, but it's not from the heavenly white jade capital. Not this? Kunpeng's words left Li Yang even more puzzled. But my elder told me personally that it was left in the East Sea by a venerable one who claimed to be from the heavenly white jade capital. The East Sea? Kunpeng fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. It's probably a relic left by a senior. A relic? Li Yang was stunned, quickly catching the key point. Does that mean they're dead? Kunpeng did not deny it. Venerables have long lifespans and shouldn't die naturally within 400 years. So, did they die in battle? Li Yang's heart surged with curiosity about the mysterious heavenly white jade capital. The Kunpeng before him was undoubtedly a venerable, and his friends wouldn't be any less. Including the fallen one, just how many venerables were there in this heavenly white jade capital? Were they really appearing in batches? On Blue Star, martial arts flourished, but venerables were as rare and dazzling as stars in the sky. Each venerable was a pinnacle martial artist, overlooking all beings, capable of turning clouds into rain with a flip of their hand. The ancient and mysterious land of Daxia, with its vast population and countless practitioners, still had only a handful of venerables. At the very least, one had to be like Huayun, guarding a region, controlling its governance, and wielding immense power. Fan Long, as the lord of Qianlong City, was practically a local emperor, commanding a region and standing high above ordinary people. Yet in the eyes of a venerable, he was merely a slightly stronger ant. After all, he was only a saint, separated from venerables by an insurmountable chasm. This showed just how esteemed the status of a venerable was. They were the true pillars of Blue Star, the guardians of this land. But how could it be, a mysterious and unfathomable heavenly white jade capital having so many venerables? Where did these venerables come from? Did they appear out of thin air? Or grow from the ground? Young friend. Kunpeng spoke again, his gaze fixed on the Jinhai talisman in Li Yan's hand. Could you give this to me? I'd like to take it back and ask my friends about its origins. If it truly is a treasure left by a senior, it would be most fitting to keep it as a memento. In the white jade capital. Li Yang hesitated. This Jinhai talisman was his life-saving treasure, could he just give it away so easily? Kid, you're really hard to deal with. Kunpeng chuckled bitterly, seeing through Li Yang's thoughts. With a gentle wave of his hand, the scattered gold coins on the ground suddenly seemed to be drawn by some force, all flying up and forming a purple light orb in his hand. Li Yang was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Weren't these gold coins just textures in the game? How did he do that? Now these textures had turned into a faintly glowing purple. An epic-level protective artifact? Li Yang couldn't help but gasp. The last time Li Changfeng had crafted an epic-level item by hand, it had already left him stunned, and now he was witnessing it again. Jinhai stone was already a precious treasure. Back then, he had to shoot at it with an AK for half a day just to barely break it. So using it to make an epic-level protective artifact made sense. But these gold coins were clearly just game textures. Could these things also be turned into an epic-level protective artifact? Young friend. Kunpeng handed the purple light orb to Li Yang, smiling as he said, this has the same function as the little talisman in your hand. Consider it as me owing you a favor. Give me the little talisman, and I'll take it back to ask my friends about it, alright? Li Yan looked at the purple light orb, conflicted. This was a rare opportunity to latch onto a big shot. Let's do it. Li Yan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. No way he could pass up such a great opportunity. Deal. He agreed without hesitation, handed the Jinhai talisman to Kunpeng, took the faintly purple glowing coin, and casually put it into his pocket. Kunpeng took the Jinhai talisman, examined it carefully for a moment, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his gaze shifted to Li Yang's pocket, and his tone carried a hint of doubt. Strange. I feel the presence of something with the aura of heavenly white jade capital inside here. Inside here? Li Yang froze, looking down at his pocket. There were only 2 items in his pocket. One was the purple coin he had just exchanged for. The other was... Li Yang's heart stirred, and he quickly reached in to pull out a translucent, crystal-clear jade token. The jade token was only palm-sized, oval-shaped, entirely emerald green, and felt warm and smooth to the touch. This was the item Su Mumu had given him that night at her house. At the time, Su Mumu hadn't explained its origin, only saying he would understand in the future. Could this jade token be related to the heavenly white jade capital? Could that little rich girl be someone from the heavenly white jade capital? Li Yang, full of questions, handed the jade token to Kunpeng and asked, is this what you're referring to? Kunpeng's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the jade token, almost revealing an inappropriate level of surprise. He blurted out, young friend, where did you get this? Li Yang was startled, hesitated for a moment, and cautiously replied, this was given to me by a friend. A friend? Kunpeng's tone was filled with obvious skepticism as he scrutinized Li Yang from head to toe, his gaze full of scrutiny. This was the third time during this visit that he had looked at Li Yang so seriously. He looked like a young man who had stepped out of a painting, with distinct features and deep, obsidian-like eyes that occasionally revealed a maturity and determination beyond his years. His sharply defined jawline made him appear handsome and masculine. Aside from these traits, the only discernible thing about him was that he was an ordinary E-rank archer, level 24. Other than that peculiar weapon and a set of mysterious epic-grade equipment, there seemed to be nothing special about him. Who exactly is this kid? Kunpeng wondered silently. Li Yang, feeling uneasy under Kunpeng's intense gaze, couldn't help but ask, Senior, what exactly is this thing? Kunpeng was silent for a moment, his tone somewhat hesitant. The person who gave you this, are they still alive? Alive, of course they're alive, Li Yang nodded in confusion. Why? Alive? Kunpeng fell into a long silence, pacing back and forth, muttering to himself, how is that possible? How could this be possible? Li Yang watched him, growing even more puzzled. What exactly was this jade token? After a long while, Kunpeng stopped pacing and turned to Li Yang. Although his face was hidden behind a mask, Li Yang couldn't see his expression, but he could feel the skeptical and probing gaze, as if Kunpeng was trying to see through him. What is your relationship with the person who gave you this jade token? Kunpeng asked, his voice carrying a barely perceptible seriousness. A friend, Li Yang answered, without much thought. A friend? Kunpeng clearly didn't believe him. Just an ordinary friend? A good friend, Li Yang replied, helplessly, changing his answer. A good friend? Kunpeng shook his head, still unconvinced. A very good friend. Li Yang's face darkened. He cursed inwardly. What exactly is this guy trying to get at? Seeing this, Kunpeng sighed, realizing he wouldn't get any more answers. He looked at the jade token in Li Yang's hand and slowly began to speak. This jade token is no ordinary treasure. However, he paused, as if organizing his thoughts. It contains a fragment of the original owner's soul and is an identity symbol that only members of the Heavenly White Jade Capital are qualified to possess. What? Li Yang's eyes widened in shock, his mind feeling as if it had been struck by lightning. An identity symbol? And it contains a fragment of a soul? So, that little rich girl really is someone from the Heavenly White Jade Capital? This thought spread through his mind like a virus, completely overwhelming him and leaving him utterly stunned. But how is that possible? The little rich girl has been in Qianlong City since childhood, growing up with him, hardly ever leaving. How could she be a member of the mysterious Heavenly Jade Capital? Moreover, why did she give him this jade token? Li Yang's mind was filled with questions, completely in chaos. Kunpeng didn't notice Li Yang's thoughts and continued looking at the jade token, saying, this jade token, apart from its owner, is usually only given to someone else under one circumstance. What circumstance? Li Yang asked instinctively. Kunpeng was silent for a long time, his voice tinged with sadness. Before death. Before death? Li Yang was completely stunned, his head buzzing. The little rich girl is going to die? No, that can't be. The little rich girl is lively and energetic. She doesn't look like someone who's about to die. Well, she's lying in the hospital now, but that's just an act. She's at most lightly injured and should have woken up by now. Kunpeng ignored Li Yang's shock and continued, if the owner of the jade token dies, the token will shatter, and the connections related to Heavenly Jade Capital within it will return to Heavenly Jade Capital. Meanwhile, the person holding this jade token. He paused, his gaze sharp as he stared at Li Yang, slowly saying, will have the chance to use it to enter Heavenly Jade Capital and inherit everything from the previous owner. Kunpeng looked at the stunned Li Yang and couldn't help but laugh. I don't know the specifics either. However, since your friend is willing to give you the jade token, it shows she trusts you deeply and is willing to entrust everything to you. Li Yang opened his mouth to say something but didn't know how to begin. His mind was a mess, thoughts intertwining, impossible to sort out. Ever since Su Mumu awakened her destiny, many changes had indeed occurred, with various fortuitous encounters following one after another. If she secretly joined a large organization like Heavenly Jade Capital, it would make sense. But not necessarily. What if this jade token doesn't belong to Su Mumu? What if someone else gave it to her? Heavenly Jade Capital, such a massive organization, is filled with powerful experts, yet the little rich girl is only at level 15. Could it be a misunderstanding? Senior, Li Yang cautiously probed, could it be that your Heavenly Jade Capital? Some things are not for you to know right now. Kunpeng saw through his thoughts and shook his head, interrupting him. Since the owner of the jade token didn't tell you, I can't reveal it casually either. When the time comes, she will naturally tell you. Alright. Li Yang was helpless, knowing he wouldn't get any answers by asking further. That's all for today, Kunpeng said, turning to walk toward the spatial rift not far away. Farewell, young friend. Wait. Li Yang suddenly thought of something and quickly called out to him. Kunpeng turned back, looking at him with curiosity. Senior. Li Yang took a deep breath and mustered the courage to ask, do you know of any way for me to join Heavenly Jade Capital? You want to join us? Kunpeng was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Li Yang didn't say much, just nodded seriously. If the little rich girl truly is a member of Heavenly Jade Capital, no matter what, he has to find a way to get in. She gave him the jade token, surely implying this. Kunpeng looked at his determined gaze, remained silent for a while, then turned to leave, leaving only these words. Try your luck in Jiangnan. Jiangnan? Li Yang froze. The location of Heavenly Jade Capital is in Jiangnan? Kunpeng sensed Li Yang's confusion. With one foot already stepping into the spatial rift, he turned back and said, "Base, in Jiangnan. If he thinks you're qualified, he will naturally invite you to join." After speaking, Kunpeng didn't linger, stepping into the spatial rift in one stride and disappearing instantly. Base. Li Yang murmured the name, falling into deep thought. Base, Kunpeng, these are all mythical divine beasts. Could it be that the members of Heavenly Jade Capital use mythical divine beasts as their code names? Moreover, Kunpeng had just mentioned a name, Chongming. The Chongming bird is also a mythical beast from legends. Thinking about it, the strange mask Kunpeng Sr. wore, which looked neither like a bird nor a fish, must be the image of Kunpeng from mythology. If the little rich lady is also a member of Heavenly Jade Capital. Li Yang stroked his chin, speculating to himself. What would her codename be? Nine-tailed fox? Phoenix? Qilin? Various names of mythical beasts flashed through his mind. Sigh. Thinking too much is useless. Li Yang sighed and muttered to himself, why not just ask the little rich lady directly when I get back? He looked down at the stardust in his hand. Maybe I should try contacting her. His heart stirred, and he attempted to inject a trace of spiritual energy into the stardust ring to contact Su Mumu. However, the ring remained unresponsive, silent like a stone. That girl, could she still be asleep? Li Yang shook his head helplessly. Forget it, no point overthinking. Let's open the chest first. He snapped back to reality and turned his gaze to the only unopened golden treasure chest behind him. Hopefully, I can get something good this time. Taking a deep breath, Li Yang reached out to open the chest. Buzz, in the next moment, dazzling seven-colored light shot up from the chest, illuminating the entire dungeon. Another mythical grade? Li Yang's mood soared as he stared intently at the chest, eagerly anticipating what surprise it might hold. As the light gradually faded, the contents of the chest were finally revealed, and Li Yang's expression instantly darkened. It was a small bottle? Moreover, this bottle looked exactly the same as the one that held the longevity pill earlier. No way. Li Yang stared at the familiar small bottle in the chest, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Calm down. He took a deep breath, trying to reassure himself. Maybe it just looks the same, and the contents might not be the longevity pill. Maybe it's some kind of strength-enhancing pill that could make me ascend instantly? Clinging to the last shred of hope, Li Yang opened the system panel. Name, longevity pill category, elixir effect, extends lifespan by 50 years upon consumption. Description, a legendary elixir crafted from the heart's blood of the mythical phoenix, possessing the power to revive the dead. Even those on the brink of death can live 50 more years. Alright, it really is. Li Yang stared at the panel's description, utterly speechless. It really was the longevity pill? And even the description was identical. This is just too perfunctory. Mr. Kunpeng Sr.? Li Yang looked up and sighed deeply, shouting toward the direction where Kunpeng had disappeared. Are you still there? I have another bottle of longevity pill here. Do you want it? We could trade for another mythical grade item, or even a legendary grade. 1. The only response he received was the echo reverberating through the dungeon. Kunpeng had long since left, leaving no trace behind. Sigh. Li Yang shook his head helplessly. It seems this base isn't very reliable either, otherwise, Kunpeng would have waited for me a bit longer, right? Smiling bitterly, he stored the longevity pill in his spatial bracelet. Forget it, I'll just keep it as a collectible. Who knows, it might come in handy someday. Mythical grade items aren't something just anyone can obtain. Even someone like Xiao Chufan, a genius from the imperial capital, only carries one mythical grade item with him. With the chest opened, this dungeon was completely cleared. This dungeon trip turned out pretty well, although he didn't get any earth-shattering treasures. Li Yang felt he had gained a lot. He let out a long breath, stretched lazily, and his joints cracked audibly. No matter what, life is becoming more hopeful. He gently stroked the AK in his hand. Transform. The AK seemed to come alive, its metallic surface rippling smoothly as it transformed into a long blade gleaming with cold light. Wow, this design is so cool. Li Yang couldn't help but twirl the blade, the edge slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Then, the blade transformed again, turning into a sharp spear, its tip gleaming with a cold light. sword, halberd, throwing knives. Li Yang played with great enthusiasm, as the AK in his hand kept changing like magic, even transforming into dozens of light feathers that floated gently around his body. Finally, the feathers turned into a flash of light, and the AK returned to its original form. Alright, time to get serious. He pulled out a crossbow from his backpack, named Wrath of the Abyss. The crossbow was pitch black, engraved with a menacing demon design. Li Yang frowned, hesitating whether to use his first fusion opportunity on this weapon. He actually wanted to use this chance to fuse a legendary or even higher grade weapon. After all, the AK had limitless potential, and wasting it on an ordinary weapon would be such a pity. But the problem was, he had never come across a legendary weapon. Even the one Kunpeng had just given him was merely a stats-based item with no real use. Forget it, I'll use this for now. It's better than having no weapon at all. He finally made up his mind, as the rapid-fire skill of Wrath of the Abyss was simply too powerful. Within 10 seconds, the firing rate increased by 1.5 times, drastically boosting kill efficiency. Li Yang took out a fragment of the Moon Soul Dragon Spirit, which emitted a faint moonlight. He placed the fragment between the AK and Wrath of the Abyss, took a deep breath, and silently chanted in his heart, "Fusion." The AK instantly melted like liquid, engulfing Wrath of the Abyss and the Moon Soul Dragon Spirit. Fragment. As electric sparks flickered and black mist swirled, a semi-transparent panel suddenly popped up, startling Li Yang. Fusion of Wrath of the Abyss, weapon body, all attributes, all skills, success rate, 1%. This is way too advanced. It even lets you choose? Li Yang muttered at the panel, a 1% success rate? Are you trying to scare me to death? He tentatively asked, how can I increase the success rate? The panel immediately displayed, to increase the success rate, consume more fragments or reduce the fusion content. More fragments? Li Yang spread his hands helplessly. I only have this one piece. Where am I supposed to find more? Upon closer inspection, he found that by fusing only the skill and removing the unnecessary attributes, the success rate shot up to 80%. 80% seemed decent, but he still felt uneasy. After all, 80 could still turn into 0. Better play it safe. Li Yang removed another skill, leaving only the rapid fire ability. The success rate instantly soared to 100%. Although it wasted the other attributes of Wrath of the Abyss, at least it wouldn't fail. Electric sparks and black mist intertwined, emitting a sizzling sound as a powerful energy spread outward. Li Yang grew increasingly nervous. It won't fail, right? He stared at the transformation. Before him, his palms sweaty. Time passed second by second, and the fusion process was longer than expected. Finally, the light and black mist gradually dissipated, and everything returned to calm. The familiar AK lay quietly before him. Li Yang carefully picked it up, and a surge of powerful energy flowed into his body. He could clearly feel the presence of the rapid-fire skill. It worked, he exclaimed, swinging it a few times excitedly, feeling the changes in the AK. Taking a deep breath, he decided to leave the dungeon. A flash of white light, and Li Yang appeared on the shores of the East Sea. Night had fallen, and the sea shimmered with rippling light, stars reflecting in the water, a breathtaking scene. Finally out. He stretched, his whole body aching. This Abyss dungeon was far more challenging than expected, taking him nearly 10 hours to clear. Of course, he had also wasted quite a bit of time with Kunpeng. By the time he returned to the Su family villa, it was already late at night. The villa was silent, with the servants all resting, and only a few dim wall lamps emitted a soft glow. Su Mumu had not yet been discharged from the hospital, and Su Wenjun hadn't returned, likely out socializing again. Dean Ding and teacher Liang from Tianyue Academy had also temporarily left Shenlong City to assess students elsewhere. Naturally, with Su Mumu hospitalized, tutoring sessions were on hold. In the spacious villa, only Li Yang, the outsider, remained. He sighed, a faint sense of loneliness welling up in his heart. Forget it, no need to overthink. Let's fill my stomach first. He shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, walked into the kitchen, and casually made something to eat. After eating and drinking his fill, he took a hot shower and lay back on the soft bed. So comfortable. Li Yang hummed softly, feeling much of his exhaustion dissipate. A few more days of grinding the Abyss dungeon, and I should reach level 30 before the martial arts exam. He closed his eyes, silently planning his next steps. Then, it'll be time to consider a class change. When a professional reaches level 30, they can use a class change book for their first class change. Typically, professionals choose an advanced class related to their original one, with higher quality. For example, Li Yang's starting class was an E-rank archer, so he could choose D-rank hunter, D-rank ranger, or D-rank cannoneer, classes related to the archer. Of course, some people opt for completely different classes. However, if the new class is entirely unrelated to the original, previously learned skills become invalid, and new skills must be learned from scratch. Moreover, the greater the class change deviation, the higher the risk of failure. If it fails, one might end up crippled, which is not worth the risk. No rush, there's still time. Li Yang closed his eyes, ready to sleep. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. Right, the little rich girl is still in the hospital. He quickly threw off the blanket, got out of bed, opened the door, and walked into the hallway. The hallway was empty, with only dim lights stretching his shadow. Li Yang swallowed, a bold thought flashing through his mind. The little rich girl is still in the hospital, so her room should be empty. He walked to Su Mumu's door based on memory. Should I go in and take a look? Li Yang hesitated. Since childhood, he had been curious about Su Mumu's room. When their families were neighbors, every time he visited her house, he wanted to see her room. But every time he got close, Su Mumu would excitedly stop him, absolutely refusing to let him in. So even now, he had no idea what her room looked like. More importantly, he had just confirmed that the little rich girl might be connected to the mysterious heavenly white jade capital. Maybe the mask with the divine beast pattern was in her room. This was the best chance to uncover the truth. Such a rare opportunity. Li Yang made up his mind and reached out to grab the doorknob. Creak, but the door didn't budge, it was clearly locked. TSK, that girl is really guarding against me. Li Yang pouted, feeling a bit annoyed. Should I use some force? The thought flashed through his mind. With his current strength, breaking through an ordinary door was effortless. He wouldn't even need a weapon. A single punch with the attack bonus from Killer Arrow would be enough to smash the door. Even if he didn't break the door, breaking the lock would be easy. Forget it, forget it. He shook his head, abandoning the idea of using force. After all, it's someone else's home, that would be too much. Sighing, he prepared to leave. What's that? Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something under the door crack. He bent down and picked it up. It was a note. This is Li Yang unfolded the note and read the words under the dim light. It was Su Mumu's handwriting, neat and pretty. Dummy, don't go in. Li Yang stared at the note, full of question marks. Not only did he not give up, but he felt even more motivated. He had a quirk, he was more inclined to do something the more he was told not to. This was his rebellious nature. If there had been no note, he might not have gone in, but since she had specifically left a note to stop him, he was even more determined to see inside. Li Yang crumpled the note into a ball, casually tossed it into the trash can, and pulled out a thin, long wire from his spatial wristband. It was a white grade item, said to have a bonus for lockpicking. Confidently, he inserted the wire into the lock and began fiddling with it. But reality was far from ideal. Half an hour passed, an hour passed. Click, the lock remained completely unmoved, while fine beads of sweat appeared on Li Yang's forehead. Damn! Why is this lock so hard to open? He gasped for breath, putting down the wire, feeling defeated. Just as he was about to give up, a sudden thought struck him. Wait! How could I forget? Teleportation? Li Yang slapped his forehead, remembering his epic-level gauntlet with the teleportation skill. Smirking to himself, he focused all his attention on locking onto Su Mumu's room. In the next second, his figure vanished from where he stood. Swish! When Li Yang reappeared, he was already in Su Mumu's room. A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted toward him, pleasant and soothing. The scent was unmistakable to Li Yang. It was the unique aroma that Su Mumu carried. This girl, she really likes to keep things clean. He took a deep breath, savoring the subtle sweetness in the air, and began to survey the room. The room was spacious, decorated warmly and elegantly, with an overall warm color scheme. The walls were covered in light pink wallpaper adorned with cute little animals. In the center of the room was a princess bed, with pink sheets and bedding, and a giant plush bear sitting at the head of the bed. Opposite the bed was a massive LCD TV, accompanied by a set of high-end audio equipment. In the corner stood a desk, neatly arranged with various books and study materials, along with a pink laptop. Beside the desk was a large floor-to-ceiling window, draped with pink sheer curtains that swayed gently in the breeze, casting a dreamy hue over the moonlight and starlight. Outside, everything seemed normal, with nothing out of the ordinary. Li Yang glanced around the room, light pink wallpaper, soft carpet, adorable stuffed toys. This must be what a typical girl's room looks like, right? To be honest, Li Yang had never seen another girl's room before. His social circle was as simple as a blank sheet of paper. Even during his 2-year relationship with Sonihan, there was hardly any private interaction. Most of their dates were in public places like cinemas and restaurants, and Sonihan was usually the one to initiate contact. So, over the years, he had never seen another girl's room. But he just felt that a girl's room should look like this, right? What else could it be like? He had initially thought that the little rich girl kept her room off limits because it might be a chaotic mess, with clothes and shoes piled up like a mountain, snacks and toys scattered everywhere, making it impossible to walk. Or perhaps the room hid some kind of secret. But everything here seemed perfectly normal, with no signs of hidden secrets. It was clean, tidy, and even excessively organized. This, however, made Li Yang even more puzzled. If there was truly nothing unusual, why wouldn't the little rich girl let him in? Could it be that she simply didn't want him to see? That didn't seem likely. From childhood to now, there had been almost no secrets between the two of them. This little rich girl is so strange, Li Yang muttered, plopping down onto Su Mumu's bed. The mattress was just the right balance of softness and firmness, instantly relaxing him as he sat down. That sweet scent unique to Su Mumu filled the air again, reminiscent of some kind of fruity candy, prompting Li Yang to take another deep breath. He fell silent for a moment, his gaze wandering around the room, searching for any clues. If she were hiding something, it would only be in one of these cabinets. He locked his eyes on the wardrobe, bedside table, and the small cabinet next to the desk. Standing up, he walked over to the pink and white wardrobe, reaching out to touch the cabinet door handle, but stopped. Forget it. Li Yang shook his head, feeling a bit conflicted. After all, the little rich girl is a girl. It's not right to rummage through her things without permission. Although he knew that, given their relationship, if he did search and told Su Mumu afterward, she wouldn't mind. After all, Su Mumu often sneaked into his room in the middle of the night, and he never got mad about it. The two of them had been practically inseparable since childhood. Would they really argue over something like this? But no matter what, Li Yang still had his principles. He exhaled deeply and decided to give up the search. Forget it, I'll wait until the little rich girl comes back. He prepared to teleport out of the room. Close your eyes, focus your mental energy, sense outside the door. Li Yang suddenly opened his eyes. As he used his mental energy to sense the entire room, he suddenly felt something under the bed. What is that? Curiosity, like a little cat, kept scratching at his heart. He had originally given up, but this unexpected discovery reignited his curiosity. He walked to the bedside, knelt on one knee, and bent down to look under the bed. The space under the bed was dim, covered by the bedsheet, making it impossible to see anything. Only a sliver of light leaked through the edge of the bedsheet, casting a faint shadow on the floor. Li Yang reached in to feel around, his fingertips touching something cold and hard, with sharp edges and a metallic texture. Is this a box? He struggled to pull the box out from under the bed. The box was dark brown, its surface slightly worn, giving it an old appearance. It was quite heavy, likely filled with many items. A small bronze lock hung on the box. What kind of challenge is this? Li Yang took out the metal wire he had failed to use to open the door earlier and skillfully fiddled with it. He refused to believe he couldn't open a different lock. With a click, the lock opened. Li Yang grinned smugly. Looks like I do have some talent. He eagerly opened the suitcase. Inside, there was another box. This one was a silver metal box, looking sturdier and more mysterious. Li Yang thought to himself. Isn't this just like Russian nesting dolls? Moreover, this time it wasn't a simple padlock but a complex combination lock. Faced with the numeric keypad, Li Yang felt a headache coming on. What is this little rich girl trying to do? He sighed and sat down to figure out how to open the combination lock. The password was 4 digits. Technically, brute forcing it wouldn't take too long. 10,000 possibilities. Okay, still quite a lot. The little rich girl's password, huh? Li Yang scratched his head. Since it's 4 digits, it should be something like a birthday. He decided to Try Sumumu's birthday first. After all, Sumumu often used her birthday as a password, whether for game accounts or bank cards. It was almost always those 4 digits. Li Yang dialed 0409. No response. Not that? Li Yang frowned, then. Su Wenjun's birthday? Still no response. Then it must be the little rich girl's mom's birthday? Li Yang suddenly paused. Wait, I don't even know. Her mom's birthday. He fell into deep thought. Could it be someone else's birthday? It can't be mine, right? Thinking of this, Li Yang couldn't help but laugh. With a mindset of giving it a try, he casually dialed the combination lock and entered his own birthday. Click. It opened. Li Yang froze, his hand still in the position of turning the lock. It was actually my birthday? He swallowed hard, his heartbeat inexplicably quickening. For some reason, he felt like he had unlocked something important. What exactly is inside, to use my birthday as the password? Li Yang was curious and nervous. No matter what, since it's open, it would be a shame not to look. Curiosity overcame reason, and Li Yang took a deep breath and opened the box. He was stunned. Inside were a pile of photos. There was one of him as a child sitting alone on the rooftop, gazing at the stars, his small figure looking particularly lonely. Another showed him playing in the mud outdoors, his face covered in dirt, smiling brightly. There was also one of him on his first day of school, getting into a fight, his face bruised but full of defiance. Li Yang's tears, smiles, and moments from childhood to adulthood were all captured in these photos. When were these photos taken? Some scenes he had no memory of at all. Even stranger, why did the little rich girl have so many photos of him? He was completely speechless. I can't believe you're this kind of little rich girl. Secretly taking photos of me, huh? What are you trying to do? Though he was complaining inwardly, Li Yang's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. He picked up a photo and looked closely. On the back of each photo was Sumumu's handwriting. In the graceful handwriting, the stories behind the photos and her feelings at the time were written. Today, Li Yang was stargazing alone on the rooftop. His small figure looked so lonely. I really wanted to go up and hug him, but I was afraid of disturbing him. Li Yang playing with mud is so adorable. Like a little tabby cat. I couldn't help but secretly take a photo. Li Yang got into a fight with some older boys. Even though he was bruised and battered, he looked so cool. Li Yang. Li Yang read these words in silence. He muttered to himself, all these years, I've always thought of the little rich girl as a buddy, but she's been looking at me like this all along? His worldview was shaken. So, the little rich girl had planned this all along. You should have said something earlier. Li Yang was both amused and exasperated, feeling a mix of sweetness and frustration. If you'd told me earlier, I wouldn't have wasted 3 years messing around with Song Yihan. 3 years? Do you know what I went through in those 3 years? He thought about his fruitless relationship with Song Yihan, and his emotions were a jumble. Calling it a relationship was a stretch. It was more like Song Yihan just wanted to take advantage of him. If he had known earlier that Sumumu had always liked him. Li Yang's mind was in chaos, like a pot of boiling porridge bubbling over. Was I really this dense? He began to reflect. Could it be that the little rich girl has liked me for so long, and I only just realized it? That doesn't make sense. No, wait. Li Yang couldn't figure it out. She really didn't show it before. Other than teasing me, arguing with me, and stealing my snacks, there didn't seem to be anything special. Besides, they had been like brothers since they were kids, climbing trees, catching bugs, eating spicy hot pot at roadside stalls, even skipping class to play at internet cafes together. Who would have thought there could be anything more? I'm speechless. Li Yang sighed, feeling like his brain couldn't process it all. Forget it, if I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. He picked up the photos and looked at them one by one. In the photos, he transformed from an innocent child into a slightly awkward teenager. Each photo held a memory, stirring up a lot of emotions in Li Yang's heart. Time flies, it's been so many years in the blink of an eye. Finally, Li Yang's gaze stopped on a recent photo. Unlike the old, yellowed photos, this one was new. In the photo, he stood alone on the rooftop, bathed in the golden glow of the sunset, fists clenched and raised above his head, his face full of excitement and joy. This was the day of the awakening ceremony. He recognized it immediately. Back then, he had just received his system and drawn a golden entry, and he was over the moon. So the little rich girl secretly took a photo. That day too? Li Yang smiled helplessly and flipped the photo over, seeing the words Sumumu had written. Today was the awakening ceremony. I didn't expect Li Yang to only awaken an E-level profession in the end. I'm a bit worried about him. It'll be tough to get by with an E-level profession in the future. But it's okay, I'll always be by his side. I'm determined to become the strongest. By then, I'll be able to protect him. Hee. I even prepared a bunch of comforting words. Like level doesn't matter, happiness is what's important, every field has its top experts, gold will always shine, and so on. But for some reason, he seemed pretty optimistic. Did he awaken a hidden profession? Or encounter something special? This guy wouldn't be indifferent to something like this, would he? Or was the blow too much for him? He's so hard to figure out. No matter what, I need to confess my feelings to Li Yang soon. I can't delay any longer. This is my purpose, to be his support, his warm harbor. Li Yang suddenly fell silent. No wonder. He sighed, putting the photo back in its place. The box still held many other things. Toys they had played with as kids, a robot missing a piece, a chipped spinning top, and a broken race car. There were also all kinds of oddly shaped stones they had picked up by the river and in the wild. Though worn and old, the flowers and plants were still recognizable, the exercise books used by Li Yang, with crooked handwriting on them. His exam papers, some with full marks, others failing. There was also a group photo from his elementary school graduation, where both Li Yang and Su Mumu were smiling brightly, the youthful innocence vividly captured. These little fragments were all evidence of Li Yang's past. No way. How did you even collect all of this? Li Yang was both amused and exasperated, but his heart felt warm. He had never imagined he would see these things again one day. These seemingly insignificant moments, long forgotten by time in his eyes, had been carefully preserved by Su Mumu until now. So, the little rich girl's feelings for him had started from such a young age? No wonder he had been so oblivious. Li Yang sighed, closed the box again, scrambled the lock combination, secured it, and carefully placed it back under the bed as if nothing had happened. No wonder the little rich girl never let me into her room, turns out she was hiding these things, Li Yang muttered, stroking his chin with a mischievous smile. TSK. Who would've thought, little Mumu, you really are a little rich girl. I'll have plenty of leverage in the future. Just as he was speaking, the stardust ring on his hand suddenly flickered. A slightly annoyed voice echoed in his mind. Dummy, did you sneak into my room? Li Yang instantly broke out in goosebumps. Damn, scared me to death. The little rich girl woke up? He panicked a little, instinctively glancing around, afraid Su Mumu might suddenly appear. Wait, why am I panicking? Li Yang quickly came to his senses. If the little rich girl wasn't afraid of hiding these things under her bed, why should he be? She's the one who should be worried. He opened his mouth to explain but swallowed his words. No. In the end, Li Yang could only reluctantly utter this single word. Humph. A soft laugh came from the other side. Calling you a dummy and you still won't admit it. I saw everything crystal clear. Ha? Li Yang froze. How did you see it? He looked around, but there were no cameras. Besides, the little rich girl was still in the hospital, how could she possibly see? Could it be? I left you a note telling you not to go in, didn't I? Su Mumu's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. That note? Li Yang was speechless. If it weren't for that note, he wouldn't have gone in at all. And also, where exactly is this camera hidden? Stop looking. Why would I install a camera in my own room? Su Mumu laughed, seeing through Li Yang's thoughts. Then are you saying you installed one in my room? Li Yang couldn't help but joke. Su Mumu's response was full of implications. Li Yang. Damn it, I really can't win against her. This little girl. Alright, I'm just teasing you, Su Mumu said cheerfully. Stardust moonlight allows two people to connect their minds, so naturally, I can see everything you see through your eyes. Li Yang was stunned. That's possible? He had no idea Stardust moonlight had such a function. Then you saw everything? Li Yang asked helplessly. Of course, Su Mumu said smugly. Including the expression on your face when you looked at those photos, Li Yang. Buddy, what are you so proud of? Clearly, it's your leverage that I've got on you. You're actually helping me out here? The two of them tacitly fell silent. The air was filled with a faint sweetness and awkwardness. Li Yang absent-mindedly fiddled with the stardust ring on his hand. How exactly do you use this ring? He muttered softly. Su Mumu reminded him, you need to channel your mental energy into it and then feel it with your heart. I tried that. But I couldn't see anything, just darkness, Li Yang blurted out. He had tried it yesterday after hearing the little rich girl's message. Calling you a dummy is spot on, Su Mumu laughed in response. Last time I was unconscious, what could you possibly see? Ha? Li Yang immediately realized. Right. Last time Su Mumu was unconscious, even if Stardust Moonlight could show him what she saw, all he'd see was darkness. So that's the reason. Didn't you say that injecting mental power would let me see? Li Yang was speechless. Is that true? He injected mental power again, closed his eyes, and focused. Still darkness. Doesn't work? Li Yang sighed helplessly. At that moment, he heard Su Mumu chuckle softly, clearer than when they communicated mentally earlier. Dummy, my eyes are closed. Su Mumu seemed to be right next to him. He. She laughed lightly and opened her eyes. A beam of light shone in. The world brightened. White walls, the pungent smell of disinfectant, a simple hospital bed and bedside table, and outside the window, a cityscape of towering buildings, a typical hospital room. Li Yang was a bit shocked. This perspective was a first for him. Clearly, he was still in Su Mumu's room, yet through the Stardust Moonlight connection, he could see what she was seeing now. But it's just her perspective, not an omniscient view. I can't see her herself. Li Yang was puzzled. Didn't Su Mumu say he could also see her expressions? He felt like he had been tricked again. How is it? Amazing, right? Su Mumu asked proudly. It is indeed amazing, Li Yang had to admit. Su Mumu chuckled mischievously, there's something even more exciting. She looked around, moving Li Yang's perspective with her. After confirming no one was around, she lifted the blanket. In an instant, ahem! Li Yang's heart raced, and he saw something he shouldn't have. A flash of fair skin dazzled his eyes. So thrilling? Before he could recover, Su Mumu laughed and said, seeing what she sees, feeling what she feels, this is true connection of hearts. How is it? Exciting? No, you. Li Yang's voice trembled. Just teasing you. Su Mumu laughed as she pulled her hand back. How does it feel? I think this ring is a bit improper, Li Yang couldn't help but complain. Su Mumu laughed and asked, was the ring worth it? I told you I have good taste. Why do I feel like you planned this all along? Li Yang looked at the ring, feeling suspicious, thinking Su Mumu had ulterior motives for making him buy it. Su Mumu smiled slyly and didn't answer. Li Yang was speechless, shaking his head. Still not worth it. If it can't make me stronger, what's the point? You dummy, just being stubborn, Su Mumu huffed, clearly seeing through his thoughts. Another moment of silence. Li Yang spoke first, how's your body now? You still want to look? Su Mumu teased. Li Yang was exasperated. No, I mean. Before he could finish, Su Mumu laughed. I know, just teasing you. Su Mumu's voice was much lighter. I was just exhausted after fighting Xiao Chufan, not seriously injured. After a good sleep, I'm fine. I was so nervous watching from the audience. Li Yang still felt a bit uneasy. Who said being nervous means being injured? Su Mumu retorted. Li Yang was speechless. He was about to say something when Su Mumu interrupted him. Wait a moment, let me show you. Then, Li Yang felt a warm, gentle energy flowing through his body. No, it was coming from Su Mumu's body. This energy gently moved from head to toe, making him feel extremely comfortable. What is this? Li Yang asked curiously. Su Mumu explained, this is the true energy in my body, a unique power of our profession, not mental power. By letting it flow through you, you should feel that I'm fine. Right? Li Yang nodded. The sensation was indeed quite fascinating. He could clearly feel the energy flowing within Su Mumu's body and her healthy state. Indeed, no major issues. Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. See, I told you. Su Mumu laughed proudly. You just didn't believe me. The two fell silent for a while. Li Yang originally wanted to ask about the rich lady's password box, but the words got stuck in his throat. Awkward. Really awkward. Why am I feeling awkward? Li Yang muttered to himself. She should be the one feeling awkward. It's not like I secretly filmed her. I did nothing wrong. He gritted his teeth but ultimately didn't say it out loud. Forget it, let this matter remain a secret between the two of them. No need to bring it up again. He wanted to ask about Bai Yujing but didn't know how to start. After all, he wasn't even sure if that jade token really belonged to Su Mumu. And if she wanted to talk about it, she would have done so already. In the end, he decided to approach it indirectly. I went to the East Sea Rift today to challenge the Goblin Dungeon on Abyss difficulty, Li Yang said casually. Su Mumu listened quietly without responding. After clearing the dungeon, I opened a treasure chest and found a longevity pill, which supposedly extends life by 50 years, Li Yang continued. Your luck is insane. Su Mumu couldn't help but tease. No wonder a beauty like me would fall for you. Li Yang. Later, someone broke the rules and forcibly entered the dungeon from outside. Su Mumu froze. What? She thought about it for a while but couldn't figure out how such a thing could happen. Li Yang nodded and said, I didn't expect it either. What surprised me even more was, he tested the waters. That person claimed to be from Bai Yujing in the heavens. Su Mumu's expression didn't change much, showing no obvious reaction. And then? Li Yang's heart tightened. Could it be that this really had nothing to do with her? That person said his name was Kunpeng and offered to modify my weapon in exchange for the longevity pill. What the heck, wouldn't that be a huge loss for you? Su Mumu blurted out, you didn't actually trade it, did you? Li Yang sighed helplessly, what use is the longevity pill to me if I don't trade it? 50 years of extended life. And you just traded it away like that? Su Mumu was incredulous. Do you know how precious a longevity pill is? You can't even buy it with money. I know, Li Yang explained, but I needed a powerful weapon more. Besides, the weapon Kunpeng modified is indeed incredible. He thought of his AK and now felt he had made a great deal. No matter how powerful the weapon is, can it be more important than 50 years of life? Su Mumu still felt Li Yang had been shortchanged. Forget it, you blockhead, always thinking about getting stronger. I don't want to argue with you. So, what happened next? Li Yang thought for a moment and organized his words. Then, he left. But before leaving, he said that I had something on me that carried the aura of Bai Yujing. Before he could finish, Su Mumu interrupted with a smile. I know, you blockhead. Su Mumu waved her finger. You want to ask me if I have something to do with Bai Yujing, right? Li Yang fell silent. As expected, no thought could escape the sharp eyes of this little rich girl. She was clever and perceptive, his little tricks were nothing in front of her. Moreover, with Su Mumu's words, the answer was already quite clear. She nodded, her tone serious. Yes. I gave you the jade token because I was worried that if something happened to me, certain things would need to be entrusted to you, this blockhead. Originally, I wanted to surprise you, but I didn't expect you to encounter Kunpeng. Li Yan's interest was immediately piqued. What exactly is Bai Yujing? He asked eagerly. Su Mumu smiled and countered, what do you think? Is it an organization? A place? Or a code name? Li Yang threw out 3 guesses. Su Mumu shook her head. It's not as complicated as you think. Then what is it? Li Yang grew even more curious. Bai Yujing is a gathering. A gathering? Li Yang was stunned. Su Mumu nodded and continued, it's a gathering from mythology. Mythology? Li Yang recalled his earlier speculation. The people of Bai Yujing used mythical beasts as their codenames. Those who inherit the legacy of mythical beasts gather there to exchange information and share resources. Occasionally, someone will pay to hire others to complete collective tasks. Other than that, there's nothing particularly special about it, Su Mumu explained. With just a few simple sentences, the secret of Bai Yujing was revealed before Li Yang. Yet, he felt a bit lost. The mysterious Bai Yujing in the heavens had been unveiled so quickly. Everything seemed too smooth, so smooth that he found it hard to believe. Generally, such things are only revealed later in the story, at least by the middle or latter parts, right? He shook his head, trying to dismiss these chaotic thoughts. Since Su Mumu had said so, she must not be lying to him. So, are you also the inheritor of some divine beast? Li Yang asked. Su Mumu tilted her chin proudly. How about it? Pretty impressive, right? And what is it? Li Yang asked curiously. That's a secret, Su Mumu replied with a mysterious smile. You'll find out eventually. Li Yang. Once again, he felt the frustration of being toyed with by this little rich girl. Forget it, I'm done thinking about it. Li Yang decided to drop the topic. What about your side of things? Su Mumu's voice held a tinge of curiosity. After Kunpeng got the longevity pill, did it just leave right away? I asked if it could take me to Bai Yujing, Li Yang said. Su Mumu chuckled. And got ruthlessly rejected, didn't you? Li Yang shook his head. No. Before it left, it told me to go to Jiangnan. It said, Bai Zai is in Jiangnan. Jiangnan? Su Mumu mused, her expression thoughtful. Is that so? Who is Bai Zai? Li Yang couldn't wait to ask. Su Mumu paused for a moment, then countered with a question of her own. How much do you know about Bai Zai? Li Yang thought for a moment, trying to articulate his understanding. From what I know, Bai Zai is a divine beast that knows everything and comprehends matters of ghosts and gods. Su Mumu nodded. That's correct. As the inheritor of Bai Zai, of course, he would be a knowledgeable and talented person. But describing him as knowledgeable is too positive. I think that person is rather cunning. Cunning? Li Yang hadn't expected Su Mumu to use such a term. He had assumed that, being from Baiyujing as well, the little rich girl would have a favorable impression of Bai Zai. Su Mumu spoke slowly. Imagine someone who possesses the wisdom to see through everything. They can foresee the future, discern people's hearts. Their knowledge far surpasses that of ordinary people. But they aren't satisfied, they want more, a deeper understanding. What they seek isn't just knowledge but control over everything. She paused before continuing. Bai Zai's wisdom is like an intricate web, densely covering all things in the world. With this wisdom, he captures every detail, deduces every possibility. His plans aren't mere predictions but profound insights into the rules of the world and precise control over each aspect. He predicts the future not through simple prophecy but by observing the connections between all things, discerning various possibilities, and using them to plan his life. He can even exploit the strength of others to achieve his own goals, like playing a game of chess, calculating every move with precision to secure the ultimate victory. She stopped for a moment, her tone growing even more mysterious. He sees through people's hearts, not just understanding them but almost manipulating them. It's as if he can foresee your thoughts, actions, even your fears and desires. He uses this information to further his plans. He's like an invisible deity, orchestrating everything. Su Mumu's description grew more and more fantastical, leaving Li Yang stunned. He chuckled softly, unable to resist quipping, "From the way you put it, isn't this guy just a con artist?" Su Mumu was momentarily taken aback before she couldn't help but laugh, nodding. You could say that. Are you going to Jiangnan, then? Su Mumu asked. Li Yang thought about it and said, after the martial arts exam. Before university starts, I plan to use the summer vacation to visit Jiangnan. I'll treat it as a trip. That sounds good, Su Mumu nodded. But you need to be careful. I know. Do you think I'm some kind of kid? Li Yang replied, a bit indignant. You're even less competent than a kid, you fool, Su Mumu snorted lightly. Li Yang sighed. He couldn't be bothered to argue with the little rich girl over something like this. He'd never won against her in such debates since childhood and had already grown used to it. By the way, Li Yang suddenly remembered something. Since you're fine, why are you still in the hospital? Earlier, he had connected with the comatose Su Mumu using starlight. The little rich girl had told him it was to lure the snake out of its hole. But the words were not clear. He only believed she was right and relayed her words to Su Wenjun. As a result, Su Wenjun, Li Changfeng, and Huayun were left dumbfounded. In fact, at that time, Li Yang had no idea what Su Mumu was planning to do. Su Mumu smiled faintly and said, "Do you remember what happened at Drunken Immortal Tower?" Drunken Immortal Tower? Li Yang immediately recalled being taken there by the little rich girl to meet Su Wenjun, only for a group of people to suddenly rush in and try to kill him. Afterward, they went to find City Lord Fan, who swore there would be results within 3 days. Today was the 3rd day, but what was the outcome? It seemed City Lord Fan was not very reliable. Li Yang thought through the sequence of events and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Mumu sighed, "You fool, this concerns your own safety, yet you don't seem the least bit nervous." Li Yang looked puzzled. "Why should I be nervous? What do I have to be nervous about? I mean, I'm invincible. Even the monsters in the dungeon can't beat me. The mastermind behind the assassination at Drunken Immortal Tower hasn't been caught yet." Su Mumu said with a hint of exasperation. "I was hospitalized to lure him out." Lure him out? How? Li Yang still didn't understand. "Why do you think I made such a big deal about being hospitalized?" Su Mumu explained. "I deliberately spread the news that I was seriously injured and needed to recover. For someone hiding in the shadows, this is the perfect opportunity." "So that's how it is." Li Yang suddenly understood. "So, you're fishing?" "You could say that," Su Mumu nodded. "But this fish is quite big, so we need to be careful." "Do you have a plan?" Li Yang asked. "Of course," Su Mumu said confidently. "Now we just wait for the fish to take the bait." "Do you need my help?" Li Yang asked. "You don't need to do anything," Su Mumu said. Just focus on preparing for the martial arts exam. Leave the rest to me. Alright. Although he was still a bit worried, since Su Mumu said so, he could only trust her. Don't worry, Su Mumu reassured him. I'll be fine. Okay. Li Yang nodded. Alright, that's enough for now, Su Mumu said. It's late, I need to rest. You should get some rest too. Okay. Li Yang prepared to disconnect their mental link. Wait, Su Mumu called out to him. Remember to visit me tomorrow. Got it, Li Yang replied with a smile. The night passed peacefully. Summer mornings come especially quickly, with sunlight streaming into the room early. Li Yang reluctantly yawned, rubbed his eyes, and sat up. Ugh. He stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. After a whole day of fighting monsters in the dungeon yesterday, the fatigue seemed to have been swept away by the morning sunlight, replaced by a sense of strength, as if he could punch 2 goblins to pieces with one blow. The air conditioning blew a cool breeze, and Li Yang squinted comfortably. The best thing about moving into the little rich girl's house, besides not worrying about rent, was being able to use the air conditioning as he pleased. In the small room he used to rent, he had to set a timer to turn off the air conditioning at night to save on electricity, sweating like a roast in the summer and often waking up in the middle of the night. I wonder if the little rich girl is awake. Li Yang muttered to himself. He gently touched the stardust ring on his right ring finger, feeling a cool sensation at his fingertips. The ring suddenly flashed, and Li Yang's consciousness was plunged into darkness. This is... The surroundings were silent, with only the sound of steady breathing echoing in the darkness. The little rich girl isn't awake yet. Li Yang's consciousness drifted, feeling like a ghost. Wait, there seemed to be some strange sounds. Li Yang, you big dummy, do. Li Yang? This girl was talking in her sleep? And calling me names? Then he heard a smack sound, as if she was drooling? Li Yang was speechless. What on earth was this girl dreaming about? Was she dreaming of eating something delicious? He decisively disconnected from the ring, opened his eyes, and let out a long breath. Phew, thankfully, the little rich girl didn't catch him. Li Yang picked up his phone and glanced at it. 7 o'clock sharp. Perfect timing, I can go level up in the dungeon, he muttered to himself, while starting to plan his schedule for the day. I'll visit the hospital tonight to check on the little rich girl and bring her some tasty food. Ding-a-ling, the sudden ringing of his phone interrupted his thoughts. An unfamiliar number. Li Yang frowned in confusion. So early, who could it be? He answered the call. Hello? Who's this? A somewhat familiar voice of an older man came from the other end, with a hint of flattery in his tone. Brother Yang, it's me, Xiaolong. Who? Li Yang was stunned, completely baffled. You must have the wrong number. It's me, Fan Long. The voice quickly explained. Put. Li Yang almost burst out laughing. Fan? Lord Fan? When did I become Lord Fan's brother? This promotion is way too fast. Fan Long chuckled on the other end of the line. It's my first time calling you, so you might not be familiar with me. From now on, just call me Xiaolong. Li Yang felt a wave of awkwardness, goosebumps rising all over. No, Lord Fan, what do you mean by this? Fan Long spoke mysteriously. No need to hide it anymore. I heard, you joined the Night Watchers? Li Yang froze for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. So that's what this is about. He had only joined the Night Watchers 2 days ago, yet Lord Fan's information network was impressively quick. Lord Fan, your news travels fast, Li Yang said with a hint of helplessness. But about this, I haven't officially started yet, he explained. And even if I do, we'd be on the same level, maybe even lower than you. Let's forget about the brother thing. Brother Yang, you're still young. Fan Long laughed heartily. So young and already a Night Watcher, your future is limitless. It's worth me calling you brother. Li Yang scratched his head in resignation. Lord Fan looked to be in his 40s or 50s, maybe even older. Being called brother by him felt strange. A bit awkward. Lord Fan, can we get to the point? Li Yang sighed. Why did you call me? Oh, right, I almost forgot. Fan Long slapped his forehead. Do you remember the incident at Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Li Yang's heart skipped a beat. Is there progress on that matter? He had just discussed it with Su Mumu yesterday, and now there was news. Overnight. What's the update? He asked eagerly. I found the mastermind behind hiring those assassins. Fan Long's tone carried a hint of pride. Who is it? Li Yang couldn't wait to know. The owner of Gale Martial Arts Hall, Chun Qingpeng. Chun Qingpeng? Li Yang frowned, trying to recall. He didn't know this person, Never heard of him. Why would he hire people to kill me? He thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. He was just an inconspicuous nobody, at least at the time of the assassination attempt. Who could he have offended? To the point of hiring so many people to kill him, how deep must the grudge be? Well, I don't know either, Fan Long said awkwardly. We're still investigating his motive. Chun Xingpeng, Gale Martial Arts Hall. Li Yang suddenly thought of someone, Chen Dongping. He remembered that day at Gale Martial Arts Hall. Chen Dongping was also there. What's the relationship between Chen Dongping and Chen Xingpeng? Li Yang probed. The other end of the line went silent for a moment, and Fan Long sounded surprised. How did you know Chen Xingpeng has a nephew named Chen Dongping? Li Yang was speechless. Forget it, I didn't ask. So the two are indeed related. Could it be that because of Chen Dongping, Chen Xingping targeted him? But Chen Dongping had already been struck by lightning and turned into charcoal. How could this still involve him? Have you caught him? Li Yang continued to ask. Not yet, Fan Long replied in a low voice. Chen Xingpeng is very cunning. He disappeared before the investigation started. But don't worry, we're searching the entire city for him. Qianlong City is already tightly sealed, he won't escape. Li Yang chuckled. Didn't you tell Uncle Su you'd resolve this in 3 days? It's been a few days now. Fan Long laughed awkwardly and started making excuses. This matter is complicated. Moreover, Chen Xingpeng. Li Yang interrupted unceremoniously. Did you tell Uncle Su about this? Not yet. Fan Long's voice grew even lower. I told you first. Can you help inform Mr. Su? Li Yang sighed. This guy. Alright, I got it, he said helplessly. I'll talk to Uncle Su. After hanging up the phone, Li Yang fell into deep thought. He knew Fan Long was afraid of Su Wenjun. Compared to Su Wenjun, Fan Long's position as city lord seemed insignificant. Even Hui Zhijing appeared junior in front of Su Wenjun. As for Fan Long in front of Hui Yun, comparatively, he preferred reporting to someone like Li Yang, who was on the same level or even half a level lower, as it was less stressful. Of course, the fact that Li Yang was a night watchman also made Fan Long more eager to curry favor. Night watchman. Li Yang shook his head. He hadn't expected so many repercussions after killing Chen Dongping back then. No wonder novel protagonists often wiped out entire families. If you don't eliminate the root, trouble will continue. It seemed he needed to learn from this and be more cautious in the future. If Chen Xingpeng is still in Qianlong City, Li Yang suddenly realized, so that's what the little rich girl meant by luring the snake out of its hole. Many things became clear to him, all at once. At this critical moment, news came that Su Mumu had narrowly won a battle against Xiao Chufan but was seriously injured. Considering the strength Xiao Chufan had displayed in the East Sea before, everything seemed logical and reasonable. However, if Chen Xingpeng only wanted to kill him, would he go to such lengths to trouble Su Mumu? Provoking Su Wenjun would leave him with no chance of survival. Or could it be? Li Yang's eyes lit up as he finally understood. Qianlong City had been locked down for so long that Chen Xingpeng, driven to madness, was at the end of his rope and ready to make a desperate move. Li Yang might not be a genius, but he was far from stupid. With things developing to this point, even without anyone pointing it out, he could see the key issue. Chen Xingpeng had no way out. Staying in the city meant certain death. His only option was to kidnap Su Mumu and use her to threaten Su Wenjun and Fan Long, hoping to escape Qianlong City. So, next, his target must be the hospital. Li Yang blurted out. Just as he was about to set off, Su Mumu's voice rang in his ear. Little dummy, what are you daydreaming about? Li Yang froze, snapped back to reality, and looked at the stardust ring in his hand, smiling. You're awake? I wanted to surprise you this morning. Su Mumu's voice carried a hint of mischief, but I didn't expect you to be up so early. Li Yang took a deep breath and said seriously, get ready, something's going to happen at the hospital. Su Mumu was momentarily stunned, then chuckled lightly. The fish has taken the bait? Li Yang nodded and then told her about what Fan Long had just said. 5 minutes later, Li Yang walked into the living room, where the servants were busy cleaning. Has Uncle Su come back yet? He asked casually. The master didn't return all day yesterday, a servant replied respectfully. Li Yang frowned. Su Wenjun wasn't here? That wasn't good news. Although Su Mumu said she already had a plan, having Su Wenjun around would undoubtedly make things more secure. Is there something urgent? Should I call the master for you? The servant asked with concern. Li Yang shook his head and smiled confidently. No need. I'm heading out. so no need to prepare breakfast. It's fine. With me here, it's enough. At the Marshall Exam Registration Hall. The hall was bustling with noise, even livelier than a marketplace. At this time in previous years, examinees would be discussing updates to the newcomer rankings and the prodigy rankings, speculating which dark horse had suddenly risen to fame or which academic god had fallen from grace. But today, no one mentioned these two rankings. They were completely ignored. Instead, everyone was talking about one explosive topic, the battle between Su Mumu and Xiao Chufan 2 days ago. Who had won? This highly anticipated duel had already passed a day ago, yet no official announcement had been made. People from Qianlong City, the East Sea District, and even several other districts in Liizhou were all fervently discussing it. This competition is not only a concern for the current martial arts exam candidates but has also become a hot topic of conversation among university students, graduates, and even the elderly. It's so strange. Whenever Xiao Chufan won before, there would be a big fanfare, beating drums and gongs, as if the whole world needed to know. But this time, it's so quiet. Something's definitely up. A boy in a Qianlong Academy uniform scratched his head, looking puzzled. The girl with a ponytail beside him adjusted her glasses and calmly analyzed, "I think Sister Mumu must have won." Xiao Chufan was so arrogant after winning the first 6 rounds, but now there's no news. He must have lost and is too embarrassed to make it public. Impossible. Xiao Chufan is a genius from the imperial capital. How could he lose to Su Mumu? I think Governor Hua suppressed the news. Xiao Chufan defeated the top players from the 7 cities of Donghai in a row. If he lost, where would Governor Hua's reputation go? A burly man dismissed the idea, his tone full of disdain. Exactly. I heard Xiao Chufan has strong backing. Governor Hua must have felt the pressure and suppressed the news. Another boy joined in, lowering his voice. My cousin's classmate's sister's boyfriend works at the Gale Martial Arts Hall, and apparently. Stop it. That connection is way too distant. By the time it reached you, the story's already distorted. The pony-tailed girl interrupted bluntly. I think it's more likely that Sister Mumu won. Xiao Chufan probably underestimated her after winning the first 6 rounds. But Sister Mumu is a genius girl from Qianlong City, pretending to be clueless and crazy, and then she took him down in one move. I think it could have been a draw, a boy in a baseball cap chimed in. Both of them are strong, so a tie wouldn't be surprising. A draw? Are you kidding? Do you think this is a game where ties are possible? Someone nearby immediately mocked him. Even some university professors made a rare appearance in the martial arts exam registration hall today. Officially, they were concerned about the students, but in reality, they wanted to get the news firsthand. A middle-aged teacher in a Zhongshan suit with neatly combed hair spoke with a serious tone. I think the result of this competition is tied to the delicate balance between the Donghai region and the imperial capital. Governor Hua must handle it carefully, which is why the result hasn't been announced yet. Old Li, you're overthinking it. Another slightly chubby teacher in casual clothes teased, I think Xiao Chufan lost and is too ashamed to announce it. Lost? Ha, old Wang, you're underestimating the privileged children of the imperial capital. I've heard that the Xiao family is. The teacher in the Zhongshan suit wanted to continue, but a young teacher interrupted him. Professors, could it be possible that Su Mumu and Xiao Chufan fought so fiercely that even the spectators couldn't tell who won, which is why the result hasn't been announced? The young teacher seriously proposed a bold guess. Everyone. Just as the crowd was speculating and getting nowhere, a well-dressed young man walked into the hall with an air of mystery. He glanced around, a faint, meaningful smile on his lips. Hey, isn't this young Master Li? Someone recognized him and immediately gathered around. This young Master Li, named Li Siyuan, had connections in the city lord's office and was known for being well-informed. The crowd swarmed him like sharks smelling blood, bombarding him with questions. Young Master Li, do you know who won between Su Mumu and Xiao Chufan? Young Master Li, tell us, what happened? Young Master Li. Li Siyuan sighed dramatically, spreading his hands with a helpless expression. Ah, Xiao Chufan is still incredible. As soon as he spoke, the hall fell silent, and the atmosphere froze. Everyone's spirit sank. His words were clear. Su Mumu lost, and Xiao Chufan won. What exactly happened, young Master Li? Explain clearly. Someone couldn't help but press further. Li Siyuan lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I don't know the details, but I heard that 2 days ago, the two of them fought so fiercely that the sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light. Su Mumu was seriously injured and is still in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. What? Su Mumu seriously injured? Xiao Chufan went that far? The crowd gasped, their eyes filled with shock and anger. Xiao Chufan is way too arrogant. If you win, why go so hard on him? Exactly. It's like he doesn't even respect our East Sea District. Can someone do something about him and stand up for our East Sea District? Everyone was both angry and helpless. After all, in Disya, strength was everything, and the strong ruled supreme. Xiao Chufan's strength was indeed terrifying. There's nothing we can do, he's just too strong. Someone sighed softly. Yeah, this year's students from our East Sea District are really disappointing. Who said that? Xiao Chufan only defeated the SSS-level professionals of 7 cities. We still have someone in the East Sea District. It was as if an electric current ran through the crowd. Everyone's eyes lit up, they all knew who. It was Li Yang, the invincible powerhouse who, with an E-level profession, climbed to the top of the rookie rankings and has dominated it ever since. That's right, we still have Li Yang. The atmosphere in the hall instantly shifted from despair to excitement and anticipation. Li Yang versus Xiao Chufan, who's stronger? Someone asked. Is that even a question? Of course, Li Yang is stronger. I heard Li Yang can face off against a saint-level powerhouse head-on. Is that true? That strong? How is that possible? Otherwise, how could he make it onto the Tianjiao rankings? He's even the record holder for the Hell difficulty dungeon. Holy crap! Really? That strong? Of course. The Tianjiao rankings aren't a joke. Every person who's ever made it onto the list is a monster. So, does that mean Li Yang is stronger than Xiao Chufan? Hard to say. Xiao Chufan is also incredibly powerful. Who cares? I believe in Li Yang. He's the pride of our East Sea District. Among the crowd, a few sharp-eyed teachers noticed Teacher Liang was also present. They knew Teacher Liang was from Tianyue University and had been staying at the Su family residence recently to tutor Su Mumu. They quietly approached her. Xiao Liang, do you know anything about the inside story of Su Mumu and Xiao Chufan's match? An elderly teacher with white hair asked in a low voice. Yeah, Xiao Liang, we heard you've been staying at the Su family residence to tutor Su Mumu. You must know something, right? A middle-aged female teacher chimed in. Surrounded, Teacher Liang smiled awkwardly. I don't know the specifics either. I wasn't qualified to watch that match. She sighed, her voice heavy. But it's true that Su Mumu is hospitalized. The crowd gasped again, marveling at Xiao Chufan's strength and lamenting Su Mumu's misfortune. Sigh, there's no hope for the East Sea District to rise this year. Yeah, Xiao Chufan is too strong. No one in our East Sea District can take him on. Unless someone thought of Li Yang but shook their head. Li Yang is strong, but he's still an E-level professional. The gap between him and an SSS level like Xiao Chufan is just too big. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, Wait! Everyone, check the Qianlong City official website. The official website? What's going on? Curious, everyone quickly pulled out their phones and opened the Qianlong City official website. On the homepage, a striking new announcement was prominently displayed. The title was eye-catching and shocking, announcement regarding the results of the match between Su Mumu and Xiao Chufan and subsequent events. The crowd opened the announcement and skimmed through it quickly. The next second, they all froze, as if struck by lightning, standing there in stunned silence. The announcement read, after investigation, 2 days ago, during the match between Su Mumu and Xiao Chufan, Su Mumu won within 10 moves. After the match, Xiao Chufan's bodyguard, Zhou Chen, inexplicably launched a fatal attack on Xiao Chufan, resulting in Xiao Chufan's immediate death. Su Mumu was also caught in the crossfire and was seriously injured and hospitalized. Zhou Chen is now wanted, and the Qianlong City law enforcement team is making every effort to apprehend him. A dead silence fell over the crowd. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood there, their minds blank, completely stunned by the sudden news. What just happened? After a long while, someone finally reacted, exclaiming in shock. Xiao Chufan is dead? Killed by his own bodyguard? How is that even possible? Wait a minute, didn't anyone notice that Su Mumu won? She defeated Xiao Chufan in just 10 moves? Oh my god. This is too exaggerated. Are you kidding me? This must be fake. The hall instantly erupted, the noise even louder than before, with questions and exclamations intertwining into chaos. The previous praises for Xiao Chufan's strength now sounded like a joke, while the sympathy for Su Mumu had turned into uncontrollable amusement. Li Siyuan, who had spread rumors earlier, looked extremely grim, as if he had swallowed a fly. He never expected such a dramatic Reversal. He slunk into a corner, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Even teacher Liang was too shocked to speak. Although she believed in Su Mumu's abilities, she never imagined she could defeat Xiao Chufan so effortlessly. 10 moves. Xiao Chufan had defeated other geniuses in the East Sea region in just 10 moves. And now, Xiao Chufan had been killed by his own guard? Ha, Su Mumu is amazing. I was worried she might lose, but it seems I was overthinking, a boy said excitedly. As if he had won the match himself. I told you, Su Mumu couldn't possibly lose. She's the genius girl of Qianlong City, she must have settled it in one move. The ponytailed girl who supported Su Mumu smiled proudly, as if she had foreseen the outcome. But, why would Xiao Chufan's guard kill him? That's so strange, someone asked in confusion. Who knows? Maybe there's deep hatred involved. Family feuds are the most complicated, someone pretended to analyze profoundly. I heard. Xiao Chufan is usually very arrogant and has offended many people. Maybe it's revenge from an enemy, someone gossiped. Yes, I heard that too. He used to bully men and women in the imperial capital, committing all sorts of bad deeds. This time, he came to the East Sea region probably to show off, but ended up hitting a dead end. Imperial capital, somewhere. Towering mountains formed a natural barrier, enclosing a quiet valley. At the bottom of the valley lay a verdant lake, crystal clear, like a giant emerald embedded in a green carpet. Sunlight scattered across the lake's surface, shimmering like scattered gold. By the lakeside, a young man in a plain long robe sat cross-legged, holding a purple bamboo fishing rod, quietly fishing. His features were delicate, his demeanor outstanding, and his expression focused as he stared at the water, motionless, as if he had merged with the surrounding landscape. A gentle breeze blew, causing his clothes to flutter lightly, yet it did not disturb his concentration in the slightest. Behind him stood 2 maids. One wore a goose-yellow dress, the other a pale pink one. Both were beautiful and gentle in temperament, but at the moment, they seemed a bit bored, chatting softly. This year's martial exam is on the 3rd day of next month, the maid in the goose-yellow dress said softly, with a hint of anticipation. I heard there are far more candidates this year than in previous years. The maid in the pink dress nodded and replied, that's right. Just in the imperial capital alone, there are tens of thousands of candidates. Not to mention other places, this year's martial exam will definitely be very intense. She paused, lowered her voice, and said mysteriously, I heard that Xiao Chufan from the Xiao family is taking the exam in the East Sea region this year. Xiao Chufan? The top talent of the Xiao family's younger generation, the maid in the goose-yellow dress asked in surprise. Exactly. It's said that after he went to the East Sea, he was very high-profile, challenging the most talented individuals from the 6 cities of the East Sea one after another, sweeping through them without losing a single match. The maid in the goose-yellow dress exclaimed, so impressive? He trampled all the geniuses of the East Sea underfoot? Yes. And he's particularly arrogant, mocking and humiliating his opponents after winning, as if he doesn't take anyone seriously, the maid in the pink dress said. Angrily. I think he's deliberately showing off to the imperial capital, relying on the Xiao family's background and completely disregarding others, the maid in the goose-yellow dress analyzed. The Xiao family, sigh, they've been getting more and more arrogant in recent years. The maid in the pink dress sighed, full of helplessness and dissatisfaction. Although their conversation was not loud, it was clearly heard by the young man fishing. He, who had been quietly fishing, suddenly curved his lips slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. The fish has taken the bait. He spoke softly, his voice clear like a mountain stream. With a gentle flick of his wrist, his movements were smooth and natural, unhurried. The fishing line tightened, and a silver fish weighing 3 to 4 pounds, shimmering under the sunlight, was reeled in. The young man glanced at the silver-scaled fish struggling desperately on the hook but showed no joy. He slowly removed the fish, gently stroking its smooth scales, and then released it back into the lake. Go on, don't be so greedy next time, he said softly, his voice carrying a hint of tenderness and affection. The fish swam away, and just as the young man was about to continue fishing, a maid suddenly ran over, her face lit with excitement. Your Highness, the 9th Prince, there's news from the East Sea again. The young man, the 9th Prince, remained calm and asked indifferently, oh? Has Xiao Chufan defeated another genius? From the East Sea? How many moves this time? The maid caught her breath and hurriedly replied, no. Xiao Chufan is dead. Clatter! The fishing rod in the 9th Prince's hand fell to the ground. His brows furrowed as he turned to stare at the maid, his gaze sharp. What did you say? The maid took a deep breath, steadied herself, and repeated, Xiao Chufan is dead. right after his duel with Su Mumu. She briefly recounted the announcement posted on the official website of Qianlong City, explaining the events. The ninth prince's brows knitted tightly, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Is this true? Who exactly is this Su Mumu? The maid quickly responded, Your Highness, Su Mumu is the daughter of Su Wenjun. Su Wenjun. The ninth prince's eyes lit up at the mention of the name, as if he had suddenly understood something. He stood up abruptly, laughing as he walked out excitedly. So that's it. So that's it. Ha ha ha. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned to the maid, and asked, Has there been any news from the night watchers? The maid nodded respectfully. Your Highness, the night watchers have confirmed the news. Xiao Chufan is indeed dead, it is not a rumor. A gleam flashed in the ninth prince's eyes, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Interesting, very interesting. He quickly walked back to his study. As he pushed open the door, a faint scent of ink greeted him. The bookshelves were filled with various books, showcasing the owner's extensive knowledge. He walked to the desk, picked up a brush, and gently ground the inkstone, his thoughts racing. Su Mumu. Su Wenjun's daughter. He murmured, his gaze complicated. Putting down the brush, he walked to the window, gazing at the distant mountains, his heart surging with waves of emotion. Xiao Chufan's death is definitely no coincidence, he muttered. Why did Zhou Chen kill him? Was someone behind it? Or was it his own doing? Zhou Chen. Could he be one of the Xiao family's night watchers? Xiao Chufan's death. Could it really have been Su Mumu who killed him? He turned, looking at the maid standing by his side, and gave a deep order, investigate everything about Su Mumu immediately. I want to know her background, personality, relationships, even her preferences. Leave no detail unchecked. The maid respectfully replied, Yes, Your Highness. And, the ninth prince paused, check if she has been admitted to any university in advance. If not, recommend her to Tianyue University in my name. The maid was slightly stunned, a flash of surprise in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and agreed again. Yes, Your Highness. She turned and left to carry out the orders promptly. The ninth prince watched the maid's departing figure, a profound glint in his eyes. He returned to the desk, picked up the brush again, and wrote the name Su Mumu on the rice paper, his gaze deep and distant. In the imperial capital, at the Xiao residence, the intricately carved beams and painted rafters exuded grandeur and splendor. This luxurious mansion was hidden among dense green trees. In the courtyard, birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and streams trickled, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. At this moment, the courtyard was filled with people, men and women, young and old, gathered together. However, the atmosphere was far from as relaxed as it appeared on the surface. This was the Xiao family's monthly meeting. At the head seat, an elderly man with white hair sat upright. Though over 70 years old, his eyes were sharp and spirited, and his demeanor exuded an aura of authority without anger. He was Xiao Tu's father of Xiao Tianhong and grandfather of Xiao Chufan, the current head of the Xiao family. Xiao Tianhong, as the great general of the northern frontier, had long been stationed at the border and had no time to manage family affairs, leaving all matters of the Xiao family in Xiao Tu's hands. Although Xiao Tu's strength was not particularly remarkable, with the support of Xiao Tianhong and years of accumulated prestige, he held absolute authority within the Xiao family. Cough, cough. Xiao Tu cleared his throat, his deep voice echoing through the hall and drawing the attention of those engaged in quiet conversations below. His gaze slowly swept across the crowd as he began to speak. The reason for gathering everyone today is to discuss two matters. First, the latest updates on Chufan's training in the Eastern Sea region, and second, the upcoming Great Xia martial exam and the preparation progress of the family's younger generation. As soon as his words fell, the hall was filled with murmurs of discussion. A middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious attire and adorned with jewelry was the first to speak, her tone brimming with pride. Family head, I heard that Chufan performed outstandingly in the Eastern Sea region. He won 6 consecutive matches, truly bringing honor to our Xiao family. Indeed, Chufan has been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, and now he's truly a standout among talents. An elderly man with a goatee stroked his beard in agreement. In a corner, a young man dressed in martial attire with an arrogant expression sneered, the so-called geniuses from those small places in the Eastern Sea can't compare to us in the imperial capital. Chufan defeating them is nothing impressive. Beside him, a young woman dressed provocatively chimed in, exactly, the Eastern Sea region is just a remote and impoverished area. What real geniuses could come from there, compared to us, who have enjoyed top-tier resources in the imperial Capital since childhood, they're far inferior. Not everyone shared this sentiment. A burly middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. Chu Fan is excellent, but the one who truly brings glory to the Shao family is the eldest brother. He guards the northern frontier, has achieved numerous military merits, and is highly regarded by the emperor. He might even become the first non-royal king in Great Xia's history. These words immediately garnered a wave of agreement. Exactly. If the eldest brother is granted a royal title, our Shao family will truly rise to prominence. At that point, who would dare look down on us? Xiao Tu's face showed a satisfied smile as he stroked his beard and said slowly, Tianhong's contributions to the family and the nation are indeed a source of pride. But Chu Fan's growth should not be overlooked. His performance in the Eastern Sea has already attracted the attention of many forces. He paused before changing the subject. The martial exam is approaching. How are the preparations of the family's younger generation? A middle-aged man responsible for the education of the family's younger members stood up and replied respectfully, Rest assured, family head. The younger generation has been training diligently without any slack. Even Chu Fan, despite being away for training, has maintained a high-intensity regimen. We are confident in achieving excellent results in this year's martial exam. Good, Xiao Tu nodded. The martial exam is an important opportunity for Great Xia to select talents. I hope everyone prepares seriously and strives to bring honor to the family and themselves. In the courtyard, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. The Shao family members were busy planning the future of the family, their laughter and discussions blending into a lively and relaxed atmosphere. Suddenly, a figure stumbled into the courtyard, breaking the harmony. His clothes were disheveled, his face pale, his forehead covered in sweat, and his eyes filled with terror. What's the meaning of this? What kind of behavior is this? Xiao Tu frowned, his tone displeased. Can't you see we're in a meeting? Don't act so panicked. What happened? The man opened his mouth to speak but couldn't form a complete sentence, only gasping for breath, his face growing paler, clearly having suffered a great shock. Speak quickly. What happened? Xiao Tu's voice grew heavier, tinged with impatience. Family head. Qianlong. Qianlong City. The man stammered, struggling to utter a few words. What happened to Qianlong City? Did Chu Fan cause trouble? An elder of the clan asked casually, his tone filled with indulgence, unaware of the gravity of the situation. No, it's not, it's young Master Chu Fan, he. The messenger took a deep breath, mustering all his courage, and said tremblingly, he is dead. What? Like a bolt from the blue, the entire courtyard fell into a terrifying silence. Time seemed to freeze, everyone was stunned, their eyes fixed on the messenger, faces filled with disbelief. The once lively courtyard instantly became deathly still, the air so heavy it was suffocating. After a long pause, someone finally snapped out of it and exclaimed, Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! How could Chu Fan die? He is the pride of our Shao family. Who would dare touch him? It must be fake. It has to be a rumor. That's right. It must be those people from the East Sea, spreading false news on purpose to disrupt our Shao family. Xiao Tu's face turned ashen. He stood up abruptly, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly, his knuckles turning white. He stared intently at the messenger and asked, word by word, you, say it again. The messenger trembled all over, stammering as he repeated, Patriarch, the official announcement from Qianlong City. Young Master Chu Fan, after his duel with Su Mumu, was killed by his guard, Zhou Chen. He shakily took out his phone, the screen clearly displaying the official announcement from Qianlong City's website. The courtyard once again plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone's faces were a mix of shock, confusion, anger, and sorrow. Absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Tu muttered to himself, as if he had lost his soul. He could not accept this cruel reality. His grandson, the hope of the Shao family, was dead, and killed by his own guard. Patriarch, we must uncover the truth and avenge Chu Fan, a middle-aged man said through gritted teeth, his voice filled with rage. Yes, a blood debt must not go unpaid. The crowd echoed, their anger surging like waves. Xiao Tu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He slowly sat back in his chair, closing his eyes to conceal the turmoil of grief and fury within. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint of cold light flashing through them. Issue the order immediately. Send people to Qianlong City to investigate this matter thoroughly. His voice was low and hoarse, yet carried an undeniable authority. I want to know every detail of what happened. The culprit must pay double the price. Contact the black market immediately. Place a bounty on Jochin. At all costs. In an unknown location. Amidst the deep mist, it felt as though one was in a primordial void before the world was formed. There were no sun, moon, or stars, no mountains or rivers, just an endless expanse of pure white. At the center of this pure white stood several massive jade pillars, emitting a soft glow that illuminated a small surrounding area. Between the jade pillars, a grand and mysterious mansion could be faintly seen, like a mirage, ethereal and enigmatic. In front of the mansion was a simple, ancient stone table. Around the table sat 7 or 8 people. They all wore strange animal masks that covered their faces, and even their figures were shrouded by an eerie force, making it impossible to discern their age or gender. Among them was Kuanping, whom Li Yang had encountered a few days ago. Today's gathering ends here, Kuanping said, glancing around at the others, his tone indifferent. Handle your own matters if you have any. As soon as he finished speaking, a short figure wearing a bird mask asked urgently, "Fewer and fewer people have been attending the gatherings recently. Does anyone know why?" Kuanping shook his head. Slightly. Perhaps everyone is preoccupied with mundane affairs. A plump figure wearing a pig mask chuckled softly. Maybe they're busy preparing for the upcoming martial exam. Hearing this, the others chuckled quietly. The voice behind the fox mask was hoarse. This year's martial exam does seem quite lively. Oh? How so? The others asked curiously. The fox mask lowered its voice. Speaking mysteriously, have you heard about the major event that happened in the East Sea region of Lijiao? Could it be about that genius from the Xiao family, Xiao Chufan? Asked the man wearing the leopard mask. That's right. This year, he went to the East Sea for the joint examination, defeating the geniuses of 6 cities in the East Sea consecutively, earning great fame. But a few days ago, he suddenly died, said the fox mask, dropping a bombshell. Died? How did he die? Everyone was shocked. It's said that he was killed by his own bodyguard, the fox mask said incredulously. What? How is that possible? Exclaimed the man wearing the rat mask. What's even stranger is that Xiao Chufan was killed after a duel with a girl named Su Mumu, the fox mask continued. It's said that Su Mumu defeated Xiao Chufan in just 10 moves. 10 moves? That's absolutely impossible. Xiao Chufan is considered top tier among the younger generation. How could he lose so quickly? The leopard mask expressed doubt. And why would his bodyguard kill him? There must be more to this, the pig mask chimed in. Who exactly is this Su Mumu, to be able to defeat Xiao Chufan? In 10 moves, the rat mask pressed. Rumor has it, she's the daughter of Su Wenjun, the fox mask said slowly. Su Wenjun? The legendary figure who once guarded Lijiao? The leopard mask's tone carried respect. Yes, that's him, the fox mask confirmed. Kuanping had been quietly listening, a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer flashing in his eyes. This is indeed strange, he said. Slowly, his voice deep. Although the officials of Qianlong City have already released a statement, I suspect there's more to the deaths of Su Mumu and Xiao Chufan than meets the eye. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group. Everyone should keep an eye on this matter. The man wearing the tiger mask sighed. I never expected the East Sea region to hide so many powerful individuals. The rat mask agreed that Su Mumu, so young yet able to defeat Xiao Chufan in 10 moves, has limitless potential. Kuanping sighed. The East Sea is indeed extraordinary. Not only is there a genius like Su Mumu, but just a few days ago, I encountered a remarkable person in the East Sea's Rift dungeon. A remarkable person? Who? Everyone's interest was piqued, and they eagerly asked. Kuanping looked at the man wearing the vermilion bird mask and smiled. Zhongming, do you believe there's a level 24 archer who can solo clear the abyss difficulty of the goblin dungeon? At his words, everyone froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Kuanping, are you trying to pull a Bai Zai and make up stories? To amuse us, the pig mask said with a laugh. Level 24 clearing abyss? Do you think we're children? The leopard mask scoffed. Even the most exceptional genius couldn't achieve that. The tiger mask shook his head. Even Zhongming expressed doubt, speaking slowly. Kuanping, you're exaggerating. The goblin dungeon may be the simplest dungeon, but abyss difficulty is no joke. A level 24 player wouldn't even qualify, let alone clear it. Seeing their disbelief, Kuanping sighed and spoke sincerely. I didn't believe it at first either, but I truly saw it with my own eyes. The group exchanged glances, their smiles fading as they noticed Kuanping's serious demeanor. Kuanping nodded solemnly. It's true. Guess what weapon he was using? The group began guessing. A bow? A crossbow? A musket? Could it be a legendary artifact? These were all common weapons for archers, but Kunpeng shook his head at each guess. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment and cautiously asked, could it be throwing knives? Kunpeng still shook his head, then said mysteriously, even more unbelievable than that. He paused for a moment and enunciated each word clearly. He was using an AK. The group was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. An AK? Ha ha ha. Kunpeng, how long did it take you to come up with this joke? It's hilarious. The pig mask laughed so hard he leaned forward. Using such an outdated weapon? You've got quite the imagination. The tiger mask was laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up. This is the first time I've heard of an archer using an AK. The leopard mask laughed until tears streamed down his face. Only Zhang Ming didn't laugh. His brows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. Kunpeng shifted his gaze from the laughter back to Zhang Ming and asked meaningfully, Zhang Ming, don't you want to personally go to the East Sea to witness this extraordinary person? Zhang Ming was silent for a long time, before finally nodding. He knew Kunpeng was not one to speak lightly. Since Kunpeng had seen it with his own eyes, it must be true. A level 24 archer clearing the abyss-level goblin dungeon with an AK, it completely overturned his understanding. He couldn't wait to meet this miracle. Alright, I admit it, you've piqued my curiosity, Zhang Ming said, his tone tinged with excitement. After this gathering, I'll head to the East Sea. Kunpeng smiled faintly. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. At this moment, the man wearing the turtle mask, who had been silent all along, slowly spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Since the East Sea is so lively, I want to join in as well. Oh? Xuanwu, you're going to the East Sea too? Why? Kunpeng asked. The turtle-masked man, Xuanwu, paused for a moment, his tone serious. I want to issue a bounty to kill someone in the East Sea. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere instantly grew tense, and the air was filled with a murderous aura. The short figure wearing a bird mask seemed particularly interested in this topic and immediately pressed, Xuanwu, who do you want to kill? Kunpeng teased with a smile. Suanio, can you even go to the East Sea? Suanio retorted indignantly, who says I can't go? I just can't leave the imperial capital for now. The East Sea isn't the ends of the earth. If I want to go, no one can stop me. She turned to Xuanwu, eagerly asking, Xuanwu, who exactly do you want to kill? Tell me. She wasn't interested in the bounty amount, she was most curious about the target. Xuanwu pondered for a moment before slowly saying, I won't say for now. After the martial exam, I'll explain in detail at the next gathering. As for the reward, Xuanwu paused, his tone enticing, although I don't have much savings, for this mission, I will distribute rewards based on everyone's contributions. At the very least, I guarantee one chaos-level artifact or an equivalent treasure. Chaos-level artifact? Everyone held their breath upon hearing this, their eyes gleaming with greed. Chaos-level artifacts were extremely rare and incredibly valuable, even among them. Anyone interested can head to the East Sea in the near future, Xuanwu added. But remember, the target is very powerful, so be extremely cautious. How powerful? Suanio asked urgently. At least at the sovereign level, Xuanwu said calmly, but his words were like thunderclaps in everyone's ears. Sovereign? Everyone gasped in shock. Sovereigns were the top-tier powerhouses of the Great Xia, each capable of shaking the entire nation. Xuanwu was actually issuing a bounty to kill a sovereign? This was madness. The man wearing the white tiger mask said gravely, Xuanwu, you must be joking. Sovereigns aren't so easy to deal with. Of course I know that, Xuanwu remained composed. That's precisely why I'm gathering everyone to act together. There's strength in numbers. With proper coordination, success isn't impossible. He continued, more importantly, I've received information that this sovereign was recently severely injured and is far weaker than before. Now is the best opportunity. Hearing this, the greed in everyone's eyes became even more apparent. A chaos-level artifact combined with a weakened target, this was a rare chance. Zhang Ming, after some thought, said seriously, this is a major matter. I need to think it over carefully. Suanio, however, didn't hesitate. I'm in. It's been a while since I had a good fight. A sovereign will be perfect for practice. The others also expressed that they would carefully weigh the pros and cons. By dawn, Shanlong City was already bustling with activity. The martial exam was approaching, and this was the liveliest time of the year in the Great Xia. Young people were eager to showcase their skills in the martial exam, practicing their punches, kicks, and sword techniques in the streets and alleys. Some gathered in groups, enthusiastically discussing their future plans. Street vendors seized the opportunity to sell various ancestral remedies and elixirs, determined to make a fortune. The shouts of hawkers and the sounds of bargaining filled the air, creating a lively and vibrant scene. The air was filled with the aroma of fried dough sticks mixed with the strange scent of unfamiliar medicinal herbs, creating a bustling scene that dazzled the senses. Chen Xingpeng hunched his shoulders, his clothes tattered, hair disheveled, resembling a quail trying to hide among the crowd, desperately attempting to make himself invisible. He occasionally turned his head nervously to glance in the direction of Qianlong Hospital, his steps hurried yet feigning nonchalance. At this moment, his palms were drenched in sweat. He had, of course, heard the news of the battle between Su Mumu and Xiao Shufan. The official report stated that Xiao Shufan was dead and Su Mumu was seriously injured. To him, this was practically a heaven-sent opportunity. As for Xiao Chufan's fate, he couldn't care less. His only concern was Su Mumu's current condition. A week ago, he had failed to assassinate Li Yang at Zuaxian Tower and had even angered Su Wenjun. At that time, he knew he had to leave Qianlong City immediately. But he was still a step too late. The city gates of Qianlong City were heavily guarded, with inspections so thorough that even packages were turned inside out. Not even a fly could escape. Force his way out? That would be courting death. The gatekeepers were all top-tier experts, and if a dozen of them surrounded him, he'd be finished in minutes. If he delayed too long, Su Wenjun would arrive, and he'd be as good as dead. Staying in the city would eventually lead to his discovery, which was equally a dead end. Su Wenjun was not someone to be trifled with. His reputation from his youth still terrified Chen Xingpeng. If caught by him, the suffering would be worse than death. The more he thought about it, the more despair he felt, as if he were a hamster trapped in a cage, running endlessly but unable to find an exit. For the past few days, he had been relying on his remaining cash to hide and survive in the city, living in constant fear. Seeking help from assassins was a method that couldn't withstand scrutiny. In other words, he would inevitably be discovered. Now, the only way to save himself was to take Su Mumu hostage, forcing Su Wenjun to refrain from acting rashly and leaving him a way out. He knew Su Mumu was Su Wenjun's precious treasure. As long as he controlled her, he'd have leverage for negotiation. As for the consequences, he didn't dare think too much. Fleeing, hiding, hunger, fear. These days had driven him to the brink of madness. He just wanted to live, even if it was by a slim chance. He bought a meat bun, eating it as he walked, grease dripping down the corner of his mouth. He quickly wiped it away with the back of his hand, trying hard to blend in as an ordinary passerby. The meat bun was delicious, but he had no mood to savor it. Every bite felt like chewing wax. The entrance to Qianlong Hospital was right in front of him. Two majestic stone lions stood guard silently. The flowers in the flower beds were in full bloom, exuding a faint fragrance that mingled with the smell of disinfectant in the air. People came and went, some in a hurry, others with tense expressions. Chen Xingpeng hid in the shadows of a street corner, secretly observing his surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, he took a deep breath, swallowed the remaining half of the meat bun in one gulp, and walked into the hospital. The interior of the hospital was clean and tidy, with a faint smell of disinfectant lingering in the air. The fluorescent lights overhead emitted a pale glow, illuminating the lobby as bright as daylight, making Chen Xingpeng's face appear even paler. In the waiting area, a few patients and their families sat scattered, some whispering softly, others waiting quietly. Chen Xingpeng silently repeated to himself, "Don't get caught," as cold sweat broke out on his palms. He tried to appear calm, pretending to be indifferent as he looked around, searching for Su Mumu's ward. He pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, on which was scrawled Su Mumu, room 304. This was information he had obtained from the black market in the early hours of the morning. 304, 304. He muttered the room number repeatedly, calculating his next move in his mind. He felt like a terrible actor performing a one-man show called Escape, not knowing how it would end. He advanced slowly along the corridor, pausing at each ward door to listen for any sounds inside. The walls of the corridor were adorned with posters promoting medical knowledge, health tips, and martial arts exam advertisements, but he had no interest in them. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to take Su Mumu hostage and escape Qianlong City. As long as he controlled Su Mumu, Su Wenjun would definitely listen to him, and might even give him a large sum of money to let him escape far away and live a carefree life. "I hope there's no one in Su Mumu's ward." Chen Xingpeng prayed silently, "It would be best if she's alone, so I can act smoothly." Room 304 was just within reach. Chen Xingpeng's heart was racing, as if it would leap out of his chest. He was trembling with excitement, finally seeing a glimmer of hope for escape. Calm down, calm down. Chen Xingping took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. He reached out to grasp the doorknob, ready to push it open forcefully. Suddenly, he jerked back, like a startled rabbit, and hid to the side. Who? Chen Xingping turned around, only to see a young man quietly standing at the corner of the corridor, a faint smile on his face. The man was tall and slender, dressed simply in a white long robe, with neatly combed black hair. He looked refined and gentle, yet carried an indescribable sense of authority. You are Huo Wu. Chen Xingping's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never expected to encounter the son of Huo Zhizheng here. By rights, the one guarding the ward door should have been Li Yang. Huo Wu still wore that faint smile and said, Master Chen, I've been waiting for you here all day, and you've finally shown up. What? Chen Xingping froze, immediately becoming alert. Was this a trap? Had Su Wenjun gone mad? Using his own daughter as bait? He couldn't believe this was his biological daughter. Wasn't he afraid something might happen to Su Mumu? His gaze swept toward room 304. Su Mumu was seriously injured. Even if this was a trap, as long as he could defeat Huo Wu, he could still rescue Su Mumu. After all, Huo Wu was just a young rookie. Even if he was a rising star on the rankings, how strong could he be? Chen Xingping, after all, was a same-tier powerhouse. Although he had only recently entered the same tier, Huo Wu alone was no match for him. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Xingping's eyes as he prepared to strike, but suddenly, everything went black. He felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by pitch darkness. A buzzing sound echoed in his ears, and he felt dizzy and disoriented. Damn it! Domain Walker! Chen Xingping immediately realized, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. He remembered Huo Wu's identity, a domain walker. Huo Wu was the strongest SSS class professional who had emerged from last year's martial exams in Qianlong City. In just 1 year, he had risen from being the top rookie in Qianlong City to the rankings of the Great Xia. His skill, domain, could pull enemies into his own realm and absorb part of their abilities for his own use, a true one-on-one weapon. How could he have forgotten this? This is bad. Chen Xingping cursed inwardly. In the darkness, he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. He tried to gather his mental energy, but found his power seemed sealed, completely inaccessible. A bone-chilling coldness enveloped him, not from the temperature, but from Huo Wu's voice drifting through the darkness. Don't waste your efforts, Master Chen. In my domain, all your actions are restricted. The voice seemed to come from the void, omnipresent yet without a discernible source, making it impossible for him to pinpoint Huo Wu's location. Damn it! Chen Xingping gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm. A same-tier powerhouse's perception far exceeded that of ordinary people. He began to sense the subtle changes in the surrounding space, trying to find a flaw in this dark domain. However, the darkness was like a bottomless abyss, swallowing all his senses, no direction, no boundaries, only suffocating oppression. Do you think this can trap me? Chen Xingping suppressed his fear and shouted with feigned confidence, I am a same-tier powerhouse. You, a young rookie, think you can challenge me? Professionals above level 100 were known as same-tier. Huo Wu responded with a disdainful chuckle, same-tier? Master Chen, let me tell you the truth, I've defeated same-tier before. In the darkness, a faint glimmer appeared, like a star born in chaos. Master Chen, you've committed an unforgivable mistake. Huo Wu's voice was icy cold. Surrender immediately and come with me to the city lord's mansion to confess. There's still a chance to live. Fear surged like a flood into Chen Xingping's heart, and he finally realized he had fallen completely into a trap. He had intended to use Su Mumu to escape, but he hadn't anticipated that this was a meticulously designed scheme by Su Wenjun and Huo Yun. Damn it! The impulsive decision to assassinate Li Yang, choosing this path of no return, had now turned into endless regret, gnawing at his soul. But it was all too late. Huo Wu's figure gradually blurred within the sphere of light, which then dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming pressure so intense it felt suffocating, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, crushing down on Chen Xingping. No! His desperate cry was stuck in his throat as Chen Xingping's consciousness began to crumble. No! His roar sounded less human and more like the despairing howl of a trapped beast. The fear of impending doom ignited the berserk power within him, his blood boiling like magma, and scorching energy surged around him. Crimson light burst from his eyes, and his once pitch-black Pupils now resembled blood-soaked gemstones, radiating a chilling glow. Blood fury. Chen Xingpeng roared, unleashing the exclusive skill of the bloodthirster. His muscles bulged, twisting and writhing like countless serpents, veins protruding like tangled ancient vines. His hair stood on end, resembling steel needles piercing the sky. The bloodthirster, a class evolved from berserker, though only a B-rank profession, possessed astonishing, explosive power. Under the enhancement of blood fury, Chen Xingping's strength and speed increased several-fold, and the power suppressed by Huo Wu's domain erupted like a volcano, unstoppable. Even if you're an SSS rank profession, the level gap doesn't matter. Chen Xingpeng, like a madman, swung his fists relentlessly, bombarding the direction where Huo Wu might be hiding in the darkness. Within the dark domain, fierce winds howled, and shadows of fists overlapped. The space trembled violently, groaning as if it might collapse entirely at any moment. Interesting. Huo Wu's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of surprise. He didn't choose to confront head-on but relied on the spatial walker's mastery of space to continuously evade and maneuver within the darkness. Stop hiding like a rat. Chen Xingpeng roared, his attacks growing increasingly frenzied, desperate to tear Huo Wu to shreds. Suddenly, Huo Wu's figure appeared behind Chen Xingpeng as if teleporting. In his hand, a radiant sword materialized, its blade pulsating with an unsettling energy, silently aiming for Chen Xingpeng's back. Die! But the words weren't spoken by Huo Wu, they were shouted by Chen Xingpeng. At the moment Huo Wu appeared, Chen Xingpeng had already anticipated the attack, twisting his body abruptly and abandoning defense, channeling all his power into his right fist, which shot toward Huo Wu's chest like a cannonball. This was a desperate gamble, wagering his own life. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the radiant sword and fist collided head-on, unleashing a blinding light. The violent energy rippled outward like waves, tearing open cracks in the surrounding darkness. The intense impact forced both of them to retreat a few steps. Chen Xingpeng steadied himself, his crimson eyes fixed on Huo Wu, a bloodthirsty grin curling at the corner of his mouth. Kid, I've got you now. He licked his lips, his gaze filled with frenzied battle intent. Huo Wu frowned deeply, clearly underestimating the power of Chen Xingpeng in his blood fury state. This berserk force even pressured him, a rising star on the rankings. He swung the radiant sword again, its blade now even brighter, launching a more ferocious attack on Chen Xingpeng. The sword moved as fast as lightning, leaving a trail in the darkness, coiling like a serpent end, sealing off all of Chen Xingpeng's escape routes. Chen Xingpeng advanced instead of retreating, swinging his fists to clash fiercely with Huo Wu's radiant sword. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding echoed in the darkness, sparks flying like a torrential rain. Chen Xingpeng threw a punch towards Huo Wu's chest. Huo Wu slightly shifted his body, barely dodging the lethal strike. With a quick reverse grip, his lightsaber slashed upward, carving a deep wound into Chen Xingpeng's arm. Chen Xingpeng roared in fury, ignoring the pain, and continued his ferocious assault. Huo Wu's figure flickered, ghost-like, appearing behind Chen Xingpeng. The lightsaber thrust directly toward his back. At the critical moment, Chen Xingpeng lunged forward, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. He spun around and delivered a powerful kick, imbued with violent force, aiming fiercely at Huo Wu's abdomen. Huo Wu raised his sword to block, but the kick sent him flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xingpeng pursued relentlessly, charging at Huo Wu like a tiger descending the mountain, determined to tear him apart. In mid-air, Huo Wu twisted his body, landing steadily on his feet. A hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes. This guy, he's truly formidable. Phase shift. Huo Wu muttered in a low voice. The surrounding space rippled like water, and his figure began to blur amidst the distorted light, eventually merging with the darkness and vanishing completely. Chen Xingpeng slammed his fist heavily into the ground, sending debris flying, but only striking empty air. What's going on? He growled, scanning his surroundings warily, trying to locate Huo Wu. Where am I? You'll never guess. Huo Wu's voice echoed like a ghost in the night sky, elusive and impossible to pinpoint. This was a skill Huo Wu had mastered after advancing to the Ascension realm. It allowed him to temporarily enter another dimension, immune to all physical attacks, while also increasing his speed. Even more terrifying, when he exited this state, a localized energy explosion would erupt around him. Both offensive and defensive, this move had allowed Huo Wu to overcome countless formidable opponents in the past. Chen Xingpeng dared not be careless. His entire body tensed, and he pushed his senses to their limits, trying to detect even the slightest energy fluctuation around him. Suddenly, He felt a faint spatial distortion behind him. Without hesitation, Chen Xingpeng spun around, unleashing a punch with a howling wind. But the attack once again hit nothing but air. Huo Wu's figure flickered to his side, the lightsaber tracing a sharp arc and carving a deep, bone-revealing wound at Chen Xingpeng's waist. Blood spurted instantly. Damn it! Chen Xingpeng roared as the intense pain triggered his fury. He lunged at Huo Wu, but Huo Wu's speed was unmatched. Empowered by phase shift, Huo Wu moved like a phantom through the darkness. Chen Xingpeng's attacks repeatedly missed, leaving him helpless as Huo Wu's figure darted around him. The lightsaber struck with precision, leaving bloody trails across Chen Xingpeng's body. Blood splattered, staining the darkness red. Chen Xingpeng, now covered in blood, refused to back down. Like a cornered beast, he roared in rage, his fists whipping through the air with violent force. Yet every attack failed to connect. Damn it! Damn it! His strikes grew weaker, his stamina quickly depleting, and a sense of despair began to creep into his heart. He knew that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. But he refused to surrender. Forcing himself to remain calm, Chen Xingpeng started carefully observing Huo Wu's movements, trying to find a flaw. If he could just hold on a little longer, there might still be a chance. No longer throwing aimless punches, he controlled his strength, conserving his mental energy as much as possible. He concentrated his spiritual power into his fists, forming a faint reddish armor to shield himself from Huo Wu's relentless, storm-like attacks. Bang! 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 Huo Wu's lightsaber struck the armor repeatedly, producing dull thuds and creating ripples. Though the armor blocked the attacks, it steadily drained Chen Xingpeng's already limited mental energy. Gritting his teeth, he held on, feeling his spiritual power trickle away like a slow stream. He knew he was nearing his limit. Just then, Huo Wu's figure began to solidify, no longer blurred. His phase shift state was coming to an end. A glimmer of hope shone in Chen Xingpeng's eyes, his opportunity was here. Huo Wu's form finally became fully tangible. The moment his phase shift ended, he exhaled lightly, clearly having paid a price for maintaining it. Now! Chen Xingpeng's eyes burned with ferocity. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the spiritual power he had been conserving, erupting like a volcano. Holding nothing back, he poured all his strength into his fists and launched a devastating attack at Huo Wu. Blood massacre! A thunderous roar erupted, and crimson blood energy surged from Chen Xingpeng's body like a volcanic explosion, forming a blood-colored storm that enveloped him entirely. At this moment, Chen Xingpeng seemed to transform into a demon from hell, exuding a terrifyingly powerful aura. He raised his right fist, pouring his mental energy into it frantically. The fist emitted a blinding scarlet light, resembling a supernova on the verge of explosion. His passive skill Bloodlust was now pushed to its limit. During the previous battle, although Chen Xingpeng had been passively taking hits, each injury accumulated a significant amount of blood rage. Every attack from Huo Wu was like adding fuel to the fire, causing Chen Xingpeng's blood rage to soar continuously. Now, with Blood Massacre, Chen Xingpeng instantly unleashed all his blood rage, amplifying his attack power 100-fold. This punch could destroy the heavens and the earth. Huo Wu looked at Chen Xingpeng's earth-shattering strike and smiled faintly. Boom! The fist struck, and Huo Wu's figure shattered like foam, disappearing into the air. Oomph! Petty tricks! Chen Xingpeng sneered coldly. He had anticipated Huo Wu would use this move. His gaze shifted, and he looked toward a corner behind him. The air there carried a faint scent of blood. Though subtle, to Chen Xingpeng, who possessed bloodlust, it was like a beacon in the darkness, clearly guiding him to his prey's location. Found. You! Chen Xingpeng turned abruptly and punched toward the corner. Boom! The dark space shattered like glass, erupting with a deafening noise. The two returned to the hospital corridor. Huo Wu leaned against the corner of the wall in disarray, clutching his chest. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper, clearly showing that the explosion had severely injured him. He struggled to squeeze out a few words. How did you know I was there? Huo Wu was certain he had hidden flawlessly. Chen Xingpeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. The scent of blood gave you away. Huo Wu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, instantly understanding everything. Chen Xingpeng had known his location from the very beginning. He had been pretending to endure attacks, accumulating some kind of power, likely a secret technique guided by blood, all to wait for this strike. This old fox had calculated every step, his cunning so deep it was terrifying. Huo Wu felt bitter inside. He was an SSS-level professional with exceptional talent. Yet his combat experience was crushed by Chen Xingpeng, this seasoned veteran. Though Chen Xingpeng was 40 years older and only at the saint rank, his judgment of the battlefield and grasp of timing far surpassed Hua Wu. The position of martial arts hallmaster was clearly not earned without merit. Damn it! The intense pain blurred Hua Wu's consciousness. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, trying to stand but collapsed. Powerlessly. Chen Xingpeng walked up to Hua Wu, looking down at him with complex emotions in his eyes. This victory had come at a heavy cost. He was seriously injured himself. Hua Wu's special identity meant he couldn't act recklessly. In other words, he had to stop. Even if Hua Wu escaped Shenlong City, he wouldn't escape the East Sea District or Laizhou. As for abandoning Su Mumu and taking Hua Wu hostage to leave, that was impossible. The one he had provoked was Su Wenjun, not Hui Yun. He didn't dare gamble on whether Su Wenjun would directly kill Hua Wu. Taking a deep breath, he was too exhausted to think further. The most important thing now, he had to leave immediately. He must leave here as soon as possible. Chen Xingpeng dragged his weary body step by step to Su Mumu's hospital room door. He glanced at Hua Wu, who was lying on the ground, and felt slightly reassured. Pushing open the door, the smell of disinfectant wafted out. The room was silent, with only the rhythmic ticking of the medical equipment. Su Mumu lay on the hospital bed, her entire body covered by a white blanket, revealing only her outline. Her expression was unclear, and her condition was impossible to discern. Chen Xingping's gaze fell on her, and the cold sternness on his face carried a trace of barely noticeable tension and worry. Su Mumu lying like this didn't resemble someone hospitalized, it looked more like she had already passed away? Who would be hospitalized with their entire body covered by a white cloth? A strange sense of tension surged in Chen Xingping's heart. Could there still be an ambush here? He remained vigilant, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the hospital room. But there was nothing in the room. He thought again of Hua Wu, unconscious outside, his heart filled with doubt. Why was Hua Wu at the hospital? Hua Wu said he had been waiting here all day. Why? Had someone anticipated his movements? But why send Hua Wu instead of Hua Yun and Su Wenjun? If those two had come, Chen Xingpeng would have had no chance of escape and would have been captured on the spot. In a flash of insight, Chen Xingpeng pieced it together. They weren't certain he would come to the hospital, they only suspected it, so they sent the relatively less critical Hua Wu to keep watch. If he came, Hua Wu would delay him until Hua Yun and Su Wenjun arrived. If he didn't, there wouldn't be much loss. They were just waiting for him to walk into their trap. Chen Xingpeng looked again at the figure on the hospital bed. The petite frame should be Su Mumu. He dared not hesitate any longer. The commotion earlier had been too loud. Soon, doctors and nurses would come to check, and Su Wenjun would follow. He had to take Su Mumu away immediately. Taking a deep breath, he reached out to lift the blanket. Just as his fingertips were about to touch it, a blinding golden light suddenly flashed. He didn't dare hesitate. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Chen Xingping's mind. Instinctively, he tried to dodge, but it was too late. A flash of sword light streaked like lightning, a cold gleam flickering and vanishing in an instant. Put! A sharp blade pierced his shoulder. Ah! Chen Xingpeng cried out in pain, staggering backward until he hit the doorway of the hospital room, barely managing to steady himself. Clutching his wound, blood gushed out as his face turned pale, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. On the hospital bed, Su Mumu stood smiling, dressed in a hospital gown, holding a long sword radiating golden light, its tip still dripping with blood. She didn't look injured at all. Chen Xingpeng froze in place, staring at her in shock, his voice trembling. Impossible. Weren't you gravely injured and unconscious in the hospital? Su Mumu chuckled lightly, her eyes filled with mockery. Who told you that? Chen Xingping's face turned ashen, as if he had swallowed a bitter pill. He felt like a clown, completely played by Su Mumu. If it weren't for the official notice from Shenlong City stating that Su Mumu was gravely injured and unconscious, he would never have risked coming here. Now it was clear this was all a trap set by Su Wenjun. You've been tricked. Su Mumu's tone was calm, but every word felt like a dagger stabbing into Chen Xingping's heart. Shame, anger, and fear intertwined, almost consuming him. He knew he was in a desperate situation. Su Wenjun could arrive with reinforcements at any moment, leaving him no way to escape. It was too late to run. The only option now was to subdue Su Mumu. Perhaps he could use her as leverage to gain a slim chance of survival. Just an 18-year-old girl. So what if you've set up an ambush? Do you really think you can beat me? Chen Xingping's eyes glinted with malice. Enduring the searing pain in his shoulder, he lunged at Su Mumu. Su Mumu showed no fear. The long sword in her hand, radiating dazzling golden light, none other than the legendary weapon. Gifted to her by Li Yang, the greedy blade of the golden dragon drew a sharp arc, its tip aimed straight at Chen Xingpeng. Chen Xingpeng instantly recognized the legendary weapon, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed the thought. Now was not the time for such distractions. He swung his fist fiercely at the blade. Clang! A loud metallic clash echoed through the hospital room. A powerful force from the sword reverberated through his arm, leaving it numb and splitting the skin of his knuckles. Chen Xingpeng was shocked. This young girl possessed such terrifying strength. He had assumed that her battle with Xiao Chufan would have significantly weakened her, but he had completely underestimated her. Su Mumu flicked her wrist, the sword twisting like a serpent to bypass his fist and thrust straight at his chest. Chen Xingpeng quickly sidestepped, the blade grazing his chest and slicing a long tear in his clothing. That was close, he thought to himself, startled by the precision of Su Mumu's swordsmanship. Su Mumu's attacks came like a storm, her sword dancing in a flurry of light. The gleaming blade moved like a silver serpent, forcing Chen Xingping to retreat step by step. He blocked the sword with his fists, the sharp, piercing sound of metal clashing ringing out as sparks flew everywhere. His clothes were already soaked in blood, a shocking sight. His stamina was rapidly depleting, and his breathing grew labored. Chen Xingpeng knew that if this continued, his defeat was inevitable. Damn it! What kind of monsters are young people these days? Huo Wu, Su Mumu. Is there no one normal anymore? His gaze turned cold. Seizing the moment when Su Mumu's sword momentum slightly slowed, Chen Xingpeng suddenly threw a punch, forcing her back half a step. Then, with a quick push off his toes, he retreated rapidly, creating distance. Blood fury. A low growl erupted from his throat. Crimson blood energy ignited like flames around him, his muscles swelling as a violent surge of power coursed through him. His eyes turned blood red, exuding a ferocious killing intent. You want to compare strength? Then bring it on. Su Mumu sneered coldly, completely unfazed. The long sword in her hand shone brilliantly, the blade emitting a crisp hum as a vast wave of spiritual energy radiated outward. Heavenly pivot suppresses demons. With a delicate shout, Su Mumu flicked her wrist, and a dazzling golden light shot out from the sword's tip, slicing through the sky like lightning, heading straight for Chen Xingpeng. The 7 stars align, banishing evil and demons. Faced with the sharp sword energy, Chen Xingpeng did not dodge. Instead, he threw his head back and roared, the crimson glow around him surging wildly as he swung his fist to meet the attack. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as the golden sword energy and the crimson fist aura collided violently, releasing a blinding light that caused the entire hospital room to shake intensely. As the dust settled, Chen Xingpeng stood unmoving, having forcibly withstood Su Mumu's full-force strike. A cruel smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is that all, little girl? Huo Wu is at least at the heavenly rank, but you, a mere level 15 brat, dare to act arrogant in front of me? The power of a saint is beyond your comprehension. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red glow around him surged again, enveloping his entire body. An oppressive aura instantly filled the hospital room. Blood-flesh armor. Chen Xingpeng roared, his body suddenly expanding, his muscles hardening like steel. In an instant, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant, causing the walls and ceiling of the room to collapse, revealing the blue sky above. Su Mumu frowned deeply, staring at the mountain-like giant before her, alarm bells ringing in her mind. She understood that she could no longer underestimate her opponent as she had with Xiao Chufan. This time, she had to go all out. 3,000 springs. Su Mumu murmured, her long sword glowing even brighter. Behind her, 3,000 golden sword energies blossomed like a peacock spreading its tail, their magnificence awe-inspiring. Without hesitation, she unleashed her strongest sword technique. The first strike of 3,000 springs shot forth like a meteor streaking across the sky, carrying a sharp sword intent as it pierced straight toward Chen Xingpeng. Chen Xingpeng sneered, extending a single finger with disdain, ready to block the strike. A firefly's light, daring to compete with the sun's brilliance? This was just a child's sword technique, wasn't it? How powerful could it be? He had already gauged Su Mumu's strength earlier. She was indeed stronger than an average level 15, but that was all. He was a saint. However, before he could finish his thought, his expression suddenly changed. The seemingly simple sword energy carried a sword intent that continuously eroded his blood-flesh armor. The burning sensation made his brows furrow. Damn it! By the time he realized the danger, it was already too late. Sumumu's figure appeared before him in an instant, her longsword transforming into a golden lightning bolt, so fast it was impossible to react, as it struck fiercely. This strike contained all her power and sword intent, its speed astonishing. A sword like a fleeting rainbow. Chen Xingpeng was shocked, exclaiming, how is this possible? He used all his strength to block, but he couldn't stop this fatal blow. Slash! The sharp blade pierced through the blood-flesh armor with a crisp sound, creating a massive, bloody hole in Chen Xingpeng's chest as blood gushed out. A piercing, agonized scream echoed as Chen Xingpeng's massive body was struck and flung like a kite with a broken string, crashing through several walls before landing heavily in the rubble, dust billowing into the air. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. The shrill sound of alarms suddenly blared, the sharp wailing cutting through the stifling air of the hospital. Red warning lights flashed madly, illuminating the terrified faces of the people. Run! The crowd screamed and scattered in panic, the previously orderly scene collapsing into chaos in an instant. Chen Xingpeng struggled to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, his face pale as paper. He propped himself up with difficulty, crimson blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Wiping away the blood forcefully, he suppressed the turmoil in his body and forced a cold smile. Humph, so that's all. No wonder you could defeat Xiao Chufan, you do have some skill. But this is the end of the line. The gap in levels is a chasm you can never cross. Sumumu ignored his provocation, silently channeling her mental energy into her sword. Golden light swirled around her, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. A strange energy fluctuation filled the air, causing even the space around them to distort slightly. Chen Xingpeng, of course, would not sit idly by. With a furious roar, his figure expanded, charging at Sumumu like a wild beast once more. Boom! 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 The heavy stomp shook the ground, dislodging dust from the ceiling as the entire floor seemed to tremble. Sumumu's gaze sharpened. The second strike of the 3000 Springs technique was unleashed. Compared to the first strike's pure offensive nature, this one was even more swift and ruthless, with a hidden sinister trick. The golden sword energy no longer shot out in a simple straight line but transformed into a roaring golden dragon, exuding bone-chilling cold and a terrifying devouring force as it surged toward Chen Xingpeng. Chen Xingpeng had initially been confident, believing his formidable defense could withstand the attack, allowing him to close in and deliver a fatal blow to Sumumu. However, as the golden sword energy approached, he was horrified to realize that this strike was entirely different from the previous one. Though the aura seemed similar, up close, it became clear that this move was on a completely different level. The previous strike was pure offense, but this one concealed a bizarre devouring power. What a sinister and treacherous sword technique! Chen Xingpeng was alarmed. He knew that taking this strike head-on would be certain death. Hastily, he abandoned his offensive stance and switched to defense, concentrating all his mental energy on forming a thick protective barrier around his body. But it was too late. The golden sword energy ignored his defenses entirely, piercing through his protective mental energy in an instant, carving a deep, bone-revealing wound across his chest. Blood gushed out, staining his clothes and the cold ground beneath him. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as the blood-flesh armor on Chen Xingpeng's body shattered like porcelain, a crimson mist filling the air. His entire body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground and carving a deep trench as dust rose, obscuring the sky. Ugh! A mouthful of metallic blood spurted out as Chen Xingpeng struggled to stand, only to be overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as if every bone in his body had shattered. He could only collapse helplessly in the rubble, gasping for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows. He never imagined he would be beaten like this by a mere level 15 girl. What on earth had this little girl been eating to grow so strong? Sumumu's golden pupils glimmered with a cold light as the sword in her hand once again radiated a pulsating glow, its tip aimed directly at the barely breathing Chen Xingpeng. Oh no, there's more? It's not over yet? Is this cheating? Chen Xingpeng watched Sumumu's movements, despair filling his heart. This strike was even more vicious and terrifying than the last. A vast and profound aura erupted from Sumumu's petite frame, distorting the surrounding space as if it might collapse at any moment. Even someone as invincible as Chen Xingping couldn't help but feel goosebumps rise all over his body. This girl is only level 15? This kind of aura is rare even in battles between the most elite saints. I'm done for. I'm going to die. Just as he was panicking, Su Mumu had already struck. At the critical moment, a transparent shield glowing with a scarlet light suddenly appeared in front of Chen Xingping. Clang! A crisp collision sound rang out, perfectly blocking Su Mumu's unstoppable sword strike. What? Su Mumu was slightly stunned, staring at the red shield, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. What is this thing? Chen Xingping sneered, blood staining the corner of his mouth, and said smugly, "Ha, little girl, didn't expect this, did you? I have a mythic-level defensive item. What do you have to fight me with? Damn it! Again?" Su Mumu's heart sank. How could she fight this? During her battle with Xiao Chufan, she had already suffered from the effects of a mythic-level defensive item. Now encountering it again, alarm bells rang in her mind. She dared not attack recklessly anymore and decisively retreated, creating distance between herself and Chen Xingping. Su Mumu stepped back 2 paces, her body shaking violently. The all-out attack she had just unleashed had nearly drained all her strength, her vision darkened, and she almost fainted. No, was it just that sword strike? She calmed herself and noticed a strange scarlet glow enveloping her, frantically draining her vitality and mental energy. What is this thing? Su Mumu's alertness skyrocketed. She forced herself to focus inwardly, only to feel her internal energy flowing away like a floodgate had opened, a rapidly spreading sense of indescribable weakness. Seeing this, Chen Xingping burst into laughter, his voice full of smugness. Do you feel it? This is the special effect of my mythic-level defensive item. Any power that attacks it will become my nourishment. He looked down at Su Mumu maliciously and said, feeling weaker and weaker now, aren't you? Ha, your vitality and mental energy are constantly flowing into me. Soon, you'll become a helpless waste, ready to be slaughtered. So that's how it works. Su Mumu listened, her face pale, but a faint smile appeared as the corners of her mouth gently curved upward. The long sword in her hand emitted a crisp hum, its blade glowing and radiating a chilling light. In the next moment, the situation took a dramatic turn. Clink, 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 a series of crisp and pleasant sounds of coins colliding echoed throughout the scene. Countless glittering gold coins poured down from Su Mumu like a torrential rain, instantly piling into a small mountain, their dazzling brilliance blinding everyone. At the same time, the scarlet glow enveloping her quickly dissipated. The previous sense of weakness vanished completely, and Su Mumu felt refreshed and brimming with strength. Chen Xingping's laughter abruptly stopped, and he froze in place, completely dumbfounded. What is going on here? He stared wide-eyed, his mind blank, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Su Mumu chuckled lightly, her voice crisp and pleasant. Sorry, let me introduce you to my sword, Greedy Blade of the Golden Dragon. It has a special skill that converts negative statuses into equivalent vitality and then transforms those negative statuses into coins that drop. The debuffs Chen Xingping had inflicted on Su Mumu, which were supposed to continuously drain her vitality and mental energy, were reversed by the sword's effect. Not only did her vitality instantly recover to full, but those debuffs also turned into a coin drop. In other words, all the vitality Chen Xingping had initially absorbed from her had returned to Su Mumu. Li Yang's gift of this sword was truly extraordinary, it was indeed a legendary weapon. Su Mumu marveled inwardly. She definitely had to reward him properly later. How should she reward him? Thinking of this, Su Mumu's eyes flashed as she casually glanced toward a corner of the hospital. It was empty, with no one there. Chen Xingping instinctively followed her gaze, but of course, he saw nothing. Damn it, I almost got tricked by this girl again. Chen Xingping's heart tightened, and he quickly withdrew his gaze, warily staring at Su Mumu, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Something's not right. Is she bluffing? Why doesn't she seem scared at all? Could she have another trump card? He asked in a threatening tone. Aren't you very skilled? Can you still use your sword? Su Mumu sighed lightly, a trace of regret on her face. The 3000 spring sword technique is exhausted, I can't use that move today. At this moment, although Chen Xingping was seriously injured and Su Mumu had expended some energy, the scales of victory had already begun to tip. After all, Chen Xingping had mythical-level defensive equipment protecting him, and the nearly 100-level gap between them was not something that could be easily bridged. Su Mumu, I advise you to surrender and stop struggling, so you don't get hurt even more. Chen Xingping threatened in a deep voice. As long as I leave this city, I'll let you go. Hearing this, Su Mumu chuckled softly, gracefully jumping off the hospital bed and stepping barefoot onto the cold floor. She was completely unafraid of Chen Xingping's threats. Instead, she looked at him with interest, her gaze carrying a hint of mockery, as if she were observing a trapped beast. Time ticked by, and Chen Xingping's patience gradually wore thin. Since you won't agree. Before he could finish, Su Mumu interrupted him. Why do you want to kill Li Yang? Su Mumu asked curiously. Chen Xingping froze for a moment, a trace of ferocity flashing in his eyes. My nephew was harmed by him, of course I must take revenge. Who is your nephew? Su Mumu pressed. Chen Dongping. Su Mumu frowned, feeling that the name sounded familiar, but she couldn't recall where she'd heard it. Oh well, it probably wasn't anything important. Did you see your nephew die at Li Yang's hands with your own eyes? Su Mumu continued to ask. Chen Xingping was momentarily speechless. Stammering, no. Then what makes you so sure it was Li Yang's doing? Chen Xingping's face turned ashen, his eye twitching. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Dongping has always been competitive. Li Yang, I don't know what kind of luck he had, but he was always better than Dongping. Dongping was unwilling to accept it and went to confront Li Yang several times, but, every time he came back humiliated. At first, I advised him to endure it, to take a step back and see the bigger picture. But he was young and hot-headed, and he wouldn't listen. Until that day, he came to me with red eyes, asking if I could find someone to teach Li Yang a lesson. I hesitated at the time, since it wasn't a small matter. But seeing his pained and stubborn expression, how could I, as his uncle, bear to refuse? I run a martial arts school, and know some people in the martial world. I thought, just scaring Li Yang a bit, making him restrain himself, shouldn't cause any trouble. So, I asked a few people around level 20. To put it nicely, they were martial artists, to put it bluntly, they were thugs. I repeatedly warned them to only intimidate, not to harm. Dongping took them and left, and then he disappeared. He vanished. No body was found either. Tell me, if I don't kill Li Yang, how can I face Dongping's parents? By this point, Chen Xingping's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with flames of hatred. After listening, Su Mumu sneered coldly. How ridiculous. You make it sound like you're the victims, innocent and pure as white lotuses. How dare you say that? Chen Xingping completely lost it, roaring as he charged at Su Mumu. If you're so determined, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Mumu sighed. Originally, I didn't want to use this move. She slowly raised the long sword in her hand, starlight shimmering around her like the brightest stars in the night sky. Seeing this, Chen Xingping burst into laughter. Do you think you can turn the tables? How naive. He threw out a red, translucent shield, placing it 10 meters in front of him. No matter how strong you are, you can't hit me. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Su Mumu had suddenly appeared right in front of him. What was going on? Where was his shield? Chen Xingping hadn't even seen how Su Mumu had rushed over. Panic surged in his heart as he hurriedly activated a skill, transforming into a cloud of blood mist to escape. In the next second, he had already fled dozens of meters away. But as he looked up, he saw Su Mumu's lightning-fast swordlight. No! He finally realized that this strike was locked onto him, it was unavoidable. Damn it, if he hadn't run away immediately just now and instead summoned the red shield back, he might have been able to block this sword. But now, it was too late. Su Mumu shouted. This sword is for Li Yang. Beidou, Pajun. Brilliant starlight gathered on the long sword, transforming into a dazzling Milky Way that shot straight at Chen Xingping. This was the true killing move she had mastered at the 15th level of her Star Sword Immortal technique. She had kept this ultimate skill hidden until now, finally revealing it. Facing Su Mumu's earth-shattering sword, Chen Xingping despairingly realized he couldn't dodge it. A flash of madness crossed his eyes as he let out a ferocious roar, raising both arms in a desperate attempt to withstand the mountain-crushing sword energy with his body. Boom! The sword light streaked across the night sky like a meteor, and a piercing scream echoed through the hospital room. As the blinding light faded, one of Chen Xingping's arms had been severed, blood gushing out and instantly staining the bed sheets and floor, a horrifying sight. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Staggering backward, he clutched his severed arm with one hand while tremblingly summoning the red transparent shield with the other, placing it in front of him. Holding the shield, he regained his confidence. This time, Sumumu absolutely couldn't hurt him. Damn it! He had been too careless, too overconfident earlier. Gritting his teeth, he glared in the corner of the room, where Sumumu's gaze had lingered moments ago, came a sigh filled with frustration. Chun. Qingping's face turned deathly pale, his pupils contracting sharply. Over there, he couldn't sense any presence at all. Where had the attack come from? Who was the one attacking him? How had he been attacked? The next second, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a tall young man, handsome, with eyes as deep as the night sky. He toyed with a white mask in his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. Nice to meet you, Master Chen, the young man said in a clear, magnetic voice. My name is Li Yang. A thunderous roar echoed in Chen Qingping's mind. The intense pain and fear nearly rendered him incapable of thought. Li Yang. That name was branded into his soul like a searing mark. Of course, he knew Li Yang, this damned man, was the murderer who had killed his nephew, Chen Dongping. When had he arrived? How long had he been hiding there? Why had Chen Qingping never noticed his presence? And why did those mythical-level defensive measures crumble like paper before him? Countless questions surged like a tidal wave, drowning Chen Qingping. He finally understood that he had underestimated Li Yang from the very beginning. Underestimated this seemingly harmless young man who had awakened an E-level profession. Regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. If he had known it would come to this, he would never have provoked Li Yang for Chen Dongping's sake. He should have just let him die. From the moment he hired assassins to kill Li Yang and was caught by Su Wenjun, he had been trapped in a hopeless situation, spiraling toward utter ruin. Chen Qingping stared at Li Yang, sweat beading on his forehead, his back drenched. He felt like a frog being watched by a venomous snake, unable to move. His mind raced, desperately plotting an escape route. But Qianlong City was so small, barely the size of a palm. Where could he run? Into the east sea to feed the fish? The aquaculture industry in Qianlong City certainly didn't need fertilizer like him. Should he fight to the death? But in his current state, with both arms gone, how could he fight? Headbutt him? As he hesitated, Li Yang spoke first. I killed Chen Dongping. Chen Qingping's breath hitched, his heart skipping a beat, as if an invisible hand had gripped it tightly. His body was shattered by lightning on the shore of the East Sea, Li Yang added. He didn't fire his gun, just held it, as if waiting for something. Chen Qingping, being a seasoned schemer, managed to squeeze out a smile uglier than a cry after a brief moment of shock, deciding to beg for mercy. Li, young Master Li, Chen Dongping is already dead. There's no grudge between us, Chen Qingping stammered, his voice trembling. I didn't do anything to Miss Su today, so why don't we just let this go? He glanced at his empty shoulders and lowered his tone further. I've already paid the price of 2 arms. I can't possibly threaten you anymore. In response to Chen Qingping's plea, Li Yang let out a cold laugh. Speaking of which, I should thank you for teaching me a valuable lesson. Chen Qingping's heart tightened. Forcing himself to remain calm, he asked, what lesson? Li Yang's eyes glinted with a chilling light, his tone as cold as ice. To eradicate pests, you must eliminate them completely. He paused before continuing. If I hadn't been strong enough back then, if Uncle Su hadn't been at the drunken immortal pavilion, I would have been dead long ago. Since I'm still standing here, the one who deserves to die is you. Chen Qingping felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. He knew there was no saving himself today. Begging for mercy was futile. He let out a beast-like roar, mustering all the remaining spiritual energy in his body to unleash blood. Slaughter once more. The crimson glow flickered on his broken body like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Li Yang slowly raised the AK in his hand, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. The muzzle gleamed with a chilling light, aimed steadily at Chen Qingping. I'm waiting 4-point kill to charge, Li Yang said casually. What about you? Still hoping for a miracle? Chen Qingping stared in terror. At the dark muzzle of the gun, the aura of death tightly surrounding him. He knew there was no escape, and a surge of frantic hatred filled his heart. Rather than waiting to die, he decided to fight to the death. Blood slaughter, he shouted, pouring the last bit of his mental energy into blood slaughter. He no longer hoped for survival, only to drag someone down with him before he died. Even if I die, I'll drag you to hell with me. Chen Qingping's face twisted in fury as he suddenly lowered his head and, using all his strength, charged at Li Yang like a battering ram. This desperate attack, filled with a reckless determination to destroy everything, was terrifyingly fast. This shot, Li Yang's gaze was resolute. I won't miss. Bang! A deafening gunshot pierced the night sky. The bullet, carrying the aura of death, whistled through the air. Chun! Xingpeng instinctively raised his arms to block, but he no longer had arms. Nothing worked. The bullet's power far exceeded expectations, and his defenses crumbled like paper before it, instantly shattering. The bullet passed through his defenses without resistance, leaving a shocking, bloody hole on his forehead. Chen Xingping's frenzied charge abruptly stopped. His eyes widened, filled with despair and unwillingness. His body stiffened, then fell straight to the ground with a heavy thud, never moving again. Kill confirmed. Li Yang blew on the non-existent muzzle of his gun, pretending smoke was wafted. Su Mumu spoke, but as she felt the warmth of Li Yang's palm and his careful movements, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Seeing Li Yang's nervous demeanor for her, a wave of sweetness surged in her heart. After the bandaging was complete, Li Yang gazed at Su Mumu, a trace of barely noticeable tenderness in his eyes. Next time you encounter something like this, don't risk yourself again. Su Mumu pouted, her tone carrying a hint of coquettishness. This time was special. Who knew I'd pass out for an entire day after fighting? Xiao Chufan. Next time, I'll definitely let you know in advance, okay? Besides, if I hadn't seized the opportunity, that guy wouldn't have shown up so easily. She paused, her eyes flickering, a sly smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Actually, you looked pretty cool just now. Li Yang was caught off guard by her sudden compliment, feeling a bit embarrassed. He coughed lightly, pretending to be calm as he turned his head, but the tips of his ears secretly turned red. All right, stop talking. Let's head back, it's not safe here. Su Mumu noticed the blush on his ears and couldn't help but laugh softly. She affectionately wrapped her arm around Li Yang's, leaning her whole body against him, her tone teasing. Let's go, my hero. Just then, clap, clap, clap. The sudden sound of applause shattered the ambiguous atmosphere in the hospital room, like sharp needles piercing the calm surface of water. Who? The two immediately became alert, their bodies tense like drawn bowstrings, ready to act at any moment. Li Yang instinctively shielded Su Mumu behind him, his sharp gaze scanning the source of the sound. The air in the hospital room suddenly froze, and a dense, ink-like black mist silently rose, rolling and emanating an eerie aura. As the black mist slowly dispersed, a tall figure emerged from within. The newcomer was dressed in a black trench coat, appearing mysterious and enigmatic under the dim light. The wide brim of his hat was pressed low, covering most of his face, leaving only a cold, stern chin and a faint, elusive smile visible. A powerful sense of oppression surged like a tide, making it almost impossible to breathe. Night Owl. Li Yang's heart sank, a chill shooting up from the soles of his feet to his head. Why is he here? When did he arrive? During the earlier fight, was he watching the whole time? Just as Chen Xingpeng hadn't noticed Li Yang hiding in the corner, Li Yang hadn't detected Night Owl's presence either. How many people are hidden in this small hospital room? Questions swirled in Li Yang's mind like tangled threads. He struggled to suppress his unease, forcing a stiff smile and trying to keep his tone calm. Senior Night Owl, what brings you here? Night Owl's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept over Chen Xingping's lifeless body on the ground and then landed on the AK in Li Yang's hand. He opened his mouth slightly but ultimately said nothing. This kid is too impressive, isn't he? After all, Chen Xingping was a saint-level expert. Can a saint be killed just like that? He's only level 20. With a legendary weapon? And a cobbled-together one at that. Could a cobbled-together weapon really be this powerful? For a moment, Night Owl genuinely wanted to snatch the AK from Li Yang's hands and study it thoroughly. What makes this thing so formidable? He shook his head lightly, dismissing the absurd thought from his mind. With his status, he certainly couldn't do such a thing. Not bad, kid. Night Owl's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible praise. I was worried you'd get into trouble, so I kept observing from the shadows. I didn't expect you to take down a saint all by yourself. Looks like I should congratulate you in advance for becoming the first newcomer in Dacia's history to make it onto the human rankings before even taking the martial arts exam. His words were laced with sarcasm, making it hard to tell if he was genuinely praising or mocking. Li Yang smiled awkwardly. The joy of reuniting with the little heiress after a day apart instantly dissipated the moment he saw Night Owl. He had intended to explained Shen Qingping's appearance and the grudge between them, but faced with Night Owl's unfathomable gaze, he didn't know where to begin. Ahem. Night Owl coughed lightly, breaking the somewhat heavy atmosphere. Almost forgot the main business. He took out a palm-sized black box from the inner pocket of his trench coat. The material was neither metal nor wood, cold to the touch, and handed it to Li Yang. This is your official Night Watchman credential. Your information has already been entered into the highest confidential archives of the Daxia Ministry of Personnel. Li Yang took the box, feeling its weight, and his heart trembled. An official credential? So soon? He had thought he would have to go through a series of assessments and reviews, but he hadn't expected the entire process to be completed so quickly. The efficiency was simply astonishing. From now on, your identity is the highest secret of Daxia, directly under the Night Watchman, or rather, directly under the Emperor. Night Owl paused, his tone serious and solemn. This means you bear the heavy responsibility of safeguarding Daxia's security. The responsibility is immense, and I hope you understand its significance. Li Yang nodded solemnly. He knew what this credential represented. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened the box. Inside, a black metal badge lay quietly on a black velvet cushion. The surface of the badge was engraved with intricate and exquisite patterns, emitting a faint cold glow. On the back of the badge, besides his name, there was a unique serial number composed of complex letters and numbers. Wow! So cool! Su Mumu, who had been quietly sitting on the bed, saw the badge, and her eyes lit up instantly. She couldn't bother putting on her shoes, jumped over barefoot, and hugged Li Yang's arm, leaning her little head closer to take a better look. Let me see. Li Yang rolled his eyes helplessly. Are you a cat? Can you stop running around like this? Worried she might fall, he quickly supported her. Who cares? Su Mumu ignored his complaints, her eyes fixed on the badge, full of curiosity. What material is this made of? It looks so high-end. What do these patterns mean? This is the Night Watchman badge, of course, it's high-end. As for the specific material, I don't know either. Probably some special alloy. Li Yang raised his eyebrows proudly, waving the badge in front of Su Mumu, his tone carrying a hint of boasting. How about it? Jealous? What's so great about it? Su Mumu said dismissively, but her eyes remained glued to the badge, clearly betraying her words. If it's so impressive, why don't you get one too? Li Yang teased, pinching her nose playfully. You! Su Mumu blushed from the teasing, puffing her cheeks and glaring at him. Suddenly, she reached out and snatched the badge. I'll keep it for you first. With that, she darted back to the bed like a nimble deer, holding the badge triumphantly. Hey! Give it back! Li Yang pretended to chase after her, but Su Mumu dodged nimbly, waving the badge in front of him with a smug smile. Nope. Come and get it. The two of them chased each other around the hospital room, playing and laughing. Despite Su Mumu's injuries, her skills were impressive, and she moved agilely around the room, leaving Li Yang unable to catch her for a while. Night Owl watched the two of them play without restraint and shook his head helplessly. Young people these days, really. Ahem. He coughed lightly, pulling the two back to the main topic. There's one more thing. Night Owl pointed to the box. Inside, there's also a booklet, the Night Watchman Code, which includes precautions and rules. You must read it carefully. The discipline of the Night Watchman is very strict. Breaking the rules could lead to expulsion. Li Yang nodded solemnly, indicating he would study it. Seriously. Night Owl's gaze shifted to Su Mumu, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Miss Su, I saw your duel with Xiao Chufan a few days ago. You demonstrated extraordinary talent and strength. If you're willing to join the Night Watchman, I can make an exception and recruit you directly, just like Li Yang. Su Mumu's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this, and she fell into deep thought. She looked down at the badge she was holding tightly, then glanced at Li Yang, and finally shook her head, politely declining Night Owl's offer. Thank you for your recognition, but I want to focus on my studies for now. Su Mumu responded courteously. Actually, she never wanted to join the Night Watchers. She didn't take Li Yang's badge out of envy, but simply to tease him and enjoy the fun of joking around with him. If it weren't for Li Yang, she wouldn't have been interested in the Night Watchers at all. Night Owl didn't insist, just smiled slightly, showing his understanding. He knew that everyone has their own choices, and forcing things wouldn't lead to good results. Inviting Su Mumu to join actually had other considerations. Su Mumu's refusal made Night Owl sigh lightly. He turned to Li Yang, a meaningful smile on his lips. I heard from Li Changfeng that you gave up the guaranteed admission to Tianyue and want to take the martial arts exam first? Li Yang nodded instinctively. There was no need to hide such a thing. However, he didn't expect Li Changfeng to even tell Night Owl about this. Did Li Changfeng report everything about coming to Donghai? To him? You're young, but you have a steady mindset, which is rare. Night Owl nodded in approval. After the martial arts exam, the organization will assign you your first mission. Mission? Li Yang's heart tightened, feeling a bit puzzled. He cautiously asked, after joining the Night Watchers, can I still study normally? Night Owl smiled, his smile tinged with mockery. Of course, as long as you don't actively expose your identity, the Night Watchers won't interfere too much with your life. Don't worry, you're just a Dark Crow, don't think too highly of yourself. Dark Crow was the lowest code name in the Night Watchers. Among the Night Watchers, there were countless members at this level. Oh, Li Yang responded flatly. To be honest, this was for the best. If joining the Night Watchers affected his future, he would regret it. As soon as Night Owl finished speaking, his figure turned into a shadow and disappeared in an instant. Coming and going without a trace, he truly had the demeanor of a master. What a show-off! Li Yang's mouth twitched. In the future, he'd have to learn this kind of entrance and exit style. Suddenly, he felt a light kick on his backside. Someone kicked him. What are you thinking about? Lost in thought? Su Mumu's crisp voice came from behind. The force wasn't strong. And it didn't hurt. Li Yang rubbed the spot where he was kicked and turned to look at her. I was thinking about Night Owl. I just feel like things aren't that simple. Su Mumu crossed her arms, looking as if she had seen through everything. Just putting on airs. The Night Watchers aren't that impressive. I'm going to become the first female martial goddess of Blue Star in the future. Li Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes, speaking with a hint of amusement. You? The first female martial goddess of Blue Star? What kind of martial goddess? Secretly takes sneaky photos of her childhood friend like a rogue? Su Mumu wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and stared at him, her eyes carrying a hint of mischief. Whose? Yours, of course. Li Yang was rendered speechless by her words, unable to respond for a moment. Su Mumu let out a triumphant hum, then changed the subject, leaning closer to Li Yang and smiling like a little fox. But seriously, now that you're a Night Watcher, I'll be counting on you to protect me in the future, okay? Li Yang's internal alarm bells rang, and he secretly thought this wasn't good. This girl was about to start her antics again. He tried to stay calm and casually retorted, protect you? The first female martial goddess of Blue Star needs me to protect her? I'm a girl, after all. Someone has to protect me. Su Mumu deliberately dragged out her words, pretending to act coy, making Li Yang's skin crawl. Stop, enough. What part of you looks like a delicate girl? Li Yang mercilessly exposed her act. Su Mumu raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. I'm naturally beautiful, how do I not look like one? What does it matter if I look like one or not? I'm an invincible beautiful girl, okay? Since you said that, let me show you. She glanced at Li Yang with a subtle smile, her slender fingers deftly unbuttoning her hospital gown, her movements unhurried and composed. You? What are you doing? Li Yang's heart raced. Although it wasn't the first time he'd seen Su Mumu undress, it still made him flustered. Every time. Changing clothes, of course. Or should I go home in this hospital gown? Su Mumu's tone was casual, completely unconcerned about Li Yang's embarrassment. Can't you change in the bathroom? Li Yang almost shouted, feeling like she was driving him crazy. Too lazy to move. Su Mumu spoke casually, her movements uninterrupted as the loose hospital gown slipped off, revealing the black sports bra and tight shorts underneath. Her skin glowed with a healthy radiance under the soft light, her graceful figure fully displayed. Most importantly, she looked stunning. She deliberately paused, with a hint of provocation, and softly asked, didn't you say I don't look like a delicate girl? Is this girly enough now? Li Yang felt his throat tighten and had to admit that Su Mumu's figure was truly heart-stirring. Simply put, she had curves exactly where they should be, coupled with her face, which could attract all eyes. Li Yang couldn't control himself. Then, Su Mumu took out the clothes she had prepared in advance, a simple white t-shirt and a pair of faded jeans. Her movements were skillful and fluid, and she changed in less than a minute. Li Yang pretended to remain calm on the surface, but his heart was already in turmoil. He secretly took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his racing heart, only to find he couldn't control his body's reaction. No way. Bro. Can you hold it together? Do you know why? The kingdom of women in Journey to the West was the hardest to overcome? Even Tang Monk couldn't figure out how to control himself. He silently swallowed and cursed inwardly, this girl must be doing this on purpose. Definitely on purpose. Rolling his eyes, the two prepared to leave. Pushing open the hospital room door, the corridor lights were already dim, clearly damaged during the earlier fight. The light fell on Huowu, who was sitting against the wall. His face was pale, his chest slightly rising and falling, clearly catching his breath. As their eyes met, the atmosphere instantly froze. Huowu saw Li Yang and Su Mumu and tried to straighten his body, but the movement pulled at his wound, causing him to stifle a groan and show an awkward smile. Sorry, Huowu's voice was hoarse, tinged with self-deprecation. I couldn't stop that lunatic Chun Xingpeng. My father said the Su family had a backup plan, so when I saw him, I didn't go all out. He paused, struggling to continue. In the end, I still overestimated myself. Li Yang smiled and stepped forward to support Huowu's shoulder. Don't say that. The fact that you stepped in to help is already commendable. If something happened to you, we wouldn't be able to explain it to the Huo family. His tone was light, skillfully easing Huowu's embarrassment. Huowu still felt somewhat ashamed. He had come to help but hadn't contributed much. He underestimated Chen Qingping's madness and hadn't expected Su Mumu's strength to be so formidable. Earlier, Su Mumu's move 3000 spring days carried a sword intent as grand as the warmth of spring, yet sharp with killing intent, directly jolting him awake from unconsciousness. For the past year, he had been indulging in the title of number one in the East Sea. Now he truly understood that there were stronger people out there. Actually, Huowu wanted to explain but didn't know where to start, his face showing confusion. Li Yang noticed his discomfort, patted his shoulder, and said sincerely, Huowu, you're a good person. Let's be friends. Hua. Wu was stunned for a moment, then smiled gratefully and extended his hand to shake Li Yang's. That's great. The two exchanged smiles, understanding each other without words. Shall we take you back? Li Yang suggested. Huowu shook his head. No need. I've taken medicine and will recover soon. You two go ahead, I can manage on my own. Li Yang and Su Mumu exchanged a glance and didn't insist. After all, Huowu valued his pride, and letting him decide for himself was best at this moment. Alright then, take care. Li Yang watched Huowu leave, his tone calm. See you around. Huowu nodded and turned to walk toward the end of the corridor. After Huowu disappeared, Su Mumu couldn't wait and jumped onto Li Yang's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Li Yang was almost knocked over by the sudden weight. Hey! What are you doing? Su Mumu lay on his back, laughing like a cat that had stolen something. Let me stay like this for a while. She rubbed her cheek against Li Yang's shoulder and whispered mysteriously in his ear, do you think that Night Owl is strange? Why is he treating you so specially? Special? How is he special? Li Yang pretended not to know. Stop pretending. Su Mumu lightly punched his back. He's a Night Watcher envoy, high-ranking and powerful. Yet he personally came to find you and even agreed to start the mission after your martial arts exam. Isn't that treatment a bit too much? Li Yang shrugged helplessly and teased, I don't know either. Maybe it's because I'm handsome and too charming, even the envoy couldn't resist. Ugh. Narcissist. Su Mumu blew a puff of air on his back but didn't press further. She jumped down lightly and clapped her hands. Let's go. The hospital alarm had long been lifted, and even the police didn't bother much, only conducting a cursory investigation. After all, Su Wenjun was here. Li Yang and Su Mumu didn't see Su Wenjun along the way, likely because he left to handle other matters after confirming Su Mumu was fine. In this way, he entrusted Su Mumu to Li Yang, or rather, Li Yang to Su Mumu. Who was the real danger here? The two walked side by side, and Su Mumu occasionally stole glances at Li Yang with a smile on her lips. Suddenly, she quickened her pace, stepped closer, and naturally linked her arm with Li Yang's, leaning intimately against him. Li Yang felt the softness on his arm, his body stiffened slightly, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Su Mumu, however, acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to walk cheerfully, her lips curved upward and her eyes sparkling, revealing her little thoughts. Hey! What are you doing? Li Yang instinctively tried to pull his arm away, only to find Su Mumu holding on tightly, making it impossible to break free. He awkwardly shrugged. Su Mumu raised her chin, her eyes bright and confident. Do I need a reason to hold my boyfriend's arm? Li Yang was momentarily speechless and could only let her hold on helplessly. Passing nurses cast curious glances their way. Su Mumu's beauty carried a lively charm that was hard to ignore, regardless of gender. She was like a proud peacock, enjoying the attention around her. She glanced at Li Yang smugly, as if to say, see? Even the nurses are drawn to me. Li Yang secretly rolled his eyes. This girl, always so full of herself. Walking out of the hospital, the sun hadn't reached its peak yet. It was the most comfortable time of the morning. Sunlight bathed them warmly. Su Mumu took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air, pretending to have weathered great storms. In truth, she wasn't injured at all, it was all an act. The Su family's home was only a few streets away from the hospital, so the two decided to walk back instead of calling a car. Strolling through the bustling streets of Qianlong City, Su Mumu suddenly nudged Li Yang lightly with her elbow and said mysteriously, "Hey, look, a beauty is coming." Where? Li Yang followed her gaze, scanning the crowd. The streets were full of people, with plenty of handsome men and beautiful women, but none particularly stood out. "Oomph, it's me." Su Mumu proudly puffed out her chest, her eyes sparkling. "I'm the most beautiful." Li Yang almost burst out laughing, shaking his head helplessly. All right, Miss Su, you're a celestial beauty descended to earth. My eyes are unworthy. I'll get you a diamond-encrusted mirror so you can admire yourself anytime, how about that?" Su Mumu sneakily kicked Li Yang and walked ahead. As they walked, a beautifully decorated Italian handmade ice cream shop came into view, with various flavors of ice cream balls glistening temptingly under the lights. Su Mumu's eyes lit up instantly, like a bear discovering honey, her steps involuntarily slowing down, almost pressing herself against the window. She tugged pitifully at Li Yang's sleeve, her voice sweet like cotton candy. "Li Yang, I want some." Her tone dragged out, full of coquettishness. Li Yang sighed helplessly, he knew there was no escaping the ice cream today. Resigned, he walked into the shop and ordered 2 servings of the signature flavors. Su Mumu took the ice cream, squinting contentedly as she gently licked it. Suddenly, a bit of cream stuck to the corner of her mouth. Her eyes darted mischievously, and she immediately put on a pitiful expression, speaking to Li Yang in a soft, sweet voice. "Li Yang, my mouth is dirty. Can you help me wipe it?" Li Yang, goosebumps ran all over his body. This little rich girl had been playing too much lately. He reluctantly reached out to help her wipe it. "No hands allowed." Su Mumu quickly pressed down his hand, a playful smile on her lips. She blinked, her hint obvious. No hands, so that means licking it off. Li Yang's mind collapsed. "Come on, girl, no, sister, do you think I'm a dog? And this is the street. What if someone sees?" "What? You don't want to? Are you disgusted by me?" Su Mumu deliberately put on a hurt expression, her eyes seemingly glistening with tears. Li Yang felt his temples throb. This little troublemaker was really too much. Who could resist this? His face started to heat up, his heart racing. Just as he was about to agree, Su Mumu suddenly stuck out her pink little tongue and licked the ice cream off the corner of her mouth. Then, she giggled, revealing a triumphant look. "You're too slow, Li Yang." Before he could react, Su Mumu let go of his arm and ran off. Quickly, Li Yang stood there stunned, and when he finally came to his senses, a surge of anger rose in his chest. "Su Mumu! Stop right there," he shouted, chasing after her. "Oomph, come catch me." Su Mumu ran swiftly, like a playful little deer, occasionally turning back to make faces at Li Yang. "Su Mumu! Stop right there!" Li Yang's voice thundered through the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. But at this moment, Li Yang no longer cared. He had been teased by this little rich girl too many times. He was reaching his limit. When they were kids, the two often chased and played like this. "Oomph, can you catch me?" Su Mumu turned back with a smile, sticking out her tongue mischievously. She moved nimbly, weaving through the crowd, while Li Yang followed closely behind, giving it his all but unable to close the distance between them. "Just you wait." Li Yang felt like his lungs were about to burst. This girl's stamina was incredible. SSS class profession, truly extraordinary. Su Mumu's bell-like laughter echoed in the air, her steps never faltering. "Dummy, catch me first before you talk." Li Yang gritted his teeth, silently vowing, "Fine, just you wait." He took a deep breath, focused, and silently chanted teleport. The equipment on his hand emitted a faint purple glow. In the next moment, Li Yang's figure disappeared like a ghost, reappearing firmly in front of Su Mumu. Su Mumu didn't react in time and almost bumped into his arms. She stopped abruptly, her eyes wide with surprise. How did you get here? Li Yang raised an eyebrow, smugly saying, how about that? Admit defeat? Su Mumu pouted, pretending to be unimpressed. TCH, nothing special. Still want to run? Li Yang crossed his arms, full of confidence. Su Mumu's eyes darted, a clever idea popping into her head. She suddenly extended her foot and lightly tripped him. Caught off guard, Li Yang stumbled and almost fell. He steadied himself and scolded angrily, Su Mumu, are you serious? Su Mumu burst into laughter at the sight, taking advantage of his distraction to run off again. Just you wait. Li Yang shook his head helplessly, speeding up to chase her once more. The two chased and played on the bustling street like carefree teenagers, without the shyness of a couple, only laughter and freedom. They ran through the busy commercial streets, quiet neighborhoods, and tree-lined parks. Their laughter and shouts echoed in the air. Finally, exhausted and out of breath, they sat on a bench by the roadside. Su Mumu took out a bottle of water and drank it in big gulps. Li Yang also took out his water, took a sip, and glared at her in mock annoyance. You just had to run so fast, didn't you? Su Mumu wiped the corner of her mouth and smiled. Well, who told you to chase me? If you didn't mess with me, would I have chased you? Li Yang retorted. Who told you to be so silly? Su Mumu replied confidently, her eyes softening with a smile. Since you like chasing so much, I reluctantly agree to let you chase me. Only then did Li Yang realize what she meant inside. This girl, truly impossible to deal with. By the way, there's something I haven't told you. I didn't expect you to be so amazing now. In those fights with Xiao Shufan and Chen Xingpeng, honestly, I didn't think you'd be able to help. Su Mumu suddenly spoke. Li Yang was momentarily stunned, then grinned proudly. Of course. Do you have a secret too? Getting stronger? Su Mumu's eyes were full of curiosity. Want to know? Beg me. Li Yang teased her on purpose. I won't beg you. Su Mumu turned her head away haughtily. Li Yang laughed and ruffled her hair. You're so stubborn. Su Mumu, like a little cat with its fur standing on end, shook her head. Don't mess up my hair. Though she said that, her body obediently didn't resist. The two bantered a bit more, then exchanged smiles. The setting sun dyed the sky a warm golden red, casting a soft glow over the Su family mansion. By the time Li Yang and Su Mumu returned to the Su family home, it was already late. The entrance was packed with luxury cars, almost blocking the road. The air buzzed with voices and excitement. Today, the Su family was nothing like its usual quiet self. Li Yang curiously observed the lively scene before him and turned to ask Su Mumu, what's going on? Su Mumu looked equally puzzled and shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Passing through the open doors, the courtyard was filled with elegantly dressed guests, chatting and laughing. Inside the living room, servants bustled about, carrying trays and warmly attending to the guests. Li Yang glanced around, seeing only unfamiliar faces. However, many people recognized Su Mumu and came forward to greet her. Mumu, long time no see. You've grown into such a beautiful young lady. A noblewoman in a champagne-colored gown affectionately took Su Mumu's hand. Hello, Auntie Li, Su Mumu responded politely, her every gesture exuding the grace of a well-bred lady, completely different from the playful demeanor she showed around Li Yang. A middle-aged man in a suit also approached, exchanging pleasantries. Miss Su, it's been a while. How's your father doing lately? Thank you for asking, Uncle Wang. My father is doing well, Su Mumu replied with an elegant smile, handling the conversation with ease. The man glanced at Li Yang curiously and asked, and who might this be? Su Mumu affectionately took Li Yang's arm, her lips curving into a soft smile as she said, this is my boyfriend, Li Yang. The man praised, what a perfect match. Young man, you're very lucky. Su Mumu smiled modestly, not at all, it's Li Yang who puts up with me more. Li Yang silently marveled to himself. This girl? She's like two different people in public and in private. The saying speak to people in one way and to ghosts in another. Wait, doesn't that mean she's calling me a ghost? Just then, a stylishly dressed young woman approached and started chatting with Su Mumu. The two discussed recent fashion trends and art exhibitions. The woman occasionally glanced at Li Yang, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. After their conversation, she politely excused herself, leaving Su Mumu and Li Yang to continue mingling. Unlike the earlier exchanges with the noblewoman and the middle-aged man, this interaction felt more like a routine social greeting, less intimate and more formal. Amid the lively crowd, Li Yang suddenly spotted two familiar figures, Hui Yun and Fan Long, standing in a corner, speaking in low voices. He was about to step forward to greet them but was gently nudged twice by Su Mumu's elbow. "I'll go ask about the situation," she whispered softly in his ear. Leaving just those words behind, Su Mumu disappeared into the crowd, her figure light and swift. Li Yang suddenly felt a bit awkward. The Su family's villa was so large, filled with elegantly dressed guests, clinking glasses, and lively chatter, yet he stood there alone, like a solitary lamppost, far too conspicuous. The guests passing by were dressed impeccably, speaking with poise, and the occasional glances they cast carried a sense of scrutiny, making him even more uncomfortable. Forget it, better find someone familiar to chat with. Maybe he could even learn what was going on before that little rich lady did. Speaking of which, Su Wenjun hadn't been home these past few days. He hadn't even seen him today after leaving the hospital. He must be busy with this matter, right? But what major event in the Su family could warrant such a grand celebration? Scanning the crowd, Li Yang spotted Hui Yun and Fan Long again. They were standing in a corner of the villa, speaking in low voices with a group of people. Li Yang didn't recognize any of them, but their presence was commanding, their demeanor extraordinary either wealthy or powerful. Fan Long stood behind Hui Yun like a little follower, respectfully and occasionally chiming in. Li Yang slowly walked over. As soon as Fan Long saw Li Yang, his eyes lit up, and he quickly made his way through the crowd to greet him. "Brother Yang, long time no see," he said in a lowered voice, his tone full of excitement and flattery. Li Yang was a bit speechless. Looking at the fat on Fan Long's face and his ingratiating smile, to be honest, he still wasn't used to people like this calling him brother. But, oh well, let him call whatever he wants. Li Yang couldn't be bothered to argue. "City Lord Fan, what's going on with the Su family?" Li Yang asked directly. Fan Long chuckled, revealing slightly yellowed teeth. "You don't know? Director Li is leaving Donghai. Governor Hua is throwing him a farewell banquet." Li Yang was even more puzzled. Why not hold the farewell banquet at a hotel? Why at the Su family? Fan Long blinked. "Hee, you don't understand. The Su family's status in Donghai, hosting a farewell banquet at the Su family is more prestigious than any hotel in Donghai. This is a big deal." Li Yang pondered. He followed Fan Long to Hui Yun's side. The people around Hui Yun automatically made way when they saw him, nodding respectfully. Li Yang greeted Hui Yun. "Hello, Uncle Hua." No matter what, Hui Yun was a respected figure and of the same generation as Su Wenjun, so calling him uncle was appropriate. Hui Yun's gaze fell on Li Yang, nodding slightly, his face carrying a barely noticeable hint of scrutiny. "Xiao Wu has already told me about the situation at the hospital. TSK, you kid." He dragged out his words, smiled meaningfully, but didn't continue. Before Hui Yun could finish, the well-dressed guests nearby grew increasingly animated in their conversation. Without needing to eavesdrop, it was clear they were discussing the hottest topic in Donghai's martial arts circle, Su Mumu and Xiao Chufan's battle. "What a pity I couldn't witness the duel in person. I heard it was quite spectacular," a middle-aged man said, swirling his wine glass, his tone tinged with regret. Indeed, Su Mumu represents the face of Donghai's younger generation, while Xiao Chufan is an elite of the Xiao family from the capital. This battle drew everyone's attention, a noblewoman in a cheongsam chimed in. "Before the result was out, I was genuinely worried for Mumu. The Xiao family is one of the top martial arts families in the capital, with deep roots, and Xiao Chufan is an outstanding talent," an elderly man said slowly, stroking his beard. "That's right, today's young people are truly remarkable," one after another rising to the top. "Back in our day, I just saw Mumu return earlier, it seems her injuries have completely healed. So, Xiao Chufan isn't that formidable after all." "That's not quite right. Mumu wasn't injured by Xiao Chufan. I heard there were other reasons behind it. But regardless, Mumu's safe return has already proven her strength. In my opinion, as long as Su Mumu works harder, she will definitely make it onto the human ranking." An elder spoke with great confidence, and the people around nodded in agreement. At this moment, someone noticed Hui Yun and walked over to ask, "Respected Hua, what do you think of Su Mumu?" Everyone was drawn in, eager to hear Hui Yun's evaluation. Hui Yun remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "This child Su Mumu is extraordinarily talented, with outstanding aptitude and a willingness to work hard. Her future achievements are limitless." The people around nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "As expected of the respected Hua, your insight is truly sharp. Respected Hua, your son, Hua Wu, is no less impressive than Su Mumu. At such a young age, he has already made it onto the human ranking. Very few in the history of Dixia have achieved that, a guest praised. At the mention of Hua Wu, a trace of barely noticeable pride flashed across Huayun's face. That child is indeed quite diligent. At the national competition earlier this year, young Master Hua single-handedly faced 7 heaven-tier experts, defeated them all, and ultimately secured 3rd place. People are still talking about it with amazement. It's truly remarkable. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in admiration, and the topic shifted from Su Mumu to Hua Wu. What rank is young Master Hua on the human ranking now? Someone asked. Definitely within the top 100, but I can't recall the exact position, another person replied. The human ranking doesn't change much, but this year's newcomer ranking is particularly competitive. The geniuses from the 7 cities are all SSS level, a middle-aged man remarked. SSS level? So what? They can only fight for 2nd place. Li Yang has dominated the top spot for half a month, and no one can shake him, not even Su Mumu. Li Yang? Why haven't I heard of this name before? Does anyone know him? Never heard of him. Don't even mention it. Besides the newcomer ranking, he's also on our East Sea Genius ranking. He's single-handedly broken all records in the Goblin Dungeon, from beginner to abyss difficulty. Who is this person? Why have we never heard of him before? No idea at all. It's like he just appeared out of nowhere. Li Yang, standing nearby and overhearing the conversation, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had originally intended to find an acquaintance to ask what exactly the Su family was up to today, but unexpectedly, he had become the center of attention. At this moment, a guest suddenly remembered something and took out their phone to check. Hey! The human ranking has been updated, they exclaimed, drawing the surrounding crowd closer. Impossible. The martial arts exams haven't even started this year. Updating the human ranking now? Wasn't last year's ranking finalized during the national competition? Could it be that some university student recently had a fortuitous encounter? Or suddenly achieved enlightenment? Quick, check what rank young Master Hua is now. Ranked 98th. No change in position. No, look closely. The current 99th place used to be 97th. Young Master Hua has surpassed them and moved up to 98th, which means he rose by 2 ranks, but 2 new people have entered the ranking and directly jumped ahead. Wow! That's impossible. Who's so powerful that they could make it onto the human ranking at this time and even rank so high right away? The human ranking. Among the heaven, earth, and human rankings, the human ranking only includes professionals below level 100 and under the age of 28. It is an authoritative list. Officially released by Dixia, distinct from the locally compiled newcomer and genius rankings. It is said that a mysterious organization called the Night Watchers is responsible for collecting information and compiling the data. The ranking does not consider complex data comparisons or dungeon completion times. The sole criterion is combatability. No matter how impressive one's theoretical skills are, without actual combat achievements, it is impossible to make it onto this prestigious list of honor that symbolizes the highest level of strength. This is the dream goal of countless professionals, representing the highest recognition and honor. Among the 3 rankings, the human ranking garners the most attention and is the most frequently discussed. There are 3 reasons for this. First, the human ranking only includes professionals under the age of 28 and below level 100, who represent the future main force of Dixia. Second, the strength range within level 100 is something most people can understand, making it easier to resonate with. After all, anything above the saint rank is too distant for most people, but within level 100 is a goal everyone can strive for. Even older individuals can reminisce and compare when they reach levels 70 or 80. Thirdly, the heaven and earth rankings consist of top experts from various regions, and no one dares to gossip too much about them. Changes in the human ranking usually occur in the 2 months leading up to the annual martial arts exam. During this time, university freshmen, after a year of study and training, showcase their talents in national competitions and gain recognition. No matter how skilled they were before, they were limited to their local areas and struggled to become famous. Some late bloomers, who didn't perform well in their first year of university, only began to shine in their second year. Therefore, every update to the human ranking sparks heated discussions and becomes a popular topic of conversation. However, getting onto the human ranking is extremely difficult, far beyond imagination. Take the previous year, the year of Hua Wu, for example. Out of a million university freshmen in Desya, only 7 made it onto the ranking, and all were at the lower end. Even so, making it onto the human ranking is already a great honor. Hua Wu's achievements, therefore, seem even more remarkable. The Su family banquet was lively and bustling. Amidst the flickering lights, this topic was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. It's strange. The national competition ended so long ago, yet young Master Hua's ranking is still moving up? A middle-aged man in a suit swirled his wineglass, his face full of confusion. Although the ranking itself hadn't changed, those originally ranked above him had withdrawn, effectively pushing him up. Doesn't this indicate that within the same level, young Master Hua's combat ability has improved again? Another guest interjected. The updates to the human ranking aren't made casually. The information on this list has always been very detailed. The guest who initially looked at the human ranking quickly took out his phone, tapped on Hua Wu's profile, and a detailed information box popped up. Hua Wu, 19 years old, SSS class profession, boundary walker, level 79. Everyone was already familiar with this information, and their eyes quickly moved to the combat records section. Among the dense list of achievements, the most recent entry read, in the Class C National Professional League, defeated 7 heaven rank SSS class professionals single-handedly, narrowly winning despite severe injuries. Below this, a new record had been added. In a direct confrontation, narrowly lost to Saint rank A class professional, Gale Marshal Hallmaster Chen Qingpeng, by a single move. What? He lost? The crowd exchanged glances, finding it hard to understand. He lost, so why did his ranking rise instead of drop? And this is just a battle record against a Saint rank. Hua Wu has defeated Saint rank experts before. Why does this loss seem to carry more weight? Who is this Chen Qingpeng? Is he stronger than the average Saint rank? Guests from Donghai District's Biecheng were puzzled and began whispering among themselves, speculating about Chen Qingpeng's identity. However, a few locals from Qianlong City seemed to have some thoughts. While they weren't very familiar with Chen Qingpeng, they were well aware of the reputation of the Gale Marshal Hall. Among the crowd, Li Yan quietly listened to the discussions around him, but his heart was in turmoil. The battle between Hua Wu and Chen Qingpeng at the hospital entrance had been recorded so quickly and even influenced the human ranking. Could it be Night Owl? Li Yan wondered. Had he already been on the scene, observing the entire fight? Would the Night Watchers really do such a thing? Perhaps Chen Qingpeng's strength far surpasses that of ordinary Saint rank experts, someone speculated. The human ranking scores are primarily based on combat performance. Maybe they saw the potential young Master Hua displayed during the fight, which is why his ranking was raised. Even if Chen Qingpeng is strong, a loss is still a loss. It's strange. For the ranking to go up, someone else remains skeptical. Although the discussions continued, no one could provide a convincing explanation. At this moment, the topic suddenly shifted. I wonder which young expert suddenly made it onto the ranking, and even surpassed young Master Hua? It's probably another top student from Tianyue Academy, someone said sourly. They've really been in the spotlight these past few years. Why couldn't it be a student from Yongmeng or Qingfan University? Someone retorted indignantly. In the past 2 years, those two schools have also produced plenty of geniuses. Talking so much is useless. The rankings are right here. Just open it and take a look. The person holding the phone stopped talking and began scrolling through the rankings, searching for the 2 newly ascended powerhouses. 97, 96. 95, he scrolled down, seeing familiar names. Found it, he exclaimed excitedly, but his voice quickly turned silent, filled with disbelief. The people around him were on edge. What is it? Just say it already, stop keeping us in suspense. He took a deep breath and slowly said, rank 94. Su Mumu. What? The name exploded like a thunderclap among the crowd, leaving everyone stunned. How? Is that possible? Miss Su hasn't even taken the martial exam yet. Are you kidding? She only awakened her profession a few days ago. The man's hand trembled as he tapped on Su Mumu's profile. Su Mumu, 18 years old, SSS class profession, Starry Sword. Immortal, level 15. Her battle record had only 2 entries, but they were shocking. First entry, defeated SSS class profession descending godmaster Xiao Chufan in 4 moves, even forcing him to use his mythical grade defensive artifact. Second entry, defeated A-class Saint-Tier Chen Qingpeng in 3 moves, also forcing out his mythical grade defensive artifact. The air instantly froze, and a deathly silence spread. After a moment, someone finally broke the silence, full of doubt. This doesn't make sense. Didn't the official announcement from Qianlong City say Su Mumu used 10 moves to defeat Xiao Chufan? How come now? Before the sentence was finished, everyone's eyes turned to Huayun. They didn't look at Fan Long, who had issued the announcement, because everyone knew he wasn't present at the match. Huayun, however, was one of the few witnesses, and his words carried more weight. Huayun clearly hadn't expected the details of Su Mumu's victory over Xiao Chufan to appear so explicitly in the rankings, and he looked a bit awkward. Clearing his throat, he explained, City Lord Fan wasn't at the scene at the time. The details of the battle he mentioned were just hearsay and not very accurate. Although he didn't say it outright, Huayun's words essentially confirmed the accuracy of the rankings information. So, Su Mumu really defeated Xiao Chufan in just 4 moves? The crowd began whispering among themselves. Xiao Chufan, once ranked highly among the 6 prodigies of the East Sea region, a rising star of the imperial capital, had been easily defeated by Su Mumu in just 4 moves, even forced to use a mythical-grade defensive artifact to save his life? But the most shocking part was yet to come. 3 moves to defeat Chen Qingpeng. Someone murmured, eyes fixed on the brief yet earth-shattering battle record on the phone screen. The same Chen Qingpeng who had narrowly defeated Huowu after an all-out effort was defeated by Su Mumu in just 3 moves, also forced to use his legendary defensive equipment. The gap was simply unfathomable. Defeating a same-tier powerhouse in just 3 moves, this achievement alone was enough to place her far above her peers. Among same-tier professionals, how many could accomplish such a feat? Let alone the fact that Su Mumu had only awakened her profession half a month ago. This is simply monstrous, someone couldn't help but exclaim. The Su family truly has no weaklings, an elderly man sighed. Back in the day, Mr. Su was also a genius of his generation, but when he first awakened, he probably wasn't this strong, was he? This isn't just a genius, it's a monster, someone muttered under their breath. Only 20 years old. The Su family is about to produce another top-tier powerhouse. The crowd was still reeling from the shock brought by Su Mumu when the guest holding the phone spoke again, his voice filled with disbelief. I found another new name on the rankings. Rank 81, someone named Li Yang? Who is that? Never heard of them. I don't recall seeing this name in the national competition earlier this year. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the strange looks from those around him. What is it? He asked, confused as he looked around. Did I say something wrong? What's the name you just mentioned? Someone asked tentatively. Li Yang. What's wrong with that name? Have you been keeping up with the rookie rankings and genius rankings in the East Sea region recently? The man scratched his head. I've seen it. What do you mean? As he spoke, he suddenly realized something, his eyes widened, and he quickly rechecked the newcomer rankings of the East Sea district on his phone. After repeatedly confirming, his tone was filled with doubt. The Li Yang on this ranking, and the number 1 on our East Sea district newcomer rankings, could they be the same person? After a brief silence, someone laughed awkwardly. That's probably impossible. After all, the number 1 in our East Sea district is just an E-rank archer. An E-rank profession making it onto the rankings has happened in the history of Dixia, but impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could someone rank so high right after getting on the list? Exactly, E-rank professions have weak foundations and slow growth. They're no match for SSS rank professions. Even though our East Sea number 1 has some talent for fighting goblins, it's not enough to make it onto the rankings, right? If you want to know if it's true, just open it and take a look. The customer holding the phone swallowed nervously, his hand trembling slightly. In the crowd, Li Yang listened quietly, feeling a bit curious himself. Of course, he wasn't wondering whether the Li Yang on the rankings was him. After all, when he left the hospital this morning, Night Owl had already mentioned the rankings. At the time, he had casually listened and didn't expect the rankings to update so quickly. The efficiency of the Night Watchers was quite impressive. What he was truly curious about was how his battle record would be written. Wasn't the incident with Xiao Chufan officially classified by the Night Watchers as Zhou Bo killing and escaping? They couldn't possibly write on the rankings that he defeated Xiao Chufan, right? But if they didn't include that, what justified ranking him at 81? With these questions in mind, Li Yang's gaze also fell on the phone screen. The man opened Li Yang's profile. Li Yang, 18 years old, E-rank profession archer, level 24. The entire room instantly fell silent, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone froze in place, and for a long time, no one spoke. It's really him? Even Fan Long, who was following behind Huayun, widened his eyes in shock and looked back at Li Yang in disbelief. If he had been somewhat friendly to Li Yang before because he joined the Night Watchers, now he began to seriously evaluate this young man. Only Huayun remained exceptionally calm at this moment, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Although he was surprised, it was far less intense than when he had personally witnessed Li Yang destroy Xiao Chufan's mythic-level defensive equipment with a single shot or break through Night Owl's defenses with one shot. The reactions of the crowd now were the same as his own back then, making him unable to suppress a smile. He could understand the shock in everyone's hearts at this moment. The first time, huh? Don't worry, you'll be even more shocked later. Is it really the same person? Someone asked in a trembling voice. This is too unbelievable. Exclamations erupted one after another, and the banquet hall instantly became lively. I thought Su Mumu was already shocking enough, but this Li Yang, how is this even possible? Someone shook their head in disbelief, feeling as if their worldview had been completely overturned. E-rank profession making it onto the rankings, and even ranking higher than Huowu and Su Mumu. Was this a dream? This year's newcomers must feel utterly hopeless. A young guest smiled bitterly. Competing in the same year as such a monster. Is there even a chance? No. I really can't figure it out. Does this guy have some kind of cheat? Strange, nothing major has happened in Qianlong City recently, right? A guest in luxurious robes swirled the wine in his glass, his face full of confusion. Other than the duel between Xiao Chufan and Su Mumu, I haven't heard of anything else. Another wealthy merchant nodded in agreement, casually picking up a piece of pastry and popping it into his mouth. Yeah, so how did this Li Yang make it onto the rankings? Everyone looked at each other, unable to figure it out. To make it onto the rankings, you must have fought someone, right? Such an impressive battle couldn't have gone unnoticed in Qianlong City. The place wasn't that big, student. Fights could make the news, let alone a battle of this level. Just check the battle record on the rankings, and we'll know, someone suggested. Everyone stared intently at the record column under Li Yang's name on the human ranking list. There was only a single short line, shattered the wall of scorching heaven with one strike. No opponent's name, no other explanation, just this one sentence. The entire banquet hall fell silent for a few seconds. The wall of scorching heaven? What is that? How impressive is it to break it? Many guests looked confused. Among the crowd, an elderly man with a white beard stroked his whiskers, as if recalling something. I remember 30 years ago, Chen Wulong, ranked 10th on the Earth ranking list, had a shield called the Wall of Scorching Heaven. It was said to be the strongest defensive artifact among mythical-grade equipment. Back then, Chen Wulong used it to withstand a sword strike from Zhao Jinghong. Later, Chen Wulong died in the Starfield War, and the shield disappeared. What? It could block a strike from Zhao Jinghong? The crowd erupted in astonishment. So, the Wall of Scorching Heaven's defensive power is practically otherworldly. Who has the shield now? How? Is it connected to Li Yang? Could someone have used the shield to fight Li Yang? How did Li Yang manage to shatter it with one strike? I guess the shield might have been damaged already, otherwise, Li Yang wouldn't still be on the list. Even so, it's incredible it could block a strike from Zhao Jinghong. In a corner, Li Yang, who was listening with great interest, suddenly felt a light poke on his back. He turned around in confusion and saw Su Mumu standing behind him with a cheerful smile, holding a peeled orange. Open your mouth. Su Mumu tore off a segment of the orange and brought it to Li Yang's lips. Li Yang obediently opened his mouth, and the sweet fragrance of the orange spread in his mouth. Su Mumu leaned against him. With a smile, teasing, "You're really enjoying hiding here and listening to people praise you, huh?" Li Yang smiled helplessly. "I just have nothing else to do." Su Mumu peeled another segment of the orange for herself and said while eating, "I've figured out the purpose of this banquet, but judging by your expression, you probably already knew, right?" Li Yang nodded. Su Mumu blinked and asked curiously, "How does it feel to be on the human ranking list?" Li Yang thought for a moment and replied calmly, "Not much of a feeling." He wasn't trying to act cool, he genuinely felt nothing special. Su Mumu stared into his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. "You silly guy." She handed him the rest of the orange. "Here, it's yours." Li Yang took the orange and asked curiously, "Mumu, who is Zhao Jinghong?" He had been wanting to ask. Why did everyone react so strongly when his name was mentioned? Their reactions were truly exaggerated. But it wasn't something he could ask directly. It would be too conspicuous to go over to Huayun and ask now, and Li Yang wasn't interested in drawing attention. That Wall of Scorching Heaven should be the mythical grade equipment Chun Qingpeng used when he fought you in the hospital, right? Li Yang muttered softly. Chen Qingping and Chen Wulong, are they relatives? Thinking of this, he felt slightly relieved. Good thing Chen Wulong is dead, otherwise, it would be another junior fights senior drama. But who exactly is Zhao Jinghong? Su Mumu looked at him with a strange expression. You really don't know? Li Yang shook his head. Su Mumu handed him another segment of orange. Is it good? Not bad. Where did you get it? Li Yang took it and put it in his mouth. Su Mumu pointed to a nearby table. Just grabbed it from there. There's more if you want. Li Yang couldn't help but laugh. I didn't come here to eat oranges. I'm asking who Zhao Jinghong is. Su Mumu couldn't hold back her laughter. After finishing the last segment of her orange, she said slowly, he's currently ranked first on the Earth ranking list. Li Yang froze. Su Mumu continued, he's been first on the Earth ranking list for 50 years. 50 years? Li Yang repeated in shock. Su Mumu nodded. Over the past 50 years, many people have challenged his position, but they've all been defeated. Most of them couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. The Earth ranking list. It was the ultimate honor for all sub-level 500 powerhouses. In the entire Great Xia, there were hundreds of millions of professionals over the age of 28. And the Earth ranking list selected the top 100 elites from these hundreds of millions, regardless of gender, age, background, or profession. Only the final strength matters. To ensure absolute fairness in the rankings, even the strength of one's equipment is taken into account, striving to showcase everyone's purest and truest combat power. This is the true meaning of the Earth rankings, a symbol of strength and the highest honor. Making it onto the Earth rankings is the lifelong dream of countless powerful individuals, let alone claiming the top spot. That is an invincible existence standing at the pinnacle of billions of professionals. And Zhao Jinghong has dominated the rankings for a full 50 years. This means that over 50 years, countless geniuses have risen, countless strong individuals have fallen, times have changed, and the world has shifted, yet he has remained unshaken. 50 years is enough for an unknown nobody to grow into a grandmaster, and also enough for a renowned powerhouse to vanish into dust. So powerful? Only now did Li Yang understand why the Wall of Burning Heaven was so valuable. It could withstand a single strike from Zhao Jinghong, which was truly remarkable. He immediately thought of how he had broken the Wall of Burning Heaven before and couldn't help but laugh. In fact, the reason he could shatter the Wall of Burning Heaven was entirely due to the mechanics of pinpoint attacks. Night Owl probably noticed this as well. No wonder his expression was a bit strange when he first appeared. Su Mumu saw him suddenly laugh and smiled slightly, lowering her voice to say, mysteriously, by the way, for the past 50 years, the second place on the Earth rankings has also been fixed. Li Yang looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly brought this up. Su Mumu's tone became meaningful. The second place on the Earth rankings is Xiao Chufan's father, Xiao Tianhong. Li Yang fell silent. Su Mumu noticed and smiled, patting his shoulder. All right, I was planning to rest well today, but it seems the house will be lively tonight. Let's go out and grab something to eat. Li Yang was a bit puzzled. Your family is hosting a banquet, and you're not eating at home? Su Mumu smiled and asked in return, do you want to sit at a table with a bunch of strangers and listen to them talk about things you can't join in on? Aren't you familiar with them? Li Yang pointed to the guests around them. When they had just returned home, Su Mumu had greeted quite a few people. Su Mumu nodded matter-of-factly. I know them, but you don't. You'll feel awkward. She pursed her lips and teased, we might even end up sitting at the kids' table. Li Yang was speechless. So, let's go for barbecue, the usual spot. Su Mumu suggested. Li Yang readily agreed. He had no reason to refuse. With that decided, Su Mumu grabbed Li Yang's hand and led him out of the banquet hall. Leaving the Su family and returning to the brightly lit streets, Shenlong City was still bustling as ever. Su Mumu walked ahead, the moonlight casting a charming glow on her. She suddenly turned back and said mysteriously to Li Yang, before we get barbecue, I'll take you to a special place. Li Yang touched his stomach. Aren't you hungry? Su Mumu playfully winked. I am, but once we're full, we might lose interest. Li Yang nodded. All right, where to? Follow me, and you'll see. Su Mumu kept it a secret, pulling him through the streets and alleys. Gradually, the two left the bustling commercial center of Qianlong City and arrived at a somewhat rundown neighborhood. The roadside convenience stores, faded signs, and weathered walls all indicated the area's age. As they walked, Su Mumu suddenly stopped, turning back with a bright smile. We're almost there, but. She paused mid-sentence, her cheeks slightly flushed. Li Yang looked at her in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Su Mumu smiled shyly. Just follow me. Li Yang, full of questions, followed her. The surroundings changed. Under the dim lights, there were many women standing by the roadside, dressed provocatively with heavy makeup. They flirted with passers-by, occasionally letting out coquettish laughter. Li Yang frowned, immediately realizing what kind of place this was, his expression turning strange. No way. Why would this little rich girl bring me to a place like this? He muttered to himself, completely unable to figure out what Su Mumu was up to. Su Mumu turned around, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth, trying hard to hold back her laughter, her shoulders shaking slightly. Li Yang awkwardly pointed at the scantily clad women by the roadside. This. Su Mumu nodded seriously. This is the rooster from the Chinese zodiac. Li Yang was completely speechless. I'm not blind, do you really need to tell me that? What I meant was, why did you bring me to a place like this? Su Mumu looked at Li Yang's expression and couldn't help teasing. What, are you shy? Li Yang was amused and exasperated. Why would I be shy? Su Mumu smiled mysteriously. Then follow me, don't ask so many questions. Li Yang scoffed and stepped forward, walking shoulder to shoulder with Su Mumu deeper into the alley. Soon, they arrived at a dead end. The narrow alley was filled with dampness and the smell of mildew, graffiti and stains covered the walls, and garbage and cigarette butts were scattered on the ground. A pungent odor lingered in the air. Looking at the scene before him, Li Yang suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. This place. He tried hard to recall, feeling as though he had been here before, but his memory was hazy. This is. Li Yang desperately searched for fragments of his memory. At that moment, Su Mumu spoke. Do you remember? When we were kids, we often played hide and seek around here. Li Yang suddenly understood. When they were children, he and Su Mumu indeed used to play in this area. Later, the place was demolished and renovated, and they hadn't returned since. It had been so long, and with the late hour, Li Yang hadn't recognized it at first. But why did we come here now? He looked at Su Mumu in confusion, waiting for her to explain. Su Mumu slowly walked to the wall at the end, reaching out to gently touch its surface. The next moment, a crack appeared in the wall, emitting a soft light. This. Li Yang was stunned. A hollow sound echoed, and the wall split open to both sides, revealing a white, misty passage. Su Mumu turned back with a smile and said, "Follow me." With that, she stepped into the passage. Li Yang snapped out of his daze and quickly followed. The passage was entirely white, with no end in sight, and quite narrow, requiring Li Yang to slightly lower his head to pass through. Su Mumu, being shorter, walked more easily. After a short walk, the space gradually opened up, and something seemed to appear at the end of the white passage. Suddenly, a blinding light shone through, and Li Yang instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. When he opened them again, the scene before him had completely changed. Clear streams flowed gently, green grass covered the banks, and flowers bloomed in abundance. In the distance, ancient-style pavilions and towers were hidden among dense woods, and the air carried a faint fragrance. Li Yang curiously looked around. This secret realm hidden behind the wall was like a paradise. I never expected such a place to be hidden behind the wall, he marveled. After all these years, has no one discovered it? Su Mumu patiently waited for him to recover from his shock and then slowly said, "Do you remember? When we were kids, there was a time we got separated while playing around here. You couldn't find me and were so worried that you waited at the street corner for an entire day and night until I came out of the alley." Li Yang scratched his head, trying hard to recall. "I think I do remember." So, Su Mumu nodded. "At that time, I accidentally entered this place. It was here that I received a legacy." A legacy? Li Yang was stunned, then quickly understood. Su Mumu must be referring to the divine beast legacy of the Heavenly Jade Palace. So, the little rich girl had obtained her legacy so early. Su Mumu continued to explain, in the Heavenly Jade Palace, many people obtain their legacies in this way, finding a long-lost legacy in an unknown secret realm. Of course, some divine beast legacies are passed on by the inheritors, while others disappear when the inheritor dies. Li Yang nodded, indicating his understanding. Su Mumu went on, "So, if you want to join the Heavenly Jade Palace, you don't necessarily have to go to Jiangnan to find Baizhe. If you can find a secret realm like this and obtain a legacy, you naturally qualify to join the Heavenly Jade Palace. Besides, the legacy Baizhe gives you is actually somewhat incomplete." Li Yang looked at her in confusion. Incomplete? Su Mumu sighed. Think about it. If the inheritance were complete, how would it end up in Bai Yujing? Becoming something no one claims? Got it. Li Yang immediately understood Su Mumu's point, but he still had doubts in his heart. These things could be discussed outside too. Why did the little rich girl bring me here? What is she really up to? Su Mumu saw through his confusion at a glance and walked closer with a smile. Li Yang instinctively took a step back, feeling that her smile was too dangerous. Su Mumu licked her lips, her voice carrying a hint of ambiguity. After we came in, the entrance outside closed. No one can come in to interrupt us. So? Li Yang swallowed hard, his heartbeat accelerating. He roughly guessed Su Mumu's intention. Without hesitation, Su Mumu pounced on him, pinning Li Yang to the ground. Hey! You! Li Yang hadn't even had time to speak before he caught the scent of her fragrance. She lay on top of him, their eyes meeting, both breathing heavily. Su Mumu slowly spoke, a mix of playfulness and seriousness in her tone. Li Yang, you're taking the martial arts exam in 2 days. Before the exam, let me help you get rid of your virgin status, okay? Years later, when Li Yang recalled what happened in that secret realm, he couldn't help but laugh. This girl had never stopped talking since the day they met. From childhood to adulthood, she always loved teasing him. And the result? In the secret realm, Li Yang was completely overwhelmed, ready to admit defeat. But after she pounced on him, she suddenly froze like a block of wood. The two stared at each other for a long time. The little rich girl's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Li Yang felt puzzled. This wasn't right. Wasn't the script supposed to go differently? Logically, the little rich girl should have been very assertive from the start. But instead, she just held back for a long time, her face flushed, and stammered as she asked Li Yang, then what? Li Yang was dumbfounded at the time. The atmosphere had been so heated, but suddenly it turned awkward. He almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed the little rich girl was only strong with her words, but when faced with the actual situation, she panicked. However, he had solid theoretical knowledge, having read plenty of materials. At the critical moment, he had to take charge. In the end, under Li Yang's on-the-spot guidance, the two managed to stumble through and complete an important milestone in their lives. But after leaving the secret realm, the little rich girl started acting strange. How to describe it? Like a cat with its fur standing on end, both aggrieved and angry, yet a little shy? Li Yang was baffled. But he could somewhat understand, especially since he had laughed so hard afterward that her face turned black. She used to be so cheerful while eating barbecue, but that day she frowned at the skewers, completely losing her appetite. For the past 2 days, she avoided Li Yang like the plague. Every time she saw him, she puffed up in anger, leaving Li Yang feeling helpless. Clearly, he was the passive one at the start. He was the victim here. Ahem. Anyway, after a deep yet simple exchange, Li Yang finally enjoyed 2 rare days of peace. These 2 days of calm were so unusual that Li Yang almost felt unaccustomed to it. Perhaps because the martial arts exam was approaching, all the chaotic matters had quieted down. During these 2 days, he spent most of his time grinding dungeons and leveling up. It was a brief sprint before the exam. Much easier than sprinting with Su Mumu. In just 2 days, his level skyrocketed to 27. Now, Li Yang not only wore a full set of purple equipment, far ahead of other students in Donghai, but his level was nearly double theirs. Except for Su Mumu, most people couldn't even break through level 15 on the last day. After all, leveling up became significantly harder after level 10. Li Yang's rapid progress was due to treating abyss-level dungeons like beginner ones. Others at the same level were still stuck in beginner difficulty. Some dungeons even required teens to enter. Not to mention those still in the beginner training grounds. Besides attribute boosts, reaching level 25 granted Li Yang a new skill. This was likely his final skill as an archer. Cloud-piercing arrow. Rain shoots a special arrow into the sky, which explodes mid-air, transforming into countless highly penetrating arrows that pour down like a torrential rain, dealing continuous damage to enemies within the target area. Li Yang tried it out, and this skill could perfectly trigger his execution threshold. This meant that if enemies stood still and were covered by this AoE skill, he wouldn't even need to single them out for a kill. However, it was unlikely anyone would foolishly stand there and take the full brunt of the arrow rain. So, while the skill seemed powerful, it was actually somewhat impractical. Still, it was better than nothing. For Li Yang now, the strength of the skill wasn't as important. What he cared more about was which class to transition to after reaching level 30. Or perhaps he wouldn't transition at all and would continue using the archer class to draw new attribute entries. He was curious about what other entries the system could offer him. Moreover, since the system went online, the 3 golden entries he had were all obtained by exploiting bugs. He wondered how strong the system's original golden entries were. Would they be even more powerful if obtained through bugs? But these weren't matters to dwell on in the next couple of days. The martial exam was just around the corner. The entire Great Xia was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and excitement. From the bustling imperial capital to remote towns, in streets and alleys, teahouses and taverns, people's conversations revolved around the martial exam. The nation's future, family honor, and personal destiny all hinged on this exam. Although the Eastern Sea region wasn't particularly prominent, the martial exam atmosphere was equally fervent. The sea breeze carried the youthful vigor of aspiring professionals across the busy port and past towering martial halls. Students from the 7 cities of the Eastern Sea gave it their all, training day and night, striving to stand out in the martial exam. In the central square of Qianlong City, a massive electronic screen displayed the countdown to the exam in real time. The martial halls were brightly lit, with students sprinting through the final stages under their coaches' guidance. It was said that this year's martial exam would be more challenging than ever, and everyone was giving their utmost to achieve good results. News media provided comprehensive coverage of the exam, interviewing candidates, experts, and outstanding graduates from previous years to build anticipation for the event. The annual Great Xia Martial Exam had finally arrived. Morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the off-white curtains, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Li Yang slowly opened his eyes and stretched lazily. Now that the day had come, he wasn't nervous at all. He had always been like this, feeling more anxious and worried as the exam approached, fearing failure. But when the actual exam day arrived, he would completely relax, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Just as he sat up in bed, he was startled. Su Mumu was sitting at the edge of the bed, wearing a light purple silk nightgown, her hair slightly messy, looking at him with a pitiful expression. When did you come in? Li Yang rubbed his eyes, a bit dazed. Seeing Li Yang's confused look, Su Mumu's tense face finally relaxed, and the corners of her mouth gently lifted, as if she had let out a sigh of relief. Li Yang? Before he could react, Su Mumu suddenly leaned in and gently kissed him. Li Yang's eyes widened, his heartbeat instantly quickened. He instinctively wanted to pull away but strangely stopped, allowing the tender touch to linger. The room was extremely quiet, with only the faint sound of their breathing. After a while, they finally separated. Su Mumu's face was tinged with a faint blush, her eyes bright like flower petals glistening with morning dew. She gazed at Li Yang intently and smiled sweetly. "Good luck with the martial exam," she said softly. "But I guess you won't mess up." She stuck out her tongue playfully and added, "I'll be watching your live stream at home. Do well and don't embarrass me." Looking at her, Li Yang felt a ripple in his heart. He nodded lightly, unable to suppress a smile. Just wait and see. Eastern Sea, Mirror Flower Terrace. This was the sole exam site for the Eastern Sea Martial Exam. It wasn't located in any city but was situated at the central point of the 7 cities in the Eastern Sea region, equidistant from each city. Some had suggested setting the exam site in the Eastern Sea Rift, the most famous dungeon location. In the end, they chose Mirror Flower Platform because of its superior geographical location and better safety. After all, the spatial fluctuations near the rift were too strong, unsuitable for a fair and impartial examination. Mirror Flower Platform serves as the entrance to the 7-city dungeon in the East Sea region. Strictly speaking, this is not a naturally formed dungeon entrance but one crafted by top-tier spatial professionals using powerful formations. It remains closed most of the time and is only opened during the annual martial arts exam, ensuring stability and safety under strict monitoring. At this moment, Mirror Flower Platform is bustling with activity, filled with the noise of the crowd. In the center of the square stands a massive circular platform, with a towering 7-pointed star structure reaching into the clouds, symbolizing the 7 cities of the East Sea. The 7 corners of the structure each lead to different dungeon entrances. Around the square, fully armed elite soldiers maintain order, dressed in specially designed black combat uniforms, equipped with the latest weapons, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings to ensure the safety of the examination site. Above the square, several drones hover continuously, conducting comprehensive surveillance. Admissions officers from major martial arts universities have arrived early at the scene, representing their respective schools from across the country. A few Teachers gathered together, their eyes on the bustling crowd of examinees. A burly teacher with a short beard spoke, "The quality of new students in the East. See, this year looks good. It seems we'll be able to recruit quite a few promising talents." "Oldly, you say that every year. When has Jiangnan Martial Arts University not recruited good talents?" a bespectacled, refined teacher retorted with a smile. "True," the bearded teacher chuckled, "but this year is a bit special. I heard Su Mumu has already been specially recruited by Tianyue. We don't stand a chance." The bespectacled teacher adjusted his glasses and sighed. "Indeed, what a pity. But Tianyue recruiting early is nothing new, we're used to it." The teachers exchanged glances, their eyes tinged with a hint of emotion. Although Su Mumu had been taken by Tianyue, there was still someone in the East Sea this year who commanded everyone's attention. Despite his young age, he had already made it onto the people's ranking even before the martial arts exam began. On the East Sea newcomer ranking, he had consistently held the top spot. Initially, some doubted his abilities, but now, Li Yang's name had become a legend of the East Sea's future. From now on, no matter who the genius was, they would inevitably be compared to Li Yang. The examinees gathered in groups of 3 or 5, some nervously reviewing martial techniques, others encouraging each other, and still others quietly adjusting their state of mind. Their faces were filled with anticipation and anxiety, as this exam would determine their future. A young man stood anxiously at the edge of the square, clutching his registration card tightly, his gaze wandering. Most of the examinees around him had already formed teams and were discussing strategies, leaving him alone. The martial arts exam was about to begin, and he still hadn't found teammates. Cold sweat slid down his forehead. He knew the risks of entering the dungeon alone were high. Although beginner dungeons were relatively low in difficulty, teamwork was crucial. Many seemingly simple mechanisms were nearly impossible to handle solo. The Great Xia martial arts exam encouraged teamwork but did not mandate it. Examinees were allowed to enter dungeons solo, in pairs, or in teams of 3 or 4, with a maximum of 4 people per team. The more members in a team, the higher the dungeon's difficulty, but the advantages of teamwork would also become more apparent. A trace of disappointment flashed across the young man's face. He understood that last-minute efforts were unlikely to succeed. Outside the examination site, parents hoped their children would achieve greatness, while media reporters busily held up cameras. A petite girl clenched her fists tightly, standing beside a middle-aged woman whose eyes were slightly red. The woman gently patted the girl's shoulder. "Xiaoya, don't be nervous. Just do your best. Mom believes in you," the middle-aged woman said softly. "Mom, I'm a little scared." The girl's voice trembled. "It's okay. Even if you don't pass, it's not the end. We have other paths to take," the middle-aged woman comforted her. At that moment, a tall boy walked over, patted the girl's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Xiaoya, don't be afraid. Let's work hard together. Let's aim to both get into East Sea Martial Arts University." The girl looked at the boy's encouraging gaze, her tension easing slightly. She took a deep breath and nodded firmly. On the other side, a cameraman was interviewing an excited middle-aged man. "Sir, what are your expectations for this martial arts exam?" the reporter asked. "I hope my son can perform at his best and get into his dream university," the middle-aged man said excitedly. "He has been training hard since he was young and has put in a lot of effort for this exam. I believe he will succeed." "Which university does your son want to attend?" the reporter pressed further. "He has always wanted to go to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. It's the place of his idol," the middle-aged man said proudly. "What do you think about the live broadcast of this exam?" the reporter continued. "The live broadcast is great. It allows audiences nationwide to see the kids' talents and lets us parents keep track of their performance in real time. It's very convenient," the middle-aged man replied excitedly. "The Daxia martial arts exam is one of the most important exams in the country. It follows a unified standard, ensuring fairness and transparency. The exam content involves challenges in randomly generated novice-level dungeons. Candidates' final scores are determined by a combination of their completion time and performance in the dungeon. The entire exam is broadcast live nationwide, with millions of viewers witnessing the brilliant performances of young martial artists. Before entering the dungeon, each candidate must wear a specially designed mini-camera. The camera, only the size of a fingernail, can follow the candidate's movements and transmit their every action in the dungeon to the big screen in the exam hall, allowing judges and viewers to watch. The dungeon challenge is not just about clearing it, if candidates encounter insurmountable difficulties, they can choose to exit midway. At this point, scoring teachers will evaluate their performance based on what has been achieved. Of course, candidates who successfully clear the dungeon almost always gain admission to martial arts universities. Mirror Flower Plaza. The sunlight generously bathed the square, warming the entire area. The fountain in the center of the square splashed water with a splash, and the droplets sparkled under the sunlight. The shadows of tall buildings around cast tree-like patterns, bringing a hint of coolness to the restless crowd. However, the atmosphere in the monitoring room at the corner of the exam hall was entirely different. In the dimly lit room, two invigilators sat on soft leather chairs. One was a slightly chubby middle-aged male teacher, and the other was a sharp young female teacher wearing glasses. They were bored, watching the densely packed screens showing the candidates' footage. "Hey, Xiao Sun, have you heard? Director Li from the Ministry of Education just left Donghai a few days ago, and the capital immediately sent a new official named Lu to oversee this Donghai martial arts exam," the male teacher said in a gossiping tone, lowering his voice. The name tag on his chest faintly displayed the character Su. Teacher Sun adjusted her glasses, the reflection on the lenses flashing sharply. "Yes, I heard Director Lu was young and has an impressive background. He was directly parachuted in without any prior notice. It's all because of Su Mumu." Teacher Su leaned back in his chair, complaining, "Xiao Chufan is a genius in the capital, yet he was defeated by Su Mumu in just a few moves. The capital felt humiliated and deliberately targeted us in Donghai." "Shu, keep your voice down," Teacher Sun quickly reminded him, glancing cautiously at the door. "You can't say such things carelessly, it'll cause big trouble if overheard." "What are you afraid of?" Teacher Su waved dismissively. Director Li had a good relationship with the Su family, even the farewell banquet was held at their place. He was supposed to oversee our Donghai martial arts exam. As soon as Director Li left, the capital immediately sent a newcomer, clearly settling scores after the fact. Teacher Sun sighed, lightly tapping the table with her fingers. "In the end, it's still Xiao Chufan's lack of strength. He underestimated our Donghai candidates too much. Young people are always a bit impulsive." Teacher Su shook his head. "The capital is making a big fuss, taking out their frustration on Donghai after being embarrassed by Su Mumu. Truly lacking in capability." The two were chatting enthusiastically when suddenly, a cold voice came from behind, like a bucket of icy water poured in winter, instantly extinguishing their excitement. "What are you two whispering about here?" Teacher Su and Teacher Sun's faces instantly turned pale. They jumped up from their chairs and stiffly turned around. Standing behind them was a tall young woman. She was dressed in a simple, professional black uniform, her jet black hair tied neatly behind her head. Her face was exquisitely cold and stunning, and her deep eyes carried a hint of chill as she stared at them. She was none other than the newly appointed head of the East Sea Martial Arts Exam, Director Lu. Director Lu, hello." Teacher Su stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Teacher Sun quickly followed suit, greeting her with a pale face and trembling lips. Director Lu glanced at the two of them, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on her lips. "I think I heard you talking about me?" Teacher Su and Teacher Sun were so frightened they nearly lost their wits, hurriedly waving their hands in denial. "And no, Director Lu, we were just chatting casually." "Chatting casually?" Director Lu raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with amusement. "Chatting about why I came to East Sea? Or about the grievances between the imperial capital and East Sea?" The two immediately fell silent, as if struck dumb with fear. Director Lu walked toward the surveillance screens, her gaze sweeping over the students earnestly taking their exams on the monitors. "The importance of this martial arts exam should be clear to both of you. I expect you to focus your energy on your work, not waste time on meaningless chatter." She withdrew her gaze and fixed her eyes on the two proctors again. "Now, I need you to do two things. First, remove all reporters and unrelated personnel, including parents, from the exam venue." Teacher Su and Teacher Sun exchanged uneasy glances, their faces showing hesitation. "Director Lu, this might not be appropriate. There's still time before the exam starts, and those parents are here to accompany their children. If we ask them to leave, it might cause dissatisfaction." "Dissatisfaction?" Director Lu chuckled lightly. "What right do they have to be dissatisfied?" She paused, her tone growing more severe. "The martial arts exam is a serious test, not a family gathering. Having reporters and parents here will only disrupt the exam environment and affect the students' performance." "But Teacher Sun tried to speak, only to be silenced by a single glance from Director Liu. Second, immediately close the exam venue entrance. Any latecomers will not be allowed in under any circumstances. At these words, Teacher Su and Teacher Sun were utterly shocked. Director Liu, that's absolutely not acceptable. It's still early. And if a student is delayed due to special circumstances, they'll miss the exam. Besides, the exam hasn't officially started yet. Director Liu's face darkened, a trace of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Students should arrive early and be prepared. Who would rush in at the last minute? Late is late, there are no excuses. But, Teacher Su whispered in protest, the rule states that being late by 15 minutes is considered officially late. It's only been 10 minutes. Before he could finish, he was silenced by Director Liu's icy gaze, which made him immediately shut his mouth. The atmosphere in the surveillance room grew tense, as if the air had thinned. Teacher Su and Teacher Sun felt an invisible pressure, making it hard to breathe. Director Liu coldly stared at them. I'll say it one more time, execute my orders immediately. I will take full responsibility for any consequences. The two dared not argue further and reluctantly agreed. Teacher Su was tasked with contacting staff to escort reporters and parents out, while Teacher Sun was responsible for closing the exam venue entrance and notifying all staff to strictly enforce the order. No latecomers would be allowed entry under any circumstances. Outside the exam venue, the previously calm and orderly scene descended into chaos due to Director Liu's orders. Reporters, caught off guard by their sudden removal, protested loudly, insisting on continuing their coverage. Parents were anxious and worried about their children being affected. Why aren't we allowed in? We have the right to accompany our children. My child is almost here, you can't close the entrance. This is against the rules. I'm going to file a complaint. Faced with the questions and protests, the staff repeatedly explained and tried to maintain order, but the scene remained chaotic. The black sedan came to a steady stop at the designated spot outside the Jinghuatai exam venue. The car door opened, and Li Yang stepped out, his tall figure appearing particularly upright under the sunlight. He raised his hand to check his watch and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were still 5 minutes left. The traffic earlier had been a bit heavy, and he had worried about being late, even considering asking the driver to stop so he could teleport himself there. But the scene before him made him pause slightly. The exam entrance, which should have been orderly, was now surrounded by a crowd, making it impenetrable. The noisy complaints and arguments mixed together like a boiling pot. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Li Yang muttered to himself in confusion, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. He saw reporters with cameras, anxious parents, and uniformed staff busy maintaining order. He had never participated in a martial arts exam before. This was his first time, his first martial arts exam, his first visit to Jinghuatai. So, he had no idea what was happening. Were martial arts exams always like this? Why were so many people gathered at the entrance without going in? What on earth were they doing? Filled with questions, Li Yang walked toward the exam entrance, intending to go in. However, before he could get close, a staff member stopped him. Student, please stop. The exam entrance is already closed, no one is allowed to enter. The staff member's tone was serious. What? Li Yang frowned. Why is the entrance closed? The exam hasn't even started yet. This is the rule. Please cooperate, the staff member insisted, with a hint of helplessness in their tone. Rule? What rule? Li Yang was even more puzzled. He checked his watch. There were still 5 minutes until the exam started. The exam is about to begin. Why can't I go in? The staff member was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, "This is an order from above. We're just following it." An order from above? Li Yang immediately caught the key phrase. Who gave the order? The staff member hesitated for a moment, avoiding mentioning Director Liu's name, and vaguely replied, "In any case, the exam entrance is closed, and no one is allowed in. Please don't make things difficult for us." Li Yang was utterly baffled. He couldn't understand why the entrance to the exam venue would be closed so close to the start of the exam, and without any reasonable explanation. He looked at his watch as time ticked away, the exam about to begin. If this dragged on any longer, he might actually miss the exam. Thinking of this, Li Yang began to feel anxious. He took a deep breath and firmly said to the staff member, "I am a candidate. I have the right to enter the exam venue and take the exam. Let me in immediately." or I will file a complaint. The staff member was startled by his attitude but still insisted, I'm sorry, student, but we cannot let you in. This is the rule, and we must follow it. Looking at the person in front of him, Li Yang was furious. He couldn't understand the logic behind this rule and couldn't accept being barred from entering for such an inexplicable reason. Rule? What kind of ridiculous rule is this? He couldn't help but curse, bypassing the staff member and heading straight for the exam entrance. Student, stop. You can't go in. The staff member hurriedly chased after him, trying to stop him. Li Yang ignored them entirely and kept walking forward. The staff member, sweating profusely, quickly called for backup. Before long, 2 teachers responsible for maintaining order arrived. One was a tall, stern-maned Teacher Su, who had previously been in the monitoring room talking with Director Lu. The other was a petite woman with glasses. Teacher Sunday, what's all this noise? It's a mess. Teacher Su barked sharply, scanning Li Yang with an unfriendly tone. Which school are you from? Don't you know the exam rules? Li Yang stopped in his tracks, turned, and calmly replied, I'm here to take the exam. Why won't you let me in? The exam entrance is already closed. No one is allowed in. That's the rule. Teacher Su's attitude was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Rule? What rule? Li Yang retorted. The exam hasn't even started yet. Why can't I go in? These are orders from above, we're just following them, Teacher Sun explained, her tone calmer than Teacher Su's. Orders from above? Li Yang repeated, his gaze sweeping over the 2 teachers. Who gave the orders? At this moment, Teacher Sun looked at Li Yang, her eyes suddenly widening in shock as she covered her mouth. You're Li Yang, she stammered. Teacher Su also took a closer look at Li Yang, his face showing an expression of disbelief. Li Yang, he said, his voice trembling slightly. The surrounding examinees and parents, upon hearing this name, all turned their astonished gazes toward him. Li Yang. Currently, in Donghai, this name was almost universally known. He was the rising star of Donghai's martial arts world and the focus of the entire daxia. Everyone knew that even before taking the martial arts exam, he had already made it onto the human rankings, creating a historic miracle in daxia. In recent days, the appearance of Li Yang in the Donghai region had become a hot topic across daxia's internet. The expressions of the 2 teachers instantly became complicated. They never expected that the examinee standing outside the exam venue would turn out to be the famous Li Yang. Li Yang was almost destined to be the top scorer. How could such a student possibly be barred from entering? Moreover, the exam hadn't even started yet. Teacher Su and Teacher Sun exchanged a glance, looking somewhat flustered. Just as they were about to let Li Yang in, a cold voice rang out from a distance. What's going on here? Why is it so noisy? Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a young woman in a black uniform, exuding a cold and stern aura, walking toward them. It was Director Lu. Seeing Director Lu appear, Teacher Su and Teacher Sun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, their superior had arrived to take the heat. Director Lu, this student wants to enter the exam venue, but you previously said that the entrance is already closed. Teacher Su quickly stepped forward to explain. Director Lu's gaze was as sharp as a knife as she scrutinized Li Yang from head to toe. You're Li Yang? Yes, Li Yang replied, meeting her gaze with a calm tone and a straight posture. I know who you are, Director Lu said, a trace of mockery curling her lips. You're the genius boy on the human rankings. She deliberately paused, then her tone suddenly turned sharp. But rules are rules. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he'd have to follow them. The exam entrance is now closed. You cannot go in. Li Yang frowned deeply, anger surging in his chest. There are still 5 minutes until the exam starts. Why can't I go in? He raised his wrist, showing the time on his electronic watch. I said no, and that's final. Director Lu interrupted him forcefully, her tone leaving no room for argument. Late is late, no excuses. Her disdainful gaze swept over Li Yang, openly showing her contempt. Even if you're a genius on the human rankings, you can't break the exam rules. What? Do you think you deserve special treatment? This was outright making things difficult. The surrounding examinees and parents could all see it, and their murmurs were filled with sympathy for Li Yang. Some even felt helpless in the face of Director Lu's overbearing attitude. Even Teacher Su and Teacher Sun thought Director Lu was going too far, but they could only stand anxiously on the side, not daring to speak out for fear of offending this powerful exam official. Dasha doesn't lack geniuses, Director Lu said coldly. Rules are rules, and no one is an exception. She stared at Li Yang, her gaze as indifferent as if she were looking at an insignificant ant. Don't think that just because you're a poor kid with no connections, you can get special treatment. Even if Su Wenjun himself brought his daughter Su Mumu here today, they wouldn't be allowed to step into the exam venue at this time. A collective gasp echoed around them. Su Wenjun, a figure so revered in Donghai that even the mention of his name commanded respect. If even he had to follow the rules, what chance did Li Yang, a powerless and penniless student, have? Li Yang's face turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. He hadn't expected Director Lu to be so unreasonable. I want to take the exam. Li Yang spoke one sentence at a time, his tone as firm as steel, his gaze fixed on Director Lu without flinching. A sharp aura emanated from him, like a sword ready to be unsheathed at any moment. What? You want to force your way into the exam hall? Director Lu sneered, full of contempt. Never mind the crime of forcing your way in, do you think you can even get in? At the end of the day, you're just an E-level shooter. Don't overestimate yourself. She arrogantly pulled out her credentials and waved them in front of Li Yang. I am the chief supervisor of this East Sea Martial exam. I have the authority to cancel any candidate's qualification. I can cancel yours right now. Want to take the exam? Dream on. Li Yang looked at this arrogant woman, feeling somewhat puzzled. He couldn't understand why she was targeting him. They didn't know each other, nor did they have any enmity. Why? Was she making things so difficult for him? What was this woman up to? Director Lu noticed Li Yang's confused expression and slightly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a cold smile. Who told your East Sea to offend someone you shouldn't have? Before coming from the imperial capital, she had received a generous gift from the Shao family the same day she got the message from the Ministry of Education. The old patriarch of the Shao family even personally visited her, asking her to make things difficult for Shao Chufan during the East Sea Martial exam. Although Su Mumu had already been pre-admitted to Tianyue Academy and was untouchable, the other candidates from East Sea were fair game. And Li Yang, as the top contender for the East Sea Martial exam, naturally became her primary target. Initially, she was worried about not having a reason to deal with Li Yang, making it hard to act. Now, Li Yang had delivered himself right to her doorstep. Li Yang took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress the anger within. He didn't want to waste any more time arguing with this crazy woman. Ignoring Director Lu's shouting, he directly stepped toward the exam hall. How dare you? Director Lu's expression changed, and she shouted sharply, are you treating my words as air? This is a blatant disregard for exam discipline, openly challenging the authority of the Dasha Martial exam. I will cancel your qualification right now. You'll regret this. She suddenly turned to look at Teacher Su and Teacher Sunday cancel his qualification immediately. I said so. Do it now. Teacher Su and Teacher Sun exchanged glances, their faces showing hesitation. Although they were extremely dissatisfied with Director Lu's overbearing attitude, they didn't dare defy her nearly insane orders. For a moment, they were caught in a dilemma, like ants on a hot pan. Just as Teacher Su was about to speak reluctantly, Li Yang suddenly stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned around, his gaze sharp, staring directly at Director Lu. Are you sure you want to cancel my qualification? Director Lu sneered, her tone unbearably arrogant. Of course. When I, Lu, say something, I mean it. Kid, rules are rules, and no one is an exception. Li Yang was silent for a few seconds, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, trying hard to control the anger within. He had never imagined that simply wanting to take the martial exam would lead to such absurdity. But this was the main exam hall of the East Sea Martial exam, and resorting to violence was clearly unwise. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and cancel his qualification. Are you two deaf? Director Lu, seeing the two teachers still not taking action, was furious, her voice growing louder. Teacher Su and Teacher Sun were startled and quickly moved to the operation desk, trembling as they began to operate the candidate information system. But after working for a long time, they still couldn't figure out how to cancel the qualification. What's going on? What's the problem? Director Lu's face turned livid. Director Lu, this system seems to have an issue. Teacher Su wiped the sweat from his forehead and said softly, what issue? A lousy System can't even cancel a qualification? What are you all doing? Director Lu was fuming, scolding the two teachers into silence. She grabbed Teacher Sue's tablet and began operating it skillfully. Her fingers flew across the screen, full of confidence. Watch this. Such a simple task. You two are just useless. She operated while smugly glancing at Li Yang, her lips curling in contempt, ready to mock him further. Kid, don't blame me for being ruthless. When the martial arts exam comes next year, I wish you. Before finishing her sentence, Director Lu suddenly stopped. Her face stiffened. Her finger froze on the screen, her eyes widened in disbelief. She tapped the screen a few more times, but whether it was editing or deleting, the system displayed 4 large characters, insufficient permissions. What was going on? Director Lu's face turned from ashen to dark purple, looking as if she had swallowed a fly. What happened? She stared at the screen, panic rising in her heart, sensing something was wrong. To be honest, she had come to Donghai in a hurry and had only heard briefly about Li Yang being Donghai's newly emerged genius, but she hadn't paid much attention, let alone investigated further. In her view, how impressive could a young genius from a small place be? Over the years, Daxia had seen countless geniuses. How formidable was Zhao Jinghong back then? Donghai had also produced Su Wenjun in the past. The word genius was practically worthless in Daxia. But why couldn't she edit this kid's information? Could it be a mistake on her part? No, impossible. She was thoroughly familiar with the system and would never make an error. What kind of background did this kid have? Director Lu's face darkened as she suppressed her panic, closed the exam system, and directly opened the Ministry of Education's internal student information system to check Li Yang's detailed records. If Li Yang truly had connections, she would need to inform the Xiao family first. She skillfully entered Li Yang's name and student ID, staring at the screen as the information loaded. The cursor spun faster than usual, which only made her more uneasy. Normally, the query speed was consistent, but this speed felt like something was deliberately being hidden. A few seconds later, the screen displayed neither Li Yang's personal information nor an error message. It was just a blank page. Director Lu knew this wasn't a system malfunction. She tried different keywords and advanced searches, but the results remained blank. Finally, at the bottom of the page, she noticed a small button, Permission Request. Clicking it opened a window with large text in the center, Insufficient permissions. Below it was an even colder message, Classified information. Access denied. No, this can't be right. In an instant, Director Lu felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, cold sweat streaming down her face and soaking her clothes. Classified information that even the Ministry of Education couldn't access. There were only 2 possibilities in Daxia. First, it was related to the royal family, either a member of the royal lineage or someone under special attention from the emperor, with their identity protected as top secret. Second, it was connected to someone on the heavenly rankings, involving secrets capable of altering the blue planet's balance. Either way, she couldn't afford to provoke them. How could this happen? Why didn't anyone tell me? Director Lu's mind was in chaos, and she could barely breathe. She never imagined that the student she casually intended to trouble was someone with an unfathomable background and terrifying power. She felt as if she had unknowingly walked to the edge of a cliff, ready to fall to her doom at any moment. Damn the Xiao family. They've ruined me. In her mind, Director Lu pictured the hypocritical, kindly face of the Xiao family patriarch and his confident promises. Damn it, if only I had ignored him. Yes, the Xiao family clearly knew Li Yang's extraordinary background but deliberately concealed it, using her as a pawn to push forward. Otherwise, why would the Xiao family patriarch personally visit her home? She was just a minor director in the Ministry of Education. It's over, it's all over. Is Li Yang a royal descendant living in exile? Or connected to some top-tier powerhouse? It's a disaster. A complete disaster. This was no longer about her career. Any misstep in handling this could cost her her life. Thinking of this, Director Lu's face turned pale, cold sweat poured from her forehead, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She took a deep breath, desperately suppressing her fear. Now was not the time to panic. She had to find a way to make amends. Better late than never. There was still time. She looked up at Li Yang, forcing out a smile that was even harder to bear than crying. Her tone was as gentle as possible, with a hint of flattery. Li Yang, no, sir, it was really my fault earlier. I misunderstood you. You can go in and take the exam now. Li Yang? This sudden change left Li Yang stunned. What was going on? Was this woman schizophrenic? Did she have an episode early in the morning? Li Yang, I truly apologize. I was momentarily confused and misunderstood you earlier, Director Lu said with a beaming smile, her tone as soft as a spring breeze. There was a small issue with the system, but it's resolved now. Please hurry in and take the exam so you don't waste any more time. Next to her, Teacher's son and Teacher Su were completely dumbfounded. They looked at Director Lu, whose face was full of obsequiousness, then at the indifferent Li Yang, their minds filled with question marks. What on earth was going on? Just moments ago, the atmosphere was tense, and now everything had flipped upside down? Li Yang looked at Director Lu, whose ability to change her demeanor was faster than flipping a page, and silently speculated. This woman had just been acting all righteous and unyielding, but now she had made a complete turn, becoming so submissive, even servile. A system issue? What a joke! Although Li Yang was young, he wasn't stupid. Earlier, when he saw her operating the system, her expression kept changing, as if she had eaten something disgusting. Oh, now I get it. Li Yang instantly grasped the key point. It was because of his identity information. He was now an official member of the Night Watchers. His information was naturally encrypted at the highest level. Forget Director Lu being a minor figure, even someone with significant authority wouldn't be able to access his data. Apart from the Emperor, no one in the entire Great Xia could casually check his information. Since that's the case, Li Yang chuckled inwardly. He was in a bad mood today, so how could he not vent his frustration properly? No need, Li Yang said coldly. Since the exam venue is already closed, I won't take the exam. I follow the rules. Please, Li Yang. Director Lu panicked upon hearing this. It was really a misunderstanding earlier. You can absolutely go in and take the exam. If any time was wasted, I'll take full responsibility, personally. Li Yang looked at Director Lu, who was almost on the verge of tears, feeling secretly pleased, though his face remained indifferent. He slowly raised his wrist, glanced at his watch, and pretended to be surprised. Oh dear, the exam time has already started. If I go in now, it would surely count as being late, right? Looks like I'm destined to miss this martial arts exam. Director Lu hurriedly said, it's not considered late. Not at all. The rule is that entering within 15 minutes after the exam starts is still considered on time. You can absolutely make it in now. The scorching summer sun mercilessly beat down, the pavements softened from the heat, and the air was filled with a sweltering intensity. At the entrance of the exam venue, a dense crowd of people gathered, forming a dark mass. Li Yang deliberately exaggerated his movements, looking around with hesitation and speaking in a troubled tone. Director Lu, it was your rule that the exam venue is closed. I wouldn't want to break the rules. With so many people watching here, if word gets out, people might say I used connections to cheat. Director Lu's face instantly turned ashen, filled with regret. If she had known it would be this difficult, she wouldn't have adopted such a tough stance earlier. Now she was stuck in a dilemma, truly hoisted by her own petard. Damn it. It was all because of that abyss dungeon. If she hadn't abandoned her teammates to solo the boss for the treasure chest, gotten injured, and urgently needed a large sum of money for treatment, she wouldn't have been tempted by the trivial benefits offered by the Xiao family and done something so foolish. She wasn't stupid, just blinded by greed. Truly, she had brought this upon herself. Between two evils, choose the lesser one. Weighing the pros and cons, offending the Xiao family versus offending the forces behind Li Yang, she knew which was the lighter consequence. Although she didn't fully understand how deep Li Yang's background went, the unknown was the most terrifying. She had climbed to the position of director of the education department not only because of her formidable strength but also due to her accurate judgment of situations over the years. But Li Yang wasn't going to let her off so easily. Director Lu, I'm sorry. Li Yang's tone was firm as he prepared to leave. Since you said you want to disqualify me, then go ahead. I actually don't care. I can just take the martial arts exam again next year. Seeing Li Yang turn to leave, Director Lu panicked. Ignoring her image, she quickly reached out to stop him and said anxiously, Li Yang, wait. I was impulsive and spoke out of line. Please don't take it to heart. I apologize. She was truly flustered now. If Li Yang really gave up on the college entrance exam, she would be in big trouble, with unimaginable consequences. If this young Nan was truly connected to the royal family or a top-tier powerhouse, she might be doomed. Not just her career, but even her life could be at risk. Director Lu, you're overthinking it. Li Yang stopped but didn't turn around. Rules can't be broken. I understand your difficulties. Don't worry, I won't make things hard for you. He paused before continuing, as for your so-called impulsiveness? He chuckled lightly. Director Lu, your words earlier didn't sound impulsive at all. They seemed more like they were premeditated. Director Lu's face turned pale, then flushed. She opened her mouth to say something but couldn't find the words to refute him, standing there awkwardly. Li Yang, you've misunderstood, she forced a smile. It was indeed a system issue with this martial arts exam. A system issue? Li Yang interrupted bluntly. Just now, Director Lu said it was about the rules. How has it suddenly become a system issue now? Do you really think I'm that gullible and easy to fool? Sweat began to bead on Director Lu's forehead, her face growing paler by the second. She felt as if she were being roasted over a fire, caught in an impossible situation. Li Yang, I didn't think it through. Please don't make things difficult for me, she pleaded almost desperately. I admit I handled things poorly earlier. I'm begging you, let me allow you to enter and take the exam. Li Yang was silent for a moment, glancing at the line of students waiting outside the door. He said, Director Lu, there are so many other students waiting to take the exam. Letting only me in wouldn't be very fair, would it? Director Lu snapped back to her senses and quickly said, yes, it's all my fault for being so muddle-headed. She turned to the students and announced loudly, everyone, the martial arts exam is about to begin. Please enter the exam hall in an orderly manner. I wish you all the best of luck. Is this for real? Awesome, we can finally go in. Cheers erupted from the crowd as the students began filing into the exam hall. Li Yang nodded slightly, finally agreeing to participate in the exam. Director Lu let out a sigh of relief, her face breaking into a smile. That's great. Li Yang, this way, please. She respectfully led Li Yang toward the exam hall. Along the way, Director Lu explained the exam rules and precautions in detail, eventually leading him to the dungeon entrance. In the East Sea region, 1 million candidates were lined up, in groups of tens of thousands, ready to draw their dungeons. The rules for our Great Xia Martial Arts exam dungeons are as follows. The system will randomly select 3 dungeons of the lowest difficulty, and candidates will choose one to challenge, Director Lu explained. Although the difficulty is the same, the content varies greatly, so... She was about to continue when Li Yang interrupted, Director Lu, do you have anything else to say? Hearing the impatience in his tone, Director Lu forced an awkward smile. No, well, yes. I won't disturb you anymore. I wish you great success, Li Yang, and hope you become the top scorer in the East Sea Martial Arts exam. After speaking, she let out a bitter laugh and sighed inwardly. With Li Yang's strength, not to mention the top scorer in the East Sea, even the national top scorer was within reach. Those so-called geniuses in the imperial capital paled in comparison to him. This guy had already made it onto the human rankings without even participating in the martial arts exam and held the record for the fastest clearance of a regional abyss difficulty dungeon. The so-called geniuses in the imperial capital would consider it impressive just to clear the lowest difficulty abyss dungeon in a team. After all, abyss difficulty dungeons were different from true abyss dungeons, and students could barely manage to challenge them. But Li Yang, Director Lu walked a few steps and couldn't help but sigh. This time, the East Sea mission was likely doomed to fail. When she returned, how would she face the Shao family? This wasn't something she could simply avoid. The benefits promised by the Shao family could have allowed her to recover from her injuries quickly and even reach new heights. Now that the mission had failed, not only would she lose those benefits, but she would also have to face the Shao family's wrath. Thinking of this, she had a splitting headache. Rubbing her temples, she cursed herself for being too greedy and taking on this hot potato. Watching Director Lu leave, Li Yang shook her head and smiled. Today's drama, at least, was a bit of a relief. While waiting in line, a boy in front suddenly turned around, looked Li Yang up and down, and tentatively asked, "Are you Li Yang?" Li Yang glanced at him, had no impression of him, but still nodded politely. The boy smiled, his eyes carrying a hint of provocation. Li Yang was a bit puzzled. Did this person know her? "I'm Zhua Bei." The boy introduced himself. "Hello," Li Yang responded, but in her mind, she was thinking, Zhua Bei? Who is that? She had absolutely no recollection. Seeing that Li Yang didn't seem to remember him, a trace of disbelief flashed across Zhuo Bei's face. He then smiled and said, You don't recognize me? Li Yang shook her head. He truly had never heard of anyone named Zhuo Bei. Zhuo Bei, noticing Li Yang still showed no reaction, felt a bit annoyed. Biting his lip, he said, I'm from Tunlong City. Li Yang still looked confused. He didn't have any acquaintances in Tunlong City. Seeing no response from Li Yang, Zhuo Bei sighed and continued, I'm from Tenglong Academy. Li Yang still didn't understand. He had grown up in Qianlong City and had never ventured far. Even the other 6 cities in Donghai, he had never visited. As for schools, he knew even fewer. Who exactly was this Zhuo Bei? Why did he seem to think it was only natural for Li Yang to know him? Was he just overly confident? The veins on Zhuo Bei's forehead twitched. He hadn't expected to be so insignificant in Li Yang's eyes. After all, he was Li Yang's biggest rival in the martial arts exam. Ever since being overshadowed by Li Yan on the Donghai newcomer rankings, he had been brooding over it. He trained desperately every day, yet Li Yang still left him several levels behind. He could only console himself. After all, Li Yang was an E-rank profession, while he was SSS rank. But what happened? Li Yang climbed onto the human rankings, leaving him far behind. Originally, he had planned to face off against Donghai's second-ranked Su Mumu in the martial arts exam, but Su Mumu was directly recruited by Tianyue Academy and didn't participate in the exam. This frustrated him even more. Why? He was also an SSS rank profession. Why could Su Mumu get a special recruitment? Just because she had reliable connections? Now, he had finally encountered his strongest rival, Li Yang, but the other party didn't even recognize him? What was the meaning of this? Filled with resentment, Zhuo Bei stared at Li Yang and slowly said, I'm an SSS rank profession student who awakened this year in Tenglong City. Only then did Li Yang realize, oh, you're one of the 6 people defeated by Xiao Chufan earlier? Zhuo Bei's face instantly darkened. This guy really had no tact in his words. Just as he was about to retort, someone behind Li Yang impatiently glared at him. Hey, what are you looking at? It's your turn. That person pouted and motioned for Zhuo Bei to move forward. Turning back, Zhuo Bei saw that there was no one ahead in the line. It was his turn to draw a dungeon. Ugh! Zhuo Bei let out a long sigh, irritably ruffling his hair. The martial arts exam was what truly mattered. As long as he drew a dungeon he was familiar with, beating Li Yang and taking the top spot in Donghai wouldn't be a problem. After all, the martial arts exam only tested the lowest level beginner dungeons. His profession, Sage, was the best at crowd control and area attacks among all SSS rank professions, excelling in clearing monsters quickly. Li Yang might have something special, being outstanding even as an E-rank profession, but as an archer, there was no way his monster clearing speed could surpass Zhuo Bei's, right? Zhuo Bei admitted that his raw strength wasn't as good as Li Yang's, but in beginner dungeon speedruns, he had no fear. Without saying much more to Li Yang, Zhuo Bei turned around angrily and strode toward the dungeon draw point. Letting Li Yang affect his mindset earlier was truly a mistake. Li Yang, completely baffled, scratched his head as he watched Zhuo Bei's retreating figure. What was this guy so upset about? Zhuo Bei arrived at the draw point, where a stern proctor stood nearby. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hand on the softly glowing crystal. A giant screen began to scroll, with dungeon names flashing by like a waterfall. Finally, the screen stopped on Misty Swamp. This was a complex low-level dungeon, with the main monsters being poison swamp frogs and swamp pythons. The terrain was complex, filled with miasma and poisonous fog, testing the team's coordination and detoxification abilities. Zhuo Bei's expression turned a bit grim. To be honest, it wasn't ideal. The poisonous fog and miasma would continuously drain health, making it very unfriendly for the Sage class, which lacked self-preservation abilities. The swamp python's constriction skill was particularly effective against ranged classes, making it time-consuming to clear. He hesitated for a moment and decided to draw again. The proctor nodded, signaling that he could continue. Zhuo Bei placed his hand on the crystal again, and the screen began to scroll. This time, he drew the abandoned mine. The monsters in this dungeon were cave dwellers and mine gargoyles, relatively simple, but the narrow mine terrain was not conducive to the Sage's AoE advantage. The cave dwellers could also dig traps, and if one wasn't careful, they could fall in, wasting time. However, Zhuobei's expression eased slightly, and he let out a sigh of relief. This dungeon could serve as a fallback. If he didn't draw something better on the last try, he would choose this. 1. The final draw. Zhuobei held his breath and placed his hand on the crystal. The screen flickered and finally stopped at Slime Camp. Zhuobei's eyes lit up. Perfect, this was the dungeon he was most familiar with. Before participating in the martial exam, he had challenged this place no less than 100 times. He knew the monster spawn points, the boss skills, and even the hidden shortcuts like the back of his hand. He had memorized the theoretical strategies thoroughly. Choosing this one, he was confident he could beat Li Yang. Thinking of this, Zhuobei's lips curled into a smug smile as he provocatively glanced at Li Yang behind him. Li Yang looked puzzled. He had no idea why Zhuobei's emotions were fluctuating so much and just thought this person was a bit strange. Zhuobei didn't rush into the dungeon but instead walked to the nearby rest area. The exam rules allowed candidates to rest and adjust their mindset after drawing a dungeon before entering. He wanted to see what dungeon Li Yang would draw. No matter how talented this guy was, he couldn't possibly draw a better dungeon than him, right? Zhuobei thought to himself. Surely he wouldn't draw the Goblin Dungeon, would he? He knew that Li Yang held records for all difficulty levels in the Goblin Dungeon. As long as it wasn't the Goblin Dungeon, Zhuobei felt he had a good chance of beating Li Yang in any other slightly more challenging dungeon. Zhuobei stared intently at Li Yang, his eyes full of competitive fire. He silently prayed in his heart, hoping Li Yang would draw the Misty Swamp or an even harder dungeon. Li Yang walked to the dungeon draw area. The proctor, who had a stern expression, froze for a moment upon seeing him, adjusted his glasses, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Are you Li Yang? Li Yang nodded politely. Hello, teacher, I am Li Yang. The proctor nodded, his tone softening. Place your hand on the crystal and focus. The system will randomly draw 3 beginner-level dungeons, and you can choose one as your exam dungeon. The rules and exam instructions are displayed next to the screen. Once you've chosen, you can start the exam. Any questions? No, thank you, teacher. Li Yang, already familiar with the rules, calmly placed his hand on the crystal. The screen began to flicker, and dungeon names scrolled rapidly. On the giant light screen, the names of dungeons flashed by at high speed, with hundreds of low-level dungeons from the 7 cities of the East Sea alternating in a dizzying display. Standing in the crowd, Li Yang felt a chill down his back, an uncomfortable sensation. The proctor beside him, holding a thermos cup, had even forgotten to drink his water, staring intently at the screen, so nervous that sweat beaded on his forehead. When Zhuobei had drawn his dungeon earlier, the proctor had been calm, even humming a little tune. Something was off. It's not even your exam. Why are you so nervous? Zhuobei, who had just finished drawing his dungeon at the front of the line, didn't dare make a sound either. His hands clenched the hem of his clothes tightly, his gaze fixed on the screen, unmoving. His lips moved slightly, as if praying or chanting. A spell. If it were just the proctor and Zhuobei acting like this, Li Yang could tolerate it. But what made his skin crawl was that the other teams nearby, and even the people lined up behind him, were all staring at him in unison. That kind of intense gaze was something he had never experienced before. Why are you all staring at me? Don't you have your own exams to take? It's just a dungeon draw. Could it be because he had dominated the East Sea Rookie leaderboard for half a month straight, because he completed all difficulty levels of the Goblin Dungeon with the fastest clear time, breaking all records, even surpassing veteran experts who graduated years ago? Because he climbed to the bottom of the human ranking before officially participating in the martial arts exam, seemingly poised to become the rookie king of this year's Great Xia? Alright. Li Yang touched his nose, secretly feeling quite proud of himself. He exhaled deeply, rolled his eyes, and tried to suppress the inexplicable vanity. Being impressive is one thing, but first, let's see what dungeon he draws this time. Mirror Flower Platform, Martial Arts Exam Scoring Room. Tens of thousands of teachers from Donghai High School and various martial arts schools and academies gathered here, each with a giant screen in front of them displaying real-time footage of nearly 100 examinees. These teachers were professionals with mental strength far beyond ordinary people, capable of monitoring over a dozen screens simultaneously with ease. As long as not all examinees encountered issues at the same time, they could handle it effortlessly. But at this moment, the scoring room, which should have been orderly, was in chaos. All the teachers crowded around one device, leaving no space, and many had even stopped watching the performance of examinees who had already entered the dungeons. After all, the martial arts exam had just begun, and the official rules allowed 3 days for examinees to showcase their abilities. Rushing to score now was meaningless. The teacher's attention was entirely focused on that screen. The central image on the screen was enlarged, filling the entire display, clearly showing a young man drawing a dungeon. That young man was Li Yang. "What are you all doing?" A thunderous roar exploded in the scoring room, startling everyone. The crowd turned toward the voice to see Director Lu standing at the door with a grim expression. The crowd parted like waves, automatically making way. Director Lu walked to the tightly surrounded screen, his gaze sweeping over the teachers, his tone filled with undisguised anger. "The martial arts exam has just started, and instead of monitoring seriously, you're all gathered here like this? Is this appropriate?" The teachers exchanged awkward glances but dared not retort. After all, it was an order from above. Who would dare to argue? Reluctantly, the crowd dispersed and returned to their respective posts. The teacher responsible for monitoring Li Yang's exam room was also a bit flustered and was about to operate the screen to shrink Li Yang's image back to normal size. "Don't move!" Director Lu suddenly spoke, interrupting his action. The teacher looked up at Director Lu in confusion. Director Lu stood before the screen, his expression somewhat peculiar, his eyes flashing with a strange light. "I want to take a good look." "Teacher, you're the boss, whatever you say." Qianlong City, Su family villa. In the spacious and bright living room, Su Mumu lazily curled up on the sofa, holding a bag of iced soy milk in her mouth, sipping it in small gulps. The projector in front of her displayed real-time footage of the martial arts exam. This wasn't a public broadcast. Only district governors like Huo Yun could access it. Even Qianlong City's mayor, Fan Long, would have to personally visit the Mirror Flower platform to watch it. As for how the Su family obtained it, those in the know would understand. The projection showed the scene of Li Yang drawing a dungeon. "Dad, Li Yang is starting to draw a dungeon." Su Mumu suddenly sat up straight, staring at the screen without blinking. A calm voice came from the study. "Got it." "No, come. Quickly. Hurry, hurry." Su Mumu stomped her feet. Su Wenjun helplessly put down the document in his hand, walked out of the study, and looked at his daughter's tense expression, shaking his head with a smile. "This is Li Yang's martial arts exam, not yours. Why are you so nervous? I feel like even if you were the one taking the exam, you wouldn't be this anxious." "Nervous? Me? No way." Su Mumu stubbornly denied, but her obvious restlessness, with her little feet constantly shaking, betrayed her true feelings. Su Wenjun chuckled and said, "Li Yang being ranked 81st on the human ranking at his age speaks for his strength. What are you worried about? Forget Donghai, where would you find anyone stronger than him? Forget others, even if you were to take the exam, you might not have the confidence to defeat Li Yang." Su Mumu was momentarily at a loss for words, and stopped responding to him. She took a deep breath and refocused her attention on the projection. She knew that Li Yang relied on a special ability capable of inflicting real damage. Although she didn't fully understand how it worked, she was aware that this ability was what made Li Yang stand out among his peers and perform so exceptionally. But would this ability still hold an advantage when everyone could easily defeat low-level monsters? At that point, Li Yang's weakness as an E-level professional would be magnified infinitely. If the martial arts exam were about challenging high-difficulty dungeons and pushing limits, Su Mumu would certainly have full confidence in Li Yang. However, the martial arts exam was aimed at tens of millions of candidates across Daxia, and its difficulty wasn't high. For those candidates who were only level 1 or 2, or even just level 1, participating was practically a death sentence with no chance of success. Even for those at level 5 or 6, clearing a beginner level dungeon solo wasn't easy. But for this group of top-tier peers, such dungeon difficulty was like shallow water they could pass just by standing there, making it impossible to distinguish who was better. For them, the martial arts exam was essentially a race against time. This issue had been criticized for years, but there was no alternative. The martial arts exam was currently the fairest method the authorities could find. If you truly had the ability but couldn't fully showcase it due to the simplicity of the exam, there would naturally be national leagues and international competitions waiting for you after entering university. Those were the real competitive stages. Donghai District, Executive Office. Fan Long walked out of Governor Hua's office with an official smile on his face, closing the door behind him. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say a few polite words. Governor Hua, rest assured, in the second half of this year, Qianlong City will fully cooperate with your work, ensure timely completion of targets, and never let you down. We'll also draft the follow-up deepening cooperation plan as soon as possible and send it to you for review. As soon as he reached the lounge area, he saw Hua Wu sitting on a soft sofa, intently watching the real-time images on the floating projection screen. Fan Long, curious, walked over and asked in a familiar tone, "Young Master Hua, what are you watching? This year's martial arts exam live broadcast?" Hua Wu kept his eyes fixed on the screen and nodded lightly. "Yes, it's Li Yang's turn to draw a dungeon now." Fan Long feigned surprise, raised his eyebrows, and exclaimed, "Young people these days are truly impressive, wave after wave. Each one is more extraordinary than the last, especially Li Yang, he's practically a monster-level rookie. With this momentum, it seems like this year's top scorer in Donghai is undoubtedly his." As he spoke, he glanced at Hua Wu and added with just the right amount of praise, "Of course, young Master Hua, you're also one of the outstanding talents of the younger generation. Last year, you entered Tianyue University as Donghai's top scorer, with limitless potential for the future. Over time, you might even stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Yang." Although Hua Wu was a year older than Li Yang, his comment about Hua Wu catching up to Li Yang sounded perfectly natural, and no one could refute it. After all, Li Yang's achievements were right there for all to see. Hua Wu, however, shook his head with a hint of self-mockery. "I know the gap between Li Yang and me. City Lord Fan, you're overestimating me." That day at the hospital, he clearly knew who had ended Chen Xingping's life. When Chen Xingping dealt with him, he hadn't even used that mythical grade armor. Yet Su Mumu had been able to handle Chen Xingping effortlessly, even when he used the mythical grade armor. He had always acknowledged the gap between himself and Su Mumu, which was why he accepted that his ranking on the human leaderboard couldn't compare to hers. But what truly astonished him was that Li Yang had managed to eliminate Chen Xingping along with his mythical grade armor. If the gap between them wasn't too large, he would consider himself a prodigy of his generation, last year's top scorer in Donghai, and confidently set Li Yang as his target, striving to surpass him. For instance, with Su Mumu, that's exactly how he thought. After all, Su Mumu was a year younger than him, and both of them had SSS level professions. He didn't believe he was that much weaker than Su Mumu. Su Mumu's strength was something he could understand and find direction to work toward. But Li Yang's strength was beyond his comprehension. The gap between them felt like an insurmountable chasm that he had no idea what to even compare with Li Yang, nor did he know where to start in trying to catch up. Facing Li Yang, Hua Wu felt nothing but a deep sense of powerlessness. He thought that anyone at this age with a clear sense of self-awareness would never set Li Yang as their goal. So, he had long since let it go, or rather, come to terms with it. Instead of competing, it was better to maintain this friendship. Being friends with Li Yang might be the biggest gain from his trip to the hospital to help Su Mumu. Hua Wu paused for a moment, his gaze returning to the screen, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. "Li Yang's rate of progress far exceeds everyone's expectations. I even feel that it won't be long before he's not far from the top spot on the rankings." On the projection screen, the rapidly spinning dungeon options finally began to slow down, eventually stopping at an image of a volcano with rolling flames and thick smoke. Crimson Flame Volcano. Hua Wu murmured the name of the dungeon, his brows furrowing. "This dungeon is not easy to deal with." Fan Long chimed in, "Crimson Flame Volcano? I've heard of this dungeon. The environment is extremely harsh, with lava everywhere and danger lurking at every turn. Plus, it's guarded by all kinds of powerful fire element monsters. Moreover, it's said that deep within the dungeon sleeps a terrifyingly powerful flame beast. Although it's classified as a low-level dungeon, its actual difficulty is among the highest of all low-level dungeons. Even some low-level professional teams don't dare to venture in lightly." Hua Wu nodded solemnly. "This dungeon will be a huge challenge for Li Yang. If he spends too much time here, it might affect his final score. He might not even get a perfect score. I just wonder, has he studied the dungeon strategy beforehand?" Fan Long agreed but quickly added, "Fortunately, the martial exam dungeons allow 3 draws. If luck isn't on his side this time, there are still 2 more chances to draw a relatively easier dungeon. Let's hope Li Yang has better luck next time." In the imperial capital, at Tianyue University, in the president's office, the antique-style office was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. Behind a large mahogany desk, the president of Tianjin University leisurely sipped his tea, his gaze fixed on the computer screen in front of him. The screen was divided into dozens of small windows, broadcasting live footage of the martial exams from the 27 regions of Daxia. As the highest academic institution in Daxia, Tianjin University naturally had special privileges to watch the martial exam live streams internally. The president watched the footage of Li Yang drawing his first dungeon, a subtle and meaningful smile appearing on his lips. He turned to look at Dean Ding, who sat beside him looking somewhat nervous. "Old Ding, what do you think? Will Li Yang end up surprising us and not come to Tianjin University at all?" Dean Ding shifted uneasily in his seat, his face showing embarrassment. "Well, President, The president set down his teacup and sighed lightly. "When you went to Donghai, Li Yang rejected our special admission offer right to your face. At the time, you, Teacher Liang, and even Director Li all thought this kid was being foolish, missing out on a great opportunity. But now? Who would still think that? Who could have imagined that this student would, in just a few short months, become the focus of attention for every major university in the country? The situation now isn't about us choosing students, it's about us begging them to come." His tone carried a mix of helplessness and self-mockery. "Other universities are offering conditions you couldn't even dream of to recruit Li Yang. For a genius of this caliber, which university he attends is no longer that important. What's more critical is that if Li Yang doesn't choose Tianjin this year, students across the country will start doubting our strength from next year onward. Think about it, if even a genius who made the rankings before taking the martial exam chooses to pass on Tianjin." The president lightly tapped the desk. "Sigh, making the rankings without even taking the exam. TSK. Since the rankings began in Daxia, we've never seen anything like this, have we? This kid." Dean Ding smiled bitterly. "You're right. We should have directly admitted Li Yang at the time, letting him enroll without any conditions. As for the martial arts exam, if he wanted to take it, we could have just let him go through the motions. It wasn't necessary to take it too seriously. But who could have imagined? Who could have thought that a student who awakened an E-level archer profession would climb the rankings in just half a month? Previously, this was nothing short of a fantasy. Anyone who heard it would think it was a dream. We all misjudged." The principal paused, his voice tinged with bitterness. "It's too late to say anything now. I hope Li Yang still remembers the kindness Tianjin University showed him before and ultimately chooses us." Dean Ding took a sip of tea, the fragrance wafting through the air, but it failed to dispel the complex emotions in his heart. In fact, Dean Ding's first impression of Li Yang wasn't good. When he initially discussed the special admission of Li Yang with Teacher Liang, he thought he had a discerning eye and had already given Li Yang high praise. Offering an E-level archer a chance for special admission was already a tremendous favor. An E-level profession, how far could it go, even with a bit of luck? Perhaps there would be some minor achievements now, but soon he would be drowned out in the crowd. Throughout the history of Daxia, how many E-level professionals had been mere flashes in the pan? To put it bluntly, what they valued was Li Yang's short-term potential, not his long-term prospects. Precisely because of this, he had strongly opposed Su Mumu getting too close to Li Yang at the time. He even thought Li Yang would drag Su Mumu down. Thinking back to the scene when Li Yang rejected Tianyue's special admission offer, Dean Ding's lips curled into a bitter smile. At the time, he only thought this kid was aiming too high, missing out on a great opportunity without realizing it. Now it seems that the one who missed out was Tianjin University. This kid, Dean Ding muttered to himself, his heart in turmoil. Li Yang wasn't a buried treasure, nor was he always dormant. On the contrary, Li Yang had been shining all along. He took first place on the East Sea newcomer rankings with an E-level profession, yet they instinctively overlooked such an achievement. After all, at the time, they thought it was just a regional newcomer ranking. What was so impressive about that? How many first-place holders on regional newcomer rankings had failed to get into Tianjin University? But looking back now, it was entirely Li Yang proving himself with his strength time and time again. True gold will always shine. Li Yang had been shining all along, yet they failed to see the treasure right in front of them. Now, it's too late to say anything. The principal stared at the screen, his expression constantly changing. Dean Ding couldn't help but feel curious. What's going on? The principal muttered to himself in confusion, this kid, what kind of luck is this? He took a sip of water and pointed at the screen, saying to Dean Ding, "Old Ding, take a look for yourself." Dean Ding leaned in. On the screen was footage from the East Sea Martial Arts exam site. Li Yang's second dungeon had already been drawn, and the screen was filled with endless yellow sand, the scorching heat seemingly radiating outward. "This is Quicksand Death Zone?" Dean Ding exclaimed in surprise. "This dungeon is actually included in the East Sea Martial Arts exam syllabus?" "Yes," the principal sighed, with a hint of emotion. "Quicksand Death Zone looks like a simple desert dungeon, but it hides deadly dangers. Inside, there are not only fatal quicksand traps and constantly shifting sandstorms but also various ferocious beasts adapted to the desert environment. What's more challenging is that water resources in the dungeon are extremely scarce, forcing candidates to survive and fight in extreme conditions." Additionally, Dean Ding added, "Quicksand Death Zone has unique spatial distortion phenomena that randomly teleport candidates to different parts of the dungeon, potentially even separating team members, increasing the difficulty of coordination. Solo challenges are even harder. Although the entry level for this dungeon is the lowest, due to its harsh environment, resource scarcity, and spatial distortions, its difficulty far exceeds that of dungeons requiring levels 10 or 15 to enter." The principal smiled bitterly. "Li Yang, this kid seems to have drawn the hardest lot. The first dungeon was already tough, and now the second one is Quicksand Death Zone. It looks like the final draw will directly determine his martial arts exam results." The office fell silent for a moment. Dean Ding's eyes flickered, and after a while, he spoke. If Li Yang doesn't score full marks, does that mean his chances of choosing our Tianyue are greater?" The principal remained silent, staring complexly at the golden desert on the screen, his heart a mix of emotions. In the imperial capital, somewhere, in a study filled with the faint scent of sandalwood, bookshelves were lined with ancient texts, and the walls adorned with calligraphy and paintings by renowned artists, exuding an air of classic elegance. Sunlight streamed through the carved windows. A young man dressed in a moon-white long robe sat upright at a rosewood desk, playing a game of chess alone. His features were refined, and his demeanor carried a scholarly grace and an innate authority. Two maids stood quietly to the side, carefully refilling his tea and lighting incense, afraid to make the slightest noise. The young man placed a chess piece, the crisp sound breaking the silence of the study. He seemed to suddenly recall something and turned his gaze to the screen hanging nearby. The screen displayed the live scene of the East Sea Martial exam, where Li Yang was conducting his second dungeon draw. The image froze on a golden desert. The Quicksand Death Zone. "Oh dear, such luck, truly sigh-worthy." One maid covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her tone tinged with regret. "Isn't this the hardest dungeon of the same level?" "That's right," the other maid nodded in agreement. "I heard this dungeon not only has a harsh environment but also spatial distortions. Even high-level professionals wouldn't dare to enter easily, let alone someone at Li Yang's current level." The young man, however, gently shook his head, a faint, meaningful smile appearing on his lips. "I actually think, perhaps, in the end, he might choose this dungeon." The two maids exchanged puzzled glances, their faces full of doubt. Although His Highness the Ninth Prince had always been known for his accurate judgments, this time they found it hard to believe. Li Yang wasn't a fool. No matter what the next dungeon was, it couldn't possibly be harder than the Quicksand Death Zone, right? So how could he choose this one? "Actually, I can't quite see through this person either." The Ninth Prince withdrew his gaze and refocused on the chessboard, his fingers lightly stroking a chess piece, revealing a rare trace of confusion. Before Li Yang appeared on the human rankings, he hadn't even known such a person existed. A first-place holder on a regional rookie ranking was nothing in his eyes. Among the younger generation in the East Sea, the only one who had caught his attention was Su Mumu. When Su Mumu defeated Xiao Chufan earlier, he had already started a new plan, only for it to be completely disrupted by the sudden emergence of Li Yang. These past few days, he had been deeply troubled by this. If not for this, he wouldn't have paid any attention to something as trivial as the martial exam. Bang! A loud noise interrupted his thoughts. A commotion came from outside the study, and he frowned. "What's going on?" His tone carried a hint of displeasure. Before the maids could respond, he stood up and pushed open the door. Outside stood a little girl in a pink ornate dress, her delicate face brimming with excitement, her brows carrying a hint of resemblance to the Ninth Prince. "Ninth brother," the little girl called out crisply. The displeasure on the Ninth Prince's face instantly vanished, replaced by a doting smile. Little sister, what brings you here? The two maids quickly bowed to the little princess and then tactfully retreated, gently closing the door behind them. The little princess skipped over to the desk, plopped herself unceremoniously into the seat opposite the ninth prince, and began eating the pastries on the table. The ninth prince didn't stop her, only watching her with a smile as he continued his chess game. The little princess stole a few glances at him and cautiously spoke, "Ninth brother, could you?" "No," the ninth prince interrupted her without hesitation. The little princess rolled her eyes, her face full of grievance. The ninth prince placed another chess piece and spoke slowly, "You're planning to sneak out of the imperial capital again, aren't you?" The little princess's cheeks flushed, and she stuck out her pink tongue, her adorable expression enough to melt hearts. As expected, nothing could escape the sharp eyes of her meticulous elder brother. The ninth prince's gaze remained on the chessboard as he picked up a black piece between his fingers and gently placed it down. "Last time you secretly snuck out of the palace and ran to the northern border camp, almost blowing up the supply depot. The year before, you impersonated father to mobilize the city defense troops just to catch a talking spirit cat, and then last year." He calmly listed the little princess's remarkable deeds, and with each one, the little princess's head drooped lower. "At the beginning of the year, mother already gave the order, before you turn 18, you are not allowed to leave the imperial capital." The ninth prince placed another chess piece, his tone filled with helplessness. Hearing this, the little princess immediately put on a pitiful expression, tugging at the ninth prince's sleeve and whining, "Ninth brother, good brother, help me. I promise to behave this time and not cause any trouble. Look, I'm almost suffocating from staying in the palace all day, I'm practically growing mold." She blinked her big eyes, looking at the ninth prince with anticipation. The ninth prince remained unmoved, continuing to focus on the chess game as if he hadn't heard her. Seeing that whining didn't work, the little princess switched tactics, trying to reason and appeal emotionally. "Ninth brother, you're the best. I know you care about me the most. This time, I really have something important to do. I've already made an appointment with someone, and I must go." The ninth prince still ignored her, his gaze fixed on the chessboard. The study fell silent, with only the crisp sound of chess pieces being placed. After a long while, the ninth prince finally spoke slowly, "Where do you want to go?" The East Sea." The little princess stammered. The ninth prince paused his hand mid-move, looking up at her with interest. "The East Sea?" The little princess felt uneasy under his gaze and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, ninth brother? Are you going to find Li Yan?" the ninth prince asked with a smile. "Li Yan? Who's that?" The little princess looked confused. The ninth prince raised an eyebrow. "You're not going to the East Sea for Li Yan?" He chuckled and explained. "Li Yang is a candidate in this year's martial arts exam. He made it onto the rankings even before taking the exam, quite interesting. I thought, given your personality, you'd definitely want to challenge him." The little princess perked up upon hearing this. "There's someone that impressive in the East Sea?" The ninth prince sighed. "In that case, I have even more reason not to let you leave the imperial capital." The little princess quickly stuck out her tongue and began shaking the ninth prince's arm. "Ninth brother, good ninth brother, I promise I won't impulsively challenge him. I never like bullying the weak, those rookies on the rankings don't matter to me at all." The ninth prince chuckled. "Li Yang is 2 years older than you. Who's bullying whom?" "That's different." The little princess pouted. "He only awakened his talent less than a month ago. I've had mine since birth, and you took me into dungeons when I was 5. The ninth prince sighed helplessly. "You, ninth brother," the little princess shook his arm again, her voice soft and pleading. "Please help me. I promise to behave this time and not cause any trouble." The ninth prince looked at her innocent and adorable expression and couldn't help but laugh. "If you want to leave the imperial capital, you can just sneak out. Do you think those night watchers can catch you?" The little princess rolled her eyes. "The night watchers are nothing. It's those candle keepers there. So annoying, like shadows following me everywhere. I have no freedom at all." The ninth prince shook his head. "Then what do you want me to do?" "Ninth brother, you're so smart, you must have a way." The little princess's eyes were full of hope. The ninth prince pondered for a moment and said, "Helping you once isn't a problem, but I'll agree to any condition," the little princess quickly promised. The ninth prince nodded. "Then when I need you, I'll send someone to inform you." "Don't go back on your word then." "I swear." The little princess raised her right hand, full of conviction. Having secured the ninth prince's promise, the little princess left the study satisfied. Two maids entered again, their faces filled with joy. Your Highness, ninth prince, there's new information from the night watchers in the East Sea. The ninth prince continued to calmly fiddle with the chessboard and casually asked, is it information about Li Yang's past identity? I've already seen all of that, it's useless. The maid awkwardly smiled, yes, but the report also mentioned that the East Sea has recruited a new Dark Raven. With a clack, the chess piece in the ninth prince's hand fell onto the board. He suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze fixed on the maid. Are you sure? The maid quickly nodded. Absolutely true. The news was personally delivered by Night Owl. The ninth prince looked back at the chessboard, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his handsome face, as if a plan had already formed in his mind. Just as he was about to speak, the screen beside him suddenly lit up. He quickly turned his head, only to see the scene of the East Sea martial arts exam, where Li Yang's third dungeon was finally revealed. On the screen, in a dark and damp underground space, faint glimmers of light flickered on the rocky walls, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench of mold and decay. From the depths of the winding passageways came occasional blood-curdling roars. The two maids were stunned. This is one of them said in disbelief, Goblin Dungeon. The ninth prince was also taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed he had indeed been mistaken earlier. Since Goblin Dungeon was an option, Li Yang definitely wouldn't choose the Quicksand Death Zone. East Sea, Mirror Flower. Platform. Time seemed to stand still. Thousands of examinees stood around the exam site like puppets, silent. The atmosphere was indescribable, not shock, not surprise, but a surreal sense of disbelief. Clang! A crisp sound broke the silence as the invigilator's thermos cup fell to the ground, spilling hot tea everywhere, yet it failed to snap anyone out of their daze. They continued to stare blankly at the screen, completely unresponsive. Zhuobei collapsed weakly to the ground, his eyes hollow, as if his soul had been drained. His lips moved, but no sound came out, only a silent cry in his heart. Why? How? Does Li Yang have a grudge against goblins? In fact, even Li Yang himself found it amusing. He hadn't expected, out of hundreds of dungeons, to draw Goblin Dungeon with such precision. The odds were as if some divine force was helping him. If it was this dungeon, it would be ridiculously easy for him. He was as familiar with this dungeon's layout as he was with his own doorstep, not to mention the martial arts exam was only on beginner difficulty. He usually played on abyss difficulty. And let's not forget his golden title of Goblin Slayer. Now, just mentioning goblins and seeing Li Yang would make everyone kneel. They could even see the soul rings of their kin. As he was staring at the three dungeon options, a hurried voice suddenly rang in his ear. No. You can't choose this dungeon. Li Yang turned his head in confusion, only to see Zhuobei's face pale, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, as if he'd seen a ghost. This scene made Li Yang suspicious. What was wrong with this guy? Was he having a breakdown? Zhuobei couldn't spare time to explain and rushed to the invigilator, speaking rapidly. Teacher, you can't let him choose Goblin Dungeon. This is too unfair. The invigilator looked puzzled. What do you mean by that, examinee? He's too familiar with this dungeon. Zhuobei was practically shouting. Everyone in the East Sea knows Li Yang holds the record for all difficulty levels of Goblin Dungeon. This is outright cheating. The invigilator smiled helplessly. The martial arts exam dungeons are randomly selected. Whichever dungeon is drawn is purely based on luck. How is this cheating? If you're lucky, you could also draw a dungeon you're good at. Good at? He's not just good at it. Zhuobei stomped his feet in frustration. He's invincible in this dungeon. Letting him choose Goblin Dungeon, what's the point of anyone else taking the exam? Just declare him the top scorer already. The invigilator's patience ran out, and his tone turned stern. Examinee, if you don't want to take the exam, you can leave the site now. I'll mark you as absent. Stop disrupting others' exams. Zhuobei's face turned red with anger, veins bulging on his neck, as he pointed at Li Yang and shouted to the surrounding examinees, are you all just going to stand by and watch him cheat? Is this fair? We've worked hard for 18 years, so why should he get such an unfair advantage? The surrounding examinees exchanged glances, some whispering quietly, but most simply watched coldly. A tall male student sneered, seriously? Luck is also a part of strength. He was lucky enough to draw a scenario he's good at, so why are you so bitter? Instead of wasting time complaining, why not focus on scoring higher in your own scenario? A female student chimed in, exactly. If you're jealous, just admit it. Don't go on about fairness. You sound so self-righteous. Zhuo Bei's face turned even redder, but he still stood in front of Li Yang, refusing to back down. I won't accept this. He must switch to a different scenario. The atmosphere grew tense. Although most people looked down on Zhuo Bei's antics, the truth was, no one liked seeing someone gain such an enormous advantage. If everyone had scenarios of equal difficulty, no one would complain, it would simply be a test of skill. But now, the scenario Li Yang had drawn was so easy for him that it was like a beginner's trial. How could anyone accept that? This wasn't an exam, it was practically a direct pass. What was the point of even competing? Whispers began to spread through the crowd, and some even joined in the commotion. Yeah, this is so unfair. Li Yang should switch scenarios. Exactly, just declare Li Yang the winner already. I don't accept this. This is blatant cheating. The uproar grew louder, and the scene descended into chaos. They didn't really want a resolution, they just enjoyed stirring up trouble. The proctor, drenched in sweat, shouted desperately, "Quiet! Everyone, quiet down!" But his voice was quickly drowned out by the noise, rendering him powerless. Just as the situation was spiraling out of control, a thunderous roar exploded across the exam hall like a clap of thunder. What's all this noise? Accompanying the roar, an overwhelming aura descended like a mountain, pressing down on everyone, instantly silencing the chaos. It was the presence of a sovereign. All the examinees felt their breath catch, their bodies stiffening, unable to move. Only Li Yang remained calm, even yawning leisurely. He had encountered so many sovereigns recently that this was hardly surprising to him. From the sky, a beam of light descended slowly, transforming into a graceful woman. It was Director Lu, who had rushed to the scene. Her expression was stern as her gaze swept across the crowd, her powerful presence silencing everyone. Look at yourselves. What kind of behavior is this? Director Lu's voice was icy. The martial exam is a serious occasion. How can you act like this? Anyone who causes further disruption will have their exam qualifications revoked. As soon as she finished speaking, the hall fell silent as a graveyard. Even the most vocal troublemakers lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Only Li Yang struggled to suppress a laugh. Was this Director Lu's only move? Director Lu's gaze shifted to Li Yang, and her previously cold expression softened, even showing a hint of deference. Li Yang, don't pay attention to these meaningless voices. Go prepare for your exam. At that moment, Zhuo Bei jumped out again, his neck stiff with defiance, shouting, "Director, I don't accept this. Why does Li Yang get to choose such an easy scenario? This is completely unfair." Director Lu frowned, her tone growing colder. "Zhuo Bei, did you not hear what I just said? If you continue causing trouble, your exam qualifications will be revoked." Zhuo Bei refused to back down. If Li Yang entered this scenario, Zhuo Bei's best effort would only earn him second place. He might as well give up this year and try for first place next year. Pointing at Li Yang, his voice hoarse, he shouted, "Director Lu, I know you're biased toward Li Yang, but that doesn't give you the right to abuse your authority. Where's the fairness in this martial exam? Just because he's Li Yang, does that mean he can do whatever he wants? How dare you?" Director Lu's fury erupted, her powerful aura descending once more. Zhuo Bei's face turned pale, his body swaying unsteadily. I just want a fair chance." Director Lu sneered, "Fair? What right do you have to talk to me about fairness? The rules of the martial arts exam are like this. What instance you draw depends entirely on luck. If Li Yang has good luck, that's his strength. Whether you're jealous or dissatisfied, just endure it." But Zhuo Bei wanted to say something, but Director Lu rudely interrupted him. "Don't say another word, or I'll cancel your exam qualification right now." Director Lu turned to Li Yang, his face softening into a kind smile. "Li Yang, you can go ahead now. Don't let these trivial matters delay you." Li Yang shrugged helplessly, knowing it was pointless to argue further. He nodded and turned to walk toward the instant's entrance. Zhuo Bei stared at Li Yang's back, his eyes full of resentment, and shouted angrily, "Li Yang, your victory is dishonorable. Even if you become the top scorer, no one will accept it." Li Yang paused mid-step. He didn't immediately enter the instance. Taking a deep breath, he scanned the other examinees, his gaze finally landing on Zhuo Bei. He understood that if he left now, Zhuo Bei's words would spread, claiming his victory was undeserved. Although that wasn't his intention, people's minds worked that way. Once he entered the instance, others would say that Li Yang's top score was due to luck, that it was all arranged. Otherwise, why would he have drawn the Goblin Dungeon, the instance he was best at? Since that was the case, he decided to take this opportunity to resolve the controversy once and for all. The martial arts exam lasted 3 days, and as long as the instance challenge was completed within the allotted time, it was fine. The final score was based on how long the examinee stayed in the instance. So, he wasn't in a hurry to enter now. He turned around and slowly walked towards Zhuo Bei, his face calm as he smiled. Zhuo Bei, you say my victory is dishonorable, that it's unfair. Let me ask you, what is fairness? What is the purpose of the martial arts exam? Zhuo Bei was momentarily stunned by Li Yang's imposing demeanor and stammered, the martial arts exam? Of course, it's to select the best talents. Fairness means everyone faces the same challenges. Li Yang smiled, speaking slowly, selecting the best talents, that's correct. But have you ever thought about what truly defines the best talents? Is it just having great strength? Is it just winning under the same conditions? I believe that truly outstanding talents are those who can adapt to various environments and overcome all kinds of difficulties. The instances in the martial arts exam are drawn randomly, which in itself is a test of the examinee's adaptability. If everyone faced the same challenges, how would that be any different from theoretical exercises on paper? He paused for a moment before continuing. You say the instance I drew was easy and unfair to others. Then let me ask you, if I had drawn an extremely difficult instance and nearly lost my life, would you demand that I be given an easier one? I don't think you would. You'd think it was just bad luck on my part or that I wasn't strong enough. But now that I've drawn an instance I'm familiar with, you jump out and call it unfair. Isn't that a double standard? Li Yang's voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. You say the martial arts exam should be fair, that everyone should face the same challenges. But in this world, is there really such a thing as absolute fairness? Everyone has different talents, backgrounds, and experiences, starting from different points. The fairness you speak of simply doesn't exist. The fairness of the martial arts exam lies in the fairness of its rules and opportunities. Everyone has one chance to draw an instance. What you draw depends on both luck and strength. If you're lucky and draw an instance you're good at, that's your skill. If you're unlucky and draw one you're not good at, you have to find a way to overcome the difficulties and win the challenge. That's the true meaning of the martial arts exam. Li Yang's speech quickened, his tone firm and powerful. You say my victory is dishonorable, but have you ever thought about why I'm so familiar with the Goblin Dungeon? I don't think I need to say more, do I? If you have the strength to conquer the abyss-level instances on the leaderboard, you'll naturally understand. Li Yang's words left Zhuo Bei speechless, his face flushed red, unable to retort. The exam hall fell into a deathly silence. A few seconds later, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Well said. Li Yang nailed it. Martial arts exams ultimately rely on strength. Zhuo Bei is just jealous and envious. This is a true strong contender, capable and broad-minded. Li Yang, we support you. Zhuo Bei was struck by the sudden cheers, his face turning ashen with anger and frustration. Yet he was helpless. Director Liu, witnessing the situation, let out a long sigh of relief. She really didn't want to get involved with Li Yang today. Every time she thought about the words she had said and the actions she had taken at the exam venue earlier, her heart raced with fear. If Li Yang's martial arts exam was affected, he would surely blame her. Although Li Yang had a good temper, human nature was unpredictable. She didn't dare take risks or gamble with her future. Thus, she could only tread carefully and do her best to ensure Li Yang completed the martial arts exam smoothly. Now, with Li Yang resolving this dispute on his own, it was practically a godsend for her. Li Yang ignored Zhuo Bei and walked straight to the dungeon entrance. A middle-aged invigilator was already waiting there, smiling as he completed the final confirmation. Li Yang, please present your identification. Li Yang calmly took out his ID card and handed it to the teacher. The teacher took the card, swiped it on the device, and Li Yang's detailed information immediately appeared on the screen. After confirming everything was correct, the teacher returned the card to Li Yang and kindly said, I wish you great success in the Goblin Dungeon. But Zhuo Bei stared blankly at Li Yang's back, his face pale. He knew that this martial arts exam was already over for him. Li Yang's performance in the Goblin Dungeon was indisputable. The top spot was almost certainly his. What made Zhuo Bei feel even worse were the strange looks from his classmates, mocking, disdainful, and even a hint of pity. His impulsive and foolish actions earlier not only failed to achieve his goal but also turned him into a laughingstock. He wanted to explain, to salvage his reputation, but found himself at a loss for words. Li Yang's earlier words had completely crushed him, leaving him utterly humiliated. The candidates lined up behind Li Yang were already impatient, ready to draw their own dungeons. The invigilator signaled for the next candidate to step forward, and the atmosphere at the venue gradually returned to normal. Director Lu also breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to leave. She had been scared enough today, but seeing Li Yang successfully enter the dungeon finally put her at ease. However, at that moment, a clear voice suddenly echoed through the exam hall, loud and thunderous. "Ha! When did I say I was choosing the Goblin Dungeon?" The voice was none other than Li Yang's. The exam hall instantly fell silent, and everyone froze. Countless eyes turned toward the dungeon entrance, even the candidates who were about to draw lots stopped in their tracks, looking bewildered. The invigilator was also stunned, his face full of disbelief. "Li Yang, what did you say?" Li Yang responded leisurely, "Teacher, I was just confirming my identity earlier, I didn't say I was choosing the Goblin Dungeon." He pointed to the stone tablet above the entrance, where the dungeon names were flashing, and smiled. "Look, there are still 3 dungeons here. After thinking it over, I find Quicksand Death Zone quite interesting, so I've decided to choose it." As he spoke, he lightly tapped the stone tablet, and the text changed, finally settling on Quicksand Death Zone. Once a dungeon is selected, it cannot be changed. Immediately, the atmosphere in the exam hall exploded. What? Li Yang actually gave up the Goblin Dungeon? Even if he didn't choose that, he shouldn't have picked the Quicksand Death Zone. Isn't there another dungeon option? Is he crazy? Why would he abandon the familiar Goblin Dungeon and choose the more difficult Quicksand Death Zone? What is Li Yang thinking? Does he find the Goblin Dungeon too easy and want to challenge something harder? Zhuo Bei was even more shocked, as if struck by lightning, completely frozen. His mouth hung open, but no sound came out. Director Lu, who had been metaphorically flying high with relief, was now frozen in place. She stared wide-eyed at Li Yang from afar, completely unable to comprehend his choice. The teacher in charge of the dungeon entrance was still dumbfounded. "Li Yang, are you sure? The Quicksand Death Zone is extremely difficult, even a slight mistake could lead to serious consequences." "Teacher, I'm sure." Li Yang smiled and nodded, pointing at the stone tablet. "Look, I've already chosen Quicksand Death Zone." Everyone had only one thought in their minds: incomprehensible. He ignored the Goblin Dungeon, which was a guaranteed win, and instead chose the highly difficult Quicksand Death Zone. This was practically courting death. Could it be that Li Yang was provoked by Zhuo Bei's earlier words and wanted to choose a high-difficulty dungeon to prove himself? But the cost was too great. This was the martial exam that determined one's future fate. How could he gamble like this? In the distance, Director Lu, floating mid-air, watched coldly. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Young people are still too arrogant. Despite his grandiose words earlier, he still cares about his pride, wanting to prove that his success isn't due to luck but strength. Foolish. Director Lu cursed inwardly. She couldn't wait for Li Yang to die in the dungeon. However, with Li Yang's strength, dying in the dungeon was too unlikely. In that case, she could only hope that his arrogance and conceit would cost him the top spot. Thinking of this, Director Lu's mood improved. She snorted coldly, ignored the commotion in the exam hall, and with a flash of her figure, transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Li Yang's face remained calm as he steadily walked into the dungeon entrance. Xia, this ancient land, has always flowed with the blood of warriors. Even before the emergence of the vocation system, it had already stood at the pinnacle of Blue Star, looking down on the world with the posture of a strong nation. Now, with the widespread adoption of the vocation system, the martial exam has become a national spectacle, its popularity rising year by year. Every year's martial exam is not only a stage for countless young people to chase their dreams and prove themselves but also a visual feast for nationwide celebration. Each candidate is equipped with live streaming devices to record their battles and struggles in the dungeon, allowing audiences across the country to feel as if they are on site, experiencing the brutality and passion of the martial exam. Major exam zones also periodically select portions of live stream footage to upload to official platforms for public viewing and commentary. In this environment, a new industry, martial exam live commentary, has rapidly emerged. These commentators might usually be obscure online streamers, sharing martial arts insights and dungeon strategies with little attention. But when the martial Exam begins, they explode with influence, attracting countless fans and achieving silent during the year, viral upon streaming. Tang Tang Ouo is one such commentator. With her sweet voice, charming appearance, and easy-to-understand commentary style, she quickly rose to fame, affectionately nicknamed by fans as the Martial Exam Medusa. This title not only praised her beauty but also carried a hint of humor. Rumor has it that contestants she commented on often quickly met defeat or even encountered accidents, with several candidates losing their lives in dungeons over the past 5 years. At this moment, Tang Tang's live streaming room was bustling with activity. Here we go. Who's the unlucky protagonist today? Which contestant has Tang Tang picked this time? I can't wait to watch the drama. Tang Tang's casual outfit today is so cute, I'm mesmerized. Hey, watch your words up front, or the admin will get you. But honestly, Tang Tang's outfit today is really great, hee. Stop rambling, let's get started already. I can't wait. Facing the enthusiastic audience, Tang Tang smiled, showing her signature sweet expression. Good evening, everyone. Seeing so many of you waiting for me makes Tang Tang so happy. But today, we won't chat much, let's get straight to the point. As she spoke, she skillfully operated her computer, opening the Desya Martial Exam live streaming website. The densely packed list of live streaming rooms was dazzling, with each room representing an ongoing martial exam dungeon. Wow, so many zones have already started. The competition is really fierce. Tang Tang tilted her head, pretending to think. So, which zone should we watch today? Let me think. The chat instantly became lively. East C Zone. Lijo's East C Zone. Yunzhou's Halua Zone is good too. I heard there are several SSS level vocations there this year. Check out Beima in Liangzhou. I want to see Kangwu Zone in Xianzhou. I heard there are lots of high difficulty dungeons there, it's bound to be thrilling. Tang Tang glanced at the barrage and found that the most popular regions were Donghai, Halua, Beima, and Kangwu. She smiled slightly. These regions happen to be relatively underdeveloped areas of Daxia, with generally low levels of education. The audience's choice of these places was clearly not to watch top-tier battles but to see examinees struggling desperately in the instances, even in embarrassing situations. Unlike those live streams focused on showcasing the skills of top students from the imperial capital or Jiangnan, most of her viewers came for this kind of content. Tang Tang looked at the barrage again, then scanned the website, blinked, and playfully said, since everyone wants to see the Donghai region, let's start with Donghai today. But I must say in advance, the difficulty of the instances in these regions is not low, and examinees face significant danger during the martial arts exam. Please don't mock or attack them while watching the livestream. After all, they are giving their all for their dreams. Although she emphasized this before every livestream, it had little effect. After speaking, Tang Tang clicked on the Donghai region's live stream list. Rows of live stream rooms appeared on the screen like chess pieces, neatly arranged. Wow, so many. Examinees chose the Mist Forest instance this year. Tang Tang scanned the list and said softly, Mist Forest is a well-known classic instance in Donghai, with complex terrain, numerous beasts, and traps. Donghai has plenty of guides for this instance, so many examinees directly choose it during the 3-instance selection. After scanning through, it seems there aren't any particularly interesting instances. Her gaze moved quickly across the screen, and she muttered in slight disappointment, all familiar faces, nothing fresh. So, which one should we watch? Before finishing her sentence, she suddenly froze, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She asked softly, catching the attention of all the viewers in the live stream room. In the Donghai region's live stream list, a brand new examinee perspective suddenly appeared. On the screen was an endless desert. Golden sand dunes stretched endlessly, rolling under the scorching sun, with heat waves surging. The sky was a deep blue, without a single cloud, as if ignited by flames. Occasionally, a gust of wind would sweep up a storm of yellow sand, the howling sound deafening. What instance is this? Never seen it before. Is it a new instance? Looks unbearably hot. This examinee is really unlucky. Could it be a system error? Did the examinee get teleported to the wrong place? The barrage was filled with speculation, but no one could provide a clear answer. Tang Tang smiled smugly, placing her hands on her hips. TSK, you guys really lack information. This kind of thing requires me to explain to you. Ahem, listen up. Your host is about to give you a lesson. She paused mysteriously, building suspense for the audience, then slowly said, this instance is called Quicksand Death Zone. As soon as she said this, the live stream room exploded. Quicksand Death Zone? No way. Did I hear that right? It's actually Quicksand Death Zone? Is this examinee crazy? Quicksand Death Zone sounds terrifying. Someone must not have prepared properly, right? Quicksand Death Zone is a notorious death instance, a newbie killer. Now this is going to be exciting. Most viewers had heard of Quicksand Death Zone and knew it was extremely dangerous. However, some new viewers were unfamiliar and began asking questions in the barrage. Ahem, it seems quite a few people don't know about Quicksand Death Zone. Tang Tang cleared her throat and explained. Seriously, Quicksand Death Zone, as the name suggests, is a desert-themed instance. This place is filled with quicksand traps, powerful sandworms, sand scorpions, and other monsters, as well as unpredictable weather and extreme heat. In short, it's a high-difficulty instance full of danger, despair, and survival challenges. A single mistake can lead to death in the sands. She paused, her tone tinged with doubt. But honestly, why wouldn't examinee choose Quicksand Death Zone? During the martial arts exam, the system randomly provides 3 instances to choose from, and the other 2 must be easier than this one. Ha, he must not have studied well usually, not knowing how dangerous the Quicksand Death Zone is. This is going to be interesting. I bet he won't last half an hour. Half an hour? That's too optimistic. I think he'll be crying and quitting in no time. Not necessarily. Maybe he won't even have the chance to quit and will just die in the instance. In the bullet comments, the audience gloated, waiting to see a joke. Tang Tang took a sip of iced cola, let out a satisfied burp, and said with a smile, all right, don't be too pessimistic. Maybe this candidate has some special life-saving tricks. Let's watch his performance first and see how long he can last in this death instance. With that, she clicked into the live stream of the desert instance. Once the stream loaded, the first thing that appeared was the candidate's basic information. This candidate's name is Li Yang, a student from Qianlong Academy. Tang Tang read out the name in school, her gaze falling on Li Yang. Wow, quite handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, well-defined features, and a well-proportioned build. On the screen, Li Yang was dressed in simple, practical attire, carrying a rectangular iron box on his back, standing calmly on a sand dune. Alright, we have the candidate's information. Now, let's play a little game. Tang Tang's eyes sparkled mischievously. Everyone, take a guess, what's this handsome guy's profession? Judging by his outfit, he should be a warrior. I think he's an assassin. Last year's top scorer from the East Sea was an assassin. Could he be a mage? Maybe. There's a staff in that iron box. Tang Tang laughed at the bullet comments. You all have reasonable guesses. But based on my years of experience, this handsome guy is most likely a ranged profession. She pointed to the iron box on Li Yang's back. Did you notice? He's carrying a rather long iron box. Melee professions usually wouldn't carry something like that, it would hinder their movements. So, I guess the box contains a bow or a crossbow. Of course, it could be another ranged weapon, but a bow or crossbow is the most likely. She paused and continued, as for the specific profession, it's hard to say for now. He could be an archer, a crossbowman, or even a rarer gunner. But that's not important. The key is how he will face the challenges of the Quicksand Death Zone. Let's wait and see. The scorching sun blazed overhead, baking the earth. Li Yang squinted, surveying his surroundings. This was a vast desert, with heat waves rolling and the air dry. Every grain of sand carried a burning heat. In the distance, sand dunes stretched endlessly, merging with the horizon, majestic yet desolate. This was his first time entering such a large, completely open instance. Previous instances, whether it was the Mirror Maze or the Goblin Dungeon, felt like carefully designed little boxes, small and enclosed. Especially the Mirror Maze, with its intricately designed map, incomparable to ordinary instances. The beginner trial field's grassland might have been somewhat similar, but compared to this boundless desert, it was like comparing a minor trek to a grand spectacle. The Quicksand Death Zone, just the name alone was suffocating. But at this moment, Li Yang wasn't panicking at all. The purple gear he wore gave him enough confidence, even if he encountered danger. So sudden that he couldn't react, this equipment would ensure he wouldn't be instantly killed. As long as his opponent couldn't kill him outright, it would be his chance to shine. But how to clear this instance? Li Yang frowned slightly. He had never encountered the Quicksand Death Zone before and had no guides to refer to. It seemed he could only rely on luck. Flip a coin? Li Yang thought, reaching into his pocket for a coin. Just as he was about to toss it, his eyes caught sight of a floating miniature live streaming device not far away. He chuckled, shook his head, and muttered to himself, "Forget it, let's use a more scientific method." He crouched down and rummaged through the supplies he had received before entering the instance. Soon, a finely crafted compass appeared in his hand. Li Yang slowly raised the compass, admiring its metallic sheen under the sunlight. Then, with a strong toss, he threw it into the air. A gentle breeze blew, and the compass traced an arc in the air, its direction shifting as it fell. With a soft thud, the compass landed on the sandy ground to his left, missing him. "All right, let's go this way." Li Yang's lips curled into a confident smile as he bent down to pick up the compass and stepped toward the left, heading north as the compass indicated. As he walked, he curiously observed his surroundings. Apart from endless sand dunes, there were occasional withered plants. A faint sulfuric smell lingered in the air, making him uncomfortable. "This place is quite interesting," Li Yang muttered under his breath, quickening his pace. But just as he took a few steps, the ground suddenly shook violently, as if some giant beast was about to break through the surface. Before he could react, the ground split open like it was being torn apart, and a massive crack rapidly spread. Immediately after, a gigantic centipede-like creature burst out from the ground. Its enormous body was comparable to a skyscraper, blocking out the sun and casting a massive shadow. Sandworm. Li Yang's pupils shrank sharply as he instantly recognized the monster. Sandworms were powerful desert beasts, known for their immense strength and destructive power. This sandworm was entirely yellowish-brown, blending almost seamlessly with the sandy terrain, making it nearly undetectable until it appeared. Its hard shell was covered with countless sharp spines, glinting with a metallic sheen that was terrifying to behold. The sandworm let out a deafening roar, accompanied by a wave of foul stench that rushed toward him. It opened its massive maw, and a giant fireball instantly formed, roaring toward Li Yang with scorching heat. The fireball tore through the air with a sharp whistle, igniting the very air in its path. Tang Tang's livestream. Isn't it way too much to have this dungeon appear in the Marshall exam? Yeah, the Quicksand Death Zone? This dungeon isn't meant for students at all. Don't even mention it. I'm a sophomore in college, and last time my friends and I almost wiped out in this dungeon on beginner difficulty. How are a bunch of high schoolers who just awakened their professions supposed to handle this? This is definitely a dungeon-level error. Can the officials take this more seriously? This is a major event for the candidates' futures. The barrage of comments in Tang Tang's livestream chat flooded in like a tidal wave, the dense text almost drowning the entire screen. Tang Tang glanced at the heated comments, her lips curling into a confident smile. She knew that as a professional streamer, now was the time to showcase her skills. Ahem, Tang Tang cleared her throat, her gentle voice spreading through the microphone to every corner of the livestream. "Everyone, don't panic. I know the Quicksand Death Zone sounds terrifying, but it's not as bad as you think." As she spoke, she skillfully operated her mouse, and soon, a meticulously crafted map appeared in the top left corner of the livestream. The map marked the danger levels of different areas in the Quicksand Death Zone with various colors. Large red areas indicated extreme danger, smaller yellow areas represented moderate danger, and only a thin green path stood out, marked as particularly safe. "Look, everyone," Tang Tang pointed at the map with her mouse. "This map is something I spent a long time researching and creating. It details the danger levels of each area in the Quicksand Death Zone. I originally planned to explain it in detail later, but it looks like it's coming in handy today." She paused for a moment before continuing. "As you can see, as long as you follow this green route I've marked, even if you're only level 5, you can easily clear this dungeon. So, the Quicksand Death Zone isn't completely unbeatable, there is a safe path to clear it." However, the skepticism in the chat didn't subside and instead grew even more intense. "Streamer, stop joking. A level 5 clearing the Quicksand Death Zone? Are you kidding me? That tiny path, one wrong step and you're done for. The margin for error is way too low. In theory, it sounds good, but who can guarantee nothing will go wrong? If you run into a monster, you're dead on the spot." Faced with these mocking comments, Tang Tang puffed up her cheeks in defiance and retorted, "Who said you have to stick to the green route to clear it? I only said that route is the safest. If you're high level and well equipped, you can take the yellow areas too. Just avoid the red marked extreme danger zones, and you'll be fine." As she spoke, her gaze returned to the live stream screen, carefully observing Li Yang's position. "Let me see, this candidate should be at." Found him. Tang Tang stared at the screen for a while, her eyes lighting up. She quickly used a virtual pen to mark Li Yang's location on the map. "Everyone, look, Li Yang's position isn't too bad. He's right at the border between the red and green zones. If he's lucky and follows the green route all the way to the boss, clearing the level should be easy. Even if he doesn't take the green route, as long as he avoids heading north into the danger zone, going east or west will lead him into yellow zones, where he won't encounter major trouble for a while. So, I'm saying, don't be too pessimistic. Maybe Li Yang will surprise us after all? Tang Tang spoke casually, sipping her cola with a playful smile. Viewers might be disappointed this time. This Li Yang guy might actually make it through. Today, this streamer is going to shed the Medusa nickname once and for all. Just as she finished speaking, Li Yang suddenly moved on the livestream. He pulled a compass out of his pocket and casually tossed it. The compass traced an arc through the air and landed on the sandy ground. Li Yang bent down to pick it up, barely glanced at it, and then strode decisively northward. Tang Tang hadn't even swallowed her cola before she spat it out with a pft. Her eyes widened as she stared at the screen in disbelief, her smile freezing on her face. This is killing me. Is this guy here to be funny? Heading straight north is a death wish. Streamer, you're amazing. The Medusa persona is rock solid. Congrats to Tang Tang for jinxing another candidate. This guy is so unlucky, getting noticed by the streamer. It's over. He's doomed. I can already picture him being swallowed whole by a sandworm. The live chat exploded instantly, filled with mockery, jokes, and pity. Some even started spamming messages like farewell and 3 minutes of silence. Tang glanced at the chat, her mouth twitching, feeling helpless. She had held onto a sliver of hope that Li Yang might create a miracle, but she hadn't expected him to be so reckless, heading straight into the most dangerous area, a path to certain death. She instinctively wanted to shut down the stream, unable to bear watching Li Yang get eaten by a sandworm. But her hand froze mid-air. Forget it, Tang sighed, muttering to herself. Let's just use this as a cautionary tale for everyone. Anyone challenging this dungeon in the future must remember, never enter the red danger zones I've marked, or you'll end up like Li Yang. Before she could finish her sentence, something shocking happened on the live stream. Li Yang had only taken a few steps when the ground suddenly trembled violently. A massive sandworm burst out of the earth, letting out a deafening roar as it lunged at Li Yang. Here it comes. Tang sighed but continued her commentary seriously. Viewers, take a good look. This is the sandworm, one of the most iconic monsters in the quicksand death zone. It has extremely high defense, and regular attacks barely harm it. Its main attacks are fireballs and close-range strikes. The fireballs are especially deadly, with a wide range and severe consequences if hit. As she explained, the sandworm opened its massive jaws, and a huge fireball roared toward Li Yang. Let's see how this candidate handles it. Tang stared at the screen, hoping for a reaction from Li Yang. But what happened next left her completely dumbfounded. Li Yang stood motionless, as if paralyzed with fear, letting the fireball hurtle straight toward him. What's he doing? Has he given up? Tang exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. No, wait, even if he can't win, he should at least try to dodge. Standing still like this is too strange. However, just as the fireball was about to hit Li Yang, the situation suddenly changed. A dazzling purple light flashed in Li Yang's hand, and his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. Boom! The fireball exploded at the spot where Li Yang had been standing, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. The intense shockwave leveled the surrounding dunes. What on earth is going on? What just happened? Did I see it wrong? Where is he? How did a living person suddenly disappear? Could he have been directly blown to ashes by the fireball? That was so fast, we didn't even hear a scream. The livestream chat exploded instantly, everyone stunned by the sudden turn of events, frantically asking what had just happened. The livestream footage began to shake violently, as the micro camera responsible for the broadcast failed to capture Li Yang's figure. After a while, the image stabilized. Li Yang's figure appeared 500 meters away, standing there unharmed, with a relaxed smile on his face. This is teleportation? Tonton's voice trembled as she widened her eyes in disbelief. How is that possible? A candidate at this stage having teleportation skills? That's an extremely rare ability. Could he be from some special profession? Horror. Mind raced, trying to analyze Li Yang's profession and skills. Unfortunately, she couldn't come up with an answer. At this moment, Li Yang stood firmly on the ground, his gaze calmly fixed on the distant sandworm, showing no trace of panic. The sandworm seemed equally stunned by Li Yang's teleportation, hesitating for a few seconds before letting out a furious roar and charging at him again. Its speed was astonishing, crossing hundreds of meters. In the blink of bang, a gunshot echoed sharply in the vast desert, the bullet carrying a deadly whistle as it rushed toward the sandworm's head. However, the bullet missed its target. At the moment Li Yang fired, the sandworm's body twisted and sank like quicksand, disappearing instantly from its original position. The bullet grazed the edge of its body and flew into the empty space, leaving behind a faint white streak. Li Yang frowned deeply, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. The sandworm's reaction and adaptability far exceeded his expectations. He hadn't anticipated that the sandworm would be so cunning. Even at such close range, it managed to evade his attack. Using the brief floating effect provided by his equipment, he hovered mid-air, cautiously scanning the surrounding desert. As far as the eye could see, there were identical sand dunes everywhere, yellow sand swirling in the air, and no trace of the sandworm could be seen. Where had it hidden? Li Yang's heart sank. Meanwhile, Tang Tang's livestream chat was unusually lively. Whoa! Someone's actually using a gun? Didn't expect anyone to still play with guns these days. Come on, what era is this? Still using such antiques? I thought I had traveled back to Earth before the system even existed. Where did this guy dig up a primitive man? I'm dying of laughter. Holding a broken AK and trying to challenge the quicksand death zone? Is he not dying fast enough? Not only was the chat exploding, but Tang Tang herself was dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape, as she stared at the screen in disbelief. She had originally thought Li Yang would be a ranged profession, but to her surprise, he pulled out an AK. This was simply absurd. Why? Tang Tang muttered under her breath, is this even reasonable? What kind of profession does he have? Could it be a special profession that enhances firearms? But firearms, these old relics, have so many limitations: range, power, ammunition. Even with profession bonuses, they can't possibly develop long-term. She frowned, her mind racing as she tried to recall any profession related to firearms. But in this era of highly advanced systems, firearms had long been obsolete, and related professions had nearly vanished, becoming relics of the past. What kind of bizarre profession did this guy awaken? Tang Tang couldn't help but sigh. She looked at the screen, where Li Yang was floating mid-air, vigilantly observing his surroundings, cleared her throat, and, showcasing her professional skills as a streamer, began explaining to her viewers, "Ahem, everyone, pay attention. That move just now was the sandworm's ultimate skill. Look, before the sandworm burrows into the sand, its body surface shows a quicksand-like ripple. This ripple causes its originally hard shell to instantly loosen and turn into actual sand. The sandworm's burrowing move, to be honest, is pretty unfair and very difficult to deal with. But this guy is smart. He knows not to land on the ground at this moment, or he'd fall into the sandworm's trap." Someone in the chat asked, "Streamer, what do you do in this situation? Just float in the air forever?" Tang Tang laughed and explained, "Of course, there are ways. The simplest and most straightforward is to use area attack skills or items to bomb this entire area, forcing the sandworm out. But this method consumes a lot of mental energy and requires high-level skills and items. Besides that, there are two smarter methods. The first is sound-based positioning. Sandworms moving underground produce faint vibration sounds. If your perception is strong enough, you can determine their location and attack in advance. The second is using special items or skills to detect underground conditions. For example, some detection-type skills or items like the Earth Listening Talisman can effectively locate the sandworm's position." As Tang Tang spoke, she looked at the screen to see which method Li Yang would use to respond. However, none of these three methods seemed suitable for this guy. Tang Tang's tone carried a hint of concern. Area attacks are clearly impossible with that AK. Sound-based positioning requires very strong perception, and he just awakened, so he probably doesn't have that ability. He doesn't have detection items either. Could it be that he's planning to drag this out? That's not a good strategy. The sandworm moves quickly underground, has strong endurance, and the longer the delay, the worse it is for him. Not to mention that he is now floating in the air, and his mental energy consumption must be significant. Li Yang hovered in the air, letting the wind and sand blow at the corners of his clothes. Time passed second by second, and the desert remained quiet, as if the earlier battle had been just an illusion. The scorching sunlight baked the earth, heat waves filled the air, and the distant sand dunes twisted and distorted under the sunlight. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Li Yang's mouth. "I see, you're waiting for me to come down myself," he muttered to himself, his voice drowned by the wind and sand, sounding somewhat ethereal. He knew very well that the reason the sandworm hadn't attacked yet was that it was waiting for his mental energy to be exhausted, forcing him to land. Once he lost his aerial advantage, he would fall into a passive position, becoming prey for the sandworm. He was waiting for an opportunity, and so was the sandworm. This was the quicksand death zone, known as the rookie killer. Even a random beast. Here was this ruthless. Li Yang felt a long-lost surge of excitement. However, he had far too many trump cards. Forget about life-saving, substitute death, and resurrection items, he even carried several strategic-level items capable of turning the tide of battle. But to deal with a mere sandworm, there was no need to use those ultimate moves. Since you're so determined to make me jump into the trap, I'll grant your wish. Li Yang chuckled softly and directly turned off the anti-gravity function of his equipment. His body instantly lost support and plummeted straight toward the ground. Not good. He can't hold on anymore. Tang Tang exclaimed, instinctively. Leaning forward, her eyes fixed on the screen, her heart in her throat. As a professional streamer, she was very familiar with the strength of candidates at the martial exam stage. She knew that at this stage, everyone's mana, or mental energy, was generally low. Prolonged flight was an enormous burden for them. Li Yang had stayed in the air for so long that his mana must have been completely depleted. Now, he was truly in danger. The live chat exploded instantly. It's over, it's over. I told you this guy wouldn't last long. He's done for now, the sandworm must be waiting for him to come down. Trying to solo a sandworm with a crappy AK? Isn't that asking for it? What a pity, this guy's teleportation skill is pretty impressive. If he had used mainstream weapons, he might have passed. The streamer said sandworms love sneak attacks, now he's in trouble. Just as everyone predicted, the moment Li Yang's feet touched the ground, a sudden change occurred. The ground exploded without warning, and a massive sandworm, like a runaway train, shot out from underground. The screeching sound was ear-piercing. The roar deafening, and it opened its bloodthirsty maw, lunging fiercely at Li Yang's back. Its timing and angle of attack were extremely cunning, clearly the result of careful calculation and patient waiting. The live stream screen zoomed in several times, even showing the wriggling flesh and glistening saliva inside the sandworm's mouth in vivid detail. Everyone held their breath, their hearts seemingly stopping, as a chill ran down their spines. It's over. Tang Tang instinctively closed her eyes, unable to bear watching the bloody scene that was about to unfold. She could even imagine Li Yang being swallowed whole by the sandworm, dying a gruesome death on the spot. However, at that moment, a crisp gunshot shattered the silence of the desert. Bang! The gunshot was short and powerful, instantly breaking the frozen atmosphere. Tang Tang's eyes snapped open, staring at the screen in disbelief. The bullet hit the sandworm's head with pinpoint accuracy, and the intense impact instantly blasted a bloody, mangled hole, with blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, staining the surrounding sand red. The sandworm's massive body twitched violently a few times before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand, and then lay motionless. Li Yang slowly lowered the AK in his hand, the barrel still emitting faint wisps of smoke. He walked to the sandworm's corpse, gently kicked its massive head, and a trace of disdainful smile appeared on his face. Compete with me in speed? Ha! He sneered. Do you even know how fast my attack speed is? The entire live stream room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked by the sudden reversal that their minds went blank, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Holy crap! What just happened? Did I imagine that? What's going on? Why did the sandworm suddenly die? Is this guy cheating? Impossible. Sandworms have such strong defenses, how could they be taken out instantly by a broken gun? Could it be that this AK is some kind of divine weapon? What kind of class is this guy? How is he so powerful? Tang Tang was also dumbfounded. As a professional streamer, she had commentated on countless battles and seen all kinds of situations. But a scene as bizarre as today's was something she was encountering for the first time. Her eyes were glued to the screen, her mind in chaos, unable to explain what had just happened with her existing knowledge and experience. What on earth is going on? Tang Tang muttered to herself, her voice tinged with panic. She couldn't make sense of it at all. What kind of livestream was this? Was this still the martial exam? Why was someone using an AK as a weapon? And why was a sandworm, which even advanced classes struggled to deal with, so easily taken out by him? What had just happened? The deathly silence didn't last long. The livestream chat exploded, the barrage of comments almost overwhelming the screen. But just as everyone was still reeling from the shock, another twist occurred. The previously calm desert suddenly began to shake violently. Then, the ground cracked open, sand spraying everywhere, and massive black shadows burst out from underground. Accompanied by deafening roars, they blotted out the sky and charged madly toward, but the bullet did not follow a normal trajectory. Instead, it exploded at its highest point, transforming into hundreds of tiny metal fragments that scattered downward like petals. Aoo! Dust flew as a sandworm, unable to dodge in time, was struck by the rain of fragments. Its hard shell was instantly pierced, emitting a piercing scream as its massive body collapsed powerlessly, staining the sand red with blood. Sandworm killed, experience points gained, 39,193. As expected of an elite monster, Li Yang squinted his eyes. He hadn't paid much attention when the first sandworm died, but now he could hear it more clearly. This beginner-level sandworm provided experience points almost comparable to abyss-level goblins. This dungeon seems a bit unusual, huh? The remaining sandworms appeared to be frightened by the sudden attack, letting out angry hisses as their bodies quickly turned into dust and merged underground, disappearing without a trace. They moved rapidly beneath the surface, circling around Li Yang and waiting for the right moment to strike, but they dared not reveal themselves easily. Li Yang floated quietly in the air, sensing the surging power beneath the layers of sand around him. As soon as the sandworms appeared, the live stream chat exploded. He's doomed this time, definitely dead. Retreat now. Don't talk nonsense. This is the martial exam. Running away means instant disqualification. He's just entered the dungeon, and his luck is already this bad. Tang Tang stared at the screen, her heart in her throat. Although she was shocked by Li Yang's earlier operation of instantly killing a sandworm, the current situation was clearly more dangerous. Dozens of sandworms appearing simultaneously had already exceeded the range that early-stage martial exam candidates could handle. At that moment, Li Yang moved. His figure flickered, deftly dodging the first wave of attacks from the sandworms. So cool. That teleportation skill is amazing. He dodged it. Thrilling. This guy's reaction speed is insane. But it's useless, with so many sandworms. How long can he keep dodging? Just as the chat was filled with exclamations, several massive fireballs streaked across the sky, hurtling toward Li Yang's position. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the screen violently. The livestream audience even felt as if their screens were vibrating. The chat paused briefly before erupting in a frenzy. Whoa! He didn't dodge. It got hit. He's done for. That damage, if he's not dead, he's definitely crippled. I told you, this guy was too overconfident, thinking teleportation made him invincible? Now he's paying the price. What a shame. If he had played it safe, he might have had a chance. Now it looks like it's completely over. Showing off comes with consequences. Hopefully, he learns his lesson. Tang Tang stared at the screen, where Li Yang was engulfed in flames, and sighed softly. Dear viewers, the situation doesn't look good. Although this young man has a powerful teleportation skill and successfully dodged the sandworm's first wave of attacks, he's clearly struggling against the subsequent group assault. The sandworm's attack patterns, as we've discussed in previous streams, involve sending some forward to draw attention while others stay behind to charge up for a devastating strike. Clearly, Li Yang isn't familiar enough with this attack strategy, which is why he's fallen into his current predicament. But don't lose hope just yet. The martial exam tests overall strength, so he might still have some cards up his sleeve. Before she could finish her analysis, the smoke cleared on the screen, and Li Yang's figure reappeared. He was still floating in the air, completely unharmed, though the faint purple shield around him had disappeared. Tang Tang's expression suddenly changed, and the lengthy analysis she had prepared was abruptly stuck in her throat. The chat also fell silent, as if everyone was stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Whoa! Not dead? What's going on? He's fine? That defense is insane. What was that purple shield just now? It looked so powerful. Tang Tang froze for a few seconds before snapping back to reality. She took a deep breath, trying to adjust her commentary rhythm, and said with a hint of awkwardness, Ahem, it seems we underestimated Li Yang's capabilities. What he just used was likely a defensive item or skill that successfully blocked the sandworm's combined attack. Even so, Li Yang is still in grave danger. Did you see that? His defenses are gone, the sandworms are numerous, and their attacks are unpredictable. He could be. Before the sentence was finished, Li Yang struck again. Flames burst from the AK in his hands, and the piercing arrow rain was unleashed simultaneously. A sandworm, with no chance to evade, was instantly killed. Tang Tang's voice abruptly stopped as she stared at the screen with her mouth agape in astonishment. The chat exploded. Whoa! The AK can be used like that? What kind of skill is this? The damage is insane. Tang Tang took a deep breath, feeling her professional knowledge and commentary experience being severely challenged. She almost wanted to give up. What kind of godlike operation was this guy pulling off? In her heart, she just wanted to shout, "Stop showing off, I surrender." The remaining sandworms quickly burrowed underground at an incredible speed, stirring up the sand into a swirling vortex. The vortex grew larger, devouring everything around it. Yellow sand filled the air, blotting out the sky. And sun and visibility instantly plummeted. Within seconds, a massive sandstorm formed, completely engulfing Li Yang. At the center of the storm, Li Yang's vision was entirely obstructed. The howling wind and the grating sound of sand particles filled his ears. The yellow sand blinded his eyes, and even breathing became difficult. The entire world seemed to be oppressively cloaked in an infinite yellow, suffocating and overwhelming. In the livestream, the screen was a chaotic mess, showing only flying sand and blurry shadows. Tongtong's expression turned grave. Dear viewers, the situation is extremely dangerous. The sandworms are using the terrain to create a sandstorm, limiting Li Yang's vision and movement. In this environment, he not only has to fend off the sandworm attacks but also guard against suffocation and disorientation. This is a tremendous test of his mental fortitude and adaptability. Her voice carried a note of concern, but she quickly shifted her tone. However, this young man has already demonstrated incredible strength and composure. I believe he can pull through. Let's wait and see how he resolves this crisis. As she commented, Tang Tang kept her eyes glued to the screen, trying to catch a glimpse of Li Yang amidst the chaos. But the sandstorm was too thick, she could only make out vague outlines, unable to discern Li Yang's exact position or condition. Amid the swirling sand, Li Yang remained steadily suspended in the air. He neither panicked nor moved recklessly. Slowly, he raised the AK in his hands, aimed it skyward, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The rapid gunfire was sharp and distinct, cutting through the howling wind. Tongtong's pupils contracted sharply, sensing something unusual. Previously, Li Yang had mostly used single shots with the AK, which she hadn't paid much attention to. But this time, the rapid consecutive firing immediately caught her eye. The firing rate of this AK far exceeded that of any standard firearm she knew. What was going on? A modified gun? Or was it not an AK at all? Could it be some weapon disguised as an AK? Countless bullets roared out of the barrel, tracing bright trajectories in the air before shattering into countless fragments. These fragments rained down like a storm, spreading across the entire sandstorm zone. Roar! Within the sandstorm, agonized screams echoed one after another. Finally, a massive shadow. Tang Tang stared at the screen with her mouth open, completely speechless. Her mind was blank, unable to process everything that had just happened. The barrage of comments had also come to a complete halt. All the viewers were stunned by the shocking scene, losing their ability to think. After a long while, a few scattered comments finally appeared. Holy crap, what did I just see? Is this a dream? Is this guy a god or something? No way, these sandworms are way too weak, right? I suspect I'm watching a fake martial exam livestream. The comments gradually increased, but no one could accurately express their shock and confusion in words. Everyone could only use the simplest terms to convey their genuine feelings at the moment. And that was shock. Absolute shock. As the yellow sand dispersed, Li Yang's figure slowly descended from the air, landing steadily on the sandy ground. A relaxed and carefree smile graced his face. The thrilling battle just now was nothing more than a warm-up for him. He began walking toward the area where the sandworm corpses were most concentrated. In the live stream room, after a brief pause, the comments became lively again. What's this guy doing? Desecrating the corpses? Is he trying to confirm if the sandworms are really dead? Finishing them off? No way, is he planning to dig treasures out of the corpses? Tang Tang looked at the various guesses in the comments and couldn't help but laugh. She pretended, moreover, this thing can slightly improve accuracy. For Li Yang right now, it equates to an additional 5% damage. Or rather, it allows him to shorten his burst charge time by 5%. Without hesitation, he put on the shadow eye and immediately felt a cool sensation penetrate his eyes. His vision became exceptionally clear, and every detail around him was vividly visible. Various pieces of information flashed quickly before his eyes, and Li Yang swiftly grasped the attributes and skills of this new equipment. In the live stream, room. The moment Li Yang picked up the purple gear, the chat exploded. Purple glow. Purple item. Epic level. This guy really hit the jackpot. Whoa, this luck is insane. An epic gear just dropped. Is this still the martial exam site? This luck is simply unbelievable. These goggles look so cool. Wonder what their effect is. Li Yang is truly a winner in life, strong, handsome, and ridiculously lucky. Tang Tang was also stunned by the sudden appearance of the purple gear. She took a big sip of cola to steady herself and exclaimed, "Did everyone see that? This is truly epic gear. Li Yang's luck is off the charts. You have to understand, epic gear is extremely rare during the martial exam stage. Even candidates from the imperial capital or Jiangnan might not necessarily bring purple gear to the exam. But unfortunately, through the livestream, we can't see the specific effects of these purple goggles, which is really intriguing." Tang Tang paused for a moment and continued, "Speaking of luck, back when I took the martial exam, I wasn't nearly this fortunate. I remember," Tang Tang began, vividly recounting her own challenging experiences during the martial exam. Although her story sounded thrilling, it was clear to sharp-eyed viewers that she was likely improvising to liven up the atmosphere. The audience was happy to play along, teasing her in the chat, "Who are you?" Just as Tang Tang was getting into her story, Li Yang in the video started moving again. He didn't stop but instead walked toward another sandworm corpse. "Ha!" Tang Tang's voice abruptly stopped as she stared at the screen in confusion. What's he doing now? The livestream chat was equally puzzled. Is he going to pick something up? Didn't he already grab something? Could there be more drops from the other sandworms? No way, it's already impressive for so few sandworms to drop one piece of gear. How could there be a second drop? The audience was full of doubt. At this moment, Tang Tang sneaked a glance at the livestream viewer count and discovered it had surpassed 50,000 and was still climbing, breaking her personal record for the highest number of viewers in her livestream room. She was secretly delighted but maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "Everyone, don't rush. With Li Yang's luck, it's perfectly normal to get 2 pieces of gear. After all, these sandworms are elite monsters. You guys haven't seen much, but I, as the host, have once seen a wave of monsters drop 3 pieces of gear. Although they were all white gear, it shows that this kind of probability isn't that rare." On screen, Li Yang walked to the nearest sandworm corpse, bent down, and pulled out a short sword glowing with purple light from the sand. The short sword was deep purple all over, with a slender and sharp blade. The hilt was inlaid with a purple gemstone that emitted a faint dark glow. Li Yang examined the short sword carefully but showed a hint of disappointment on his face before casually storing the sword in his wristband space. The livestream chat instantly exploded, filling the screen with question marks. Another purple gear? What was that expression just now? Did I see that right? He's actually dismissive of purple gear? That's purple gear. And it's a weapon. Weapons are the most valuable among purple gear. Even if he can't use it, selling it would make a fortune. Where did this guy come from? A rich second generation? He doesn't even care about purple gear? The world of the pros is truly beyond our understanding. Even Tang Tang, who was drinking cola to calm herself, was stunned. Purple weapon gear is extremely precious, especially during a critical moment like the martial exam. A good weapon can significantly enhance combat power. Yet Li Yang picked up a purple weapon and even showed a dismissive expression, leaving her speechless. However, the story wasn't over yet. The scorching sunlight shone unreservedly on the sand dunes. Li Yang put away the purple short sword he despised and scanned the battlefield once more. He flexed his wrist and stepped toward the nearest sandworm corpse. After a brief silence in the livestream, the comments flooded in like a dam breaking. Is he still going to loot the corpse? No way. Could there be more stuff? Impossible. 2 purple items from this wave of sandworms is already shocking enough. In the livestream, the self-proclaimed professional streamer Tang Tang was completely stunned. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found her throat blocked, unable to utter a single word. Li Yang picking up 2 purple items earlier had already shocked her, and now he was still looting? How could this be possible? Could he really get 3 pieces of gear in a row? She instinctively swallowed, feeling a faint glimmer of hope but mostly doubt. Under countless pairs of watching eyes, Li Yang walked toward the massive sandworm corpse, his movements smooth and natural, as if he had done this countless times before. He bent down, searched the sand for a moment, and then a dazzling purple light came into view. He raised an eyebrow and pulled out a pair of leg guards radiating intense purple light. The leg guards were deep purple throughout, with a strange sheen on the surface, clearly not ordinary equipment. Li Yang didn't look at them for long and directly stored them in his wristband space. The live stream exploded instantly. Holy crap! Another purple item? Did I see that right? Oh my god, this drop rate is insane. I've never been this lucky in a game. This is impossible. It's completely unscientific. Cheating. Definitely cheating. Where do I report this to the game officials? Guys, I don't even know what to say anymore. I can only spam 66666666666. Tongtong's pupils contracted sharply. 3 purple items in a row. This couldn't be explained by mere luck anymore. Her mind went blank, she had no idea how to comment on this or how to handle the unbelievable scene unfolding before her. She opened her mouth to speak but could only stammer out a few broken syllables. Purple. Purple item, another one, purple. But this was just the beginning. Li Yang moved back and forth across the battlefield filled with sandworm corpses. His steps were steady. His expression calm, as if he wasn't collecting priceless purple gear but merely picking ripe fruit in his backyard. At each corpse, he would bend down, his movements practiced and graceful, and retrieve a piece of equipment glowing with purple light from the sand, storing it in his wristband without a hint of emotion. Armor, weapons, accessories, potions, even seemingly unremarkable materials. All kinds of purple gear were scooped up one after another like cabbages. The livestream comments had lost all coherence, leaving only a screen full of question marks. I've gone mad. The world's gone mad. This must be an illusion. Countless purple items. Master, please stop showing off your divine powers. I've never seen this many epic items in my life. Master, I beg you, stop looting. My poor heart can't take it anymore. If you keep going, I'll need to be hospitalized. Tang Tang watched in a daze, staring blankly at the screen. She opened her mouth, trying to say something, trying to explain this bizarre phenomenon, trying to maintain her dignity as a streamer, but her throat felt stuffed with cotton, and she couldn't utter a single word. She wanted to laugh but couldn't, her face was stiff as stone. She wanted to cry but couldn't either. Finally, Li Yang stopped. He stood beside the last alien insect corpse, which had been killed with a headshot, dying miserably with brain matter and blood staining a large area of the sand. Li Yang remained calm, indifferent to the gruesome scene, bent down, searched the sand for a moment, and pulled out a ring with an ancient design. Another purple item. He examined the ring carefully, a slight hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, then stored it in his wristband. Space. After finishing everything, Li Yang looked around to ensure he hadn't missed any equipment, then turned and walked toward the distant sand dunes. In the live stream room, everyone fell silent. From doubt to shock, from frenzy to numbness, all that remained was a soundless silence. Every single alien insect that Li Yang had just killed, without exception, dropped items and all of them were purple quality equipment. This was beyond what luck could explain. They quietly stared at the screen, letting the endless silence spread throughout the livestream room. The room of 50,000 viewers fell into a deathly stillness. The silence lasted for a long time, until Li Yang had already walked far away, and someone finally sent a comment. Streamer? Are you still there? A lone comment floated by, like a small pebble thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples. Then, the comments erupted like a flood, though this time there was less frenzy and shock, replaced by more confusion and puzzlement. Streamer, what exactly is going on? Isn't this drop rate abnormal? 100% equipment drops? And all purple gear? I've never seen anything this exaggerated in a game. Someone already said, this is the Marshall exam. It's not a game. Aren't drops supposed to depend on luck? This guy's luck is just too outrageous. Streamer, say something. Streamer, aren't you knowledgeable about games? Have you ever seen anything like this? Tang Tang finally snapped out of her daze, staring at the screen as the comments scrolled by frantically. Her face alternated between pale and flushed, but she still couldn't find the words to speak. Her mind was in chaos, flooded with thoughts that she couldn't untangle. Abnormal drop rate? Of course, it was abnormal. Not just abnormal. Could he really be using cheats? But how was that possible? This was the Marshall exam, the real world. Whether beasts dropped items or what they dropped was supposed to depend on luck, right? Then how could he make every sandworm drop items? And all of them purple quality equipment? Could someone really have luck so extraordinary? Tang Tang instinctively wanted to deny it, to brush it off with good luck, but she couldn't even convince herself. Tang Tang stammered for a long time before squeezing out a single syllable, followed by another bout of silence. She tried hard to organize her thoughts, to come up with a reasonable explanation, but she simply couldn't. Faced with such an unbelievable phenomenon, any explanation seemed feeble and inadequate. In all her years as a streamer, this was the first time Tang Tang felt that commenting on an impressive examinee could be so exhausting. In the past, she'd seen examinees who died every few steps, or quit after just a few seconds. She had racked her brain to find excuses for those examinees to make the show more entertaining. She thought that was tiring enough. But after witnessing today's performance, she found herself speechless. What could she even say? This kind of situation. She had never seen it before. She couldn't understand it either. Mirror flower platform. In an office beside the Marshall exam venue, Director Liu sat upright in a comfortable chair, holding his celadone teacup as wisps of steam and the fragrance of tea filled the air. However, her tightly pursed lips and somber expression clashed starkly with the tranquil atmosphere. Across the Redwood conference table sat a group of people, top teachers, martial arts school owners, high school principals from the 7 cities of the East Sea region, and several uniformed officials from the executive government. At this moment, these usually stern figures were unusually excited, engaged in heated discussions, completely ignoring Director Liu's increasingly dark expression. Absolutely brilliant. Truly brilliant. What an amazing performance. This kid Li Yang is simply born to be an archer. An elderly teacher with graying hair and glasses excitedly slapped the table, speaking rapidly. Indeed. Someone nearby chimed in, everyone used to wonder how Li Yang managed to perform so well on the rankings with the low-tier archer profession. Now we finally understand. Exactly. That move just now was definitely the archer's level 25 skill, piercing cloud arrow rain. I've taught plenty of archer students before, and I wouldn't mistake it. Mr. Li is absolutely right. A burly martial arts school owner with a crew cut added, but it's not just the skill, his analysis of the battlefield and his timing are textbook level. Look. He can predict the sandworm's movements in advance every time and strike with precision. This is not something an ordinary shooter can achieve. Sigh, if the boys under me had half his sharpness, I could sleep with a smile on my face. And his mental strength is also remarkable, added an elegant female principal in a Cheongsam. That last wave of output, if it were an average shooter of the same level, they would have already exhausted their energy. Yet, Li Yang handled it with ease, showing great stamina. This isn't something that can be achieved by skills alone. Who says low-level professions are inherently weak? When I get back, I'll make sure to show this footage to the sophomore students. When the level gap isn't significant, low-level professions can still perform outstandingly. Director Liu coughed lightly, trying to interrupt the enthusiasm of the group. But the crowd merely glanced back at her, smiling yet holding back laughter out of respect for her status. After all, she was a big figure from the imperial capital, and the locals had to show some deference. Director Liu picked up her teacup and took a slow sip. Li Yang's performance is indeed impressive, but let's not get too excited. He's just entered the dungeon and hasn't cleared it yet. It's too early to draw conclusions. The examiner's attitude shifted noticeably upon hearing this. Director Liu, with all due respect, even if Li Yang isn't the first to clear the dungeon, he absolutely deserves the highest score, perhaps even a perfect score. Exactly. Li Yang's performance is practically a textbook example of how to clear the quicksand death zone. I think future candidates challenging this dungeon can learn from his approach. Agreed. I second that. Everyone supported, giving Li Yang the highest evaluation. Director Liu's lips curled into a faint sneer. If others tried to imitate him, they'd have died countless times by now. As a respected figure, her understanding of the battle was far deeper than that of the examiners. Li Yang's approach was far beyond what the shooter profession alone could achieve. His purple equipment and modified gun were merely a cover. This kid definitely had secrets. But even so, those sandworms were each comparable to heaven-tier professionals. And Li Yang, at just over level 20, could navigate such perilous situations with ease and deliver such stunning kills. It was truly impressive. Not bad for someone ranked 81 on the human list. He's got some skills, Director Liu thought to herself. She picked up her teacup again, moistening her throat, and said, "Everyone, I didn't invite you here just to focus on Li Yang's performance. There are many other outstanding candidates in this martial exam. Director Liu, you're not wrong, but Li Yang's performance is simply too exceptional. Compared to him, the others inevitably pale in comparison," a teacher couldn't help but retort. "Besides, the purpose of our special grading team is to identify excellent candidates, and right now, isn't that Li Yang?" Director Lu was momentarily speechless, glaring fiercely at the teacher. Just as she was about to speak again, the phone on the table suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and saw the caller ID displayed only the character Xiao. Her brows immediately furrowed. She wanted to hang up directly but hesitated. After a moment of deliberation, she finally stood up and said to the group, "You all continue, I need to take this call." With that, she walked around the conference table toward the small door at the back of the office. She pushed the door open, entered another room, and closed the door behind her, instantly isolating herself from the noise outside. The room was simple, with only a desk and 2 chairs. Director Lu walked to the desk, took a deep breath, and pressed the answer button. "Hello?" Her voice was low and carried a hint of fatigue. "Director Lu, I'm very disappointed in you." On the other end of the line came an elderly yet powerful voice. Xiao Tuz. Upon hearing this voice, Director Lu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her legs nearly gave out, and she almost collapsed to the ground. She clung to the edge of the desk to steady herself, her face turning pale in an instant. Xiao Tuz, the head of the Xiao family. This man, whose single command could shake the entire Great Xia, had personally called her, "It's all that kid's fault." Director Lu cursed Li Yang inwardly, regretting why she had been tempted by the benefits from the Xiao family and ended up entangled in this mess. "Master Xiao." Director Lu's voice trembled as she forced a weak smile, which appeared dry and powerless. Why are you personally calling me?" "What? Director Lu thinks an old man like me shouldn't personally handle these matters?" Xiao Tuzha's voice revealed no emotion, but it brought immense pressure to Director Lu, as if a mountain was pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. No. Director Lu quickly denied it, but inwardly she was crying out in distress. Xiao Tuzha no longer bothered with pleasantries and said directly, "Director Lu, you promised me before that you would complete the Xiao family's task during the Donghai martial arts exam. But now, it seems you haven't done so." Hearing this, Director Lu became even more flustered. She knew Xiao Tuzha was referring to Li Yang's performance. This was completely contrary to what she had promised the Xiao family. "Master Xiao, Director Lu sighed, trying to explain but not knowing where to start. In the end, she could only say helplessly, I couldn't do it." She really wanted to blurt out, "Don't ask me, I don't know, I can't handle it." But facing the head of the Xiao family, she didn't have the courage. "At first, I planned to target Su Mumu. After all, Su Mumu." Director Lu tried to change the subject, but before she could finish, Xiao Tuzha interrupted her. "Su Mumu didn't participate in the martial arts exam. We already knew that, so we don't blame you. I tried my best to stop Li Yang from participating in the martial arts exam, but..." Director Lu's voice grew softer and softer, hesitant to continue. She didn't dare to tell Xiao Tuzha what had happened at the exam entrance. She still hadn't figured out Li Yang's identity. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tuzha seemed to see through her thoughts and chuckled lightly. "The things you've done in Donghai, the Xiao family knows all about them. That's why I personally called you today instead of directly." He didn't finish, but Director Lu felt a chill run from her spine to the top of her head, her whole body turning cold. The Xiao family knew everything? How long had it been? Director Lu, do you want to know how I know? Xiao Tuzha's voice carried a hint of mockery. "I know you stopped Li Yang at the exam entrance and made quite an effort. You wanted to uncover his identity but couldn't, so you didn't dare to interfere with his martial arts exam, right?" Director Lu was completely shocked. Xiao Tuzha knew everything she had done. You're truly impressive. Then do you know what background Li Yang has?" She smiled bitterly. "Gods fighting, and she was the one suffering. Him? No special background. He's neither royalty nor connected to any big names on the heavenly rankings. The reason you couldn't find any information on him is that he's a Night Watcher's dark crow." Xiao Tuzha's tone was calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. "Martial arts exam? Night Watcher? Dark Crow?" These words collided repeatedly in Director Lu's mind, making her feel absurd. How could it be? The Night Watchers were recruiting 18-year-old students now? She thought back to when she was 18 and hadn't even heard of the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers were the highest symbol of power in Daxia, but she quickly realized that although Li Yang wasn't royalty and had no ties to the big names on the heavenly rankings, the Night Watchers were not someone she could afford to offend. The Xiao family wasn't afraid of the Night Watchers because they were powerful enough to stand on equal footing with them, even capable of restraining the Night Watchers in certain aspects. To the Xiao family, the Night Watchers were nothing more than an annoying pest. But what about her, Director Lu? The Night Watchers were like a sword hanging over her head. Compared to the Night Watchers, she'd rather offend royalty or the big names on the heavenly rankings. At least there would still be room for negotiation. Offending the Night Watchers was a surefire path to destruction. Director Lu, the Xiao family, only wants an explanation. We're not trying to ruin the entire Donghai martial arts exam, nor are we asking you to go against the Night Watchers. Xiao Tuzha's voice rang out again, interrupting Director Lu's thoughts. Xiao Chufan died in Donghai. The Xiao family just wants to vent their anger, that's all. Director Lu felt a wave of unease. She knew Xiao Tuzha was forcing her to take a stand, to choose a side. Master Xiao, the benefits I received before, I can return them all. I just ask that you. Director Lu, do you think the Xiao family cares about those things? Xiao Tuzha laughed, his laughter filled with mockery and disdain. Director Lu's heart sank. She realized she had been too naive. The Xiao family didn't care about material things, what they cared about was face and deterrence. Then I have no other way. Director Lu felt a sense of despair, knowing she was at a dead end. She was about to hang up the phone and end this suffocating conversation. Director Lu, that thing you obtained in Longshu, you wouldn't want others to know about it, would you? Xiao Tuzha's voice rang out again, like a bolt of lightning exploding in Director Lu's ears. Director Lu's pupils contracted sharply, her entire body froze, and her knuckles turned white as she gripped the phone, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Longshu, that perilous abyss dungeon, that treasure. Her heartbeat quickened, completely unable to comprehend how the Xiao family knew about it. In that dangerous abyss dungeon, she had betrayed her teammates and paid a heavy price to obtain that treasure. Not only was she severely injured, but her foundation was also damaged, forcing her to accept the Xiao family's help to recover from her losses. She had kept this matter deeply hidden, believing it to be flawless, not even telling those closest to her. How did the Xiao family know? How did they manage it? Xiao Tuzha chuckled softly, his laughter carrying a teasing tone and the confidence of someone in complete control. Director Lu, you don't need to know how I know. You just need to understand that there is nothing. The Xiao family wants to know that we don't. Then, what do you want? Director Lu's voice was so low it was almost inaudible. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Xiao Tuzha's voice softened. I just want you to do me a small favor, a very small favor. What favor? Director Lu asked cautiously. It's very simple, Xiao Tuzha said slowly. Isn't Liang still participating in the martial exam? What do you want me to do? Director Lu's heartbeat quickened, already sensing Xiao Tuzha's intentions. I don't need you to do anything bad. I just want you to help me send in a little something. Send something? Director Lu was stunned, a bit puzzled. What kind of thing? Something that can cause Liang a little trouble, Xiao Tuzha said with a playful tone. Director Lu's face immediately darkened. She knew this was equivalent to cheating. If discovered, not only would her reputation be ruined, but she would also lose everything she had now and even face severe punishment from the Night Watchers. Master Xiao, this might not be appropriate, right? Director Lu hesitated. Liang is a Night Watcher's dark crow. If this is discovered, don't worry, I'll arrange everything properly. You won't bear any risk, Xiao Tuzha interrupted her. And the Night Watchers won't find out. Director Lu fell silent. She knew she had no way out. If she didn't agree to Xiao Tuzha's request, once the matter of Longshu was exposed, her life would be in grave danger. The allure of that treasure was too great. So great that if she didn't hand it over, she would be hunted endlessly. If she agreed, there was risk, but at least there was a slim chance of survival. The reason she trusted the Xiao family was that, while the item was important, the Xiao family didn't lack such things. So as long as she agreed to their request, the Xiao family wouldn't truly harm her. Fine, I agree, Director Lu finally compromised. Director Lu, you're very smart. I believe you'll make the right choice. As long as you cooperate, the Xiao family won't treat you unfairly. The barrage of comments in the live stream chat had been scrolling for a long time, finally slowing down, though the speed was still astonishing. Tang Tang slumped into her comfortable gaming chair, her long, fair legs crossed, and swaying gently, occasionally revealing glimpses in front of the camera. She took a deep breath to calm her excitement, grabbed the cola beside her, and took a big gulp. The icy liquid slid down her throat, taking away some of the heat. She glanced at the viewer count in the upper right corner of the live stream and her pupils suddenly contracted. 100,000. It had actually surpassed 100,000 viewers. And the number was still climbing. This was the level of the top 100 in the Marshall Exam Live streaming category. To think that her live stream, which used to only have a few thousand viewers at most and was generally in the lower middle range, had suddenly skyrocketed into the top 100. Her heartbeat quickened, and an indescribable excitement welled up inside her. It seemed that choosing this handsome guy's perspective for the stream was a brilliant decision. Heaven was truly helping Tang Tang. She was about to become a top streamer. Ahem, Tang Tang cleared her throat and spoke into the microphone. Friends who just joined, don't forget to follow. If you subscribe, you can even get an exclusive fan title from the streamer. She deliberately paused, glanced at the chat, and a playful smile appeared on her lips as she read aloud, "Streamer, isn't this Li Yang candidate's drop rate a bit too ridiculous? That's a very representative question. Let me analyze it for everyone. Actually, drop rates for equipment have always been unpredictable. But I think Li Yang's case is definitely not just about luck. Think about it, he's been calm and confident from start to finish. What does that tell you? It shows that he has strong skills and rich experience, which are the foundation of good luck." She glanced at the chat again and continued reading, Streamer, aren't you known as the Medusa of the Marshall Exam? Why haven't you switched screens for so long today? Has your luck turned around recently? Which temple do you pray at? Tell me." Ha ha ha, this little brother hit the nail on the head. That's right, in the past, whoever I focused on would have bad luck, and they'd end up quitting, which got me roasted by you all for so long. But can you really blame me? I'm just an innocent commentator. The fact is, those candidates performed poorly because of their own lack of skill. It had nothing to do with me. Look at Li Yang's outstanding performance. This fully proves that skill is the key to everything. Tang Tang proudly puffed out her chest and put her hands on her hips. I've been telling you all along, I'm the lucky goddess of the Marshall Exam. You always called me the Medusa of the Marshall Exam, but this time, I've finally cleared my name, haven't I? Wait, I think I've heard the name Li Yang somewhere before. Isn't he a new face on the human rankings recently? A comment floated across the screen. The next second, the chat exploded. Don't overthink it. This is the Marshall Exam livestream. How could there be a human rankings expert here? Exactly, those on the human rankings are all top-tier players. How could they possibly be taking the exam here? Stop joking. Anyone on the human rankings wouldn't even qualify to take the exam. Is there really someone named Li Yang on the human rankings? You must be kidding. Actually, there is. But it must be someone with the same name. There are at least thousands of people named Li Yang in Ardisia. Tang Tang looked at the chat discussion, and her curiosity was piqued. She quickly opened the official human rankings website. The page loaded, and lines of information appeared before her eyes. She scrolled down quickly and finally saw a familiar name at rank 81, Li Yang. Her heart skipped a beat as she clicked into Li Yang's detailed profile page. Name, Li Yang. Age, 18. Class, E-rank archer. Level, 24. Although Li Yang's level should have increased by now, the human rankings data hadn't been updated and still showed his old level. Seeing that his class was E-rank archer, Tang Tang's memory was instantly triggered. A few days ago, there had indeed been discussions about Li Yang online. A newly adult youth, who had made it onto the human rankings with an E-rank class, and debuted at rank 81. What did this mean? It meant he was one of the top 100 strongest of the younger generation in Dixia. Everyone had been speculating about which expert this Li Yang really was. But just as the chat had said, the Great Xia has a large population, and many people are named Li Yang. Every region claims to have its own Li Yang, making it impossible to figure out who exactly it is. Most importantly, no one dares to dig too deeply into the background of a top-ranked expert. Tang Tang switched the live stream back to the earlier battle scene, showing Li Yang walking alone through the vast sea of sand. TSK. Tang Tang looked at the screen, unconsciously pouting, her face full of confusion. This guy, I really can't tell if he's an archer or not. He was using an AK in the battle earlier. Do archers not use bows and crossbows anymore? Have they switched to firearms? And still get class bonuses? That doesn't make sense. She muttered to herself while moving the mouse, zooming in to try to find clues from Li Yang's equipment and posture, but ultimately came up empty-handed. The livestream chat was also filled with confusion. The streamer is right, why would an archer use an AK? I don't think it's possible either. Firearms should only give bonuses to other classes, right? Exactly, if he's using firearms, he can't be an archer, so he can't be the Li Yang from the rankings. Tang Tang took a sip of cold cola, cleared her throat, and said, forget it, whether he's an archer or not, the battle earlier already proved everything. This Li Yang guy not only has incredible strength, but also insane luck and seasoned combat experience. It's obvious he's a veteran at running dungeons. She paused, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Everyone, look! When he first entered the dungeon, he headed north into the extremely dangerous zone marked on the map. He encountered so many sandworms, but as an experienced top student, he must have reacted quickly and is now heading back south. Tang Tang spoke confidently, flicking her mouse with pride. As long as he continues south, he'll enter this green path, which is a shortcut straight to the dungeon. Viewers, we might be witnessing history in the making. This handsome guy might be a strong contender for this year's national champion. Streamer, how are you so sure he's heading back? A questioning comment floated by. Tang Tang cleared her throat and raised an eyebrow. Looks like someone doubts the professional judgment of the streamer. Today, I'll teach you all a trick on how to deduce a candidate's location based on details. She pointed at the screen and said, look, Li Yang was just here. As she spoke, she circled Li Yang's position on the map and began explaining in detail. Based on his surroundings, we can roughly determine his range. And combining that with the terrain, we can deduce his route. Look, he's now heading towards. Before she could finish, Tang Tang's smile froze, her eyes fixed on the screen. No way. She murmured, her voice tinged with panic. She repeatedly confirmed, zooming in until every detail on the screen was crystal clear. The result left her stunned. Not only was Li Yang not heading south, but he was continuing north. And the farther he went, the further he strayed from the shortcut path she had mentioned, plunging deeper into the extremely dangerous red zone. Tang Tang's mind went blank, her mouth hanging open, unable to make a sound, her expression utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, she had confidently declared that Li Yang would turn back, analyzing the situation with an air of expertise, only for. The livestream chat exploded. Live fail incoming. Is this the level of analysis? Streamer, your skills are so embarrassing. I told you, whenever the streamer makes a prediction, it always goes wrong. It's over, he's completely off track. He's probably going to get lost. Stop talking. Tang Tang rolled her eyes in defiance, muttering back, he's just a little bad with directions, it's not like he's about to die. So what if he's heading north? What's the big deal? Did you guys not see Li Yang's strength earlier? It's on a crushing level. Besides, he hasn't encountered any danger yet, so stop worrying. Before she could finish, the computer screen suddenly went black, and the livestream fell into dead silence. Tang Tang was full of question marks, completely stunned. What happened? Did the streamer disconnect? Is it a network issue? Or did the server crash? My internet is fine, it must be something on the streamer's end. Don't scare me, I was just watching a critical moment. Tang Tang was also confused, blinking and trying to calm down. Wait, it's not a livestream or network issue. It's over there. Did it just turn dark? In the desert. Li Yang was striding forward. Just moments ago, the scorching sun was blazing overhead, but in the next second, an invisible giant hand seemed to block it out, plunging the entire world into darkness so profound that one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. The sudden darkness made Li Yang pause slightly. He stopped in his tracks, furrowing his brows and scanning his surroundings warily. Immediately after, a chill swept over him, and the temperature plummeted. The heat of over 40 degrees Celsius, which could almost roast a person, dropped to below freezing in an instant. A biting cold wind mixed with fine sand howled against his face, stinging unbearably. Even Li Yang couldn't help but shiver. However, the cold only lasted for a moment. The purple armor on Li Yang's body emitted a dazzling glow, and a surge of warmth instantly spread throughout his body, dispelling the chill. Though the darkness had just descended, Li Yang remained calm. His archer profession greatly enhanced his vision, not to mention the goggles he had just acquired. While his visibility was limited, it was still better than being completely blind. He carefully stepped forward, his boots probing the soft sand beneath him. He hadn't walked far when danger struck. The ground beneath his feet gave way, and his body suddenly lost balance, rapidly sinking. Damn it! Li Yang cursed softly, activating his teleportation skill without hesitation. However, the expected spatial jump didn't occur. He was still sinking, the fine sand clinging to his legs like persistent insects, slowly sapping his mobility. Teleportation failed? Li Yang's heart tightened, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. This was no ordinary quicksand. He had no time to think further and decisively stopped his futile struggle. The muzzle of his AK spat flames, bullets tearing through the darkness and striking the quicksand that bound him. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed in the darkness, the scorching flames briefly dispelling the surrounding shadows. Using the gap created by the explosion, Li Yang leapt forward, breaking free from the quicksand's grip. He tumbled to the side, shaking off the sand clinging to him, and looked back at the seemingly calm quicksand with lingering fear. This cursed place, he muttered under his breath, completely abandoning any sense of luck as he cautiously continued to explore. He hadn't gone far when the familiar sensation of weightlessness struck again. Again? Li Yang gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger once more. The AK roared again, its flames illuminating the eerie darkness. Something was wrong. The repeated occurrences made Li Yang realize this was no coincidence. Something was lurking in this darkness. The ground began to tremble violently, and a fierce wind whipped up a storm of yellow sand, engulfing everything in its path. This is... Li Yang squinted, his expression serious. Is a big boss about to appear? So soon? He had only just dealt with a few sandworms. The lenses of his goggles flashed blue, quickly locking onto an abnormal target within the sandstorm. Ha! A massive figure slowly emerged from the swirling sand. It was a monster over 3 meters tall. Its upper body retained a humanoid shape, but its skin was cracked like weathered rock, covered in patterns formed by condensed sand grains, giving it a ferocious and terrifying appearance. Its lower body was entirely composed of flowing sand, constantly rotating and churning, forming a massive sandstorm vortex. As the monster appeared, a detailed information panel popped up in front of Li Yang. Sandstorm Devourer Zal level, LV-30 Zal was once a powerful sand bandit leader in the quicksand deadlands. During an expedition to an ancient ruin, he accidentally touched a cursed artifact. The artifact's violent sandstorm power corrupted his body, transforming him into a half-human, half-sand monster. Unsatisfied with merely looting treasures, he craves to devour all life, converting flesh and souls into his own power. Now, Zal roams the deepest parts of the quicksand deadlands, a nightmare for all adventurers. Elite monster, ha! What a hassle! Li Yang shook his head helplessly. With such a commotion, he thought it was a real boss. Fine grains of sand danced on Li Yang's body like living creatures, making a rustling sound. But they couldn't even scratch the hem of his clothes. After all, Li Yang's armor was too strong. Although his equipment was usually automatically invisible, it still functioned on him. He could even feel the slight vibrations of the sand hitting his armor, like a gentle breeze brushing against him, completely harmless. Roar! Die, human! In the distance, Zar let out a deafening roar. Its massive body surged forward with a whirlwind, and its sand-clawed right arm lashed out fiercely, accompanied by a sharp whistle as it tore through the air, heading straight for Li Yang's chest. Li Yang's eyes sharpened, and he silently chanted, activating teleportation. However, in the next moment, he only saw his body blur slightly, distorting like a reflection on water, but he remained immobile. This guy. Something's off. Li Yang frowned deeply, and the scene of the quicksand earlier flashed through his mind. He suddenly realized that he couldn't teleport in the quicksand before. It seemed it wasn't a coincidence but Zar's ability. This creature could restrict the use of spatial skills. As Li Yang was pondering, Zar's sand claw pierced through his chest. The intense pain spread throughout his body instantly. Li Yang felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. But soon, a strange power surged through his body. The wound visibly healed, and his pale complexion quickly regained its color. What was going on? Li Yang looked down in shock at his intact armor on his chest, as if the fatal blow just now was an illusion. At this moment, he felt a slight vibration in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw a gem that originally emitted a soft glow now dimmed. What is this? Li Yang stared at the gem in confusion, and a virtual panel immediately popped up in front of him. Tear of the Guardian Angel type, accessory effect, automatically restores full health when HP drops below 10%. Cooldown, 24 hours. A golden accessory? Li Yang was stunned for a few seconds before suddenly recalling its origin. He had obtained it from a treasure chest after defeating a boss in the highly challenging Goblin Dungeon. At the time, he was thrilled, but he never had the chance to use it. Li Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. How many treasures had he hoarded to the point of forgetting about them? If it weren't for Czar's ferocious attack this time, he probably wouldn't have used this item. Czar, seeing that Li Yang had emerged unscathed from its attack, showed a hint of surprise in its eyes. It let out an angry roar, its massive body surging with violent sandstorms, and its sand-clawed right arm lashed out again. This time, the attack was at a trickier angle, faster, and more powerful. The same move won't work twice. A cold glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Earlier, his teleportation was interrupted, catching him off guard and leading to the hit. But now, he was fully prepared. He suddenly raised the AK in his hand and activated Eagle Eye. Instantly, the surrounding movements seemed to slow down. Czar's swinging sand claw appeared slow and clear in his eyes, and he could see the trajectory of every grain of sand with perfect clarity. Li Yang calmly focused on the slowly approaching sand claw, slightly raising the gun barrel, and locked the crosshair steadily on the center of the claw. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet whistled through the air, hitting the weakest point of the sand claw with precision. Boom! The sand claw exploded instantly, scattering sand particles in all directions like a brilliant firework. Without hesitation, Li Yang's figure flashed, dodging the flying sand while aiming the gun at Czar's massive body. Sensing the threat of death, Czar raised a storm of sand, attempting to obscure Li Yang's vision and buy time to escape. Vision obscured. Li Yang remained unfazed, taking a deep breath and channeling all his strength into the gun. The pinpoint skill began to charge. The yellow sand danced wildly, blotting out the sky and sun. Czar's figure flickered in and out of the sandstorm. It let out a low growl, slamming its giant palm onto the ground. Boom! 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 The ground shook violently, and the land beneath Li Yang's feet instantly turned into quicksand. His body sank, rapidly falling. The fine sand seemed alive, wrapping around his legs and pulling him down with all its might. Yet, there wasn't a trace of panic on Li Yang's face, not even a furrow of his brow. He stood steadily in the sinking sand. His AK still raised, the muzzle locked in Czar's direction. The calmer Li Yang was, the more flustered Czar became. It could feel the oppressive aura emanating from him, stronger than any creature it had ever encountered. It knew that if it didn't act now, it would be completely suppressed. Roar! Czar roared again, its massive body shaking violently, sending countless sand grains shooting toward Li Yang like arrows. Facing the whistling sand grains, Li Yang gently shifted his body, his AK firing rapidly. Bang! 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 The gunshots were crisp and dense, the bullets precisely hitting each grain of sand, exploding them into clouds of fine mist. Czar's attack failed, instead giving Li Yang an opportunity. During Czar's attack interval, Li Yang's AK skill had already been charged. The gun trembled slightly, emitting energy waves that made hearts race. Czar seemed to sense the danger, roaring and shaking its body in an attempt to dodge the impending attack. But Li Yang was faster. Bang! The deafening gunshot rang out, the bullet like an arrow leaving the bowstring, trailing dazzling light as it pierced through the yellow sand-filled sky. Boom! The bullet struck Czar's chest with precision, unleashing a violent burst of energy like a volcanic eruption, shattering Czar's massive body into pieces. Countless sand grains rained down like droplets, and Czar's figure completely vanished into the dust. Czar was defeated, but Li Yang found himself in a crisis. He was almost entirely submerged in the quicksand, with only his head exposed. Trouble, Li Yang said calmly, his gaze sharpening. He suddenly raised his gun, firing wildly at the quicksand beneath him. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The dense gunfire roared like thunder, bullets shooting out in rapid succession, their powerful impact scattering the quicksand instantly. The sand flew in all directions, and Li Yang used the recoil to spring out of the pit. Landing on solid ground, Li Yang let out a long breath, his tense nerves slightly relaxing. He casually lowered his AK, preparing to survey the surroundings. But suddenly, an unsettling feeling surged in his heart. Something was wrong. He looked down and found that the fine sand clinging to his body hadn't dispersed despite Czar's defeat. These grains of sand wriggled on him like living creatures, causing a slight sluggishness. What's going on? Li Yang's heart tightened as he abruptly looked up, realizing the surrounding sandstorm hadn't stopped. Instead, it was growing more intense. The yellow sand spun wildly, forming massive sand walls that trapped him tightly. A strong sense of danger instantly enveloped him. Without hesitation, Li Yang instinctively dodged to the side. Boom! Just as he moved, a giant sandclaw descended from the sky, smashing into the spot where he had just stood. The sandclaw carried terrifying power, shattering the ground and creating a large pit, with sand grains scattering like cannonballs in all directions. Huff! Huff! Li Yang panted heavily, his heart racing, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. That strike had been too sudden, too fierce. If not for his quick reaction, he would have been pierced by the massive sandclaw. So close, it was so close to hitting him. Li Yang felt lingering fear. Although he had plenty of life-saving items, and even if he were hit, he might not die, he didn't want to waste any one-time treasures in a place like this. This guy, so cunning. Li Yang stared into the darkness shrouded by the sandstorm, where two scarlet lights flickered like ghostly flames. Accompanied by a piercing grinding sound, the flying sand began to converge, and a massive figure slowly emerged. Zar had revived. Its shattered body was completely restored, even sturdier than before, exuding an even stronger aura. Oh, it can revive? Li Yang watched the scene unfold, his face showing no panic. Instead, the corner of his mouth lifted into a playful smile. Ha ha ha! Pathetic human! Did you think you could kill me like this? I am immortal. As long as the sandstorm doesn't stop, neither will I. In this desert, I am a god. Zal's massive form fully emerged, laughing wildly toward the sky, his laughter echoing like thunder amidst the sandstorm. Are you done talking? Li Yang's cold voice interrupted Zal's laughter. He slowly raised the AK in his hand, aiming the muzzle at Zal's enormous body, his gaze calm and unwavering. Zal's laughter abruptly stopped. He looked down at Li Yang's action of raising the gun, clearly puzzled. He was immortal, as long as the sandstorm existed, he could resurrect infinitely. Did this human still not grasp reality? Li Yang ignored his confusion and gave him no time to think. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire suddenly erupted, pouring down like a torrential rain. The enhanced AK in Li Yang's hands fired at an incredible speed, bullets dense as raindrops, striking Zal and bursting into small clouds of sand. Zal had no time to react, completely suppressed by the intense firepower. His massive body trembled violently under the hail of bullets, sand constantly shedding, and his once solid form became ethereal again. In just a few seconds, Zal's health bar was emptied, his body completely collapsing into countless grains of fine sand, surging like a tide before sinking into the quicksand and vanishing without a trace. Li Yang stood silently, watching the direction where Zal disappeared. He understood that Zal wasn't truly dead. This desert was his domain, killing him completely was nearly impossible. Sure enough, as Li Yang expected, within seconds, Zal's figure reformed amidst the sandstorm, his massive body reappearing, though his aura was slightly weaker. It's useless, human, Zal's voice carried anger and mockery. I advise you not to waste your energy. In this desert, you can never kill me. Li Yang sighed, shaking his head helplessly. You're right. I really can't think of a way to kill you completely. Zal sneered triumphantly, thinking Li Yang had given up and was ready to accept defeat. But in the next moment, Li Yang's face showed a peculiar smile, his tone so calm it was almost indifferent. In that case, I'll just keep killing you. Zal was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. What was this human saying? Did he hear wrong? Li Yang smiled. Until I find a way, I'll just keep killing you. I want to see how long your so-called immortality can last. Before the words finished, Li Yang raised the AK again. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted once more. No reconstruction, no resurrection. Everything returned to silence. HM? Li Yang slightly raised an eyebrow, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Just died like that? No, something was off. That lingering, sluggish feeling still clung to him, making his whole body uncomfortable. His gaze sharpened as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. The wind and sand grew more violent, raging across the desert like a wild horse out of control. The already dim sky was further obscured by the yellow sand, reducing visibility to almost nothing. This is... Li Yang looked up at the sky. A massive sandstorm vortex was slowly forming. Suddenly, a strong pulling force struck. Li Yang felt as if his body was being torn apart, his bones groaning under the strain. Whoosh! The sandstorm vortex, carrying endless yellow sand and a destructive momentum, swept toward Li Yang. His eyes turned cold as he raised his gun without hesitation, firing several shots at the massive vortex. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The scorching bullets roared, out, but they were quickly swallowed by the vortex like stones thrown into a swamp, not causing the slightest ripple. TCH, Li Yang cursed under his breath. Against such a powerful vortex, bullets were useless. He quickly fumbled with his wristband and pulled out a tool at random. Whatever it was, he hoped it would help. It was an ancient-looking compass, faintly glowing with a golden light, standing out in the dim surroundings. Fate Compass, Gold, Attribute, Luck plus 50, Skill. Fate Guidance, consumes 100 mental energy to randomly gain a special buff for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 day. Li Yang suddenly remembered that this was a tool he had obtained along with the Guardian Angel's Tear. However, he had never used it before. Oh well, might as well give it a try. He reached out and lightly flicked the compass needle. Buzz. The compass emitted a soft hum as the needle spun rapidly before finally stopping in one direction. At the same time, a piece of information flooded into Li Yang's mind. Effect gained, as solid as a rock. What use is this? Li Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. This effect sounded completely non-offensive. How was this supposed to deal with the sandstorm vortex? But just then, he was surprised to find that the terrifying pulling force that had almost torn him apart had suddenly disappeared. The sandstorm vortex drew closer, carrying a thunderous force as it crashed into Li Yang. But he stood there like a rock, completely unmoving. The vortex swept over him, but it couldn't harm him in the slightest. Boom! The vortex exploded violently, scattering sand like a tsunami. But all the sand was blocked by an invisible force, creating an absolute safe zone within a 1-meter radius around Li Yang. He put away the compass, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Didn't expect this little gadget to come in handy after all. He had plenty of similar small tools stored in his wristband, ready for use at any time. At that moment, the flying sand began to gather again, and Czar's broken figure reappeared in the air. Li Yang was about to fire his gun when he noticed the crazed, triumphant smile on Czar's face. A sense of unease rose in his heart, and he keenly sensed something was wrong. But it was already too late. When the sandstorm vortex had swept through earlier, the surrounding sand had been secretly controlled by Czar. Countless grains of sand rose from the ground, surging like a tide to envelop Li Yang. The sand quickly condensed into a massive sand sphere, swallowing Li Yang at lightning speed and completely cutting him off from the outside world. Is it over? Just like that? Buried alive by sand? That's such a frustrating way to go. This monster's sand-controlling ability is incredible. Li Yang is probably done for this time. What a shame, I was hoping for a more thrilling showdown. The livestream chat exploded the moment Li Yang was swallowed by the sand sphere. Most people believed the battle was over. After all, being trapped in that airtight sand sphere left almost no chance of survival. Tang Tang also fell silent, pressing her lips tightly together as she stared at the screen, unwilling to believe that Li Yang still had a chance to turn the tables. For a long while, the screen remained filled with flying sand and the massive sand sphere, standing silently in the desert. It seems that there won't be any changes in the short term. By the way, what was with that tornado just now? How did Li Yang avoid it? Finally, someone broke the silence, and the chat became lively again. However, everyone's focus had shifted from Li Yang's life and death to that thrilling moment. Yeah, such a huge tornado. I thought he was done for, but he came out completely unscathed? It looked like he pulled something out, glowing with golden light. I couldn't see clearly. I think I saw it. It was a compass? Could it be a protective item? A compass to block a tornado? You've got to be kidding. Can any experts explain what that compass actually is? The discussion in the chat grew more intense, and the audience's curiosity was fully piqued. Tang Tang snapped out of her daze and quickly replayed the footage, pausing at the moment Li Yang pulled out the compass. Dear viewers, as we can see, when faced with the sand tornado, Li Yang indeed used an item. Tang Tang's voice regained its calm. Judging by its appearance and glow, this seems to be a high-quality item, possibly even a legendary-grade golden item. A legendary-grade item? Holy crap! Tang Tang, are you sure? Legendary grade? Someone in the martial arts exam actually has a legendary grade item? Wait, I remember the gem in Li Yang's pocket also seemed to be golden quality? He has 2 legendary grade items on him? The chat exploded once again. Legendary grade items are rare treasures, incredibly hard to come by. Even the heirs of top families might not own one, yet Li Yang had casually pulled out 2. How could this not shock people? 666, I'm already level 70, and I haven't even seen a single purple item. This guy just casually pulls out 2 legendary ones. It's enough to make me explode with jealousy. This isn't fair. The martial arts exam is supposed to test strength, not gear. I strongly demand the officials cancel Li Yang's results. If you've got the skills, why don't you pull out 2 legendary items yourself? Stop whining and do something. Looks like Li Yang's background isn't simple. Otherwise, how could he have so many good things? Tang Tang watched the chat but didn't join the discussion. She simply stared silently at the battlefield. In truth, she had an even bigger question in her mind. Bang! A loud explosion shattered the silence of the desolate desert. Like thunder tearing through the sky, the massive sand sphere suddenly burst apart, and countless grains of sand scattered wildly in all directions like untamed horses. A figure, exuding a chilling aura, shot up from the swirling sandstorm and stood proudly between heaven and earth. It was Li Yang. What does a legendary grade item mean on Blue Star? It not only represents high attribute bonuses but also symbolizes rare skills and special effects. Even top-tier experts might not possess a single legendary grade item that suits them. These items typically come as rewards from extremely difficult dungeons or the ultimate prizes of legendary quest chains, making them incredibly hard to obtain. Many professionals can only dream of them. For most students participating in the martial arts exam, white quality gear is the norm. Those who can assemble a set of blue quality fine gear are already considered geniuses in their regions, capable of standing out in the exam. But legendary grade items are something they can only fantasize about. Even if someone truly owns one, it's usually a trump card kept hidden, a game changer in critical moments. Even in talent-rich places like the Imperial Capital or Jiangnan, there are very few who can use a legendary grade item as their ace. So, when Li Yang pulled out 2 gleaming golden legendary grade items in succession, the entire livestream chat went into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Tang Tang remained silent for another reason. She had seen countless geniuses and commentated on countless matches. As a professional host, though her luck wasn't great, her judgment was never wrong. This guy. Tang Tang's gaze fell on Li Yang, and she muttered under her breath, "There's something off about his gear." Tang Tang, what did you say? Your voice is too low, we can't hear you. Did the host notice something? Spill it already, don't keep us in suspense. The audience's curiosity was at its peak, and they urged Tang Tang to explain. Tang Tang took a deep breath and slowly said, I mean, these 2 legendary items are still somewhat normal, but the equipment on Li Yang seems even more outrageous. Streamer, do you know what you're saying? More outrageous than legendary? A student in the martial arts exam phase having this kind of equipment? Stop joking. Tang Tang, hurry up and explain clearly, don't keep us in suspense. Tang Tang glanced at the chat and continued, what I'm talking about isn't the level of a single piece of equipment, but the overall quality of all his equipment. Take a closer look. From the start of the battle until now, the 2 strange little items Li Yang has used are undoubtedly golden legendary level, no question about it. But did you notice? His combat suit, the boots on his feet, the gloves on his hands, even the accessories on his belt, though usually invisible whenever Li Yang is attacked, these pieces of equipment reveal their form. They're all exquisitely crafted, made of superior materials, and even emit a faint purple glow. She paused, even doubting herself. That purple glow is the natural sheen of the equipment, no mistake about it. That is the mark of epic level equipment. So, is it possible that Li Yang's entire set of equipment is actually all epic level? As soon as she said this, the live stream room fell into an eerie silence. The chat stopped, and Tang Tang also fell quiet. Everyone was stunned by this unbelievable speculation. Epic level equipment, while a single piece might not be as rare or powerful as legendary level, that's only in terms of individual quality. If a student has one legendary item, it might be due to luck, coincidence, or a strong background. But if a student is equipped entirely with epic level gear, what does that mean? You have to understand, even top-tier experts rarely have a full set of epic level equipment. Li Yang, an 18-year-old martial arts exam student, is actually wearing a full set of epic level gear? How is that possible? Bang! A bullet tore through the air, hitting Czar's body and shattering him into pieces. In the dim depths of the desert, the fierce wind mixed with sandstorm roared past, blurring the view and muffling a faint sigh. Czar's body reassembled once again. This time, he didn't immediately attack but hovered quietly in midair, staring at Li Yang in the distance with a complex expression. A deep sense of helplessness surged in his heart like a tide. He had never imagined that he would be forced into such a situation by a human he considered as weak as an ant. He even began to suspect whether he had fallen under some kind of magical illusion. Otherwise, how could such an absurd thing happen? Who exactly is this human? At first, he thought this guy was nothing more than a flower raised in a greenhouse, coming to this dangerous quicksand dead zone as if on a sightseeing trip. This kind of person seemed to have never experienced life and death trials. He had assumed he could easily deal with this reckless guy and make a meal out of him. And the result? His proud quicksand domain was completely ineffective against this guy. Even the quicksand he controlled couldn't break through Li Yang's defenses. This guy's defense was too strong. Is this even human? Zar's mouth twitched. Compared to this guy, it was he who seemed like an ordinary human who had accidentally wandered into a monster's territory. Then, he used Sand Claw. This was his strongest attack. It could be said to be his trump card. If used in a surprise attack during the first encounter, even beings dozens of levels higher would be instantly killed. And the result? His Sand Claw pierced through this guy's body, but the opponent simply regenerated. Wait, you don't die either? Finally, he even resorted to his ultimate move, manipulating the sandstorm to form a tornado, a terrifying force capable of shredding mountains. But it was blocked by an inconspicuous compass on Li Yang's body. He had exhausted all his means, yet they were completely ineffective against Li Yang. On the contrary, Li Yang had remained calm and composed from start to finish in less than a second, a bullet stronger than those from ordinary weapons was fired, directly shattering his body. What was even more absurd, his aim was incredibly precise. Isn't it dark here? Was the sand blocking the view just an illusion? How could he shoot so accurately? Watching Li Yang raise his gun again, the dark muzzle aimed at his own head, Zal felt an intense sense of crisis surge within him. Damn it, this guy, his strength is incomprehensible. No, I can't die here. He frantically mobilized the energy within his body, trying to gather the sand for a counterattack. But to his horror, he realized that his internal energy was almost depleted, and even the surrounding sand began to resist him, no longer obeying his commands. His power was not infinite. If defeated enough times, he would eventually die. In the distance, Li Yang gazed at Zal's figure with a calm expression. He slowly pulled the trigger, showing Zal a gentle smile. Listen, the doomsday bell has rung. Bang! The gunshot pierced through the silence of the desert wasteland. The bullet, carrying scorching energy, precisely penetrated Zal's skull. However, amidst the flying sand, the shattered body reassembled once again. Zal reappeared before Li Yang, but his aura was noticeably weaker. Friends in the livestream, take a good look. Li Yang's attacks remain incredibly powerful. So far, no monster in this livestream has been able to fully withstand a single shot from him. Tang Tang's voice echoed in the livestream, still full of passion, but this monster's resurrection ability is truly a headache. Even if its body is shattered, it can quickly recover. Currently, Li Yang's strategy is to use rapid, continuous attacks to slowly deplete Zal's energy and wear it down. The chat scrolled rapidly, the audience's emotions fluctuating with the battle. Wow, this is insane. This isn't a dungeon raid, it's a massacre. Useless, it won't die. This monster is too troublesome. Is this the legendary quicksand death zone? Go, Li Yang. Wear it down. I don't believe this thing has infinite energy. I'm a bit worried about Li Yang's stamina. Such high-intensity attacks must be a huge test for his mental and physical strength, right? Don't worry, guys. Zal's recovery is fast, but every time it reassembles, it becomes more blurred. This means its energy isn't infinite. As a professional streamer, Tang Tang immediately caught the detail. As long as Li Yang lasts longer than it does, victory will be his. The livestream had been running for 5 minutes. Li Yang kept firing, but Zal always managed to resurrect. This isn't looking good. Tang Tang frowned. This monster's vitality is much stronger than expected. Although Li Yang has the upper hand, completely defeating it will come at a greater cost. But the martial exam has a time limit. If Li Yang wastes too much time here, it could affect the later stages and even prevent him from achieving a good score. After watching for so long, the audience in the chat also began to grow anxious. Why isn't this monster dead yet? This is endless. Li Yang, stop going head-to-head. Think of another way. It's been several minutes already. Tang Tang is right, too much time is being wasted. All the previous effort will be for nothing. On the screen, Li Yang paused slightly. Zal let out a low growl, its single eye flashing with a crazed light. It knew it was nearing its limit, but it still fought desperately, determined to drag Li Yang down with it. A fierce wind rose, sand filled the sky, and Zal's body began to swell. A terrifying energy spread from it. This is bad. Tang Tang slammed the table. This monster is going all out. At the mirror platform, the atmosphere in the monitoring room was tense. The screens, originally displaying multiple dungeon scenarios, were now almost entirely focused on the battle between Li Yang and Zal. Several experienced instructors, usually calm in any situation, had gathered in front of the screen, watching intently. This kid is pretty impressive. A white-haired, thin old man, a senior instructor at Qianlong Martial Academy with a sharp eye, squinted slightly, unable to hide his surprise. I heard he's ranked at the bottom of the human list. I thought it was just hype, but it seems I underestimated him. Human rankings are truly human rankings. A burly, middle-aged man nodded. This kid is agile and quick to react, completely unlike a student who just awakened half a month ago. Judging by his response to the battle situation, we should have the younger generation learn from him when we return. What's even more remarkable is his control over mental power, which is already very refined, said a bespectacled, elegant female teacher, pointing at the screen. Although he's using an AK instead of the bows and crossbows typically used by ordinary shooters, being able to create bullets with mental power and control them so well is impossible without long-term rigorous training. I dare say, if nothing unexpected happens, this child will be a pillar of Disya. The white-haired elder's eyes sparkled. He might even have the potential to challenge the Earth rankings. Challenge the Earth rankings? Isn't that evaluation a bit too high? A young teacher hesitated. After all, the martial exam is just the starting point, and the road ahead is still long. You don't understand. The burly man interrupted. Martial arts require talent, effort, and opportunity. All three are indispensable. Li Yang possesses all three. Once he enters Tianyue, with guidance from renowned teachers and access to abundant resources, his future achievements will be limitless. This year's martial exam top scorer will undoubtedly be him. Top scorer? Judging by his current performance, he indeed has a great chance, the elegant female teacher nodded. But we can't be complacent, there are geniuses in other regions as well. The martial exam tests not only strength but also character, willpower, and wisdom. As for Li Yang's understated yet powerful epic equipment and two dazzling, legendary grade items, these teachers were not surprised. After all, Li Yang had cleared the Abyss difficulty Goblin Dungeon, which was no secret in Donghai. If he didn't have this equipment, that would be suspicious. Squeezed in the middle of the crowd, the young male teacher responsible for invigilating Li Yang finally couldn't hold back. Everyone, could you please step aside a bit? You're crowding around, and I can't see Li Yang's details clearly to grade him. He pushed his glasses helplessly, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. However, these teachers, immersed in their admiration and discussion of Li Yang, completely ignored his words, and continued chatting among themselves. Everyone. The young teacher raised his voice, his expression turning serious. Please be mindful of the occasion. Your gathering here is seriously affecting my work. Moreover, if Director Lu finds out, I'm afraid. It's fine, an older female teacher said with a smile, waving her hand. The principal just told me that Director Lu is out on business and won't be back for now. You can invigilate with peace of mind, we won't interfere with your grading. Director Lu is out? Hearing this, the young teacher was momentarily speechless. He knew these senior teachers were usually very proud, and it was rare for them to show such interest in a student. He had no choice but to relent. Since Director Lu wasn't around, he could only relax a bit. He sighed, gave up resisting, and let them continue watching. On the screen, yellow sand filled the sky, and fierce winds raged as the battle between Li Yang and Zar reached its most intense stage. Zar was almost frenzied, letting out a piercing howl, his single bloodshot eye filled with rage. He suddenly stepped forward, the yellow sand beneath his feet exploding, his figure instantly transforming into a blurred shadow as he lunged at Li Yang. His claws swung, sending 5 sharp sand blades flying through the air, tearing through the atmosphere and sealing off all of Li Yang's escape routes. The sand blades sliced through the ground, leaving deep grooves. Facing Zar's frenzied assault, Li Yang's expression remained as steady as a mountain, showing no intention of dodging. He raised the AK in his hand, aimed, and pulled the trigger. A gunfire roared, scorching bullets poured down like a torrential rain, weaving into a dense web of fire to meet the incoming sand blades. Bang 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 bang, bullets collided with the sand blades, sparks flying and explosions echoing. The bullets shattered the sand blades, turning them into a cloud of dust, while the unblocked sand blades left deep scars on the ground. Zar was forced back by the dense rain of bullets, letting out an angry roar. This damned human is truly formidable. Li Yang seized the opportunity to advance steadily, continuously closing in on Zar. Zar dared not confront him head-on and could only dodge left and right amidst the swirling yellow sand, searching for a chance to counterattack. Gunfire erupted once more, bullets raining down on Zar's body, leaving punctured holes. Although these wounds were not fatal to Zar's immortal body, the intense pain gradually weakened his assault. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yang suddenly accelerated and charged forward. Bang! A dull thud sounded as a bullet struck Zar's head with immense force, causing him to let out a howl of agony. His massive frame staggered, nearly collapsing. Li Yang didn't pause. He raised his AK again, aiming at Zar's head, chest, and abdomen, firing relentlessly. Bang! 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 "This guy is struggling like a caged beast," remarked an elderly man with white hair in the monitoring room, his eyes fixed on the screen. But although Li Yang has the upper hand, it's hard for him to completely defeat Zar in a short period of time. Prolonged combat will severely drain Li Yang's stamina and mental energy, which will be detrimental to the subsequent exams. Exactly, a burly middle-aged man nodded. This monster may not be very intelligent, but its combat instincts are sharp, and its immortal body makes it incredibly resilient. Li Yang can bring it down but cannot kill it. If this drags on, no one can predict the outcome. A graceful female teacher frowned, pointing at the sandstorm on the screen stirred up by Zar. Worry filled her voice. This quicksand domain is highly restrictive. No matter how agile Li Yang's movements are, he cannot escape the confinement of the shifting sands. Moreover, the monster's attack power is astonishing. Li Yang must remain highly vigilant at all times. A single mistake could result in serious injury. The teachers continued their analysis, their tones filled with concern. They all understood that while Li Yang's talent and strength were exceptional, the martial examination tested not only power but also the candidate's wit, endurance, and adaptability. At that moment, the battle on the screen suddenly changed. Zar roared ferociously, his lone blood red eye glowing fiercely. Swinging his sharp claws wildly, the yellow sands around him spun into a frenzy, forming a towering sand tornado hundreds of meters high. It shot straight into the sky, blotting out the heavens. This is bad. The burly man's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "It's that move again. Li Yang is in danger." The last time, Li Yang barely escaped this attack using a legendary great artifact. What would he do this time? The wind howled, and sand and gravel filled the air. On the screen, Li Yang's figure looked minuscule against the colossal sand tornado. But to everyone's astonishment, Li Yang didn't choose to evade. Instead, he leaped straight into the heart of the sandstorm tornado. "What is he doing?" the elegant female teacher exclaimed in shock, staring at the screen in disbelief. Li Yang's agile form darted through the raging winds. Using the force of Zar's sand tornado, he soared upward, ascending into the clouds. This kid, the white-haired elder's eyes flashed with astonishment. Such audacity, such determination. When Li Yang reached the top of the sand tornado, he looked down at the boundless desert below, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Slowly, he raised the AK in his hands, positioning it against his chest, the barrel aimed directly at the ground. "Zar, didn't you say as long as this desert exists, you cannot die?" Li Yang's voice echoed through the howling wind, still brimming with confidence. In the distance, the massive sandstorm raged, carrying yellow sand as it wreaked havoc. But gradually, it began to subside. The flying sand and rolling stones started to settle. Zar's single eye flashed with confusion as he struggled to lift his head to look at the sky, unable to comprehend what Li Yang was planning. Could it be that this human had finally admitted defeat, ready to surrender, or perhaps even prepared to beg for mercy? As soon as this thought surfaced, Zar dismissed it as absurd. "All right, then let's do as you wish. Let this desert die with you." Li Yang spoke coldly. "What?" Zar stared at him in shock, finally understanding Li Yang's intention. Fear filled his gaze. "Human, do you think you can kill me?" Zar roared, attempting to manipulate the sand to form a wall, a last-ditch effort to block Li Yang's attack. But Li Yang merely floated in the air, completely ignoring these futile defenses. "Time's up." Li Yang smirked coldly, an icy curve forming at the corner of his lips. "Are you ready, Zar? I'll send you back to the earth." The next second, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A deafening explosion roared, like a thunderclap splitting the sky, tearing apart the stillness of the desert world. The muzzle spewed out a dazzling beam of blazing white light, 1,000 times hotter than the scorching sun. The light descended like thunder from the heavens, carrying the power to annihilate everything, piercing through the void and crashing toward the earth. Boom! Instantly, the world changed color, winds and clouds churned. The beam struck the ground, erupting with an earth-shattering roar, like the chaotic explosion at the dawn of the universe. The sound reverberated, making ears buzz and souls tremble. The earth wailed, shaking violently, as fierce winds howled, whipping up a storm of yellow sand that raged uncontrollably. As the dust settled, what appeared before everyone was an apocalyptic scene. A vast expanse of the endless sandy desert had been forcibly obliterated, leaving behind a massive, bottomless crater, as if it were a gateway to hell. The rocks around the crater cracked, the sand melted, glinting with an eerie glassy sheen, and the air was filled with a pungent, scorched smell. The entire terrain was utterly transformed. Zar's figure had completely vanished in this devastating strike, reduced to ashes. The examination room fell into a deathly silence, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the invigilators stood stiffly, pupils contracted, mouths slightly open, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Tongtong's livestream exploded after a brief moment of silence. "Brothers, did you see that? Li Yang took out an entire desert with one shot." Tongtong's voice trembled with excitement as she suddenly stood up, waving her arms, her usual calm demeanor completely gone, replaced with exhilaration. "Everyone, come on, give Li Yang some props." She took a deep breath, trying to calm her excitement, but her words still came out like a machine gun. That was an entire desert, stretching for miles, beyond the horizon. And he destroyed it with just one shot. Qin Shi Huang swept across the six kingdoms. Who dared to defy? Wielding his sword to cut through the clouds, even the lords submitted. Today, I finally understand young people are truly incredible. This is what a young hero looks like. After reciting, she still felt unsatisfied. Grabbing a can of ice-cold cola nearby and taking a big gulp, the icy bubbles slid down her throat, making her feel utterly refreshed. Phew, she exhaled deeply, only then noticing that the number of viewers in the livestream had surpassed 200,000 and was still rapidly climbing. "Thank you all for your support." Tang Tang bowed deeply to the camera. "I'm so excited today. To celebrate Li Yang's amazing performance and to thank everyone for your support, I've decided to do a giveaway. Tons of prizes, lots of perks, don't miss out. All you need to do is send a membership badge to participate in the giveaway." The chat exploded, but no one paid attention to the giveaway. Holy crap! I'm on my knees. Li Yang is too insane. One shot to destroy an entire desert? Is he even human? Who let him take the martial exam? This is practically a dimensional reduction strike. I believe it now, this is Li Yang from the human rankings. Who else could be this powerful? My mom asked why I was kneeling while watching the livestream. I said I saw a god. Tang Tang is hilarious. Today, reciting poetry and drinking cola, so cute. Giveaway. I want to win. I want something original. I just want to know, what are Li Yang's limits? Li Yang is awesome. Li Yang is invincible. On the screen, as the dust settled, the world returned to calm. In the deep crater, Li Yang slowly descended. In the livestream, 200,000 viewers stared unblinkingly, holding their breath, afraid to miss a single detail. The bottom of the crater was chaotic, scorched. Earth everywhere, jagged rocks scattered. Only at the center, a soft glow quietly shimmered, like the brightest star in the night sky, drawing everyone's attention. The chat immediately erupted with curiosity. What is that? Could it be the monster isn't dead yet? Impossible. With such a powerful attack, how could it still be alive? Tang Tang also stared intently at the glow, her brows furrowed, lost in thought. Something's not right. After a while, she slowly spoke. If the monster were still alive, it wouldn't be this calm. And that glow, it doesn't look like an energy fluctuation, it seems. More like light emitted by some kind of item. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she exclaimed excitedly, I get it. That's the equipment. Dropped by the monster. Li Yang killed the monster and got the loot. Another equipment drop? What rank did this kid get in the martial arts exam? This time? Has anyone kept track of the monsters Li Yang has fought so far? Did any of them not drop loot? I think every single one dropped something. Seriously? I didn't watch the live stream before. Is this kid's luck really that insane? While the barrage of comments was still buzzing, Li Yang had already walked up to the glowing light. He reached out and grasped the radiant core. Buzz, a faint sound echoed as the light suddenly burst forth, illuminating the entire pit and Li Yang's face. Gradually, the light faded, revealing the true form of the core. It was a crystal-clear gem, its surface shimmering with a flowing brilliance, faintly exuding a golden glow. Immediately after, the gem's attribute panel appeared before Li Yang. Heart of Quicksand, Gold, Category, Accessory Attributes, Strength plus 50. Constitution plus 50, Agility plus 50, Mental Power plus 50 Effect, Immunity to Quicksand-type skills, Movement speed in desert terrain increased by 50% skill. Quicksand Control, active, allows manipulation of quicksand within a certain range, forming a quicksand shield or attacking dot. Description: the essence of the spirit of quicksand, containing immense desert power. This gem seemed quite useful, but it didn't feel particularly powerful. For Li Yang, it was just a straightforward stat boost. Still, every little bit helps. It's better than nothing. Li Yang smiled wryly and stored it in his wristband. At some point, he had stopped holding high expectations for legendary items. Why was that? He used to get excited for a long time whenever he obtained golden equipment. Although Tang Tang and the livestream audience couldn't see the panel in front of Li Yang, the golden glow was clearly visible to them. Gold. A golden legend? Tang Tang's voice trembled. Oh my god. It really is gold. Li Yang actually got a legendary item during the martial arts exam. The chat exploded instantly. Holy crap. It's shining gold. I saw it. It's really gold. This kid's luck is off the charts. A legendary drop during the martial arts exam? Legendary. Even top-tier experts rarely see one. Li Yang is incredible. Li Yang, the god. Can you share some of your luck with me? Tang Tang slumped back into her chair, stretched lazily, and sighed. I've been commentating on martial arts exams for so many years, watched hundreds of matches, and this is the first time I've seen someone get a golden legendary item during an exam. She suddenly snapped back to her senses, realizing she had gotten too excited. Awkwardly, she smiled at the camera and said, Sorry, everyone, I got carried away. Back when I took the martial arts exam. Just as she was about to brag about her past achievements, the chat was flooded with teasing comments. Aren't you the commentator? Why are you reminiscing now? Li Yang is the expert. Here, who are you? Don't mind them, host. Even if you didn't become a top-tier fighter, you're still my favorite commentator. Tang Tang, how did you do in your martial arts exam? Back then? Does the host even have a college degree? If we had a commentator as amazing as Li Yang back then, we probably wouldn't even be watching you now. Tang Tang's lips twitched as she read the teasing comments. She pretended to be angry and said, Hey, that's enough. At least I passed the martial arts exam, even if my results weren't great. Besides, I'm a well-known commentator now. You trolls better watch out, or I'll mute you. She paused, then smiled and said, Honestly, my martial arts exam results weren't great back then. But that doesn't stop me from being an excellent commentator. I always wanted to be a commentator from the start. Alright, everyone, start sending gifts. The giveaway is starting. Maybe you'll be the next one to get a legendary item like Li Yang. Lei Province. The hall was simply decorated, with a cold color scheme and pure white walls. At the front, a large screen projected the dungeon scene. A sandstorm filled the air, obscuring visibility, with fierce winds carrying grains of sand, making it nearly impossible to see anyone. Faintly, a figure could be seen dodging within the sandstorm. It was Li Yang, the governor of Lei Province. Chen Yaoqi, his hair streaked with white, stood with a resolute expression. Although he was older, his gaze remained sharp. He picked up the Celadon teacup, took a light sip, and his eyes involuntarily swept toward the elder beside him. The elder had a sturdy build and wore plain clothes, but exuded an aura of authority that came from years of wielding power. Even Chen Yaoqi, the governor of Lijiao, appeared somewhat reserved in his presence. Among the 9 provinces of Daxia, Lijiao was remote and ranked at the bottom in strength, but as the governor, Chen Yaoqi still held an important position. However, in front of this elder, Chen Yaoqi's presence was noticeably diminished. The elder's eyes were bright as he focused intently on the battle of Li Yang displayed on the screen. After a while, he spoke slowly. This young man is truly remarkable. Young people can indeed be impressive. Chen Yaoqi quickly nodded in agreement. The Grand Marshal is right. Li Yang is indeed a rare talent. The Grand Marshal smiled faintly, with a hint of disdain, leaving it unclear whether he was joking or serious. Chen Yaoqi, you and Su Wenjun. Graduated from Tianyue Academy in the same year, didn't you? How is it that even now, you're still not on par with Su Wenjun from back then? The implication was that Chen Yaoqi had failed to grasp his evaluation of Li Yang. Chen Yaoqi's face showed an awkward smile as he hurriedly replied humbly, "The Grand Marshal overpraises me. Su Wenjun is a great figure. I've just been working hard all these years, how could I dare compare myself to him?" The Grand Marshal waved his hand, signaling him not to take it to heart, and his expression turned serious. "This time, my visit to Lizhou has no other purpose. One reason is that His Majesty cherishes old friendships and misses his former classmates, so he entrusted me to send his regards." He paused deliberately, his gaze growing profound. On the other hand, the Night Watchers sent word that two promising young talents have emerged in Lizhou. His eyes turned to Chen Yaoqi. "This shouldn't be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War, but as you know, the border situation is tense, and the Ministry of War is in need of talent. It just so happens that I was coming to Lizhou to see Su Wenjun, so I decided to stop by. As for that boy Li Yang, forget about him. I'm mainly here to check on the Su family. How is Su Wenjun's daughter, Su Mumu, doing these days?" Chen Yaoqi immediately understood and replied with a smile, "The Grand Marshal can rest assured. Su Mumu's talent is in no way inferior to Li Yang's, perhaps even stronger. Look," he pointed to the screen and took a sip of tea to clear his throat. "If Su Mumu were in this instance, the outcome would likely have been decided long ago. Although Li Yang ranks higher than her on the human list, in such a complex and ever-changing instance environment, Su Mumu's SSS class profession performs even better." The Grand Marshal shook his head non-committally and said meaningfully, "That boy Li Yang is truly unique. From the moment he entered the instance until now, I still can't figure out what qualifies him to be on the human list. He seems brave, but in reality, he's a bit reckless." Chen Yaoqi chimed in. "The Grand Marshal is absolutely right. Li Yang is like a sharp sword, cutting down every enemy he encounters with a single strike. But as you said, his combat style, which focuses solely on damage, is too extreme and lacks the means to handle complex situations. Many times, simply killing the enemy isn't enough to solve the problem." The Grand Marshal sighed. The Night Watcher's judgment in selecting people has declined. This boy relies too much on external tools, and his foundation is unstable. Sooner or later, he'll run into trouble. As the two were conversing, the battle on the screen suddenly shifted. Li Yang's figure moved nimbly, leaping against the wind and stabilizing himself mid-air. He raised an AK rifle high in his hands, and as the red light flashed in the scope, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot was deafening, like a thunderclap exploding. The bullet, carrying immense energy, tore through the air, transforming into a clear stream of energy that surged forward. The powerful impact instantly vaporized the sand on the ground, creating a massive semicircular vacuum zone. The raging sandstorm was torn apart by this force, revealing a patch of clear blue sky. For a moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent, with only the sound of the wind howling in their ears. The sudden change left both Chen Yaoqi and the Grand Marshal stunned. The teacup in Chen Yaoqi's hand tilted slightly, spilling tea onto his lapel, but he didn't notice at all. He simply stared wide-eyed at the screen in disbelief. The Grand Marshal's reaction was even more pronounced. The disdain and dissatisfaction on his face instantly turned into a serious expression. He stared intently at the screen, his brows tightly furrowed. After a moment of silence, the Grand Marshal slowly sat back in his chair, his expression still grim. Taking a deep breath, he asked in a low voice, "What was that power just now? That kid, how did he manage to do that?" Chen Yaoqi snapped out of his daze, swallowed nervously, and cautiously replied, "Grand Marshal, I'm not sure either. Li Yang has always been known for his marksmanship, but he's never displayed such immense power. That shot just now probably exceeded his current level. No, it might even surpass the limits of the heavenly rank, perhaps even." He hesitated and didn't finish his sentence. The Grand Marshal's face darkened further. He understood what Chen Yaoqi was implying, that shot had already touched upon a higher level of power. A saint. That kid could unleash a force not inferior to, or even stronger than, a saint. Saints weren't exactly rare in Daxia, but could that kid really be a saint? He had just barely surpassed level 20. If this kid continued to grow, in the future. Humph. The Grand Marshal snorted coldly, picking up his teacup again, only to find the tea had gone cold. Irritated, he set the cup back down. "I told you this kid wasn't simple, and I was right. Shan Yin, what do you think?" Chen Yaoqi observed the Grand Marshal's ever-changing expression, hesitated for a moment, and cautiously ventured, "Grand Marshal, earlier you said Li Yang wasn't suitable to join the Night Watchers, that his foundation was unstable and he wouldn't be of much use, but could we consider letting him stay in Li Zhou? After all, this place also needs young talents with potential." Before he could finish, the Grand Marshal's face instantly turned stormy. With just a glance, Chen Yaoqi immediately shut his mouth. "See? You're upset again." The scorching sun hung like a massive fireball, baking the desolate Gobi Desert with unbearable heat. The air was filled with dry heat waves, and the distant scenery was distorted, appearing like a mirage. The ground was cracked, with fissures crisscrossing like scars on the earth. The wind carried grains of sand, whipping against the exposed rocks and leaving marks of time. Beads of sweat formed on Li Yang's forehead, sliding down his cheeks and gathering at his chin before dripping onto the dry ground, where they instantly evaporated without a trace. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat with the back of it, squinting slightly as the glaring sunlight pierced through his fingers. From his wristband, he retrieved a bottle of blue-grade mental recovery potion. The potion was contained in a small glass bottle, its surface glowing faintly blue. This type of potion was rare and expensive on the market, a life-saving resource for most examinees in critical moments. But Li Yang drank it down without hesitation, as if it were just ordinary mineral water. He had no choice, his wristband was stocked with an abundance of such potions, even higher-grade ones. The 100% drop rate he enjoyed brought him rewards far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Even hunting ordinary monsters yielded enviable equipment and items. This gave Li Yang a significant advantage and confidence in this exam compared to other candidates. He could spend resources freely without any concern. After finishing the potion, Li Yang glanced at the surveillance drone hovering in the distance. The thing buzzed like an annoying little fly. He couldn't help but roll his eyes, silently complaining about the exam system. Surveillance was everywhere, making him feel uncomfortable. In this heat, he couldn't even take off his clothes. He withdrew his gaze and continued heading north. Since entering the instance called Quicksand Dead Zone, he had encountered various terrains. Initially, he thought it was just an endless desert, but deeper exploration revealed the instance was far more complex than he had imagined. Not only were there day and night cycles and dangerous quicksand zones, but now there was also a desolate Gobi. This place was probably larger than a small city, Li Yang estimated. At least as big as Longcheng. What troubled him was that he wasn't sure if the direction he had chosen was correct. Where was the boss room? How was he supposed to find it on this open map? Still, rather than wandering aimlessly, it was better to commit to one direction. Even if he eventually discovered he had gone the wrong way, it was better than wasting time going in circles. Just now, he had seen an oasis in the distance, particularly enticing under the sunlight. But he didn't go. Even a slight deviation from his path would make it impossible to find his way back. So, under the scorching sun, he walked north. Step by step. On the Gobi Desert, apart from the sound of the wind and his footsteps, there was almost no other noise. As he walked, suddenly a few thin threads descended from the sky without warning, entangling his limbs. Li Yang was caught off guard, his body halted, suspended in midair. Looking down, he saw that what had trapped him were several grayish-brown spider threads, incredibly tough and almost blending into the surrounding environment, making them hard to detect. What is this? From all directions came faint rustling sounds, followed by countless giant earth spiders crawling out from dark corners. These spiders had thick, sturdy legs, their bodies covered in hard shells, and their eyes gleamed with a fierce light. They gathered densely, crawling toward Li Yang, who was trapped in midair, creating a scene that made one's scalp tingle. Li Yang looked at the ferocious spiders, his expression slightly changed, and a chill ran down his spine. It wasn't fear, he had a phobia of dense clusters. He forced himself to stay calm and began to channel his inner mental energy. In an instant, the AK Phoenix eye on his back suddenly lit up. Flames ignited. With a few snapping sounds, the spider threads binding him broke apart. Li Yang fell from the air, landing steadily on the ground. The cloak on his back, originally invisible, briefly became visible under the activation of his mental energy, and Li Yang merged into the shadows. The earth spiders lost their target, crawling around in confusion, waving their sharp claws and hissing as they searched for prey. At that moment, a streak of fire pierced through the darkness, illuminating the Gobi Desert. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Li Yang emerged from the shadows, the AK in his hands rapidly spewing flames. bullets pouring down like a torrential rain. The gunfire echoed across the desolate Gobi Desert, deafening. The earth spiders didn't even have time to scream before being torn to shreds by the concentrated firepower, green liquid splattering everywhere with a pungent smell. Before long, all the earth spiders were eliminated, leaving the ground in chaos. Scattered across the ground were white and green equipment. Li Yang looked at the spoils of war inside helplessly. He bent down, picking up the equipment piece by piece and storing it in his wristband. Although this equipment was useless to him, he wouldn't let even the smallest profit slip away. It could still be sold for money. TSK. If only there were a one-click loot collection feature. After organizing the spoils, Li Yang looked up, took a deep breath, shook off the distractions in his mind, and continued heading north. He didn't know how long he had been walking. The wind on the Gobi Desert grew stronger, whipping up sand and dust that stung his face. Squinting, Li Yang tried to discern the distant scenery. The sun gradually tilted westward, the sky darkened, and the desolate Gobi Desert was filled with a tense atmosphere. Just as he felt tired and wanted to find a place to rest, he suddenly noticed a faint cave entrance on the mountain wall not far ahead. The entrance was obscured by scattered rocks and dead branches, making it hard to spot without careful observation. A hidden cave entrance? It seems like there's something. A boss room? Li Yang's heart stirred, and he quickened his pace toward the cave entrance. As he approached, he tilted his ear to listen, faintly hearing crawling sounds, like some kind of creature. He immediately heightened his vigilance, gripping his AK tightly and cautiously moving closer. The entrance was small, just enough for one person to bend down and pass through. Li Yang peeked inside. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. What to do? Go in and take a look? Whatever it is, you have to take risks to gain rewards. Who's afraid of who? Li Yang hesitated for a moment and decided to go in. After all, in this desolate place, any location that could provide shelter was worth exploring. Besides, this might be a boss room. He bent down and carefully entered the cave. The cave was more spacious than expected, but the light was dim, and he could barely make out his surroundings with the faint light from his illumination tool. The cave walls were uneven, cold to the touch, and the air carried a faint fishy and rotten smell, making him uncomfortable. Doesn't feel like a boss room, Li Yang muttered under his breath, gripping his AK tightly. He slowed his pace, trying not to make any noise, and walked step by step deeper into the cave. At first, the passage was flat, with scattered gravel and dry branches on the ground, producing a faint crunching sound underfoot. After a few steps, the passage began to slope upward, narrowing as the stone walls became smooth, as if polished. Li Yang frowned, feeling something was off. He was walking in a straight line, yet the passage seemed endless, like an infinite spiral staircase. Something was wrong, very wrong. From the outside, this cave shouldn't be this large. What the hell? Is this never going to end? Li Yang couldn't help but complain. He stopped, looked around, and found the scenery unchanged, still smooth stone walls and a slope. He tried turning back, intending to return to the entrance and start over. But after walking a few steps, he realized he hadn't exited the cave. Instead, it felt like he was circling in place, with the surroundings remaining the same. Is this some kind of ghostly maze? Li Yang's mouth twitched as he let out a helpless laugh. He hadn't expected such a bizarre phenomenon in this quicksand death zone. Unwilling to give up, he quickened his pace, deliberately marking his path a protruding stone, a faint crack. But after a while, those markers seemed to move on their own, constantly shifting positions, leaving him completely disoriented. He stopped and took a deep breath. It seems ordinary methods won't work, Li Yang thought to himself. He touched the stone wall, feeling its temperature and texture, hoping to find a clue. But the wall was cold and hard, offering nothing special. He shouted loudly, hoping the sound would echo, stir something, and break the stalemate. His voice reverberated through the passage, but there was no response. I refuse to believe this can really trap me here. His stubbornness flared up. He closed his eyes and activated his mental scan, trying to find a flaw in this illusion. The result only confused him further. In his perception, everything around him was real, with no signs of illusion, leaving him even more baffled. This ghostly maze is impressive, it even fools mental detection. Li Yang frowned, feeling a headache coming on. He opened his eyes and carefully examined his surroundings, hoping to find a breakthrough in the details. But after a long look, he still found nothing. Just as Li Yang was at a loss, he suddenly saw a small earth spider crawl in from the cave entrance. The little spider moved freely, unhindered, easily navigating the passage and quickly disappearing from sight. Li Yang froze, a puzzled expression on his face. Why could this earth spider pass through while he was trapped here? Was this ghostly maze targeting only him? That couldn't be right, could it? But why an earth spider? Could it be? Li Yang's gaze fell on himself. Interesting. Looks like I need to try a different approach. He immediately retrieved the faceless mask from his wristband and put it on. As soon as the mask touched his skin, a chill spread through his entire body. Then, he felt his body begin to shrink, his bones cracking, his skin turning grayish-brown, and fine hairs growing all over. Within seconds, he had transformed into a small spider identical to the earth spider. With 8 slender legs supporting his body, a slightly bulging abdomen, and 2 eyes glinting faintly, Li Yang felt his body subtly wriggle as his 8 legs gradually adapted to the new posture. He looked down at his grayish-brown body covered in fine hairs, feeling a sense of novelty. This faceless mask was truly worth it. It could even transform him into a non-human form? He tried taking a few steps, moving nimbly, almost crawling along the ground, and at a surprisingly fast speed. He returned to the spot where the ghostly maze had trapped him, and this time, he passed through effortlessly. The passage still sloped upward, but it felt much shorter than before. After crawling for a while, Li Yang's view suddenly opened up. He emerged from the passage into a cave. The cave was small, with rough rock walls all around and a damp, earthy smell in the air. An irregular opening in the ceiling let sunlight stream in, forming a bright circle on the cave floor, while the surrounding ground remained dark and eerie. Li Yang cautiously crawled to the center of the cave and looked up at the opening. The sunlight poured down, bringing a sense of warmth. He glanced around, beginning to carefully observe the cave. The ground was covered with various strange symbols, as if carved with a sharp tool. The lines were crooked and chaotic, resembling a child's random scribbles. Li Yang leaned closer to examine the symbols. What is this? Treasure? He tried to decipher their meaning, but couldn't understand them at all. These symbols didn't look like text, patterns, or formations. They were completely irregular. What is this? Just random doodles? Li Yang was full of doubt. Although he had turned into an earth spider and his vision and perception had changed, his basic judgment remained intact. He was certain these symbols were not naturally formed but had been carved by someone. He circled the cave, carefully inspecting every corner. Apart from these strange symbols, the cave was completely empty. No treasure chests, no monsters, not even an extra bone. Seriously, after all this effort, and all I get is a bunch of random scribbles? Li Yang shook his head helplessly. He had thought this hidden cave would contain treasure or secrets, but finding nothing left him disappointed. In just one morning, Tang Tang's livestream audience skyrocketed. The number of viewers online surpassed 250,000 and was still climbing rapidly. The reason was simple: everyone knew there was a top-tier player here who was about to claim the national championship. Watching the numbers jump continuously, Tang Tang felt a little giddy. This felt so unreal. Am I dreaming? She took a deep breath, trying to calm her excitement, and smiled at the microphone, saying, "Wow, time has flown by without me noticing." She sneaked a glance at the screen showing Li Yang's gameplay and saw that he was still wandering in circles in the ghostly maze, without encountering any battles. Tang Tang's eyes lit up as she immediately realized what she needed to do. It was time to turn these viewers into her fans. She pretended to casually tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her fair, slender neck. She gently bit her lower lip and struck a pose she thought was cute. After explaining all morning, "This streamer is exhausted," as she spoke, she deliberately pulled down her neckline slightly, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small patch of fair skin. However, Tang Tang's flirtatious glance failed to attract anyone. No one in the livestream paid her any attention. What's going on with Li Yang? Why is he just going in circles? I'm guessing it's a maze. There's actually a maze in the Quicksand Dead Zone? Anyone knowledgeable here? I'm dying to know. Forget the maze, I just want to know if Li Yang can clear this dungeon. Tang Tang looked at the barrage of comments and couldn't help but feel speechless. She muttered in frustration, hey, can't you guys pay more attention to this pretty streamer? What's so great about watching a guy? Seriously? What kind of people are in my livestream? Ignoring a beauty to watch a man? Although she felt a bit annoyed, Tang Tang quickly adjusted her mindset. After all, she was a professional streamer. Clearing her throat, she put on a sweet smile again and spoke into the microphone. Ahem, dear viewers, it seems everyone is very interested in Li Yang's current situation. So, let me, your professional streamer, give you a detailed explanation. As everyone knows, the Quicksand Dead Zone dungeon actually hides several secret maps. These secret maps are no joke. They were once battlefields where humans and the myriad races of the stars fought fiercely, leaving behind many precious treasures. Unlike regular dungeons, the rewards in these secret maps are one time only. Whoever gets them first, others who enter later won't find anything. Tang Tang paused for a moment before continuing. The ghostly maze Li Yang is currently encountering should be the entrance to one of these secret maps. The rules of this ghostly maze are actually quite simple. Only desert creatures can pass through this invisible passage. Theoretically, there are two ways to break it. The first method is for classes with the beast taming skill. They can control desert creatures, such as sandworms or sand scorpions, to pass through the passage on their behalf. Classes like druids with shapeshifting, summoners with summoned beasts, necromancers with skeletons, or beast tamers with mounts can all achieve this. The second type relies on individuals with strong abilities in stealth professions. They can use special skills to disguise themselves as desert creatures, bypassing the ghost wall mechanism and successfully crossing through. Examples include the stealth of thieves, the disguise of assassins, and the mimicry of hunters. At this point, Tang Tang's tone carried a hint of disdain, but, in my opinion, Li Yang probably doesn't stand a chance. If he really is the Li Yang from the rankings, he should be an archer profession. Archers, as everyone knows, mainly rely on long-range output, and their skills clearly don't include beast taming or stealth. Although his equipment and items are top-notch epic-level equipment plus 2 legendary items, their functions are evident, and none can break the ghost wall. Not to mention whether Li Yang can even figure out the rules of the ghost wall. Actually, others have encountered this hidden map before, and some even successfully cracked the ghost wall, but no one knows what the final reward is to this day. So, I think Li Yang is purely wasting his time here. As soon as Tang Tang finished speaking, the livestream chat exploded. Who's the streamer? The streamer is way too confident, huh? Can you casually comment on a ranked expert? Even if Li Yang is an archer, it doesn't mean he has no other methods. Feels like the streamer is biased against Li Yang, speaking with thorns. Faced with the criticism, Tang Tang immediately retorted, "Hey, no. What do you mean by that? Saying I have an issue?" It was clearly you guys in the chat who looked down on Li Yang first. I've been defending him all along, okay? Longtime viewers of my stream know this. I'm just worried he's wasting precious time here. You have to understand, this is a critical moment. The top scholars from the imperial capital in Jiangnan are already close to the boss room. And Li Yang? Still fighting the ghost wall, the gap is widening. I think this year he has no hope of competing for the national first place, but the first place in Donghai should be no problem. Just as Tang Tang was speaking confidently, the livestream screen suddenly showed a shocking reversal. Li Yang paused slightly, then pulled out an ancient mask from his backpack and put it on. As soon as the mask was donned, Li Yang's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His muscles became solid, intricate patterns appeared on his skin, and he instantly changed from a delicate youth into a ground spider covered in black fur with 8 sturdy arms. Transformed, Li Yang used his 8 arms to crawl nimbly, moving at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the ghost wall that had previously left him helpless. The process was so fast it was astonishing. Tang Tang remained frozen in her previous posture, holding a freshly opened can of cola, the straw still in her mouth, stunned. She watched Li Yang transform and pass through the passage until his figure completely disappeared, only then snapping back to reality. She instinctively blinked, thinking she had seen wrong, but the livestream screen clearly showed that Li Yang had indeed left the ghost wall and entered the hidden map's interior. Tang Tang? Tang Tang's mind went blank, her mouth slightly open, the straw slipping from her lips and falling into the cola cup with a soft plop. Cola dripped down the corner of her mouth, but she didn't notice. What the heck? What did I just see? Li Yang turned into a spider? Is this a transformation skill? Or a hidden profession? That's way too cool. Streamer, where are you? Come out and explain. You just said he couldn't pass, now doesn't your face hurt? Streamer, speak up. Don't play dead. Don't ask the streamer. The streamer doesn't know either. 233,333. The chat flooded the screen, almost completely covering it. Tang Tang finally snapped out of it, feeling her cheeks burning. She hurriedly wiped the cola from the corner of her mouth with a tissue, her face alternating between pale and flushed. However, as a seasoned streamer, her mental resilience was strong. She quickly adjusted her mindset and took a deep breath. Ahem, as you all saw, contested Li Yang seems to have some sort of special transformation ability, which really surprised me. It seems my earlier judgment was wrong, and I underestimated him. But that's okay, this just shows the charm of this martial exam, full of possibilities and surprises. To be honest, she's already used to being proven wrong by Li Yang during these live streams. A thicker skin, no big deal. But as a professional streamer, Tang Tang must dare to give her evaluations. Even if she's proven wrong, she has to stick to her professional judgment. She paused for a moment and continued, alright, now that Li Yang has entered the hidden level, let's keep an eye on his performance. As I mentioned before, no one knows the rewards of this hidden map, but I did my homework. At this moment, in the live stream, Li Yang had already circled the cave but seemed to have found nothing of value. What's going on? Nothing here? Explored for nothing? Frustrating, wasted all that effort for nothing? Could it be that Li Yang's luck has run out? Who said they were leeching Li Yang's luck? Did it really get drained? Could it be because there's an unlucky commentator analyzing his gameplay? Tang Tang glanced at the barrage of comments and smiled smugly. Her prior research was finally coming in handy. After today, who would dare say Tang Tang isn't professional? Ahem, everyone, take a closer look. Doesn't the ground of the cave where Li Yang is standing look like some random scribbles? That's not just decoration, it's a seal. She pointed at the screen and explained in detail, these seals were left behind during the ancient battles between humans and the Starry Sky races. Legend has it that after the powerful Starry Sky races fell, their power scattered on the ground, eventually forming these seals over time. To claim the rewards of the hidden map, you must first break these seals. And breaking them is no simple task. These seals are essentially the materialization of power. To break them, you need to neutralize or guide them using specific forces. Based on my research, there are two main methods. Tang Tang paused, tapping her finger on the table before continuing. The first method is using purification powers. While the seals are strong, they are essentially energy, and purification powers can dispel or neutralize this negative energy to break the seal. Players with classes like Priest or Paladin can use divine magic to purify the seals. However, this method requires a very high level of purification power. If the purification isn't strong enough, not only will the seal remain intact, but it might even backfire. The second method is using guidance powers. Although the seals are powerful, they can be guided and utilized. Players with classes like Runemaster or Formation Master can draw special runes or set up formations to redirect the seal's power elsewhere, thereby breaking it. This method is relatively safer, but it requires a very high level of skill in runes and formations. You must deeply understand the seal's power to successfully guide it. At this point, Tang Tang's tone carried a hint of regret. Unfortunately, both of these classes are magic-based and relatively slow-moving, making it impossible for them to pass through the previous maze-like corridor. This is the key reason why no one has been able to break the seals until now. Those who can get in can't break the seals, and those who can break the seals can't get in. As for Li Yang, he's an archer, a physical damage class, without the ability to purify or guide the seals. Unless he has some hidden tricks, this hidden journey is likely to end in failure. Tang Tang's tone was firm, clearly confident in her judgment. To put it simply, breaking the seals is extremely difficult for Li Yang, which is why I think he's wasting his time here. As soon as she finished speaking, a flurry of questions popped up in the chat. Streamer, can't he just brute force it? Li Yang's strength has been so impressive before, maybe he can just smash through the seal? Yeah, brute force is also a method. Solve the problem with raw power. I think it's worth a try. What if it works? Li Yang is a top-ranked player, maybe he really has some special tricks up his sleeve. Unknowingly, the chat began to place high expectations on Li Yang. After all, everyone had witnessed his strength before. As a top-ranked player, he might indeed have a way to break the seal with sheer force. But Tang Tang shook her head repeatedly, clicking her tongue as she said, "Brute force? Don't be silly. You're oversimplifying things. The remarkable aspect of this seal is not just that it blocks the passage, it is tightly connected to the sealed object. If anyone attempts to forcibly break the seal, it will trigger a self-destruct mechanism, causing both the seal and the object inside to vanish completely, leaving no trace behind. This is why no one has been able to break this seal for so long. Otherwise, someone would have already ventured into the quicksand death zone and brought out the treasures there. So, I bet this Seal cannot be opened by brute force alone. Outside the imperial capital, 30 miles away, at Inma Pass, the scorching sun blazed overhead, baking the earth. Heat waves rolled through the air, accompanied by the raspy chirping of cicadas, making the summer heat unbearable. A simple yet elegant carriage slowly stopped by the roadside, its wheels grinding against the dry ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A maid gracefully stepped out of the carriage, carefully lifted the curtain, and helped a young man dressed in a moon-white brocade robe alight. It was the Ninth Prince. Not far away, an ancient pavilion nestled under dense green trees appeared particularly cool and refreshing. Inside the pavilion sat an elderly man in plain robes, his hair and beard completely white, exuding an aura of otherworldly wisdom. The old man held a palm leaf fan, leisurely enjoying the shade. The Ninth Prince's gaze fell on the old man with a hint of respect. He gestured for the maid to wait there and then walked toward the pavilion. Student greets teacher. The Ninth Prince approached the pavilion and respectfully saluted the old man. This elder, whom the Ninth Prince addressed as teacher, was none other than the current Grand Tutor, the foremost of the 3 ministers of the Great Xia. The Grand Tutor slowly set down the palm leaf fan in his hand and looked up at the Ninth Prince. A glimmer of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. He nodded slightly, his tone carrying a faint trace of detachment. Your Highness, what brings you here at this time? The Ninth Prince smiled faintly, his demeanor polite and warm. Teacher misunderstands. I heard that you recently returned from the northern frontier, so I came specifically to visit. After your return to the capital, you must be busy with affairs, and I feared I might not have the chance to consult with you alone. The Grand Tutor's expression softened slightly. He pointed to the stone bench beside him, signaling the Ninth Prince to sit. Your Highness is thoughtful. The Ninth Prince complied, his gaze falling on the stone table in the pavilion. The table was empty. He smiled and waved his sleeve, using some unknown magic to conjure a chessboard onto the stone table. The board's grid was clear, and black and white chess pieces were neatly arranged on either side. I've been studying chess recently and made some progress. I wish to seek teacher's guidance, the Ninth Prince said, picking up a white piece and gently twirling it between his fingers. The Grand Tutor looked at the chessboard and smiled faintly. Your Highness has refined interests. As your humble servant, I shall accompany you. The two began their game in the pavilion. At first, the match was steady, with both players placing their pieces swiftly, exchanging moves without haste or tension. The Grand Tutor picked up a black piece and placed it effortlessly, his gaze fixed on the Ninth Prince. Your Highness, what have you been busy with lately? Any hobbies outside of work? The Ninth Prince replied with a smile. Teacher, aside from handling state affairs, I've recently read some newly published travelogues. They contain many accounts of the customs and scenery of the northern frontier, which are quite fascinating. He paused and added, a while ago, I also learned some new calligraphy styles from a few scholars at the Hamlin Academy, but I am clumsy and feel I haven't mastered them well. The Grand Tutor's face lit up with a smile. Oh? Travelogues? I recall your Highness seems quite interested in the northern frontier. Could it be that you are considering traveling there? The Ninth Prince quickly waved his hand and laughed. Teacher jests. I am merely indulging in armchair travel. The northern frontier is harsh and cold. My pampered body could never endure such hardship. The Grand Tutor looked at the Ninth Prince for a moment, almost laughing, then asked. Speaking of which, the little princess has been causing quite a stir lately. I heard she got into big trouble not long ago, and His Majesty was furious about it. The Ninth Prince showed a helpless smile. Teacher doesn't understand. My younger sister is still young and mischievous. She certainly didn't do it on purpose. I've advised her many times, and she has promised to restrain herself in the future. The Grand Tutor looked at the Ninth Prince meaningfully and said slowly, the little princess is innocent and lively, but sometimes she acts without thorough consideration. As her elder brother, your Highness should discipline her more and not indulge her blindly, or she will only become more unruly. The Ninth Prince sighed and said, Teacher, your advice is correct. I will pay more attention in the future. It's just that my little sister, sigh, let's not talk about her. The chess game continued. The Grand Tutor still placed his pieces with ease, without hesitation, while the Ninth Prince's pace gradually slowed. His brows furrowed, his gaze swept back and forth across the board, and the time he took to make a move grew longer and longer. The Grand Tutor, holding a black piece, gently tapped the chessboard, producing a crisp sound. He looked up at the Ninth Prince and asked, Your Highness, what do you think about the seal that Li Yang encountered in the martial exam instance? The Ninth Prince immediately looked up in surprise. Teacher? You're paying attention. To this year's martial exam too? The Grand Tutor countered, isn't that the reason for your highness's visit today? The confidence on the ninth prince's face finally cracked slightly. He smiled awkwardly and said, Teacher, your insight is truly sharp. I can't hide my little schemes from you. He paused and then said seriously, to be honest, I did come here for this matter. The Grand Tutor slowly raised his hand and waved it in the air. A soft light flashed, and the scenery around the pavilion instantly changed. Beside the two of them, an image of Li Yang in the martial exam instance appeared. The ninth prince looked at the image, his expression turning serious. He picked up a white piece, hesitated for a moment, and finally placed it in an inconspicuous corner of the board. Just as he was about to speak, the Grand Tutor immediately followed with a black piece, surrounding the white piece he had just placed. The ninth prince smiled wryly and turned his gaze back to the chessboard. While pondering the game, he said slowly, Teacher, regarding that seal, I've also looked into some materials over the years, and have a bit of understanding. He paused before continuing, according to ancient records, there was once a cataclysmic war between the human race and the myriad races of the stars. The scale was vast, and many powerful beings perished. The Flowing Sands Dead Zone was one of the battlefields from that time. Over the years, people have continuously verified maps and discovered that there are a total of 38 seals in the Flowing Sands Dead Zone. Now, 37 of them have been broken. The only one left is the one Li Yang encountered. However, the contents of these seals are not particularly valuable. Most of them contain fragments of the souls of powerful beings from the myriad races, some epic or legendary weapons, and a few unstable spatial passages. The Grand Tutor listened quietly, occasionally nodding. When the ninth prince finished speaking, he finally said slowly, I didn't expect your highness to know so much about these matters. I may have underestimated you. The ninth prince laughed self-deprecatingly. Teacher, you flatter me. I don't have much ability, so I can only do some research on these minor paths, hoping to contribute to the great Xia in the future. The Grand Tutor gave him a deep look but said nothing more. A cool breeze blew past. The ninth prince stared at the chessboard and casually asked, Teacher, do you think Li Yang can win the top spot in this year's martial exam? As he spoke, he finally placed a white piece after much deliberation. The Grand Tutor chuckled lightly. Does your highness doubt him? That boy has already made it onto the human rankings before even participating in the martial exam, and his reputation is soaring. If he wins the top spot, it would be natural and expected. The ninth prince shook his head with a bitter smile. From what I know, many major families in the imperial capital don't think highly of Li Yang. They believe he's just boasting and lacks real ability. They think Li Yang made it onto the rankings only because ordinary people don't understand the martial exam or the talents of the imperial capital. I thought you might have a different opinion, teacher. The Grand Tutor raised an eyebrow, placed his chess piece back into the box, and asked in return, Oh? Then what does your highness think? The ninth prince answered without hesitation, I agree with you, teacher. Li Yang will definitely take first place. Then, shifting the topic, he glanced at the image of Li Yang exploring in confusion and said with some doubt, But I don't understand how he will break that seal. Using brute force is definitely not an option, and his profession doesn't have the ability to break seals. Could it be that he has a legendary item? The Grand Tutor did not answer directly but pointed to the chessboard, reminding, Your Highness Ninth Prince, it's your turn. Only then did the ninth prince come back to his senses. He looked down and realized that he had been so preoccupied with thoughts of Li Yang that he had forgotten to make his move. He casually picked up a white piece and placed it in an inconsequential position. This move was completely unmethodical, more like a response to the Grand Tutor's reminder than a serious consideration. The Grand Tutor immediately placed a black piece. The crisp sound of the piece striking the board was pleasant to the ear, yet it made the ninth prince's heart tighten. He looked up at the board. The previously balanced situation was now entirely under the Grand Tutor's control. The black pieces surrounded the white ones like an iron barrel. The outcome was decided, and defeat was inevitable. The ninth prince stared at the disadvantage on the board, not daring to look directly at the Grand Tutor, and could only lower his head in silence. The Grand Tutor spoke slowly, his voice calm. This young man likes to take unconventional routes, acting against common logic. But this time, I think he will still use his usual method. Li Yang's usual method? The ninth prince looked at the image of Li Yang that appeared beside him, showing Li Yang pondering over a seal, looking utterly perplexed. He opened his mouth to say something but ultimately said nothing, silently turning his gaze back to the chessboard. The pavilion fell into a brief silence, broken only by the sound of cicadas chirping in the distance. A few minutes later, the ninth prince finally placed another piece. This move was made with more caution, but it still could not reverse the defeat. He raised his head and asked carefully, "Teacher, I heard that Lord Taiwei went to Lizhou?" The Grand Tutor stroked his chin and nodded. "That's correct. He did go to Lizhou." The ninth prince hesitated, appearing somewhat unsure of how to express himself. The Grand Tutor glanced at him, seemingly seeing through his thoughts, and said, "Directly, as you guessed, he went to Lizhou to meet Su Wenjun." So it was true. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince couldn't help but let out a long sigh. After all, one misstep leads to many missteps. If he had made up his mind earlier, he would have returned from the East Sea by now. He wouldn't have missed the chance to meet Su Mumu. The Grand Tutor noticed the ninth prince's change in mood and spoke slowly. "You want to get close to Su Mumu?" The ninth prince, his intentions exposed by the Grand Tutor, showed a hint of embarrassment on his face, and nodded. "To be honest, I do have such plans. But these past 2 days, I've been hesitating between Li Yang and Su Mumu, unable to decide. So today, I came specifically to seek your advice. Teacher, who do you think I should associate with?" The ninth prince finally inadvertently revealed the true purpose of his visit. The air fell silent. A cool breeze blew past. The Grand Tutor sighed and said slowly, "Your Highness, why not try to associate with both of them at the same time?" The ninth prince smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Teacher, you know my situation. My resources are limited, and I can't invest too much in both of them at the same time. Moreover, once I make a choice, I will devote myself wholeheartedly. Only with sincerity can I earn trust. If I try to please both sides, I fear I will end up with nothing, gaining nothing at all." The Grand Tutor nodded, expressing his understanding. He pondered for a moment and began analyzing the situations of Li Yang and Su Mumu. Li Yang, although an E-level profession, seems to lack background, but his fortune is peculiar, repeatedly turning danger into safety, making him unpredictable. And Su Mumu, an SSS-level profession, is extraordinarily talented. Her father, Su Wenjun, the former governor of Lizhou, though now retired and wealthy, still holds great prestige. Her future is boundless. If you can gain her support, it would undoubtedly be a great benefit to your Highness. His gaze fell on the ninth prince's face, and he said slowly, "However, this old servant believes that Li Yang might be of greater help to your Highness." At this point, he did not elaborate further, but it was already enough. A glimmer of light flashed in the ninth prince's eyes, and his previously somewhat dejected expression became invigorated. He immediately stood up, bowed deeply to the Grand Tutor, and said excitedly, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I have learned a lot." The Grand Tutor waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. "Your Highness, there's no need to be so formal. The chess game isn't over yet." The ninth prince sat down as instructed, unable to hide the joy on his face. He eagerly asked, "Teacher, why do you think so highly of Li Yang? Is it just because of his extraordinary fortune?" The Grand Tutor smiled meaningfully. "Fortune is indeed important, but what I value is not just fortune. In fact, your Highness, at the beginning, you only had one choice." The ninth prince froze, his face showing confusion. "What does teacher mean by this? I don't understand." The Grand Tutor looked up at the horizon and said slowly, "The relationship between Li Yang and Su Mumu is not simple. Young people these days. Relationship? What kind of relationship?" The ninth prince looked puzzled and suddenly turned to the scene appearing beside him. Deep in the cave, it was as silent as death. The opening above was the only source of natural light, a faint ray struggling to pierce through the heavy darkness, barely illuminating a few feet of the ground. The air was filled with the damp smell of soil, mixed with the scent of decomposed organic matter, the fermentation of years of fallen leaves and insect remains. A few tiny dirt spiders, about the size of fingernails, crawled quietly on the uneven ground. They had dark brown hard shells, their 8 short legs moving nimbly as they scurried through the cracks in the rocks. Li Yang leaned against the cave wall, his gaze casually sweeping over these little spiders. They were too weak, offering neither much experience nor valuable loot. As for monster killing points, they were of no importance to Li Yang at this stage. He didn't lack those points, although countless people outside were watching this martial exam, debating whether Li Yang had a chance to win the championship. He was simply enjoying the process of the exam. The final results? He didn't care much about them. Li Yang's gaze fell to the ground, where some twisted symbols were carved. They looked like ancient writing or mysterious patterns. What are these messy symbols? Is there really nothing in this cave? Impossible. Li Yang frowned, his mind full of questions. He squatted down, carefully examining the symbols, trying to find clues. But after a long time, he was still completely baffled. Am I overthinking this? Li Yang muttered to himself, a hint of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. He stood up, the AK in his hand spinning nimbly, the crisp sound of metal clashing ringing out. In the next moment, the gun quickly disassembled and reassembled into a sleek silver metal pen. Li Yang held the pen and chuckled lightly. The ability Kunping had given him was really convenient. This AK could transform into various everyday items. He casually took a white wristband from his bracelet, spread it on the ground, and began to copy the seemingly random symbols stroke by stroke. He carefully compared the patterns on the ground with the ones he had copied onto the wristband, observing them repeatedly. But these symbols were like a tangled mess of lines, completely indecipherable. Li Yang sighed helplessly and sat back down, his gaze returning to the ground. He tried looking at the symbols from different angles, under varying light, even touching the uneven textures with his hand. But all his efforts were in vain. I really can't figure it out. Could these just be ordinary graffiti? Li Yang felt a bit disappointed, his curiosity gradually fading. Forget it, let's go. He stood up, ready to leave. But after walking a few steps, he stopped again, feeling uneasy. Leaving. Just like this didn't sit well with him. Fine, before leaving, I'll fire a shot at the ground to vent my frustration. Li Yang chuckled self-deprecatingly and transformed the pen back into the AK. He raised the gun, the dark barrel aimed at the ground. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, his pupils suddenly contracted, a flash of surprise appearing in his eyes. The point kill skill could be activated, but it indicated there were 2 targets to choose from. Wait, what's going on? Li Yang froze, his mind racing. 2 targets? Where did they come from? Apart from those messy symbols, there was nothing on the ground. He carefully examined the ground again, but apart from those twisted symbols, he found nothing. Could it be something invisible and intangible? Li Yang was full of doubt but didn't hesitate for long. Since the pinpoint kill prompt indicated 2 targets, there must be something. He immediately activated his skill, locking onto the invisible target. 1%. The charging speed of the pinpoint kill skill was very slow, and this percentage indicated that Li Yang's true damage to this hidden target was almost negligible. Quite interesting. It seemed this matter wasn't simple. Meanwhile, in Tang Tang's live stream room, what is Li Yang even doing? He's been staring at the ground for ages, and now he's pointing his gun at it. What's he trying to do? Could he have discovered some secret? I can't see anything. Can he break the seal? Or is he just panicking? I bet he's tired and found a spot to rest while venting his emotions. The comments flooded in like a tide, with viewers speculating about Li Yang's intentions. Tang Tang, munching on chips, stared at the screen, her curiosity undiminished. She had watched Li Yang stare at the ground in a daze for several minutes, and now he was motionless, pointing his gun at it. She couldn't figure out what he was thinking. This guy, Li Yang, what is he trying to do? What can he possibly see by staring at the ground? Tang Tang muttered, grabbing her cola and taking a few gulps, only to realize it was empty. She casually tossed the empty can into the trash and grabbed more chips to continue eating. I still think Li Yang is wasting time. He could be killing more monsters or heading straight for the boss, but instead, he's dawdling here. She spoke while chewing on chips. Her words finally elicited a response from the comments. Streamer, enough already. All you do is eat. If you keep eating, you'll turn into a tank. FFFFFF Tang Tang, stop focusing on eating and help us analyze what Li Yang is trying to do. I think Li Yang definitely has a plan. A top-ranked expert wouldn't act randomly. Seeing the comments almost explode, Tang Tang pulled a face at the camera, pretending to be angry. As she said, what do you know? I'm replenishing energy, commentary takes brainpower, okay? Besides, I can't control Li Yang. How would I know what he's planning? Fine, the streamer won't bother with you little haters. Tang Tang said dismissively, sitting back in her chair and crossing her legs. In her view, Li Yang's actions were impulsive and meaningless. He had been smooth sailing before, killing monsters like slicing vegetables, which seemed to make him believe violence could solve everything. This guy, has he gotten cocky? He's clearly at a place that requires solving puzzles, and yet he just goes straight for the gun. Tang Tang grumbled, this is a hidden map, such a rare opportunity. She said, grabbing a handful of chips and stuffing them into her mouth. Bang! A sudden gunshot, like a bolt from the blue, instantly interrupted Tang Tang's thoughts. She was so startled that she trembled all over, spilling chips everywhere, nearly jumping out of her chair. "What are you doing? You scared me to death." Tang Tang clutched her flat chest, her heart still racing as she stared at the screen. What had just happened? Tang Tang was stunned, staring at the screen. Li Yang, who had been charging for nearly 2 minutes, finally pulled the trigger. A bullet formed from mental energy, glowing with dazzling white light, roared out of the gun barrel, heading straight for the ground. This guy couldn't hold back and wanted to force his way through? If that's the case, isn't it just a complete waste of time? But what happened next surprised everyone. The bullet, which should have been unstoppable, miraculously stopped mid-air as soon as it touched the ground, colliding with an invisible barrier. Red currents flickered around the bullet, crackling as if it were fighting against a powerful force. What the heck is going on? Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. The comments were filled with question marks, as everyone was shocked by the bizarre scene. The bullet paused in mid-air for a moment, emitting a piercing, cracking sound, then shattered into countless fragments like glass, finally transforming into specks of light and disappearing without a trace. Immediately after, something even more shocking occurred. At the spot where the bullet vanished, the space seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, revealing bright red cracks. The cracks spread rapidly, covering the entire ground in the blink of an eye. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by unsettling breaking sounds, the cracks on the ground grew larger and deeper. Suddenly, a dazzling red light shot up from the cracks, like a volcanic eruption, piercing straight into the sky. What is going on? Tang Tang was completely dumbfounded, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. The live stream chat was in chaos. Whoa! What's happening? Has the seal been broken? What did Li Yang do exactly? How could the seal be broken like this? The red light gradually dissipated, and the cracks on the ground slowly closed up. When everything returned to calm, everyone was astonished to find that the original cave had disappeared, replaced by a spacious flat ground. Li Yang stood on the flat ground, a hint of confusion on his face. He looked down at his hands, then glanced around, seemingly still trying to comprehend what had just happened. Beside him, there appeared a bottomless ancient well. Next to the well lay a longbow and a fragment emitting a faint red glow. The seal has been broken? Tang Tang stared at the screen, her voice trembling. How was it broken? Just with one shot? At this moment, she felt her face burning with embarrassment. She had confidently declared earlier that Li Yang's violent approach was wrong, only to be proven completely wrong moments later. The chat was filled with mocking laughter. Ha, the streamer got slapped in the face several times today, huh? Still trying to argue? Didn't you say breaking the seal with violence would fail? How's that now? Face hurting? Stop it. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Tang Tang raised her hands in surrender, with a wry smile, saying, I was wrong, I shouldn't underestimate Li Yang. She quickly changed the subject, trying to salvage her commentary. All right, the seal is broken. Everyone look, some good stuff has appeared. On the open ground, Li Yang looked around, his eyes full of surprise. What exactly had that shot shattered? He scratched his head, still unable to figure it out. But he didn't dwell on it for long. The result was good, so there was no need to overthink. His gaze fell on the bottomless ancient well. The well looked very old, its walls covered in moss and signs of weathering. What is this thing? Li Yang walked to the edge of the well and looked inside, seeing only pitch-black darkness, its depth unknown. He tried opening the system panel, and a prompt appeared, portal. Portal? Li Yang raised an eyebrow. Where does it lead? Though curious, he didn't rush to act. He turned his attention to the other two items on the ground. The first thing that caught his eye was the longbow. The bow was dark red, engraved with intricate patterns, emitting a faint glow, clearly extraordinary. Li Yang picked up the longbow, feeling its weight and excellent grip. He focused his thoughts and opened the panel to check the bow's attributes. Xiao Dragon's Roar, Gold. Type, Weapon Attributes, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 80, Mental Power plus 50 Skills, Dragon Soul Awakening Active Effect, activate the power of the Dragon Soul, instantly increasing attack power by 50%, movement speed by 30%, and gaining 3 seconds of invincibility. Skill cooldown, 60 seconds. Upon activation, the bow displays crimson gold dragon patterns, accompanied by a deep dragon roar, surrounded by golden dragon-shaped phantoms. Passive effect, Dragon Soul Protection. Permanently increases all attributes by 10%, with a 20% chance to block physical and magical damage. Upon successful block, gain a layer of Dragon Scale Shield that absorbs damage equivalent to 5% of maximum health. Shield duration, 5 seconds. Dragon Breath Charge. Skill, after starting to charge, the archer must remain stationary or move slowly, speed less than 30% of normal. For every second of charging, arrow damage increases by 20%, up to a maximum of 5 seconds, with damage increasing by up to 100%. During the charging process, the bow absorbs the archer's mental energy, and the charging state can be interrupted at any time. Upon interruption, the current charge level is retained, allowing storage of one fully charged arrow. Li Yang's gaze fell on the bow, and his heart stirred slightly. This flashy Dragon Soul Awakening skill was just icing on the cake for him, with no substantial use. What truly excited him was the bow's charging skill, Dragon Breath Energy Accumulation. This thing, can it help me accumulate kill progress as well? Li Yang muttered softly, a strong sense of anticipation surging in his heart. He couldn't wait to raise the Qishao Dragon chant, letting his mental energy flow into the bow like a tide while attempting to activate the kill skill. The fine dragon scale patterns on the bow shimmered faintly, and a powerful energy began to gather. 1%, 2%. Li Yang's breathing grew rapid as he clearly felt the kill progress bar slowly increasing. It really works, he exclaimed softly in surprise. This Dragon Breath Energy accumulation could actually precharge kill progress. This meant he could fully charge the kill energy in advance and unleash a fully charged kill shot directly upon encountering an enemy, clearing their health bar in 1 second. From now on, he wouldn't have to stand around foolishly waiting for a minute before attacking. For Li Yang, who loved to defeat enemies in one strike, this was a dream skill. The Qishao Dragon Chant was undoubtedly the most suitable weapon he had ever encountered. This skill is amazing. Even though Li Yang already had plenty of legendary weapons, he couldn't help but praise the Qishao Dragon Chant. However, he already had an AK. If only he had a soul fragment of the universal races right now, he could use it to fuse weapons. As he thought about it, his gaze swept to a red fragment lying quietly on the ground. The fragment emitted a faint red glow, its irregular shape evoking a strange sense of familiarity. This thing. Li Yang frowned, bending down to pick up the red fragment. The fragment was slightly warm, with a smooth and delicate surface. The more he examined it, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this similar to the Moon Soul Dragon fragment he had obtained before? Li Yang's heart stirred, immediately recalling the purple fragment he had acquired earlier. However, the fragment before him was red and had a higher temperature. The red fragment twitched twice in his palm, as if trying to escape, but ultimately settled down. Li Yang attempted to bring up the panel, but no prompts appeared. It seemed this fragment was not an ordinary item. This was similar to the Moon Soul Dragon fragment. If that's the case, a glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes as a bold idea emerged in his mind. If it truly was a similar item, he took out the AK, placed the fragment on it, and then added the Qishao Dragon chant. Sure. Enough. The AK seemed to be scorched by flames, quickly melting and transforming, with molten metal flowing and gradually enveloping the Qishao Dragon chant. The red fragment also seemed to come alive, rolling and jumping within the molten metal. Promising. Li Yang's spirits lifted as he focused intently on the changes before him, filled with anticipation. A panel popped up with a prompt, detected Crimson Dragon Soul Fragment. Consume Crimson Dragon Soul Fragment ×1 to fuse Qishao Dragon Chant, including weapon body, all attributes, all skills. Current success rate, 0.01%. What? Li Yang's smile froze instantly, his mouth twitching. Are you kidding me? This success rate is basically zero. He sighed helplessly. He knew that 0.01% meant it was practically impossible. To increase the success rate, he would need more fragments, but that wasn't something he could achieve in a short time. After all, both times he had obtained fragments had been quite coincidental. Wait, maybe I can adjust the fusion plan. Li Yang's eyes lit up as he checked the system panel again. He tried modifying the fusion plan, removing the other attributes and skills of the Qishao Dragon Chant, leaving only the Dragon Breath Energy Accumulation skill that he needed most. TSK. I feel like such a spendthrift. Li Yang sighed. After the fusion, this legendary bow would disappear, leaving only a new skill in exchange. Qishao Dragon's Roar, as a legendary weapon, had incredibly powerful attributes and skills, and giving it up was indeed painful. But to increase the success rate, Li Yang had no choice but to make the sacrifice. Besides, it's not like we're short on legendary weapons. Li Yang comforted himself with this thought. After modifying the plan, the success rate on the system panel indeed skyrocketed to 100%. Finally, it's here. Li Yang exhaled deeply. He liked the feeling of being in control of everything and disliked leaving his fate to chance. He stared at the system panel again and said in a deep voice, "Confirm fusion." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shisha Dragon's roar and the red fragments simultaneously emitted dazzling light. When the light faded, the room returned to silence. Li Yang held his breath, nervously staring ahead. Buzz! A low dragon's roar suddenly echoed, causing the air to tremble. Immediately after, a crisp and resonant phoenix cry pierced the sky, reverberating endlessly. Finally, a faint rustling sound followed. Success! Li Yang eagerly looked at the weapon in his hand. The AK had completely transformed. The gun's main color had turned into a deep black, covered with fine red cracks, with fiery flames flowing through them. The scope, crafted from the eye of the red phoenix, still glowed with a crimson light. Faintly, black mist rose slowly from the gun's body, within which a dragon's soul seemed to be twisting and soaring. This AK now had an appearance that could intimidate anyone. Its natural aura of dominance and pressure was something no ordinary weapon could compare to. TSK, this look is absolutely at the artifact level. Li Yang couldn't help but praise, a smile spreading across his face. When he initially chose the AK as his weapon, he never imagined it would turn out like this. He gripped the gun's body tightly, and the previously wild and restless AK instantly calmed down, with all its effects retreating like a tide, returning to a simple and understated appearance. Apart from the faintly visible dark red patterns on the gun's body and the dragon scale-like protrusion on the grip, there was nothing else remarkable. Li Yang nodded in satisfaction, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. That's more like it. Keep it low-key, and then strike unexpectedly. He took a deep breath and began testing the new ability. Mental energy surged, and Dragon Breath Charge activated instantly. Mental energy poured into the AK like a tide, causing the red patterns on the gun's body to light up again, only to dim shortly after, with all the energy sealed within. 1%. A few seconds later, a fully charged pinpoint shot was ready. Damn, this is incredible. Li Yang exhaled deeply, his gaze shifting to the ancient well in the center of the room. The well was built with bluestone, its edges marked with the traces of time. Inside, it was pitch black and bottomless. What does this thing lead to? Should I jump in and take a look? A strong sense of adventure surged in Li Yang's heart. He was never afraid of the unknown. In fact, the more mysterious something was, the more it excited him. With a thought, the AK in his hand transformed into a black emblem, imprinting itself on the back of his right hand. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about losing his weapon, and it would save him the trouble of activating the spatial ring during combat. Fully prepared, Li Yang didn't hesitate and leapt into the bottomless ancient well. Whoosh! His body plummeted rapidly, surrounded by darkness, with only the sound of wind whistling past his ears. The intense feeling of weightlessness didn't bring fear. Instead, it triggered a rapid release of adrenaline, filling him with an indescribable thrill. This feeling was exhilarating. Meanwhile, Tang Tang's livestream exploded. The previously clear and smooth broadcast suddenly went black the moment Li Yang jumped into the ancient well, leaving only chaotic static sounds. What the heck? What happened? Did the internet cut out? Where's the streamer? Why did the livestream suddenly go black? Say something, streamer. I'm scared. What was that? Just now? That well? Did that handsome guy just jump in like that? Wow. This guy is insane, jumping in without fear. No wonder he's a top-ranked player. That courage, I respect it. By the way, that AK was so cool. The transformation was absolutely mind-blowing. What a pity, it was too fast to see clearly. Hey, the guy in front, I recorded it. DM me if you want it. That AK is definitely a divine weapon. Li Yang is so strong, it must be because of that AK. Tang Tang looked at the screen full of comments and calmly took a bite of her chips. She had a pretty good idea of what kind of AK Li Yang was holding and how much of his combat power came from the weapon. But as a professional streamer, she absolutely couldn't speak recklessly about such things, even though she'd been proven wrong countless times for her offhand remarks. Alright, everyone, don't panic. As a professional commentator, let me tell you, this kind of situation is common in the martial exams. Tang Tang has been commentating for years, she's seen it all. Still, I have to say, Li Yang truly deserves his spot on the rankings. He's not someone ordinary people can compare to. As she spoke, she leaned back leisurely in her gaming chair, with a faint glimpse of white visible on camera. Unfortunately, the viewer's attention wasn't on her at all. Li Yang is amazing. Tang Tang, stop hyping. Last year, all the candidates you hyped up failed miserably. Exactly. Tang Tang, just shut up. Already, we beg you. Haha, Tang Tang, you're jinxing mouth, just step aside. Seeing the barrage of negative comments, Tang Tang puffed up her cheeks in defiance and retorted, how can you say that about the streamer? Didn't you see how strong Li Yang is? How could he possibly mess up? You're not just insulting the streamer, you're questioning the strength of a top player. Besides, I'm an officially certified professional streamer. Do you even understand how impressive that is? She proudly puffed out her chest. Though, well, her chest was rather flat. Professional streamer? What's professional about you? Who certified you? Tang Tang, stop bragging and just watch Li Yang's gameplay quietly. The screen went black. A long blackout. A minute passed. The live chat was still going wild. Honestly, will the archer class become popular because of Li Yang? His AK skills are insane, the damage is off the charts. Yeah, people used to say archers were a trash class, fragile and with no output. Now it seems like no one knew how to play them. Keep dreaming. If I had that AK, any class would be strong. Forget it, bro. Do you think divine weapons grow on trees? Li Yang's AK is clearly one of a kind. Seeing the envious comments, Tang Tang couldn't help but roll her eyes in mock. I say, everyone, whether Li Yang is strong or not is none of your business, right? Don't think just because someone else is amazing with an AK, you can be too. Choosing a class isn't something to take lightly. You need to consider your own abilities and not blindly follow trends. She paused, striking a professional pose as a streamer, Tang Tang's special reminder. To everyone, don't switch classes recklessly. Archers really aren't for everyone. They're weak early game, lack power late game, and have poor survivability. Unless you're exceptionally talented or have strong resources, don't pick them. To put it simply, the future of the archer class, how should I say this, it's a bit awkward. Whether it's joining the military directly or doing something else. Hey. Before she could finish, Tang Tang suddenly stopped, slammed the table, and complained, aren't I supposed to be commentating on the martial exams? How did I suddenly become a career advisor? Why am I even telling you all this? Who derailed the topic so much? Seriously, now the streamer's rhythm is all messed up. She glanced at the comments. Whether she actually saw them or just pretended to, she read one out loud with a serious tone. Streamer, what class are you? You seem to know so much about the class system. You must be amazing, right? After reading it, she giggled, put her hands on her hips, and struck a proud pose. You're asking the right person. I'm an A-rank class Wind Whisperer. Who asked you? Streamer, stop adding drama, will you? I don't believe it. Tang Tang, you're definitely lying. How could an A-rank class be so ordinary? The comments were full of disbelief, and Tang Tang's face immediately darkened. Just as she was about to argue back, the livestream screen lit up again. It's back, it's back. The screen is back. Damn. Where's Li Yang? Is this still the quicksand death zone? Where did he go? The screen displayed a vibrant and lively scene. Clear lake water shimmered, reflecting the blue sky, with dense palm trees growing along the shore, their green leaves gently swaying in the breeze. In the distance, endless rolling sand dunes stretched on and on. A desert oasis? Tang Tang was stunned but quickly regained her composure, swiftly pulling up the pre-prepared map. Viewers, watch closely. Your professional streamer is about to identify the location for you in 1 minute. She pointed at the screen and began analyzing. Everyone, look, there are continuous sand dunes here, along with these distinctive palm trees, which indicates we're in the southern part of the quicksand death zone. Now, look at the shape of this lake and the arrangement of the surrounding rocks. This rock looks familiar, I think I've seen it on the map, as Tang analyzed. She quickly searched the map, sweat gradually forming on her forehead. It should be here, this place is. Just as she was about to find the answer, a deafening dragon roar suddenly interrupted her train of thought. Roar! Tang Tang shuddered in fright and quickly looked up at the screen. Under the blazing sun, a massive black sandrock dragon spiraled through the air. Its body was covered in sharp bone spikes, its eyes emitted a ghostly green glow, and fine streams of sand spewed from its mouth, scattering into the air. Surrounding it, was a whirlwind of rapidly spinning sand and dust. At the same time, a detailed information panel for the monster popped up in front of Li Yang, and on the livestream screen, Annihilation. Sand Tyrant Apophis level 55A boss. The boss of the Quicksand Death Zone. A level 55 boss. Tang Tang was completely stunned. Her previously non-stop chatter came to an abrupt halt. She opened her mouth wide, staring blankly at the dragon on the screen. It took her several seconds to snap out of it, stammering, This is, at this moment, the livestream. Chat exploded. Holy crap! What is that monster? A dragon? A level 55 boss? That's terrifying. Annihilation Sand Tyrant? Even the name sounds badass. Did Li Yang just teleport straight into the boss room? Streamer, stop talking, we all know this is the boss room. Oh my god, is Li Yang about to fight the boss? Tang Tang took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. More than excitement, there was something more important she needed to do now. She glanced at the bottom right corner of the screen and spoke rapidly, Viewers, it's now 10:32 a.m. The martial exam started just 2.5 hours ago. Guys, based on my experience, no other candidate should have reached the boss room at this point, which means Li Yang is the first to reach the boss room. Everyone, this is a historic moment. This year's top scorer in the Dasha martial exam might just be born in our livestream. At 10:35 a.m. Dasha time, the entire Dasha internet erupted like a boiling pot. Almost every social media platform, news outlet, and forum was flooded with a sudden breaking news headline, #the first student to reach the boss room in this year's martial exam. This trending topic shot to the top of the charts like a rocket, with its popularity continuing to soar. In just a few minutes, the number of clicks surpassed 1 million, and the comment count skyrocketed. At first, many people didn't believe it, thinking it was just fake news fabricated by some unscrupulous media outlet to grab attention. After all, the martial exam had just started. How could anyone have reached the boss room so quickly? But this was something that couldn't be faked. Soon, authentic screenshots spread everywhere. After thorough verification, countless live streams were combed through. Everyone finally confirmed the truth. In just 2.5 hours, someone had reached the boss room in this year's martial exam. This was an unprecedented speed in the history of the Dasha martial exam. Even Zhao Jinghong, once hailed as a peerless genius, hadn't been this fast. When the photo of the first student to reach the boss room in this year's martial arts exam was widely circulated, their identity was revealed. Qianlong Academy, Li Yang. Li Yang? That name sounds familiar. Whoa! I remember now, there was suddenly someone named Li Yang on the human ranking before. So it was him. I was wondering who was so impressive. There's a human ranking expert participating in this year's martial arts exam? What hope do the other candidates have? For the candidates watching the live broadcast, this was more than just shocking. While others are still grinding on small monsters, he's already at the boss. How can the gap between people be this big? Stop it, even rising seniors are starting to feel inferior. Of course, being the internet, not everyone followed the mainstream opinion. Many raised different views. Isn't this student being too reckless? Going straight for the boss? The martial arts exam isn't a joke. Exactly, steady progress is the right way. Acting like this could easily backfire. I think he's just trying to show off and attract attention. True experts wouldn't be so high profile. These doubts were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming voices of astonishment. After all, in this world that values strength, the strong are always the most respected. In the imperial capital, at the Ministry of Education of Dasha, in the spacious and bright conference room, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. The Minister of Education, a man in his 60s, sat solemnly at the head of the conference table. The attendees were senior officials from the Ministry of Education and directors of education bureaus from various regions, each with a thick stack of detailed data on this year's martial arts exam in front of them. This year's martial arts exam has progressed smoothly overall, the minister said slowly, glancing around the room. The overall quality of candidates has improved, and the enrollment situation at major universities is optimistic. However, there are issues, such as the need to strengthen order in some exam venues and the necessity of severely punishing individual cases of cheating. He paused before continuing. Additionally, the number of candidates for special professions has increased this year, which is a good thing. It shows that Dasha's vocational education system is becoming increasingly important. I hope Local education bureaus will enhance their efforts in cultivating candidates for special professions to nurture more talent for Daxia. The minister's deep and powerful voice echoed in the conference room. The attendees nodded in agreement, diligently taking notes on his speech. This year's martial arts exam has a major headline: a few exceptionally gifted candidates have emerged, said the official responsible for martial arts exam data, adjusting his glasses. For example, Li Yang from Shenlong Academy, who made it onto the human ranking even before taking the exam. I've heard that both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Personnel are paying attention to him, and even the Night Watchers are reaching out to him. It seems he's undoubtedly this year's top scorer. Li Yang? The minister frowned slightly. Oh, you mean the one on the human ranking? He actually participated in the martial arts exam? That's quite a promising talent. But the exam has just started, it's too early to draw conclusions. Daxia's history is not short of geniuses. Back in the day, Zhao Jinghan's opponents included many so-called human ranking talents. And what happened to them? We need to keep observing and see how he performs in the future. The minister is right, the official nodded, preparing to report on data from other candidates. At that moment, a young staff member rushed into the conference room, panting as he handed over an urgent document. Minister, there's a major emergency. The minister took the document, his brows furrowing as he quickly scanned it. His reading speed increased, and his expression grew more and more serious, until finally, he looked utterly shocked. How is this possible? The minister stood up abruptly, the document falling onto the table with a slap. The conference room fell silent instantly, all conversations ceased, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the minister, unsure of what had happened. Minister, what happened? The deputy minister cautiously asked. The minister took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and slowly said, "We just received news that in this year's martial arts exam, someone has already reached the boss room." What? The martial arts exam just started. How could someone reach the boss room so quickly? The meeting room instantly erupted into chaos, with people talking all at once. Is the information reliable? Could there be a mistake? The minister frowned and looked at the reporter. The source is reliable. It's an urgent report from the monitoring center, it can't be wrong. The minister was silent for a few seconds, then picked up the document and flipped through it, casually asking, "Which student is it?" "It's Li Yang," the person stammered in response. "Li Yang?" A wave of exclamations broke out in the meeting room, accompanied by constant murmurs. The minister paused for a moment, nodded, and said, "All right, observe the situation first. Immediately contact the Martial Exam Monitoring Center. I want to watch the footage of Li Yang challenging the boss in real time." Yes. The staff quickly got to work, adjusting the projection equipment. Before long, Li Yang's figure appeared on the massive projection screen. In the footage, Li Yang held an AK, exuding an imposing aura. Bang! A loud explosion shattered the seal. The Ninth Prince stared at the screen, dumbfounded for a long time. He muttered, "How is this possible? He actually broke the seal. Wasn't this seal supposed to be unbreakable by force?" At this moment, his evaluation of Li Yang rose again, and his admiration for the Grand Tutor's insight deepened. The teacher is truly a master. He has everything in the world under his control. The Grand Tutor humbly shook his head. "Your Highness overpraises me. I have merely read a few more books and experienced a few more things than others. I cannot be considered a master." The Ninth Prince, still immersed in shock, recalled the Grand Tutor mentioning the special relationship between Li Yang and Su Mumu. Unable to resist, he asked, "Teacher, what exactly is the relationship between Li Yang and Su Mumu? Their identities, statuses, and strengths are so vastly different, they don't seem like." Clearly, there were some things he hadn't investigated thoroughly. After all, Li Yang's girlfriend throughout high school was Song Yihan, and his close relationship with Su Mumu had only started half a month ago. The Grand Tutor smiled. "How could I possibly know the affairs of young people? Relationships are inherently complex and cannot be simply explained by matching social status. Perhaps there is a special bond between them." The Ninth Prince sighed helplessly, knowing the Grand Tutor was unwilling to elaborate, so he didn't press further. He turned his attention back to the chessboard. "Your Highness, a chess game is like a battlefield. Hesitation will only lead to chaos in your ranks. Sacrificing pieces to gain the initiative might still offer a chance to turn the tide." The Ninth Prince was struck by the words. He understood the Grand Tutor's meaning. Rather than struggling to defend, it was better to abandon some pieces and strive for a greater advantage. Gritting his teeth, he made up his mind, picked up a white piece, and decisively placed it in a seemingly self-destructive position. Clack! The white piece landed with a crisp sound. A glimmer of approval flashed in the Grand Tutor's eyes. He nodded and said, "Not bad. Sacrifice leads to gain. Your Highness's decisiveness is commendable. However, sacrificing pieces to gain the initiative was only a temporary strategy. It couldn't fundamentally change the situation. In this game, Your Highness has already missed the opportunity to win through strength. Relying on skill alone won't work either. Only by leveraging external forces can the current crisis be resolved." As the Grand Tutor spoke, he placed a black piece, sealing off the white pieces. Last escape route. The game reached its final stage. The white pieces were surrounded by black, with no chance of a comeback. The ninth prince smiled bitterly and shook his head, calmly, saying, "I admit defeat. It seems I still have much to learn in chess. Teacher, your chess skills are truly unparalleled." But upon hearing this, the Grand Tutor's expression became somewhat unusual. He frowned slightly and sighed. "Your Highness overpraises me. I dare not claim to be the best in the world." What did he mean by that? The ninth prince was taken aback. He initially thought the Grand Tutor was referring to the Emperor, but on second thought, that didn't seem right. The Grand Tutor's expression didn't look like he was praising the Emperor. He seemed to be speaking earnestly. Doubts arose in his mind, and he tentatively asked, "Teacher, could it be that someone in Disya surpasses you in chess?" The Grand Tutor looked at the ninth prince and slowly nodded. His gaze was profound as he said, "That was about 5 years ago. At that time, I was on an official mission to Jiangnan. The task went smoothly, and I was feeling proud, thinking I had achieved success and was ready to return. Passing by a bookstore, I encountered a young girl at the entrance," the Grand Tutor said. "She was quite young, dressed simply and plainly, but I noticed her eyes were lively, clear, and bright. At that moment, I thought she might be a genius, so I wanted to play a game of chess with her to test her talent." At this point, the Grand Tutor shook his head and smiled wryly. The result? The ninth prince was utterly confused. A young girl guarding the entrance of an ordinary bookstore? How skilled could she possibly be? Unable to resist, he asked, "What was the result?" The Grand Tutor took a deep breath and said slowly, "I lost, and I lost convincingly, without any chance to fight back. From that moment, I realized there are even stronger people out there. This great Xia is truly full of talent. How could I dare to call myself the best in the world?" The scene shifted. Li Yang jumped into an ancient well and arrived at an oasis. Suddenly, the roar of a dragon echoed. The carriage jolted rhythmically. Half asleep, the ninth prince heard a soft voice calling him, pulling him back from his daze. Your Highness, wake up, we've arrived at Inma Pass." "Who? What?" The ninth prince slowly opened his eyes and saw the concerned face of a maid. "Where is this? Wasn't I with my teacher?" He blinked, his vision gradually clearing, and realized he was in a carriage, covered with a thin blanket. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, warm and gentle. In the carriage? He rubbed his temples, fragments of the dream still lingering in his mind, leaving him a bit disoriented. "Inma Pass," the ninth prince repeated softly, confused. The maid nodded and said gently, "Yes, Your Highness. As per your instructions, the carriage has been stopped near the pavilion." "It's just that." She hesitated, looking uncertain. The ninth prince noticed something was off and asked, "Just what?" The maid cautiously replied, "The pavilion is empty, and there's no sign of the Grand Tutor." "Your Highness, what should we do now?" The ninth prince quickly lifted the curtain and looked out. In the distance, the pavilion stood quietly, shaded by green trees, with the sound of cicadas still ringing, but there was no sign of the Grand Tutor. What was going on? Was everything just now a dream? He rubbed his brow, his head still foggy. No, it wasn't a dream. Thinking of this, the ninth prince smiled wryly. The scenes just now were too vivid to be a dream. He pulled out his phone and casually scrolled through it, and sure enough, he found that Li Yang was still wandering around that eerie place. His consciousness had been drawn to a possible future. This was his teacher's doing, the work of an immortal. "Forget it, let's head back," the ninth prince said, letting the curtain fall with a sigh. "Oh, right. Go find out what the relationship is between Li Yang and Su Mumu. And also check if there's anything that might appeal to this year's top martial arts exam candidate from our great Xia." "Top candidate?" The maid looked puzzled. Your Highness, the martial arts exam isn't over yet, is it? Shenlong City, Su residence. In the villa's living room, a massive projection screen was displaying a live stream of Liang challenging a boss. Su Mumu was curled up on a soft sofa, hugging a bucket of popcorn, her eyes fixed on the screen without blinking. Beautiful. Well done. That's the way. Perfect timing. Liang, give him a good beating, she shouted while grabbing a handful of popcorn and stuffing it into her mouth. At this moment, Su Mumu was no longer as nervous as she had been at the start. Liang had already entered the boss room, and the outcome was no longer in doubt. Liang was bound to win, it was just a matter of time now. Mumu, don't get too excited, stay calm, Su Wenjun said. Sitting nearby with a cup of tea, sipping leisurely with a smile on his face. The martial arts exam has just begun. Why are you in such a rush? You make it sound like Liang has already won. Dad, are you underestimating Liang? Su Mumu shot him a glare, full of confidence. Let me tell you, Liang can take down this little bug with a single shot. Su Wenjun was silent for a few seconds, initially wanting to say something. But he had been present when Liang defeated Xiao Chufan. To be honest, he couldn't confidently gauge the boy's strength. Even he couldn't see through just how powerful Liang truly was. What level was this guy Liang at? Su Wenjun put down his teacup, looked at the imposing sand dragon on the screen, and sighed. The Deadly Sands truly lives up to its name. Even many high-level dungeons don't have a final boss of such a high level. So what if it's strong? Su Mumu scoffed, curling her lips. Dad, just wait and see. With that, she jumped off the sofa, ran to the fridge, grabbed a bottle of champagne, shook it vigorously a few times, and then sprayed it into the air. Champagne popped. Hey, don't spray it everywhere. The floor will get dirty. Su Wenjun quickly reminded her. Su Mumu put down the champagne, turned her attention back to the intense battle on the screen, and occasionally shouted words of encouragement. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she glanced at the clock on the living room wall. 11 o'clock? Her face instantly turned serious, and her excited expression froze. Ahem. She coughed awkwardly, trying to cover her embarrassment, and calmly placed the popcorn bucket back on the coffee table. Dad, I just remembered something. I need to go out for a bit, she said, her tone slightly awkward. This late? Where are you going? Su Wenjun asked, putting down his teacup and looking at his daughter's unusual behavior. She had been so engrossed just moments ago, why the sudden need to leave? It's nothing major. I'll be back with Liang later tonight. Su Mumu replied dismissively, grabbing her coat and heading for the door. Wait, what exactly are you going to do? Su Wenjun pressed. She stopped, turned around, and feigned a casual demeanor. Dad, I'm an adult now. Do I really need to report every little thing to you? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Just wait at home for the good news Liang will bring. All right. Just be careful and come back early, Su Wenjun said helplessly, knowing he couldn't stop her. Got it, bye. Su Mumu let out a sigh of relief, waved, and quickly ran out the door, disappearing. Outside, Su Wenjun watched her hurried departure, his brows furrowed. That girl, acting all mysterious, what on earth is she up to, he muttered to himself. Eastern Sea District. Executive Office. Whether it was the young Huo Wu or the experienced Fan Long beside him, both were staring intently at the large screen on the office wall. Huo Wu was so tense he seemed more excited than Liang, who was on the scene, his fists clenched tightly. Fan Long appeared calm on the surface but was equally nervous. The tea in his hand had gone cold, untouched, as he focused entirely on the screen. Both were so engrossed that they didn't notice Chief Executive Hua had already walked out of his office. You too, watching the martial arts exam? Chief Executive Hua's voice, tinged with amusement, broke the silence. The two of them turned around abruptly, spotting Chief Executive Hua standing behind them, their faces showing a hint of embarrassment. Ah, father. Huo Wu quickly stood up. Yes, we're watching the martial arts exam. Is it that exciting? You two are completely absorbed, Chief Executive Hua said with a smile as he walked over to them, his gaze also falling on the screen. How's that kid Liang doing? Does he have a chance to reach the boss room and make history before 1 p.m. today? Hearing this, Huo Wu and Fan Long exchanged glances, their expressions complicated, unable to respond for a moment. What's going on? What's with those expressions? Chief Executive Hua sensed something was off and grew suspicious. Did something happen to Liang? He walked closer to the screen for a better look. On it, a massive black-scaled dragon coiled in a Desert oasis, surrounded by a raging sandstorm. Wow, impressive. This is. Chief Executive Huo immediately recognized the boss, his heart skipping a beat before realization dawned. Wait, he's already in the boss room? And it's only what time now? He gasped, his eyes flashing with shock, followed by a look of approval. That kid's got guts. Chief Executive Huo exclaimed. From the day he defeated Xiao Chufan, I knew he'd reach this point. He paused for a moment, then turned to the two of them and asked, by the way, which dungeon is this? Seems quite unfamiliar. Upon hearing this, Huo Wu and Fan Long's expressions instantly turned grim, as if holding back a bellyful of anger. This was the so-called most difficult beginner dungeon, Quicksand Death Zone. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Laizhou Prefecture, the atmosphere was entirely different. The Grand Marshal sat there, appearing much more relaxed, compared to his initial stern demeanor. Across from him, Chen Yaoqi was no longer nervous, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Congratulations, Chen Yin. It seems Laizhou might produce a national top scholar this year. The Grand Marshal glanced at him and slowly spoke, his tone unclear whether it was sincere or sarcastic. Chen Yaoqi quickly responded humbly, "This is an honor for Daxia, not my achievement." "Heh." The Grand Marshal looked at the screen, his gaze complex. His face darkened as he stared at the image of Li Yang, appearing somewhat impatient, and stood up abruptly. His wide sleeve swayed with the wind, producing a rustling sound. With a wave of his sleeve, he prepared to leave Laizhou Prefecture. Chen Yaoqi hurriedly stood up to see him off. The Grand Marshal waved his hand. "No need to see me off, Chen Yin. My visit to Laizhou this time is not an official one, no need for such trouble." Chen Yaoqi awkwardly smiled and repeatedly said, yes, I understand. But for the Grand Marshal to take time out of his busy schedule to come to Laizhou, it is truly a blessing for the people of Laizhou. Enough, the Grand Marshal interrupted impatiently, I have important matters to attend to, I'll be leaving now. With that, he strode away without waiting for Chen Yaoqi to speak. Chen Yaoqi bowed and watched him leave, only relaxing and wiping the sweat from his forehead once the figure in the purple robe disappeared around the street corner, secretly feeling relieved. After leaving Laizhou Prefecture, the Grand Marshal entered a quiet alley and stopped. He looked up at the gray sky, his expression growing even darker. Just as he was about to head to the East Sea, the space before him suddenly distorted, rippling like water. Moments later, an elderly man with white hair and a white beard slowly appeared. It was the Grand Tutor who had previously met with the Ninth Prince. Upon seeing the Grand Tutor, the Grand Marshal's gloomy expression immediately vanished, replaced by a respectful demeanor. He slightly bowed and asked, Grand Tutor, weren't you in the Northern Territory? How did you return so quickly? The Grand Tutor stroked his beard and smiled faintly. The matters in the Northern Territory have temporarily been settled, so I returned first. But you, Old Lon, why are you in such a hurry, personally coming to Laizhou? The Grand Marshal rolled his eyes and snorted in annoyance but did not directly answer. The Grand Tutor, accustomed to the Grand Marshal's temperament, paid no mind and continued, Li Yang's performance has indeed exceeded all our expectations. Back when Shaoli went to the East Sea with the Tianyue people, more attention should have been paid to this young man. Unfortunately, no one truly focused on him. At the time, the Grand Marshal spoke, Grand Tutor, with your vast experience, have you discerned anything from Li Yang? This child acts peculiarly, his sharpness is too prominent, and if this continues. The Grand Tutor shook his head with a smile, Old Lon, you're still too impatient. Li Yang's matters are being investigated by the Night Watchers, my old bones can't handle it. The Grand Marshal sighed helplessly. Having worked together for many years, he understood the Grand Tutor's personality. This old man seemed indifferent on the surface but actually had everything under control, secretly manipulating many affairs. He liked to use vague words to mislead, fooling the younger generation. The Grand Marshal took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation, and said, if that's the case, I won't say more. But I plan to go to the East Sea to meet Sumumu, this girl. No need, the Grand Tutor interrupted, someone will approach Sumumu. Oh? The Grand Marshal was puzzled, who? I can only tell you that her future is not in the Ministry of War. The Grand Tutor's gaze deepened, you only need to know that the Su family cannot produce another Su Wenjun, and the East Sea cannot have another figure like Xiao Tianhong. The Grand Marshal was shaken. After a moment of contemplation, he understood the Grand Tutor's meaning. Understood. The Grand Marshal nodded and was about to leave. Also, don't go to see Lu Hongfei, the Grand Tutor suddenly added. The Grand Marshal frowned and asked in confusion, "Why?" "She faces a fatal calamity today, you won't be able to see her." The Grand Tutor's voice was as calm as still water. "What?" The Grand Marshal froze, still unresponsive, as the scene before him dissipated like smoke blown away by the wind, vanishing in an instant. "This." The Grand Marshal clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Sigh. Moments later, he transformed into a streak of purple light, soaring into the sky and speeding northward. Mirror Flower Terrace. Deep underground, a winding glass corridor stretched forward. On the walls on either side, circular entrances emitting a faint blue glow were embedded. Director Lu slowly walked out along the corridor. Under the dim lighting, her face appeared stern and somber. "Liang, don't blame me," Director Lu sneered, silently muttering to herself, "all of this is orchestrated by the Shao family. I'm merely a pawn in their hands, with no choice in the matter." Regardless, she had already completed the Shao family's final task, setting up the greatest obstacle for Liang. Now, she could finally rid herself of this hot potato and absolve herself of all responsibility. "From now on, no matter what happens, it has nothing to do with me," Lu Hongfei. She secretly rejoiced. "The Shao family is powerful. Even though I'm just a pawn, at least I can rely on them to secure my footing. In the imperial capital, I can still carve out a place for myself." Thinking of the glorious future ahead, a smug smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Finally, she stepped out of the underground corridor and saw sunlight again. The midday sun shone directly down, forcing her to squint against the glare. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her eyes from the intense light. At that moment, she keenly sensed something unusual. "Who's there?" she shouted sharply, her voice echoing in the empty space, filled with evident vigilance and tension. During the martial exam period, this underground area of Mirror Flower Terrace was strictly sealed off, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. This was supposed to be her safe zone, yet now an uninvited guest had appeared. Her eagle-like gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, finally spotting a figure at the far end. It was a man, tall and upright, with an enigmatic aura. He stood quietly, seemingly blending into the environment, yet also appearing detached from this world. His face was obscured by a peculiar bronze mask shaped like a turtle. Director Lu squinted, scrutinizing him. She didn't recognize this person, but his presence made her inexplicably uneasy. "Who are you?" she asked again. The man didn't answer immediately but let out a few low chuckles first, his laughter echoing in the empty space, sending chills down her spine. "Lu Hongfei," he spoke after a few seconds, "it's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten me?" Director Lu's pupils contracted sharply as she struggled to recall, trying to dredge up the owner of this voice from the depths of her memory. But she couldn't remember anything. Forgotten? No wonder. You've long considered me dead. Funny, isn't it? I barely escaped death in Dragon Ruins, but the most dangerous thing wasn't the monsters. What a pity you calculated everything but didn't expect me to survive. Dragon Ruins. Director Lu's face changed drastically. Although she still hadn't identified who he was, there was no doubt he was one of the people who betrayed her in Dragon Ruins years ago. She had always believed that those teammates she left behind in the dungeon had all perished at the hands of the monsters. She never expected someone to survive and return. "You? Who exactly are you?" Her voice trembled. "Who am I?" The man sneered, "I'm here to claim your life. I didn't die in Dragon Ruins, Lu, your time is up." How fast can the number of viewers in a livestream grow? Before today, Tang Tang had never considered this question. As an obscure small-time streamer, she had long grown accustomed to her quiet livestream room, even to the pitifully few fans she had, who were all haters. The annual martial exam should have been the golden time for her livestream, but instead, it became her most stressful period. Year after year, she was dubbed the martial exam Medusa, with people saying her livestream was cursed, whoever watched it would fail their exams, and anyone associated with her would meet misfortune. In past years, there were even examinees who failed in the dungeon, lost their composure after the exam, and came to her to vent their frustrations. Over the past 2 years, as the martial exam approached, Tang Tang's feelings grew increasingly complicated, even to the point of wanting to avoid it altogether. But today, everything changed dramatically. She never expected that one day, the audience in her livestream room would surpass 1 million in just a few minutes. This happened after the news of Liang becoming the first in the country to break into the boss room spread across the internet. Countless major streamers flocked in, trying to ride the wave of popularity. Even so, as the first to stream Liang, she captured the most traffic. Just arrived. Is this the live stream room of the popular god Liang? Hey, this is Tongtong's commentary. If you want to watch, you can go to the Martial Exam official website. Why is this year's first so fast? Last year it took half a day. Where's the top scorer? What does he look like? Tang Tang stared blankly at the rapidly increasing online viewer count, pinched her face to feel the pain, and confirmed she wasn't dreaming. She smiled foolishly. The chat was flooded with comments. Tang Tang took a deep breath, suppressed her excitement, and cleared her throat. Ahem. Hello everyone. Welcome to Tongtong's live stream room. Don't forget to follow so you can catch Tongtong's exciting commentary next time. Now, what you're seeing on your screen is the final boss of the Quicksand Death Zone dungeon, the Annihilation Sandstorm Tyrant, Apophis. It's level 55, and its strength is already close to that of a Heaven tier monster. The new viewers had only heard that this was the live stream of this year's fastest martial exam candidate, and they never expected to witness such a shocking scene. Level 55? Are you kidding, streamer? Isn't the martial exam dungeon for beginners? How can there be such a high-level boss? This difficulty is way too exaggerated. How can newly awakened candidates possibly defeat it? Exactly, it's completely unreasonable. The martial exam is for selecting talent, not sending people to their deaths. Facing the skepticism of the new viewers, Tang Tang patiently explained, actually, you might not know, the Quicksand Death Zone dungeon normally requires completing 4 side quests to gradually weaken Apophis's power. She paused for a moment and continued, in these 4 side quests, candidates can obtain crucial ceiling items. These items can effectively limit Apophis's strength. As long as all 4 ceiling items are collected and used correctly, even a level 5 professional has a chance to defeat it. However, Tongtong's explanation didn't completely dispel the viewers' doubts. After all, most people were drawn by Liang's astonishing speed, hadn't seen his previous performance, and were unaware of his near-cheat level strength. So, this guy skipped the side quests and went straight for a speed run? Now I get it, he completely ignored the side quests. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Exactly, risking his future just to be the nation's first. How foolish. Seeing the continuous skepticism and negativity in the chat, Tang Tang felt a bit anxious. Come on, can't you support the candidate a little? I, Tang Tang, am counting on Liang to shake off the infamous martial exam Medusa nickname. Everyone, please don't worry, trust Liang. Tang Tang tried to stay calm and reassure everyone, you've seen his previous performance. As a professional streamer, I can guarantee his strength is absolutely reliable. To divert the negative mood in the chat, she tried to find a topic to change the subject. Streamer, what's the story behind this boss? Can you tell us? Tang Tang thought for a moment, took a deep breath, and spoke in a professional tone. Of course, no problem, Tang Tang is a professional. Listen up, everyone. Next, I'm going to introduce the nightmare at the deepest part of the Quicksand Death Zone, the ultimate boss that countless candidates have fallen to, the Annihilation Sandstorm Tyrant, Apophis. Apophis is a dragon-shaped monster, naturally possessing racial advantages. Its massive body is covered in scales as hard as iron, making it impossible to penetrate with normal attacks. What's even more terrifying is its ability to control powerful sandstorm magic, easily unleashing devastating sandstorms. Without ceiling items, Apophis's strength rivals that of a true Heaven-tier professional. Its power, speed, defense, and magic resistance far exceed monsters of the same level. It was practically a mobile fortress, an indestructible war machine. There's a widely circulated story among professionals about when the Quicksand Dead Zone was first discovered. A team of elite players, nearly level 50, attempted to challenge this dungeon. The team fought their way to Apophis's lair, the battle was fierce, the sky turned dark, the sun and moon lost their light, and the entire Quicksand Dead Zone seemed on the verge of being torn apart. But in the end, the elite team was completely wiped out. Tang Tang was passionately recounting the story when a comment suddenly floated across the screen. So, according to the streamer, doesn't that mean Liang is doomed? Seeing this comment, Tang Tang was instantly embarrassed. She opened her mouth to refute but couldn't find the words. After all, she had just described Apophis as so powerful, nearly invincible, and now her words were coming back to bite her. Well, that's not necessarily the case. Tang Tang stammered, trying to organize her thoughts to defend Liang and salvage her dignity. Roar! At that moment, a deafening dragon roar suddenly erupted from the computer speakers. Even Tang Tang, a professional streamer, was startled and quickly focused on the screen. On the screen, the massive dragon named Apophis raised its head and roared, its enormous wings flapping violently, stirring up a raging storm. Its eyes shot out two beams of crimson light. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. From the gaps between Apophis's scales, countless grains of yellow sand surged out, as if alive, quickly converging and solidifying into a thick layer of sand armor. Indestructible, it tightly enveloped its massive body. Then, it flapped its wings and charged straight at Li Yang. In an instant, the entire oasis trembled. Not good. Tang Tang exclaimed in alarm, this is Apophis's annihilation sand. Armor, its strongest defensive skill. Not only does it greatly enhance its defense, but it also imbues its attacks with sand attributes. Once activated, its sandstorm skill's power will double. She hurriedly explained the skill's terrifying effects to the audience, but before she could finish, her expression froze. On the screen, Li Yang, facing the mountain-like charging dragon, showed no intention of dodging. He simply raised his arm slightly, the emblem in his palm reverting to its original AK form, the muzzle steadily aimed at Apophis's ferocious dragon head. At this moment, he had already prepared a shot in advance. This shot was enough for a one-hit kill. No! This guy is completely different from those low-level sandworms before. Apophis's defense is too strong, you can't face it head-on. Dodge quickly. Even Tang Tang couldn't help but feel nervous, shouting anxiously, wishing she could jump into the screen and pull Li Yang away. This was the most critical moment of the martial exam. If he made the wrong decision now and got killed by the final boss, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Bang! Before her words were finished, a crisp gunshot rang out in the livestream. Li Yang fired. Without hesitation. The massive sand dragon, carrying an earth-shattering momentum, charged toward the small figure of Li Yang in the oasis. It's over. The examinee was in danger. In the livestream, everyone held their breath, as if time had frozen at this moment, their hearts gripped tightly by an invisible hand, almost stopping. Their eyes widened, staring at the screen, afraid to miss any detail. Time seemed to stretch endlessly here. Thump, thump, bang. The gunshot echoed, and the bullet, condensed with spiritual energy, flew out of the muzzle. The bullet tore through the air, leaving a visible trail, and accurately hit Apophis's massive dragon head. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no sparks flying, just a silent bullet hole appearing on its forehead. At the point of impact, the sand armor instantly shattered, revealing the black dragon scales underneath. Howl! Apophis let out a piercing scream. The once imposing sand dragon completely collapsed at this moment, disintegrating into a sky full of flying sand, drifting away with the wind, and ultimately disappearing without a trace. The livestream fell into a deathly silence. All the viewers were stunned. Wait, what just happened? What's going on? This is over? The once overbearing and invincible Apophis was taken down with a single shot? This was supposed to be a powerful boss equivalent to a top-tier professional. Wasn't it said to be unbeatable? After all that build-up, it ended just like that? Just like that? In less than a second, the screen was flooded with question marks. Is this a cheat? Did I lag? What just happened? Did I see that wrong? A level 55 boss just disappeared like that? What about the promised hard-fought battle? The promised top-tier strength? And it's gone with one shot? Can someone analyze the damage from that shot? Is this even something a candidate can do? Who's that country bumpkin in the chat? Never seen a pro in action before? The streamer was just hyping up how badass this boss was, and now? Got slapped in the face, huh? Was Tang Tang just putting on a show this whole time? Ha ha ha. Tang Tang, who was being mercilessly teased by the chat, was completely shaken, her mind blank, utterly dumbfounded. She stared at the screen in a daze, her eyes wide open, her mouth slightly agape, her face full of shock and disbelief. What just happened? The boss she had described as a god of destruction, with the power to obliterate everything, was just one shot killed? This was too unreasonable. It completely overturned her understanding. For a moment, she even forgot she was still streaming, forgot what she was supposed to say, and just sat silently in front of the computer. Her mind replayed that thrilling moment over and over like a carousel. Li Yang raised his gun, aimed, fired, and then, it was over. The entire process was clean and efficient, without a hint of hesitation, even elegant in a way. It took quite a while before Tang Tang snapped out of her daze as if waking from a dream. She instinctively swallowed, her throat making a gulp sound, and only then did she realize her throat was so dry it felt like it was on fire. Everyone. She opened her mouth, trying to say something, but her voice trembled, and she couldn't form a complete sentence. What had just happened was beyond her comprehension, completely shattering her framework of knowledge. This is the strength of a top-tier expert. Tang, I'm not on that level yet. I can't even understand what just happened. Can someone help me? Both Tang and the viewers in the livestream were utterly shocked by Li Yang's single shot. No one even noticed that after Apophis's massive body disappeared, a piece of equipment glowing with golden light was left in its place. At this moment, Li Yang had already walked slowly to where the dragon had fallen and bent down to pick up the item. It was an ancient hexagonal stone tablet, entirely golden, with intricate and mysterious patterns carved on its surface. Golden light flowed through the patterns, as if alive, constantly flickering and pulsating. This was actually a legendary piece of equipment.